Chapter 329, Researcher Role. Shang didn't stay in his hole for 3 entire days. Obviously, he left pretty quickly and joined the barbarians in their rampaging. He wasn't very interested in killing people and beasts much weaker than him, but he joined a couple of battles against beast general stage summoners and beasts just for training. About a day later, Shang left the barbarians as they continued ravaging the lands and returned to the mages. The mages had already started to rebuild the Black Castle and were reorganizing it as a new base for operations. As Shang reached the newly rebuilt gates, he was stopped by 2 true mages, who looked at him with disdain. Barbarians are not allowed in here, one of them said. Researcher Role told me to return to him after the mission, Shang said. The 2 mages looked at each other with furrowed brows. One of them snorted, but they let Shang pass. Researcher Role is inside the basement, one of them said. Shang nodded and entered. Inside the castle's domain, Shang could see several mages lifting heavy stones with their minds, rearranging them on the walls of the destroyed castle. Shang entered the castle itself, and thanks to his darkness affinity, he quickly found the way to the basement. However, someone else was just coming out of the basement, and he saw Shang. When Shang saw the person, he saluted respectfully. It was a young man with blue hair and a cold expression. It was the general of the closest governor, a peak true mage. He was the highest ranking person in this entire zone right now. The man inspected Shang for a second with cold eyes. Name, he said. 0, Shang answered. The general frowned. Obviously, Shang's strange name gave him pause, but he believed it in the end. He didn't think that Shang would lie to him. We will contact you again if the need arises, he said before passing Shang. Thank you, sir, Shang said respectfully with a salute. Shang was now on the radar of the powerful mages of the Grand Mountain Kingdom. The person just below a high mage had asked for his name. Shang continued descending into the basement, where he quickly found the Grey Robe Researcher Role with 2 of his assistants. They were currently constructing a complex magic circle. Shang decided to wait at the entrance since he didn't want to interrupt them at a critical moment. Something like that could get him killed. About half a minute later, the mages relaxed, and the magic circle stabilized. At that point, Researcher Role turned to Shang with a smile. Well done, 0, he said. Shang saluted respectfully without saying anything. Operation Primal Offense was a resounding success, Researcher Role commented. The Plague Rat Zone belongs to the Grand Mountain Kingdom now. You performed extraordinarily under the enemy attacks, and you even managed to survive. Someone like that is very valuable to the Grand Mountain Kingdom. As if they feared that I survived, Shang thought. They probably had planned on losing their tool after it had fulfilled its use, but surprisingly, it managed to survive. The only thing they are happy about is that their tool can be used once again. However, Shang didn't say any of these words and remained in a respectful salute. Researcher Role smile transformed into a smirk. I presume you are here for your reward. I am here for further orders, sir, Shang said, carefully avoiding any potential traps. Good answer, Researcher Role answered with a smirk. He believed that Shang truly meant what he said. After all, Shang was a barbarian, and barbarians couldn't possibly win in a battle of the minds with a mage. Approach, Researcher Role ordered. Shang stepped forward until he stood directly in front of the Grey Robe man. Researcher Role chanted a complex spell, and just 2 seconds later. Clank. Shang's collar split in 2 by itself. The services you have rendered to the Grand Mountain Kingdom far outweigh any crime you could have possibly committed in the past, he said with a smile. Additionally, I alleviate you of any punishment you have received in the past. Shang looked with a bit of discomfort at Researcher Role. Sir, the punishment was handed out by Governor. Researcher Role smile faded into an annoyed frown. I don't care. You belong to me, and I have full power over your life. Shang only meekly looked at the ground, seemingly afraid. Obviously, Researcher Role didn't like being questioned by a mere barbarian, and he had shown his dislike by flaunting his power. Don't take this too hard, Researcher Role said as his smile returned. You will be happy that you belong to me now. I treat my people very well. Forcing you into any kind of punishment is a waste of your talents, he said. You have a tremendous talent for withstanding and controlling several augmenting spells. Having you serve on the front lines would be stupid. For the next few years, you will work for me personally, he said. I'm sure we can improve the Primal Offense project even more, and I need your help and cooperation for that. Naturally, I'm not a monster, and I will take care of the resources you need. Do you already know the full technique for strengthening your body? He asked. Shang quickly recounted how he trained. Researcher Role nodded. That's good. What's your affinity? Fire, sir, Shang answered. When was the last time you strengthened your body? About 5 days ago, sir. Researcher Role nodded again before turning to one of the other 2 mages. Jaren, I need a bi-weekly shipment of Peak Fighter Stage Fire Beast Heart starting 1 week from now. Jaren had heard the entire conversation, and he nodded. We'll be done. Thanks, Jaren, Researcher Role said with a smile. How much longer until you can reach the champion stage? Researcher Role asked. With regular strengthening, about a year, sir, Shang answered. Researcher Role smiled in positive surprise. That's far faster than I anticipated. Wonderful. We will be staying inside the Plague Rat Zone and Deep Core Turtle Zone for at least 5 years. We have conquered too much land in too little time, and we need to consolidate our land and our new defenses. I will be busy in this castle for the next month or 2. Until then, I want you to lead the barbarians in the assault, Researcher Role said. I think you have quite the smart head on your shoulders, and us mages can't always spare time for the little details. Do you think you can lead them? What are your goals, sir? Shang asked. Researcher Role had said the comment about Shang being smart just to make Shang like him more, but he was still a bit surprised about the smart question. He would have anticipated that question from a mage, not a barbarian. Might as well not completely look like an idiot, Shang thought. It was a bit risky to show more of his power, even if it was only intelligence, but it was also necessary for Shang to live a better life. Good question, Researcher Role said. I want you to kill any human not belonging to the Grand Mountain Kingdom. Sometimes, the rebels can be quite smart and high. We don't really have time to search for the rebels since we have other things to do, but if you manage to catch them, you would be a big help. It would also be great if you could teach the barbarians some basic forms of strategy. Looking at them charging at beasts without a plan gives me second-hand embarrassment. Shang nodded. I will do my best, sir, he said. That's all I wanted to hear, Researcher Role said. 1 week from now, return to the castle. Jaren will have your fire beast heart ready. Shang. Researcher Role summoned a gray emblem with a cloak person on it. If any mage gets confused about you ordering the barbarians around, just show them this. Shang took the emblem and saluted once more. Thank you, sir, he said respectfully. Researcher Role nodded with a smile. Good. Now, go. We have things to do here. Shang performed another short salute, turned around, and left the basement. After leaving the castle, Shang looked at his surroundings. He could see several groups of barbarians raging through the lands without any plan or tactic. Might as well make myself useful for the next couple of months, Shang thought. I think I should be at my limit in about 8 months if I continue to strengthen myself every 2 weeks. The beast mana will slowly accumulate since I can't truly get a beast with my affinity, but I think I can. Some would counteract the beast mana with the procedure and my control over mana. 8 months, huh? 8 months, and I'm out of here. Chapter 330, Global Politics. Shang joined the rampaging barbarians and quickly took control over a group of 30 of them. With his strength, it wasn't difficult. Shang methodically sent them through the Plague Rat Zone so that as few of them died as possible. After all, there were still a lot of powerful beasts around. Additionally, some mages and summoners were also hidden around the zone. With Shang's darkness vision, it wasn't difficult to spot the hidden summoners and mages. When he found them, he simply sent a large team of barbarians after them, not giving them any chance to resist. These hidden forces probably tried to use guerrilla tactics to slowly weaken the Grand Mountain Kingdom's presence in the Plague Rat Zone, which was a good idea. After all, the barbarians were stupid and roamed around aimlessly like beasts. It wouldn't be very difficult to pick them off one by one. However, with Shang's coordinated assault, he dealt with several of them. After 2 days, Shang had been responsible for the death of 4 adepts, 7 summoners, and even 1 initial true mage. Shang had managed to take care of the true mage by attacking him by surprise, forcing him to retreat. Then, when nobody was around, Shang unveiled his true power and took care of him. The fight wasn't easy, but it also wasn't hard. The mage had already been weakened, and he had been taken by surprise several times due to Shang's unusual powers. The mages in the Sith Thunder Kingdom knew how warriors fought, and they knew how to counter them, but the mages in the Black Shadow Kingdom hadn't even seen warriors, and the only fighters they fought were barbarians during the war. This made them complete novices in how to deal with warriors. One had to remember that the Grand Mountain Kingdom was northwest of the Sith Thunder Kingdom and that the Black Shadow Kingdom was northeast of the Grand Mountain Kingdom. There was an entire kingdom between the Sith Thunder Kingdom and the Black Shadow Kingdom. On top of that, the Black Shadow Kingdom and the Sith Thunder Kingdom were allies. So, even if the mages in the Black Shadow Kingdom saw a warrior of the Sith Thunder Kingdom, they wouldn't attack them. Over the next couple of days, Shang asked the mages he saw some questions. Usually, the mages wouldn't care about answering a barbarian's questions, but they knew that Shang was Researcher Role's new favorite. Because of that, they answered Shang's questions as long as he didn't ask too many. Due to that, Shang actually learned of the political climate regarding the different kingdoms. In the Sith Thunder Kingdom, Shang had never truly come into contact with people that lived on the front lines, which made it quite difficult to learn about the political climate outside the Sith Thunder Kingdom. But here, on the front lines, Shang managed to learn quite a lot. Apparently, the entire world was a circle with a diameter of about 4,000 kilometers. Shang guessed that it was about half as big or as big as the North American continent on Earth. He wasn't entirely sure. That was quite small for an entire world. Apparently, an untraversable abyss surrounded the world. The world simply ended at that spot. Funnily enough, the Storm Eagle Zone was at the very end of the world. If one went past the canyon and past the crater, they would reach the southern end of the world, the abyss. Of course, Shang knew that this was bullshit. He was certain that the abyss wasn't actually the end of the world but simply a very deep crater or something. Maybe the world was only a plateau. That would explain the absence of truly powerful people. Anyway, the world was ruled by 5 kingdoms. One in the north, one in the east, one in the south, one in the west, and one in the middle. And this was natural with humans, they were at war. The most powerful kingdom, the Magic Purity Kingdom, was in the middle of the world. Their king was the most powerful human in the world, and his right hand was also an archmage. The Magic Purity Kingdom was the only kingdom with 2 archmages. The Grand Mountain Kingdom was allied with the Magic Purity Kingdom, and those 2 kingdoms were fighting the other 3. The Sith Thunder Kingdom was the leader of the alliance of the other 3 kingdoms due to the power of King Sith Thunder. He might be the only mage in the world that could fight the king of the Magic Purity Kingdom. The kingdom in the east was called the Spirit Spring Kingdom, and it connected the Black Shadow Kingdom with the Sith Thunder Kingdom. In a way, the Spirit Spring Kingdom was similar to the Black Shadow Kingdom since they also employed beasts, but their methods couldn't be more different. The Black Shadow Kingdom enslaved beasts while the Spirit Spring Kingdom befriended them. Both methods had their advantages and disadvantages. The Black Shadow Kingdom and the Spirit Spring Kingdom hated each other due to that difference. However, in front of the Magic Purity Kingdom, they had to work together. The Magic Purity Kingdom viewed summoners as a bastardization of magic. They didn't care as much about warriors or barbarians since they weren't related to magic, but they hated the summoners and spiriters, the people that worked with beasts. Originally, the Black Shadow Kingdom and the Spirit Spring Kingdom were losing in the war against the Magic Purity Kingdom, but then, the old king of the Sith Thunder Kingdom died and was replaced with the current king. The old Sith Thunder Kingdom had been neutral, just living in peace, but when King Sith Thunder came to power, he wanted to go to war. War and conflict were fun. He looked at both sides and decided to join the losing side since he wanted a challenge. With the addition of the Sith Thunder Kingdom, the Magic Purity Kingdom had to spread its forces over a larger area, alleviating the pressure on the other 2 kingdoms. After a couple of years, the 3 kingdoms dealt devastating strikes to the Magic Purity Kingdom. And then, the Magic Purity Kingdom ordered the Grand Mountain Kingdom to help them, which they did. Right now, the individual kingdom situations are as follows. The Grand Mountain Kingdom violently attacked the Black Shadow Kingdom in the northeast, and it received support from the Magic Purity Kingdom to the east. The Black Shadow Kingdom was trying its best to resist the Magic Purity Kingdom, but the addition of the Grand Mountain Kingdom made them lose a lot of land. After all, they had to focus nearly all their forces to their south. The Spirit Spring Kingdom was supporting the Black Shadow Kingdom and the Sith Thunder Kingdom while trying to resist the weakened attacks from the Magic Purity Kingdom. The Magic Purity Kingdom didn't focus on them and only kept them at bay. The Sith Thunder Kingdom received support from the Spirit Spring Kingdom. They were violently attacking the Magic Purity Kingdom, forcing them to commit nearly 50% of their forces to their south. And they were absolutely decimating the Grand Mountain Kingdom. One of the reasons why the Grand Mountain Kingdom attacked the Black Shadow Kingdom so desperately was the Sith Thunder Kingdom. The Sith Thunder Kingdom was gaining more and more land, and if the Grand Mountain Kingdom didn't want to shrink, they needed to expand to the north. For some reason, the Sith Thunder Kingdom's mages were equipped with ridiculously valuable equipment. It was like the Sith Thunder Kingdom was using wealth. Another reason was the dominance that warriors had over the barbarians. They were not the main force, but just a little advantage often turned the tide of battle. After getting all of this information, Shang finally had a comprehensive picture of the world. I'm in the northeast of the Grand Mountain Kingdom, which is the northwest of the world. The Sith Thunder Kingdom is in the south. Going through the Grand Mountain Kingdom or the Magic Purity Kingdom is absolute suicide. There are simply too many mages that don't like barbarians or warriors. However, the Black Shadow Kingdom is also not a good idea. Sure, they are allied with the Sith Thunder Kingdom, but there is so much distance between them that they wouldn't care about me. If they saw me, they would simply feed me to one of their beasts, and if anyone asked questions, they would say that they thought I was a barbarian. The Spirit Spring Kingdom is a safe bet since it is a direct neighbor to the Sith Thunder Kingdom. Honestly, I'm not sure if going through the Grand Mountain Kingdom or the Black Shadow Kingdom is worse. I think it would be easier to go through the Black Shadow Kingdom since they don't have any powerful physical fighters. They probably won't stand any random person for their physical power, while the Grand Mountain Kingdom will do just that. Well, seems like I have to fight my way through the Black Shadow Kingdom to get to the Spirit Spring Kingdom. Shang watched as the barbarians slowly stopped rampaging through the land. They had run out of things to destroy. For the next 8 months, I will remain here and strengthen my body. And after that, I will charge into the Black Shadow Kingdom. Chapter 331, Commander Stage. Over the next 2 months, Shang taught the barbarians quite a bit about fighting in a group to please the mages. As long as he was in their good graces, nobody would suspect his loyalty. With Shang's power, it wasn't difficult to gain the respect of all the barbarians. Just as promised, Shang received 1 fire beast part every 2 weeks, giving him enough resources to increase his power by a lot. The beast mana was difficult to deal with, but the procedure allowed Shang to absorb even more mana than normal. For the remaining mana, Shang had to actively drive it out of his body, which took a lot of effort. However, he still managed to clean himself of the beast mana just before he got the next part. 2 months after arriving in the Plague Rat Zone, Researcher Roll began to experiment on Shang. He didn't perform surgeries or anything on him, but he kept testing Shang's threshold regarding strengthening magic. Having several strengthening spells cast on one put a lot of pressure and pain on one's body, and it wasn't any different for Shang. It was normal for his body to bleed or for one or more of his bones to break. Whenever that happened, Researcher Roll looked with interest at Shang's broken body and made some notes. Obviously, he didn't care even the slightest bit about Shang's health. Even worse, he was constantly encouraging and complimenting Shang while he was in pain to get him to steal oil. It was almost like Researcher Roll wanted Shang to get Stockholm Syndrome. If you already see me as worthless trash, at least be honest, Shang thought with annoyances more spells were put on his body. The next couple of months were not pleasant at all. Shang bled on a daily basis, and Researcher Roll got more and more interesting ideas to strengthen Shang. At some point, he even got the idea to carve magic circles into Shang's flesh. Of course, he had to test it immediately after getting the idea. The constant healing of Shang's body became a problem to Researcher Roll, which was why he designed the magic circles to constantly burn into Shang's body. After a couple of weeks of pain and testing, Researcher Roll realized that this didn't really work, and he got rid of the magic circles. Shang had an incredible tolerance to pain, but even he had problems with those weeks. I only have to hold out for a couple more months, he thought. His body had already become a lot stronger. He guessed that his body was about 75% as powerful as the body of an equal beast. Shang kept going through more and more torture in the name of science, but with every passing day, it became easier. And like that, the 8 months Shang needed eventually passed. By now, Shang's body was about 85% as powerful as the body of a general stage beast, which was insane. This meant that Shang could beat a beast on his level with bare hands as long as he didn't fight like a complete idiot. Even more, nearly every warrior could achieve the same. The procedure was open to them, and the team would probably very soon develop something very similar to the Grand Mountain Kingdom's barbarian strengthening technique. Right now, warriors needed to fight in groups of 4 to kill a beast on their level, and the fight definitely wouldn't be easy. But with the procedure and the strengthening technique, they would have absolutely no issues with fighting beasts. One warrior could easily kill one beast on their level, and the fight wouldn't even be difficult. Beasts on the same level would no longer be a problem. In essence, this was equal to mages. Mages also didn't have any issues with beasts on their level. The way was finally clear. My body is at its limit. I guess 85% is the maximum I can achieve without abominations, Shang thought. Right now, Shang was being bombarded with strengthening spells again in the basement of the Black Castle. However, he didn't pay much attention. He was simply just sitting there, thinking about different things. That's it for today, Researcher Roll said with a thoughtful expression. I need to analyze this data. Come back tomorrow morning. Shang stood up from the magic circle, his body finally healing after the avalanche of spells had stopped. Yes, sir, Shang said. Then, Shang left the basement as Researcher Roll kept focusing on the sheets of paper in front of him. He had no idea that this was the last time he would see Shang. It was a day like any other. Nothing special was happening. Shang left the castle, the mages no longer even looking at him. They had become used to Shang constantly walking around the castle. He was the only barbarian allowed to be here. After leaving the castle, Shang walked towards the north, onto a rather tall hill. In the middle of the hill was a cave, and Shang entered without hesitation. The cave continued going down into the hill for about 100 meters before it stopped. Funnily enough, this wasn't a natural cave, but one Shang had dug for himself. He said that he was digging this cave so that he had a place for himself, a home. Nobody thought anything about it. Down at the bottom of the cave, Shang sat down and put sword on his legs. Then, he focused on his mana. Shang moved the mana in his body around and focused on his affinity. For the first time, Shang used his domain while actually having mana. Ever since his fight with Vice Commander Wilbury, Shang hadn't had any opportunity to use his domain of entropy. But right now, he needed it to advance to the commander stage. It was finally time. As Shang sat on the ground, he heard the sounds of moving sand. This sound represented the walls and ground of the cave turning into sand and then turning into nothingness. Shang felt a significant drain on his mana, but he also saw that his body was digging further into the hill without even moving. Everything around him simply turned to mana. Under the effect of his domain, Shang's mana began to flow smoothly throughout his body while slowly thinning, but that was how it was supposed to go. The mana inside Shang's muscles began to be pulled out to supplement the usage of Shang's mana. Under normal circumstances, the body wouldn't do that. After all, this would weaken the body. But with Shang's insistence, the mana inside his muscles stretched throughout his entire body. And then, Shang used the incredible control he had over his mana to connect the strands of mana with different muscles. It took a couple of hours of intense concentration, but eventually, Shang managed to connect his individual muscles with strands of mana. And then, he stopped using his domain. Boom. As soon as he stopped, the muscles pulled back their mana. Muscle A pulled mana out of muscle B, which pulled mana out of muscle C, and so on. Every muscle was pulling mana from a different one, which resulted in the creation of a circle. As soon as the circle appeared, the thick mana inside the cave was being pulled into Shang's body. The rotational effect had some kind of pull on natural mana. Over the next 2 hours, Shang's body pulled in more and more mana until it finally became saturated. Bang. Shang felt some kind of barrier break inside of him, and he felt his strength skyrocket. It had finally happened. Finally, Shang was at the commander stage. The images of the different teachers in the Warrior Academy appeared inside his mind. Their power had always been monstrous to Shang. But now, he was on their level. He was as strong as them and probably even stronger than most. Shang now belonged to the strongest physical fighters in the world. In fact, Shang was probably even amongst the 50 most powerful physical fighters in the entire world right now. Chapter 332, Third question. Since Shang was awake during his breakthrough this time, a scene immediately appeared in his mind. My third question, a blonde Shang with a sizable belly said. What kind of mindset should I assume to become more powerful? What's the smartest way to get the resources I need? The present Shang wanted to know this answer desperately. The god on his gigantic throne only smirked. Quite a good question. I'm surprised you have asked such smart questions up to now. Did you know that several of your predecessors have asked about Earth at least once by now? They were interested in how to get back or how things would go. But you only ask about your new world. The blonde Shang looked in shock at the god. I have predecessors. I thought I was the only one. The god only laughed. Don't think of yourself as more important than you are. You are not the first one, and you will not be the last one. Shang didn't answer. As for your question, the god said, leaning back on his throne. There is not one single way that is the best. You have to employ different philosophies based on your surroundings and your current power. Of course, as an answer, that's just as helpful as not giving you an answer at all, the god said. So, how about we go over a couple of cases? Let's assume your power is very low compared to other humans around you. It is very difficult for you to gain resources on your own since more powerful humans will have monopolized them at this point. The correct way out of this situation is to join a powerful organization. Their greater power will help you get you the resources you need. Of course, there are different organizations with different philosophies. If you find an organization that is similar to an academy, you are in luck. Academies are willing to invest more into you than you can provide to them right now. In that case, I would advise you to follow the rules of the organization and do what they want. After all, they don't want you to die. If you don't grow more powerful, their investment becomes a loss. Now, if the organization is something like a group of mercenaries or assassins, things become different. They are interested in your current power, and they want you to prove your worth right at this moment. In that case, try to take on missions that are dangerous but not too dangerous. Trading with an academy means getting more than you pay. Trading with a mercenary group means getting just as much as you pay. It's fine to join these kinds of organizations, but you should not join an organization ruled by an individual desperate for power. They will lure you in with promises of wealth and power, but will immediately burn you up before the promised time to pay arrives. After explaining these things, the god explained how to spot these different organizations, and it took over half an hour. The god was very thorough in answering the question. Now, all of this is only relevant if you are one of the weakest humans in your area. Things become different when you are in the middle. When you are in the middle, I would advise you to either create your own small group or join a larger group as some kind of officer or manager. At that point, your priorities of what groups you want to join completely flip. You don't want to join an academy. The students need more resources than they bring in, which means that these resources come from somewhere. This somewhere represents you. Joining an academy as a teacher or something brings you status and a bit of wealth, but it is only something an altruistic person would choose or someone that isn't interested in becoming much more powerful. Becoming a teacher means that you already gave up on the path to power. A mercenary group is quite appealing in that scenario. You are already quite useful with a lot of power, and the mercenary groups value their strong commanders. Creating your own group is also very lucrative at this point. You are powerful enough to go to places that not everyone can go to, meaning there is less competition. The best kind of organization to join is some greedy tyrant. The greedy tyrant will siphon all the wealth of the weak and give it to themselves and the few people he needs to run his organization. If you manage to become one of these people, you will gain far more than you are worth. After that, the god explained more precisely how Shang could identify a good organization and how he could reach the places he needed. Now, what if you belong to the strongest people around? The god asked with a smirk. What if you are in the top 10 in terms of power for your surroundings? In that case, don't. Shang's eyebrows lifted. There is no good way to advance when you are one of the strongest, the god explained with a smirk. Sure, by having thousands of people under you can gather a terrifying amount of wealth and somewhat useful materials. However, the people under you can never give you the things you truly need. What you need is something that can only be found by people on your level. If you are in the fourth realm, you need stuff from beasts in the fourth realm. Your army of the realm followers can't help you in getting that. They can only give you a vast quantity of stuff from the third realm. When you are the strongest, there is only one thing you can do. Travel the land and siphon all resources out of it. Kill the strongest beings around you and take their things. And when you see that there is not much more you can get from this place, you leave. You leave this place and go to a place with people more powerful than you. Go to a place where you belong to a weaker kind of people and take advantage of everything. At that point, the entire thing starts from the beginning again. This is everything regarding organizations, the god said. Now, about friends, family, and personal connections. Having a friend means undergoing a symbiosis. You work together, you get more than you two can achieve individually. The closer you are, the more trust there is between you, and the better your teamwork. However, it is important that your friend is comparable to you. If they are weaker, this is not symbiosis but supporting a parasite. If they are stronger, you will be under their control mostly. Of course, there are also friends that simply want to help you, even if they are stronger, but you will eventually need to repay them. It's not that you are forced by someone, but that you are just the kind of person that doesn't want to be in debt. To summarize, join something like an academy, work together with your equals, lead the academy, join a stronger organization, become the strongest, plunder the land, leave the land. This is the best way to become powerful. The blonde Shang nodded in understanding. Then, the memory ended, and the real Shang opened his eye. This is quite different from what teacher and Duke Whirlwind said. Friends are useful, but the friends have to be useful. Being part of an organization is good, but the organization needs to be more powerful than me. There are times when I need to be alone and times when I need companions. I understand. But first, I have to get out of the Grand Mountain Kingdom. The memories had appeared inside Shang's mind in just an instant, and he had only been in memories for about a second. He had barely been at the commander stage for a second at this point. And just when Shang stood up, something happened. The mana around Shang began to shift. Shang wasn't sure what was happening since he had never felt the mana move like that. It was almost like the mana was parting, leaving some kind of vacuum in the middle. Shang looked with shock at the blank spot of mana. And then, several worms seemingly appeared out of nowhere, followed by a black-scaled, muscular body with several arms. Bang. Shang looked with shock and terror at the thing beside him. It was an abomination at the commander stage. But that wasn't the most terrifying part. Shang could somehow feel the same thing happening in other places in the distance. Shang almost couldn't believe what was happening. Several abominations were appearing all over the playground zone. Chapter 333, Abominations Everywhere. Shang could barely believe what was happening right now. Several abominations were appearing all over the playground zone just after he had reached the commander stage. He was certain that this couldn't be a coincidence. Have I summoned them? He thought in shock. He had thought about a way to summon them, but he hadn't expected that he could actually do that. Additionally, Shang had summoned multiple. For just a moment, Shang and the abomination looked at each other. Shang didn't feel any kind of anger or envy coming from the abomination. It felt more like it came here to help him. Boom. Shang felt the ground quake. Fighting had broken out. No time to hesitate. It already happened. Might as well take advantage of it. Shang extended his hand toward the abomination. When he extended his hand, the abomination walked closer of its own free will, extending one of its claws. Their hands touched, and Shang felt something push into his hand. Power entered Shang's left hand, traveling through his arm and into his torso. Shang's eyes widened in realization, and he immediately threw all of his own mana outside, filling the cave with mana. The abomination became smaller and smaller as time passed until it eventually completely vanished into Shang's left arm. At that time, Shang's entire body began to bulge. Boom, boom. Shang released a powerful ice blast followed by fire blast, severely injuring his entire body. His body stopped ballooning as all the power inside his body was being used up to fuel it. Boom, boom. Shang released another two blasts, and more of the power inside his body vanished. My power is soaring. Shang felt excitement. Earlier, Shang's power had been 85% as powerful as a peak general stage beast. After the breakthrough, his power had grown, but his relative power in comparison to beasts had sunken. After all, if Shang's body remained as powerful as an equal beast after a breakthrough, there would be no sense in strengthening his body any further. Because of that, his power had dropped from 85% to about 60%. The only difference was that Shang was not 60% as powerful as a peak general stage beast, but 60% as powerful as an initial commander stage beast. That was still far more powerful. But now, by absorbing the abomination, Shang's power had climbed to 70% of an initial commander stage beast again. This was only one round of strengthening. A couple of seconds later, Shang absorbed every speck of power from the abomination. Bang. Shang jumped out of the hole he had dug with his domain of entropy and quickly charged out of the cave. I can't remain here. As soon as Shang came out of the cave, he could see the plague rat zone. Boom, boom. The black castle was gone. All the black stones had vanished, leaving behind a crater. However, most of the mages were still alive, and they were currently fighting several soldier and general stage abominations. But the situation was even worse in the east. Bang, bang. Shang heard and felt terrifying waves of power coming from the east. Most of the abominations had arrived near the east, and there were several commander stage abominations among them. The mages could kill a commander stage abomination as long as it didn't convert its existence into entropy. The domain of entropy was scary, but it was not so powerful that it couldn't be overcome by someone at the same level. The scary thing about the abominations had always been their ability to convert their existence into pure destruction. If a group of mages decided to fight with a commander stage abomination, it might decide to blow itself up, taking out hundreds of years of its surroundings and killing everything. Right now, Shang could feel the commander stage abominations blow themselves up one after the other, which was not normal. Commander stage abominations could destroy their surroundings without needing to sacrifice their bodies. They only converted their existence to destruction if something attacked them that they couldn't defeat, and Shang knew exactly what was attacking them. The plague rat. Terrifying and gigantic streaks of black appeared in an instant and vanished just as quickly, which was followed by a terrifying and gigantic explosion. If I stay here, the plague rat will definitely kill me. I can tell just by its name that it's not as friendly as the thunder horse. Bang. Shang used a fire blast to accelerate towards the northeast. It was time for him to escape. Shang's speed had increased by a terrifying amount after reaching the initial commander stage. He didn't know how fast he was going right now, but he guessed that it was around 250 kilometers per hour. Sadly, Shang didn't have the time to think about his newfound speed. The explosions from the east intensified as they came closer to Shang, and he heard more frequent explosions from the west. However, he also heard a couple of explosions coming from the north, but they were not as numerous. After a couple of minutes, Shang was close to the border of the next zone, but of course, there were guards there. As Shang ran over a hill, he saw a long coastline with two towers standing at the shore. The towers were about 5 kilometers away from each other, but that was still within their range. Right now, a couple of spells were being flung out of the towers by true mages. Each tower had 2 true mages in them. They were responsible for defending the border and sending a signal if the Black Shadow Kingdom tried to attack them. However, the force stationed on this border wasn't nearly as strong as the forces stationed near the other borders. The zone to the northeast of the plague rat zone was the Tide Serpent Zone. It was basically a lake over 100 kilometers wide. Traveling across the lake was extremely dangerous, and the two kingdoms avoided entering it as much as possible. Powerful beasts could attack the mages from directly below them if they tried to cross it, which made fighting very difficult. However, this lake was the perfect escape route for Shang. While mages had huge problems fighting above or underwater, Shang didn't have it as difficult. He was very mobile, and his mobility was just as useful underwater. Sure, he would be slower due to the higher resistance, and he wouldn't see as much with the strong prevalence of water mana, but he could still deal with these weaknesses. On top of that, the forces stationed at the Tide Serpent Zone's border in the Black Shadow Kingdom also weren't the most powerful. This would give Shang an opportunity to enter the Black Shadow Kingdom. Shang's gaze wandered over the 2 towers as they dealt with the abominations. Luckily, the abominations were not very close to the towers, and the mages dealt with them before they could get close. Dealing with the abominations wouldn't be difficult for the 2 towers. When Shang saw that, a cold light appeared in his right eye. I don't want them to know that I have fled. Sure, they probably won't follow me, but it's important to be careful. After making his decision, Shang charged towards the tower on his left as he lifted the emblem he had gotten from Researcher Brill. Chapter 334, Controlling. The 2 mages on the left tower noticed Shang running towards them with his emblem held high. They were not entirely sure why weak barbarian came to help them. After all, going into close combat with the abominations was a death sentence. One explosion and 0 would become nothing. However, they also didn't care much. He was a barbarian. If he managed to make one abomination explode, he would have already contributed far more than he was worth in their minds. The mages kept assaulting the abominations as Shang got closer. Why are you running to our tower? One of the mages shouted in frustration as he saw Shang ignore the abominations and run towards the tower. Deal with the abominations. I have special orders, Shang shouted as he came closer. At the same time, Shang tried to connect to the abominations with his mind. There was some kind of connection between them, and Shang was sure that he could communicate with them. After all, the commander stage abomination immediately strengthened Shang when he wanted it to strengthen him. Maybe that also worked with other things. Shang activated his domain of entropy a little bit, and the connection strengthened. It was like Shang was connected to all the abominations in the surroundings. Shang imagined a picture of the 2 towers inside his mind. Then, he associated the left tower with apathy and the right tower with anger. As Shang was doing that, he entered the tower's door. There was a powerful barrier around the tower, but the mages didn't see him as their enemy. Sure, they were aware that Shang was entering the tower, but he also showed the emblem of Researcher Brill. Because of that, he easily passed the barrier. Also, so what if Shang was here? They were early true mages. Shang was some peak fighter stage barbarian. Even the strongest barbarian in the world might not be able to win against them, and Shang was definitely not the strongest barbarian in the world. As Shang shot up the stairs, the abominations began to change course. Instead of mindlessly charging at both towers, they focused on the right tower. They completely ignored the attacks from the left tower, which killed several abominations, and fully focused on charging to the right tower. The 4 mages on the towers realized that this was a problem. They could deal with abominations charging at both towers, but if they focused on only one, that tower might fall, leaving only one remaining. Shang reached the top of the tower and the 2 mages. One of them glared with anger at Shang. What are you doing here? You are supposed to dash. Boom. Silence. The mage that had just shouted at Shang aggressively was cut into 2 pieces by Shang's gigantic sword. He had barely noticed the attack before it hit him. Even with such a heavy weapon, Shang's speed was absolutely terrifying. In fact, Shang's body had become so powerful that he could wield his gigantic sword like a normal-sized one. He could easily swing it with one arm. The true mage hadn't had his mana shield active since there had been no immediate danger close to him, which had spelled his doom. When the other mage saw that his comrade had died, shock was quickly replaced by rage. In an instant, he activated his mana shield. Boom. Shang's legs exploded with as his speed reached new heights. The tower was small, and the mage was very close to him. Just when the mage had activated his mana shield, Shang had already reached him. The amount of mana an early true mage had was scary, and they recovered their mana and insane speeds due to mana tranquility. Getting through a mana shield cast by such a mage was beyond difficult, especially if that mage was a level above Shang. As Shang reached the mage, his opponent began to prepare several spells. Shang wouldn't be able to get through the mana shield in an instant. Shang swung his gigantic sword at the mage's mana shield. CRRR. Suddenly, Shang's sword began to release violent black flames, leaving behind a black arc in the air. The mage was concentrating on his spell and didn't pay attention to Shang's attack. After all, he was safe behind his mana shield. And then, Shang's sword hit the mana shield. Bang. Crack. The sword was stopped for just a tiny instant before the mana shield broke into pieces, sapping the mage of all his mana. It happened so fast that the mage couldn't even react. Shang's burning sword cut through the mage's body, setting his entire body on fire. Just 1 second later, the mage's body turned to ash and scattered to the winds. Shang had killed 2 mages one level above him in just an instant. It wasn't a fair fight, but he had killed them regardless. Bang. As the second mage's space ring was destroyed, all his belongings suddenly appeared around the place where he had just been. Shang immediately shoved all the loot into his inner world. He had no time to look at it, and he also didn't know if there were trackers on it. Because of that, he put all of it into his inner world instead of his new space ring. As long as the loot was inside his inner world, the mages probably wouldn't be able to find it. After pocketing the first mage's space ring, Shang used some of the leftover flames from sword to incinerate his body. He didn't want to leave any trace of his escape behind. Originally, he had planned on making his escape public. After all, there was no way to keep it a secret. But now, there was another option. What if Shang tied to an abomination? As the attacks from the left tower stopped, the abominations managed to get closer to the right tower. The mages on the right tower fell into a panic. Why was the other tower not attacking? The mages shouted in person at the left tower, but when the abominations reached the right tower, they jumped out of the tower and fled. However, there was no place to run. The mages shot a couple more spells, but eventually, a general stage abomination reached them and exploded. Boom. The explosion had been nearly 100 meters wide, and it had turned the 2 mages and all their belongings into nothing. When Shang saw that the other mages were dead, he jumped out of the tower with his new sword. In order to kill the second mage quickly, Shang had activated Sword's entry, which made it smaller by quite a bit. The balance of Sword's components had been askew ever since it had absorbed so much war at once. It had even said that it could only absorb fire mana due to that. But by activating entropy, Sword managed to burn off the irregularities inside itself, returning to a balanced state. Right now, Sword was no longer the absolutely gigantic blade it had just been. Instead, Sword returned to its larger but not gigantic form. It was about 1.5 meters long, which wasn't nearly as monstrously large as its earlier 2.5-meter long state. After Shang reached the ground, he ordered 2 abominations to charge at the 2 towers. When the 2 of them reached the towers, they detonated themselves, decimating the 2 towers. At the same time, Shang cancelled the magic contract inside his mind regarding the special mission. The mages of the Grand Mountain Kingdom would know that the contract had been destroyed and where Shang was, but they wouldn't know why it had been broken. Shang could have also just died. Shang timed the cancellation of the contract just right. And then, Shang charged toward the huge lake, the Tide Serpent Zone. Boom. Shang heard a rather close explosion of a commander stage abomination, and he looked over. At that moment, Shang saw a black shadow with red eyes rapidly moving toward the abominations near Shang. Shang immediately knew what that was. The plague rat had reached this place. Chapter 335, Deep Lake. Things were becoming dangerous right now. Shang was pretty sure that the plague rat wouldn't care about the Thunder Horse's mark. Shang immediately ran for the coastline to the Tide Serpent Zone, hoping that he would reach it before the plague rat got to him. The black shadow of the plague rat tore through the abominations at insane speeds. It was probably killing over 10 abominations per second, which was absolutely ridiculous. Bang. Shang released an ice blast, jumping over the lake in front of him. At that moment, Shang felt like danger was approaching. Bang. Shang released a fire blast above him, shooting him into the lake below him. A moment later, a black shadow passed over him. This had only been a casual attack from the plague rat, which hadn't even been targeted at Shang. However, that would have been more than enough to kill him. As soon as Shang's body entered the water, a bit of lightning shot over his body. Shang knew what that meant. Something very powerful had just inspected him. Shang's darkness vision extended towards the coastline, and he saw the black shadow of the plague rat throw a short glance at Shang. But without hesitation, the plague rat turned away again and focused on the other abominations inside its zone, leaving Shang in the lake. When Shang saw that, he released a sigh of relief. Guess I'm no longer your problem, huh? But honestly, this was way too close. Shang heard more explosions coming from the plague rat zone, and he really hoped that no one connected the appearance of the abominations to him. This time, it can be attributed to coincidence. Nobody will probably connect it to me, however. Shang narrowed his right eye. If I keep just randomly showing up at places where abominations appear, it won't take some genius to figure out that I am connected to their appearance. Sure, getting an abomination to strengthen my body is a great boost to my power, but every time I summon them is playing with my life. Obviously, the plague rat is not the kind of zone beast that is responsible for dealing with abominations in other zones like the Storm Eagle. Because of that, it didn't follow me, and the Tide Serpent might not even have noticed me. If I had summoned the abominations in the Storm Eagle zone and fled to the Ice Wyvern zone, the Storm Eagle might have chased me. Additionally, the Storm Eagle has gigantic attacks that cover a huge area, while the plague rat obviously didn't have such attacks. I think I was in luck by being inside the plague rat zone when I made my breakthrough. Not only do I not care about what the Grand Mountain Kingdom thinks of me, but the plague rat also didn't bother to chase me. In the future, I need to be more careful. Shang was a little bit under the water, which wasn't anything problematic for him. After all, he was a commander stage warrior. He didn't need food, water, or air to survive. His entire being completely relied on mana to sustain him. However, there was one surprising thing about being above this very deep lake. An unknown number of powerful beasts could be swimming right beneath Shang's feet at this moment, and he wouldn't know it. After all, the entire lake was filled with nothing but water mana, and Shang couldn't use water mana to see his surroundings. This meant that he needed to rely on his vision, hearing, and sense of touch. Yet, surprisingly, Shang wasn't afraid. He wasn't even really nervous. Power, Shang thought. This is because of power. Shang looked into the seemingly infinite abyss below him. On Earth, I felt quite nervous whenever I thought about being in the middle of the Pacific. Thousands of meters of water in all directions but up. That's quite a terrifying thought. But, right now, I don't feel so nervous. That's because of power. I might be at a disadvantage when it comes to fighting terrain, but I'm confident that I can kill a mid-commander stage beast, even in this environment. A lake commander stage beast will probably kill me, but if we were to fight on land, I might have a chance. How many lake commander stage beasts and more powerful are in this lake? Shang thought about this for a moment. Not that many, probably. Maybe 300. Additionally, most of them are probably in the absolute deepest parts of the lake. After all, the deeper inside the lake, the denser the water mana. When I was new to this world, I was prey. I was forced to remain on pathways made by humans since nearly every beast posed a danger to me. Now, I am on a level where it doesn't matter anymore where I go. I am not powerless. I am not the prey. I am the hunter. Shang glanced at the plague rat zone, which was still in battle. Since the Tide Serpent didn't care about the sky above its lake, the plague rat's domain even stretched over the Tide Serpent zone, darkening the sky. Right now, Shang swam inside an endlessly deep lake below the black skies, distant explosions brightened the horizon from time to time. And then, Shang dove into the lake. The Grand Mountain Kingdom and the Black Shadow Kingdom were extremely dangerous to him right now. But there were no humans here. Even though Shang was only about 50 meters away from the shoreline, the lake still seemed bottomless below him. Obviously, the thick water mana had aggressively dug up every bit of earth it could get its hands on as long as it didn't belong to another zone beast. As Shang descended, the darkness of the lake engulfed him. It was so very dark, but there was still no darkness mana around Shang. There was only water mana. As Shang descended, he felt like beasts were watching him from all sides. He couldn't be sure if this was actually the case or not since he had no way to sense it. However, logic told him that he should have come across some beast by now. Yet, no beast showed itself. The lake was calm. It was peaceful. It was deep. It was dark. Shang continued to descend. There was no change to his surroundings. No ground, no wall, no beast, no current, nothing. Shang descended for about 5 minutes, and he guessed that he had descended over a kilometer by now. Yet, there was nothing. Shang didn't even feel any vibrations coming from the plague rat zone anymore. He didn't know if the fighting had stopped or if he was simply too deep in the lake. Shang guessed that even if two zone beasts were to fight right above his lake, he wouldn't notice. The water isolated him from the world. Nothing happening above the lake concerned him. This was a different world. For some reason, the isolation calmed Shang's heart and mind. There was no stress or time. While Shang had been in the Grand Mountain Kingdom, he had felt a bit pressed for time. After all, he wanted to return to his home, Warrior's Paradise. But now, Shang didn't feel that pressed anymore. At that moment, Shang's mind turned to the first time he had trained in this world. He had thought something very similar back then. No responsibilities. No money issues. No job. Only power. That feeling returned to Shang at this moment. And then, Shang just paused inside the dark lake and closed his eye. He wanted to enjoy this feeling. For a long while, Shang didn't move. Shang might not be alone here. There could be beasts around him at this moment. But, right now, that didn't matter. Right now, in his mind, Shang was alone. Chapter 336, 3 months. Shang didn't know how long he remained here, and he didn't care. The stillness of the water around him soothed his mind, and he felt like being here was the right thing to do. He didn't know what, but that was what he felt. After an unknown amount of time, Shang opened his right eye again. He felt like he knew the lake better now. I should continue, he thought. Then, Shang continued descending. Why was he descending? There was a reason for it. After another 2 minutes, Shang felt something other than water touch him. He extended his hands and felt the sand. Finally, he thought. I'm probably over 1.5 kilometers deep in the lake, but I only feel sand now. Shang was sure that the lake had to have a deepest point, and he was also sure that the deepest part would not be that close to the border of the zone. The deepest part of the lake would be the most dangerous part, and Shang didn't want to enter that part. However, Shang also didn't want to leave the Tide Serpent zone. The Tide Serpent apparently didn't really care about Shang, while other zone beasts might care a lot about him, which would be bad. If Shang decided to dig into the earth right near the edge, the plague rat might decide that Shang was inside its zone again. Because of that, Shang had swum downward. Right now, he was about 50 meters away from the border, which meant that if he were to dig into the wall now, he would definitely still be inside the Tide Serpent zone. Shang's hands felt the sand, and he noticed that it was a steep wall instead of a floor. It's like a funnel, Shang thought, an incredibly steep one, at that. If the funnel keeps going at this angle, the deepest point of the lake might be tens of kilometers deep. Maybe even hundreds. Shang wasn't sure if the funnel shape would keep going indefinitely until the walls met, but he didn't think that it was impossible. Up to now, Shang still hadn't seen another beast, but he felt like he had come across somebody's descent. After Shang had reached the sand wall, he extended his arms and buried them in the sand. Then, he continued swimming into the wall. Shang's body was strong enough that he could swim into the sandy wall like it was water. It basically made no difference to Shang. Shang purposely didn't leave an opening while burying himself in the sand, not that the sand would allow him to. His purpose in coming here was to find a safe place. After digging several meters into the sandy wall, Shang stopped. Sand was all around him. In a sense, Shang was buried alive. The pressure here, especially with the sand surrounding him, would kill a soldier stage warrior, but it wasn't an issue to Shang. For a while, Shang simply lay motionlessly buried in the sand, feeling the surroundings. The sand allowed Shang to feel any vibrations much better than the water, and he was using it to scout if something living was nearby. Shang felt some slight movement come from the lake, but it wasn't significant. More importantly, Shang didn't feel anyone digging in the sand, which he had expected. Only beasts with water affinities were living inside the Tide Serpent zone, and those beasts definitely weren't interested in being surrounded by sand, which exhibited earth lava. Additionally, this wall was just beside the plague rat zone, which meant that there were only very few earth affinity beasts living there. This made this place perfect for Shang. Only earth affinity beasts would be interested in coming here, and there were no earth affinity beasts around here. The depths of the Tide Serpent zone symbolized the greatest danger. No human would willingly come here. After all, an unknown depth filled with terrifying sea creatures would be below them. Even more, there was no place to hide in the middle of the lake. Which human would willingly descend that far into the Tide Serpent zone? Yet, in the greatest danger lay the safest place. A perfect sanctuary for anything that wasn't a sea beast. After several hours of not feeling any kind of significant movement, Shang decided that this place was safe enough, and he entered his inner world. Shang decided to take his clothes and sword with him. In this lake, clothes were not really useful, and they were rather annoying. Inside his inner world, Shang put on his nearly destroyed black armor. His real body in the Tide Serpent zone was naked now, but the body inside his inner world would need protection. When Shang saw the black armor, he thought that it looked even more damaged than he had remembered. The scars of battle from his fight with Vice Commander Will Berry were still visible. The magic runes were destroyed, and the cape could barely be called loose, black streamers. But it was still better than nothing. The material might still be able to turn a fatal attack into one that only heavily injured Shang. Shang had never taken off the black wrapping covering his left eye socket, which meant that his look had returned to his old one. Right now, Shang no longer looked like a barbarian but a warrior. In a way, he looked a bit like a younger but more injured version of the teen. Shang's inner world was just as dead and lifeless as previously. Yes, the blue sky was beautiful, but the meadow that stretched into infinity made the world feel artificial, barren, and unfinished. The only thing of note was the black stone beside Shang, and that stone was also the reason why he had come here. Below the writings on the stone, Shang found it. The timer. 86 days and a couple of hours, Shang said. It seems like I get 3 months to adjust to my power this time. Last time I only got 1 month. Shang's brows furrowed. But it's still surprising that there are 86 days now. Did I stay in the lake for 4 entire days? It didn't feel that long. The reason why Shang had come here was to check the timer for his next trial. It was important to know how much time he had. After all, the more powerful he became before the trial started, the better. With 3 months, I can strengthen myself about 6 times if I operate at peak efficiency. I can only strengthen my body with water beasts, but that doesn't really make a difference since I can't use abominations anyway. Serpents are known for their magical powers and gigantic attacks. If abominations were to appear in the lake, the Tide Serpent would probably release one massive attack that takes all of them out, including me. Right now, it might respect the Thunder Horse's mark, but if it sees abominations suddenly appear around me, it will probably kill me just to be sure. Shang looked at the timer for a bit more. 3 months, 6 strengthenings, he said. I should get on it right now. After that, Shang left his inner world with sword and entered his no-name body. Then, he dug out of the sandy wall. Then, he carved the location of this place into his mind and swam deeper into the dark unknown. He needed to hunt. Chapter 337, Blind Fight. Shang left the sandy wall and swam downward in a diagonal way. He didn't want to get too far from the wall, but he knew that he also wouldn't find any beast that close to it. Shang had no idea how far down he had to go to find a beast appropriate to his level. After all, he hadn't even found a weak beast up to now. It was a gamble. Shang continued swimming down in the dark lake for quite a while. Everything was silent. The lake was completely still. It was almost like it was ancient. Was this really just a place that his own beast had created, or had the lake been there before his own beast had appeared? Shang continued descending for about 5 more minutes before he stopped. I don't know how deep I have to go to find an appropriate beast to my level. It's also possible that I might go beyond where I want to go. If I do that, I will die. Shang stopped descending and decided to swim further out into the lake from his current depth. He guessed that he was probably nearly 3 kilometers deep. The scenery didn't change. It didn't matter if Shang went down, forward, or up. Everything always remained the same. There was still no movement. I need to do something drastic if I want to gain some intel, Shang thought. Shang readied his sword. Bang. Shang released an ice blast, turning the water behind him into ice as he shot forward. The rapid speed at which Shang was moving through the water cooled his heated body very quickly, allowing him to cast another ice blast just a second later. Bang, bang, bang. Shang used one ice blast after the next to rapidly move around. He had no idea where he had to go. He was only blindly moving around. Eventually, about a minute later, Shang felt a strong current that wasn't created by him. Bang. Shang exploded towards the place where the current had come from. Bang. Shang released a second ice blast, turning everything behind him into ice. Crack. The blunt side of Shang's sword had just hit something. The water around Shang turned red, and he saw something move in the darkness. Shang extended his hand forward and grabbed the closest thing to him. It didn't move. Blood poured out of the thing Shang was holding, telling him that he had just killed a beast. It was difficult for Shang to see, but he could still see somewhat. He just couldn't see very far. Shang looked at the thing he was holding and realized that he was holding the lower half of a rather big fish. Shang had killed a beast by ramming into it with his wit. Shang didn't recognize the kind of beast since he basically knew nothing about water beasts, but he could still do some basic tests. Shang tested the resistance of the fish's muscles and the hardness of its scale. Should be around the early general stage, Shang estimated. Need to go deeper. Shang threw the parts of the fish to the side since he had no use for it and descended further. The blood quickly vanished from around Shang as he continued going deeper into the lake. He descended for another 5 minutes. Nothing. Shang continued descending for another 5 minutes. Still nothing. I should be nearly 5 kilometers deep. I can already feel quite a bit of pressure on my body. I think I will reach my limit at around 7 kilometers. I can survive even deeper, but moving would become too strenuous. I don't think that the water beasts want to go too deep due to the stronger beasts down there. I'll descend 1 more kilometer. Moving at such a depth wasn't very easy for Shang. The pressure was all around his body. Luckily, Shang didn't need to go much further. After about 2 minutes, Shang felt a strong current coming toward him, and he immediately reacted to it. Bang. Shang released an ice blast from his legs, charging upward. Crack. The ice below Shang's feet was broken apart as something smashed through it. Obviously, something had just tried to kill Shang. However, Shang couldn't tell where the beast had gone to. He could barely see a couple of meters in front of him. Vision isn't very helpful here, Shang thought as he closed his eye. He fully focused on his other senses. A second later, Shang felt something approaching, but he didn't open his eye. Boom. Suddenly, the water around Shang vanished. At this moment, Shang was inside a space filled with nothing but mana. Domain of entropy. Bang. Shang kicked backward with his legs and released an ice blast. As Shang shot forward, his mana was being consumed at a terrifying rate due to how much mass the domain of entropy was converting to mana. The empty tunnel Shang left behind was quickly closed by the water. Shang opened his eye when he was certain that he was right in the path of the beast in front of him. Then, Shang struck forward. Crack. Shang was thrown back, but he felt his sword dig into something before being thrown away. The water drowned Shang again as he deactivated his domain of entropy. He didn't need it anymore. Shang's eye narrowed. Bang. He released an ice blast, quickly followed by another one. He shot through a sea of blood. Shang felt another violent current in front of him. Bang. Bang. Shang released two quick fire blasts to speed up. Then, he struck to the side. Crack. Shang cut through something hard, and more blood appeared in front of him. For some reason, Shang felt that the currents were becoming rough and irregular. That probably got his back fin. It was trying to run. Bang. Shang used another ice blast, and he quickly felt the beast again. Bang. Shang shot diagonally upwards when he suddenly felt the current stop in front of him. Then, he pointed his left arm upward. Bang. Shang released another ice blast and shot down as he struck forward with his sword in his right hand. Crack. Sure enough, he hit something hard. Shang's right eye burned. Bang. Bang. He released another two blasts to increase his power. Crack. And his sword finally broke through the thing he had hit. Shang paused again and concentrated on his surroundings. His left side was exhibiting several small currents while his right side was quiet. Bang. Shang cut towards his left side and hit something. Silence. The lake returned to silence. Shang quickly grabbed towards his right and his left, shoving whatever he touched into his space ring. Bang. Bang. Then, Shang released one ice blast after the other to ascend again. He no longer needed to be covered. About 5 minutes later, Shang shot towards the sandy wall again and buried himself. When he felt nothing moving around him, he entered his inner world with his space ring. Inside his inner world, Shang took out the space ring and dumped whatever was in there out. Bang. The bisected corpse of a terrifying fish appeared in front of Shang. It was nearly 10 meters long and over 2 meters high. A terrifying amount of teeth came out of its mouth, which then curved around its entire body, creating a powerful armor made of bent teeth. The fish's head had a deep cut going through its mouth up to the middle of its eyes. That was my first attack. Shang looked at the back fin, which had long spikes on it. Sure enough, a horizontal cut had separated the upper and lower half of the fin. The back half of the fish also had teeth armor protecting it, but the teeth between the two halves had been broken apart. This had been when Shang had bisected the fish. The last injury was a deep cut at the place where the fish's left eye had been. This had been Shang's killing strike. Shang looked at the fish for a while. It looked alien and terrifying. Its mouth was constantly open due to the teeth that bent over its entire body. There were a couple more teeth at the back of its throat that were not bent. This was probably what it used to kill its prey after ramming into it. Shang bent down and performed a couple of tests on the fish. Then, he frowned. Early commander stage. Not sure if I can absorb that. Chapter 338, Mind Battle. Shang looked at the fish for some time. It would be a matter of luck to get the right piece, and I don't want to accidentally run into something too powerful. I think I should try it. Shang slowly dug out the fish's heart and started to consume it. After he had eaten around half the heart, his brows furrowed. The mana is not activating. I thought I could eat half of the heart, but apparently, I need to eat the entire thing to strengthen my body. I think it has something to do with the beast's will. Shang looked at the remaining heart, narrowed his eye, and consumed it as well. When Shang swallowed the last bite, he felt his body heat up. He was reminded of the time he had consumed the earth fruit hedgehog's first fruit. Speaking of, Shang thought, I think I am powerful enough to fight the earth fruit hedgehog equally now. Duke Whirlwind said that it reached the mid-commander stage after consuming the old ice octopus. The insurmountable gap of power Shang felt whenever he had looked at the earth fruit hedgehog had vanished. Can't get distracted now. Need to deal with the mana. Shang decided that he had to take drastic measures. After all, if there were too much mana remaining inside his body, it would become troublesome. Bang. Bang. Shang released two opposing blasts, one after the other, severely injuring his body. Shang quickly shoved all his own mana into healing his body, and his body was consuming the beast's mana to regain its old storage. Shang hadn't cleared his mana before swallowing the heart since he didn't need to. He had already experimented a couple of times. Thanks to his warrior body, he had the ability to use up his own mana at terrifying rates. The beast's mana was entering Shang's being at rapid rates, but that wasn't nearly fast enough. Bang. Bang. Shang injured his own body even more, the pain starting to face him. His body was trying to heal rapidly, but controlling foreign mana wasn't very easy. But Shang noticed that his body was absorbing the mana a tiny bit faster. I have to try it. It's too risky having so much foreign mana inside myself. Bang. Shang released another two blasts, his organs spreading over the surroundings. He was out of his own mana, and his natural regeneration might not be fast enough to heal him in time. Shang gritted his teeth as he tried to stay awake. The darkness of death was calling for him. If you don't absorb faster, I will die. Shang's body began to shiver at several places, and he resisted the urge to convulse. Steam came out of Shang's body as the mana got absorbed even faster. But at the same time, Shang noticed that his mana had become imbalanced. It was like his body was starting to mutate violently. His organs were regenerating in the wrong places and in wrong sizes. Bang. Shang destroyed parts of the incorrect organs, doing his best not to accidentally kill himself. It was a constant battle of death on a tiny tightrope above a cliff. One wrong step and Shang would die. The beast's mana was rapidly being consumed under Shang's controlled destruction. It was incredibly painful, but Shang kept an iron grip on his focus. This was probably one of the most panic-inducing and painful experiences in Shang's life, only superseded by the procedure and the time he had consumed the first fruit from the earth fruit hedgehog. Blood and guts gathered around Shang, and he wanted to do nothing more but lose consciousness. However, Shang kept going. Eventually, an hour later, Shang stopped. The will of the beast had returned, and it became impossible to absorb the remaining mana now. Shang allowed foreign mana to enter his being again and fully focused on recovering. Shang felt some kind of foreign will attack his mind. It felt very similar to fighting unconsciousness. As he fought against the foreign will, Shang sat down and closed his eye, focusing on the mental battle. It was like he was desperately leaning against the door as someone tried to open it with force. It was a battle of attrition. Shang had to put his full focus on resisting the enemy's will. Every moment was difficult. Shang didn't know how long he kept fighting off the will, but he was sure that a long time had gone by. At some point, the assault grew weaker, and Shang could actually relax a little. Some more time later, Shang didn't need to focus on the battle anymore. The beast will had grown so weak that it was no longer a threat. For the first time in a long while, Shang opened his eye. The first thing he did was look at the big stone in his inner world. 73 days remain, Shang read in shock. I have been battling the beast will for 13 days. Shang took a deep breath. Right now, the will was only slightly more powerful than when he had strengthened himself the normal way. With enough work, I can clear the beast will in about 12 days. It seems like it's possible to strengthen myself with the beast heart a level stronger than me, but it will take longer to recover in total. Shang took out his sword and tested his power. After a bit of testing, he could estimate his newfound power. It wasn't as good as he had hoped. He had hoped for some kind of boost after going through so much danger, but the efficiency seemed to only be a little bit better than if he were to do it the normal way. If an initial commander stage beast gives me 1 unit of power, this one gave me 2.4 units. A normal beast takes me about 12 days to recover, while this will take me a total of about 26 days. It's a net gain of about 0.2 units, but it's extremely dangerous, and I am essentially completely helpless for 2 weeks after consuming one. It's not worth it. If I have a normal one, I should use the normal one. I should only go for early commander stage beasts if I don't find anything else. Shang remained sitting for some time longer to relax. His mind had been strained for a long time. Eventually, Shang stood up. I have about 12 days to kill, he said as he looked at sword. I think we need to strengthen you. How about I dig into a plague rat zone deep underground, and you tell me if you feel any useful ore. I think the plague. Rat should have calmed down by now. On top of that, it lives many kilometers to the east. I'm fine with that, Sword answered. Shang nodded. Then, he left his inner world and went back into his real body, which had been buried inside the sand for nearly 2 weeks. Shang's real body felt quite stiff, but that wasn't really an issue. After opening his eye, Shang continued digging deeper into the wall. About a minute later, he felt the earth becoming harder. Then, he continued digging through the hard earth. And just 3 hours later, Sword told Shang that it felt something useful. This would be Shang's new life for the next 3 months. Strengthening and digging. Chapter 339, Trial starts. Over the next 3 months, Shang kept strengthening his body and digging for ore. Digging for ore wasn't as straightforward as he had thought. Sure, Sword was finding a lot of ore, but not every piece of ore was usable by them. Some had the wrong affinity. Others were either too weak or too strong. However, after several months of nearly fully focusing on mining ore, Shang had gotten enough to boost Sword to the late commander stage. Yes, he had found enough to boost it to the mid commander stage and then to the late commander stage. Sword's shape hadn't changed, but it had become quite a bit heavier. Now, it no longer felt like Shang was swinging a small stick around. Shang's sword was already quite big, even if it was not as big as when Shang had been in the Grand Mountain Kingdom. This also meant that it was quite heavy. Usually, only a late commander stage warrior could wield the current sword, but they would only be able to move slowly. But Shang could swing sword with only one hand. This spoke volumes about Shang's physical strength. Right now, Shang's body was a bit weaker than the body of a peak commander stage warrior, which was a terrifying gap in power. Honestly, at this point, it became almost pointless for Shang to compare himself to warriors. There were so few warriors left in the world with a body more powerful than him, and the warriors had also fallen off by a lot when compared to beasts and mages. From now on, Shang could only adequately compare his physical strength to beasts and his actual power to mages. So, how powerful was Shang's body when compared to an initial commander stage beast after 3 months of strengthening? Shang had just finished his most recent strengthening. Originally, he had killed another early commander stage beast, but if Shang decided to use his heart, he would miss the deadline for the trial. Because of that, Shang had gone out again to hunt an initial commander stage beast, and he eventually got it. Shang clenched his right fist and swung sword a couple of times. The further I advance, the slower the strengthening process. It's like hyperbole. Right now, I should be about 75% to 80% as strong as an initial commander stage beast. I managed to absorb one abomination, which heightens my starting point. I believe, while I only managed to reach about 85% at the peak general stage, I should be able to get up to 90% this time. At that moment, Shang frowned. However, that also means that it will take quite a bit longer to advance. Sure enough, the stronger I get, the harder it gets to advance. At the rate I am advancing right now, it will probably take 2 entire years for me to reach the early commander stage, and after that, it will become even slower. Shang looked at his hand. But I shouldn't use normal human standards for time anymore. Commander stage warriors often live for 250 years, which is around 3 times as much as normal humans on Earth. Reaching the true path stage in my 40s would be like reaching it in my teens if I were to use the standard longevity from Earth. Shang looked away from his hand and to the side as he remembered something. Speaking of, I think my body should be about 22 years old now. That was also my age when I left Earth, right? Or was it 23? Honestly, I can't really remember anymore. My life on Earth has become more and more distant as time passes. It's almost like my previous life was nothing but a dream. I don't know how I should feel about this. Shang didn't think anything for a couple of seconds as he tried to discern what he was actually feeling. Sadly, he wasn't exactly sure how he felt about this particular topic. The past is in the past. To be frank, it doesn't even really matter. Shang stood up from the ground inside his inner world. He still wore the damaged armor since he felt a bit uncomfortable about being naked outside of water. He had gotten used to swimming around naked in the tide serpent zone, but being naked on land was a bit weird. Shang cracked his neck and did some stretches. He wasn't really doing that to warm up, but to heighten his focus. After some seconds, Shang's right eye narrowed, and he looked at the big stone in the middle of his inner world. Only a bit more than a day was remaining on the timer. I've been gone from the Sith Thunder Kingdom for a bit more than a year, huh? He commented to himself inside his mind. The last trial happened when I was about 16. That was 6 years ago. 6 years to go from the general stage to the commander stage. Shang took a deep breath and focused his mind on the task at hand again. Let's start the trial, Shang said, sword in hand. CRRR. The huge stone vanished into the ground, and something familiar returned. The wheel. The wheel came down from the sky, and just like before, the jester sat upon it. But this time, the jester had some light in his eyes. The god was no longer keeping it a secret that he was inhabiting the jester. Don't disappoint me, the jester said in his mechanical voice. Just send them in. The first few levels won't take long, Shang answered. The jester only grinned widely, and the wheel began to spin. Level 1, weak initial commander stage beast, the female mechanical voice announced. Shang didn't even look at the wheel. Nothing that the wheel could land on was a danger to him. A couple of seconds later, Shang's opponent appeared. It was a silver wolf with horns. Shang only wielded. The jester slowly lifted his hammer and struck the bell. Ding. Bang. Shang immediately exploded forward as the bell rang. The wolf opened its eyes and focused on Shang, but Shang's speed completely took it by surprise. Out of reflex, it tried to dodge to the side, but Shang was just too fast. Boom. Shang's sword easily cut through the wolf, the two halves shooting in 2 different directions. The old familiar applause returned as Shang looked forward, his right eye narrowed. Next, he said. The jester only grinned. Chapter 340, level 6 and 7. The second beast appeared after another couple of seconds, and Shang killed it. The third one died just as quickly. The fourth one also wasn't an issue. The fifth one needed Shang to release 2 strikes instead of 1, but that was about it. Level 6, powerful early commander stage beast, the mechanical voice announced. The wheel spun, and this time, Shang actually looked at what the wheel would land on. He still remembered the last time he had been on level 6 in the beast category. He had fought a powerful tiger with insanely hard metal armor. That fight hadn't been easy. Eventually, the wheel stopped, and Shang saw the image of his opponent. Just like last time, the beasts were depicted like they were mascots from a cereal company. The image of his next opponent was a smiling, long, green snake with a large wizard hat. That's probably a serpent, Shang thought. Sure enough, Shang's opponent appeared, and it was a serpent. It was about 2 meters wide and nearly 20 meters long. It had 4 claws at different parts of its body, and it hovered in the air. Wind mana was constantly swirling around it, keeping it afloat. The jester lifted his hammer and struck the bell. Ding. The serpent opened its eyes, and it quickly spotted Shang. Bang. Shang immediately exploded forward with an ice blast. He knew that serpents were basically the mages of the beast world. They excelled in ranged combat. Boom. The wind mana around the serpent exploded, and the serpent went into the air without any difficulty. After it reached a height of about 100 meters, it focused on Shang again. Lots of wind mana gathered around it as it was preparing something akin to a spell. Shang. An instant later, a transparent blade shot through the air at incredible speeds, right at Shang. Bang. Shang evaded the blade by jumping, the blade exploding on the ground and destroying the surrounding 10 meters. Shang quickly reached a height of 25 meters, but at that point, the serpent had another attack ready, which directly shot at Shang again. Bang. Shang released a fire blast, diagonally evading to the side while gaining more height. The serpent readied another attack, but something happened before it could launch it. Shang put his left arm over his sword, his left arm shriveling up. Then, he released a quick slash with his sword from a distance. The black beam left Shang's sword, and it reached the serpent in nearly an instant. If the serpent had known that Shang had a ranged attack, it might have been able to evade, but nothing about Shang told it that he could launch an attack from a distance. Bang. The black beam hit the serpent, but it wasn't injured. Then, the serpent realized in horror that it was uncontrollably falling. Why couldn't it fly anymore? Bang. Shang released another ice blast and shot at the descending serpent. A second later, the serpent managed to regain control over its wind mana and halted in the sky. Bang. Shang released another fire blast, a bit of blood coming out of his body as he shot upward. The serpent tried to evade with its slender body, but the reach of Shang's sword was just too long. Bang. Shang's sword bisected the serpent in the middle. A shrill screech of pain came out of the serpent's mouth, and its body began to move around violently, out of control. Shang grabbed the front half of the serpent and used darkness absorb. Usually, the serpent would be able to release a devastating attack at Shang from its range, but its heavy injury made it impossible for it to focus. The two of them began to fall to the ground as the serpent grew weaker and weaker. Shang's body began to balloon as he absorbed a bit too much, and he stopped absorbing more. Bang. Shang cut away another part of the serpent. Bang. Then, he used an S blast to slow his fall and lightly landed. Boom. The three parts of the serpent hit the ground, the serpent dying from it. Shang cleaned his sword on the grass of his world and stepped away. At that moment, the cheering returned. Sure enough, that was a powerful beast. I can't compare the last beast I fought to this one. For a warrior, this was the worst matchup. The serpent had been over 100 meters in the air, and it could release one devastating spell after the other. A normal warrior would have easily died to it. Of course, there were ways around it. For example, Shang could fight very well in the air due to his affinity, but other warriors had similar weapons. They could release the ranged attack Shang had gotten from the last trial, for example. Maybe they had a great number of disposable, throwable spears. Shang remembered fighting a couple of warriors that used these spears. There were ways to counter a flying opponent, but it wasn't easy. Shang felt a bit of pressure as his armor pressed onto his swollen body, but it wasn't a big deal. Level 7, weak mid-commander stage piece, the mechanical voice announced. Shang looked at the spinning wheel, and his next opponent was unveiled. The last time he had been at the 7th level, he had only won due to the inexperience of his opponent. The white dog had quite a terrifying defense, even though it was definitely not known for its defense. But this time, Shang's body was quite a bit more powerful. The wheel stopped at a smiling, burning end with spiky red hair. Young kids would probably say that it looked cool. The end appeared, and Shang looked over. It was about 5 meters long, which wasn't very big for a mid-commander stage piece. Except for its crimson red color, there was nothing really special about it. Sure, its pincers were huge and terrifying, but basically all such pincers were terrifying when magnified by that much. The jester lifted his hammer and hit the bell. Ding. The ant turned to Shang and charged at him. Surprisingly, it wasn't very fast, and it moved almost like a robot, very mechanically. Since the opponent was coming to him, Shang didn't immediately charge in. Instead, he ran at the ant without releasing his full speed. When the two of them were about 10 meters away from each other, Shang saw fire gather around the ant's pincers. Bang. Shang used a fire blast to jump upward. Crack. The pincers of the ant clapped together below him just an instant later. They had elongated, and they were completely on fire. Quite a devastating and dangerous attack, Shang thought. However, this ant counts as a comparatively weak beast. If it has such a devastating attack, it probably means that everything else about it is trash. Bang. Shang released an ice blast above him and shot directly at the ant's back, his sword pointing forward. Crack. Sword broke through the exoskeleton of the ant, but it didn't get very far. Some blood was pouring out of the ant's back, but it hadn't received a fatal injury. I used a lot of power with that attack, Shang thought calmly. Seems like its defense is also not bad. Shang jumped off the ant shortly before it fell onto its back. It had no way to properly attack something on its back. The best thing it could do was fall to its side and awkwardly roll over. Bang. Shang used another fire blast with his left arm and landed behind the ant. Crack. One of the ant's legs fell off. Sure enough, its legs are too thin to resist my attack. The ant scrambled to get back up. Crack. Shang destroyed another leg. Then, Shang jumped back and watched the ant. The ant looked like it hadn't even felt its legs being cut off and began to awkwardly advance toward Shang like a robot. It was quite a bit slower due to it missing 2 legs. So, that's it, huh? Shang thought as he watched the ant. This is why it counts as a weak beast. It has one powerful attack and good defense, but that's all. It doesn't have variety, it's very slow, and there are several blind spots in its defense. Shang retreated from the ant with a couple of leg jumps. The ant was so slow that it was even slower than Shang, someone with a much weaker body. Well, it's an ant. They don't normally fight on their own. If there are 10 such ants, these weaknesses are no longer such a big problem. After all, they can cover each other's backs with their devastating attacks. Ants are dangerous and incredibly powerful, but one ant is weak. Shang danced around the ant and cut its remaining legs off just to be on the safe side. Then, he killed it with several strikes to the head. This fight had been even easier than the previous one. The cheering returned, and the will returned. Level 8, average mid-commander stage piece, the mechanical voice announced. Shang still remembered the last time he had been at the 8th level. His enemy had been a porcupine, and he had needed to unleash entropy to win back then. One could say that Shang had never beaten the 8th level clearly. But this time, things will be different, Shang thought. I have a ranged attack, a domain, more control over my mana and my affinity, and my body is even more powerful in relation to beasts than back then. All in all, my power is much greater. It's time to beat my old record. Chapter 341, Linus. Shang looked at the wheel after the announcement. Today, he would break his old record. Eventually, the wheel stopped at an image of a female lion wearing a fur coat over her. Fur coat. Shang. Shang's enemy appeared, and he studied it. It was an icy blue lioness with thick fur. There were additional lines of even thicker fur going across its sides and back, giving it a sort of Arctic feel. It wasn't very difficult for Shang to guess what its affinity was. The jester slowly lifted his hammer and struck the bell. Ding. The lioness opened its eyes and looked at Shang with hungry eyes. Without hesitation, it immediately charged forward. Shang readied his sword. The lioness was very fast, and Shang would only be able to rival its speed with its different blasts. Its claws and teeth were obviously also extremely dangerous. Good speed, strong attack, and probably an adequate defense. This will definitely be harder than the ant, but it should still be doable. Bang. Shang also charged forward at his full speed, and the two of them very quickly reached each other. Shang released his slash as the lioness tried to bite him. The lioness quickly realized that it would be hit by the attack, but instead of retreating, rage appeared in its eyes. Crack. It angled its mouth and opened it. The sword broke through the top of some teeth, but the lioness quickly bit down, taking hold of the sword. Shang knew that his body couldn't be compared to the lioness's, which meant that his sword was stuck. As it kept hold of the sword, it quickly lifted one of its paws. Shang. Terrifyingly deadly and long icy claws came out of its paw, and it struck towards Shang. At that moment, Shang narrowed his right eye. Boom. The icy claws turned back into mono when they reached Shang. Domain of entropy. The attack missed, giving Shang an opening. Shang quickly grabbed the blade of his sword with his left hand. His arm quickly froze over and broke into icy splinters. However, the sword in the lioness's maw began to burn fiercely. The lioness opened her mouth in pain, letting go of the sword. Instead of grabbing the sword, Shang jumped. At the same time, sword moved by itself, changing its position so that it pointed straight into the lioness's throat. Bang. Shang kicked the back of his sword's handle, shooting it straight into the lioness's throat. CRKSH. Sword broke through the back of the lioness's throat, but it got stuck in the bone. However, the fire heat immediately unleashed, and the lioness jumped away as it tried to get rid of the sword with its paws. Shang heard some painful screeching come from the lioness, but he didn't let up. Bang. He immediately charged after her. The lioness hit sword with one of its paws, throwing it to the side. Shang reached the lioness without his sword and lowered his stance as he remained standing in front of it. Rage filled the lioness's eyes, and it quickly bounced at Shang. Shang remained standing, and for just a moment, time seemingly stopped. The lioness was in the middle of a jump towards Shang as he stood before it, weaponless. But at that moment, Sword's grip entered Shang's hand. Sword had become quite a lot more powerful over the last 3 months, and the more powerful it became, the faster and more agile it could move. Even though the lioness had thrown it away, it quickly changed its trajectory and reached Shang. Then, from Shang's lowered position, he struck upward with all of his power. The lioness was in the middle of its jump, and there wasn't much it could do now. The best thing it could do was protect its head with its legs. Shang struck. Bang. The paw fell to the side. However, the attack of the lioness hadn't been stopped. It was still flying towards Shang, and it would do its best to butt Shang into pieces. Shang quickly noticed that his opponent's legs were not ready for an attack, meaning that only the butt posed a danger to him. Defending from something like that wasn't difficult. Bang. Shang punched the lioness's snout. It didn't receive any major injuries from that attack, but the force slowed the lioness down while shooting Shang back. Bang. The dangerous maw closed right in front of Shang, barely missing him. The lioness landed on its 3 remaining paws. It had adapted to its missing limb very quickly. Shang didn't let up and immediately charged forward again. Surprisingly, the lioness also charged at Shang, even though it was missing a leg. Its speed had slowed by quite a bit, but Shang didn't become reckless. Shang readied another strike, but then, something surprising happened. The lioness turned its head away from Shang, turned its body, and performed a shoulder check. Shang's mind quickly analyzed the situation, but there wasn't much time. Even though such an attack had an obvious opening and wasn't really dangerous, Shang's instincts told him that he should block. Shang interrupted his attack and put sword in front of him to block whatever was coming. Shang, Shang, Shang. At that moment, the furry lines on the Lioness's side impact turned into terrifying icicles. Crack, crack, crack. The Lioness's body hit Sword's side, and the icicles broke as soon as they hit it. However, Sword was not wide enough to block off Shang's entire body, and two icicles went past it, hitting Shang in the shoulder and outer thigh. Shang's body quickly began to freeze over, but he counteracted the freezing force by releasing several ice blasts to gain some distance. The Lioness immediately charged after Shang, not letting up. Just when Shang landed, it performed the same attack again. Don't use the same attack twice. Shang thought his light appeared in his eye. Shang's sword struck forward. Boom. The icicles turned into mana as Shang activated his domain of entropy once again. Crack. With the added power of the Lioness's charge, Shang's strike managed to cut deep into the Lioness's body. The Lioness roared and fell to the side, its body flailing around in pain. Shang pulled his sword out and unleashed another attack. Crack. Another leg was destroyed during the attack, and it became impossible for his opponent to stand up. With one of the two opponents being unable to stand, the fight was already over. Shang took care not to get hit by the icicles again as he methodically inflicted more injuries on the Lioness. Activating his domain of entropy cost a lot of mana, and he didn't want to waste it. When the Lioness was close to death, Shang touched its body and performed darkness absorb. In an instant, Shang had fully recovered, but the Lioness was still alive. Since there was no more life energy Shang could use, he simply ended the fight. A second later, the Turing returned, and Shang took a deep breath. I received a couple of injuries, and I used a bit of mana. However, I didn't reach my limit yet. Shang looked at the vanishing corpse for a bit. I might have a shot at beating level 9. Chapter 342, Ice King. Shang took a deep breath and waited. Level 9, powerful mid-commander stage piece, the mechanical voice said. The wheel spun again, and Shang looked at it. He knew that the next fight would be very difficult. Let's make this one more interesting, the gesture on top of the wheel suddenly said as he snapped his fingers. Everything inside the wheel vanished and was replaced by a single picture. It was a powerful and graceful blue lion sitting on a throne. Surprisingly, this image didn't appear as kid-friendly as all the other ones. Shang quickly guessed the identity of his next opponent. Shang. And when Shang's opponent appeared, he got his guess confirmed. The lioness from before was probably part of his magnificent lion's pride. It was a male lion, and it was absolutely massive. It was over 5 meters high and over 10 meters long. Its entire body was filled with long, glistening hair, and its mane was impressive beyond belief. Its head was encased in some form of icy armor that mimicked the crown, and its forelegs had thick and powerful armor made of ice covering them. Its tail was over 5 meters long and graceful. The sheer power and majesty this lion gave off just by standing there were shocking. That's an Ice King, and I want to know if you can beat it, the jester said with a smirk. Ice King. Shang had never heard of these kinds of beasts before, but he guessed that this beast had to be powerful if humans called it a king. Shang could already guess that the Ice King was very powerful. After all, this Ice King probably had several of these lionesses serving it. To rule over so many beasts with quite impressive power required even more impressive power. At this moment, Shang felt a feeling of pressure he hadn't felt since fighting Vice Commander Wilbury. The Ice King might not be as powerful as Vice Commander Wilbury relative to Shang's power, but it was definitely very dangerous. As Shang readied his sword, the jester lifted his hammer and struck the bell. Ding. The Ice King slowly opened his eyes and glanced at Shang with pride. It barely paid any attention to Shang. For some reason, Shang felt like the pride wasn't misplaced. Bang. Nevertheless, Shang charged forward with an ice blast. As Shang reached his full speed, the Ice King only kept looking at him calmly. When Shang reached a distance of about 50 meters, the atmosphere changed. The clear sky above Shang was replaced with dark gray clouds. An instant later, white wind shot down from the skies and violently whirled around the Ice King. It was essentially a powerful blizzard, which had the snowflakes and icicles replaced with powerful ice mana. CRK, CRK. Shang's body froze almost immediately. At this moment, Shang received a massive shock. He had been frozen at such crazy speeds. His body was just a bit weaker than a peak commander stage warrior, and this Ice King was only at the mid-commander stage. Did that mean that the Ice King could freeze warriors to levels above it without even getting serious? It was almost like this Ice King was as powerful as a mage. The lioness's usage of ice mana was basic, only being able to summon some icicles on its body. But the Ice King summoned a gigantic attack that required terrifying control and a great amount of mana to pull off. This was not just a powerful mid-commander stage piece. Something like the metal tiger Shang had fought before was a joke against that. Even the serpent Shang had fought earlier would lose easily if it were on the same level as the Ice King. And that attack obviously wasn't even its full power. After all, its entire body was encased by powerful icy armor, and its body was gigantic. Its close combat abilities were probably ridiculously strong as well. Bang. Shang released several ice blasts, filling his body with fire mana. The fire mana counteracted the ice mana, unfreezing Shang's body and transforming the ice on his body into steam. This is not something a normal warrior can fight against, Shang thought as he accelerated again. I can only fight it due to my affinity. It's like there is a fundamental difference between this beast and a warrior, a difference that can't be overcome with only training. You can be the most talented, experienced, and knowledgeable warrior in the world, but you will get frozen anyway. The only way to get through this attack is to have an extremely powerful body or be a mage. This was the first opponent where experience, hard work, creativity, and training weren't enough to beat. This enemy demanded all these things, but it also demanded higher inherent qualities. Qualities someone couldn't get by training or fighting. But that was as things stood right now. A really powerful mage could probably beat the Ice King, but Shang guessed that an average mage wouldn't be able to win. Usually, an average mid-true mage could play with all kinds of mid-commander stage beasts. They were not a danger. But this thing was different. This thing could probably beat an average mid-true mage. In a way, Shang got reminded of himself. Beasts were considered to be beneath mages. Warriors were also considered to be beneath mages, but Shang had managed to break out of that stereotype and actually jump levels against mages. Shang was part of a group of beings considered far weaker than mages, just like beasts. And if warriors could have such an outstanding member like Shang, who could jump out of that classification, why couldn't beasts? This Ice King might be one of the very few beasts that could actually put up a fight against the truly powerful mid-true mages. Just like Shang, it was an extremely outstanding member of his group. But I can still fight it. Shang released one ice blast after the next to keep his body from freezing, which had the positive side effect of increasing Shang's speed by a lot. Shang was at his most powerful when he fought in very hot or very cold environments. Chapter 343, Relentless Attacks. Bang. Shang released one of many ice blasts and reached the Ice King. The Ice King still kept looking at Shang with its arrogant eyes. And when Shang reached the Ice King, it slowly lifted one of its legs and stamped down. Boom. An explosion of icicles came out of its leg, blasting in every direction. When Shang saw these icicles, he felt a mortal threat. They were so hard and powerful that they would probably punch a hole into his body. Suddenly, the area around Shang cleared, and the icicles turned into more ice mana. Domain of entropy. However, Shang was shocked by how much mana he had just consumed. I just used up 40% of my mana just to deal with these icicles. He thought in shock. Nevertheless, Shang struck at the Ice King's leg. Crack. Shang's sword hit the icy armor on the Ice King's leg and cracked it, but he didn't manage to even reach its skin. But at this moment, all the ice mana from the dispersed icicles gathered on sword as it stuck inside the armor. The ice mana of the storm had a will on it, but the ice mana of the icicles was free for sword to use. However, instead of releasing a powerful freezing blast, a large and icy edge appeared around sword. Shang put more power into sword, and sword used the ice mana and its own power to also increase its power. CRRRKSH. Shang finished the slash, and sword came out of the armor. Shortly later, an icy liquid poured out of the crack in the armor. It was the Ice King's blood. Shang had managed to cut apart its skin and a bit of muscle. Sadly, sword hadn't even reached the bone. It was only a superficial injury. When the Ice King felt the pain coming from its leg, rage appeared in its eyes. And then, it roared. Boom. An incredibly powerful shockwave hit Shang, throwing him into the distance. At the same time, even more ice mana gathered around him, speeding up the process of his body freezing. The entire world seemed to shake under the apocalyptic roar filled with dense and dangerous ice mana. Shang had to release several ice blasts to retreat and counteract the ice mana assaulting him, but he managed to survive the roar uninjured. At that moment, the Ice King finally fully looked at Shang, and Shang could see pure anger in his eyes. CRK, CRK, CRK. More ice came out of its body and solidified, encasing the Ice King in a thick armor made of ice. Even its mouth, eyes, and nose were encased by ice. There was not a single opening in its perfect defense. Shang, Shang. Then, several spears made of ice came out of the Ice King's armor, giving its majestic presence an additional feeling of pure aggression and danger. The ice mana around its body thickened even more, turning the air around it icy blue. CRK. CRK. The ground below the Ice King cracked beneath its feet as it slowly lowered its stance. And then, it exploded forward. Boom. With an icy explosion, the Ice King shot right at Shang. Its speed was so fast that Shang could barely react. Bang. Shang shot to the side with an ice blast, barely managing to evade the dangerous strike of the Ice King's claws. But at that moment, Shang felt an intense feeling of danger. Out of instinct, Shang used sword to block his side. Boom. An insane power hit sword, ramming it into Shang and throwing the two of them over 100 meters into the distance. It was the Ice King's long and powerful tail. The bones in Shang's arm and chest broke, but he quickly used his mana to fix them. While Shang was still flying, he heard another explosion and felt the cold approach of death. The ice mana around Shang intensified again as the Ice King reached him while Shang still hadn't even recovered from the previous attack. Bang. Shang released several ice blasts in the air and changed his trajectory as he slowly regained control over his body. The mighty strike of the Ice King missed as Shang passed it. Bang. And then, another explosion of icy spears came out of the Ice King's body as Shang was still in the air. Sword. Shang barely managed to shout as he let go of sword. On its own, sword quickly aligned itself between the icicles and Shang as Shang angled his body so that the silex of his feet pointed at sword. CRK. 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 Several icy spears hit sword and pushed it towards Shang's feet. Usually, sword wasn't big enough to fully block such an attack, but as Shang's body was angled now, it became possible. Bang. Shang kicked sword forward with all of his power, and the ice around sword became bigger and sharper. Crack. The flexible and powerful tail of the Ice King hit sword's edge. Sword's icy edge broke, but a huge part of the ice armor on the tail also broke. There was even a bit of blood flowing out. Only now did Shang truly realize how dangerous the Ice King was. It had released 3 devastating attacks, one after the other, without pause. And that wasn't even the end. Bang. Bang. When the Ice King realized that its tail swap had failed, it summoned 2 long and powerful icy spears above it. These 2 were not as brittle and weak as the previous icicles. And then, it shot the icy spears directly at Shang. Sword was too far away from Shang right now, which meant that he had no way to properly block the icy spears. Shang's focus reached its peak, and he felt like time had slowed down. Bang. Bang. Just when the 2 ice spears reached Shang's vicinity, he simply spread his legs and kicked their tips to the side. This required absolutely perfect timing and insane control over his body. But he had pulled it off. The icy spears angled to the side, and Shang extended his arms. And caught them. Shang's hands began to freeze, but by physically touching the attack, Shang managed to destroy the will on the ice spears. An instant later, the will on them was completely destroyed, and the ice spears vanished. Shang had once cursed this ability when he had accidentally absorbed the ice mana in the ice wood on his slight wagon. But now, it became a lifesaver. A huge part of Shang's mana got refilled by absorbing the ice mana inside the ice spears. The Ice King noticed and performed another tail swap while turning his body. Shang was still in the air due to the earlier roar. That was how fast these attacks had come. Just before the tail swap reached Shang, sword managed to regain control of itself and also reached Shang. Shang unleashed a strike at the tail. Boom. A huge part of the tail's armor exploded off, and a deep cut was left inside the tail. This time, sword managed to reach the bone. But at the same time, sword was pushed into Shang due to the force, breaking more bones. Even though sword couldn't cut Shang, without the black armor, sword would have probably still cut apart Shang's chest muscles just due to the raw force. Bang. Shang's body hit the ground and rolled backward. And at that moment, the Ice King exploded forward again. Its attacks were relentless. Chapter 344, using everything. Shang was barely in a condition to dodge. Even more, the Ice King had become much more accurate with its claw attack. So, Shang was forced to do the only thing that could give him some value out of his clash. Shang pointed sword right at the approaching claw. Crack. The ice around sword exploded everywhere while the ground beneath Shang turned into a crater due to the Ice King's sheer force. Sword's handle was pushed back, breaking Shang's arms, hitting the black chest plate, punching a hole in the chest plate, and lastly, burying itself into Shang's gut. Like he had been pierced by a thrown spear, Shang was thrown into the distance by sword. However, receiving this injury wasn't for nothing. Sword had pierced through the Ice King's paw, coming out of the other side. As he blew liquid poured out of the paw, and the Ice King's eyes became even more infuriated. Shang and sword quickly used their power to get sword's handle out of Shang's body as it flew into the distance. Shang. And then, Shang's armor vanished. His armor had weakened the injury by a lot, but now, it was only a hindrance. It had a huge hole in the middle, and the bent metal had buried itself into Shang's body. The armor had transformed from protection into a hindrance, which was why Shang quickly put it into his face ring. But just like before, the Ice King immediately reached Shang again with its incredible speed. Its injured paw didn't even slow it down. Shang had already healed his injuries, but he was starting to run low on mana. He only had around 40% left. Meanwhile, the Ice King kept releasing insane amounts of ice mana in one attacks. It was almost like it had a bottomless well of mana. Bang. As the next strike approached, Shang used several ice blasts to shoot over the claw. Due to the previous injury, the Ice King had stabbed its claws forward instead of slashing, giving Shang a chance to avoid the attack. Shang flew over the attack and approached the Ice King's head. But then, Shang's eyes widened as he looked into the open maw of the Ice King. A terrifying amount of ice mana had gathered in his mouth. Shang felt death approaching. And then, a terrifying beam of concentrated ice mana shot directly at Shang. If he got hit by that, he would die immediately. Out of reflex, Shang activated his domain of entropy once again. It was the only thing he could do. He couldn't evade nor block, leaving only his domain. It was a complete shot in the dark, but Shang had a suspicion. As soon as the beam of ice mana entered Shang's domain, it changed. It changed from ice mana into neutral mana. The neutral mana harmlessly washed over Shang. It works, Shang thought. I can turn matter into elemental mana, but I can also turn elemental mana into neutral mana. But I also have to use mana to do that. Right now, Shang's mana storage had bottomed out. There was nothing left. However, Shang was now directly in front of the Ice King's gigantic head. Shang ready to slash. Bang. Suddenly, an explosion of thick ice mana appeared between the Ice King and Shang. The Ice King was thrown into the distance while Shang was thrown to the ground. They were now over 50 meters apart again. Shang gritted his teeth as he landed on his legs. But when he saw the Ice King's body sliding on its icy claws, Shang's right eye widened, and a fire appeared inside it. This was the first time the Ice King didn't have the initiative. The Ice King had always been the one initiating the attacks, and it hadn't given Shang any opportunity to unleash his own attacks. But now, it was defending. I'm out of mana. This is the only chance I will get. Shang held sword tightly and prepared to slash. Then, he spoke one word. Isha. A streak of black fire. One single slash, stretching over 50 meters. Shang had vanished, leaving behind a streak of black fire, and appeared below the Ice King in a single instant. On a step. Sword had shrunk into its original form, the one it had assumed after it had become a sword for the first time. The Ice King's torso above Shang had a deep cut going through it. The icy armor had completely vanished, but so had Shang's entire skin. Shang had sacrificed his skin to activate his domain of entropy. Shang's domain of entropy had dealt with the icy armor, and sword's entropy had cut through the body. For an instant, time seemingly stood still. And then, a shower of blue blood rained onto Shang. Shang's entire body began to freeze from the blue liquid, which made him realize that this was the source of the Ice King's endless mana. As soon as the blue blood hit Shang, his body absorbed it, filling up Shang's mana storage again. Sadly, the mana inside Shang's mind remained empty due to mana step. Bang. Shang immediately used an ice blast to jump out from under the Ice King as his skin regrew. In comparison to the far more powerful entropy ability, the damage Shang received from his domain of entropy could be healed with mana. Boom. A second later, an oceanic wave of icicles shot out of the Ice King's body. Even though Shang had jumped to the side, the icicles still drowned him. Shang activated his domain of entropy yet again, but blocking this attack consumed nearly all the mana he had just regained. This had been a fully powered explosion of the Ice King's mana. Bang. Then, Shang immediately unleashed another ice blast to charge back at the Ice King. At that moment, the heavy icy storm in the surroundings subsided for the first time since the beginning of the fight, signaling that the Ice King could no longer afford to waste any mana. The Ice King's face looked exhausted after unleashing such an insane explosion of icicles, and Shang saw his chance. He reached the Ice King's head in an instant, which the Ice King hadn't expected. It had just unleashed more mana than ever before, and, in its mind, it was impossible for its opponent to immediately reach it. Yet, Shang was here now. The Ice King only noticed Shang when he was already in front of its left eye. At that moment, Shang's skin turned into dust again, and the ice armor covering the left side of the Ice King's head turned into ice mana. And then, Shang's bloody figure stabbed sword right into the Ice King's left eye. Even though the sword was much thinner than before, it was still well over a meter long, enough to bury itself into the Ice King's brain. Shang. Silence. The Ice King no longer moved, a skinless and bloody figure in front of his destroyed left eye. An instant later, Shang put his left hand on the Ice King's head and used darkness absorb. The Ice King's body fell to the ground, and Shang's ravaged body quickly regained its vitality. Even though Shang had absorbed enough life energy to fully heal his body, the Ice King's corpse didn't look any worse than before. It simply had that much life energy. Shang landed beside it and took a deep breath. And then, the cheering returned. Chapter 345, Power Hierarchy. Shang took a deep breath as the cheering roared around him. This was the most powerful beast he had ever fought, and it was also different from all the other ones. It had a nearly infinite well of power, and its blood was filled with ice mana. Shang had never seen any beast like that before. The will returned, but it didn't begin spinning. Additionally, there was also no announcement. Shang looked over at the Jester. The Jester looked back with furrowed brows. Then, the Jester looked at Sword. Shang knew what the god wanted to know. Shang. Shang summoned several pieces of ore from his space ring. He had been digging for ore for 3 months, and he had enough ore to spare. Then, Shang put Sword into the ore, and Sword promptly started to absorb it. When the Jester saw that, a grin appeared on his face. The god wanted to know if Shang wanted to cheat the system again by using a powerful attack but also not wanting to pay the price. With his actions, Shang showed that he was willing to pay the price by using his own ore. After a couple of seconds, Sword was finished. There is a problem, Sword said. Shang furrowed his brows and looked at it. Yes. I feel like my control over entropy has lessened. I think the effects of the entropy ore are not permanent. Shang scratched his chin. It actually makes sense. Sword had only absorbed the entropy ore back when I returned from the battlefield. That was years ago, and it has used the attack several times by now. Shang. Shang summoned the other half of the pedestal. Luckily, he hadn't thrown it away. Sword quickly absorbed the other half and regained its control. I think the stronger I become, the more of the entropy ore I use with my attack, Sword said. I estimate that, with my current power, I can only unleash the attack 3 more times before I lose the ability. I need more ore, and it has to be stronger, Sword explained. Shang scratched his chin. It makes sense, actually. It would be surprising if one piece of general stage ore could keep you going until the very end. What about the entropy ore around these huge black buildings under the ground? I'm still too weak, Sword answered. By my estimations, the other wall is made of entropy ore that's, at least, at the peak of the 5th realm. I need to reach the 5th realm myself to even attempt to absorb it properly. Shang frowned but nodded. So, we need to search for a commander stage piece somewhere. Yes, Sword answered. After Sword absorbed the ore, it regained its old size and shape. Then, Shang looked at the Jester. What was that piece? The Ice King, the Jester said with a grin. Or, at least, one of its progenies. Shang lifted an eyebrow. The Jester only grinned back. They didn't say anything for several seconds. Well, I presume I can tell you a bit, the Jester said with a chuckle. You amused me quite a bit, and your progress definitely hasn't disappointed me. Shang didn't answer. The Ice King is one of the most powerful beasts in the entire world, the Jester said. It might not be in the top 10, but it's definitely in the top 1,000. Shang's insides shook when he heard that. When the humans talked about the entire world, they only meant the 5 kingdoms. However, when the god talked about the entire world, he was actually talking about the entire world. This included all these powerful existences that Shang had never even heard of. I presume that some beasts are weaker than this Ice King, Shang asked. They can't be compared, the Jester said with a smirk. The humans that call themselves king in these lands are only small children playing pretend, the Jester said. The true kings are in a realm these people don't even know of. Shang tried to guess how strong the Ice King actually was, which was when he remembered something. What about the Lightning Emperor? Shang asked. Shang still remembered that extremely powerful woman that had teleported him with a wave of her hand. She had said that the black buildings belonged to the Lightning Emperor. The Jester's smirk won. Quite smart. For a couple of seconds, the god thought about if he wanted to answer the question or not. Emperors are more powerful than kings, right? The Jester said with a knowing smile. Shang's right eye narrowed. This told him a lot. The real Ice King belonged to the top 1,000 beasts in the world, but the Lightning Emperor was stronger than the Ice King. The Lightning Emperor wasn't even called Lightning King, but Lightning Emperor. This probably meant that he was an entire realm stronger than the Ice King. So, I have actually met someone that worked for one of the most powerful humans in the entire world. The Lightning Emperor, huh? I wonder what kind of person he is. Lightning Emperor. Mage Emperor. They are probably at the same realm. Of course, the Mage Emperor was probably more powerful. Slowly, Shang was able to grasp the power hierarchy of this world. And it was massive. The King could kill Shang in 1 hit. Duke Whirlwind could kill the King in 1 hit. King Sith Thunder could kill Duke Whirlwind in 1 hit. The Zone Beast could kill King Sith Thunder in 1 hit. The Ice King could kill his own beast in 1 hit. The Lightning Emperor could kill the Ice King in 1 hit. The Mage Emperor could kill the Lightning Emperor in 1 hit. And then, Shang looked at the Jester. When Shang had met the god for the first time, he hadn't been able to grasp the god's true power. Only now did he truly realize how unimaginably powerful the god was. Sure enough, the entire world was his playground. This entire world was only a toy. All existences in this grand world, no matter how powerful, only existed to amuse the god. This thought woke a lot of complex emotions. Chapter 346, Warrior Trials. Shang thought about this dynamic for a bit, but he eventually focused on the trial again. I'm ready for the next level, Shang said as he readied his sword. You don't need to get ready, the Jester said with a smirk. Shang glanced at the Jester. The Jester only continued smirking. I'll give you 2 points for this fight since it was so difficult. I'll count this level as levels 9 and 10. So, if you want to continue, you will directly enter level 11. Do you want to fight an average late commander stage beast? Shang furrowed his brows. He knew exactly what that entailed. Sadly, or luckily depending on the viewpoint, there was a rock paper scissors principle going on here. Could an average late commander stage beast win against the Ice King? Probably not. The Ice King would surely win. Yeah, Shang had won against the Ice King. So, wouldn't he be able to win against an average late commander stage beast? Sadly, no. The only reason Shang won against the Ice King was due to several things unique to him. The constant presence of the icy storm not only didn't affect Shang, but it even strengthened him. Additionally, the domain of entropy was very useful against mana-based attacks. In a way, Shang had perfectly countered the Ice King. Yeah, he wouldn't perfectly counter his next opponent. The body of his next opponent was so much stronger than Shang's that he probably wouldn't even be able to break through its defenses. So, while the Ice King could kill an average late commander stage beast, and while Shang could kill the Ice King, Shang couldn't kill an average late commander stage beast. In a sense, Shang was definitely weaker than the Ice King in terms of total power. Shang knew that he had lucked out. In fact, even a weak late commander stage beast might be able to kill Shang. It entirely depended on what kind of opponent Shang would ever receive. But an average one? No shot. So, I have 10 points now, right? Shang asked. Correct, the Jester answered. Shang took a deep breath. I don't think I can win against an average late commander stage beast. Do you think I have a shot? He asked. The Jester chuckled a bit. Knowing your own power is important. You will lose. Shang nodded. That was what he had expected. Dying was still something Shang didn't want to experience, and he also didn't think that there was much to gain from fighting such an opponent. His opponent was probably so much stronger that Shang wouldn't even be able to learn anything. He would probably just get overwhelmed and die. Then, that's it for the beasts, Shang said. All right, the Jester said. But then, he looked at the wheel below him, and the wheel began to spin. I want to know what you would have thought. Shang also looked at the wheel. After a couple of seconds, it stopped on a green bird with a spear in its hand. Spear sword, Shang said. He knew that beast very well. Yep, you would have lost, the Jester said. Spear swords were insanely fast, and with it being 3 levels above Shang, it would be so fast that Shang wouldn't even be able to react. He would die in 1 shot. After that, the wheel for beasts left as 2 other wheels appeared, one for affinities and one for weapons. The Jester sat on the wheel for affinities. But instead of starting the wheels, the Jester only looked at Shang. Enjoy your free wins, the Jester said with a chuckle. In the next trial, I'm going to change things up. Having you fight simulated future warriors is no longer accurate since your arrival changed the world of warriors faster than I assumed. But I also don't want you to keep fighting these same warriors but stronger. You would rack up points without end. Shang looked at the Jester. So, what will you do? Not sure yet, the jester said. I might remove the warrior category altogether and lower the thresholds for rewards or make you fight the ancient variants of the warriors. I will decide which when the time comes. Fighting ancient warriors. Shang thought. I might actually learn about new ways to apply my power. In a way, it allows me to peer into the past, at the time when warriors were equal to the mages. But for today, the jester continued. You will be fighting normal, average warriors. Enjoy it while it lasts. And then, the wheels began to spin. Shang didn't even look at the wheels anymore. It didn't matter what they landed on. Shang's body was nearly equal to a warrior at the peak commander stage. Shang had defeated an average mid-commander stage beast without having to use everything. Could an average late commander stage warrior beat an average mid-commander stage beast? No. Would a powerful late commander stage warrior be able to? Maybe. It would be a tough fight. Oh right, I forgot, the jester said. Level 1, weak initial commander stage warrior, the mechanical voice said. There we go, the jester added with a grin. Shang didn't look over. He still wasn't a fan of the circus. He was fighting for his life and future while the god was designing the entire trial to be absolutely ridiculous. It was like a family laughing at the funny way the chickens in front of them were fighting to the death. It was fun for them but horror for the chickens. Shang's opponent appeared. He was a young man with silver hair and a silver spear. His entire equipment looked ostentatious, almost like he was afraid that others didn't know that he came from a wealthy background. The jester lifted his hammer and struck the bell. Ding. The warrior opened his eyes. Bang. And he was dead. Shang's speed was so fast that he couldn't even react. Sword dissected him without any issues. Shang was still not a fan of killing people that hadn't done anything to him, but there was nothing he could do about it. For his own power, he had to kill these people. It didn't matter if they were real or not. It didn't matter if they were willing to be here or not. It didn't matter if they wanted to fight or not. Shang had to kill them. If he didn't, he would forever regret it. He needed this trial. He needed the rewards. He needed more power. The cheering returned just like the wheels. Level 2, average initial commander stage warrior. And the wheels spun as Shang waited for his next victim. Chapter 347, second strongest class of warriors. Bang. Shang's sword hit the spear of his opponent. The young man opposite Shang was thrown backward with a lot of force, and Shang charged after him with an ice blast. He readied another strike. Bang. Shang's strike was blocked again, but the young man was blasted into the ground due to the overwhelming force of Shang's attack. Bang. An explosion of lightning appeared between Shang and his opponent, but the explosion vanished just as quickly. Domain of entropy. The young man opened his eyes wide in terror and shock. Shang slashed another time at the young man lying on the ground. The young man lifted his spear to block. Boom. The surroundings were turned into a crater as the young man's body got buried even deeper into the ground. The young man's bones broke, and he couldn't lift his spear anymore. Shang readied another strike. Boom. The person below Shang was cut into 2 pieces by Shang's sword. Since the beginning of the fight, the young man had been in a disadvantaged state. Shang's attacks were just relentless. Shang quickly absorbed the remaining life energy of the corpse to recover. Then, the cheering returned, and Shang readied himself for his next opponent. Level 10, weak late commander stage warrior, the voice announced. The 2 wheels returned, but Shang didn't even look at them. A couple seconds later, Shang's new opponent appeared. It was a middle-aged man who looked like an experienced warrior. However, that didn't say very much. There were no experienced warriors at the late commander stage. Every single warrior at this stage had been a genius in the general stage, but since everyone was a genius, no one was. After the bell rang, Shang charged forward again and reached his opponent. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and readied his shield. He would block Shang's attack with his shield and counter-attack with his sword. Shang readied his sword. Bang. Yet, instead of attacking with his sword, Shang kicked the shield diagonally. The warrior's eyes widened. Wasn't his opponent supposed to be at the initial commander stage? How was his body so strong? The warrior's shield was thrown to the side, leaving him open. Bang. Several magic circles blocked Shang's attack. Shang readied another attack. Bang. Shang's sword cut through the body of his opponent, and the fight was over. The cheering returned. Shang didn't even look at his opponent. By now, he had made peace with his actions. If he could choose, he wouldn't kill these people, but he had to. He needed the power. There was no point in thinking about something he couldn't do anything about. Level 11, average late commander stage warrior. After some seconds, Shang's opponent appeared. It was a woman with long green hair and 2 curved swords. Ding. The bell rang, and Shang charged forward again, leaving behind a trail of icy mist. Shang's charge didn't phase the woman, and she entered a combat stance. Wind body gathered around her and her blades. Shang. She performed a quick slash, and a wave of fast and sharp wind body shot at Shang. Bang. Sword blocked the wave, destroying it. Shang. Shang. The woman released another 2 waves, and the wind body around her exploded as she also charged at Shang. Bang. Shang used a fire blast to jump over the waves, but the woman appeared before him at that moment. Her body was spinning with a terrifying amount of sharp wind body. Bang. Shang used another ice blast to evade, but it was like the woman knew where Shang would go, and her angle changed. Shang. Shang. Another 2 waves of wind body shot at Shang. Boom. Shang had to activate his domain of entropy to destroy the 2 waves. Bang. Then, Shang charged at her with a fire blast. Shang reached her and released a slash. Bang. The woman released another wind blast and jumped backward, evading Shang's slash. But at that moment, a wave of ice body came out of Shang's sword, which shot directly at her. Boom. A big part of the woman's body froze, making it difficult for her to move. Bang. Shang released another fire blast, several parts of his body turning to ice as he reached her. Boom. The domain of entropy activated again, turning the gathered wind mana around her into neutral mana. Her eyes opened in terror. Bang. Sword slashed downward, and the magic circles of the woman's armor blocked the attack. Boom. However, her body hit the ground, creating a crater. Bang. Shang released another ice blast, some of his blood exploding outward. He reached her in an instant and released a powerful strike. Bang. Shang's opponent died, and he absorbed the remaining life energy inside her body. The cheering returned. However, Shang could only furrow his brows. She was more powerful than expected, Shang thought. She's only an average late commander stage warrior, and her body is weaker than mine. However, her battle strength was actually quite impressive. Of course, Shang knew exactly why his opponent had been so strong. Late commander stage. It will take several years for me to reach that, and I'm already advancing at rapid speeds. Every single late commander stage warrior is probably already 60 or older. They have several decades of combat experience. They are no longer the people that use the techniques of their predecessors, but the people that create the very techniques that everyone else uses. The students of the Warrior Academy learn the techniques of these people. Right now, I am fighting people that have many times more experience than me when it comes to battle. The only reason why my battle strength can even keep up is that I've been in so many genuinely dangerous battles. 50 casual battles can't compare to one truly dangerous battle. However, they have also all been in their fair share of dangerous battles. I need more experience and more training over the next couple of years. I have to stay at the very forefront of my stage in terms of battle strength. The wheels returned, but this time, Shang looked at them. Level 12, powerful late commander stage warrior, the mechanical voice said. Shang could no longer take his next opponent lightly. He still remembered his fight with Vice Commander Wilbury, and this fight would have the same level of opponents, just higher. The powerful late commander stage warrior was more powerful than an average peak commander stage warrior. This meant that Shang would be fighting the second most powerful class of warriors in the world, excluding the Teen. Shang knew that he had no chance against a powerful peak commander stage warrior. He was simply too young and inexperienced to win against these monsters. However, he should be on the level of a powerful late commander stage warrior. If Shang managed to win this fight, he would have 12 points, but these 12 points actually meant 14 points. After all, the next 2 levels shouldn't be a big issue after that. This fight would decide if he would get 11 or 14 points from the warrior category of the trial. The first will soon stop. The field where it stopped was empty. This meant that Shang would be fighting someone without an affinity. They wouldn't be able to use any elemental attacks, but their body would be more powerful. Their body would be about as powerful as Shang's body. Not having an affinity was on the rare side, and Shang hadn't fought many of those people before. Then, the second will stop on a singular longsword. Shang. Shang looked over at his opponent, and his eyes widened. About 100 meters away stood an older man with long gray hair. He wore a silver uniform, and he held a nearly 1.5-meter long sword in front of him with both hands. His closed eyes and expression spoke of peace, experience, wisdom, and power. He was one of the most powerful warriors in the world. Shang gulped and became nervous. The jester lifted his hammer with a mad grin. Ding. And he struck the bell. The old man opened his eyes and peacefully looked at Shang. You've already grown so powerful, Shang, he said without any surprise. Shang's heart was racing. He could deal with killing the other humans, but he didn't want to kill his current opponent. Please tell me you are not the real one, Shang said. The old man closed his eyes and showed a small smile. I'm happy to hear that. It means that you still care for us. No, I'm not the real one, he said. I am a copy that has only just now been created. No matter if you kill me or I kill you, I will cease to exist after our fight. When Shang heard that, he released a sigh of relief. Then, let me see how far I have come, Teacher Mervin, Shang said as he readied his sword. The old man also readied his sword and opened his eyes. Shang felt intense pressure radiate out from his opponent. Show me the path you have created, Teacher Mervin said as he slowly entered a combat stance. Chapter 348, Teacher Mervin. Bang. Shang exploded forward with a nice blast. Teacher Mervin only lightly moved his sword. Shang swung his sword with one hand, keeping his other one ready to counter whatever Teacher Mervin would throw at him. Shang released his strike. Click. Shang's eyes widened in shock. Teacher Mervin had only lightly moved his sword, and all of Shang's power was thrown to the side. In Shang's vision, Teacher Mervin's sword hadn't moved very fast, but at the same time, it felt like it had moved impossibly fast. It was almost like time moved differently for Teacher Mervin. It was like Teacher Mervin had only gently brushed some stalks of wheat to the side to pass. It was effortless, clean, and easy. And then, Teacher Mervin's sword moved towards Shang's chest. It moved slowly and with ease. Shang quickly pointed his arm forward to release a fire blast to retreat. Teacher Mervin only smiled. Bang. Shang released his fire blast, but his mind nearly stopped. Teacher Mervin's sword had suddenly moved in a circle, and all the fire that had left Shang's hand began to spin and shoot diagonally to his right. And there was no recoil. Shang's body didn't move. Teacher Mervin's sword peacefully moved forward and entered Shang's chest without any resistance, piercing through Shang's heart. Time seemingly stopped. Shang couldn't comprehend what he had just witnessed. Then, one of Teacher Mervin's hands left his sword and touched Shang's chest. Bang. Shang was thrown away as Teacher Mervin pulled his sword out of Shang's chest. Shang rolled several times on the ground, and his warrior's body instantly healed his heart. After quickly standing up, Shang looked with shock at Teacher Mervin. Then, Shang smiled bitterly. He had already lost. If Teacher Mervin had wanted, he could have cut Shang in two. He only needed to move his sword. Yet, instead of killing Shang, he had thrown him away, knowing fully well that Shang had a warrior's body. Shang was only alive because Teacher Mervin didn't want to kill him. At this moment, Shang realized that he had overestimated himself. Yes, his body was nearly on the level of a peak commander stage warrior, but he was far too young and inexperienced. How much time had Shang had to practice his swordsmanship? Shang was training his body, his body control, his affinity control, basic spellcasting, and his swordsmanship. But at the same time, he also needed to hunt, gather ore, and fight. There was so much for Shang to do. He simply didn't have the time to practice his swordsmanship. However, if Shang had only focused on his swordsmanship, he wouldn't be as powerful as he was right now. All these different aspects of Shang's power contributed greatly to his battle strength. He couldn't neglect any of them, and he hadn't. Shang's swordsmanship was definitely outstanding amongst the initial commander stage warriors. Yet, he was like a child in front of someone like Teacher Mervin. He simply hadn't had the time. There was no finesse in your attack, Teacher Mervin suddenly said. You simply attacked. Is that your path? Shang looked at Teacher Mervin in uncertainty. At that point, Shang was questioning if his method of fighting was correct. Teacher Mervin's words rang true. Shang was only moving his sword forward in a way to attack. From time to time, he was also moving it to the side to block and parry with it. Shang thought back to some of the warriors he had fought. They had moved their weapons in very delicate and quick ways. Their weapons sought out the tiniest opening in their opponent's defense and homed in on them. However, Shang didn't forget to look at the full picture. He was fighting against people many decades older with far more experience, and he still managed to win. He definitely wasn't weak. Not in the slightest. At that moment, Shang thought about his battles with the beasts and mages. He was surprised to find that the feeling he got was very different. In front of the warriors, Shang saw his inadequacies, but while fighting mages and beasts, Shang didn't feel like he was inadequate. In fact, Shang felt like his battle style was perfect for fighting mages and beasts. And that was when he realized something. Yes, this is my path, Shang said. Teacher Mervin had just criticized Shang's attacks and had asked Shang if that was truly his path. Yet, Shang had doubled down. Yes, this was how he fought, and he was happy with it. Teacher Mervin only smiled. Why did you choose that path? He asked. Shang looked at Teacher Mervin, and a smile appeared on his face. Because warriors are not my enemies, he said. Your path is incredibly powerful, and I feel like a helpless child in front of you, Shang said. However, your path is optimized for fighting other warriors. You are one of the most powerful warriors in the world. If there were a grand tournament where all warriors would gather to fight, you might even enter the top 10. But what if the tournament were a comparison of points? What if every warrior had to fight mages and beasts to gain points? Would you still be in the top 10? Shang asked. Teacher Mervin smiled didn't vanish. Yes, I would be, he said. Shang's eyebrows lifted in surprise. However, your analysis is correct, Teacher Mervin said. In fact, you managed to find the very flaw in my path that took me years to find. I always trained against other warriors, and I even kept my stage suppressed in my weapon to give my enemies a chance to win. Don't think of me as arrogant when I say that I am probably the most powerful warrior when it comes to fighting other warriors in the entire world. If the team were on my stage, I would be confident in beating him. Even if he retained his current experience, Teacher Mervin said with a grin. This surprised Shang and his eyes opened wide in shock. Then, doesn't that mean? Teacher Mervin nodded. Yes, Shang. I consolidated my path around 30 years ago. If I wanted, I could reach the true path stage by strengthening my body. Chapter 349, True Path. Saying that Shang was surprised would be an understatement. He knew that Teacher Mervin was powerful, but he hadn't known that he was this powerful. Teacher Mervin could actually reach the true path stage if he so chose to. Then, why are you a late commander stage warrior? Shang asked in shock. Teacher Mervin chuckled a bit. Didn't you already find out the reason why? Shang was confused for a second, but then he realized. You don't want to only fight warriors, Shang said. Correct, Teacher Mervin said with a nod. When I was 123 years old, I found my path. I realized my goal, and after decades of training, I finally unlocked the ability to be any warrior comparable to me in level. It has always been my goal to be the most powerful warrior. After all, I am a warrior, and just like any other warrior, I want to be the best. But when I reached my goal, I realized something. There was so much more in the world. High mages could fly without a spell. I wanted to fly. Zone beasts could do whatever they want. I want to do whatever I want. And, even more, many kings in the past vanished without a trace. They didn't die, but they simply vanished. I'm pretty sure that there is a wider world beyond the abyss, and they probably went there. I want to go there. Then, Teacher Mervin sighed. However, I have already achieved my goal. I was the most powerful warrior. Yet, I couldn't do any of these other things. Achieving my goal felt empty after realizing all of these things. That's when I realized that I chose the wrong goal. I chose the wrong path. I found my path, but this was the path of a different person. With these new realizations, I was no longer the person that chose that path. I needed a new path because my old path was no longer useful for my new goals. And for the last 30 years, I concentrated on increasing my battle strength when it comes to fighting beasts and mages. About 10 years ago, I managed to widen my path. I know how to fight beasts perfectly. I achieved that path while fighting a late commander stage Crevice Lizard. Crevice Lizards are one of the weakest late commander stage beasts that exist, and I nearly died in my fight. But in the end, I managed to win. I was the only commander stage warrior in the world that could win against a beast on my level solo, even if it was one of the weakest. The more Shang heard, the more his respect grew. Killing a beast on the same level as oneself as a warrior without the procedure was unreal. This was like Shang fighting a weak late commander stage beast if one included his procedure. He could theoretically win, but it wasn't a sure thing. This meant that Teacher Mervin was probably just as good, if not better, when it came to fighting beasts than Shang. Teacher Mervin smiled one. And for about the last 10 years, I've been focusing on mages. I'm learning a lot from Vastine Reynos. And when I can finally be a mage on my level, I will be ready for the true path stage. But I don't know how long it will take. It might happen tomorrow. It might never happen. I don't know. That's my reason for staying in the late commander stage. Teacher Mervin finished. Shang had no idea that Teacher Mervin was this outstanding. For the entire time, Shang had assumed that Vastine Reynos was the most powerful commander stage warrior, with Vastine Sarin being just below him with a couple of other warriors. Yet, there was this hidden monster. Shang had always felt that Teacher Mervin was a bit special amongst the teachers, but he hadn't thought that he had already condensed such a powerful true path. Do you understand what I want to teach you? Teacher Mervin asked. Shang nodded. Yes, he answered. Condensing a path doesn't mean that I should reach the true path stage. If I feel that my goal is inadequate, I should look at myself and see if I am happy with my own power. Teacher Mervin nodded with a smile. Do you want to be the strongest warrior in the world? Shang shook his head. No. I want to be the strongest. There was a great difference between these two statements. The strongest warrior in the world was Vastine. But the strongest being overall. Shang glanced at the jester. Vastine and the god couldn't be compared. You are walking a more difficult path than me, Shang, Teacher Mervin said. Your goal is to be the strongest, no matter what you fight. May it be warriors, mages, beasts, abominations. Teacher Mervin glanced at the jester. Or gods. The jester only grinned. You have to work harder than anyone else, and you might need to take more time than anyone else. If you want to build the tallest building, you need the widest foundation. Are you willing to do that? Are you willing to see younger warriors and mages overtake you in total power while you remain at the same level? Are you willing to see the world be changed by others while you remain on a level of power that has no other option but to adapt to the very changes other powers decide to implement? Teacher Mervin asked. Shang took a deep breath. Everyone wanted to change the world, but not many had the power. Right now, Teacher Mervin was showing Shang his future. In the future, Shang might have created a true path so powerful that he could fight powerful high mages without being at the true path stage. Yet, the world was still run by the kings and zone beasts. King Sikandar might leave or die and be replaced by a king that didn't like warriors very much. Shang might be forced to run away and hide. Shang might see the king and his friends die right in front of him while he had no other option but to run, hide, and train. He could become powerful enough to resist the kings if he advanced, but then he might miss his true goal. This meant putting his own goals over the lives of everyone else and maybe even above his own happiness. Shang would be working towards the most distant, nearly unachievable goal. In Earth terms, one could say that Shang would refuse to take a break, find a hobby, and find a relationship until he earned $1 billion. Was he willing to forsake all of this just to have a shot at achieving his goal? Was he willing to sacrifice everything? Shang looked at Teacher Mervin. Yes, I am willing, he said, fire in his right eye. There is nothing more important than my goal. Nothing. Teacher Mervin only smiled bitterly. This is not what I want you to choose, he said. What's the point of being powerful when your life is gray and you have nothing else to live for? I wanted to teach you this lesson when you were younger. Teacher Mervin sighed. But, apparently, I failed. Shang felt a bit guilty about disappointing Teacher Mervin, but he didn't falter. At that moment, Teacher Mervin readied his sword again. However, you are an adult now, he said. It is your choice to make. It is your path. And even if I don't want you to walk down that path, as your teacher, it is my duty to help you achieve your goal. Teacher Mervin slightly moved his sword. Let me be the first to help you on your true path. Then, Shang also readied his sword. Chapter 350, Forsaken Future. His sword pierced Shang's heart again. He wasn't surprised. He lost count of how many times that had already happened. He didn't know how long they had been fighting. He only knew that it had been incredibly long. The foreign mind inside Shang's chest had already vanished months ago. Yes, the two of them had been fighting for months. Initially, Shang felt nervous about missing an opportunity to strengthen his body. After all, it just needed a bit of time for him to strengthen his body after hunting another beast. However, Teacher Mervin very quickly convinced Shang. Strengthening your body is the easiest part of your path. It only counts as a single step. You can strengthen your body whenever you want, but you don't always have someone ready to teach you. Right now, only your swordsmanship is important, nothing else. That was when Shang ignored his body and everything else. Only learning from Teacher Mervin was important now. They had fought for so long. Shang's heart was pierced again as Teacher Mervin's sword mimicked the horn of a beast. Teacher Mervin was incredible at mimicking beasts. Whenever he mimicked a beast, it was like Shang could see its image. This time, it had been a huge octopus, but suddenly, the octopus had grown a horn. Shang had been prepared for ranged attacks, tentacles, and even its beak. Yet, the horn had gotten him. This hadn't been the first time it had happened. How am I supposed to fight something, which then suddenly changes into something else in a moment? Shang asked. Teacher Mervin only grinned. This is the path you have chosen. You need to be stronger than everything at once. But how is that possible? Shang asked with a sigh. I can adapt to many kinds of attacks, but I can't be prepared for all of them at once. I would need to perform several movements at the same time or be at several places at the same time. I can't strike up, down, left, and right at the same time without dispersing my power. There is only so much I can do, Shang said. Teacher Mervin smiled widened. I don't know, he said. Shang knew what was coming next. I don't know how you can achieve something impossible like that. However, this is the path you chose, and it is your duty to find a solution. I am only here to help you. I can't lift you up, but I can act as a wall that you can use to fall further into the sky, Teacher Mervin explained. Shang had been fighting for so long that even the god had left. The jester itself was still there, but it had lost all signs of life. Obviously, the god was not interested in watching Shang train with the same opponent, but he also knew that this was a good thing. The more powerful Shang became, the more interesting his journey would be. You have no responsibilities right now, Teacher Mervin said. And as a copy, I also have no responsibility. We have all the time in the world. This is a luxury that nearly every warrior in the world wishes for. Shang knew all of that, but it was still difficult. How long had they been fighting? There was no day or night in his inner world. It was unchanging, and Shang had long since lost his feeling for the passage of time. Yet, Shang continued fighting Teacher Mervin. He felt like he had made no progress. He always lost in one strike. The inner world seemed endless. Time seemed endless. And Teacher Mervin's power seemed endless. Time lost all meaning. It was like Shang was reliving the same moment again and again, and yet, the moments were all slightly different. It was like Shang was trying to do something impossible. The more he was learning, the more he felt like he knew nothing. The more he knew, the less he knew. Before Teacher Mervin had appeared, Shang could have stated with confidence how he would fight different opponents and how he would win. But now, only emptiness appeared in Shang's mind. All the beasts, mages, and warriors blended together in his mind. Nothing made sense anymore. It was like everything in existence had become relative. There was no certainty. There were only guesses and probabilities. Was Shang powerful? Probably, but he didn't know. How much time? How much longer? Shang moved only on instinct. He wasn't certain what he should do, but he was doing something. The more he fought, the more he felt like he was no longer himself. Shang hadn't said a word in forever. He was only fighting and adapting. What was he doing again? Right, fighting, right, to become the strongest. But was he actually progressing? Was he? Maybe, he should be progressing, right. Why was he fighting? So much fighting. Why was he fighting again? Time. Time was endless. There was so much to do, but with endless time, there was so little to do. He was fighting, right. Alright, that should be enough. Shang suddenly shook his head, and his right eye focused. It was like someone had just dumped a bucket of cold water on him. What? He asked in confusion. That's enough, Teacher Mervin said with a laugh. Enough? Shang asked, still confused. Yep, we fought enough. We are done. The training is finished, Teacher Mervin said. I think this is a good moment. You adapted very well, and your growth is astonishing. However, if you keep fighting me, I fear that you will start to adapt to only me. You need to fight others. Shang could still scarcely believe that the fighting was over. How long have we been fighting? Shang asked. Teacher Mervin only laughed. I have no idea. Shang only looked at the laughing Teacher Mervin with surprise. Well, I think it's time for you to go, Teacher Mervin said as he readied his sword. Shang knew what Teacher Mervin was about to do, and he didn't feel comfortable letting him do that. Killing oneself was different from someone else killing them. You don't have to, Shang said. I can do it for you. Teacher Mervin only smiled as he looked at Shang. It's not about good but should, he said. Shang. And then, Teacher Mervin's sword entered his head. Teacher Mervin's corpse fell over and the jester regained life. Took you long enough, he said. Shang didn't even register the god's words as he looked at Teacher Mervin's slowly vanishing corpse. He knew that the Teacher Mervin in front of him was only a copy, but for some reason, Shang's emotions exploded at this moment. Was he grieving for Teacher Mervin? No, Shang knew that the real one was still alive. Yet, for the first time in a long while, Shang actually fell to his knees. And tears ran down his cheeks. It hadn't arrived yet, but Shang knew what it was. This was his future. For his own goal, he would most likely see those dear to him die. He could stop it. Shang could have just abandoned the trial. Sure, he wouldn't have done that since Teacher Mervin was only a copy, but he had the power to stop it. Yet, for his own goal, he was ready to sacrifice someone else. This time, it was only a copy of someone Shang had a deep connection with. But next time, it might be a real person. This was Shang's future. This was the path he had chosen. And at this moment, Shang wept for the other futures he had forsaken. Chapter 351, 5 years. It took Shang a while to calm down, but there was still a certain feeling of emptiness and regret inside of him. Yet, this was what he had chosen. For his goal, any kind of sacrifice was worth it. Surprisingly, no new opponent had appeared in the last couple of minutes, even though Shang had already won against his previous one. Shang slowly stood up and gripped Sword tightly. Even if everything else vanished, Sword would be with him until the end. The two of them didn't need to exchange words to make their feelings known. Took you guys long enough, the jester said with a grin. Shang didn't look over. How long have we been training? The jester's grin widened. 5 years. Silence. 5 years. They had been training for 5 full years. That was so long. For a second, Shang couldn't believe what he had just heard, but then he remembered how endlessly time had dragged on. 5 years actually made sense. And even after 5 years, Shang said, I still couldn't beat him fairly. The jester's grin didn't finish. Of course not, he said. His kind are the very reason why I sent you guys into my main world in the first place. Shang looked over at the jester. Hardworking geniuses, the god said. They use whatever they can get and perfect it. Yet, his body is weak. He is one of the very rare true geniuses, but his lack of a powerful body makes it impossible for him to fight any major or beast that is not completely worthless. The path of the warrior has deteriorated to a degree where mastering the entire thing only makes you equal to the worst mages in the world. It is your duty to expand the warrior's path. Give the geniuses more to master, and they won't disappoint you. Your predecessor accepted the first path he found, not trying to strengthen or widen it. Without outside help, he will never reach the 5th realm. His path is just too weak. Shang took a deep breath when he heard that. The god was obviously talking about the dean. Without the aid of someone far more powerful than him, the dean would never reach the 5th realm. However, his advancement allowed this other warrior to reevaluate himself, the jester added. He saw that your predecessor couldn't rival the mages or beasts, and he realized that there is more to it. Without your predecessor, he would have advanced immediately, wasting his talent. Sadly, this warrior came too early. If he had been born just 50 years later, he would have a shot at transforming his body and become truly powerful. But he has already condensed his path, and even if he is still working on it, there are no fitting beasts for him anymore. Shang remained silent for a bit. Is there really no way? He asked. The jester smirked. There is always a way, he said with a laugh. I designed this world to always have a way. The different ways just have different requirements. The thing you call the procedure is only one of many ways to strengthen your body. Back when warriors were still powerful, they simply ingested a pill to achieve such a powerful body. Such a pill would work on this warrior. Shang looked at the jester. Are there any left in the world? No, the jester answered. The mages destroy everything. You won't find a single inheritance regarding physical fighters in the entire world. But, as I've said, there are ways. And it's your duty to find them, the jester said with a smirk. Shang remained silent as he just took a deep breath. He wanted to repay Teacher Mervin, even if the Teacher Mervin that helped him had not been the real one. As long as there is a way, all hope is not lost. Shang strengthened his grip on his sword. I'm ready for the next fight, he said. The jester didn't answer. Instead, the wheels began to spin again. Level 13, weak peak commander stage warrior, the mechanical voice said. At that moment, Shang remembered something and looked at the jester again. You don't count the last fight as cheating, right? No, the jester said. You didn't rely on my power. Also, your progress pleases me, and I don't want to punish you for living up to my expectations. Progress? Shang thought. Did I make any progress? Honestly, I don't know. Shang. At that moment, Shang's opponent appeared. It was an older man wearing leather. He carried a long sword in his hands, just like Teacher Mervin. Surprisingly, he wore clothes made of fur and no armor. For a second, Shang thought that this was a barbarian, but he knew that wouldn't make any sense. First of all, the man wasn't carrying a heavy weapon but an elegant and long sword. Second, barbarians basically didn't qualify as opponents in this trial. They were neither warriors nor beasts, and they were worse than both of these things. This meant that the person in front of Shang was probably some kind of hermit. Someone that lived on their own, only working on their power. Interesting. I assumed that some hermit warrior would be among the more powerful warriors, but this one is apparently weak. The jester lifted his hammer and struck the bell. Ding. The warrior opened his eyes and looked at Shang with narrowed eyes. Then, he swung his sword to the side, creating a screeching noise by cutting the wind apart. His movements had been incredibly fast. The warrior entered a battle stance. Bang. And suddenly exploded forward. Shang narrowed his right eye and also exploded forward with a nice blast. The two of them charged at each other, and Shang readied his sword. Suddenly, the warrior's sword seemed to bend in the air and move to the side. It was almost like his sword was made of a piece of rubber. It moved in unpredictable but fast ways as it shot right at Shang's chest. Shang looked into his opponent's eyes. I'm not sure what kind of technique he will use. I should be careful. Then, Shang carefully moved his sword forward. Ding. His sword hit the enemy's sword lightly at its side to disrupt the enemy's attack. The sword bent away from Shang, and Shang's sword stabbed forward. Crack. Sword stabbed through the warrior's chest. At that moment, terror and shock appeared on the warrior's face. Shang's expression looked unsure, and he moved his sword upward. Shang. The warrior was cut into. And he died. The cheering returned, but Shang only looked with shock at the warrior. Where was his technique? Shang thought in shock. Warriors fight with finesse, but he only moved his sword around a bit. Shang blinked a couple of times. Wait, was that actually his technique? Silence. The warrior's corpse slowly vanished as Shang looked at it. Sure, this was a weak warrior, but this fight shouldn't have been that easy. Shang scratched the back of his head as he replayed the battle in his mind. His opponent moved his sword in some kind of dance, which would disrupt one's rhythm. Then, it had suddenly honed in on Shang's vitals. Sure, that's a good technique, Shang thought. It can definitely catch a lot of warriors off guard. But that wasn't everything, right? Right. At that moment, the two wheels returned. Level 14, average peak commander stage warrior. Chapter 352, warrior category over. The wheels began to spin again, but this time, the fields on the wheels were bigger, which meant that several fields had vanished. There were not that many peak commander stage warriors in the world. Eventually, the wheels stopped, and Shang's opponent appeared. It was a male warrior with long brown hair, wearing golden armor and carrying a spear. That's the armor of commanders in Duke Whirlwind's territory, Shang realized. However, I don't know him. That probably means that he is the commander of Swamp Lake City. There were only 3 big cities in Duke Whirlwind's territory. Shang had met the commander of Warriors Paradise, and Ice Heaven didn't have any powerful warriors since that was where most of Duke Whirlwind's powerful mages lived. Ice Heaven was filled to the brim with true mages. They didn't need any warriors to protect them. Which only left the commander of Swamp Lake City unaccounted for. The jester slowly lifted his hammer and struck the bell. Ding. The commander opened his eyes and looked at Shang. Shang immediately jumped to the side when his instincts were screaming at him. A powerful entity barely passed by Shang's body. This is what they used to kill flying beasts. Shang remembered. Shang turned toward his opponent and realized that he had already closed the gap. The commander's spear quickly stabbed forward. Shang quickly saw the purpose of the attack and how it was performed, but that didn't always help. The commander had a stronger body than Shang, and there was simply no good way to deal with that attack. So, even though Shang knew exactly what the opponent was doing, he had no chance but to comply. Bang. The spear hit sword side. CRK. A crack appeared on sword, and Shang could feel the pain sword was feeling. Sword was only at the late commander stage, while the commander obviously had a weapon that was at the peak commander stage. One or two more unfavorable clashes, and Sword might break completely. Shang gritted his teeth as he jumped back. I totally forgot about that. For a second, Shang felt like he was back in his first lesson in the Caterpillar class. Back then, every single attack had threatened Sword's life since it had been too weak at the time. The commander quickly shot after Shang and readied another strike with his spear. Shang quickly thought of a countermeasure. Bang. Shang punched the tip of the spear with his left hand, the spear piercing through Shang's left arm. Shang's right arm swung sword forward. At that moment, the earth around the warrior transformed into spears, which all pointed at Shang. If he decided to go through with that attack, Shang would definitely die. Then, the spear shot at Shang, and Shang gritted his teeth. The earth and spears turned into earth mod as Shang activated his domain of entropy. He lost all of his mana with that single use. The attack was just that powerful. The commander's eyes narrowed, and he moved his head towards Sword. That seemed like a stupid idea, but the commander was obviously wearing extremely powerful armor. The magic circles would activate, block the attack, and throw Sword backward, leaving Shang open. Then, the commander would cut through Shang's body with his spear, which was already embedded in Shang's left arm. Shang didn't like it, but he knew that there was only one way out of the situation. Sword was engulfed in black flames, and it hit the warrior's head. Bang. The black flames destroyed the magic circles and killed the commander. The commander's spear had already left Shang's left arm and had already dug into Shang's torso. A bit more, and Shang would have been cut into. The black flames vanished, and Sword had shrunk into its original form again. At that moment, the cheering returned. Shang took a deep breath and summoned his last pieces of ore. Sword consumed the ore and grew to its bigger size again. However, this was all of Shang's useful ore. The next time Sword used its ability, it would stay in its smaller form until Shang got some more ore. The crack on Sword also vanished after absorbing the ore. Shang looked at Sword with furrowed brows. A fight with a powerful peak commander stage warrior might help me a little bit with my power, but I can't risk you. I'm sorry, Sword said. There is nothing to be sorry for, Shang said. I didn't have the time to search for better ore, and even if I found some, your added weight would slow me down. My body is not yet as powerful as the body of a peak commander stage warrior. Sword didn't answer. Shang took a deep breath inside. Then, he looked at the Jester. That's it for the warrior category, he said. The Jester didn't seem perturbed. The fight would have been boring anyway, he said. You know all three powerful peak commander stage warriors, and you wouldn't have had a chance against any of them. Shang nodded. Yes, he had trained with teacher Mervin for 5 years, but that was still not enough to close the gap. Shang was pretty sure that he knew which opponents would have outwitted him. Vastine Reynos was definitely the most powerful of the three. Vastine Sarin was another one. And the last one was probably the commander of Warriors Paradise. The youngest amongst them, Sarin, was already incredibly powerful. His path was probably not as powerful as teacher Mervin's path, but with Sarin being a level stronger, he could probably fight teacher Mervin equally. The other two were not any weaker. This meant that Shang would be fighting another teacher Mervin, and he knew how that would turn out. Additionally, even if these three decided to teach Shang something, they definitely wouldn't give their lives for him. Even though they were copies, they still wanted to live. Lastly, Shang had been fighting against nothing but warriors for the last 5 years, and he needed to fight something else. So, even if the fight might have helped with his power, it wouldn't have been much. 10 points in the beast category and 14 points in the warrior category, the Jester said. Your score is already higher than your cheated score from the last trial, and you haven't even fought the mages yet. Seems like you will get quite a good reward. Shang nodded. At that point, the will with the weapons vanished, leaving only the will with the affinities behind. Let's get to the last category. The mages. Chapter 353, Darkness. The affinity will began to spin, but Shang didn't pay any attention to it. Just like with the previous categories, the first opponents wouldn't be an issue. Level 1, weak initial true mage. After some seconds, Shang's opponent arrived. It was a beautiful girl with vision blue hair. Shang could already tell that she was a water mage. The Jester lifted his hammer and struck the bell. Ding. The girl opened her eyes and calmly looked at Shang. However, her expression immediately turned to horror when she noticed that Shang was already beside her. In her shock, she couldn't react. Bang. She was quickly bisected by Shang's sword, and he absorbed some life energy from her corpse. The cheering returned. Shang looked at the vanishing corpse without any emotions inside his eyes. The will returned, and Shang waited for his next opponent. Level 2, average initial true mage. His next opponent appeared, but Shang didn't really pay any attention to them. Ding. When the bell struck, Shang charged forward again. That's when Shang saw that his new opponent was a young man with red hair, wearing red robes. The mage immediately activated his mana shield. Bang. Shang's sword hit the mana shield, and the mage was thrown into the distance by Shang's attack. The mage's eyes widened in shock. That attack consumed over 50% of his mana. He quickly summoned his focus and prepared 2 spells. However, before he could finish the spells, Shang appeared before him again. Boom. The mage was flung into the distance again, his mana shield broken. The spell the mage had been preparing fizzled out since he was out of mana now. Shang immediately appeared in front of him again with his sword. In panic, the mage unleashed the spell that his focus had prepared. Luckily, Fosa didn't need the mana of their mages. Boom. A wide beam of unreasonably hot fire violently shot out of the focus, right at Shang. Bang. Shang released a symbol as blast to sidestep the spell. In his panic, the mage hadn't been able to aim at Shang properly. And then, Shang's sword came down on him. Bang. The mage was cut apart, and Shang absorbed some more life energy. By now, Shang's body was slightly swollen due to all the life energy. The cheering returned, and the corpse vanished. But this time, when the will returned, Shang actually looked at it. Shang knew that he would win against his next opponent, but it wouldn't be easy. These were mages, the hegemons of the world. Fighting a mage on his level was already beyond impressive for Shang. Level 3, powerful initial true mage. The will slowed down, and it eventually stopped on one of the smaller fields. Shang's brows furrowed. I've never fought such a mage before. Shang's opponent appeared, and he looked over. His opponent was a taller woman with long, black hair, wearing expensive, dark robes. Her black focus was already hovering beside her. Shang could feel quite a bit of darkness mana come out of her. Yes, this was a true mage with a darkness affinity. Shang had fought poison mages before, but not darkness mages. They were not really common in the Sith Thunder Kingdom, but there were a lot of them in the Black Shadow Kingdom. Shang guessed that this woman probably came from there. The Jester slowly lifted his hammer and struck the bell. Ding. Shang exploded forward as the woman opened her eyes. In an instant, she had already prepared her mana shield. Her eyes quickly darted around the battlefield, but her brows furrowed when she saw it. Shang's inner world was brightly lit like it was the middle of the day. There were no caves, no trees, no big rocks, no structures. This meant that the only places of darkness in Shang's inner world were the tiny shadows of the blades of grass and the shadows of the two opponents. The battlefield couldn't be worse for her. She quickly noticed that Shang had already arrived beside her. In an instant, she cast Modest Step, appearing over 300 meters away. Shang couldn't even land an attack. Bang. Shang immediately exploded after her with an ice blast, his speed way too fast for someone at the initial commander stage. The mage narrowed her eyes when she noticed that Shang was close to her again. Shang. She unleashed another Modest Step, and Shang followed her. She definitely has undergone mana tranquility, which means that she is rapidly recovering her mana. Even though these quick Modest Steps cost about 20% of her total mana each, her rapid absorption essentially means that she only loses 10% of her total mana per cast. And even more, she hasn't unleashed any spell yet. As Shang approached the mage again, her black focus suddenly began to shine in some kind of black light. Shang knew a lot of spells, but he knew basically nothing about darkness spells. Shang readied himself to evade. The focus floated into the sky. And then, several beams of black light gathered above it. Shang's surroundings turned dark all of a sudden. That's not an attack. Shang looked up and saw that some kind of black shield had gathered above him. It was about 100 meters wide, and it blocked out all the light. Darkness mana quickly filled the area below the black shield as all the previous light mana switched to its other extreme. This was the worst battlefield for her. So what? She only had to transform it into the best battlefield. However, this spell was very draining on one's mana, which was why she had made her focus cast it. Of course, in exchange, her focus had needed quite some time to ready the spell. But now, it was active. Darkness completely consumed Shang's surroundings, making him essentially blind. But I didn't rely on that anyway, he thought. Shang activated his darkness vision, and he very quickly found her. She had suddenly left her earlier spot without a sound and appeared a couple of meters beside him. It was like she had vanished from one point and appeared at another. Without his darkness vision, it would have been basically impossible for Shang to find her. Bang. Shang unleashed a fire blast, directly charging at her. At that moment, the woman narrowed her eyes. How had her opponent found her? Nevertheless, she already had her spells prepared. She very quickly spoke several words. Over the last couple of seconds, she had prepared several spells. After all, she wouldn't just do nothing while retreating from Shang. Everything had been prepared. Suddenly, in the air in front of Shang appeared a dark and gigantic maw. It was invisible to the naked eye, but Shang's darkness vision could see it. It was like a giant worm had opened its maw and was currently falling towards the ground, mouth first. If Shang continued running, he would be consumed. Bang. Shang jumped. The maw landed in front of Shang as he flew over it. Even though it looked like a worm's maw, there was no actual worm here. It was only the maw. But at that moment, some kind of wall appeared in front of Shang. Shang hadn't been ready for it, and it had appeared too close to him. Shang hit the wall. CRK. In an instant, Shang felt like everything around him tried to crush him. It was like he was a ball that had just landed in the palm of someone's hand. As soon as the ball touched the palm, the surrounding fingers would clamp down. Blood exploded out of several places on Shang's body. Bang. At that moment, Shang's body suddenly exploded with blood. The mage's eyes widened in horror. Blood affinity. The crushing force was dispelled around Shang, and he exploded towards the mage. But at that moment, another maw appeared in front of Shang. He wouldn't be able to evade this one. Chapter 354, Underestimated. Bang. Shang exploded with blood again, and the maw vanished. However, Shang had used up more life energy than he had absorbed from the previous fights, and his body had withered a bit. The mage narrowed her eyes. Her opponent was far stronger than she had anticipated. Shang was already approaching her again, and at this moment, her focus began to shine. Three balls of darkness shot out of the focus, right at Shang. Shang's right eye also narrowed, and he put his sword in front of him to block. The mage prepared another spell. The ghosts of darkness would push Shang away, even if he managed to block them perfectly. The ghosts of darkness reached Shang's sword. Boom. But at that moment, the ghosts of darkness suddenly vanished, reduced to nothing but normal darkness mana. Domain of entropy. Shang had used nearly 50% of his mana to cancel the spell, but it was worth it. As soon as the concentrated darkness mana reached Sword, it got absorbed. Sword began to darken and left behind shadows in the shadowy surroundings. Bang. Shang exploded forward with another blast and reached his opponent. The mage hadn't been ready for Shang to just strike off her spell like that. Boom. Sword hit the mana shield, its darkness mana destabilizing it, which required the mana shield to waste even more mana. Even though the mage had a darkness affinity, mana shield was an affinity neutral spell. Darkness mana was still devastating to it. The mage's eyes opened in shock as she felt that over 60% of her mana had just vanished. How had she lost that much mana? How could one strike of someone at her level be so powerful? She was thrown back by Shang's force, but before she left the area filled with darkness, she suddenly vanished. Shang's darkness vision immediately told him where she was. She was on the other side of the darkness-filled area, preparing her next spells. He shot. Bang. A black strike stretched through the darkness-filled surroundings. Crack. The mana shield broke apart as the mage was flung out. Bang. Shang exploded after her and appeared above her as she flew backward. Her eyes were opened wide in terror and shock. Bang. Shang's sword cut through her, killing her. Shang quickly absorbed the remaining life force in her corpse. His mana was refilled completely, but his life force wasn't completely recovered. After using his mana to recover his body, Shang was fully healed but only at 80% of his mana. However, his mana would recover before the next battle started. At that moment, the tearing returned, and the mage's withered corpse vanished. Shang only looked with narrowed eyes at the vanishing corpse. This was harder than I had anticipated, he thought. I thought fighting a powerful initial true mage would be hard, but not that hard. I wasted a lot of mana, and I used quite a bit of my life force. Sure, I still had a bit of both remaining, but I used far more than I had anticipated. I didn't use Sword's power, and I could have still used my domain of entropy 2 times, but that was about it. There wasn't much that I didn't use. Sure enough, mages are definitely the Heggemons of this world. This initial true mage had been more difficult for Shang to beat than Linus, which had been an average mid-commander stage beast. This meant that this mage could have probably killed Linus, an average beast 2 levels above her. At that moment, Shang realized the true power of the mages. A powerful early true mage can probably even fight the Ice King equally, he realized. And a powerful mid-true mage. The Ice King would be decimated. The Ice King was outstanding because it could fight average mages on its level, but a powerful mage on its level is still on another level. Shang thought about his earlier expectations. I thought I would have to stop before fighting a powerful mid-true mage, but as it stands right now, I might not even win against a powerful early true mage. I've underestimated the mages. I can walk over warriors and destroy beasts, but the mages are still dangerous. Sure enough, all my advantages only put me at the same base level as mages. Everything else depends on me. Shang had gone through so many dangerous battles, and that was the only reason why he could win against a powerful mage on his level without completely going all out. But jumping levels against these rare geniuses that jump levels themselves was something entirely different. Shang took a deep breath as the wheel returned. The wheel began to spin. Level 4, weak early true mage. Shang didn't look at the wheel, and his opponent appeared a couple of seconds later. It was a tall man with long, brown hair. He wore earthen brown robes, and his focus was just as brown. The jester lifted his hammer and struck the bell. Ding. Shang exploded forward, and the mage opened his eyes. The mage noticed Shang's rapid approach and hastily cast mana shield. Bang. Shang's sword hit the mana shield, throwing the mage into the distance. The mage fell into a panic as he felt a huge chunk of his mana vanishing. He had never been in such a situation before, and he had no idea how he should recover. He knew that his opponent would very quickly appear in front of him. Would he be able to prepare a spell until then? What if he failed? Should he cast mana step? While the mage was thinking of a plan, Shang already appeared above him and struck him with his sword again. Boom. A crater appeared below the mage as he and his mana shield hit the ground. He was a level above Shang, which meant that 2 strikes were no longer enough to break the mana shield. Bang. Bang. Shang rapidly unleashed another 2 devastating strikes, and the mana shield finally broke. At that moment, the mage's focus finally prepared its spell, but it was already too late. Bang. Shang killed the mage with the next attack and absorbed his life energy. Now, Shang was at his peak again, and he even had extra life energy stored away. And then, the tearing returned. This fight was nothing compared to the last one. A second later, the wheel came down again. Level 5, average early true mage. Chapter 355, difference in growth. Shang looked at the wheel. His next opponent wouldn't be a big issue, but he also couldn't take them as lightly anymore. The wheel eventually stopped at the lightning affinity. Shang's opponent appeared, and he looked over. It was a young woman who looked to be in her early 20s. She had long silver whitish hair, and there was a serious expression on her face. The jester slowly lifted his hammer and struck the bell. Ding. The mage opened her eyes and saw Shang quickly charge at her. She immediately cast mana shield. Shang. And then, she used mana step. Shang's attack missed, but he quickly charged after her again. When Shang was only 10 meters away from her, her focus lit up. Bang. 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 Lightning gathered around her focus, and it looked like it was ready to attack Shang with lightning. However, no lightning actually shot toward Shang. It simply continued exploding around the focus. At the same time, the focus moved between the two, standing in Shang's wing now. Then, the mage finished her spell and pointed at her focus, which was between the two opponents. A gigantic bolt of lightning shot from her hand towards her focus. Bang. Shang quickly angled his body, jumped, and put his wide sword in front of him. Bang. 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 The focus released several beams of lightning, all shooting in random directions. It was like a disco ball that shot lasers out of every surface. The clouds in the sky were split apart, and destructive, burned lines were left on the ground all around Shang. This was the perfect spell against a very fast opponent. The focus shot the beams of lightning at random, which made it impossible for the opponent to predict. SSSSSS. One of the beams cut through the place where Shang currently was. Shang wasn't entirely thin enough to fit behind his sword, which meant that 2 holes were left behind at the sides of his torso, which hadn't been covered by sword. Even worse, Shang was thrown back by the force. Bang. but he immediately charged forward again. Surprisingly, the focus was still filled with lightning. At that moment, Shang realized what his opponent's plan was. Shang reached the focus before the mage could ready another spell. The mage wasn't in a panic since she knew that Shang had to get past her focus first. Shang's left arm touched the side of the sword, and it quickly withered into a nearly useless state. And then, Shang attacked the focus with his sword. Bang. The aggressive lightning on the focus finally found its target. All the lightning around it immediately homed in on Shang's sword. Getting hit by that much lightning wasn't much weaker than getting hit by an actual lightning bolt spell. This spell could severely injure Shang. The lightning entered sword and rapidly moved towards Shang's body. But then, it vanished. The darkness mod inside sword nullified the lightning. Crack. Sword hit the focus with full force, and it exploded into many pieces. When the mage lost her connection to her focus, her eyes widened in horror. How? How did her opponent survive being hit by that much lightning? After that, the fight was basically over. An early true mage without a focus was no threat to Shang. Maybe if the true mage was a late true mage, but not an early true mage. The mage released several modest steps, but without her focus, it became very difficult to create attacks that would threaten Shang. After 2 strikes, her mana shield broke. Her constant usage of modest step had used up the remaining mana. Bang. Shang killed her, and he absorbed her life energy. The fight had been so long that Shang's left arm had already recovered by his passive regeneration, but he still wanted to have more life energy for his next fight. Right now, Shang was at his absolute peak. He was fully healed, his mana was full, and he had more life energy than normal. He couldn't enter the next fight in a better state. The cheering had already passed, and the will returned. Shang looked at it as it began to spin. Level 6, powerful early true mage. This is it, Shang thought. This fight will determine how many points I get. At that moment, Shang remembered his last trial. Back then, Shang had barely won against an average mage 1 level above him. The same fight had been relatively easy for him this time. He had definitely grown more powerful. Yet, the mages had also grown more powerful. In the last trial, Shang had only gotten 7 points against the beasts and warriors without using entropy. This time, Shang had gotten 10 and 14 points. This was an insane difference. But against mages, Shang could count himself lucky if he got 6. Right now, Shang was at the same place he had been the last time. The powerful true mage would be his next opponent. The last time, Shang knew that he had absolutely zero chance at victory. But this time, he had a shot. Yet, the difference between how much the mages had grown and the others was insane. Shang had gotten several more points in the other categories, but he would be happy if he got a single point more than last time in the mage category. The mages were truly powerful. And Shang knew that this wouldn't be where their escalation of power stopped. They would grow more and more powerful in relation to other beings on their power. Shang was growing at unimaginable speeds when compared to warriors and beasts, but when compared to mages, he was growing only a little faster than them. Shang closed his right eye and took a deep breath. He knew that this fight would be brutal. When he heard that the wheel had stopped spinning, he looked over. When he saw the affinity, Shang grew a bit more confident. The affinity of the powerful early true mage was fire. Chapter 356, Fire. When Shang saw that his opponent had a fire affinity, he knew that he had a chance. If they decide to heat up their surroundings, I can release far more fire blasts without injuring my body. Shang's opponent appeared, and he looked over. It was a young man with short, fiery red hair. He wore simple red robes, but for some reason, the robes didn't feel as simple as they appeared. However, when Shang looked beside the mage, his eyes narrowed. His focus had 2 amplifiers. Beside the mage hovered a focus with 2 CIRC lights rotating around it. Shang had never fought a mage that had a focus with 2 amplifiers. The amplifiers decided to cast speed of a focus. Higher level spells needed more complex chants. Of course, as the mages got more powerful, their mastery over their mana and affinity allowed them to cast faster as well. However, a focus was only a tool, and it couldn't cast faster as the mage progressed. In order to allow a focus to cast faster, one needed to add amplifiers. An early true mage with such a focus could essentially cast at double their speed. Even though he has a fire affinity, I'm still not sure if I can win. His focus took me a bit by surprise. The jester slowly lifted his hammer and struck the bell. Ding. Shang immediately exploded forward with a fire blast. The mage slowly opened his eyes and noticed Shang. His eyebrows furrowed, but he immediately began casting. As Shang approached, he noticed something. He isn't casting Mana Shield. He thought with furrowed brows. Usually, I would think of my opponent to be stupid if he did that, but the god judged this mage to be extremely powerful in his realm. Shang quickly closed in on the mage, but when Shang was only 50 meters away from him, the mage's focus suddenly began to burn violently. Focus fusion, Shang thought. Focus fusion meant that a mage and their focus cast the same spell. With that ability, they could cast very powerful spells in a very short time. Shang knew that the spell the mage had prepared had to be insanely powerful. The mage extended his hand towards his focus and touched it. After that, the fire from the focus suddenly vanished. Then, the mage looked at Shang. At that moment, Shang felt like time had frozen. For an instant that felt like an eternity, the mage only looked at Shang. Yet, in that instant, Shang felt like he was about to die. His instincts were screaming at him to run away. And then, Shang saw the young man's lips move with a familiar word. Shang's hair stood up, released a powerful fire blast to his front to stop himself, and lifted his sword to block. Isha. This was the word the mage had spoken. And as soon as he had finished the word, he vanished. Boom. Something impossibly powerful hit Shang's sword, and the power threw him over 100 meters away, breaking his arms. CRK. At the same time, some small cracks appeared on Sword's body, and Shang could feel its pain. Sadly, that wasn't even everything. Whatever had hit Shang had exploded with violent fire, and Sword hadn't been light enough to block Shang. The sides of Shang's body had turned to ash. His organs were safe, but his arms and shoulders had effectively become useless. Shang had no choice but to quickly heal his body with his life energy. And with that, all the extra life energy Shang had stored up was gone. But the biggest thing Shang was concerned about was Sword's crack. Shang could be resurrected in the trial, but he didn't know if Sword could. If it broke, Shang might lose his lifelong companion. Shang managed to regain control over his body by using a fire blast and looked at the mage. The mage stood at the place where Shang had just been. However, his entire body was encased in violent fire. The ground around him for over 10 meters had turned into nothing but a blackened crater as the mage stood in the middle. Bang. Shang released another ice blast and shot towards the fiery figure. There was no retreat in this trial. The violent fire around the mage seemed to grow as Shang approached, and when Shang came close to the mage, he realized that the fiery figure had grown to a size of 10 meters. Another foreboding feeling entered Shang, and he felt like it was a terrible idea to come close to the mage. But what was he supposed to do? He had to get close to kill the mage. Shang gritted his teeth and continued running at the gigantic figure. At the same time, his left arm withered as he filled Sword with darkness mana. The figure slowly crossed its arms. It was like it was preparing itself to push the entire world away from itself. By now, Shang's instincts were screaming so loudly that he stopped. Bang. Shang released a fire blast to flee again. Ignoring his instincts had been a bad idea. I should have never ignored my instincts. For a second time, one moment seemingly stretched into eternity. And then, the fiery figure explosively extended its arms. Boom. Shang threw himself to the ground and activated his domain of entropy. He saw an unimaginably hot wave of fire consume everything around him. Even the earth around Shang had vanished. After what felt like an eternity, the fiery wave finally ended. However, Shang was shocked to see that over 90% of his mana reserves were gone. Shang's domain of entropy had never consumed so much mana to block a single attack before. Shang quickly stood up when he saw that the fire had ended, but when he saw his surroundings, cold shivers ran down his spine. The crater the mage had created was nearly 50 meters wide. No wonder his domain of entropy consumed so much mana. And then, Shang saw the mage, and his eye widened. The mage's red robes were on fire. Yet, the mage seemingly didn't care. Instead, his previously neutral expression had transformed into a smirk. You're still alive, he shouted from a distance. Good. Then, the mage opened his arms and pointed his palms upward beside him. Bang. The fire disappeared from his robe and appeared on his hands as 2 flames, burning violently like they were flames of a gigantic welding torch. His smirk transformed into a maddened grin. Finally, a good fight. Chapter 357, Different Mage. Shang only narrowed his right eye and shot towards the mage. He wasn't someone that wanted to talk during a fight. The less he knew about his opponents, the easier it was for him to kill them. As Shang approached, the mage only grinned widely and pointed one of the 2 flames at him. Bang. Shang shot to the side with a fire blast. Boom. A beam of searing fire shot past Shang and exploded on the place where he had just been. The powerful explosion burned his skin in several places, but with another fire blast, Shang managed to protect himself from the worst of it. At the same time, Shang noticed that the mage's robes were slowly starting to catch fire again. The density of fire mana in the surroundings is rapidly shrinking. It seems like his robes can absorb the fire mana from their surroundings. Well, he isn't the only one that can do that. In Shang's hands, Sword was also burning violently. When Shang had used his domain of entropy to turn the explosion into fire mana, Sword had absorbed as much fire mana as it could. The mage sprang only one when he saw Shang evade his attack. The more powerful his opponent, the better the fight. Shang quickly reached the mage and prepared to slash, but the mage only angled the other flame towards the ground. Boom. The ground below the mage exploded, and Shang had to protect himself from the heat with another fire blast. The mage shot into the sky, his focus following him. Bang. Shang quickly shot after the mage and also flew into the sky. A moment later, the mage's focus began to burn again. This spell is called Spark Shower, the mage said with a grin. Shang didn't know the spell, but he could imagine what it did. Sure enough, after pointing his hand at Shang, several pellets of fire shot at him. It was almost like someone was shooting at Shang with a shotgun. Bang. Shang quickly changed his trajectory with another fire blast, his body leaving icy mist behind. He was already at his limit in regards to his body's temperature. It was rather ironic that Shang's body was beginning to freeze while fighting a fire mage. Shang managed to evade most of the pellets, but a couple of them would still hit him. Bang. Bang. Shang blocked two of the pellets with his sword, but he had to block the last of them with an ice blast. On one hand, Shang didn't get injured, but on the other hand, the angle at which he had released the ice blast threw him further away from the mage. Due to the recoil of the spell, the fire mage rose higher into the sky as Shang approached the ground. Bang. Bang. Shang quickly released two ice blasts to shoot towards the mage in the sky again, his body no longer on the verge of freezing. But just a moment later, the mage had prepared his own spell. Searing Cross, he shouted. Why is he shouting the names of his attacks? Doesn't he know that this makes it easier for me to evade them? Sure enough, just an instant later, a cross made of white fire shot towards Shang. Bang. Shang shot to the side, and the cross barely missed him. However, the surrounding temperature still increased Shang's temperature by a lot. Bang. Shang shot towards the sky EGA. Bang. Shang's right eye widened when he saw an explosion of fire appear behind the mage. And an instant later, the mage appeared right in front of Shang, a maddened smile on his face. He had done the same thing as Shang. Even more, instead of retreating, the mage had come towards Shang. He had never fought a mage before that wanted to get close to him during a battle. And then, Shang noticed a violently burning pillar of flames in one of his hands. The pillar almost looked like a spear or a sword. And just like a sword, the mage slashed towards Shang. As Shang saw the attack, he noticed all its secrets. His long training with Teacher Mervin wasn't for nothing. Shang knew exactly how the attack would move and what it would do. Shang moved his sword towards the side where the attack came from. And then, the fire hit sword. CRRR. The violent flame hit sword like a concentrated beam of water hitting steel. And then, Shang moved sword along the slash. He knew that this was not a real weapon, and he also knew that the attack wouldn't follow the rules of a real weapon. CRRR. Sure enough, as the slash continued, sword stayed in the fire's path. If this were a normal weapon, the weapon would have bounced off. A sword made of fire couldn't just block something. It would continue unabated. If Shang had simply blocked the attack, the fire sword would have burned his body into several pieces. When the slash passed by Shang, he released another fire blast. Bang. Shang shot forward with his extended elbow. From such a distance, the mage wouldn't be able to evade. Even more, the mage had never activated his mana shield. Shang's elbow hit the mage's chest, but his right eye narrowed when he saw magic circles appear on the robes. His robes have the same defense as my armor. Usually, mages didn't buy these kinds of armors. After all, if someone actually managed to hit their body, it meant that their mana shield was broken, which meant that they were out of mana, which meant that they were about to die anyway. Normally, mages bought robes with magic circles that expedited their mana regeneration. Yet, this mage had bought exactly such a piece of armor. The mage and Shang were blasted apart by the force of Shang's attack. The mage coughed a bit due to the force his body had just experienced. Even though he was a powerful true mage, his body couldn't be compared to Shang's. If Shang's attack had actually hit him, the mage would have been blasted into several pieces. That's what I get from fighting in close combat with the fizzy, the mage grumbled to himself. At the same time, his arms extended again. His robes were already burning violently again. Chapter 358, Universe. The focus of the mage started to burn fiercely again. Fireball, the mage shouted. An instant later, a huge fireball shot out of the focus, run towards Shang. Bang. Shang evaded to the side with a fire blast. Remote version, the mage had it with a smirk. Boom. Instead of continuing, the fireball exploded just as it passed Shang. Shang's legs became severely burned, and the skin on the rest of his body didn't have it any better. He hadn't expected that the mage could detonate his fireball from a distance. Luckily, the bit of mana Shang had regenerated over the fight allowed him to heal his body, but he was out of mana yet again. Bang. Nevertheless, Shang continued shooting at his opponent again. By now, he had gotten rather close. Only 20 meters were between them. Bang. The mage also released his own version of a fire blast to escape, but Shang kept charging after him. In comparison to Shang, the mage had to use his own mana every time he did that. Several small members were left behind as he retreated. As Shang shot after him, the mage turned around with a grin. Firemon. Then, he snapped his finger. Boom. One of the small members exploded violently just as Shang passed it. The right side of Shang's body turned black, and his right arm essentially became useless. Shang could only grit his teeth. He didn't have any mana to heal himself anymore. The mage gained a couple of meters due to this attack. You know, it's kind of unfair that you can control the temperature of your body, the mage shouted at Shang while retreating. I would have used my fire domain otherwise. Shang's brows furrowed. You have a domain, he asked. This had been the first time Shang had spoken during the fight. Bang. Shang moved to the side again as he barely evaded a concentrated beam of fire. Yet, his right arm was now completely burned off. He knew that true mages had a terrifying ability to regenerate mana thanks to mana tranquility, but this mage had been throwing a rapid avalanche of attacks with intense power at him. Shang was certain that the mage was using way more mana than he was regenerating. Not your kind of domain, the mage shouted back. It's a spell I invented. It makes the surroundings very hot. Anyway, it's time to end this fight, he shouted with a smirk. Shang didn't answer. By now, 3 fireballs were floating around the mage. He had been preparing them while he was retreating from Shang. And then, the 3 fireballs shot at Shang. Bang. Shang shot upward, leaving only one fireball shooting directly at him. Then, Shang swung his sword, and a wave of fire left it. Boom. The fireball in front of Shang exploded as Shang's ranged attack hit it. Bang. Shang released another fire blast and charged right towards the explosion. It was almost like he wanted to die. Boom. Boom. The other 2 fireballs exploded diagonally behind him, severely burning his body and blasting him even faster into the explosion. Shang entered the explosion. But a moment later, a bloody figure came out of the explosion. Shang had activated his domain of entropy again, and he had sacrificed his skin to survive the explosion. Shang was now very close to the mage. His expression. The mage only looked with disgust at Shang. You, he said. Bang. And then, a spear of fire shot out of his robe, right towards Shang. Shang's right eye narrowed, and he shot another wave of fire at the spear. Sword had absorbed a lot of fire mana just now. Boom. The 2 attacks hit and exploded. Behind the explosion, the mage only smirked and lifted his hand again. There was another fireball in it. But then, his eyes widened. Bang. A black beam shot out of the explosion and hit the mage's chest. The magic circles on his chest activated again, but this time, they broke. His robes would no longer protect him from now on. The black beam had been sword. Shang had thrown it towards the mage. Normally, Shang wouldn't throw his weapon at a mage. After all, their mana shield would just block it by using a negligible amount of mana. But this mage didn't have a mana shield. The power of this throw was even stronger than when Shang had hit the mage in the chest with his elbow. The mage was thrown back and flew towards the ground, not being able to control his trajectory. Bang. His body hit the ground. Crack. Several of his bones broke, and blood leaked out of his body as he rolled across the ground. Eventually, his body stopped, and he could see Shang approaching. The severely burned, skinless figure looked scary and simultaneously disgusting in his eyes. Sword returned to Shang, and he would soon reach the mage. Hey, is the Soma Universe X7 out yet? The mage suddenly asked. Shang's world stopped. What did he just say? Did he hear that right? But, how? A smartphone. He knows about smartphones. Shang thought in shock. Yes, the Soma Universe was a smartphone. Shang paused in his attack due to his shock. And then, the mage only smirked. The fireball he had prepared earlier was gone. An instant later, his chest became red and then black. You don't get my points. Fuck you, he shouted with a laugh. Shang's instincts were screaming at him. However, there was nowhere to go. And then, boom. The mage's body exploded with a violent explosion, and Shang was in the middle of it. Shang activated his domain of entropy by sacrificing his bones. This explosion seemingly took forever, and Shang's body slowly collapsed onto itself. When Shang ran out of bones, he had to sacrifice his flesh. And eventually, the explosion passed. The cheering returned. However, Shang was injured too heavily, and he died just a minute later. He got the points, but he wouldn't get the points for the next 2 levels. The trial was over. Chapter 359, Strange Mage. Shang slowly opened his right eye. He had died in the trial, but sure enough, his left eye hadn't recovered. He looked to his side and saw sword lying just beside him. As always, it wanted to stay by Shang's side. Instead of standing up, Shang only continued lying on the ground, looking at the plain sky of his inner world. The entire vibe went through his head. If I had a working set of armor, I would have won, he thought as he remembered the robes of the fire mage. The robes had blocked 2 fatal attacks. A luxury Shang didn't have. Instead of overusing my domain of entropy, I could have used my armor to take a fatal attack. With that, I would have been able to survive the last explosion and continue. The next opponent wouldn't have been a problem, even in my injured state. That would have given me an opportunity to regenerate. Sure enough, equipment is also a part of power. And then, Shang's mind went to the last few words the fire mage had said. The fire mage had managed to shock Shang by saying something that only someone from Earth could know. However, the gods specifically brought people to this world to stop the mages from being too powerful, and that fire mage had definitely been someone that was fully focused on the path of magic. If the fire mage hadn't said something like that, Shang would have killed him before the explosion became too dangerous. Shang furrowed his brows as he thought back to how the mage behaved during the fight. He was very different from all the opponents Shang had faced before. He had even called out the names of his attacks. Additionally, he liked to talk during a battle. His behavior was unusual. Shang looked to his right and saw the jester looking at Shang with a grin. Mind explaining what was up with that guy just now? I thought you didn't want the mages to become even more powerful, Shang said. The jester only snickered. You're right, he said. However, he is unusual. In what way? Shang asked. His thinking process is very impulsive, sometimes irrational, and even random at points, the jester explained. I try not to read the minds of you guys, but I can't help to just subconsciously combine all the clues you guys show into a picture that perfectly represents the current you. However, when I really talked to him, I was surprised more than once. Instead of going with the flow, he immediately complained several times and told me that he wouldn't do what I wanted. The jester snickered. Of course, I showed him that he had no power, and he eventually complied. The jester laughed some more as he remembered his interaction with the mage. After he arrived in my world, he immediately searched for a way to get rid of his warrior's body. The jester's grin widened. And, surprisingly, he managed to gain the attention of a high mage that also became interested in that idea. Together, they managed to find a way, and he managed to get rid of his warrior's body. Shang was quite surprised when he heard that. This guy managed to get rid of his warrior's body. Don't get your hopes up, the jester said with a sneer. I learned from my mistakes. You need, at least, a mage king if you want to get rid of your warrior's body. Mage king, Shang asked. Like kings of thunder. The jester only smirked. They are kings, but they are not mage kings. King, huh? Shang thought as he remembered something. So, like the ice king, he asked. Like the ice king, the jester answered. Shang only nodded, and you let him just do what he wants. The jester snorted. Of course, I wasn't really nice when I talked to him again, but wouldn't you know, he managed to convince me to let him live as a mage. He knows that I want entertainment, and he offered something very interesting to me. He argued that there were numerous paths in the past, which is true. So, there also had to be a path that was closer to magic, interesting to watch, and also different. Instead of going with the warrior's path, he wants to create a more interesting path for magic. Instead of increasing the diversity of the entire world, he wants to make the mages more diverse. The jester leaned on his hammer. He actually had a point, you know. That does sound interesting. At that point, the jester's grin widened. But in order to keep him to his promise, I made it impossible for him to use Mana Shield. Shang's brows furrowed. That explains a lot. Mana Shield is the very reason why the world is so boring. The mages don't need to move a lot while fighting other mages. They only stand there and bombard their opponent while their opponent does the same. As the mana regeneration becomes stronger and stronger, the fights become longer and longer. But without Mana Shield, they are forced to get more creative. So, to facilitate this creativity, I made it impossible for him to use Mana Shield. And he made quite some interesting innovations. Necessity is the mother of invention, you know. Well, change something that works. But if it doesn't work, you have to change it. Shang understood where the god was coming from. That fire mage had fought very differently from all the other mages. Most notably, his movements. Instead of only using modest step and standing in place, he charged toward Shang and even someone flew around in the sky. Additionally, he was also using trickery, like the fire mines or the remote explosions. At that moment, Shang realized something else. I didn't have a chance to use Sword's entropy or modest step. There simply was no good opportunity. But then, Shang also remembered that the fire mage had said that he wanted to unleash his domain of fire but couldn't. It seemed like both of them had fought an opponent that disabled one of their weapons. Shang's control over temperature made the domain of fire unusable, but the mage's ability to fight in the sky and his lack of Mana Shield made Shang's modest step and Sword's entropy useless. It was a strange fight. I got the points for that fight, right? Shang asked. You did, the jester said with a grin. 30 points in total. That's a new record, you know. I have 2 options for your reward. Want to hear them? Chapter 360, Star Map. Shang only nodded. The jester put his hammer away and lifted his 2 hands. Shang. 2 books appeared in his hands. First, he looked at his left hand. Something that significantly increases the base strength of about 90% of warriors, he said. Then, he looked at his right hand. Something that makes creating your own path far easier and faster, he said. Shang hesitated for a bit. Am I among those 90%, he asked. No, but your teacher Mervin is, the jester said with a grin. Shang took a deep breath. He felt indebted to teacher Mervin. After all, he had just spent 5 years training with Shang. Shang really wanted to help teacher Mervin. However, the lesson Shang had learned came to his mind again, and he remembered why he had cried after teacher Mervin left. His future. Right now, Shang had an opportunity to repay teacher Mervin, but he also had the opportunity to help himself. This choice really was cruel. I'm already indebted to teacher Mervin. Am I supposed to throw this opportunity away? Shang really didn't feel great about that thought. It took over 2 minutes for Shang to make his choice. I choose the true path option. The jester only grinned and handed the book over to Shang. Don't forget to bring this knowledge to the world. You are here to help all the warriors, not only yourself, the jester said. And then, he vanished. And Shang was alone again. Click. Shang's finger touched sword. Well, not completely alone. Shang stood up and opened the book the god had left behind. It didn't take long for him to finish the entire book. Just like with the ranged attack, the concepts inside the book were not incredibly complex but far outside the norm and very unusual. Shang would have never even thought of such a method to utilize his mind in mana. After Shang finished the book, he had already fully learned the concepts. Usually, it would have taken him months to apply this knowledge, but these books directly implanted the knowledge in his head. Shang sat down and closed his eyes. Then, he moved his mind around and began to chant to himself as he gathered different concepts and memories. Like he had done this thousands of times before, Shang suddenly saw an image in his mind. There were 2 stars in the night sky. One was below, and the other was above. Between the 2 stars were white, differently shaped things that looked like shards of glass. Some of them were round and thick. Others were thin and long. In a way, it looked like a long, white line had been smashed into pieces. However, even if one used all the shards, the white line would look very crooked and unpleasant. The line would be thicker in some places and would make curves in others. But they would create a path. Shang already knew what all of this symbolized. Every chart is something I have full control over. It represents my knowledge, my skill, and my mastery over this subject. Someone that would look at this image for the first time would have no idea what chart represented what, but the book had made Shang into a master regarding this technique. Shang looked at the biggest chart. It was a gigantic square, nearly as wide as 30% of the distance between the two stars. That's everything that Teacher Mervin has taught me in the last 5 years. I think this represents the path Teacher Mervin is trying to build. Shang imagined the square extending towards the other star. It would be a powerful, strong, and wide path. Then, Shang looked at the smaller charts and focused on the ones related to the dean. In all this cluster of charts, Shang hadn't noticed that the things he had learned from the dean also fit onto a path. It was a sine wave. It started at the bottom star, curved to the left, curved to the right, past the middle, went further right, curved to the left, and ended up at the upper star. It was a uniform path. His path would be longer than Teacher Mervin's path, but it wouldn't be nearly as wide. In terms of area, Teacher Mervin's path was probably thrice of the dean's path. Shang imagined some other patterns. A spinning path. A zigzagging path. A narrowing sphere. There were innumerable ways one line could look like. Then, Shang looked back at the charts he was able to see. He could create a path with them, but the path would be incongruent, horrible, and unstable. It would be like someone was welding stuff together that didn't belong together. Shang looked at the square that represented Teacher Mervin's teachings. If all of his charts were thrown together, this chart alone would take up half of the combined area. Teacher Mervin's lesson was invaluable for Shang. The things Teacher Mervin had taught him didn't increase Shang's power by much while fighting mages, but Teacher Mervin also couldn't teach these things to Shang. He could only give Shang a big part of his knowledge regarding fighting warriors. Even after 5 years, I only barely understand 20% of the things Teacher Mervin knows. For the next 2 hours, Shang continued inspecting the different charts he owned and analyzed what part of his knowledge they represented. Some people might believe that this was a bit underwhelming for a 30-point reward. Yet, this couldn't be further from the truth. This was a visual representation of the very thing all warriors wanted to achieve. As long as they had a shape in mind that conformed to their unlocked charts, they could find out what they were missing. For example, Shang knew that the mastery over his affinity represented different charts that went in 5 different directions. Some of them weren't even leading to the star Shang was aiming toward. Right now, Shang's vision was essentially zoomed in on a place between these 2 stars, but if he zoomed out, he could see many different stars all around the lower star. The lower star wasn't actually on the bottom, but in the very center of a vast map of stars. However, only one star interested Shang, which was why he was only focusing on it. The other stars represented other weapons, other fighting styles, other affinities, and some other things. Just by watching this picture, Shang could learn so much about the things he knew and the things he didn't know. Instead of blindly having to train and finding some inspirational spark, Shang could watch his progress and adapt his training. Sure enough, if this technique was available to all the warriors, the number of true path stage warriors would increase very quickly. After several hours, Shang finally deactivated the image, and his consciousness returned. Sure enough, the star map is worth the 30 points, he said to himself. Shang took a deep breath and stood up. Then, he took hold of Sword. Are you ready to return to the real world after 5 years? He asked. It doesn't matter where I am, Sword answered. As long as I am by your side. Shang only smiled. And then, he vanished from his inner world. Chapter 361, Fruits of Training. For the first time in 5 years, Shang's real body moved. As soon as Shang regained control over his body, he felt many tiny things moving over him. Insects. They thought that Shang was a corpse, and they were trying to eat him. However, Shang's body was simply too powerful, making it pointless. Nevertheless, Shang released his domain of entropy for a moment to get rid of him. Over the 5 years, Shang's black piece of cloth that covered his left eye socket had deteriorated, gaining several more holes. Shang's hair reached his butt, but he didn't really care about that. More concerning was the long, humongous beard adorning his face. Shang moved his body around, but when he cracked his jaw, some of the hairs on his beard entered, and Shang had to cough several times. I hate beards for exactly that reason. Shang grabbed Sword and quickly got rid of his beard. He decided to leave his hair. He never really had such long hair before, and he wanted to try it out before cutting off 5 years of work. As for Shang's facial features and body, they hadn't changed. Shang was already an adult, and he could live for over 250 years. 5 years counted as barely more than 1 year for a normal person. Nevertheless, he was 27 now. This means I have been in this world for around 13 years already. Somehow, it doesn't feel that long. Anyway, I should get a beast heart. Shang slowly dug out of his sandy ground and entered the tide serpent zone again. 5 years had passed, but nothing had changed down here. Just like last time, Shang felt like time didn't exist in this lake. Nothing in the world mattered down here. Shang descended for a couple of minutes before he stopped. Shang furrowed his brows as he felt something peculiar. I feel like a beast is very close. I didn't feel any kind of current, but my instincts are telling me that a beast is currently looking at me. That's new. Shang only needed a second to make an educated guess as to why he suddenly had that feeling. High mages and true path stage warriors can feel their surroundings with their minds. It essentially works like my darkness vision, but its effectiveness doesn't depend on the mana. No matter where they are, they can essentially feel everything in their surroundings. I'm obviously not on that level yet, but the 5 years of training brought me closer to the true path stage. I guess this could be called the pseudo-spirit sense. Spirit sense was the name of the ability to see one's surroundings like that. Shang closed his right eye and felt his surroundings. The new sensations were still confusing, but he could tell the general direction of whatever was watching him. Bang. Shang released an ice blast and shot in that direction. A moment later, Shang felt foreign currents, and his guess was confirmed. He could slightly feel living beings around him. As soon as Shang felt the currents, the location of his opponent was unveiled, and he directly charged to that place. Suddenly, the currents stopped, and Shang's instincts were telling him that whatever he was chasing was preparing an attack. In this instant, the image of a spear appeared in his mind. Shang knew that beasts didn't truly have spears, but he felt like the image of a spear was accurate. However, this was another new sensation Shang had never felt before. Nevertheless, he trusted his new perception. His body moved on its own after so many years of training, and Sword angled in such a way that it redirected the spear in Shang's mind. Click. Shang felt something hit Sword and getting redirected to his left. CRRR. Sword continued forward, grinding on whatever it was on. For just a moment, blood appeared in the dark water as sparks flew. CRKSH. Sword went past the thing it was redirecting and hit something hard but definitely organic. Shang felt the familiar feeling of his sword cutting through scales, flesh, and bones. Bang. Sword easily passed through the entire thing, killing it. Shang quickly pocketed the corpse, retreated into the ground, and entered his inner world. Then, he looked at it. It was a fish with a thick and long horn. Initial commander stage, Shang realized. Shang looked at the horn. So, this was a spear in my mind. I think a horn can be compared to a spear. Teacher Mervin's lesson didn't show much effect during my fights with the mages, but as soon as I fought a beast, I immediately realized that my power has increased by quite a bit. As soon as the fish attacked, it was like Teacher Mervin was mimicking a spear. My body moved on its own, and I perfectly countered the attack. Shang's brows furrowed. And most shocking of all is that I didn't even see my opponent. I have no form of monovision in this lake, and I can't see anything. My pseudo-spirit sense is also very weak and very big, but as soon as an attack was launched, I somehow knew what kind of attack the opponent was using. Is it possible that Teacher Mervin specifically trained me to rely on my pseudo-spirit sense? Shang thought about this for a while. It's possible. Teacher Mervin already has a powerful path, and he probably already has access to his own spirit sense. He has many more years of experience than me, and he has probably already spent years changing his habits. I think he relies more on his spirit sense than I do on my sense. For a while, Shang remained silent. I really underestimated the amount of knowledge and experience warriors accumulate during the commander stage. There is so much more to know. Then, Shang went to the corpse and dug out his heart. He performed the usual routine and strengthened his body. But when he was done, he noticed something else. My body didn't absorb more mana than the last times, but the remnant will of the beast doesn't feel nearly as powerful as the last times. I don't think that the will has become weaker, but that my will has become more powerful. Maybe that has also something to do with my training with Teacher Mervin. As things stand now, I can probably get rid of all the mana in 10 days. Previously, the same task took me about 13 days or so. It actually makes sense. If my will is stronger, it will exhaust the beast will quicker, allowing me to strengthen my body earlier than usual. Shang took a deep breath. I've never imagined that these 5 years of training made so much difference. I have some kind of pseudo-spirit sense. My mind subconsciously produces familiar images when an opponent attacks me. My will has become more powerful, allowing me to strengthen my body quicker. And lastly, I have gotten way better at fighting warriors and beasts. 5 years. These 5 years were definitely worth it. Shang looked at his inner world. For the foreseeable future, I should get more familiar with my affinity. The last time my affinity received any kind of strong boost in power was when I managed to move its core around inside my body. I neglected training it. For now, Shang didn't want to leave the Tai Serpent Zone. Yes, he was very powerful, but if even one mid-true mage crossed his path, Shang could very likely die. This was a perfect time to train in peace. And after 5 years, Shang no longer cared about returning to the Sith Thunder Kingdom quickly. He might as well stay here until he could attempt the journey back. Shang sat down and concentrated on his affinity. Whenever he could strengthen his body again, he would leave and get another heart. He remained in this routine for quite a long time. Chapter 362, The Plan. Shang spent a bit more than a year strengthening his body and affinity. After that year, Shang reached the early commander stage, but his control over his affinity hadn't been strengthened by much. The main problem was probably his weak mind. Sadly, there was no cure for that due to his warrior's body. However, Shang wanted to reach a breakthrough in his control over his affinity before he left this place. On top of that, he wanted to strengthen his body a bit more. After all, the relative power compared to beasts on his level always fell after a breakthrough. Shortly before Shang had made his breakthrough, he had about 82% of the power of an initial commander stage beast, but after his breakthrough, he only had about 60% of the power of an early commander stage beast. In terms of total power, that was still far more than before, but it could definitely be better. So, Shang continued training his affinity and strengthening his body for another year. After that year, the power of Shang's body returned to about 73% of the power of an early commander stage beast, and he finally managed to make a breakthrough in his affinity. My new ability should give me more defensive power against mages and more offensive power against beasts, he thought as he looked at his left arm. Additionally, I already know what my next milestone for my affinity will be, but that will probably take another couple of years. For now, I don't want to stay inside this lake any longer. With another 2 years passing, Shang's body was now 29 years old. 7 years ago, Shang had been a newbie relating to commander stage warriors, but now, he was experienced. I might actually have a chance of winning against Teacher Mervin now, but that's because of the procedure in my affinity. If our physical power were at the same level, I would probably still miserably lose, Shang thought with a bitter smile. There's plenty more to learn. Anyway, I should get ready for the big event. Shang left his inner world and returned to his body. After leaving the sandy ground, Shang swam towards the center of the lake, but after only 2 kilometers, he stopped. The only reason why he was here was to not be directly near the plague rat zone. For a moment, Shang didn't move, but his heartbeat began to speed up. He was getting nervous. It's a gamble, but I need to do this. Over the last 2 years, Shang had realized something. According to his math, his body would reach its peak at around 78% of the power of an early commander stage beast. Obviously, this was lower than the 82% he had at the initial commander stage. What was the difference? The abomination he had absorbed. If Shang continued training without absorbing any abominations, he estimated that the maximum potential of his body would always remain at the 75% mark. As soon as he reached the 75% mark, he would need to reach the next level, which would mean his strength would fall by another 20% to 55%. In comparison, if Shang exclusively only absorbed abominations, he was sure he would be able to reach 100% of the power of an equivalent beast. With the 20% drop, this would mean that he would be at 80% of the power of an equivalent beast after a breakthrough. This meant that the lowest point of only absorbing abominations was 5% higher than the highest point of absorbing whatever beast. This difference in power was astronomical. The abomination absorbing Shang would be more powerful than the other Shang after he had strengthened his body for another couple of years. This difference in power represented probably over 3 points in a theoretical trial. Sadly, Shang couldn't only absorb abominations. Every time he summoned one, he would attract the attention of the resident zone beast. Most zone beasts probably didn't exactly care about Shang due to the Thunder Force's mark, but if they suddenly saw several abominations appear around him, they would very likely want to kill him. This left Shang with only a single way to absorb abominations, and he was about to try out this method right now. He would need to summon abominations, absorb one, and immediately flee to another zone as the other abominations distracted the zone beast. However, it was still dangerous. What if the zone beast decided to follow Shang into a different zone? For example, the Empress Cobra also dealt with the abominations in the Adamant-type behemoth zone. If Shang were to summon abominations in the Empress Cobra zone and flee to the Adamant-type behemoth zone, the Empress Cobra would very likely chase after him and kill him. Additionally, he could probably never allow himself to enter the spirit senses range of that zone beast again. Absorbing an abomination represented going scorched earth with the zone beast. Every zone Shang performed that acting would become inaccessible to him. Sadly, that was the only way Shang could think of. He couldn't control how many abominations appeared. At most, he could probably somewhat control where they appeared. Performing that trick was definitely very risky and dangerous, but if Shang wanted to reach his full potential, he needed to absorb abominations. Right now, Shang was around 5 kilometers deep in the ancient lake. The distance to the shore of the plague rat zone was about 4 kilometers. After all, the ground went inward the deeper one went in the lake. So, even though Shang was 4 kilometers away from the shore, he was only a bit more than 2 kilometers away from the sandy wall. Zone beasts have a terrifying spirit sense, but I'm pretty sure that plague rat can't feel the abominations if they appear down here. There is quite a lot of distance to the place where the plague rat lives, and there's also a ton of water between us. Additionally, the terrifying pressure down here should kill all the soldier stage abominations and the weaker general stage abominations, somewhat containing the commotion. First, I summon the abominations. Then, I quickly absorb one. After that, I will flee to the plague rat zone, kill any mage I see, and directly run to the northwest, to the next zone. The zone to the northwest is the ancestral mountain zone. As long as I run up the mountain, the mages should stop chasing. After all, they don't want to die. Funnily enough, the ancestral mountain zone didn't get its name from its zone beast, but from the fact that the entire zone was essentially one huge mountain. The reason why it wasn't named after the zone beast was that no one had ever seen the zone beast. It obviously lived on top of the ancestral mountain, and it definitely had a lot of affinity. But that was all that humans knew about the zone beast. Shang didn't want to remain in the plague rat zone for obvious reasons. He would only run through it, get to the mountain, find a safe place there, and then enter the Black Shadow Kingdom. Yes, the ancestral mountain zone belonged to the Grand Mountain Kingdom for the simple reason that the Black Shadow Kingdom really wasn't very interested in that zone. They were not the biggest fans of a zone filled with blood mana. The resident governor should be in the deep core turtle zone, and I doubt that they will act due to some rogue barbarian. Shang closed his right eye to prepare himself mentally. He only hoped that he wouldn't die. And a couple of seconds later, he activated his domain of entropy. Chapter 363, Destruction. Shang activated his domain of entropy but didn't use it to destroy the matter around him. It didn't have any offensive capabilities in the state, but the abominations would surely sense it. For several minutes, Shang simply waited in the middle of the lake. Since his domain was destroying nothing, the beast also didn't notice it. After about 10 minutes, Shang felt something. He felt a kind of connection with something very distant. It was like Shang was feeling an immortal sleeping presences far away. The last time Shang had summoned abominations had been on accident during his breakthrough. Obviously, he hadn't had the time to concentrate on these presences since he had been busy with his breakthrough. But this time, he could fully focus on them. The presences all had different levels of power. Most of them were incredibly weak, and Shang was pretty certain that these weak presences symbolized soldier stage abominations. There were also a lot of more powerful presences, which should be the general stage abominations. The strongest presences, which should be the commander stage abominations, were only about 20 in number. I can control what I summon. Shang thought with furrowed brows. Shang slowly reached out to one of the commander stage abominations and slowly pulled. He felt the presence sphere, but along with its sphere about 20 general stage abominations and around 400 soldier stage abominations. Shang stopped pulling on that one and focused on another commander stage abomination. However, 20 general stage abominations and 400 soldier stage abominations still sphere, but they were different ones. Now, Shang slowly understood what was going on. This is basically a hierarchy or an org chart, Shang thought. If I pull a manager out of an org chart, I will pull all their employees with them. That's when Shang realized something else. One abomination is always superior to 20 other abominations. Then, since I can sense 20 commander stage abominations, it means that this is the army of a true path stage abomination. However, I can't feel the true path stage abomination. I also don't feel any kind of superior connection coming out of the commander stage abominations. It's almost like there is no true path stage abomination superior to them. Shang wasn't sure what he should think about that, but he also knew that he probably wouldn't be able to find out the reason. Because of that, he focused on his plan. Seems like I'm forced to summon a total of 421 abominations if I want to absorb a commander stage abomination. That's a lot of destruction and power. Every single one of them can explode with incredible force. If I were to summon him in a zone filled with humans, I might end up killing hundreds or thousands of humans. Shang felt a pit of fear in his stomach when that thought entered his mind. He could deal with killing his enemies, but being responsible for an entire city being wiped out just for being near him was not something he wanted to imagine. Summoning these beasts would count as bringing a calamity upon the place where I am. I know I can somewhat control the abominations, but I don't think that they will just wait for their deaths if I order them. They will probably still retaliate if anything attacks them. I should be careful in which zones I activate this ability. Then, Shang pulled on one of the commander stage abominations. The presence grew more powerful and present alongside its subservient presences. And a couple of seconds later, Shang, the commander stage abomination, appeared right in front of Shang. It looked exactly like the one Shang had absorbed. He felt a deep connection with it, but its appearance was still very alien to him. Shang, 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 Shang. 2 seconds later, all the general stage abominations appeared around the lake. Apparently, they had somewhat spread out while being summoned. And lastly, the soldier stage abominations appeared all over the lake. As soon as they appeared, nearly half of them died to the pressure deep inside the lake, while the other ones appeared in shallower waters. Shang's heart was already racing. There was no way back now. Shang immediately grabbed the abomination, and it entered his body without any resistance. Shang felt his body explode with power as his body instantly reached 78% of the power of an early commander stage beast. At the same time, Shang felt the abominations becoming angry. They hated this place. They hated everything they could see. It was like their life's purpose was to destroy the entire world. At that moment, Shang's suspicion was confirmed. He couldn't just ask them to die. They would attack and destroy, no matter what Shang said. The only thing he could do was to direct their hatred in one direction. And Shang did just that. Destroy the bottom of the lake, he ordered them with his mind. Like an avalanche, all the remaining abominations violently charged towards the bottom of the lake. After giving the order, Shang immediately charged toward the surface. Easy. Just 2 seconds later, the Thunder Horse's mark activated, which meant that something very powerful had taken note of Shang. Pretty sure that's the Tide Serpent. Boom, boom. As Shang retreated, the water around him suddenly started to vibrate. At the same time, Shang could hear the sounds of distant explosions. When the abominations decided to blow themselves up, they could unleash terrifying power. The soldier stage abomination had a shot at killing the commander stage beast if it exploded. The general stage abomination could do the same with the troop half stage beast. This was the epitome of Shang's entropy, the ability to sacrifice parts of himself to unleash an insane amount of power. And, right now, hundreds of smaller Shangs were using that ability to wreak havoc. It was terrifying. More and more explosions shot throughout the lake as Shang reached the surface of the lake. Shang didn't know how much the abominations destroyed, but it had to be a monumental amount. Eventually, Shang broke through the lake's surface and came into contact with air for the first time in over 7 years. Just as before, the sky was dark and filled with darkness mana. However, that was good. With so much darkness mana, Shang could make full use of his darkness vision. After blasting into the air, Shang threw a glance at the lake below him. Silence. The lake was calm. It was like nothing was currently happening inside the lake. It was truly like the lake was an entirely different world from the surface. Shang quickly focused on the shore of the playground zone and saw 2 towers with a shield around them. He knew that he had either already been spotted or would soon be. The 2 towers were built on top of a cliff, which was about 5 meters high. The cliff went around the entire lake. At that moment, Shang's right eye opened wide in shock. Cliff. I don't remember there being a cliff. Shang remembered the time he had fled to the Tide Serpent Zone. Back then, he had entered it by a small beach. There had been no cliffs. And then, Shang had a terrifying thought. He quickly focused on the mana in his surroundings. He couldn't feel any water mana due to his low affinity towards it. But with so many abominations blowing up at the same time, the amount of water mana should reach densities where even I can feel it. Unless. Shang looked around. No steam. No additional water mana. A cliff where there had been no cliff before. And then, Shang realized. The abominations are destroying the water. They are not transforming it into steam or water mana, but completely destroying it. Energy can't be created or destroyed. Bullshit. They are literally doing just that. Shang's nervousness rose. Every time an abomination appears, it permanently destroys its surroundings. It is not converting things from one thing into the other, but completely destroying them. Then, doesn't that mean that this world will eventually completely stop existing? Over years and years, the abominations will slowly chew away on the world. Is there a way to create more mana? Shang had no idea. Creating mana was something that was so far beyond his level that he couldn't even make a guess. The abominations are not just destroying life, but the world itself. Chapter 364, Icicle. Shang quickly shook his head to regain his focus. I don't have time to think about that right now. I can think about that stuff when I'm safe. Shang focused on the distant towers again as he summoned the hood made of fish scales. He didn't want the Grand Mountain Kingdom to recognize him. If they recognized him, they would know that he only had one eye, which was basically unique in this world. Then, if Shang appeared back in the Thunder Kingdom eventually and they connected the sudden appearances of the abominations with his identity, the kingdoms might decide to ignore the war to deal with Shang. After all, someone like him was a threat to all of them. Shang had to keep his identity a secret if he wanted to live openly inside the Thunder Kingdom again, and he couldn't allow his identity to be connected to the abominations. By now, he could see 2 mages standing on each tower, and they were talking with each other as they glanced at the lake. They noticed that the water level was dropping. They will see me soon, but I can't kill them. These towers are fortified with a gigantic mana shield that uses mana stored in mana crystals. Exhausting the supply of one tower would be like trying to break through a peak true mage's mana shield. By the point I broke it, the mages would have already contacted their superiors. Additionally, they will notice the power of my attacks, giving them an inkling of my power. Right now, my advantage is that they don't know how powerful I am. If I get chased by a late true mage, I might not be able to escape in time, and if a peak true mage comes after me, only death awaits me. I have to keep my power a secret, and I will only have a single opportunity to unleash my power. Bang. Shang released a nice blast and shot towards the northwest, past the northern tower. At that moment, the mages noticed Shang. After all, he was literally exploding through the sky. Stop or we will kill you, one of the mages in the northern tower shouted loudly. Of course, Shang didn't stop, and he unleashed a fire blast to keep his speed at his peak. Attack, the mage ordered. A moment later, the tower began to light up as the 2 mages focused their mana on it. A second later, a huge fireball appeared above the tower, which directly shot at Shang. Shang immediately released a ranged attack at the fireball with his sword, the recoil throwing him further towards the north. Boom. The fireball exploded in the distance as Shang kept going. Change to crowd control, the mage shouted. The light of the tower started pulsating quickly, and about 10 small fireballs appeared above it. And then, the 10 fireballs shot toward Shang one after the other. Blocking one powerful attack was easy for Shang, but he couldn't possibly unleash his ranged attacks fast enough to block all of these small fireballs. Even more, as the tower kept firing, more fireballs appeared around it. It essentially acted as a gigantic machine gun. However, when Shang saw that, he didn't become nervous. I knew it was the correct decision to strengthen my affinity before leaving the Tide Serpent Zone. Shang let go of sword, which automatically clung to Shang's body. Then, Shang extended 2 fingers each on his hands. SSSS. Shang's body began to release steam as it heated up. Shang pointed 2 of his fingers at one of the fireballs. Bang. An icicle shot out of Shang's fingers and hit the fireball. Boom. The fireball exploded in the distance, and Shang did the same thing to the next one. Boom, boom, boom. Shang shot down each and every fireball as the recoil of his ability threw him further and further north. This was one of Shang's new abilities he had gained after strengthening his affinity for 2 years. He had gained the ability to somewhat spread the temperature fluctuations over a wider area of his body while gaining the ability to focus his blasts more. There wasn't a lot of destructive power in these icicles, but they could be used in quick succession. If the fireballs were as powerful as the first one, the power of the icicles wouldn't be enough to detonate them. However, these fireballs were smaller, and Shang could detonate with no problem. Shang called this new ability icicle, a simple but very descriptive name. By now, Shang had already passed the northern tower and was over 2 kilometers to its northwest. From such a distance, it became much harder for the mages to focus on him. If they were using their own spells, they would still have very high accuracy from such a distance, but they were using the tower spells. Sadly, they couldn't use their own spells. If Shang could react fast enough to deal with these fast-moving fireballs, he would very likely be able to completely evade their spells. Shang had been forced to directly destroy the fireballs since they were so fast that he couldn't avoid them. The mages watched with shocked eyes and gnashed teeth as Shang kept gaining more and more distance. He was near the northern border of the Plague Rat Zone, which was close to the Core Tiger Zone, which belonged to the Black Shadow Kingdom. There were not many of their forces stationed there, but there were several towers to keep watch over the border. However, there were still around 3 kilometers more until Shang reached the border to the north, which was just enough not to get into the range of the towers without some loss in accuracy. Yet, this place was also not close to their headquarters, which was where their main force in the Plague Rat Zone resided. It was almost like this invader knew exactly how their forces were distributed in this zone. One of the mages quickly summoned a communication crystal. An unknown male with a big sword just came out of the Tide Serpent Zone, shot across the sky by using several explosions, destroyed the tower's fireballs, and entered the Plague Rat Zone north of our tower. He keeps charging towards the west, the mage quickly reported. Then, the mage very quickly recounted Shang's abilities. The person on the other side of the communication crystal raised an eyebrow. It was the young man with icy blue hair, the leader of the Plague Rat Zone. He was a peak true mage. He had expected an assault from the Black Shadow Kingdom when the emergency communication crystal rang, but he hadn't expected that. Someone exploding through the air. He was carrying a big sword. The big sword made the image of a barbarian appear in the leader's mind, but barbarians couldn't explode through the sky with fire and ice, and they certainly didn't have the necessary control over monitored summon icicles. Is that a warrior? The leader thought with furrowed brows. I don't know what the Sixth Thunder Kingdom is planning this time, but this doesn't sound like any of their 2 warriors in the 4th realm, which means this is a warrior at the commander stage. But why only one? Also, shouldn't they have tried a more subtle approach? Is this a rogue warrior? This far in the north. This entire thing didn't make much sense to the general, but he guessed that this was probably a solo warrior. He didn't think that this was some elaborate ploy from the Sixth Thunder Kingdom. Understood. Keep guarding the lead, the leader answered. After cutting the connection, the leader was looking at the hall. There were 5 late true mages in the hall. The emergency communication crystal had gone off during the meeting. Esther, the leader said. Yes, Esther, a mage with green hair, shouted as she stood up and saluted. We have a warrior invading from the Tide Serpent Zone and charging towards our western border. He is powerful enough to block the attacks of the towers. Get your unit and deal with him. Yes, sir, Esther answered as she ran out of the hall. At the same time, Shang had already landed and was running towards the west at his full power, his face hidden by the cloak made of fish scales. He saw some adepts and barbarians scattered around the place but ignored them. They were only looking at him with confusion. Why was this barbarian in such a hurry, and how was he so fast? After about 5 minutes, Shang had already crossed half of the Plague Rat Zone. Leader. Shang stopped. Shang's heart beat quickened as he heard a familiar voice. He looked over at the person that had just called him leader. It was Lash, Shang's first follower from back then, the one he had taught about fighting. Lash was still at the peak fighter stage, but his body had become very powerful. He was probably only waiting for the ascension. Right now, Lash was looking at Shang with shock. Lash had thought that Shang had died 7 years ago, but now, he was here. Is that you, leader? Lash asked. At that moment, Shang gnashed his teeth and clenched his fists so tightly that blood came out of his hands. Shang's entire body began to shake in stress. I'm sorry, Shang said quietly. I can't get recognized. Then, Shang pointed 2 of his fingers at Lash's head. Bang. An icicle punched through Lash's head, and Shang continued running. Lash's corpse fell to the ground, a shocked expression on his face. Chapter 365, Bombardment. Shang kept charging towards the west on autopilot. He felt like a hole had opened up inside of his chest, but he couldn't deal with it now. He had to get to safety first. He kept running towards the west, past several barbarians and mages looking at him with confusion and surprise. They had no idea what was happening. Suddenly, Shang's instincts were screaming at him, and he quickly took to the sky with an ice blast. Boom. A huge fireball exploded at the place where Shang would have just reached, but he managed to avoid it. Shang quickly looked towards the southwest and saw 5 mages preparing spells. The amount of mana they were giving off told Shang that they were mid-true mages. He couldn't feel all of their affinities, but he could feel 2 of them. With at least 2 mid-true mages, this is probably a circle led by a mage at the late true mage realm, which means one of the people with an affinity I can't feel is at the late true mage realm. I just hope the late true mage is not of a powerful kind, or I will die. Bang. Shang kept charging towards the west. He couldn't waste his time with these mages right now. The longer he remained here, the more backup they would receive. Additionally, if Shang showed his power right now, they might decide to send a peak mage after him. Esther, the leader of the circle, narrowed her eyes when she noticed that the intruder just kept running to the west. She didn't know what he was planning, but his actions were strange. Shoot him down, she commanded. The mages performed modest step twice in a row, depleting their mana by quite a bit. However, they managed to close the distance to Shang by quite a bit. And then, all 5 mages prepared their spells, and they shot at Shang. 2 of the spells were targeted directly at Shang, while the other 3 spells targeted a water area. Bang. Shang flew higher into the sky, a bit of blood coming out of his body. He couldn't remain airborne indefinitely, but it was a necessity right now. Dodging while being in the air was easier for Shang than being on the ground. The smaller spells missed him, but one of the bigger spells would hit. A wave of icy mist engulfed Shang's surroundings. This spell was called Ice Wave. Bang. Bang. Shang quickly released 2 ice blasts to keep his body warm. Normally, the Ice Wave spell froze the target, but with Shang's control over its temperature, he managed to shrug off the spell while gaining more speed. The mages were quite surprised when they saw that Shang seemingly ignored the Ice Wave spell. Shouldn't he have been frozen? What was going on? Ice spells only concentrated from now on, Esther ordered. She didn't know how the intruder managed to brush off that spell, but long-range ice spells obviously didn't work. The mages used another 2 mana steps and prepared their next spells. This time, Shang had to deal with the lightning net spell after avoiding the other ones. Shang put his left hand onto sword and released a ranged attack shortly after. Bang. The black wave hit the lightning net, nullifying it. However, in exchange, Shang's left arm lost quite a bit of life energy. Only one area spells from now on, Esther ordered. She had seen that Shang managed to evade all the concentrated spells, but he had to actually expend effort to deal with the one area spells. The mages used another 2 mana steps to get even closer. They are using more mana than they are regenerating by using mana step in such quick succession. In the short term, they are faster than me, but that won't hold for long. By now, Shang felt the darkness mana lighten, and the light mana become denser. He was reaching the border. But then, 5 one-range spells shot at Shang, and the most dangerous spell was the wind wave. By now, Shang knew that the wind mage was a late true mage. If I get hit by that, I will be severely injured. Bang. Shang released another blast and hit the ground. He quickly flattened his body. Boom. The powerful spell shot past him. Shang hadn't been flying high in the sky, which allowed him to quickly evade to the ground. Do it again, Esther shouted. The intruder had managed to evade the spells, but all his momentum was gone. Without his momentum, it would become much harder to evade. The next spells quickly shot at Shang, and he looked at them. If he got hit by that, he would die. This was a pure wave of destruction. He shot. Bang. The spells missed Shang as he appeared around 500 meters further to the west. Shang didn't pause and immediately continued running. Quick, follow him. He used up all his mana by using mana step. He has nothing left to counter our spells, Esther shouted. There was a reason why no warrior used mana step. It was simply too unpractical. The warriors needed their mana to control their affinities, but they didn't even nearly have as much mana as a mage. A quick step over a big distance was definitely useful, but the warrior would no longer have access to any other abilities that needed mana after that. The mages performed another 2 mana steps. By now, they were only about 500 meters away from Shang. Then, the next storm of one-range spells shot at Shang. Bang. Shang blasted into the air again and placed his feet on sword as he angled his body. Boom. A storm of destructive mana reached Shang, but sword parted it like a stone between the waves. The one area spells didn't have enough destructive power to damage sword, allowing Shang to block it. But wait, why hadn't he done that earlier? Because his position had been suboptimal. He had been on the ground previously and had been to the north of the mages. The force of the attack would have pushed him closer to the Core Tiger Zone, which was not where he wanted to go. But now, Shang was already northwest of the mages, which meant that his back was now to his goal. Shang felt the powerful force push his body away, and he accelerated even more as he was thrown towards the ancestral mountain zone. When Esther saw that, she gritted her teeth. Their attack had not only not hindered the intruder but even aided him. Even more, her circle was running low on mana. They had been using mana steps several times while unleashing one spell after the other. We can't unleash any more one-range spells, she said with annoyance. We will follow while recovering our mana. When we are full again, we will kill him. After giving her orders, Esther cast a complicated spell, which took about 3 seconds to complete. When she finished her chant, a green wind appeared around the circle. Blessing of the wind. The 5 mages quickly began charging after Shang, their speed a bit slower than Shang's. However, only Esther was using up mana while everyone else was recovering mana. For now, they had lost their momentum, but they would very soon explode forward with another assault. With the high density of blood mana, Shang could watch the circle without turning his head. The leader is using up mana while the others recover. Bad idea. Chapter 366, Last Push. For about half a minute, the mages were only following Shang as he fully entered the ancestral mountain zone. In front of Shang was something that looked like the end of the world. It was just a giant wall of stone that stretched into the sky seemingly forever. No one knew how high the ancestral mountain was, but they were sure it was over 15 kilometers tall. It was absolutely gigantic. Shang only needed to traverse another 2 kilometers until he reached the ancestral mountain. If he reaches the mountain, we won't be able to catch him anymore, Esther shouted. We attack now. The other 4 mages nodded. And then, they all released several mana steps. Shang. The 5 mages suddenly appeared between Shang and the mountain, their spells ready. They had unleashed 4 mana steps to get here. Shang had already expected that something like this would happen, which was why he hadn't unleashed many blasts in the past 30 seconds. His body was fully healed, and the mana inside his body was also full. Sadly, the mana inside his mind needed a couple more minutes to replenish, which meant that mana step wasn't available to him right now. But he only needed to overcome this one assault. Only 10 spells were between him and safety. The mages didn't prepare any blood area spells since Shang could somewhat deal with them. However, they also knew that Shang could very likely evade all of the spells if they launched them at the same time. Because of that, they entered a rotation. The first person to use their spell was the Ice Mage. A huge ice spear appeared above her, which directly shot at Shang with incredible speed. Bang. Shang released an ice blast to jump into the sky, evading the first spell. That was when the second ice spear appeared. Boom. The ice spear was turned into ice mana, which quickly entered sword. Shang had just spent 50% of his body's mana by unleashing the domain of entropy. An instant later, a fireball shot at Shang. Bang. Shang evaded to the side with a fire blast, evading the fireball. Shang already knew that the next spell would come very soon, and he wanted to evade further into the sky. But then, he saw what spell the mage actually unleashed. It was the fire pillar spell. The fire pillar spell was, as the name suggested, a fire pillar that moved forward. If Shang evaded upward, he would still be hit. However, this was a good thing. At the same time, Esther gnashed her teeth. I gave specific orders not to use wide-range spells. She complained inside her mind. Shang put sword beneath him and stood on it. The fire pillar reached Shang. The power coming from the bottom of the fire pillar hit sword, throwing it and Shang further upward. The remaining heat from the wall of fire that had just been in front of Shang still hit him, though, burning his skin. The only thing he was wearing currently was his old pair of pants, which also caught on fire. As Shang's burned body was thrown higher into the sky, he released a fire blast to cool his body. After that, he released a bit of ice mana to stop his pants from burning. When Esther saw that, her eyes became bloodshot. Then, she put her hands beside her to stop the water mage from firing. The water mage's task had been to push Shang further away if he managed to get past the first couple of spells. Water wasn't very destructive, but it was amazing at pushing something away with a concentrated beam. However, if the water mage were to release her spells now, Shang would be thrown further into the sky. At that point, he would have gained enough height to fly past him. The water mage threw a venomous glance at the fire mage, who only watched with horror at what he had done. With the water mage out of the picture, Shang had essentially already overcome 6 spells. 4 more to go. Next, a gigantic rock shot at Shang. CRR. The ice mod inside sword came out and increased sword size. Sword became wider and several meters longer. And then, Shang swung sword. Bang. Shang cut the boulder apart, the increased length and width of sword making the 2 halves shoot past him. If sword hadn't become bigger, the 2 halves might have taken Shang's shoulders off his body. That was when Shang saw the second boulder coming for him. The ice mod inside sword had already been used up, and it returned to its normal size. After that, only the leer should be left. I don't think the water mage is very dangerous. Shang let go of sword, which automatically clung to his body. Bang. Shang pointed his left hand at the boulder and released an ice blast. Shang was thrown further away, but the force of the blast slowed the boulder down. Bang. Then, Shang released a fire blast, which resulted in the boulder stopping. However, Shang was now flying away at rapid speeds. Bang. Another ice blast later, Shang managed to stop in the sky. Bang. Shang released another fire blast, his body releasing a mixture of icy mist and steam as his temperature was all over the place. Some blood was already starting to flow out of his body. But now, Shang was shooting at the huge boulder, which was currently very slowly beginning to fall. Bang. Shang landed on the boulder, his knees buckling. And then, Shang pushed with all of his power. Bang. The boulder immediately shot at the leader of the circle with frightening power and speed. Esther's frustration reached levels she had never thought possible as she saw the spell of her own mage come at her. Bang. She released a wind bullet spell, which fragmented the boulder into many small pieces, but that meant that she had used up one of her prepared spells. As the rubble of the stone bounced off their mana shields, the mages looked at the sky. And that was when they saw Shang, and their eyes widened. Wasn't he supposed to be fleeing? Why was he directly in front of Esther? Blood flowed out of several parts of Shang's body, and for some reason, he seemed much thinner than before. That was when dark energy came out of sword. It was darkness mana. Bang. Sword hit Esther's mana shield, the darkness mana stretching across it like lightning. Crack. Esther's mana shield broke. She had never gotten an opportunity to regain her mana. Keeping up Blessing of the Wind for 5 people was very draining, and she had also used a lot of mana steps. This strike completely destroyed her mana shield. And then, Esther watched in horror as the intruder's sword came for her head. It stopped. Sword stopped right in front of Esther's forehead. Bang. Suddenly, her focus was slapped to the side, falling apart into its components. And then, a strong hand grabbed her throat and pulled her away. Her body was flung around, and she suddenly faced her circle of mages, her body held by Shang's hand at the back of her neck. You do anything, she dies. Shang shouted. Silence. Chapter 367, Negotiation. After several minutes of noise while chasing the intruder, the battlefield became silent for the first time. The mages still couldn't comprehend what they had just witnessed. A Fizzy had managed to take a late true mage hostage while surrounded by 4 mid-true mages. Weren't late true mages supposed to be unbeatable for every Fizzy except for that one Fizzy in the Thunder Kingdom? Let go of our head, one of the mages shouted angrily. Shang tightened his grip, making Esther open her mouth in a silent scream. I don't want to fight with your kingdom, Shang answered with a deeper voice than normal. He didn't want any of them to recognize him by voice, even if the chances were minuscule. Additionally, he also hid his face behind Esther's lifted body. I only want to enter the Black Shadow Kingdom, Shang added. The mages gnashed their teeth and looked at each other. If they launched a spell, their head would definitely die. Additionally, they probably couldn't keep Shang here. He already stood closer to the mountain than them, and chasing him up the mountain was impossible. Why would we let you do that? One of the mages asked with narrowed eyes. Because I am not here on a mission, but on accident, Shang said. You are allowed to cast a truth verification spell if you want, but I warn you, I know the chant. If I hear anything else, she dies. The mages looked at each other, but eventually, they nodded. One of them stepped forward and chanted a spell. After around 5 seconds, the chant was finished, and the mana in the surroundings had changed. The truth verification spell was now active. I am not here by free will, Shang said, knowing that the mages were now able to see whether he was telling the truth or not. I never wanted to come here. I am not being paid to be here. I am not on a mission. No kingdom, duke, mage, or whatever gave me the mission to do anything to the Grand Mountain Kingdom or interact with it. I am here due to a cruel twist of fate outside of my control, and I only want to get home. I am not interested in the war or any sort of conflict between the kingdoms. I only want to return to the Sith Thunder Kingdom, and traveling across the Black Shadow Kingdom is my best chance at getting back. That is everything I want, Shang finished. The mages looked with surprise at one another. The intruder had spoken the truth. They talked to each other for a bit until one of them looked at Shang, who was still behind Esther. Will you release our head? She asked. I promise that I will let her go uninjured as soon as I pass your military forces at the north of the zone, Shang said. Surprisingly, the mage didn't react the way Shang had expected. They had just heard that they could get their late true mage back without any injury. They didn't even need to give the intruder anything. He only wanted to leave. Yet, instead of relief, Shang saw a bit of anger and frustration in their faces. You are talking nonsense, the female mage said. Go through the Black Shadow Kingdom to return to the Sith Thunder Kingdom. Do you know what they do to powerful fizzes? Feed them to their beasts, Shang said. I know that. Then why would you want to go there? The mage asked. Shang was a bit confused why the mage was asking such an irrelevant question. For all intents and purposes, they should happily send him on his merry way to get slaughtered by the Black Shadow Kingdom. Why would they warn him instead? Let that be my problem, Shang said. The Black Shadow Kingdom might be allied with the Sith Thunder Kingdom, but if they stand in my way, I won't show any mercy. As I ran through the playground zone, I didn't kill a single mage of your kingdom, even though I had the opportunity. I don't want to kill people that don't go against me. At that moment, a feeling of guilt rose up in Shang's chest as he remembered Lash's chastised before he died, but Shang quickly buried the guilt again. Now is not the time. If the Black Shadow Kingdom tries to stop me, I won't have a problem with killing a couple of mages or summoners. The mages looked at each other again, and they became increasingly frustrated. At the same time, Esther began to struggle in Shang's grip. She hadn't done that before. Of course, Esther was as helpless in Shang's hand as a tiny lizard. One squeeze and her head would separate from her neck. We went against you. Why didn't you attack us? The female mage asked. Shang was surprised by this question too. What's up with their weird questions? Why would they care? I'm offering a great deal here. I'm sure you would much rather keep a late true mage alive than kill some random warrior. Why aren't they accepting? Shang thought with frustration. Because this is easier. My goal was to get to the ancestral mountain to wait for an opportunity to escape eventually, but that has way too many risks. I'd much rather prefer leaving straight away, Shang answered. The mages looked at each other with frustration as Esther's struggle intensified. It was like she was trying to escape her death. Sure, she was currently in Shang's hands, but Shang was negotiating instead of torturing or killing her. Additionally, she hadn't struggled at the beginning. That had only started as Shang talked more with the mages. The mages talked to each other for several seconds. And then, they turned to the hanging Esther, their eyes unwilling. They were filled with frustration, guilt, and helplessness. When Shang saw their expressions, he knew what was going on. He had had the same expression just a couple of minutes ago. This was exactly what he had looked like before he had killed Lash. The law must be upheld, the female mage said with a deep voice as she looked into Esther's panicked eyes. Esther felt like her world was ending. I'm sorry, the female mage said. We can't negotiate with the enemy. And then, their foes I lit up with prepared spells. Shang gnashed his teeth. CRK. Shang's hand tightened, and Esther's head was squeezed off her body. And then, he exploded towards the mountain. So, this was why they asked these questions. They tried to find a way to ease the pain of what they were going to do. If I was some sort of monster or enemy to the kingdom, they could say that they did the right thing. They could say that they were only protecting their home. However, my intentions were only to escape without going against the Grand Mountain Kingdom. I'm pretty sure all four of them wanted to accept the deal. Yet, their law states that they are not allowed to negotiate with the enemy. They were forced to do something they didn't want to do. Just like me earlier. Esther's corpse was destroyed by the spells, which quickly followed Shang. However, these spells weren't nearly as deadly or accurate as the previous ones. It wasn't that they didn't want to kill Shang. It was just that they had already given up. They knew that they wouldn't be able to stop Shang. So, they simply stopped trying and performed the motions without any enthusiasm or goal behind them. After Shang evaded the spells, the mages stopped chasing. They knew that it was already over. Shang reached the ancestral mountain. Bang. Shang exploded upward, landed on one of the cliffs, and continued jumping. Shang was moving at insane rates up the mountain. This was why it was impossible for them to follow Shang up the mountain. Shang was amazing at moving through the air, and he had an insanely powerful body that allowed him to move up the mountain like he was running on the ground. With every jump, Shang ascended another 20 meters. He didn't even need to use his blasts to traverse the mountain. And the mages. Of course, there were spells for them to traverse such a tall mountain. There was a spell that allowed their mana shield to cling to the wall at its end. However, there were several problems with the spell. It cost a lot of mana, and it was slow. But the biggest problem was that they couldn't use mana step in such an environment. For mana step to work, the ground had to be somewhat even. If they followed Shang up the mountain, they would completely lose any mobility. Mana step was one of the most powerful weapons for fighting beasts and physics. Sure, they might be able to kill a normal warrior, but by now, they knew that they wouldn't be able to get Shang. If they couldn't get him on the ground, they wouldn't be able to get him on the mountain. Even more, they might actually die while trying to kill him. There was no point in chasing him. He had already escaped. Chapter 368, Blue-Haired Man. The four mages stood in a large hall in front of the gathered leaders of the Northern Offensive. So, to summarize, the Blue-Haired Man, the Peak Mage, said, the warrior managed to evade all your spells, caught Esther due to an error in her judgment, and wanted to negotiate with us. But instead of accepting his offer, you followed the law and attacked him. Is that correct? There was currently a truth verification spell active, and the mages were forced to speak the truth. They nodded. The Blue-Haired Man furrowed his brows and looked at the table with furrowed brows as he leaned back. No one spoke anything for 10 seconds. You followed the law. You may leave, he said. The four mages performed a respectful salute and left the hall. After they left, no one in the hall spoke for a while. Most of them were looking at the chair Esther had recently occupied. I'll take responsibility, the Blue-Haired Man said. I misjudged the intruder's power and sent a force with inadequate power to handle the situation. The others didn't disagree. Yes, every single one of them would have made the same mistake. Half of them would have probably sent an even weaker force after the intruder. However, they were not the ones that had issued the command. When something went wrong, it was always the fault of the one that gave the orders. The Blue-Haired Man looked calm and cold on the surface, but one of his fists was clenched so tightly under the table that blood started to flow out. Was he an emotionless husk? Of course not. He was a human, and just like any other human, he had feelings of camaraderie and kinship. He had known Esther for years, and they had worked together for a long time. The Blue-Haired Man was absolutely furious at Shang, and he hated him with his entire being. Strengthen the northern border, the Blue-Haired Man ordered with a calm tone. If he shows up again, immediately contact me. I will deal with him personally. He can't hide on that mountain forever. At some point, he has to come down from there. One of the other people nodded, took out a communication crystal, and gave the order. The Blue-Haired Man looked calm, but his rage, hatred, and frustration only grew. He wanted to do nothing more than charge after the intruder and kill him personally. He wanted to take revenge for one of his friends. However, the benefits weren't worth the cost. First of all, he would need to spend a long time searching on a mountain filled with beasts. The mountain was gigantic, and there were innumerable caves and rocks to hide behind. It might take days, if not weeks, to find the intruder. And then, even though Esther had been low on mana, Shang had managed to kidnap her while surrounded by mages. The Blue-Haired Man was certain that he could tear Shang apart on flat ground, but fighting in the mountains was insanely disadvantageous for him. Even more, Shang was very likely faster than the Blue-Haired Man. If the fight went badly for him, he could just retreat. What was he supposed to do then? Was he supposed to gather 5 circles of true mages to surround him after days of searching without any assurance of success? Even more, many of his mages would definitely die if he did that. As soon as Shang managed to reach one mage, he could kick them off the mountain. Yes, mages were powerful, but they couldn't survive a fall of hundreds of meters. They couldn't fly yet. So, even though the Blue-Haired Man wanted to kill Shang more than anything else, he couldn't go through with it. Such a displacement of forces would put the front line in danger. If the Black Shadow Kingdom decided to attack, they might lose one or two zones. It was just one warrior, but going after him with any chance of success meant putting the entire kingdom at risk. There was nothing he could do. You will have to come down the mountain at some point, the Blue-Haired Man thought. And when that happens, I will be there to kill you. In my entire life, I have never known defeat while fighting anyone on my level. And you definitely won't be the first person to do so. The other people at the table acted like they hadn't noticed anything, but it was impossible not to notice the Blue-Haired Man's current state. Even though he kept his composure, his mood was influencing the room. The room had become freezingly cold. Such a phenomenon to control the surroundings to such a degree was only something that true path stage beasts and high mages had. Yet, the Blue-Haired Man had the same ability. He had already grasped his own path. If he wanted, he could reach the high mage realm by tomorrow. He could resist initial high mages with his current power. And this incredible power was why he was responsible for the northern front as long as the governor didn't directly take control. As all of this was happening, Shang ascended the mountain. He had already seen a couple of soldier and general stage beasts clinging to the walls and flying through the sky, but they avoided him. By now, Shang had reached a height of at least 5 kilometers, and he had seen a couple of caves. However, he didn't want to enter any of these caves. For now, he wanted to enter one that was higher up. The stronger the beasts in the surroundings were and the further away he was from the mages, the lower the chance of being spotted. As Shang ascended, the light became brighter and brighter until it was blinding. Even though Shang's eye had been strengthened by his training, if he looked up, he might still become blind. Shang was sure that the light from above came from the zone beast. Its power was so terrifying that just looking at its general direction could take away one sight from kilometers away. Eventually, when Shang spotted the first commander stage beast, he decided to enter a cave. In comparison to the blinding outside, the cave was incredibly dark. The cave also wasn't small, and it seemed to stretch into infinity. Shang guessed that there was a gigantic maze of caves inside this humongous mountain. Surprisingly, the darkness inside the cave was thick and filled with darkness mana. It was almost a certainty that some earth and darkness affinity beasts lived here. Isolated from the outside by the blinding light, forever hiding inside the mountain, Shang thought. It almost seems cruel. Who would have thought that such a bright place hides such cruelty? Shang checked the outside of the cave for a while and then focused on the inside. Right now, Shang was at the border of light and dark. It was too dark for light affinity beasts, too bright for the darkness affinity beasts, and too close to the surface for the earth affinity beasts. It was a safe haven between light and dark. One could also call it twilight. This is a good spot, Shang thought. I don't think many beasts come here. After 5 seconds of just standing in the middle of the cave, Shang took a deep breath. Then, he walked over to one of the walls and sat down. For several minutes, he did nothing. He knew what was about to come, but he didn't want to confront it. Yet, he had to. He knew that he couldn't run from it. But he didn't want to. But he had to. After several minutes of not moving, Shang's head slowly sank. He grabbed his head as he looked down. He could see Lash's shocked eyes like they were right there. Had he done the right thing? Chapter 369, was it right? At this moment, Shang was sitting near the wall with his left to the bright outside of the ancestral mountain and with his right to the darkness-filled depths of the ancestral mountain. Was it the right choice? He asked himself in his mind. Right now, Shang was feeling deep regret and guilt. Lash had been with him for months, and he had been Shang's second in command. Lash had done whatever Shang had wanted, and he had supported Shang every time. I had to protect my identity. Shang thought. But what were the chances of the Grand Mountain Kingdom connecting me to the abominations? I'm already planning on being very careful with the abominations. What are actually the chances that someone would even think about a warrior being connected to the appearance of abominations? And even if they connected it, would Lash have even told them? I told Lash a lot about how the actual world works, and he knows that the mages are essentially only enslaving the barbarians. He definitely wasn't happy with the mages. The mages probably wouldn't even have looked at him or asked him. After all, why would some random barbarian have information on a masked warrior that suddenly appeared in their kingdom? Lash would have needed to proactively go to the mages and tell them about my identity, and even if they knew my identity, they probably wouldn't connect me to the abominations. Lastly, even if everything came to pass, maybe they wouldn't actually contact the Thunder Kingdom. After all, they apparently have a law that forbids it from negotiating with the enemy. Was it the right choice? Couldn't I have just let him live? He was about to reach the champion stage soon. After that, the mages would have treated him very differently. The ascension to the champion stage is obviously insanely expensive, and they wouldn't want to just throw such a barbarian away. They would have probably offered him to live in peace and father plenty of children so that they would get more powerful barbarians. Additionally, he would have probably gotten access to plenty of beasts until he reached the peak champion stage. At that point, they might try to find a way to get him to the true path stage. Sure, he would have maybe died during that ascension, but that would have been decades from now, and he would have lived a happy life until then. He had been under the mages for so long, and he was so close to actually living a decent life. Silence. But now, he's dead, and I killed him. He didn't look at me with envy, anger, betrayal, or similar emotions. Shang remembered the eyes with which Lash had looked at him. They were shocked and surprised in a positive way. In his mind, he was obviously happy that an old friend was still alive. His thoughts were filled with Lash's shocked expression. Shock and betrayal. That was what Shang saw in these eyes. Lash had never believed that Shang would kill him. After all, Shang was his old friend, right? Shang had taught him everything about power. Shang had trained him in many different fighting techniques. Shang had even given him a complete version of the barbarian's body strengthening technique. Lash had followed him. Lash had always wished to be as powerful as Shang. Shang had been Lash's idol. Shang had been Lash's leader. Lash would have followed Shang into death. Would he have actually told him? Shang thought as his breathing quickened. Was it necessary? Was it the right choice? It would have only been a small possibility that he would leak my secret. Only a little bit. Couldn't I have just let him live? A happy and long life for one of my old friends in exchange for just the slightest bit of risk to myself. Shang heard his heart beating rapidly in his ears. I didn't want to kill him. I never wanted to kill him. I didn't want to do it. But I had to. It was to protect my identity. I had to. Shang looked with a widely open eye at the ground. Did I? Was it really necessary? Or did I simply think it was necessary? I mean, Lash was part of a kingdom that waged war with the Sith Thunder Kingdom, right? Lash's existence would have endangered the people of the Sith Thunder Kingdom, right? Shut up, Shang. Shang thought as he gritted his teeth. You're trying to find excuses for your choice. You don't fucking care about the war with the Sith Thunder Kingdom as a whole. Who the fuck cares if he was a danger to the kingdom? Even more. He was on the northern front lines, not the southern ones. He's probably never even seen a warrior until today. Stop finding excuses for your actions. This was your choice. This was what you have decided in a stressful situation. This is all on you. If you could travel through time and get the opportunity to choose differently, would you? Silence. After that thought, Shang's coherent train of thought ended, replaced by confusing thoughts. Shang knew that he was thinking about something, but he wasn't sure what he was thinking about. He was just looking at the ground, uncertain what he was thinking about. Would I? Shang thought after a while. Would I choose differently? If I got another chance, would I choose differently? Shang didn't get an answer for a long time. After several hours of just doing nothing, Shang's nervousness and guilt only began to increase. He hadn't found his answer yet, but he knew what the answer would be. Shang clenched his fists with all his power. Rage, helplessness, and guilt overwhelmed him. Then, Shang put his hands to his head. I would make the same choice. My life and my goal are too important. I can't risk them under any circumstance. After having that thought, Shang felt a deep hole open up inside his chest. He didn't want to do it, but for his goal, he had to. My goal is more important. Shang repeated in his mind. My goal is more important than anything else. I want to become powerful, and I want to rule over my own life. I want to get rid of this horrible god that only sees me and the entire world as a plaything. I want to become so powerful that I never need to fear anything. I want to become so powerful that I don't need to fear about anyone close to me. All of my problems will be resolved when I am the most powerful. And to achieve that goal, I have to make the cruelest and most optimal choices. There are so many talented people in this world, but no one is the actual strongest. What? Is it because they are just not trying hard enough? Is it because they are not talented enough? No, it's because they don't dare to sacrifice everything in their life to achieve true power. Only by dedicating my entire existence to power will I ever have a shot at reaching it. I can't risk my life. Even if I have to sacrifice Teacher, Duke Whirlwind, Matthew, Aster, Lash, or whoever else, if they are a risk to my goal, I have to do it. If I don't, all my previous sacrifices will be for nothing. I have to continue sacrificing so that my previous sacrifices don't become meaningless. It's all or nothing. I have to do it. Now, get over your pathetic crying, Shang. You made your choice. You decided on your path. Regret and guilt don't contribute anything to achieving your goal. You've already sat here, doing nothing, for long enough. Do what you came here to do and strengthen your body. Shang took a deep and aggressive breath. His feelings were still screaming at him. They were telling him that he was making a mistake. They were telling him that what he was doing was wrong. They were telling him that he didn't have to be that extreme to himself and the people around him to achieve his goal. It was fine to feel for others. However, Shang's logic and mind were fighting against these feelings. This was the most logical decision. He had to put his everything into his choice. Shang quickly shot to his feet, his heart beating rapidly and his vision vibrating slightly at his edges. I have to strengthen my body, he thought. And then, he walked into the darkness-filled cave. Chapter 370, Focus on Power. Shang went into the dark cave. He thought that his mind was focusing on his surroundings and how to find a powerful beast, but he noticed several times that his attention was slipping. I'm not focused, he thought with frustration. I made my choice. I don't have time to think about these feelings. Fucking focus. Shang's mind kept passively inspecting his surroundings as he went deeper into the cave. First, Shang walked upwards, but he noticed that the beast he found only became weaker. So, he decided to walk down. The higher I go outside the mountain, the stronger the beast, but it's the opposite in this cave. As Shang found the first commander stage beast, his focus increased. The danger of his surroundings was pulling his mind away from his painful thoughts to focus on staying alive. After a while, Shang reached a place where he could see early commander stage beasts, but he went further. Everything from the goal. Even if absorbing a more powerful beast is way more dangerous, the increased efficiency is worth it. It's all from the goal. But was that the true reason? Was the increased efficiency really the reason why he was seeking out a mid-commander stage beast to absorb? Shang kept descending until his darkness vision picked up a beast. It was lying in wait on the top of the cave. Its gigantic pincers were ready to strike anything that came close to it. It was a beast with the darkness affinity. Bang. Shang charged upward with an ice blast. He arrived so quickly that the beast barely had time to react. If an ambush hunter got the opportunity to strike first, it would be able to unleash a terrifying amount of power. However, if that same ambush hunter got ambushed, it would find itself in a lot of trouble. The majority of the beast was buried inside the ceiling, with only its gigantic pincers peeking out. This was not a good position to evade an incoming attack. Bang. Sword punched through the pincers, cutting them off the beast's head. The beast screeched and exploded out of the ceiling. Bang. Shang released another blast with his left leg and kicked the approaching beast with his right. Boom. Shang's leg broke in several places, but the beast was violently thrown into the hole it had created to wait for its prey. Bang. Shang released another fire blast and cut through the entire beast with his sword. The beast was dead. The corpse fell to the ground, and Shang looked for its heart with more aggression than usual. And then, he found the heart. Both halves. Shang took both halves into his hand and looked at them with gritted teeth. Bang. The heart was destroyed as his grip tightened. Useless, he shouted. What am I supposed to do with a destroyed heart? I need a complete one. Bang. Shang's heel leg broke again as he violently kicked the corpse to the side, into the wall. Then, he followed the corpse and continued punching and kicking it. He was accumulating one injury after the other, but he didn't care. He was frustrated. He was angry. He hated that corpse. He hated the destroyed heart. He hated this mountain. He hated this cave. He hated the mages waiting outside for him. He hated. Then, Shang suddenly stopped. His mana was mostly depleted, but it was still enough to heal his injuries. For a while, Shang didn't move. I should get an actually useful heart, Shang thought with surprisingly calm thoughts. Shang walked through the cave with loud steps. It was almost like he wanted to get noticed. His right eye was narrowed, and his brows were scrunched into an expression of cold and deep hatred. Shang was doing his best to bury all his negative feelings, but they still made their presence known. Focus on power. Focus on power. Focus on power. Shang kept repeating this thought to himself. After some minutes, Shang found another mid-commander stage beast. Focus on power. Bang. Shang shot at the beast, which was currently sitting on top of some eggs. Bang. Crack. Sword punched through the beast's powerful armor, but the attack wasn't enough to kill it. The beast roared in anger. It had to protect its eggs. Bang. Shang reached it again and killed it with his next attack. Focus on power. Then, Shang saw the eggs. Focus on power. Bang. The eggs were burned to ash with a powerful fire blast. Focus on power. Shang dug through the corpse until he found its heart. Focus on power. Shang shoved all the mana inside his body outside. Focus on power. Then, he rammed the heart into his throat, essentially forcing it into his stomach. The heart was too big to be eaten in one bite, but Shang didn't care. He just shoved it right in. The pain was unimportant. Focus on power. Then, Shang walked back up the cave as his entire mind focused on tearing out the mana of the heart. This was his mana. This mana would help him become more powerful, and he was going to take it. Shang's body exploded in several places as he continued walking upward. He had to injure his body to properly absorb the mana. However, no matter how injured Shang became, he only continued walking upward. Focus on power. While his body became more injured, Shang kept tearing the mana out of the heart. The previous times he had strengthened his body could be compared to a tactical assault. It was like a precise machine that perfectly took something apart and distributed its gains. But this time, it was like Shang was a raging beast. His mind violently tore chunks of mana out of the heart and just rammed them into suitable parts of his body. Focus on power. Part of Shang's body began to cramp up, and the veins on his head began to grow aggressively. His vision began to swim, but he barely noticed. Shang only continued walking, his right eye filled with hatred. After an hour of slow walking, Shang arrived back at the spot where he had sat earlier, between the light outside and the dark inside. The will of the dead beast had awakened, and it was fighting Shang at this moment. The will itself was far weaker than all the previous times Shang had strengthened his body. However, this wasn't a good thing. As the will awakened, the undigested mana inside his body began to revolt. Usually, the foreign mana was detained inside Shang's stomach, but this time, he had absorbed too much to digest. Shang fell to his knees as insane pain assaulted him. Then, he puked out a fountain of blood, guts, and muscles. He kept puking for nearly 10 minutes. It was like he was puking more than his entire wit. It was ridiculously painful. Eventually, the puking stopped, and Shang focused on his body. When he saw the result, his entire body tensed with frustration. Useless, he shouted with hatred. His body had been strengthened by barely 1.5 times the normal amount of absorbing a beast on an equal level, but he needed to wait about 1.8 times as long to absorb another beast. This was supposed to increase his efficiency, not decrease it. I'm a fucking idiot. Why can't I do anything right? He thought aggressively. Shang sat down at the wall to deal with the foreign mana inside his body. It would take over 20 days. And in those 20 days, he would have plenty of time to think about why the strengthening process had been so much less effective than the other ones. Chapter 371, Escaping the Grand Mountain Kingdom. Shang stood at the edge of a cave and looked at the surroundings of the mountain with cold, calculating, and calm eyes. He had calmed down. The 20 days of waiting for the foreign will to vanish had given him plenty of time to think about his actions. Eventually, he came to a conclusion. I lost control. Being emotional brought me into unnecessary danger. I need to keep my rage in check. I can't listen to my emotions. These had been his thoughts. And with the help of these thoughts, Shang managed to wake up and get rid of his rage. His rage had transformed into frustration. His lack of control over his emotions had messed up his training efficiency, and he couldn't allow that to happen again. After absorbing the first beast, Shang had followed his usual routine, and it worked out very well. He continued absorbing mid-commander stage beasts, and the efficiency was now about 20% better than absorbing early commander stage beasts. Shang also wasn't completely helpless for an entire week after absorbing one. Overcoming the regret of my choices helped me in solidifying the importance of my goal, strengthening my willpower. Many people fear emotional pain, but overcoming such pain can do wonders for your willpower. The pain of my past gives me strength for my future. It had been 3 months since Shang had reached the ancestral mountain, and he was finally ready to leave. Enough time had passed that the appearance of abominations wouldn't be connected to his presence. After all, if abominations had appeared right after he arrived here, it would have been awfully coincidental, right? Shang's body had also reached about 83% of the power of an early commander stage beast body, and it was time to push that efficiency more by absorbing another abomination. Lastly, Shang had spent most of the last 3 months searching for powerful ore in the ancestral mountain. He had to go to some dangerous places, but he was very good at sensing danger and escaping. And finally, he upgraded sword to the peak commander stage. This was about as powerful as Shang could make sword with his current power. The next upgrade would be for the initial true path stage, and those kinds of ores only existed near true path stage beasts. Additionally, since this was an entirely new stage, he would need to get the ores for his 4 different affinities again. Upgrading sword to the initial true path stage would become arduous and difficult, and it was not something Shang could attempt right now. It was time to leave. It was time to enter the Black Shadow Kingdom. Are you ready? Shang asked Sword. Ready, it answered. Shang nodded. And then, he activated his domain of entropy. Shang focused on the presences, but then his right eye widened in shock. I can feel it, he thought in shock. At this moment, Shang could feel one presence that was vastly more powerful than all the other ones. The true path stage abomination. But how? My level didn't increase, and I didn't really become any more powerful than previously. How can I suddenly feel one? What changed? Shang didn't know what had changed, but something had to have changed. Shang slightly pulled on the true path stage abomination, and sure enough, he felt it respond. However, Shang very quickly stopped interacting with it. Summoning commander stage abominations still counted as a somewhat normal occurrence. But Shang had never heard about true path stage abominations appearing. The appearance of commander stage abominations would raise some eyebrows in the kingdoms, but it was nothing too concerning. However, if a true path stage abomination appeared, they would all realize that something had to be wrong. I can't summon one. If I summon a true path stage abomination, the entire world will take note of their appearance, and someone is bound to connect these abominations to me. Shang ignored the true path stage abomination and focused on one of the commander stage abominations. After several minutes, the commander stage abomination was close to being summoned. It always took a couple of minutes to summon them. Shang tried to control where the abominations would appear, and he hoped that it worked. If he could control where they appeared, things would become easier. The wills of the abomination somewhat resisted, but they eventually complied, and Shang could feel where they would appear. Shang managed to somewhat control where they appeared, but he also noticed that there was no way back now. Their locations had been set, and the destructive will of the abominations had been awakened. They would come out, even if Shang wanted them not to. Shang. Over 400 abominations appeared near the foot of the ancestral mountain. The soldier stage abominations were on the ground, while the general stage abominations were on the first few kilometers of the mountain. Of course, the commander stage abomination was right in front of Shang. This was why the abominations hadn't been the biggest fans of their deployment. Their commander stage abomination would appear somewhere completely else in them. However, they followed Shang's orders. Shang immediately shoved his hand into the abomination's torso, which didn't resist at all. It was almost like it was happy to be absorbed by Shang. It was like this was its purpose. It was supposed to make Shang stronger. It only took 2 seconds to absorb the abomination, but in these 2 seconds, hell broke loose. All the abominations started to charge away from the mountain. This had been Shang's order. In the Tide Serpent Zone, Shang wanted to keep the abominations a secret, but now, he wanted them to attack the Grand Mountain Kingdom. Shang knew that several powerful mages would be waiting for him, and he had to distract them. When the abominations appeared, all the people in the Ancestral Mountain Zone watched in horror as their world broke down. The Ancestral Mountain Zone was extremely safe since the beasts all here lived in very deep caves or very high up the mountain. There were basically no beasts at the bottom, making this zone a great place for the fighter stage barbarians and adepts. The barbarians were the most talented of the kingdom, and they were at the northeastern front lines to increase their power. Most of the talented mages were also here since this place allowed them to fight the enemy without too high of a chance of death. This place was supposed to be a paradise for growing more powerful. But now, a horde of abominations had suddenly appeared. Everyone below the true mage realm, fall back immediately. Barbarians, flee. The blue-haired man had moved his headquarters to this zone, and he had immediately given the order. The adepts and barbarians fled in terror. The abominations screeched in hatred. Most people couldn't react fast enough, and boom, boom, boom. It was like an army of true mages bombarded the zone with destructive spells. It was hell. When Shang saw that, his chest tightened, but he narrowed his right eye and pushed the feeling down. He had no other choice. He had to summon the abominations to strengthen himself. After absorbing the commander stage abomination, Shang's body had reached 87% of the power of an early commander stage beast, and Shang suspected that his maximum was now at around 90%. If he could avoid killing these weak people, he would do so, but he couldn't. He needed the abominations to become more powerful. And his power was the most important thing in the world. Bang. Shang exploded off the cave and shot through the sky towards the north. Bang. Bang. Shang kept unleashing more and more blasts as he lengthened his fall. As Shang kept soaring through the sky, the Grand Mountain Kingdom responded with their own attacks. They couldn't allow themselves to keep themselves back because of the weaker adepts and barbarians. They had to get rid of the abominations right now. Because of that, even more explosions and more destruction appeared on the ground. Right now, Shang was flying through a light-filled sky peacefully as everything several kilometers below him exploded with blood and guts. As Shang kept moving forward in the sky, he noticed that the zone beast hadn't reacted. It was definitely there, and Shang could feel its presence due to the intense light it gave off, but it didn't seem to care about the abominations. The beasts also didn't care much. I guess the abominations are too weak for the zone beasts to care. After all, zone beasts are, in general, only interested in commander stage abominations. Additionally, none of the abominations are anywhere near the top of the mountain, and they're even running away from the problem. The zone beast probably thinks that this isn't its problem. As Shang looked down, he saw several gigantic explosions of ice, far bigger than any other explosion down there. Shang looked at the source of the explosions and noticed the blue-haired man, and when Shang saw him, he felt a terrifying feeling of danger. I can't possibly fight him. He's far beyond my level. Luckily, the man was too busy dealing with the army of abominations, and he didn't notice the distant Shang in the sky. Shang peacefully glided through the sky, and he eventually went past the border of the zone to his north. This was where Shang's knowledge about the surrounding zones ended. The only thing he could tell was that it was an icy tundra with not that many mountains or hills. It was rather flat, like the former battlefield. Shang could see several mages stationed at the south of the border, and they were rapidly moving around. They had obviously noticed what was going on, and they were probably planning on invading. This was a godsend opportunity. All the mages focused on the ancestral mountain zone, which was why they mostly ignored the sky. Thanks to that, Shang managed to get past the station defenses. And he eventually landed about 5 kilometers to their northwest. Chapter 372, Another Surge. Knock, knock, knock. A young man knocked on a big wooden door. Come in, came from behind the door. The young man with gray hair opened the door and walked into the room. It was a nice and cozy study with a couple of books. On the table at the back of the study sat a friendly-looking old man who was currently reading a book. Sir, we received 1 more complaint from the Water Emperor, 2 more from the Wind Emperor, and 4 more from the Twilight Royalty, the young man said with professional politeness. The older man on the table only sighed in helplessness. Is it because of the increased quantity of abominations again, Wester? The old man asked. Wester, the butler, nodded. Correct, sir. The older man sighed once again. By how much did it increase this time? Compared to 20 years ago, the quantity of abominations has doubled, sir, Wester explained. The older man rubbed his temple with one of his hands. I guess we can't chalk this up to coincidence anymore. I was surprised that you managed to do that until now, Wester said with an unchanging expression. Once again, the older man sighed. So, the child of calamity actually is out there, and they have reached the Adepth realm. It seems so, sir, Wester said. Well, I guess we have to widen the scope of our search. How long ago did the old child of calamity die? About 14 years, sir, Wester answered professionally. 14 years, huh? The old man mused. That's a bit more on the faster side for reaching the Adepth realm, but not completely outstanding yet. However, it is still far faster than for any of the areas. Wester didn't answer. It seems like the child of calamity has been born outside the areas, but we should still be careful. Wester, the old man said as he made his decision. Get Sarah to inspect every adept below 20 years of age. However, for the areas, it should be fine if we ask the supervisors to do it. Wester nodded. Searching through that many people will take far longer than the last time. The last time, we only looked at newborns. This time, it might take several weeks. I know, the old man said with a sigh. That's why I didn't want to give the order previously. The other emperors will probably try to do something sneaky while such a large portion of our forces are occupied. I swear, they only complain so much so that they can bite a huge chunk out of our territories. But that's what I get for volunteering to become the one responsible for keeping the child of calamity in check. It worked out great for so many years, but now, it's suddenly a problem. The old man sighed once again. I wonder if this is your doing, Lucius, he said to no one in particular. Is this some kind of hint for us? Well, it doesn't really matter, the old man said as he leaned back to read the book some more. Wester, please go ahead with the search. Of course, sir, Wester said. Then, he performed a Bleppo and left the study. After Wester left the room, the older man groaned. Who cares about more abominations? It's just 2 ants instead of 1. Just stop complaining, he grumbled to himself. Then, he focused on his book again. A couple of minutes later, over 1,000 lightning bolts shot away from the mansion, followed by a bright beam of gray light. Wherever the beam passed, space seemed to warp. By order of the Lightning Emperor, you are hereby tasked to check your area for the child of calamity. We suspect they are below 20 years old and have reached the Adepth realm. A man with golden armor sparkling with lightning spoke these words to a young man with white hair wearing some simple robes. Understood, the young man answered respectfully. I will have an answer by tomorrow. The man in golden armor nodded. Bang. With an explosion of lightning, the man in golden armor vanished again. The middle-aged man with gray hair narrowed his eyes. A second later, he also exploded into a bolt of lightning, but the bolt was far weaker and slower than the bolt of the man with golden armor. Over the next hour, the man visited 5 archmages, but none of them had any idea about the person their supervisor was looking for, but they promised that they would check every adept below 25 years old, just to be safe. The supervisor told them that he needed an answer by tomorrow. And then, the supervisor went to the last archmage in his responsible area. Bang. A lightning bolt struck down on a grassy hill, singing the grass around it. After the lightning bolt vanished, the supervisor was unveiled. In front of him stood a tall and muscular man who only wore white pants. Right now, that man stood on the hill, his entire body sweaty and vibrating with power as lightning and wind mana around him came out of his being in complex and mystical ways. The man's eyes remained closed, even though the arrival of the supervisor couldn't go unnoticed. I have a couple of questions and a task for you, the supervisor said emotionlessly. Shoot, King Thunder answered without opening his eyes. You have noticed that there are far more abominations appearing all around the world in the last couple of years, right? The supervisor asked. I don't know about the world, but my kingdom has more than usual. If you want a specific number, ask someone from the council. I don't really care, King Thunder answered. The supervisor's brows furrowed. He really didn't like this archmage's attitude. Do you know about any young human that could possibly be related to the abominations? It could be anything. Anything that could connect them to the abominations in some way, the supervisor said. King Thunder only smirked while his eyes remained closed. Do I look like someone that comes into contact with a lot of weaklings? Well, ignoring the high mages, he answered. That was not my question, the supervisor said with a deep and threatening tone. Do you know about such a person or not? I'm here on the orders of the Lightning Emperor personally. King Thunder smirked one. Then, he opened his eyes and looked at the supervisor. No. When the supervisor saw King Thunder's expression, rage bubbled up inside of him. His instincts were telling him that King Thunder was lying, but that didn't make much sense. King Thunder was a crazy person, but he wouldn't resist the Lightning Emperor's orders. After some seconds, the supervisor snorted aggressively. He's trying to mess with me. I'm pretty sure he only wants to get a rise out of me. I swear, every time we meet, he somehow tries to provoke me without actually going against my orders. Does he have a death wish? Fine, the supervisor said. I want you to inspect every single adept below 20 years of age for any kind of possible connection to the abominations. You do it. This is your area, not mine, King Thunder answered with a smirk as he closed his eyes again to focus on his training. Rage exploded inside the supervisor's chest, but he didn't say anything. He had learned that arguing with King Thunder only ended up with him becoming angrier. Sadly, he couldn't kill King Thunder since that would destroy the equilibrium of his entire area. Additionally, the Thunder Kingdom was doing an amazing job at fostering powerful mages. Without another word, the supervisor left. He didn't really think that the person everyone was searching for was within the small Thunder Kingdom, which was why the supervisor didn't search through it. Also, the king of that kingdom had already said that he didn't know of anyone. And a day later, the supervisor gave his feedback to the man with golden armor. My area doesn't have a person connected to the abominations. Chapter 373, Hiding. Shang landed in an area that resembled a burned forest. All the trees he could see were blackened and without any foliage. They looked almost like black needles that pierced the sky. The air was dry and filled with static electricity. It wasn't difficult for Shang to guess the affinity of the residents' own peace. To the southeast, Shang could hear the distant sounds of battle. As time passed, the sounds only became louder and not quieter. Seems like the Black Shadow Kingdom is assaulting the Grand Mountain Kingdom. Right now, everyone is occupied, giving me the perfect opportunity to flee. I don't want to create another huge incident just one zone away from the last one. I think I should go to the next zone directly. Shang started running through the dead zone. From time to time, he could see lightning bolts strike the dead trees near him, which explained why they all looked so dead. Shang also saw a couple of mages and summoners run past him towards the southeast, probably joining the battle. It wasn't easy for Shang to hide in this place, but everyone was too busy charging towards the south anyway. They didn't really pay much attention to their surroundings. It took Shang nearly an hour, but he eventually managed to reach the northern edge of his zone. Luckily for him, the Black Shadow Kingdom didn't really put many guards on the borders between their zones. All the soldiers were probably busy guarding against the Grand Mountain Kingdom. Shang could see a couple of summoners, but he estimated that they were only at the early commander stage. Wait, what are actually the levels of the summoners? I mean, they are not warriors. So, I guess saying that they are at the commander stage would be wrong. They are more akin to mages, but their power can't compare to a mage. Calling them true mages would be overestimating their power. I guess I should call them true summoners and the lower ones adept summoners and apprentice summoners. That makes sense. Shang easily got past the 2 true summoners defending the border and entered the next zone. As soon as he reached the next zone, the temperature spiked. The last zone was already quite warm, but this one was just way too hot. Shang could see lava flow around the zone like a river, and basically the entire thing was made of black rock. The zone beast obviously had a fire affinity, but in comparison to the volcano WRM zone Shang knew, this zone was less of a volcano and more of a caldera. The further one went towards the middle of the zone, the deeper and hotter it got. This is a good spot to remain for the next 2 weeks, Shang thought as he looked at the rocky terrain filled with lava. There were plenty of caves and beasts he could see. Shang looked around for a while and could see a couple of summoners, but they were all native summoners with only very few true summoners. Still too close to the border for apprentice summoners, but not close enough to the border for the true summoners. Additionally, Shang thought as he looked at the lava lake in the middle of the zone. There was a big island made of obsidian in the middle of the lava lake with 2 black walkways connecting it to the shore. On the island, Shang could see several tall, black buildings. This was obviously some form of fortification or city. Looks quite big. Could be that a Duke lives here. I should be careful not to approach. Shang was confident in being able to escape the notice of a true mage, but a high mage was something completely different. The spirit sense of a high mage is fully developed, and they can probably feel everything in their surroundings for at least 5 kilometers in radius. I have to stay near the edge of the zone and get away from the south. If the Duke decides to go to the front lines, they might notice me. Shang frowned. So many unknowns. Usually, I know what awaits me, but I have no idea about how the Black Shadow Kingdom operates. I guess there's a high mage there, but it's also possible that there is no high mage in that city. Shang quickly traveled towards the east of the zone, doing his best to avoid approaching the big city at its center. About 30 minutes later, Shang found a hidden cave near the east of the zone, and he decided to remain there. Finally, Shang could calm down. This entire operation had been fraught with unknown variables, and he was glad to finally find a relatively safe place. After getting familiar with the cave, Shang moved his arms around and looked at them with furrowed brows. I feel like I could directly absorb another abomination, but I can't take any risks. The way I am absorbing the abominations is obviously very different from how barbarians strengthen their bodies normally. Instead of tearing the foreign mana out of their heart and making it mine, the abominations basically enter my body on their own. It doesn't feel like there are any side effects, but I should still be careful. I think waiting for 2 weeks is best. Until then, I should get more familiar with my fire affinity. This place is filled with fire mana, and I should take advantage of it. I'm not too far away from my next checkpoint regarding fire anyway. Should, at most, take a month. Shang nodded once when he finished his plan and sat down in the middle of the cave. Then, he concentrated on his fire affinity until he would achieve a breakthrough in that regard. Sadly, Shang would be interrupted by something else just 2 days later. A group of beasts was approaching Shang's cave. Thanks to his pseudo-spirit sense, he could feel their approach, even though they all did their best to enter the cave covertly. Shang's mind focused on the beasts, and he quickly saw a young woman riding on one of them. Mid-depth summoned with 4 beasts, including the companion beast. Shang inspected the cave and noticed that there was no sign of him having been there, which was good. Shang took a deep breath and closed his right eye for a second. Then, he opened it again, conviction shining inside it. I can't risk getting found. Bang. Shang immediately exploded out of the cave with a fire blast, his speed incomprehensible for a mere adept summoner. The adept summoner had only come here to hunt for hidden beasts. She had always wanted one of the hidden fire lizards that lived in these caves. With such a beast, she could take her enemies by surprise, increasing her power. However, before she could even do anything, her entire world broke down. After a loud bang, she saw the head of her companion beast leaving its body. She couldn't even comprehend what had just happened. And she wouldn't get the chance to. Boom. A heavy fist hit the side of her head, caving it in. She was still alive, but she had lost all consciousness due to the hit. Shang only coldly looked at the unconscious girl and fled towards the north. The beasts that had just been under the summoner's control only realized that they were free after Shang had already left. And as soon as they saw the corpse of the companion beast and the unconscious summoner, rage and hatred exploded inside of them, and they attacked. In a matter of seconds, the girl and the beast were torn to shreds and consumed. After that, the beast fled in all directions. This was not a common occurrence, but it happened from time to time. Beasts sometimes went out of control and killed their summoners. The investigators would search for the young summoner a couple of days later and find traces of her. After inspecting her former beast and the place of her death, they would judge that this had been exactly such a case. And with that, this incident ended. No one even suspected that she had been killed by another human. After all, there had been no traces of magic or struggle. It was like her beast had suddenly gone out of control and had attacked her. In the meantime, Shang found a new cave and concentrated on his fire affinity again, and just 3 weeks later, he finally achieved his breakthrough. Chapter 374, Growth. After achieving his breakthrough in his fire affinity, Shang left his new cave and scouted the zone to the east of this one. The next zone was filled with mountains made of metal with absolutely no vegetation on them. But just like the previous one, this one also had several caves. After checking everything, Shang went to the border between the two zones while still retaining about 5 kilometers of distance to the next zone. Then, Shang closed his eyes and connected with the abominations. Just like last time, Shang summoned a commander stage abomination together with its army. Shang. In an instant, the eastern half of the zone was filled with abominations, and Shang quickly absorbed the commander stage abomination. After that, he ordered the abominations to kill everything towards the west, and they followed. Just like last time, the abominations went wild and attacked everything they could see while Shang ran towards the east. With his newly absorbed abomination, his physical power was now at around 90% of the power of an early commander stage beast, and Shang could feel that he could soon make a breakthrough. BZZ. The mark of the Thunder Horse got activated as Shang was retreating, which meant that the zone beast had noticed him. Just like last time, Shang's fear intensified. Every time he decided to summon abominations, he was playing with death, but in his mind, the risk was necessary. How was he supposed to become the strongest if he couldn't unveil his full potential? As Shang fled towards the east, more and more explosions appeared west of him. He had no idea how many humans and beasts he had doomed by summoning this group of abominations. Every time I summon the abominations, innocent people die. Not everyone wants to fight a war or kill me, but these people die nevertheless, Shang thought with a frown as he fled towards the east. In order to increase my power, everyone around me suffers. I don't like it, but I have no other choice. My power is more important than anything else. I can't let anyone notice the connection between the abominations and me. If anyone notices, I will become the enemy of the entire world. The more Shang summoned abominations, the more isolated he felt. Back when he realized that his affinity was actually entropy, he already knew that he would become the enemy of everything alive, but he hadn't expected it to be this extreme. Shang would endanger everyone around him just by becoming stronger, which was the exact opposite of why many people wanted to become powerful. Many people wanted to become powerful to be safe and to have the ability to protect their loved ones. But the more powerful Shang became, the more dangerous it became to be close to him. Shang didn't like this one bit, but there wasn't much he could do. He could only get used to it. The couple of guards at the border between zones got distracted by the carnage towards their west, and they ran towards the big city in the zone with horror. Their family and friends lived there. If it didn't help, everyone they loved would die. Shang easily passed through the border and continued running. The explosions became more and more violent, but the explosions didn't reach a ridiculous level of power, which meant that the zone beast didn't become active. However, some of the explosions were still quite powerful. Either a high mage or a true half-stage beast is decimating the abominations, Shang thought. Theoretically, a general stage abomination had the power to kill something in the fourth realm, but that was only theoretical. Entropy couldn't be unleashed from over a kilometer away, while a high mage or true half-stage beast could launch devastating attacks from several kilometers away. So, even though the abominations could kill someone on that level, they never got the chance to unleash that power. After all, they would die far away from these powerful beings. However, many weaker people would still die to these abominations. After all, not everyone could flee from such a horde. Many lives were lost this day. Shang eventually found a safe haven in the new zone and waited for a couple of days to let things blow over. No one followed him. After that, he went outside and scouted out the zone. There was a sizable town in the middle of the zone, but it couldn't be counted as a city. Shang was quite confident that there wasn't any high mage in this zone. Sadly, I still can't enter the town. I look out of place, and I'm certain that they have some kind of magic circle to scan the physical power of people. After all, there are bound to be physical fighters in this kingdom. They are just not nearly as powerful as the barbarians and warriors. Right now, Shang felt like a fugitive that had just escaped prison. He couldn't show himself in public, and he could only watch other people from a distance. He couldn't interact with anyone else. Right now, Shang felt like the entire world was against him, and it felt very isolating. After a couple of minutes of staring at the town, Shang could only sigh. I only need the abominations to hide the maximum potential my body can reach. I don't need to exclusively absorb abominations. Right now, my upper limit should be around 94% of the power of an early commander stage beast. If there are too many abominations appearing one after the other, the Black Shadow Kingdom is bound to become suspicious. I should keep low for a couple of months. Until then, I should focus on training my swordsmanship. Shang left the mountain from which he had watched the town and went back to his cave. Another long session of training with sword began. Every 2 weeks, Shang would go out, hunt a beast, absorb it, and return to his cave. All of this continued for about 3 months. Shang could see quite some progress on his star map, but there was still a long way to go. Shang slowly stood up and wanted to summon the next army of abominations, but he soon noticed something after thinking about his journey. I think I should be 30 now, he thought with surprise. I have already been in this world for around 16 years. That's just 6 years less than I have been on Earth, and I don't even remember my first 3 years on Earth. Shang remembered when he had arrived at the Warriors Academy as a 14 to 15-year-old boy. He had been amazing at fighting beasts, but mages and warriors had dominated him. Shang had needed to fight people below his level for several months just to become barely average. For a while, Shang was caught up in nostalgia. Back then, Shang was among peers. He had so many classmates to fight and learn from. And now, he felt alone and isolated. But he also felt powerful. Back then, his body had been 14. Now, he was 30. Back then, he had been a teenager. Now, he was a true adult. And everything had changed. For a while, Shang only stared aimlessly into space. He wasn't sure if he wanted to go back to that time or not. I don't think so, Shang thought as he clenched his right fist. Back then, I was relying on others. Now, I rely on myself, and I am finally powerful enough to travel through a kingdom that wants me dead. I finally have some sort of control over my own life. And then, Shang focused on the abominations. Chapter 375, Shang. Right now, Shang stood on top of a hill, overlooking the border between two zones. The zone he was currently in was filled with icy hills, and the zone to his east was filled with canyons, small mountains, and craters. Shang could see several huge towers and groups of mages. He could even see 2 high mages. For the last 2 days, Shang had been watching that border, noting all the forces that were stationed there. This border was special. This was not only the border between 2 zones, but the border between 2 kingdoms. This was the border between the Black Shadow Kingdom and the Spirit Spring Kingdom. Shang had been inside the Black Shadow Kingdom for another 2 years, strengthening himself and training with sword. By now, Shang was 32 years old. He had been gone from the Sith Thunder Kingdom for around 10 years, but now, he was very close to being able to return. While the Black Shadow Kingdom enslaved physical fighters and fed them to their beasts, the Spirit Spring Kingdom was very different. Even though they had a different kind of summoner in their kingdom, called the Spiritor, their entire kingdom was completely different from the Black Shadow Kingdom. While the summoners enslaved their beasts, the Spiritors built a connection. The beasts willingly fought for them, and the bond between the Spiritor and their beasts was a close one. Additionally, the Spirit Spring Kingdom was right beside the Sith Thunder Kingdom, and they also had some warriors travel through their kingdom from time to time. After all, the Sith Thunder Kingdom and the Spirit Spring Kingdom were close allies, and plenty of warriors were sent to the Spirit Spring Kingdom to help put pressure on the Magic Purity Kingdom. If Shang managed to enter the Spirit Spring Kingdom, he would be able to return to the Sith Thunder Kingdom without any problems. He wouldn't even need to hide anymore. It's been over 10 years, Shang thought as he looked at the border. Over the last couple of days, Shang had been thinking about his journey and how he had changed over its course. He had been sent to the central west of the Grand Mountain Kingdom by the powerful mage. He had quickly been found and transferred to the northeastern front to fight the Black Shadow Kingdom. There, he had learned about the barbarians. Then, he spent around 7 to 8 years in the Tide Serpent Zone until he fled to the Ancestral Mountain Zone. After that, he went to the Black Shadow Kingdom and trained for 2 years. Shang had summoned over 10 armies of abominations over these 2 years, terrifying the Black Shadow Kingdom and ending many innocent lives. By now, Shang had made his peace with his nature. If he had to be the reason for many innocent people to lose their lives to become powerful, he would do so. His power was the most important thing in the world. Shang had also been found several times over the last 2 years, but he always managed to kill the person that found him before the news could get out. Shang's feelings regarding killing innocent people that only wanted to fight beasts or travel the wilderness had numbed. The more he did it, the easier it became. Even the incident with Lash only felt natural to Shang now. Lash had been a danger to Shang's survival, which meant that he had to die. Over the past 10 years, Shang had changed so much. Back then, Shang had been at the peak general stage and uncertain of how he should act. Should he help others, or should he take everything for himself? Now, Shang was 32 and at the mid-commander stage. Right now, his body was at around 85% of the power of a mid-commander stage beast, but his upper limit was already approaching 100% due to all the abominations he absorbed. Right now, Shang wore his nearly destroyed black armor. For the past 2 years, he had been running around without a shirt, but since he would be among humans again soon, he decided to bend the armor into shape again with his power. There were still several holes and huge dents in the armor, but it covered his upper body well enough. His big sword hung on his back. His black pants were nearly destroyed. The long black piece of cloth that covered his left thigh looked old and in just as bad of a shape as his other pieces of clothing. Shang's hair was long and black, but it had obviously not been taken care of, making it look dirty. Shang's current appearance wouldn't have felt alien or strange to the younger Shang, but his aura had completely changed. Back then, Shang had given off a hardworking but insecure aura. He was like a teenager that wasn't exactly sure what they should do. Back when Shang had met the Dean for the first time, he had become irritated by him. The Dean had appeared cold-hearted and cruel. It was almost like he hadn't been a human but a cold-hearted monster. Shang hadn't known why he had disliked the Dean so much when they had just met back then. And now, well, if Sauron were here and if he were to see Shang stand on the hill like this, he might confuse him with the Dean for a second. Over the last 18 years, Shang had very slowly become more and more similar to the Dean. In the beginning, Shang felt bad for killing a hog. Then, he had gotten used to killing beasts. Later, Shang felt horrible for killing the beggars who just recently joined the bandits. Then, he had gotten used to killing his enemies, even if they were humans. After that, Shang felt horrible for trying to kill a teenager that wanted to steal his gold. Then, he had gotten used to killing anyone that went against him, regardless of power or age. When Shang killed Lash to protect his identity, he felt horrible once again. Then, he got used to killing his old friends as long as it posed a danger to his life, even if their intention wasn't to do so. Lash was the first human Shang killed in the real world that had absolutely no intention of hurting him, which was why that incident weighed so heavily on his mind. But as Shang continued killing more and more people in the Black Shadow Kingdom that just happened to come close to his hiding place, he got used to these feelings. And by now, he didn't even feel them. When Shang had arrived at the Grand Mountain Kingdom, he couldn't have imagined killing anyone that didn't have malicious intentions toward him. Now, it was the norm. Teacher Mervin, Vaseem Sauron, and Teacher Lauren tried to teach Shang that life could only be enjoyable if one felt love, friendship, and companionship. Excessive hunger for power only ended in tragedy and sadness. Maybe they would have succeeded. But the trials, which forced Shang to kill mages and warriors, the hostile environment of the Grand Mountain Kingdom, and the gods' answers and wisdom made it impossible for their teachings to take hold. People could influence their own growth and path to a great degree, but the environment in which they lived also had a significant impact on their future development. If Shang had remained in the Thunder Kingdom, he would have probably become a person that was basically a mix between the Dean and Duke Whirlwind. Someone that could make difficult decisions if needed, but someone that could still work with others and help them. Sadly, this was not what happened. Shang had been thrust into a hostile environment 10 years ago, and he developed a hostile mindset. Friends changed people. Enemies changed people. Superiors changed people. The world changed people. And Shang had been changed. He was no longer a teenager. He was a real adult now, and his personality had solidified. This was who Shang had become. And it would be very difficult to change it in the future. Alex would hate Shang. Chapter 376, The Way Home. After watching the border for a while, Shang contacted the abominations. By now, he had gotten pretty good at it. He no longer needed several minutes to summon them, but only about 2. That was way faster than before, but still not fast enough to use during a fight. After summoning abominations so often, Shang had gotten a good feeling about how his own beasts would react. Most of them didn't seem to care about the abominations as long as there was no commander stage abomination amongst them. Theoretically, Shang counted as a commander stage abomination, but if he immediately fled without damaging anything, the zone beast would most likely leave him alone. Of course, the Thunder Forces Mark also played a role in that decision. Shang. The abominations appeared north of Shang's current location and directly charged towards the east, at the border. Shang consumed the commander stage abomination within a second and jumped into the sky. Just like before, fighting immediately broke out as the border between the kingdoms focused on defending against the abominations. The eyes of the guards widened in shock and terror as they saw an army of abominations appear close to them. In an instant, all the mages went into formation and activated the gigantic magic circles on the towers they had built. Boom, boom, boom. The towers kept shooting incredibly powerful bolts made of darkness mana, dissolving the abominations before they could come close. But even more. Boom. A gigantic wave of ice washed over the army of abominations, taking out over 10 of them. The High Mage of the Black Shadow Kingdom had become active. The High Mage looked with narrowed eyes at the abominations as his focus with 3 amplifiers created one spell after the other. Need help. The High Mage heard these words inside his mind and glanced over at the defenses of the Spirit Spring Kingdom. This was how fellow High Mages communicated most of the time. Instead of talking, they projected their thoughts into the minds of the people around them by their spirit sense. This was far faster than talking since the concepts could be exchanged directly. They didn't need to be translated into language and then translated back. Keep to your own matters, Milk Boy, the High Mage of the Black Shadow Kingdom sent back with coldness and arrogance. The High Mage of the Spirit Spring Kingdom only furrowed his brows. Why am I even trying, Siprig? He asked sarcastically. The High Mage didn't answer. Even though the 2 kingdoms were allied, they still had severe disagreements in their philosophy. Milk Boy and Siprig were not the names of the High Mages but derogatory terms for the people of the other kingdom. The Black Shadow Kingdom saw the Spirit Spring Kingdom as soft babies that wanted harmony, happiness, and peace above anything else. They even treated their beasts as equals, and the Black Shadow Kingdom thought that to be ridiculous. The people of the Spirit Spring Kingdom had no spine and bent to anyone's will in the Black Shadow Kingdom's eyes. That was why they called the residents Milk Boys and Milk Girls. Meanwhile, the Spirit Spring Kingdom thought the Black Shadow Kingdom to be cruel for no reason. Their own kingdom is warring severely amongst each other to gain power, making the entire kingdom unsafe for the younger people. In comparison to the Sith Thunder Kingdom, the Black Shadow Kingdom's internal wars were far more open and brutal. While the Dukes in the Sith Thunder Kingdom only used schemes and indirect attacks, assassinations and direct warfare were far more common inside the Black Shadow Kingdom. Even more, the Queen of the Black Shadow Kingdom was one of the younger and weaker ones. If a couple of High Mages worked together, they could potentially kill her. Her rule wasn't nearly as ironclad as King Sith Thunder's. This created a very hostile environment for the people of the Black Shadow Kingdom, making them cynical, bitter, pessimistic, and stubborn. Because of their cold, closed, and stubborn nature, the people of the Spirit Spring Kingdom called them Siprigs. The only reason why they even realized was due to the threat of the Magic Purity Kingdom. Of course, they still didn't trust each other one bit, which was why there were 2 High Mages stationed at the borders. The guards kept decimating the abominations without a problem. Usually, the abominations ended several innocent lives whenever Shang summoned them, but this time, not even a single person would die. This was a fortified border between 2 kingdoms, and their firepower was immense. The High Mage of the Spirit Spring Kingdom suddenly looked towards the sky. He felt something briefly enter his spirit sense. When he looked up, he saw a flying lizard surrounded by a sea mist as it was rapidly flying towards the Spirit Spring Kingdom. Only a blizzard lizard, the High Mage thought as he focused on the abominations again. It was normal for beasts to flee in panic when an army of abominations appeared. Sure, some of the beasts would directly attack them, but there were also beasts that didn't want to fight. The blizzard lizard had obviously been startled by the abominations and fled in a random direction. The High Mage didn't really care about the blizzard lizard. If the roles were reversed, the people of the Black Shadow Kingdom would shoot down the beast. After all, it was a commander stage beast, and it could serve as good food for the beasts of their summoners. Additionally, they didn't like it when anything entered their kingdom from another kingdom. That included beasts. However, the people of the Spirit Spring Kingdom didn't really care. They somewhat lived in harmony with the beasts, and they didn't kill them as long as it wasn't necessary. Additionally, the blizzard lizard would soon leave the Spirit Spring Kingdom again. After all, it was a beast with an affinity, and it wouldn't enjoy staying in his own rule by his own beast with an earth affinity. Of course, the High Mage didn't really inspect the blizzard lizard. It would be strange to thoroughly inspect a random beast while a huge battle happened just in front of him. A minute later, the blizzard lizard began to rapidly fall to the ground. From the outside, it looked like the beast was diving toward the ground. After all the icy mist kept the body behind it hidden. Only someone with a spirit sense could look through the icy veil and see that the blizzard lizard had already died. Inside the icy veil, a nearly frozen Shang could be seen. His body's temperature was dangerously low, but he kept it in check by releasing his own icy mist. Shang had enough time to come up with a plan, and this was it. With his pseudo-spirit sense, he could somewhat communicate with beasts, but this method of communication was very primitive. Shang caught the lizard and sent threatening and aggressive signals toward it while ordering it to fly towards the east. Of course, Shang's power was far greater than the beast's, and it followed Shang's command. Bang. The beast's body hit the ground, and Shang put the body into his inner world. After that, Shang charged away to hide for the next couple of days. He wanted to let things blow over. And like that, Shang entered the spirit spring kingdom. There was no huge problem or fight. After years of doing this, Shang had become incredible at evading the watching eyes of the kingdom, and his finesse had been proven by getting past the border without an incident. As Shang ran through the zone, a light appeared in his right eye. I only need to wait a couple of days, travel across 2 zones or so, and no one will bat an eye at my appearance. 10 years. After 10 years, I'm finally on my way home. Chapter 377, Map. Shang walked on a road towards a big city in the middle of the day. The side of the road led into thick forests, which were filled with weaker beasts. A couple of people had already passed him on his journey, but they didn't talk to him. Shang had seen plenty of people riding on beasts. This seemed to be nothing unusual in the spirit spring kingdom, as even very weak merchants rode on beasts. Eventually, Shang reached the gates of the city. The gates were made of wood, but Shang could tell that this wasn't normal wood. The wood the gates were made out of was probably as powerful as Commander Stage 4. Several guards were checking the space rings of the people that wanted to enter the city, and quite a long queue had already formed. Shang only stood at the end of the queue, not looking at anyone else. The people around Shang threw careful glances at him. For some reason, they didn't feel comfortable being near him. However, they didn't want to be rude. So, they didn't comment. Shang waited for several minutes in the queue until it was his turn. Space rings, the woman on a large wolf ordered as she saw Shang. The guards of the city were spiriters, and they used their beasts to keep watch over everything. Growling. At that moment, the wolf the woman was riding on started to growl at Shang. The spiritor was quite surprised when she saw her beast's reaction and connected with it mentally. Of course, the beasts weren't very smart, and they could only transmit primitive feelings toward their spiritors. Right now, the wolf was transmitting a feeling that identified Shang as an enemy. The wolf wanted to kill Shang. When the spiritor felt these feelings come from her beast, her eyebrows furrowed, and she looked at Shang. What is your business here? She asked with a chilly tone. I want to buy a map, Shang answered evenly. The spiritor's eyes narrowed. What kind of map? Just a general one of the spirit spring kingdom, he said. As you might have noticed, I'm not from here. After Shang said these words, the spiritor took a closer look at Shang. The density of mana around him was rather weak, but the threat she felt coming from Shang was enormous. She quickly knew what was going on. You're a warrior, she asked. Yes, Shang said. I want to get back to the Thunder Kingdom. I've been away for a long time. The gates had a perpetual truth verification magic circle active, and the spiritor could tell that Shang was speaking the truth. However, her eyes only became colder. Now, she knew why her beast saw Shang as an enemy. Did you kill any beasts? She asked. Yes, Shang answered. A cold gleam appeared in her eyes, and Shang could feel the test and anger radiate from the spiritor. For a couple of seconds, she only glared at Shang with hate. Space ring, she ordered again with an icy tone. Shang took out his space ring and threw it over. When the spiritor saw the contents of the space ring, she had to control herself not to destroy it and attack Shang right then and there. Corpses. So many beast corpses and beast parts. The spirit spring kingdom worked in harmony with the beasts. Especially the spiritor saw beasts as humans. To a spiritor, seeing a space ring filled with beast corpses was like seeing a space ring filled with human corpses for others. She gritted her teeth in anger and hatred, but she threw the space ring back to Shang. You may enter, she said with a controlled but icy voice. Shang nodded and passed her. At this moment, the spiritor felt frustrated, helpless, and angry. The people of the spirit spring kingdom were forbidden from killing beasts without a good reason. After all, the humans and the beasts had to work together. However, ever since the Thunder Kingdom had gained its new king and joined the war, people from the Thunder Kingdom appeared in the spirit spring kingdom. To them, killing beasts was normal. Killing a beast was like picking up gold off the ground. Many years of diplomacy and negotiations took place after a humongous outrage went through the spirit spring kingdom citizens due to the Thunder Kingdom's brutality. Eventually, the Thunder Kingdom decided to only send warriors and mages to the spirit spring kingdom if it specifically requested them. However, if they wanted them to be present, the warriors and mages would be allowed to live similarly to how they lived in the Thunder Kingdom. That included hunting beasts for resources. Seeing a warrior in the spirit spring kingdom was unusual, but it wasn't overly rare. However, whenever someone of the spirit spring kingdom saw a warrior, they would grit their teeth with hatred. Yes, the warriors were there to protect them from the magic purity kingdom, but they also killed beasts. To them, such a warrior or mage could be compared to some kind of ogre that protected a village but walked into the village to eat a child from time to time. They hated the ogre, but they needed it. As Shang stepped into the city, he saw a ton of beasts everywhere. There were bigger beasts that pulled carriages. Smaller beasts that used their fire to cook food or melt war, small flying beasts that delivered things from building to building, and there were even bigger beasts that patrolled the streets to keep everything in order. While the Thunder Kingdom used warriors to keep the public in order, the Spirit Spring Kingdom used beasts. As Shang walked through the streets, one beast after the other looked at him with a mix of emotions. Anger, envy, fear. Of course, the people noticed the beast's actions, and they grew just as wary of Shang. The street, which had just been lively, had now become very silent as everyone looked at Shang. Step, step, step. Shang's steps echoed throughout the silent street, only interrupted by some beast or human shuttling out of his way. Being in such a position had a special feel to it. If this had been a decade earlier, Shang would feel uncomfortable, but not anymore. Over the past 10 years, Shang had gotten used to this feeling of isolation. Becoming more powerful meant killing the people around him. He was entropy, the enemy of everything living. He was with the abominations, the enemy of everything living. Shang was isolated. And he was used to being isolated. Eventually, Shang found a shop that sold maps. The clerk in the shop treated Shang very coldly and directly demanded to know what he wanted. A general map of the Spirit Spring Kingdom. Doesn't need to be very detailed, Shang said. 200 gold, the clerk demanded with a cold voice. Obviously, this price was ridiculous. Such a map was, at most, worth 1 gold. However, Shang pulled out 200 gold and put them on the counter. When the clerk saw the gold, he sneered in disdain, pocketed it, grabbed the map, and threw it to Shang. Now, leave my store, he demanded. Shang didn't say anything else and just walked out of the store with his map. The streets hadn't recovered their liveliness. Shang could feel an intense feeling of rejection emanate from the entire city. They hated him. They wanted him gone. After a couple of minutes, Shang walked out of the city again. The people waiting in the queue outside whispered to each other as they saw him pass. And then, Shang walked into the forest. He had gotten what he had been here for. Chapter 378, Return. Shang followed the map and traveled through zone after zone. It took him about 2 days until he finally arrived at the southwestern border of the Spirit Spring Kingdom. In comparison to last time, Shang didn't need to slip past the border without being noticed. This time, he could openly stride through the border. As Shang approached the border, a couple of beasts noticed him and growled. The spiriters had to calm their companions down to stop them from attacking Shang. It wasn't unheard of for a beast on this border to lose control and attack a warrior that approached. These incidents were treated as accidents, but the warriors of the Thunder Kingdom were certain that the Spirit Spring Kingdom had done that on purpose. Because of that, all the warriors that traveled to the Spirit Spring Kingdom were instructed to be very careful near the border. As long as they managed to survive for a couple of seconds, the spiriters would heroically leap in and stop their beasts. After traveling through 4 of the 5 kingdoms of the world, Shang had already seen the relationships between the kingdoms with his own eyes. While the public believed that this was a war between 2 united fronts, this couldn't be further from the truth. The Black Shadow Kingdom hated the Spirit Spring Kingdom. The Spirit Spring Kingdom hated the Black Shadow Kingdom. The Spirit Spring Kingdom hated the Thunder Kingdom. The Thunder Kingdom was wary of the Spirit Spring Kingdom. This was definitely not a united front but a makeshift alliance that could crumble at any moment. The only two allies Shang hadn't seen meet each other were the Magic Purity Kingdom and the Grand Mountain Kingdom, but he guessed that their relationship was very similar. The Magic Purity Kingdom was probably arrogant beyond belief just based on its policies and its name. They probably treated the Grand Mountain Kingdom as lower people that did their dirty work. The Grand Mountain Kingdom was therefore probably also not the biggest fan of the Magic Purity Kingdom. There was no peace, companionship, or harmony between the kingdoms. Every kingdom hated every other kingdom. If there weren't this gigantic war going on, the kingdoms would probably attack each other. This was not a peaceful world but a world on the brink of breaking apart. The only thing that kept the kingdoms from falling into an abyss of bloodshed was their will to survive. No kingdom could stand alone against the others. However, even though the spiriters were more than willing to send their beasts to kill Shang, they didn't do so this time. They felt that Shang was very dangerous. Yes, it was an accident that some beasts went out of control and attacked warriors, but there were also accidents of warriors killing the beasts of spiriters. All, the most powerful spirit shouted from the back of her gigantic bear. She was the most powerful person here, at the Lake True Spirit realm. In comparison to the border between the Spirit Spring Kingdom and the Black Shadow Kingdom, no truly powerful people were here. Even though the Spirit Spring Kingdom hated the Sith Thunder Kingdom, they knew that the Sith Thunder Kingdom wouldn't try anything sneaky. Because of that, they didn't need to station a powerful force here. There were only 3 true mages here, and they were all at the early true mage realm. If Shang had even been slightly noticed at the border between the Spirit Spring Kingdom and the Black Shadow Kingdom, his death would have been a certainty. But this border was so weak that Shang could probably annihilate all the station forces here on his own. So, even though the relationship between these two kingdoms wasn't the best, it was obviously far better than the relationship between the Black Shadow Kingdom and the Spirit Spring Kingdom. After Shang heard the command, he stopped. Space ring, the spirit demanded. Just like last time, Shang threw the space ring over. The spirit looked through the space ring, and her eyes narrowed with hatred. Crack. The space ring was destroyed in her grasp. Boom, boom, boom. A sea of blood and corpses appeared around her as soon as the space ring was destroyed. A horrifying stench went through the entire border. The spirit's faces turned white, and some of them even began to heave due to the disgusting stench. The beasts grew unruly and wanted to attack, but the spirits did their absolute best to keep them from attacking Shang. They didn't want their companions to join the pile. Shang coldly looked at the spirit that had destroyed his ring. I apologize, the spirit said coldly. I lost control when I saw the contents. Naturally, we will replace your space ring. She took out a space ring and threw it toward Shang. It was just as good as the one Shang had had previously. Shang evenly looked at the spirit. Then, he willed his corpses to enter the ring. A moment later, the sea of blood and corpses vanished, only leaving behind a couple of big and bloody stains. Shang knew why she had done that. This was not an accident. She wanted to show the people around her what kind of monsters the people of the Sith Thunder Kingdom were. She wanted to get everyone to hate the Sith Thunder Kingdom by showing his deeds to them. Shang was not a fan of being a public display, but he also didn't see it as such a big deal. He hadn't lost any of his belongings. Additionally, he couldn't just go around and kill everyone here without a very good reason. Shang was so close to being home again, and he didn't want to be hunted by the Sith Thunder Kingdom as well for causing an international incident. You may leave, the spirit said coldly. We apologize for the accident. Shang didn't answer and walked past everyone. Everyone at the border watched Shang with hatred. The quiet noise of his steps echoed throughout the border. And he walked past the wall. He continued walking for another 2 minutes. And eventually, Shang saw another wall in front of him. On the walls, Shang could see a couple of mages. And warriors. It had been so long since Shang had seen another warrior. 10 years ago, Shang had been dumped at the western part of the Grand Mountain Kingdom. Yet, instead of traveling to the southeast, he had traveled to the northeast. In the last 10 years, Shang had traveled to all corners of the world. He had been at the southern edge of the Sith Thunder Kingdom. He had been in the west of the world by being in the Grand Mountain Kingdom. He had been in the north, in the Black Shadow Kingdom. And now, he had been in the east, in the Spirit Spring Kingdom. In the last 10 years, Shang had traveled the entire world and had seen many different cultures and kingdoms. Not many people could claim to have traveled as far and wide as Shang. From someone that had only known one part of the Sith Thunder Kingdom, Shang had become someone that knew the entire world, except for the Magic Purity Kingdom. And now, Shang approached the wall. The warriors on the wall lifted their weapons in a unified shout. It was common to welcome their comrades back. It was difficult to live in the Spirit Spring Kingdom as a warrior, and the warriors stationed here knew how hard it was. Because of that, they always welcomed their comrades home with a cheer. Shang looked at the wall with the warriors. I'm home, Shang said. Chapter 379, Bad News. Shang walked towards the border, and the gate opened without anyone questioning him. As soon as he stepped past the gate, Shang saw several warriors walk over to him while the mages threw careful glances at him. Obviously, they felt the threat Shang posed, and they were a bit taken aback that a warrior could give off such a strong pressure. Welcome back, a late commander stage warrior shouted with a laugh. I'm home, Shang said with an unchanging expression. When the warriors saw how dull and emotionless Shang said these words, they lifted an eyebrow in confusion. Most warriors would have a get-together with the border guards and tell their stories, but Shang obviously didn't seem to be in the mood. Wasn't he happy being back in the Sith Thunder Kingdom? Everything all right? The strongest warrior asked with concern. Shang took a deep breath. He was glad to be home, but the feelings weren't as strong as he had imagined them to be. He felt more relief than happiness. It was like he had finally finished a tiresome task. He didn't feel any kind of achievement or happiness for a task well done. It's been too long, Shang said. I've been gone for over 10 years. The jaws of several warriors dropped when they heard that. 10 years at the front lines of the Spirit Spring Kingdom. It was a miracle that Shang was even still alive. No wonder he looked so tired. But it's finally over, right? The leader asked. Shang nodded. It is. Was it worth it? The leader asked, obviously referring to the powerful feeling of pressure Shang gave off. The leader had to keep his shocking check since he felt like he would be helpless in front of Shang. Being at the front for 10 years had obviously done wonders for Shang's strength. Shang thought about his journey and what he had learned. He had learned how to strengthen his body. He had trained his affinity. He had spent 5 years training with Teacher Mervin. His power was absolutely incomparable to the time he had left the Sith Thunder Kingdom. Yes, it was worth it, Shang answered. The leader smiled when he heard that. Glad to hear. You obviously want to get home, so we won't keep you any longer. Shang nodded. Thanks. Where do you need to go? A couple of things have changed in the last decade. Shang threw a glance at the warrior, but he felt no ill intentions coming from him. Storm Eagle Zone, Shang said. At that moment, the mood in the atmosphere shifted, and Shang slightly narrowed his eyes when he felt the shift. Something had happened. The warriors appeared more taciturn and careful, and Shang could even see some pity in their eyes. I think something has changed there, Shang asked. The leader nodded. A bit less than 10 years ago, some kind of procedure that allowed warriors to have incredibly powerful bodies was unveiled. After that, the leader narrated the specifics of the procedure, which Shang was very familiar with. However, Shang didn't interrupt him and let him talk. After the bloodline infusion became public knowledge, things quickly started to change in the south of the kingdom. Countless warriors underwent the bloodline infusion. For the first 2 years, there weren't any problems, but after those 2 years, the mages started to protest against the bloodline infusion. The warriors that had undergone the bloodline infusion have shown incredible battle strength, and the mages felt threatened. For now, only general stage warriors were dangerous to the adepts, but what when those same warriors reached the commander stage? What when they reached the true path stage? Shang only nodded. He could imagine that the mages felt threatened. Things only got worse over the next couple of years. More and more warriors that had undergone the bloodline infusion began to die or vanish mysteriously. When Shang heard that, his right eye narrowed, and a cold blood appeared in it. As more warriors died, more of them decided against undergoing the bloodline infusion. After all, only the warriors that had undergone the bloodline infusion vanished. Nothing had changed for the normal ones. At the same time, several political setbacks have caused Duke World in the Ice Wyvern Zone and the Empress Cobra Zone. Shang didn't react as he heard these words. At that moment, the leader snorted. It's obvious for everyone to see that the council has a problem with the bloodline infusion, and they are working in secret to get Duke World to abdicate his position. Every time a small incident happens in the Storm Eagle Zone, they blow it up beyond proportion and frame it like it's because of Duke World's mismanagement. Over half his mages have already left his territory to join other dukes, and the remaining mages try to dissuade Duke World from further investing in the bloodline infusion. After all, when the bloodline infusion stops, the other mages won't care anymore. After he said that, the leader went quiet. Is it fear or arrogance? Shang asked. The warriors looked at each other. Then, they glanced at the mages on the walls. Surprisingly, the mages only sighed and showed that they didn't really care. One had to remember that the mages were not one collective hive mind. Every mage was an individual, and they all had different beliefs. The mages stationed here had worked closely with the warriors for years, and they didn't see them as beneath them or something like that. They also thought that these actions of suppressing the warriors were stupid. Warriors were part of the Sith Thunder Kingdom, and by increasing the power of the warriors, the Sith Thunder Kingdom would increase in power. They think it's arrogance, but we think it's fear, the leader said. The mages still have modern tranquility, which still gives them an edge, but the introduction of the bloodline infusion shows a trajectory upward for warriors. It is like a distant beast that had suddenly closed half the distance to you. If it managed to close half the distance, there's a possibility that it might close the other half too. Shang crossed his arms and looked coldly forward, towards the southwest. What about the dean of the Warriors Academy? He asked. The council is trying to send him to the front lines bordering the Magic Purity Kingdom, but Duke World is refusing to let him go. For good reason, the leader said. Shang nodded. Thank you for the info, Shang said. The leader nodded with a concerned look. Be careful when you return. I presume that some mages are responsible for the disappearances of the warriors. Shang's right eye only narrowed even further. Then, Shang stepped forward and walked away from the border. The warriors only watched Shang Li with concern in their eyes. Shang was obviously powerful, and they didn't want him to die. You don't need to worry for him. The leader turned around as he heard one of the mages say something. What do you mean? He asked. The mage only watched Shang's leaping back. He is more powerful than you think. The leader was quite surprised when he heard that. He was a late commander stage warrior, but the mage that had spoken was an early true mage. The early true mage was quite a bit more powerful than a late commander stage warrior. I have a feeling that I wouldn't be able to resist if he were to attack me, the early true mage said. And I'm pretty certain a mid true mage won't feel any different. The warriors only looked with shock at the mage. Then they looked at Shang, who was still walking away. Pity on the fool that attacks him, the mage said. In the distance, Shang only looked forward with a cold expression. You're afraid that the beast has already closed half the distance. Unfortunately, the beast is already right in front of you. Chapter 380, Unfamiliar Face. Shang traveled through multiple zones within the day. Most of them were unfamiliar to him, but the constant presence of the warriors and mages gave him a feeling of security and familiarity. He was in the Sith Thunder Kingdom. He didn't need to hide any longer. Eventually, Shang reached a wasteland without any vegetation. It was filled with hills and pieces of dry rock. After counting the zones he had gone through, Shang was quite certain in which zone he had arrived. The Colossal Worm Zone, the zone east of the Sith Thunder Zone. Shang traversed it without any issues. This was zone for Earth affinity beasts, and the powerful ones were below the ground. Any beast above ground was no threat to Shang in this zone. It was late in the evening when Shang reached the southwestern border of the Colossal Worm Zone. In front of Shang was a desert with tons of lightning striking down. Shang knew all too well where he was. He had been here before. Shang entered the Thunder Horse Zone and traveled towards the south. After just a couple of minutes, Shang reached the border to the next zone and began to run down the massive slope. Luckily, the Thunder Horse hadn't come to visit him. It was the adamantite behemoth zone, and Shang could see Duke Mithril's castle from where he was currently. I haven't forgotten the bounty you put on my head, Shang thought. It might take a couple of decades, but I will eventually pay you back for the bounty. Shang avoided the middle of the zone and ran alongside its edges until he reached the southern border. It was already quite dark, but as soon as Shang reached the border, it became pitch black. The surroundings were filled with darkness and water lava, and a normal human would have issues seeing their own hand in front of them. The Empress Cobra Zone. Formerly part of Duke Whirlwind's territory. As Shang arrived at the border, his right eye narrowed. If I'm going to be attacked on my way to the Storm Eagle Zone, it will be here. This is the perfect zone to create an ambush. Additionally, the high density of beasts during the night makes it easier to frame it as an accident. Shang only remained on this spot for a couple of seconds until he continued. His speed picked up quite a bit, mimicking the speed of an initial commander stage warrior with the power of the procedure. It would take him quite a bit longer to get through the zone like this, but the potential payoff was worth it. For a couple of minutes, Shang continued traveling along the road. The wild beasts that came out of the poison swamps during the night very quickly fled when they saw him. Suddenly, Shang's right eye glanced to the right, but he quickly focused his eyes forward again as he tried to suppress his smirk. Just now, he had felt the burst of darkness mana. And the darkness mana felt very purposeful and orderly. He was pretty sure that he had just triggered some form of magic circle. However, Shang continued traveling down the road like he hadn't noticed. As Shang continued, the surroundings grew quieter and quieter. Most of the beasts had vanished from this part of the Empress Cobra Zone, which hinted at a powerful threat that was present. Shang only continued traveling. And then, Shang smirked. Right now, a powerful bolt of darkness mana mixed with something else shot towards him from the side of the road. A normal warrior might not have noticed the silent and deadly bolt in such deep darkness, but Shang could feel and see it with no problem. Shang had darkness vision and his pseudo-spirit sense. And for the first time, the images his two senses gave him differed. Shang's darkness vision showed three people. But his pseudo-spirit sense showed four. Far behind the other three was one additional person sitting inside a silent stream of mixed mana. This stream of mixed mana had obviously been created by a magic circle, and it isolated the person inside from all the mana in the surroundings, making it impossible to sense them with any kind of mana sense. Additionally, Shang's pseudo-spirit sense also showed him a couple of inactive magic circles. It was quite difficult for Shang to notice them since he had no idea how magic circles work, but it was no problem for him to carefully feel the surrounding couple of meters. Two initial true mages and one mid true mage. The person inside the magic circle doesn't radiate any kind of threat. They probably don't have a lot of power. I was afraid that you guys wouldn't show up. Bang. Shang suddenly accelerated and exploded forward with a nice blast. Shang's speed multiplied by several times, and he easily sidestepped the poison bolt. The eyes of the mages widened in shock when they saw their target suddenly reaching incredible speeds. In an instant, Shang reached the mid true mage, emitting all the different magic circles on the ground while doing so. Boom. As sword hit the mana shield of the mage, a bolt of violent darkness mana exploded out of it. Crack. With one attack, the mana shield broke. One had to remember that Shang's body was around 85% as powerful as the body of a mid-commander stage beast. Together with his insane speed and the mana-destroying properties of his darkness mana, he could destroy the mana shield of a mage of his level in one strike. Additionally, this was obviously not a very powerful mage. Shang even guessed that he was a weak one that hadn't even undergone mana tranquility. However, a mid-true mage was definitely enough to deal with all the warriors that had undergone the procedure. After all, they had only had 10 years to grow. Shang. After destroying the mana shield, sword beheaded the mage. The other mages froze in shock and horror. This couldn't be real. Bang. Shang exploded to one of them, destroyed their mana shield, and beheaded them in another instant. He shot. Before the last mage could react, Shang had already arrived in front of him. Bang. The third mage was beheaded too. Bang. Shang immediately exploded towards the magic circle before the last person could react. Bang. Shang's hand broke through the magic circle, took hold of the thing the person was holding in their hand, and pulled it out. It was a communication crystal. The person had just summoned the communication crystal after Shang had killed the third mage. However, Shang had been so fast that the person hadn't even been able to activate it. An instant later, Shang's other hand went to their hand and ripped off a finger. Shang heard a faint grunt come from inside the magic circle as he looked at the finger in his hand. Or, more precisely, the space ring the finger wore. Shang put the finger into his inner world and took hold of the person's neck. Then, he yanked them out. It was a young man with long black hair. His body was quite powerful, being at around the initial commander stage, but he hadn't undergone the procedure. An unfamiliar face stared with horror at Shang. However, Shang didn't need to see the face of the person to know who they were. The aura the person gave off felt somewhat familiar to Shang. Together with all the other clues, it wasn't very difficult for him to guess the identity of this person. What a pleasure to finally meet you face to face, Kiva Orvis, Shang said with a malicious smirk. Kiva Orvis felt a cold shiver run down his back. Or should I say? 1. Chapter 381, Terrifying Message. When Kiva heard these words, his body became filled with terror. He hadn't known who Shang was earlier, but now, he knew who stood in front of him. Kiva's insides shook, but he did his best to hide it. Then you should know how stupid it would be to kill me, Kiva said with a calm voice. Shang only smirked and looked into his eyes. What? You know who I am, and you know how much my life is worth, Kiva said. Killing me would bring you nothing but momentary satisfaction, while keeping me as a hostage gives you monetary satisfaction. One is worth more than the other. You should know how expensive it is to become more powerful. Don't throw millions of gold out of the window just because you feel like it, Kiva said. Shang nodded along. Yep, Kiva Orvis was probably worth over 50 million gold. You know, you would have a point in other circumstances, Shang said. Kiva's insides tightened. However, you tried to kill me back then. Duke Mithril has put a bounty of 20 million golds on my head after that, and you are actively killing the warriors, Shang said. Why would you care about the people I've killed? Kiva asked with narrowed eyes. You probably killed just as many people as me. I refuse to believe that all the people you killed are deserving of their death. A couple of instances of Shang killing someone innocent shot through his mind. You're right, Shang said. I wouldn't care as much about the warriors under normal circumstances. Sure, I feel some kinship with them, but not enough to risk my life for them. However, this is not a normal circumstance. Let me just say that someone I don't want to anger is invested in the warrior's survival. Shang's smirk widened. Also, Duke Mithril, as well as his people, are my enemy, and I don't like to keep my enemies alive just for some money. Additionally, you've seen my face, and I want to keep my return a secret for now. Kiva wanted to negotiate some more, but he quickly felt himself being pulled away as Shang ran off with him. Of course, Shang pocketed the corpses and their belongings. What are you doing? Kiva shouted in Shang's grasp. You know, I don't like lying, Shang said with a neutral voice. I need to send Duke Mithril a message, and the message needs to be authentic. Kiva wasn't sure what Shang meant, but his fear increased more and more as time passed. Shang charged into the swamp with key orbs and quickly searched for a good place. And just a minute later, Shang found a suitable place. Between a couple of half-dead trees, Shang saw a gigantic millipede using poison. A terrifying poison swamp had already formed around it, which released a sizzling noise. The millipede looked over and saw Shang. Shang only narrowed his right eye and looked at it. In an instant, the millipede dug into the swamp and fled. This was an initial commander stage swamp millipede, and this was its nest. Then, Shang stopped right beside the poison swamp. Do try not to drink everything at once, alright, Shang said. At that moment, Kiyora's world broke down, and his being was consumed by fear. No, please dash. Splash. Shang shoved him into the poison swamp. SSSSSSS. Which immediately began to sizzle. Shang felt a burning sensation on his hand, but it wasn't a big deal. Kiba kept violently thrashing around below the surface as Shang's hand kept his body underwater. The swamp had turned silent, except for the sounds of violent splashing coming from this place. Occasionally, Kiba's hands and feet broke the surface, but they looked worse and worse as the seconds ticked by. Eventually, Kiba's skinless right hand fell off as he tried his best to escape. For 30 full seconds, Shang kept Kiba's body in the poison swamp. Until he stopped moving. Shang used his darkness monitor to see if there was any life energy left in Kiba's body. There wasn't. He was dead. Splash. Shang pulled him out and looked at him. Half his legs were gone. His right arm was missing at the middle of the forearm. The skin of his entire body had burned off, and even a huge part of his flesh was missing. Obviously, his organs were also severely injured. Kiba's face basically didn't exist anymore. His eyes and nose were gone, just like his skin. In comparison to Kiba's corpse, Shang's hand had only reddened. When Shang saw him, he was surprised by what he was feeling. Nothing. He felt nothing. He didn't feel regret. He didn't feel satisfaction. He just felt nothing. It was like this was nothing special. It was like this was normal. Seems like I've truly gotten used to these kinds of things, Shang thought as he looked at the ravaged corpse. Anyway, I should get on to delivering the message to Duke Mithril. Shang put Kiba's corpse into his inner world and ran towards the north. This time, he didn't need to run slowly to lure out his enemies. As Shang ran towards the north, he retrieved the black mask from his inner world. This was the same mask he had worn when he had acted as Zero. Then, he put it on. After fighting the mages and Kiba Orbis, Shang changed his plans. Instead of openly striding into the Warriors Academy and getting spotted, he decided that he would lay low. If no one knew that he was here, no one could watch him. That would make it far easier to ruin Duke Mithril's territory. After all, if one didn't know what one was fighting against, one wouldn't be able to prepare oneself adequately. 2 minutes later, Shang arrived at the border between the Emperor's Cobra Zone and the Adamantype Behemoth Zone. It was currently night. Shang scouted the surroundings and made sure that nobody was around. Luckily, no sane person traveled through the Emperor's Cobra Zone during the night unless they were at the late general stage or higher. The Emperor's Cobra Zone was deadly during the night. When Shang saw that no one was around, he summoned a couple of sticks he had picked up on his way here. Then, he went to work. It took a couple of minutes, but Shang eventually managed to recreate the image in his mind. Lastly, Shang positioned everything how he wanted. A minute later, Shang looked at his creation. The 3 headless corpses of the mages were lying on the ground. Behind them, where their heads were supposed to be, Shang had stabbed 1 stake each into the ground. And on top of the stakes were their heads, their gazes focused on Duke Mithril's castle. Originally, Shang wanted the corpses to hold the stakes, but it proved to be quite difficult to make corpses stand up without collapsing. So, he scrapped that idea. However, behind the stakes was 1 more stake, far bigger than the others. Like the 3, it continued for around 2 meters, which was where Kiba's ravaged corpse hung. 1 additional stake was placed horizontally to spread Kiba's arms. Yes, Shang had crucified Kiba's corpse. Lastly, Shang took out a couple of space rings and 3 foci. And he placed them near the corpses. All of their belongings were in there. Literally nothing was missing. This was a message, and it conveyed 3 things. First, that someone hated Duke Mithril. Second, that the person sending the message was very powerful. Third, that the person wasn't interested in wealth. The person was only interested in Duke Mithril's death. This was why Shang had left the space rings here. I don't need money, Shang thought. On my journey, I have killed so many beasts and mages. I probably have over 200 million gold in my inner world, and even if I need more, I have plenty of ways to get more. Shang glanced at Duke Mithril's castle. This is worth far more than a couple million gold. Let's hope you don't start panicking and do something reckless as your territory crumbles around you. Fear of the unknown is a terrifying thing, and it makes smart people do stupid things. The attack against the Warriors is a prime example. Duke Mithril, you might not fear me today, but the terror of this message will only intensify as more and more things go wrong for you. Shang smirked. Let's have a good, clean match, okay? Chapter 382, Meeting an Old Friend. Shang kept his mask on. By now, he was also wearing a thick, black cloak made of animal fur. In a way, he looked very similar to the time he had exited from Duke Whirlwind's garden. But these 2 Shangs couldn't be any more different. A couple of minutes later, Shang arrived at the border of the Storm Eagle Zone. He hadn't seen any other person on his way here. For the first time in over a decade, Shang could see the farmland and the wild forest again. Shang's darkness vision showed him plenty of scouts keeping watch over the roads, and he could also see many weak beasts inside the wild forest. He even saw a couple of pest cats. Shang would have never thought that seeing pest cats would make him feel nostalgia. Scenes of when Shang had just arrived here shot through his mind. The scout that had welcomed him. The farm dogs. His first look at Warriors Paradise. His run-in with teacher Lauren. After that, all the people he had met in the Warriors Academy shot through his mind. Soren, Reynos, Mervin, Badine, Elber, Sarah, Aster, Matthew. There were a lot of people. I wonder how they are doing right now. Well, now that I'm back, I can check up on them whenever I want. But first, Shang's gaze moved slightly towards the south. Many kilometers away, Shang could see the tops of a couple of green towers. Let's get everything sorted out first. Shang surrounded himself with a coat of darkness mana, which seemingly blended in with the surroundings. His years of training as affinity had made it possible to create something like this. It wasn't very effective against true mages, but adepts and general stage warriors wouldn't be able to see him with the coat of darkness mana during the night. Shang left the path and entered the wild forest. None of the beasts noticed the black shadow shooting through the forest. About a minute later, Shang stopped. He seemed to be in the middle of the forest, but Shang's darkness vision and pseudo-spirit sense could see the huge, green castle just 2 or 3 kilometers in front of him. This was a good place. Then, Shang summoned something he hadn't summoned in over 10 years. An emblem picturing a tornado appeared in Shang's hand. It was the emblem Duke Whirlwind had given him before he went to the Northern Ice Wyvern Zone. And then, Shang's pseudo-spirit sense entered the castle. Perception was an interesting thing. On Earth, there was an urban myth that one could feel when someone was watching them. Of course, there had never been any scientific evidence to support that hypothesis. But in this world, things were different. A powerful person could feel when someone was watching them, as long as the watcher wasn't more powerful than them or very good at hiding their perception. Shang's pseudo-spirit sense was somewhat like a radar, which Shang could control. If he wanted to only look at a couple of meters in front of him, his pseudo-spirit sense would only sense those couple of meters. In a way, one could say that Shang wasn't looking at Duke Whirlwind. He had only been looking at the walls earlier and hadn't stretched his senses further. But now, Shang's pseudo-spirit sense stretched into the castle. In essence, Shang was now looking at Duke Whirlwind, who was inside his castle. And Duke Whirlwind looked back. Someone of his power would notice when someone of Shang's power looked at him. As soon as Shang's pseudo-spirit sense had felt Duke Whirlwind, he had taken a deep breath. So powerful. Duke Whirlwind was like a sun. Its power was unmistakable and universal. Shang hadn't felt anyone with such incredible power in the last 10 years, except for the Zone Beasts and the God, but they were in a league of their own. After such a long time, and even though Shang had grown by so much, Duke Whirlwind's power only seemed even greater than before. For an instant, Shang felt a powerful pressure assault him as Duke Whirlwind noticed him. It was like his own beast was looking right at him. But an instant later, the pressure vanished. This was why Shang had taken out Duke Whirlwind's emblem. He didn't want the Duke to accidentally kill him. The window of Duke Whirlwind's castle opened, and he quietly leapt through it. Boom. Shang's hair was blown back by the powerful wind that had suddenly arrived. The wind had come from Duke Whirlwind suddenly appearing in front of him. In an instant, Duke Whirlwind had closed the 2 kilometers that had been between them. This was just a modest step, but the effects were incredible when used by Duke Whirlwind. Right now, Duke Whirlwind looked at Shang with furrowed brows. His green hair was still long, and he still looked to be in his mid-30s. He hadn't changed one bit. I don't recognize you, Duke Whirlwind said coldly. Someone of Duke Whirlwind's power didn't remember people by their appearance or the clothing they wore, but by their unique aura. And Shang's aura didn't feel familiar at all to him. Shang slowly put away his cloak and his mask. Then, he looked into Duke Whirlwind's eyes. Duke Whirlwind's brows furrowed more when he saw that Shang only had one eye. That seemed familiar. Then, Duke Whirlwind's eyebrows shot up as he remembered. George had told him that Shang had told him that he had lost an eye while fighting Vice Commander Wilbury. But this couldn't be Shang, right? Shang had only been a peak general stage warrior back then, and he had been thrown into a kingdom that killed every warrior on sight. Duke Whirlwind was certain that Shang had already died. Then, Duke Whirlwind saw the nearly destroyed, black chest plate Shang wore. Hadn't this been his gift? Shang noticed that Duke Whirlwind looked at his chest plate. That thing saved my life more than once, Shang said. Sadly, it's been broken for a long time. Everything pointed to this being Shang, but Duke Whirlwind still wasn't certain. Items could be faked. Words could lie. Appearances could be changed. But it was nearly impossible to change an aura. And Shang's aura was nothing like how he remembered. Prove your identity, Duke Whirlwind said evenly. Shang lifted his left hand. Some ice appeared on it. Then, some fire appeared on it. Some darkness mana appeared on it. And, lastly, some light mana appeared on it. Shang put his hand down again. Duke Whirlwind's eyes had widened. Something like this couldn't be faked unless the person in front of him was an archmage, and he doubted that an archmage would play such a trick. Now, Duke Whirlwind looked at Shang with shock. How could someone's aura change this much in just 10 years? For a while, Duke Whirlwind remained silent. His expression slowly transformed from shock into pity. Someone of Duke Whirlwind's power could tell a lot about someone's personality based on their aura. When Shang saw Duke Whirlwind's expression, he felt his blood sting in his chest for some reason. He wasn't sure why. Shang, Duke Whirlwind said with a soft voice filled with pity. What happened to you? Chapter 383, Duke Whirlwind's thoughts. Shang only looked at Duke Whirlwind. A lot of things happened, and I came back with a lot of information regarding the Grand Mountain Kingdom. Duke Whirlwind looked at Shang with a complex expression. He wasn't sure if Shang understood what he had actually meant. However, Duke Whirlwind was also interested in what actually happened to Shang in the last decade. What could change someone to such a degree? Shang told Duke Whirlwind basically everything except for the trial and the abominations. He only used the abominations once, which was when he escaped from the Grand Mountain Kingdom initially. As Duke Whirlwind listened more to Shang's story, his focus shifted to the actual intelligence Shang brought back. The information he brought back was monumental. How the barbarians trained. The way the Grand Mountain Kingdom organized its forces. Insight into the distribution of their forces. And, most importantly, the method the mages had created to stack so many strengthening spells on a single barbarian. Shang had been that researcher's plaything for several months, and he had also been under the effect of these spells while assaulting the Plague Rat Zone. During these months, he had learned a lot about how the mages accomplished these things. When Shang came to the part where he killed Lash, Duke Whirlwind noticed that something wasn't right. Doing this was unlike the Shang he had just heard of a minute ago. Duke Whirlwind would have bet that Shang would have simply trusted Lash. After all, he was an old friend, and the mages wouldn't even interrogate him. Duke Whirlwind even remembered hearing about a similar incident before Shang had left. A couple of students of the Warriors Academy had found out about Shang's affinity, but even at the behest of the dean, Shang had decided to keep them alive. That risk was far greater than the risk Lash had posed, but Shang had still let them go. Even when Shang arrived at the Grand Mountain Kingdom, he didn't seem much different from what Duke Whirlwind was hearing. But after Shang left the Grand Mountain Kingdom and returned, it was like they had been switched out. Something must have happened in the Tide Serpent Zone, and that something was a catalyst for Shang's rapid change. But what could have motivated Shang to change that drastically in a zone without any humans and only beasts? After that point, Shang's scales became much darker, but Duke Whirlwind noticed that Shang didn't seem to notice a change in his behavior. Shang had killed several weak people that had only accidentally come close to his hiding spots. The chances of them actually finding Shang were slim, and if Shang wanted to escape, they would never find him. However, instead of simply leaving, Shang always killed them. And by the way Shang was talking, it seemed to be the only solution. It was like, in his mind, this was the only thing he could do. It was the only solution he could come up with to the problem at hand. Is he so used to killing everything that poses a risk that he now even perceives a minor inconvenience as a risk and treats it as such, regardless of the cost? Duke Whirlwind thought. He doesn't even seem to think about his actions or the impact. It's like he is forcing himself to do these things just to prove something to himself. Several potential reasons shot through Duke Whirlwind's mind, but he couldn't be certain. Maybe Shang had always been like this, but he hadn't noticed. Maybe Shang was subconsciously venting. Maybe Shang was so aggrieved by his own guilt that he completely blocked it out of his being, isolated the feeling, and acted like an emotionless machine. Even though Duke Whirlwind was old and knew a lot about people, he couldn't be certain. As Shang continued narrating, the Duke stopped paying attention. He seems more and more like George, Duke Whirlwind thought. I don't think that's a good thing. I'm pretty sure it would be better if he could get some empathy back, even if it were for the sole reason of not killing absolutely everyone that even slightly steps in front of his goal. Duke Whirlwind mulled over these thoughts for a bit, but in the end, he only released a hidden sigh Shang couldn't see. But that's not my business, he thought helplessly. I'm not his teacher or father. It's not my place to dictate how another adult should act. This is his life, not mine, and I should afford him the freedom to make his own choices. If that is what he wants, it's fine. I only hope that he won't become an enemy in the future due to some ridiculous reason born of his own paranoia. And then, Duke Whirlwind's thoughts were pulled back to Shang's tail. He had been ambushed in the Ember's Covert Zone. Duke Whirlwind's eyes became colder as he heard Shang narrate the battle, which had been very short. Duke Whirlwind had to keep his facial expressions in check as Shang told him how easy and natural it was to kill a mage on his level. He didn't even see it as anything special. It was just normal. It was just a bit of practice. At that moment, Duke Whirlwind focused more on Shang's aura in terms of threat. The more he looked at Shang's aura, the more he realized how threatening it actually felt. And he became even more shocked when he realized something. Shang feels as powerful as George was when he had just advanced to the third path stage. He might actually be the third strongest PC in existence right now. Just 10 years. In just 10 years, Shang had grown by so much. It was ridiculous. Really talented warriors reached the initial commander stage in their early 30s, but Shang was already at the mid-commander stage, and his battle strength was ridiculous. And then, Duke Whirlwind had a shocking thought. He might actually be able to defeat an average peak through mage as a mid-commander stage warrior. Duke Whirlwind would have never thought that he would one day believe something like this. He also realized that this insane growth couldn't have only come from what Shang told him. Shang mostly skipped the parts where he was training. He had basically said that he had remained in the Tide Serpent Zone for 7 or 8 years to train, and that was it. Something must have happened in the Tide Serpent Zone. Not only did he suddenly become incredibly powerful for his level, but his personality also underwent a drastic development, Duke Whirlwind thought. What could have happened in such an isolated zone? Then, Duke Whirlwind heard of what Shang had done to keep Orvis, and a cold shudder ran down his spine. That was very unusual for Shang. He would have never done something like this 10 years ago. However, as much as it pains me to admit, his actions are very effective, Duke Whirlwind thought with a frown. The psychological impact won't be great at the start, but if I manage to push further, this event will gain more and more significance in my enemy's mind. I need to make use of that. Then, Duke Whirlwind noticed that Shang had stopped talking. I think it would be best to treat Shang similarly to George. Be honest, don't become his enemy, and treat him like an equal. Chapter 384, The Scheme. Duke Whirlwind looked at Shang. That message was a good idea. Do you have anything else planned, or did you just want to give me an opportunity to strike? A smirk appeared on Shang's face. I do have something in mind, he said. Tell me, Duke Whirlwind said. While traveling through the Black Shadow Kingdom, I noticed that my affinity has given me a peculiar ability. Duke Whirlwind uttered in interest. My affinity is very similar to the Abomination's affinity, which makes me their perfect counter. I have heard from some people that the occurrences of abominations have increased. That's correct, right? Shang didn't actually know that, but he assumed that they did. He had already realized that his increase in power was also increasing the power of the abominations. Duke Whirlwind nodded. Yes, they now appear more frequently and at increasingly random places. Shang also nodded. Surprisingly, I didn't see a single abomination in the last 10 years, which is a bit unusual. That makes me think that I have a deterring effect. Deterring effect? Duke Whirlwind asked with a raised eyebrow. Shang nodded again. Yes, and not only that. I can also slightly feel where they will appear. It's not perfect, but I can feel them sometimes before they appear. An interest quickly appeared in Duke Whirlwind's eyes. And, with my deterring effect, I can somewhat control where the abominations don't appear. Now, Duke Whirlwind understood what Shang was suggesting, and he took a deep breath. Shang, I'm not sure if I'm a big fan of your suggestion, he said. You are sending the enemy of the entire world to a place with innocent civilians just to hurt your enemy. Shang only looked evenly at Duke Whirlwind with an even look. Didn't you do the same thing when you claimed the battlefield for the Ice Wyvern? No, I didn't, Duke Whirlwind said. The abominations would appear regardless, and I had no hand in where they appeared. I simply put more ice at the place where they would appear. Literally not a single life was ended under my order. This is very different from actively deterring the abominations from appearing in one place and making them gather at another. So what? Shang asked. So what? Duke Whirlwind asked with a raised eyebrow. Yeah, so what? Shang repeated. Enemies are enemies. I don't see Duke Mithril any different from the abominations. Both things want us dead. What's the difference between dying to an abomination and dying to Duke Mithril? Duke Whirlwind could understand Shang's point, but it still didn't sit right with him. Yes, Duke Mithril was his enemy, but Duke Mithril was a human with a human mindset. Abominations were mindless monsters that only destroy. Where would you prefer to appear? Shang asked. Your territory or his territory. They will appear regardless. If a calamity is unavoidable, why not, at least, make the best of it? Duke Whirlwind was not a fan of that idea. It felt dirty. It felt a bit like betraying humanity. But then, Duke Whirlwind thought about the Storm Eagle Zone and all the people he saw there every day. He didn't want them to get hurt. And now, there was a solution to this issue. Duke Whirlwind took a deep breath. Fun, he said. Shang nodded once more. By traveling a bit around in the Storm Eagle Zone and the Emperor's Cobra Zone, I think I can focus the abomination's appearance on the Adamantine Behemoth Zone. Do you want me to do that? Duke Whirlwind took another deep breath. When will it be? He asked. About 2 weeks, Shang answered. Fun, Duke Whirlwind said. Please keep this a secret, and I also want you to remain hidden for a while longer. Your sudden return won't go unnoticed due to your new power, and I don't want your reappearance to be connected to the sudden increase of abominations in Duke Mithril's territory. Shang nodded. No problem. I would suggest that you remain hidden for about 6 more months. After that, you can come back openly. In the meantime, I will make it seem like your message came from a mage, not a warrior. That will pull suspicion away from you. Regarding the border guards that saw you, you don't need to worry, Duke Whirlwind added. Those guards are on my payroll, and their degree of loyalty is high. Even if someone came to investigate, they would only say that a relatively powerful warrior came back. They wouldn't be lying, but Duke Mithril won't suspect a thing. He doesn't take warriors seriously, and he will refuse to believe that a warrior could kill his mages so quickly that they couldn't even give off a warning. Shang nodded again. Thanks, he said. No problem. You have helped me far more than I have helped you already. The intel you brought back from the Grand Mountain Kingdom is very valuable, which will make it harder for the Council to take my territory away. Additionally, you've dealt with the amateurs. They will quickly be replaced by new ones, but this is still a strong blow to Duke Mithril. After all, you killed Kiva Orbis and 3 true mages. Then, a smile appeared on Duke Whirlwind's face. I think it's only appropriate for me to give you something in return. Do you want anything in particular? Shang already knew what he wanted. A new set of armor, he said. Obviously, Duke Whirlwind answered with a chuckle. It was already planning on giving you a new set, but that isn't even nearly enough to repay everything. Do you need anything else? Shang looked at Duke Whirlwind. There are a couple of things I need. What do you need? Duke Whirlwind asked. Or, Shang said. Duke Whirlwind looked at Shang's sword with a thought. I need more of that special ore, Shang added. I can feel that it becomes harder to use my actual affinity with my weapon. I think it's because it has become too powerful for the general stage ore I received back then. Duke Whirlwind nodded. The ore isn't common, but there are a couple of people that are interested in these unique pieces of ore. It shouldn't be too difficult for me to get you quite a bit. Thanks, Shang said. However, Duke Whirlwind added. It won't be easy to get you the true half stage ore. Shang hadn't asked for true half stage ore, but Duke Whirlwind could already tell that Shang needed that too. I can't purchase all of them at once, and they also cost a lot of money. Additionally, the darkness affinity ore will raise a lot of eyebrows. The best I can do is to get the light affinity ore and the ice affinity ore within the next decade, but that will already cost me a lot of my wealth, Duke Whirlwind said. I can pay for it, Shang answered. Do you have true half stage materials? Duke Whirlwind asked in a flat tone. No, Shang answered. But I have dash. Then, it doesn't matter, Duke Whirlwind said, interrupting Shang. Trades on this level are no longer conducted with gold. The people that have these things are only interested in things at the true half stage. No amount of gold will get you what you want. Shang could only sigh when he heard that. He had so much gold, but apparently, the gold was only useful for commander stage things. At least I'm not alone anymore. I finally have someone I can talk to again. Chapter 385, Diamond. Shang talked with Duke Whirlwind for a time longer, and he also finally heard of what happened after he had gone through the portal. However, Shang wasn't very surprised. He had already suspected that this powerful mage that had forcefully teleported him had dealt with the Storm Eagle. Funnily enough, Duke Whirlwind hadn't seen the powerful mage. He had only seen how the Storm Eagle was thrown into the distance like a child, but he hadn't seen the being that did it. Of course, Shang didn't keep the powerful mage a secret, and things now made much more sense for Duke Whirlwind. One thing of note that happened, except for this entire political struggle, was that Basine Reynos managed to reach the true path stage. Apparently, he had worked on his path for a very long time, and he finally managed to advance, and sure enough, he stayed true to his strengths. Basine Reynos could maybe take down one of the weaker high mages, which was impressive beyond belief for someone that hadn't undergone the procedure. Luckily, the technique for strengthening one's body Shang had gotten in the Grand Mountain Kingdom could rectify part of that problem. It would be difficult to start so late, but Duke Whirlwind was certain that the Dean would find a way to make it work. Sadly, the Dean hadn't advanced to the mid-true path stage yet, but Duke Whirlwind assumed that it would, at most, take another decade. Duke Whirlwind was also approaching his breakthrough, which would make it far harder for the Council to do anything to him. This was also one of the biggest reasons why they were putting so much pressure on him. They didn't want to see him advance to the peak high mage realm. Yes, Duke Whirlwind was at the late high mage realm right now, which was equal in level to 4 of the 5 members of the Council. He was no joke, even amongst the most powerful mages in the entire kingdom. After they talked for a while, Duke Whirlwind told Shang what he should do. For now, he had to remain hidden, and Duke Whirlwind suggested to Shang to enter the caves for the time being. He could deal with latent peak commander stage beasts, and the teams of hunters and mages that could fight those preferred going to the canyon over going to the caves. It was just easier to get there. The deep caves would give Shang a place to train while keeping him hidden. Shang agreed and left Duke Whirlwind's place. The Duke also gave him some hidden pathways that were not public knowledge to enter the caves. After saying his goodbyes, Shang entered the wild forest and went to a specific place. A bit of digging later, Shang entered the upper parts of the caves and quickly traveled down. It took half an hour, but Shang eventually reached a depth of around 10 kilometers, which was where the powerful commander stage beasts resided. Shang quickly went through one more session of strengthening and focused on his swordsmanship again. The star map had changed a little bit over the past couple of years, but the change wasn't very significant. A couple more shards appeared between the stars, but it wasn't that much. Shang had a long way to go. A path that allows me to become the strongest in the world, Shang thought as he looked at the shards on the star map. Teacher created a thin path that curved like a sine wave. Teacher Mervin is trying to create a wide and powerful path that goes from the origin star to another one. Teacher Mervin is definitely not a better way than Teacher, but I think I have to create an even more powerful one. Shang looked at the shards, and he noticed something peculiar. Everything seemed to be absolutely random, but after filtering the shards according to dates of comprehension unveiled something very interesting. The origin star was surrounded by very many stars all around it. There were probably over 50. Some were for swords, some were for spears, some were for magic, some were for affinities, some were for healing, some were for the mind. Shang couldn't see what the stars all represented, but he could make some educated guesses based on some very small charts leading to a couple of them. Basically everything was there. Obviously, creating a path to every single star was just impossible. Shang didn't even have the affinities required to reach them, and some were just pointless for Shang to reach. Right now, Shang's charts were strewn randomly towards the origin stars north. When Shang had seen the star map for the first time, his focus had been on the comprehension he had received from Teacher Mervin, which had led to one specific star. But by filtering by date of comprehension, Shang found something interesting. The charts he had gotten over the last couple of years weren't on the potential path between these two stars. Instead, nearly all of them pointed towards the star 2 places to the right of the star Teacher Mervin had aimed for. In short, everything Shang had comprehended regarding swordsmanship in the last couple of years made no progress on his path to that one star. After all, they all pointed towards the star, 2 places to the right of it. Shang found that interesting since he had trained in swordsmanship, which should give him progress towards the northern star. Yet, it didn't. After that, Shang started to compare the different charts, and he quickly found the reason. It's obvious, but it's also not obvious, Shang thought when he found out. There isn't just one sword. The star to the north is for thin and long swords, the kind Teacher Mervin uses. It also represents swords' original form. But the star 2 places to its right is for heavier swords. I've been training my swordsmanship with a rather heavy sword the past couple of years, which means I will make progress towards the star that represents heavier swords. There's definitely some logic to how the stars are aligned, and I'm pretty sure that the star between those two is also related to swords. However, I don't even have a single shard leading to there. Shang looked at the two gatherings of shards and compared them. One was extremely fast but didn't have a lot of weight and power. The other was slow but had a lot of power. The middle ground would be something with good speed but also good power. It would be slower than the longsword but would have more power. It would also be easier to swing than the heavy sword but would be faster. Shang thought back to all the weapons he had seen and learned about, and one of them sprang out to him. Sabers, he thought. I mean, not the Arabian kind, but the Far Eastern kind. They do count as swords, right? I mean, a saber is basically a sword with only one edge instead of two. A katana also only has one edge. Wait, does that make katana sabers? Shang thought about this for a bit. Probably not, but I could find some arguments for that. I've seen a couple of warriors that use long and heavy sabers. They are quite fast and pack a lot of wood. Sure, they are not as fast as a regular longsword, but they are still quite fast. Are there any other sword-related stars? Shang looked at the star left of the longsword star, and he found an absolutely tiny shard. It was when Shang had used his skinning knife to shave. I guess that star is for knives and daggers. Then, Shang looked at the star right of the heavy sword star. He had a couple of shards there, but not that many. All of them had been comprehended when Shang acted as a barbarian with his ridiculously heavy sword. I guess that counts as a sword somewhat, but that's already stretching the definition. Then, Shang evaluated all the stars again from left to right. Longsword star, extremely fast but weak power. Saber star, quite fast and okay power. Heavy sword star, okay speed and quite powerful. Colossal sword star, very slow but extremely powerful. In his mind, Shang drew a couple of lines that connected the stars, and the resulting image appeared familiar to him. 1 point at the bottom. 2 points that are quite far away and spread apart. 2 points a bit higher than those two but not as far apart. Shang looked at the image. It's a diamond. Chapter 386, Cross Comprehension. Bang. Shang was thrown away, and his arms broke. However, they were quickly healed by his warrior's body. He quickly caught himself and charged forward again. In front of him was a massive beetle with two gigantic horns. It looked very similar to a stag beetle from Earth. Shang had been fighting this specimen for several minutes by now, which was very unusual for him since most of his fights only took a couple of seconds. However, Shang wasn't fighting the beetle to kill it but to train himself. Right now, Shang had made sword burn off a bit of its mass and made it transform into a long saber with a thick back. The feeling sword gave him when he swung it was very different from normal. Sure enough, without using my affinity or domain, fighting a late commander stage piece isn't that easy, but that's exactly what I need. At this moment, Shang was only fighting a beetle with his swordsmanship, which definitely wasn't bad. After all, he had trained with Teacher Mervin for 5 years. Teacher Mervin had an incredibly weak body compared to beasts, but he could still fight a beast on his own level alone, which was insane. If Teacher Mervin had Shang's physical power, he could turn that beetle into several pieces in no time at all. Shang couldn't achieve something like that yet, but he knew that as long as he kept going like this, he would eventually become powerful enough to rival that feat. Right now, Shang's body was nearly as powerful as the body of an initial true path stage warrior, even though he was only at the mid-commander stage. The difference in power between humans and beasts became more and more ridiculous as their level increased. After seeing the image of the diamond, Shang's path was basically set. Shang wanted to create a path that could lead him to the absolute top, and he fought with different kinds of swords. So, logically, wouldn't the best path be the path that included all the different variations of swords? It would take an insanely long time, but it seemed doable in Shang's mind. Also, diamonds represented purity and the peak of hardness, right? Shang could tell that the true path essentially laid a foundation for all his future powers. He knew that there were probably around 9 realms in this world, and the true path stage represented the fourth. From the first third, Shang would enter the second third of the realms. Additionally, just by looking at how different the required training was to reach the true path stage compared to the previous ones already showed that this stage was special. The true path might even decide someone's future potential and upper limit. Shang knew that if he became sloppy now, he might never achieve his goal. He had already sacrificed so much, and he couldn't let these sacrifices be in vain. One additional thing that convinced Shang that this was the right path for him was his training with Teacher Mervin. Back then, Shang thought it impossible to counter absolutely every possible form of attack. Surprisingly, he was right. It actually was impossible. That was if he only used one weapon. The weapon might be too slow to block or parry a fast attack, or it might not be heavy and sturdy enough to block a slow but really powerful attack. However, if he could change the ratio of speed to power between his weapons at will, this would become possible. He would have an answer for every kind of attack. Of course, transforming a weapon at will was basically impossible. After all, sword could only become lighter, not heavier, during a fight. But Shang actually didn't think about this problem too much. There had to be some way to make this possible. The god himself had said that there was always a way. Right now, Shang couldn't imagine how he could achieve something like that, but he trusted that, in the future, he would find a way. At this moment, he was too inexperienced, but when he gained enough experience in the future to achieve something like that, it would be a shame if Shang hadn't made the proper preparations for that moment. Shang trusted in his future self, but to help his future self, he had to give his best right now. Shang essentially saw himself as someone that prepared the ingredients for a grand feast without being able to cook it. However, when he eventually learned to cook it, all the ingredients would be ready. And right now, Shang was working on his saber skills. The reason why he started with the saber was that it was to start with the least shards, namely none. Of course, Shang could focus on one weapon at a time until he created a path, but he decided against it. What was the reason? Cross comprehension. At least, that was what Shang called it. It essentially meant that parts of one category could make it easier to understand a different one due to overlapping concepts. A good example would be science. If one had already learned an insane amount about math, understanding physics would become easier since physics included a lot of math. A person that knew a lot about math would have it easier to understand physics than one that didn't. And if one understood physics and math pretty well, biology would also become easier since there are also a lot of overlapping concepts. With biology, one could understand psychology better, and so on. There were overlapping concepts everywhere, and Shang was also certain that the same thing was true for the different swords. Yes, he had to fight differently with the different weapons, but in the grand scheme of things, the attacks still all looked very similar. Shang was sure that knowing how to swing a saber would make it easier to learn how to use the other weapons, which would make it easier to understand the other weapons, which would, and so on. It was a positive feedback loop. Bang. Suddenly, Shang used his affinity and fled from the beetle. The beetle tried to chase, but Shang easily managed to escape. Shang could have also killed the beetle, but that would reduce his future training partners. After Shang left, he summoned something from his space ring. It was a communication crystal, and it was currently ringing. Shang had gotten the communication crystal from Duke Whirlwind, and only he could reach it. Yes, Shang asked. Tomorrow is the day. You said 2 weeks, right? Duke Whirlwind said. For a second, Shang had to think about what Duke Whirlwind meant. The abominations, right? Shang asked. Yes, do you know where and when they will arrive? Duke Whirlwind asked. I'm going to travel across the surrounding territories and do my best to redirect them. I will give you more information in a couple of hours, Shang said. Good, thank you, Duke Whirlwind said before cutting the connection. Shang put the communication crystal away and furrowed his brows. 2 weeks are already over. It barely feels like a day. I guess I've gotten too used to training for long periods of time. I should get ready and decide on a good time. It would be best if Duke Whirlwind could make Duke Mithril leave when it happens. Then, Shang smirked. Tomorrow, your second present will arrive, Duke Mithril. And then, Shang left the cave. Chapter 387, Morning. Shang traveled across the Storm Eagle Zone, the Ice Wyvern Zone, and the Empress Cobra Zone while checking up on his connection to the abominations. Had he lied when he had said that he could redirect abominations to appear somewhere else? No. Over the past 2 years, Shang had noticed that some abominations, connected to specific zones where he had been, had felt unruly, which meant that they would soon appear. If they didn't receive a command, they would just appear as normal, but if Shang gave them a command, he could make them appear somewhere else. Sadly, he couldn't stop them from appearing entirely. He could only tweak their destination. Of course, the abominations actually weren't intending to come to these couple of zones in the next couple of weeks. But that didn't matter. Shang would summon them regardless. After checking through the zones, Shang noticed that none of the abominations were planning on coming, which was a good thing. After all, he had told Duke Whirlwind that he had a kind of deterring effect on them. Wouldn't it be suspicious if Shang said that some abominations were about to appear, redirect them, and then a new wave would appear just a week later in the zones where Shang was supposed to be? Because of that, Shang had to inspect the abominations. His plan would have worked either way. If the abominations weren't interested in coming, Shang would summon them. If they were interested in coming, Shang would redirect them. After checking through all the zones, Shang contacted Duke Whirlwind again. I think they will appear tomorrow at around noon. I can't be entirely sure about the time, but I shouldn't be off by more than half an hour. Understood, Duke Whirlwind said through the communication crystal. I will get Duke Mithril to leave for a couple of hours. Will he become suspicious? Shang asked. He might, but it doesn't matter. There is no known way to control the appearances of the abominations. Not even the kings can do that. He might believe that I am responsible for that, but no one would believe him. Of course, we have to be careful how we do things in the future. If this keeps happening, even an idiot will suspect me, Duke Whirlwind said. No problem, Shang answered. I'll keep you informed about the abominations, and you tell me what you want me to do with them. Sounds good. I'll tell you when Duke Mithril leaves. After I contact you, we can't come into contact for at least 3 days. Go back to the caves when everything is over. I will contact you eventually, Duke Whirlwind said. All right, Shang answered. Then, he cut the connection. Shang put the communication crystal away and looked at the place in front of him. Right now, Shang was inside a cave at the edge of the Adamantine Behemoth Zone in the northern Ice Wyvern Zone. From his current place, Shang could see the entire Adamantine Behemoth Zone and Duke Mithril's castle. His castle was quite big, and a lot of people lived around it. This single place was where all the people inside the Adamantine Behemoth Zone lived. It was supposed to be one of the safest places in the kingdom. After all, a duke was literally living in the middle of his town. But today, it would become one of the most dangerous. And then, Shang just waited. When the late morning arrived, Shang saw someone leave the town with quite a bit of speed, and Shang could see the distortion of mana around them even from such a distance. That has to be Duke Mithril. A second later, Shang's communication crystal rang. He should have just left. We'll talk in a couple of days, Duke Whirlwind said before cutting the connection. Shang didn't know how Duke Whirlwind managed to lure Duke Mithril out of his home, but it wasn't important. There were probably a couple of ways. After Duke Mithril left for a while, Shang took out an intricately designed metal plate. He put it on the ground and spoke some strange chants for a couple of seconds. A second later, the plate began to shine, and Shang could feel a lot of light mana come out of the plate, which directly shot towards the distant town. A couple of seconds later, the plate showed several moving images of the town. It was like Shang was watching the town filmed by a flying drone by a tablet PC. Obviously, Shang couldn't create something that intricate. It sure helps to have a high mage as an ally, Shang thought as he looked at the plate with a smirk. Shang only needed to use a bit of mana to activate it. The mana that the spell actually used was already stored inside the plate. Someone like Duke Whirlwind obviously also had at least one light true mage in his army. As Shang looked at the town on the plate, he got reminded of the last time he worked for Duke Whirlwind. Back then, Duke Whirlwind had only asked Shang to catch a couple of traitors as an easy mission. He obviously didn't really need Shang to do that task. The main purpose of the task was to get Shang used to working for him and to draw him in. Shang didn't exactly see a problem with that. Resources were resources, and Duke Whirlwind could get resources that Shang couldn't. A good example was the entropy ore, the true path stage ore, and a good set of armor. It would have been impossible for Shang to get these things outside of the Sith Thunder Kingdom, which was why he had returned. Last time, I only performed an easy and unimportant mission for Duke Whirlwind, but right now, it's almost like we are partners. Of course, he is. Still vastly more powerful than me, but my powers have become irreplaceable for him. As Shang looked at the town, he noted down all the defenses they had in place. They were pathetic. Sure, there were a couple of commander stage warriors and like 10 true mages in the city, but they were missing a lot of heavy weaponry and mage towers. However, Shang wasn't surprised by that. This zone was one of the safest. The zone beast never made any issues, the powerful beast lived underground, it was nowhere near any of the front lines, and lastly, a duke lived here. Beefing up the defenses would be a waste of money. This zone was nothing like the ancestral mountain zone, core tiger zone, or the border zones of the Black Shadow Kingdom. Those zones were heavily fortified since they bordered an enemy kingdom. Summoning an army of abominations there only made the kingdoms use up a bit of mana. But here, things would be far more devastating. A good comparison would be an elite striking force. If one sent an elite striking force of 10 highly trained soldiers into the middle of New York on Earth, they would do a lot of damage and claim many lives. After all, the police would need together, and they weren't trained to deal with such a highly trained unit. They would need to wait for something like a SWAT team or something similar, and even then, it would be problematic. But if one sent the same unit towards a fortified location on the front lines of a war, they would barely achieve anything. After all, everyone was on high alert and armed to the teeth. After looking at the town for a while, Shang knew that the abominations would do a lot of damage. However, he wanted more. He wanted Duke Mithril to pay. He wanted to hurt Duke Mithril as much as he could. Put a bounty on my head. I will make you pay more for my head than you would ever be willing to pay. Chapter 388, Leniency is Recklessness. When it was shortly before noon, Shang got to work and connected with the abominations. This time, he would summon more than usual. As the time to act came closer, Shang's emotions became unruly. He got a bit nervous and apprehensive about the actions he was about to commit, but he only gritted his teeth and suppressed these insecurities with rage and anger. He must pay, he told himself as he contacted the abominations. I will make him pay. Shang connected with 2 commander stage abominations and their inferiors. It took a lot of his concentration, but he eventually managed to split one of the commander stage abominations from the others. One of the commander stage abominations would appear right in front of him while all the others would appear at the same place. Shang's emotions continued to intensify, but he kept suppressing them with more and more anger. Every enemy must die. Then, Shang's angry gaze went to the middle of the Adamantine Behemoth Zone. Come. Shang. Over 800 abominations appeared near the middle of the zone as one of the commander stage abominations appeared right beside Shang. Shang immediately consumed the abomination. At this moment, the guards in the town looked with shocked horror at what they were seeing. No. This couldn't be. The alarm immediately rang throughout the town, and all the powerful mages and warriors readied their weapons. The assault began literally 5 seconds after the abominations had appeared, which was an insanely fast reaction. The first couple of attacks landed, killing several abominations. The forces were ready for the abominations' counterattack, but they were surprised when nothing happened. The abominations didn't charge at the town. What were they doing? Why weren't they attacking? And then, all the abominations began to charge. However, they didn't charge at the town. No, they ran away from the town. For a second, some confusion and relief appeared in the forces' minds. After all, they only needed to hold out for about 3 minutes or so. That would be when the Empress Cobra would arrive to deal with the abominations in this zone. As long as the abominations didn't attack the town, everything would be fine. Shang's right eye became bloodshot as he gritted his teeth so hard that blood came out. My enemies must die. They must die. Leniency means putting myself at risk. Every problem must be dealt with. Leniency is recklessness. Leniency is carelessness. The crueler I am, the more people will be afraid of going against me in the future. For my future, I have to kill. The mages didn't stop their assault, but they also weren't as scared as before. The abominations weren't attacking them. That was good. But then, the atmosphere slowly began to change. After some seconds, the more intelligent ones amongst the mages realized where the abominations were going toward. No, this couldn't be real. This couldn't happen. This was a nightmare. Kill them, the superior shouted as they unleashed absolutely all their mana at the abominations. The assault was devastating, but there were simply too many abominations, and they didn't even have nearly enough mages or heavy weaponry to deal with them in a timely manner. They simply didn't have enough firepower. Soon, a couple of soldier stage abominations reached their target. Boom. As soon as they reached their target, they exploded, but only a tiny bit of metal vanished. When the mages saw that, their fear only intensified. They had to stop them. Then, the general stage abominations reached their target and exploded. Boom. Huge chunks of ore vanished one after the other. And lastly, the commander stage abomination reached its target. Boom. Over 100 meters of ore were turned into nothingness. Splash. A shower of blood appeared. In the middle of the zone, the gigantic horn of the Adamantine Behemoth had a sizable chunk removed from it, and blood was flowing out. For a beast of such size and power, this only counted as a scratch mound. But a scratch mound still hurt, even if it was not dangerous at all. And then, the ground began to tremble. Shang watched everything with a bloodshot eye. Die. Back when Shang had arrived in this zone, he had been shocked by the gigantic horn. Die. And he had been surprised that Duke Mithril had decided to place his castle that close to the Adamantine Behemoth. Die. Sure, it hadn't moved for an eternity, but that wouldn't always stay true, right? Die. If it turned in its sleep, it would flatten the entire town together with Duke Mithril's castle. Die. If that happened, over 1,000 people would die. Die. Crayock. The metallic ground cracked in the surrounding kilometers, and the gigantic horn began to move. Die. Crayock. A humongous head came out of the ground, and all the abominations around it began to explode due to the sheer amount of metal lava that assaulted them. Die. And as the head appeared, it became obvious that Duke Mithril had built his castle on the end of the adamantite behemoth's snout. Die. The fate of the town was sealed. The head moved. The foundation cracked. The buildings collapsed. The castle broke apart. The homes were turned into rubble. I want you all to die. And the entire town toppled over like a toy building. The metallic foundation beneath it was lifted as well. The buildings had already collapsed, and there was nothing to hold the foundation up. With a simple lift of its head, the adamantite behemoth flipped hundreds of meters thick chunk of over. Boom. And it buried the town beneath it. Shang's heart was beating violently in his ears as he was consumed by rage. In his rage-filled state, he couldn't comprehend what he had just done, and he preferred it this way. After seeing what he had done, Shang immediately charged towards the west, to the northern ice wyvern zone. The adamantite behemoth looked at the abominations around it with annoyance, gathered some mana, and flooded them with it. All the abominations vanished. At that moment, some lightning appeared around the fleeing Shang. The adamantite behemoth glanced towards the west with annoyance and boredom. That one was too far away, and it really didn't want to get up. A second later, more metal appeared around its horn, healing the injury. And then, it simply lay down again. More metal appeared above its head until it had completely disappeared. It looked just as before, except for one difference. There was one really big piece of ore lying a couple of hundred meters beside the ore. No one would even think that a castle in a town had been there just a moment ago. And the adamantite behemoth zone fell into silence. Chapter 389, Punishment. 82 apprentices, 137 adepts, 12 true mages, around 200 warriors of varying strengths, and over 800 normal people. A black-haired woman stood in a cave-like room with several other people. All of them wore ostentatious robes filled to the brim with magic circles. Right now, she was looking at a blonde man who looked to be on the younger side. The blonde man kept his arms behind him to seem dignified, but his fists were clenched in rage and frustration. How do you explain these heavy losses, Duke Mithril? The head of the council asked as she looked at him. Duke Mithril, the blonde man, seemed cold on the outside, but a deep hatred and rage were rampaging inside of him. He had just lost his home, a huge part of his wealth, and a large portion of his forces. And now, after all this, he still had to justify everything in front of the council. I believe this has been striking specifically at me, Duke Mithril said coldly. By whom? One of the council asked. Duke Mithril looked to his left. The green-haired, charismatic man stood a couple of meters to the left of Duke Mithril. It's Duke Whirlwind, he said. What is your response to these accusations, Duke Whirlwind? The head of the council asked. Duke Whirlwind only smiled charismatically. They are only an attempt to shift blame onto me, Duke Whirlwind said as if it weren't a big deal. I called him over to trade. We had a trade. He left. The timing was just very unfortunate. Duke Mithril wanted to snort, but he kept himself in check. Yes, very unfortunate, he repeated. I rarely leave my castle, and the one time I do, and the one time it is you who calls me. A never before seen attack of the abominations appears in my territory. Duke Mithril, please don't make such claims without the relevant information, Duke Whirlwind said. The only witness to these events is a merchant that was on his way to the Storm Eagle zone from the volcano WRM zone. He saw an army of abominations, but his estimates range from 100 to 1,000, which is not very reliable. We all know that most abomination invasions consist of 100 to 400 abominations, which is well within his estimated range. The chances are overwhelmingly in favor of this just being a regular abomination invasion, Duke Whirlwind explained. This time, Duke Mithril couldn't stop himself from snorting. If this were a normal-sized invasion, my defenses would have been able to take care of them. The council remained silent as they watched the two dukes bicker with each other. Would they? Duke Whirlwind asked. Yes, they would have, Duke Mithril confirmed. Duke Mithril, you seem to forget that we are neighbors, and it is common for neighbors to look at their neighbors' houses, Duke Whirlwind said with a raised eyebrow. Are you accusing me of something? Duke Mithril asked with a dark tone. I am, Duke Whirlwind said. The atmosphere shifted a bit after Duke Whirlwind said that. While it is true that, with you present, your castle exceeded the updated defense mandates, this is not the case if you are absent. Just based on the reported losses, we can easily deduce how many people have defended your castle. 12 true mages died, but a town with over 1,000 people living in it must be defended by a collective force of 30 true mages, Duke Whirlwind said. I know that, Duke Mithril answered, which is why there also were hundreds of warriors stationed near my castle with the necessary fortifications. Necessary fortifications, Duke Whirlwind repeated with a snort. That's a lie. The council furrowed their brows at Duke Whirlwind. He better have proof to make such a claim. Council, if I could direct your attention to this light visionary for a moment, Duke Whirlwind said as he took out a plate filled with magic circles. You made pictures of my home. Duke Mithril shouted in outrage. This is a breach of privacy. This is proof that you were planning on disturbing a piece of the kingdom by attacking me. Duke Whirlwind only smirked. I was concerned for your people, Duke Mithril, he said. I've noticed that there is a distinct lack of heavy belly stay on the walls, and I feared that there would be troubles. I wanted to bring this to the council's attention earlier, but I've been held up in the Storm Eagle zone. The zone has become a bit more difficult to manage in the last couple of years. Show us the pictures, the council demanded. Duke Whirlwind nodded and activated the light vision array. A second later, the images that Shang had taken were there for all to see. There were only 5 heavy belly stay on the walls. One heavy list armed by Commander Stage Warrior counts as 1 true mage in terms of defensive power, the head of the council said. With the 12 true mages we lost, this would come to 17 true mages in terms of defensive force. If we were generous, we could give you another 3 for the presence of all the adepts and warriors, but that would be the upper limit. Duke Mithril, could you explain these pictures to us? She asked. They are correct, Duke Mithril said. As you all know, I haven't left my castle in several weeks, and I found the constant presence of over 30 true mages while I was there to be a waste of resources. The council nodded, and the head of the council looked at Duke Whirlwind. Right now, Duke Whirlwind could see a cold, complex, and threatening glare in the head's eyes. She was obviously threatening him covertly. Duke Whirlwind, she said with a cold voice. Do you have anything to say against that? Duke Whirlwind only looked at the head. That would be enough to defend the town. However, he wasn't there. Duke Mithril gritted his teeth and glared at Duke Whirlwind while the eyes of the council narrowed coldly. Because you lured me away. This was all your plan. Duke Mithril shouted while pointing at Duke Whirlwind. I did invite you, yes, Duke Whirlwind answered. However, defending your towns is your duty. Why didn't you just order 3 circles back to the town for a day while you left? That couldn't have taken very long. You have a territory and force equivalent to 2 dukes. Are you telling us that you can't spare 3 circles for half a day? Duke Whirlwind asked. This was an unassailable argument. Duke Mithril quickly tried to find a counter-argument. What about Duke Whirlwind's biggest city, Warrior's Paradise? As soon as Duke Mithril thought of that, he immediately drew that argument to the side. Warrior's Paradise was about as fortified as it got. It was probably the most fortified location in the entire kingdom, except for the Thunder Zone. 2,000 abominations could appear there, and they wouldn't even reach it before they all died. I've heard enough. Everyone immediately stopped everything that they were doing and looked at the throne. Duke Whirlwind, King Thunder said as he cleaned his nails with a long piece of metal. Did you summon the abominations? No, my king, Duke Whirlwind answered. King Thunder nodded without looking at him. He was too preoccupied with cleaning the dirt out from beneath his nails. Duke Mithril, King Thunder continued. At the time of the assault, your castle did not fulfill the defense mandate. Is that true? Duke Mithril's mind tried to come up with a way to rationalize that it actually was fortified. But the more he hesitated under King Thunder's attention, the more scared he became. Yes, my king, he said with a defeated voice. King Thunder nodded. There, everything's resolved, he said. Council, you can decide the punishment. The council looked at each other as they talked with their spirit senses. A couple of seconds later, they came to a consensus. The head of the council stepped forward and looked at Duke Mithril. She also threw a cold glance at Duke Whirlwind, but he didn't react. Duke Mithril has not fulfilled his duties to the council's expectations, she proclaimed. Therefore, the adamantite behemoth zone will be handled by someone else of the Archduke's choosing. Duke Mithril gritted his teeth. He had just lost his most important zone. Additionally, the head of the council continued. Since the Empress Cobra zone is now in an isolated position, the control over this zone will also transfer to another duke, which will be left for the Archduke to decide. When Duke Mithril heard that, his face turned white. He had just lost 2 zones. Even more, the reasoning of the council for taking away the Empress Cobra zone as well was shoddy, which could only mean one thing. Duke Mithril was thrown out of a secret alliance to deal with Duke Whirlwind. Duke Mithril had screwed up, and King Thunder had taken note of everything. Even though the council was united, King Thunder was unassailable. If King Thunder didn't like someone, the council couldn't possibly act favorably toward them. King Thunder didn't make much of his own opinion known in this session, but the council knew him for decades, and they could tell what he thought of someone. And they saw that King Thunder didn't like Duke Mithril. Because of that, they threw Duke Mithril to the side. He would still get to keep his other territories, but he would only do the basics of what a duke was supposed to do. Duke Whirlwind didn't say anything as he watched everything unfold. This seemed like a win, but it only replaced one enemy with a different one. He knew that he wouldn't get these territories. The Archduke was his enemy, just like the council. Chapter 390. It was me. The Adamantine Behemoth Zone and Empress Cobra Zone will be under Duke Torrent's rule from now on. Shang looked at his communication crystal as he heard these words. That's the Duke to the east of the zones, correct? He asked. Correct, Duke Whirlwind answered. That means that Duke Mithril is left with the Ice Wyvern Zone, the Northern Ice Wyvern Zone, the Volcano WRM Zone, and the Thunder Horse Zone. Right. Right. Shang furrowed his brows. He had hoped that Duke Whirlwind would get something back, but that thought had obviously been naive. What's your relationship with Duke Torrent? He asked. Duke Torrent and I have been good friends for a long while, but she follows the council's orders perfectly. Our old friendship doesn't matter at this point since she will go against us just like Duke Mithril, Duke Whirlwind answered. When Shang heard the word us, he felt a bit strange. Was this a feeling of companionship? He wasn't sure. What do we do now? Shang asked. For now, we need to lay low, Duke Whirlwind answered. If any abominations appear in the Storm Eagle Zone, don't stop them, but it would be better if they appeared in the wild or near Warrior's Paradise. The farmline is also not easy to attack, but many people will still die. But we also need to be attacked by the abominations to make it seem like we have nothing to do with this attack. That shouldn't be a problem, Shang answered. Good, Duke Whirlwind said. For now, keep training. Your armor is already done, but I will only give it to you when you officially return. I've already made it seem like it's a present for George, and you will just be the benefactor of a coincidence. Thank you, Shang answered. No problem. After Duke Whirlwind said that, a couple of seconds of silence happened. You weren't responsible for the manner in which things went down, right? Duke Whirlwind suddenly asked. Shang's insides shook a bit, but they tensed immediately as Shang repressed these feelings. I can only somewhat control where they appear. I can't tell them what to do, Shang lied. I thought so, Duke Whirlwind answered. According to the witness, the abominations appeared near Duke Mithril's castle, which was what we agreed on. However, it also makes sense that the abominations would attack the place with the densest mana, which would be the horn of the Adamantine Behemoth. I should have thought of it while we were planning, Duke Whirlwind said, and Shang could hear aside through the communication crystal. Shang, I just want you to know that this was not your fault. Shang's insides shook again. You only diverted a calamity from your home to a different location, and whatever happened was not in your control. I should have considered the abomination's nature while we were planning. If I had known that they would attack the Adamantine Behemoth's horn, I would have told you to summon them west of the town, not around it. I know that this probably weighs heavily on your mind, and I know that you are probably blaming yourself for how things turned out. After all, we only wanted to weaken Duke Mithril's forces, not to over 1,000 people to die. Just don't blame yourself, okay? You were not to blame. This was not your doing. Okay. Shang knew that Duke Whirlwind was blaming himself, and he wanted to do nothing but protest. It had been him. Duke Whirlwind had been the one that had no control over anything. Shang had planned to do that ever since he had arrived back at the Thunder Kingdom. He had concocted these schemes, and even if Duke Whirlwind had told Shang not to do anything, he would still have done it. Yet, we just had bad luck, Shang said as he tried to sound as normal as always. There's nothing that we could have done. You're right, Duke Whirlwind answered, but as the more experienced one and the one that came up with that plan, it was my duty to know better. You had nothing to do with it, okay? He repeated. Shang gritted his teeth. I know, he said. Sorry, but I don't want to talk about that right now. I need to train to distract my mind. Understandable, Duke Whirlwind said. I'll leave you to it. If you have any news regarding the appearance of the next wave of abominations in my territory, tell me. I will, Shang answered. Good. Later. Later. And then, the connection was cut. Shang immediately put the communication crystal away. He feared, if he kept it inside his hand, that he would throw it against the wall and destroy it. It's not you. It's me. Shang shouted inside the cave. But I've done the right thing. It was the right thing to do. My enemies must die. Leniency is weakness. Shang breathed heavily as rage swallowed all his other emotions. It was the right thing to do, Shang repeated calmer. For the past couple of days, Shang had been fully immersed in training. When there was a quiet moment, Shang's insides turned, which was why he avoided all quiet moments. He had done the right thing. Why was his preconceived and faulty notion of morality from birth making so many issues for him? He was supposed to feel happy for finally dealing such a heavy hit to his enemy. Yet, there was nothing positive about this. He only felt angry. I hate it. I hate this feeling of weakness. I hate it. Shang quickly grabbed sword and charged deeper into the cave. Only strength can cure me of this weakness. I can't keep wasting my time pondering over these useless things. I have to train. After a while, Shang found his next opponent, and his saber quickly attacked it. As soon as the fight became dangerous, Shang's mind calmed down and turned to tranquility. His mind knew that it had to fully focus on the fight, or things might go badly. His mind was only calm when he was in danger. Chapter 391, Potential Ploy. Shang kept drowning himself in training with his saber. He fought one beast after the other without any pause. During these fights, his mind was calm, and he was focused. His survival and power were the only important things. About a month later, Shang summoned some more abominations in the Storm Eagle Zone, but he only summoned them around Warrior's Paradise. The abominations couldn't even end a single life during that fight. Surprisingly, the Storm Eagle didn't decide to leave. It probably was still a bit afraid of getting involved too much. Sure, if there were a commander stage or true path stage abomination, it would definitely come out and kill it, but the commander stage abomination vanished so quickly that it couldn't be sure if there had even been one. Shang's return was still kept secret, even from the dean. Right now, Duke Whirlwind wanted to be careful more than anything else. Luckily, Shang managed to keep himself away from any prying eyes. He had become very good at hiding after years of staying inside hostile kingdoms. Duke Whirlwind and Shang talked from time to time, but it was mostly about how to deal with their next target, Duke Torrent. Duke Torrent was an early high mage with a water affinity. She was generally seen as approachable, likable, and friendly. Additionally, since she was the second best healer in the entire kingdom, right after the Archduke with her lead affinity, she was very popular amongst the populace. Due to her abilities, nearly no one died under her rule while being attacked by the abominations, which was very rare. After all, only extremely fortified locations could claim to have such a low fatality rate amongst their forces. However, when Shang heard about these qualities, he only narrowed his right eye. She was his enemy, just like 90% of the world, and her beloved status only made it harder to assault her public image. In comparison to Duke Mithril, she followed all the council's orders perfectly, and there was nothing Shang could bring to light that could taint her image in the council's eyes. Duke Whirlwind and Shang talked a lot about how to deal with her, but it just seemed too difficult. That was until Shang got an idea. But as soon as Duke Whirlwind heard that idea, he shot it down. He couldn't possibly do that. Shang tried to convince him, but Duke Whirlwind refused to do something like that. He knew that nothing would happen, but he still saw it as a breach of trust. Shang asked him what else he could do, but Duke Whirlwind kept shooting down the idea, and by the looks of things, he wouldn't budge. In the end, Shang could only groan in frustration. Without Duke Whirlwind's support, he couldn't do these kinds of things. Well, he could do them, but that would be akin to betraying Duke Whirlwind, which was bad for Shang. What had Shang's plan been? Kill a couple of isolated and powerful circles of Duke Torrent. Now, if it were only that, the Duke wouldn't mind as much, but the important bit was what came after. Shang would have killed circles filled with mid-true mages, which wouldn't be easy for him but also not too hard. Of course, Duke Torrent would quickly investigate what had happened, and she would just happen to find evidence that brought her to one solid conclusion. A powerful warrior had to have killed them. Shang would have killed the mages in a way that made it certain that they had been killed by a warrior. Together with the power of the dead circles, only two suspects would come to mind. The Dean and Visine Reynos. Duke Torrent would accuse them of treason, and they would be brought in front of the castle. The truth verification spell would have been activated, and they would have been questioned thoroughly. Duke Torrent would have been certain of their guilt since they were the only two warriors with enough power to achieve something like that. However, since both of them didn't even know that Shang was back, their innocence would be proven. After all, they genuinely wouldn't know who had killed the circle or circles. After that, Duke Torrent would have to take a loss and apologize publicly. Accusing someone of treason was a risky maneuver. After all, the kingdom couldn't just investigate everyone that was accused and treat them like criminals. It was similar to the time Shang had asked the Inquisitor to read the mind of one of the warriors in the Northern Ice Wyvern Zone. If they proved to be a traitor, Shang would have found the criminal and would have been rewarded. But if he had accused them unjustly, he would have had to pay the price. So, Duke Torrent's spotless track record would never see the thick and grimy stain. Shang thought that this was a good plan. After all, nothing would happen to the team or Bustine Rhinos. They would just need to talk a bit, and that was it. However, Duke Whirlwind refused. According to his words, this was like manipulating or betraying his two most powerful warriors. It would give him short-term gains, but the broken trust would be more expensive in the long run. At a very frustrated moment, Shang had nearly given a solution to that as well, but he kept himself in check. If he gave that solution, Duke Whirlwind might lose all trust in him. The conversation ended, and Shang got time to think about what he had just been about to say. For a moment, it felt surreal to even have such a thought in his mind. Kill the Dean and Bustine Rhinos after they showed signs of betrayal. They had been his teachers for years, and they had helped him. I can't believe I actually thought of something like that, Shang thought. Yes, it would be a solution, but it's just wrong. It just seemed like the simplest, most direct, and efficient method of solving the problem. For some time, Shang thought about what kind of things he had done, but he quickly focused on training again. He couldn't waste time on such unimportant matters of earthly morals. And just like that, 6 months passed, and it was time for Shang to officially return to the Sith Thunder Kingdom. Chapter 392, Disguise. About 6 months after Shang arrived in the Storm Eagle Zone, he prepared to officially return. He traveled through multiple zones in disguise until he arrived at one bordering the front lines. In comparison to the rich places all over the kingdom, this zone looked barren. There were no farms, no trading hubs, and no cities. There were only lots of warriors and mages stationed here who were preparing for the next assault on the Grand Mountain Kingdom. This zone was the Hurricane Wolf Zone, and the zone bordering it, which belonged to the Grand Mountain Kingdom, was the Explosion Gecko Zone. Shang and Duke Whirlwind had already come up with a good plan to let Shang return. Duke Whirlwind had told Shang that it had been quite a while since there had been any abominations appearing in these two zones. If Shang could redirect them more towards the Grand Mountain Kingdom's front lines, he could charge through without any suspicion. But wait, wouldn't someone become suspicious if abominations appeared around Shang? No, why would they? Abominations appeared all the time, and the zones were already on high alert for the next wave. The wave would be expected, not unexpected. Duke Whirlwind had planned everything in detail with Shang, including what things the Sith Thunder Kingdom would find in his space ring. Shang even changed Sword's appearance again to its colossal sword size. That would make it more believable for Shang to have blended in as a barbarian in the Grand Mountain Kingdom. Theoretically, due to the way the border was set up, Shang could cross it without being noticed, even without the abominations. The Hurricane Wolf Zone was filled with thin but incredibly tall spires, housing many flying beasts. Shang only needed to climb one, persuade a beast to carry him, and fly to the Explosion Gecko Zone without anyone noticing. After all, these flying beasts kept flying across the border all the time. They were about as common as birds for the border guards, and they wouldn't look at them. Inspecting every single flying beast that flew kilometers above their heads would require a tremendous number of resources, and the Grand Mountain Kingdom was already short on resources concerning its front line. In the war against the Sith Thunder Kingdom, the Grand Mountain Kingdom wasn't focusing on winning but on buying time and surviving. They were focusing their entire power on fighting the Black Shadow Kingdom while waiting for the Magic Purity Kingdom to deal with the Sith Thunder Kingdom. Shang could get back to the Hurricane Wolf Zone from the Explosion Gecko Zone in a similar way. But in comparison to the Grand Mountain Kingdom, the Sith Thunder Kingdom actually spent the resources to check the beasts flying towards them from the Grand Mountain Kingdom. They had caught quite a few spies that way. If Shang returned by this way, it would look very suspicious to the Sith Thunder Kingdom. If Shang were an ally, why would he try to sneak into his own home, and how did he know about the beasts and how the defenses were set up? So, while Shang could get to the Grand Mountain Kingdom this way, he couldn't return the same way. Additionally, Shang could just start flying with his blast since that tool was too good for escaping. Some of Duke Whirlwind's enemies might suspect Shang of having returned earlier and being responsible for the death of Kiba Ortis. Taking all of this into consideration, this meant that Shang had to break through the front line. Only in this way would he not receive any suspicion at all. Well, after he probably got thoroughly interrogated, but Duke Whirlwind had already set everything up for Shang to deal with that. Due to the distance to Duke Whirlwind, the resident Duke wasn't involved in the conflict between the Council and Duke Whirlwind. His territories were so far away that it was pointless to involve him. After all, even though the Council was united against Duke Whirlwind, they still couldn't allow anyone to talk to King Thunder about this. The fewer the people that knew the specifics, the better. Because of that, the resident Duke was not involved in this inner conflict at all. He and his forces would be neutral in the matter. After arriving at the Hurricane Wolf Zone, Shang quickly climbed one of the spires, grabbed a powerful bird, and used it to fly across the border. He flew the bird right into another powerful beast and made it appear that both beasts had heavily injured each other in a fight. Both of the beasts fell to the ground, and Shang kept himself hidden between their bodies. After Shang landed, he put the corpses into his inner world and hid amongst the crevices of the Explosion Gecko Zone. And then, he waited. Sure enough, a couple of minutes later, a curious barbarian arrived at the spot, searching for the corpses. He had probably seen the two corpses and believed that he could make some money with them. Shang used his pseudo-spirit sense to check the surroundings and noted that no one was close. Bang. Shang exploded forward, killed the barbarian, and pulled him into a hiding spot in less than 3 seconds. The kill was clean, quick, and efficient. After searching through the corpse, Shang found the things he was searching for. Shang pulled out a silver needle from his inner world and put it into the corpse's right biceps. A second later, a light image appeared on the corpse's shoulder. It was the insignia of his front line. This was a vital piece of information the Sith Thunder Kingdom had received during their long war, and they were waiting for a good opportunity to use it. But today, Shang would use it. After a while, the image disappeared, and the needle shone. Shang stabbed his own biceps with the needle, and the same image now appeared on his biceps. Shang put the silver needle away and focused on the heavy collar of the barbarian. This front line was not for the talented barbarians but for the criminals. Basically every single barbarian wore these collars here. Shang retrieved a couple of exquisitely crafted tools and put them on the collar according to Duke Whirlwind's instructions. Click. The collar opened on its own. Having a high mage helping me makes a tremendous difference. Shang put the collar on his own neck and closed it. After that, he put the tools away from the collar, and all its function resumed like nothing had happened. After all of this had happened, Shang was supposed to destroy the tools, but he put them into his inner world instead. After all, Duke Whirlwind didn't know about Shang's inner world, and the reason why Shang was supposed to destroy the tools was to keep his space ring clean of any suspicious things. Shang changed his outer appearance to appear more like a barbarian. He even got rid of the bandage that hid his empty eye socket. By the end, Shang stood in the middle of the crevice with a bare upper body, nearly destroyed pants, rough hair, and a humongous sword. Lastly, Shang took out a plate and recited a strange chant. After Shang was done, the plate began to shine and vanish. At the same time, Shang felt many different kinds of mana envelop his body until they eventually vanished. Shang didn't look any different, but something crucial was now very different. Anyone that looked at Shang would think that he was at the mid-general stage with an average battle strength. Only a high mage would be able to see through it. Was there a high mage here? Yes, but they couldn't be bothered with inspecting every single barbarian all the time. They had people for that. Shang went through his mental checklist and saw that he was done with the preparations. He cleared the surroundings, prepared himself mentally, and walked out of the crevice. He walked towards the front lines in a leisurely manner. It was almost like he was supposed to be here. Chapter 393, Getting Inside. After a couple of minutes of walking, Shang reached the actual front lines. He could see several huge walls, over 10 mage towers, around 20 true mages, and hundreds of barbarians. 20 true mages was a bit on the meager side when it came to fortifications on a war front, but the hundreds of barbarians easily made up for that. The fact that there were 10 mage towers with only 20 true mages told Shang that the Grand Mountain Kingdom wanted to lose as few true mages as possible. One mage tower generally had 2 true mages inside of it. They could work with the magic circles and perfectly split up the work. One of them would plan, choose the attacks, and keep the magic circles running, while the other one only needed to aim and fire. The mana would mostly come from mana crystals, which were stored inside the mage tower itself. So, with 20 true mages, the 10 mage towers could be used to their full force. Obviously, the Grand Mountain Kingdom saw their true mages as more valuable than their actual resources. Otherwise, they wouldn't have built just as many mage towers as it needed true mages to operate them. They just didn't want to lose more true mages. As Shang looked at the army of barbarians, he saw hopelessness, fear, and frustration. Based on how the defenses were set up, Shang could very well imagine how everything would go. A couple of adepts would herd the barbarians to the front while the true mages shot at the enemy from their safe mage towers. Naturally, an army of latter stage barbarians was not very threatening to the Sith Thunder Kingdom. After all, most warriors could cut through them like cutting grass. But that was not the purpose of the barbarian army. Their purpose was just to slow the advancing offense down to give the mage towers more time to rain death on their enemies. In short, the barbarians were cannon fodder. Their purpose was to give their life to buy time. That was all. As Shang arrived at the actual gate of the encampments, a couple of true mages were eyeing him suspiciously. They were not constantly in their towers. When there was no threat, a quarter of them would manage the encampment. Stop, cannon fodder, one of the true mages shouted at Shang with a strict voice. Shang only stopped and looked down at the ground. He wanted to appear fearful. You don't seem familiar. Identify yourself, he ordered as he looked at the gigantic sword on Shang's back. He didn't remember seeing such a huge weapon. Jamie, stop being so paranoid, the other crewmate groaned with annoyance. He's just another barbarian. We go through barbarians like pieces of paper. Of course you won't recognize all of them. I like to be careful, the other crewmate said with furrowed brows. You. Identify yourself, he repeated. My name is Colonel. I come from the Strongstone tribe, Shang said slowly as he looked at the ground. Right now, Shang was borrowing one of the names of the barbarians he had taught in another barbarian's tribe. He was essentially mixing the two identities to create a new one. The crewmate stepped forward and chanted a short spell. Shang didn't look up. A second later, Shang's right bicep shone with the emblem of the front line. See, the other crewmate commented in boredom. Stop being so paranoid. The other crewmate only narrowed his eyes. Show me your collar. Shang slowly lifted his head and looked upward to show his collar. The crewmate stepped forward, touched the collar, and chanted a spell. A couple of runes appeared on the collar for around 3 seconds. The crewmate only furrowed his brows and looked at Shang. Look at me, he ordered. Shang looked the crewmate in the eyes. The crewmate only sneered. We're really scraping the bottom of the barrel here. We even get cripples now. Shang didn't look away, and he did his best to keep his thoughts a secret. Go in, the other crewmate ordered Shang. Obviously, he had gotten quite annoyed with Shang's presence. Shang wasn't sure if he should follow the new order or the old order. Slap. The first crewmate slapped him, and Shang had to act like it hurt a lot. After all, even though a crewmate's body wasn't very powerful, Shang was currently mimicking a mid-fighter stage barbarian. Shang even bit his cheek to make it appear like the slap had injured him. You received an order, the first crewmate shouted aggressively after slapping Shang. Then, Shang quickly scurried into the base. The first crewmate sneered at the leaving Shang while the other one just looked forward in boredom. After some scurrying, Shang started to walk normally again. Sure enough, everything went just as planned, Shang thought. Shang wasn't exactly angry at the crewmate. It wasn't because Shang was such a good person, but because Shang literally saw that crewmate is less than dirt. Why should Shang get angry at an ant? Shang might have felt quite some anger on several occasions in the last couple of months, but something like this was insignificant to him. Additionally, Shang's focus was on something else. Ever since he had gotten close to the encampment, he had felt some kind of spine force interact with his being. This was nothing new to Shang. This was the feeling of being inside a high mage's spirit sense. Shang didn't dare to activate his own pseudo spirit sense for fear of being discovered by the high mage, but he could still feel the high mage's spirit sense. Shang hadn't seen the high mage, but he felt like they were quite a bit weaker than Duke Whirlwind, which wasn't very surprising. Duke Whirlwind was one of the most powerful high mages in the entire Sith Thunder Kingdom. He could probably even win against most members of the council. After entering the camp, Shang walked around, talked with some barbarians, and simply focused on wasting time. He had to wait for a good opportunity to summon the abominations. Chapter 394, it begins. Shang spent the next couple of days just waiting in the camp. He obviously couldn't train in his usual way in the encampment, but he could consume another beast heart at least. It might not be the heart of an abomination, but Shang didn't need to exclusively only use beast hearts. By now, Shang's power was at around 97% of a mid-commander stage beast, and he felt that he could still grow by quite a bit. In at most 3 more months, he should be ready to advance to the late commander stage. Finally, 5 days after Shang had arrived, something happened. The normal barbarians didn't feel like anything had changed, but Shang managed to pick up on the subtle cues. Several of the mage towers were deactivated as the mages left them. They didn't seem to act suspiciously, but they quickly made their way to the northeast of the zone. The mages that managed the camp were reduced from around 6 to only 2 as the other mages entered the mage towers. But there was one change that was even more important. The spirit sense of the high mage had vanished. And that's my huge relief, Shang thought with a smirk. The reason why Duke Whirlwind had chosen this specific front line and this specific time was the Sith Thunder Kingdom's plan for the war. Over the past couple of months, the Sith Thunder Kingdom had gathered more and more forces on this front line, forcing the Grand Mountain Kingdom to also station more forces here. But then, with the help of some magic, the forces of the Sith Thunder Kingdom left without the Grand Mountain Kingdom noticing. The walls, towers, and defenses were still meant to be absolute grim on the Sith Thunder Kingdom's side, but there was nothing behind them. The defenses were essentially only a cardboard cutout. Everyone else had traveled further north to attack a different front line, which was at the northern end of this zone. Of course, something like this didn't come without risks. If the Grand Mountain Kingdom decided to attack this place right now, the defenses of the Sith Thunder Kingdom might be breached, which would be devastating. However, the Sith Thunder Kingdom was certain that the Grand Mountain Kingdom wouldn't do that. They were simply too intimidated. They were doing their best just to keep the Sith Thunder Kingdom at bay, and they were even failing at that. Actively attacking such an enemy. That was suicide. At least, that was how the Grand Mountain Kingdom saw things. With half of the true mages and the high mage gone, Shang could finally try escaping. Originally, I wanted to summon some abominations, but I think the timing might make it a bit suspicious, Shang thought as he looked around the camp. I should just go for it. Shang looked up and saw that around 4 mage towers were active. Why don't we help the Sith Thunder Kingdom a bit? After all, I only need to keep my ability to escape a secret. My power doesn't necessarily need to remain a secret. It might actually be even better if Duke Whirlwind's enemies believe me to be a powerful warrior. That might motivate them to strike me, which would open them up to a counterattack. Shang only smirked as he looked at the mage towers. Might as well put on a show. Shang had already looked at the mages. There were 1 peak true mage, 2 late true mages, 5 mid true mages, and 13 to 15 early true mages. Together with the high mage, it would have been basically impossible for Shang to escape. However, the high mage, the peak true mage, 1 of the late true mages, and all 5 mid true mages had left for the north. This meant that there were only 1 late true mage and 13 to 15 early true mages left in the encampment. From the outside, just like the Sith Thunder Kingdom side, the defenses looked to be fully manned, but most of their power had secretly left them. Shang glanced at a rather large building in the middle of the encampment. This was where the leaders of the front line lived and met. It was essentially the command center. Shang quickly walked over. All, the single true mage that defended the entrance ordered. Normally, there were 2, but this time, there was only 1. I have a message from Major Sparker from Lord Harrio, Shang said respectfully with a salute. Over the last couple of days, Shang had had plenty of time to find out the titles and names of all the important people. The true mage only furrowed his brows at Shang. And why would he commission your services instead of using the communication crystal, he asked. Sir, I don't know, Shang said. I'm only following orders. The true mage kept eyeing Shang suspiciously. Did Lord Harrio tell you something that you should tell the guard of the command center? No, sir, Shang said. Only Major Sparker is allowed to hear the message. The true mage kept eyeing Shang. You do know that if you are lying, you will be executed right then and there, right? I know, sir, Shang said. I'm just following orders. The true mage kept looking at Shang suspiciously. However, Shang's power was truly pitiful. The true mage could probably beat Shang with only his body. Even if that barbarian tried anything fishy, he wouldn't pose any danger. And if Shang was actually under the orders of Lord Harrio, the true mage might get severely punished. Go in, the true mage said with a cold voice as he opened the door. Thank you, sir, Shang said as he quickly ran into the building. Shang hurriedly ran up the stairs until he was in front of the biggest door. Then, he knocked. Enter, came the order from behind the door. Shang quickly opened the door and looked at the mage standing beside the table with a worried expression. When Major Sparker saw Shang, he furrowed his brows. Why was the holy barbarian inside here? Major Sparker, Shang shouted as he stepped forward with a crestfallen face. I bring bad news. Major Sparker wasn't a fan of Shang stepping closer, but he was more concerned with the news. What's the news? Shang continued stepping forward with nervousness. A sword has been found. Major Sparker furrowed his brows in confusion. Bang. Major Sparker's eyes opened widely in terror as he looked down. An absolutely enormous sword had pierced his chest. It was so big that its edge went from his neck to his pelvis. How had the sword been so fast? Inside your chest, Shang said with a smirk. Well, torso. Shang. Shang's sword cut upward and bisected the late true mage like a sausage. Without their mana shield active and while being in weapons distance of Shang, mages were really not scary. Shang quickly cut Major Sparker's head off, dumped it inside his space ring, and put Major Sparker's space ring into a small sack that hung on Shang's waist. Sadly, space rings couldn't be stored in other space rings. Sure, Shang could also put the space ring in his inner world, but he wanted the space ring to be found by Sith Thunder Kingdom's border guards. Shang slowly walked down the stairs and stopped in front of him. Then, he took a deep breath. Sith Thunder Kingdom sensed there were guards. Bang. Sure enough, the front door burst open as the true mage charged in. Crack. Shang quickly arrived in front of him, tore his head off, pulled the corpse into a corner, and pocketed the space ring together with the head. From the side of the wall, Shang glanced through the open door. It was forbidden for barbarians to approach the building unless specifically ordered. Even though Shang had shouted, only the guard had heard him. Shang saw that no one had noticed and smirked. Then, he stepped out of the building and looked at the mage towers with a malicious smirk. Chapter 395, Escape. Bang. Nearly all the barbarians and mages winced and looked in shock at the command center. Its roof had just exploded off, and everyone could see flames come out from beneath the destroyed roof. For 2 seconds, no one could react. Help. Shang shouted as he ran out in a panic. There were burns all over his body, and he was bleeding in multiple places. His face was full of terror. Lord Spark has been assassinated, he shouted. The three mages quickly looked at each other in shock. Silence. They were waiting for orders. But there was no one left to order them. The High Mage, the Peak Mage, and one of the late true mages had left. And the last late true mage had just been killed. Tower 3, check the command center. We will protect you from the other towers, one of the mages shouted under these stressful circumstances. This person was somewhat the unofficial leader amongst early true mages. Understood, one of the mages in Tower 3 said. The two mages in Tower 3 quickly left their mage towers and ran toward the command center. Shang ran towards them, fear in his eyes. When he saw that they had already activated their mana shields, he got annoyed. Then, Shang seemed to stumble. His left arm went towards the ground to catch him while his right arm went to his back. An instant of silence. Then, Shang looked upward with an arrow in right eye. Bang. Before Shang hit the ground, he exploded forward with a fire blast, cooling his body. Boom. Shang's humongous sword hit the early true mage's mana shield, breaking it in an instant. No one could react in time. As soon as the mana shield broke, Shang pointed his left index and middle fingers at the forehead of the mage. Bang. A lance of fire left Shang's two fingers and blew the true mage's head off. After having trained his affinity for so long, Shang had also upgraded his fire affinity. Now, he could concentrate the fire in a small beam. It didn't have nearly as much recoil as his blasts, but the damage was much greater. This attack was basically useless against a mage with a mana shield since its power was too small in exchange for the burden it put on Shang's body, but a weak true mage without a powerful body would die to that attack. It didn't have a lot of range, but it was still quite strong when someone was directly in front of it. One could imagine the attack as the muzzle flash of a high caliber gun without the bullet. Shang called it fire lance. Bang. Shang released a nice blast and immediately arrived at the second mage. His sword destroyed the mana shield, and another fire lance also killed the second mage. In less than 2 seconds, Shang had killed two early true mages with their mana shields active. Kill him, the unofficial leader shouted. Shang had already put the corpses away into one of his space rings while pocketing their space rings when the unofficial leader shouted. Due to Shang's earlier alarm, the mage towers had already activated their mana shields and were ready to fire. The barbarians looked with horror at the mage towers and Shang. They had to flee. Just by being close to Shang, they would die to the mage towers. When the barbarians were about to run, the mage towers had already fired. Several powerful fireballs were flying towards Shang with quite some speed. Bang. Shang charged to the side and avoided the explosions. However, around 20 barbarians were turned to ash by them. The true mages truly didn't care about the barbarians. Shang immediately charged to the closest tower that wasn't occupied. And kicked. Boom. The gigantic part of the mage tower's wall exploded off, making the entire thing fall over. One had to remember that Shang was essentially as strong as a mid-commander stage piece. One only needed to replace Shang with a 20-meter long rhinoceros to know what devastating damage Shang could cause to a 5-meter tall tower. Even more, the mage tower's defenses were their impressive mana shields, not their structural integrity. One mage tower could resist as much abuse as the mana shield of a peak true mage. When the true mages saw the tower collapse, their minds were filled with shock, realization, and fear. They weren't afraid of Shang's power. No, they were afraid for their unmanned mage towers. Usually, in the case of an enemy attack, one of the leaders of the encampment would remotely activate the unmanned mage tower's mana shields until true mages arrived to man them. Activating the mana shields cost a lot of resources, which was why only late true mages and higher had the power to do that. However, there were no late true mages or stronger present. They couldn't activate the mana shields. As the tower crumbled, Shang immediately put it inside one of his new space rings, completely filling it to the brim. Usually, this wouldn't be possible since there were magic circles imprinted on them to prevent that, but by toppling the tower, those magic circles got deactivated. Bang. After the toppled mage tower vanished, Shang immediately exploded to the next one. 3 fireballs shot at him, but Shang managed to avoid them. For now, the mages were trying to kill him with the normal spells, which made it easy for Shang to avoid getting hit, but that would soon change. Boom. Shang destroyed another unmanned tower, filling another space ring with it. Change to speed spells, the unofficial leader shouted. When Shang heard that, he frowned. Now, it becomes a bit dangerous. He glanced at one more unmanned tower. But I can still destroy one last one. I can't pocket it, but destroying it should be enough. Shang went from the side of the towers to the southeastern side of the encampment. Now, one last mage tower was between Shang and the Thunder Kingdom. At that moment, Shang could feel several spells with a lot of speed in large areas of destruction. They didn't have as much power as the earlier ones, but they were faster and bigger, making it harder to avoid them. Waves of wind, fire waves, and storms of icicles were shooting at Shang. Shang looked at the tower. He shot. Boom. It was like a gigantic cannonball had shot through the last unmanned tower, and it exploded into pieces. Shang arrived around 500 meters away from the tower, which had just started crumbling. Behind the exploding tower, a mix of destructive mana tore through the encampment. Over 60 barbarians died in that attack. Shang only glanced back with a grin. And then, he began to run towards the Thunder Kingdom. The mages quickly found him again and aimed their spells at his new location. Boom. Boom. Shang's surroundings were torn apart by the gigantic forces of destruction, but with the additional distance, Shang managed to survive the explosions. He didn't manage to completely avoid all of them, and a couple of his bones broke, but they were quickly taken care of by his warrior's body. Boom. More explosions occurred, but the further Shang got away from the mage towers, the easier it was to avoid their spells. In this situation, Shang's pseudo-spirit sensed wonders for his ability to feel the spells and avoid them. The mages' fear increased as they realized that Shang would escape. But there was nothing they could do. And after around half a minute, Shang escaped the range of the Grand Mountain Kingdom's towers. Shang only smirked, put one of his hands at his collar, and just broke it off. CRK. Shang squashed the metallic ring into a ball and let it fall to the ground behind him. Then, he continued running towards the Thunder Kingdom. He wanted to walk there leisurely, but if the High Mage returned early, Shang might die. He just wanted to be on the safe side. After around 2 minutes, Shang entered the range of the Thunder Kingdom's mage towers, and he stopped. They hadn't yet shot at him, but they had definitely noticed the destruction in the distance behind him, and they had definitely seen him already. Shang. Duke Whirlwind's emblem appeared in his hand, and he lifted it upwards for a couple of seconds. Shang. Boom. After that, 2 destroyed mage towers and a couple of corpses appeared in front of Shang. With a small jump, Shang landed on top of the destroyed mage towers and grabbed the head of Major Sparker. He lifted the head high with a wide grin. Tell Duke Whirlwind that Shang is finally back. Chapter 396, Interrogation. Your name is Shang, correct? An older true mage with grey robe said as he looked at Shang. Right now, Shang was in a closed-off room with the grey robe true mage. Correct, Shang said with a wide grin. It's been so long since I used my true name. It feels weird to hear it from someone else's mouth. Shockingly enough, Shang's legs were on the table. Usually, Shang would never act like this. He was a serious person that wanted to get things over with as quickly as possible. But this time, Shang was acting differently. After talking with Duke Whirlwind, they decided that Shang should take on an entirely different personality when he returned. After all, Shang had one eye, and the warrior that had come from the Spirit Spring Kingdom 6 months ago also only had one eye. In order to make the aura between these two people as different as possible, Duke Whirlwind instructed Shang to act differently. True mages couldn't recognize people by their auras, but they still felt it subconsciously. Instead of knowing what was different, they simply felt that something was different, but they didn't know what. The grey robe true mage only looked at Shang evenly. He was an inquisitor, and it was his job to make sure that Shang was not some sort of exotic spy. Tell me what happened. How did you leave the Thunder Kingdom? What happened in the Grand Mountain Kingdom? And how did you return? The inquisitor asked. Shang's grin only widened, looking like he was elated at the prospect of telling his grand story. Of course, Duke Whirlwind and Shang had already gone over the story he should use thoroughly. During the attack of the Storm Eagle, Shang fell into the black structure at the bottom of the Storm Eagle zone. In the hope of escaping, Shang entered a portal, which brought him to another black structure. When Shang talked about the powerful mage that had teleported him, the inquisitor didn't believe him. However, at the urging of Shang, the inquisitor contacted Duke Whirlwind to confirm. Duke Whirlwind put on an amazing performance of being shocked that Chang had returned. After that, Duke Whirlwind gave a retelling of the event that happened in the Storm Eagle zone. Something had thrown the Storm Eagle away without injuring it too heavily, which meant that there had been something with insane power near the Storm Eagle at that time. Duke Whirlwind also ordered the Inquisitor to keep quiet about that matter and that he would inform King Sea Thunder. He also told the Inquisitor that he would send someone over to receive Chang. The Inquisitor made it clear that Duke Whirlwind wasn't allowed to order him since he wasn't in Duke Whirlwind's forces, but he did it in the politest way possible. He also told Duke Whirlwind that Chang had to clear the inquisitorial inspection first. Duke Whirlwind said that he never intended to interfere in it. He was simply convinced of Chang's innocence, which was why he was sending someone. They could continue investigating him until they were satisfied. After having that cleared up, the Inquisitor returned to listening to Chang's story. According to Chang, he had managed to stay hidden during the first couple of years until he was found by Governor. Of course, there had been a truth verification spell active this entire time, but Duke Whirlwind had obviously thought about that. Chang was currently under a spell that fooled the Inquisition's truth verification spells. Chang could control the results the spell showed. If he wanted it to show truth, it would show truth. If he wanted it to show a lie, it would show a lie. However, Chang's story still had to be logically sound, or the Inquisitor would become suspicious. After Chang had allegedly been found by Governor, he had been sent to the northern front lines. The important difference between this story and the truth was that, in this version, Chang had already reached the commander stage before being found. Of course, the mages were surprised that an unknown barbarian had reached the champion stage and inspected him. And what they found shocked them. The very thing they had been desperately searching for was right in front of them. Over the next couple of years, Chang was under constant supervision by the Grand Mountain Kingdom's best researchers. Chang had only said that he had eaten something funny. One would think that such a wild bunch of researchers would kill and dissect Chang, but that would be stupid. He was the only living member with the perfect body they had always wanted, and if they killed him, they couldn't keep experimenting on him. Chang only brushed the years of torture off as unimportant. Eventually, Chang managed to go to a tribe and live there after the researchers were finished experimenting on him. A couple of years of calm training followed. But then, the mages were urging Chang to get a wife and have kids. They wanted to see if that body could be given to his kids. They didn't want to force him since they were afraid that he would do something stupid and kill himself, which would kill the only person with the perfect body in the world, according to their knowledge. That was why they only pushed him in that direction. Eventually, Chang managed to get the mages to allow him to change tribes for the reason that all the women there were ugly. And he managed to get to the closest tribe towards the south of the kingdom. After that, Chang kept watching over the front lines from a distance. Until today, when he saw several mages leave the encampment. Chang charged in, wreaked havoc in the encampment, and that was how he had returned. Of course, the Inquisitor asked many questions to verify everything Chang had said, but Chang and Duke Whirlwind had already planned out everything in excruciating detail. The interrogation took nearly 6 hours. By the end of it, the Inquisitor had no more questions. However, Chang could still see some suspicion and doubt in the Inquisitor's eyes. The interrogation is over, the Inquisitor said. However, there is one last thing I must do to verify the truth. Chang furrowed his brows. The Inquisitor stood up and looked at Chang. I need to read your mind to confirm that everything you have said is the truth. Chapter 397, Outburst. Chang's right eye narrowed as soon as the Inquisitor asked for a mind read. The entire time, the atmosphere had been somewhat jovial due to Chang's arrogant and joking retelling of the past 10 years, but as soon as the question popped up, the entire atmosphere shifted to the opposite. Are you serious? Chang asked with a dark tone. The Inquisitor was quite shocked by the sudden pressure Chang was exhibiting on him just by getting genuinely upset, but he didn't let it show. His eyes inspected Chang. Chang was in the middle of a room inside a fortification guarded by over 30 true mages. Additionally, even the resident Duke wasn't far away. On top of that, the Inquisitor had his mana shield active ever since the interrogation started, and lastly, Chang's weapon was placed in a completely different room. So, even though Chang's mood put a lot of pressure on the Inquisitor, he wasn't scared. If you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear, the Inquisitor said in a strict tone. Bang. The table between them exploded into pieces as Chang's fist hit it with all his power. How dare you? Chang shouted with genuine anger. His right eye showed genuine hatred and absolute rage inside it. The Inquisitor's inside shuddered at the outburst, but he kept his appearance under control. Chang. A head appeared in Chang's hand, and he held it in front of him by its long hair. Look at that, Chang shouted. I killed a late true mage, several early true mages, took down 3 mage towers, and donated these things to the Sith Thunder Kingdom. I severely weakened one of the Grand Mountain Kingdom's front lines, and I was so happy to finally be back home that I donated all of that stuff. I fucking did more for the Sith Thunder Kingdom than the majority of mages do in their lifetime. I answered questions under a truth verification spell for over 6 fucking hours. And yet, you want to dig around in my mind. The Sith Thunder Kingdom should treat me like a hero, but instead, you're treating me like a traitor. Bang. Chang threw the head of a dead mage against the wall, and the head exploded into a shower of gore. What's the fucking point of giving you fucking disrespectful, heinous, scheming little shits anything if you just treat me like a fucking rat that just shat in your bed? The Inquisitor took a deep breath. He could practically feel Chang's burning hatred and rage in the air. That anger was so very genuine. For the past 6 hours, Chang had joked around arrogantly while retelling everything, but as soon as the Inquisitor had asked for a mind read, it was like a switch had been flipped inside Chang. The deep hatred and anger exploded out of Chang, and the Inquisitor was a bit surprised that Chang still had control over his faculties. He had expected Chang to attack him immediately. However, all of that made the Inquisitor only more suspicious. This is not a question, request, or a suggestion, the Inquisitor said slowly and coldly. This is an order. You will undergo a mind read. It doesn't matter if you want to or not. For 2 seconds, silence came over the room as the fire in Chang's eye retreated. However, for some reason, the atmosphere only became colder. If that is the stance of the Sith Thunder Kingdom, so be it, Chang said coldly. Then, Chang extended his hand to his right and opened it. For just a second, seemingly nothing happened. Bang. The distant sound of something exploding could be heard in the room. Bang. A second sound came, this one louder. Bang. The wall of the room exploded, and something entered. When the Inquisitor saw the object, fear appeared in his eyes for the first time. It was Chang's sword. Somehow, Chang's sword had broken past 3 walls and had entered of its own volition. As soon as Chang was reunited with sword, the pressure he put on the Inquisitor multiplied. The Inquisitor felt like he would be helpless in front of Chang. What are you doing? The Inquisitor shouted in outrage. Are you betraying the Sith Thunder Kingdom? Chang's expression turned into a sneer. What's it to you? In your eyes, I am already a traitor. Chang readied his sword. Might as well act like it. Boom. One entire side of a rather big building exploded outward as a round thing shot through it like a cannonball. Bang. The round thing hit the hard walls and stopped as waves of instability spread across it. The entire encampment looked with shock at what had just happened. The Inquisitor had been shot out of the building and had hit the walls. Inside his mana shield, the Inquisitor puked a stream of blood. Even though Chang's sword had been stopped by his mana shield, the force of the attack had severely injured his organs. At the same time, genuine fear and terror appeared inside his eyes. That attack had destroyed over 70% of his mana reserves. It was like he had been hit full force by a gigantic beast. Step. Chang slowly stepped out of the dusty cloud that had formed around the building, his sword trailing behind him. I killed several mages of the Grand Mountain Kingdom. Chang shouted. I destroyed 3 mage towers and gave you 2. I answered your questions under a truth verification spell for 6 hours. Yet, you still treat me like a traitor. Chang's voice echoed throughout the base. Well, if it's a traitor you want, it's a traitor you'll get. As Chang was talking, all the mage towers activated and locked onto him. Several more true mages summoned their foci and prepared their spells on top of the walls. They were waiting for orders. Chang glanced around the base, and a derisive smirk appeared on his face. I've broken through one encampment, Chang said. Boom. At that moment, the air around Chang began to vibrate with power. The ground around him slowly turned into dust, which slowly floated upwards before it vanished. He had activated his domain. At that moment, all the onlookers felt a feeling of mortal threat. It was like a gigantic true path stage beast was in the middle of their base. I can break through another, Chang slowly said as his right eye narrowed. The eyes of the Inquisitor were filled with terror. Kill him, he shouted. Bang. Chang shot forward and reached the Inquisitor in an instant. The Inquisitor had been too intimidated to use modest step. He was only a mid-true mage. Bang. Chang's sword hit his shield and broke it apart. As all this happened, the mages only looked with uncertainty at what was going on. They were at a crossroads. The Inquisitor didn't have the authority to give them orders, which was why they hadn't attacked yet. At the same time, they didn't believe that Chang was a spy. No spy acted like that. However, they couldn't just let an Inquisitor die in the middle of their base while there were so many soldiers around him. Chang slowly lifted his sword above himself. The Inquisitor was out of mana. There was nothing he could do. You'll get the traitor you've been so desperately searching for, Shang said with a mad grin. The Inquisitor looked at Shang's raised sword with terror. He was going to die. Suddenly, Shang's grin vanished. He quickly glanced to his right and jumped back. Shang. The tiny pebble shot past the place Shang had just been standing. Its speed had been terrifyingly fast. Shang's eyes focused on a man with short brown hair, wearing quite expensive robes. Right now, the man was looking at Shang with an eyebrow raised in surprise. He hadn't expected Shang to sense his spell and avoid it. The spell hadn't been meant to kill Shang, but to simply injure him and throw him away from the Inquisitor. But the man was still quite surprised. Sure, that hadn't been a serious spell, but avoiding the spell of a high mage was still very impressive. As soon as the man appeared, the mages released a sigh of relief. Their Duke was here. Everything would resolve itself now. The Duke looked at the Inquisitor, who was still in complete shock. Then, he glanced at Shang. And lastly, he looked back at the Inquisitor. What is going on here? Chapter 398, Duke Whirlwind's advice. The Inquisitor slowly stood up, took a deep breath, and saluted in front of the Duke. Sir, I requested a mind read, but instead of complying, this warrior attacked me, the Inquisitor said. The Duke furrowed his brows and looked at Shang. A mind read is standard procedure for anyone coming from an enemy kingdom. Why did you refuse? Shang only snorted in disrespect. The Duke narrowed his eyes. It was like Shang wasn't respecting the Duke at all. I killed the strongest mage present on the enemy encampment. Killed 3 more early true mages. Destroyed 3 mage towers. Donated 2 of those towers to the Sith Thunder Kingdom, answered his questions under a truth verification spell for 6 hours, but instead of showing me any kind of respect, you treat me like shit and want to dig around in my brain. After 10 years, I finally managed to come home. I give the Sith Thunder Kingdom some presents, but instead of being treated with respect, I get treated like a piece of shit and a traitor. At that point, the Duke interrupted Shang. A mind read is still standard procedure. Fuck your standard procedure, Shang shouted. Silence. The Duke only narrowed his eyes threateningly. Shang's right eye narrowed as his grin widened maliciously. Then, he lifted his sword and readied it. The mages almost couldn't believe what they were seeing. This warrior wasn't showing any respect to the Duke at all. Did he have a death wish? You do know that I have enough justification to kill you on the spot, right? The Duke asked threateningly. Shang only smirked, pointed his left arm towards the Duke, and taunted him to come at him. The atmosphere turned tense, and Shang could feel the insane pressure coming from the Duke. But on the other side, the Duke also felt a bit nervous. Something was telling him that attacking Shang was a very bad idea. Logic told him that he should be able to turn Shang into dust in an instant, but his instincts were telling him that Shang had the power to threaten his life if it came down to it. Of course, Shang didn't have that power. However, if he sacrificed an arm. For nearly 5 seconds, the two only looked at each other. The Duke had expected that he could make an appearance and the unrest would be resolved. However, this warrior was proving impossible to reason with. The Duke wanted to kill Shang, but his instincts were against that decision. A high mage's instinct had been honed by years of battle, experience, and research, and it was very reliable. The Duke didn't like it at all, but he came to a decision. Put your sword away, the Duke said coldly. I will call the Chief Inquisitor, and she will make the call. Shang looked at the Duke for another second before putting his sword to the side. Fun, he said. At that moment, the mages around them released another sigh of relief. Something like this was far beyond their ability to manage or control. When the Duke saw that Shang had put his sword to the side, he summoned a communication crystal and contacted the Chief Inquisitor. It took about 10 minutes until the Chief Inquisitor appeared. The Chief Inquisitor was an older woman with gray hair and gray eyes, but one could see an unfathomable amount of wisdom and power in her emotionless eyes. She isn't a truly powerful true mage, but she's definitely stronger than the average, Shang thought when he saw her. The Chief Inquisitor threw a look at Shang, but her expression didn't change. After that, she walked over to the Inquisitor and wordlessly put a hand on his head. It was normal for Inquisitors to have their minds read by the Chief Inquisitor. The Inquisitors were the judges of traitors, and having a traitor's Inquisitor would be devastating. Because of that, their minds regularly got read by the Chief Inquisitor. The Chief Inquisitor's eyes opened after a couple of seconds. Then, she looked at Shang and back at the Inquisitor. The rules and laws keep the kingdom safe and in order, the Chief Inquisitor spoke slowly. But while we do have the power and authority to request a mind read from everyone, we must keep in mind that what is natural for us might be a devastating event for someone else. A mind read is not without consequences, and we must have a good reason to request one. In this case, this was not the case. The Inquisitor only lowered his head in respect as he listened to the Chief Inquisitor. Then, the Chief Inquisitor looked emotionlessly at Shang. Human cooperation is the basis of our survival, Shang, she said, obviously having found out Shang's name by the mind read. While I do agree that the mind read was excessive, you had the power to refuse without trying to kill one of my Inquisitors. Shang's right eye focused on the Chief Inquisitor. And if I didn't have the power, I would have to eat the abuse of like a pathetic weakling. Then, Shang's eye narrowed. If that's your philosophy, your Inquisitor should also eat my abuse of like a pathetic weakling. Silence. The Duke furrowed his brows. However, the Chief Inquisitor's expression didn't change. It is your choice whether to accept my advice or not, she calmly said. Then, she looked at the Duke. There is no good reason to perform a mind read. I do not think he is a traitor. The Duke nodded. Thank you, Melanie. The Chief Inquisitor performed a polite bow, turned around, and left. Then, the Duke turned to Shang with a cold expression. You may stay in the Sith Thunder Kingdom. Everything you have done, including your damage done to the Grand Mountain Kingdom, the things you have donated to the Sith Thunder Kingdom, and how you have conducted yourself in this base, will be reported to the Council. Leave the base in the next 10 minutes after gathering all your things. This is a military encampment, and you are not part of the military. Shang relaxed and nodded. I will do so. The Duke didn't react to Shang's word. He only turned around and left. After the Duke left, Shang shot another sneer at the Inquisitor before leaving. He had everything that he needed, and he walked out of the encampment just half a minute later. The mages were unsure what they should think about this incident. Shang had shown disrespect to the Inquisitors and even the Duke. Just his mere presence had put them in danger, and worst of all, he was busy. But on the other hand, Shang had done an incredible service to the Sith Thunder Kingdom. They didn't like Shang, and they didn't want to be near him, but they couldn't deny his power and worth. As Shang left the encampment, his arrogant facade slowly vanished as a calm but cold expression appeared on his face. However, there was just the slightest bit of excitement visible in his eye. When Duke Whirlwind had given Shang instructions on how to deal with the interrogation, this situation had also come up, and Shang had acted according to Duke Whirlwind's suggestions. More or less. Shang, you have to prove your power and worth to the Sith Thunder Kingdom, Duke Whirlwind had said. But you also have to show that they can't just push you around. You have that level of power now. Remember, even though most people don't see the impact, you must remember that the ruler of this kingdom is King Sith-Thunder, not the Council. The kingdom might appear like an extension of the castle, but in its deepest core, it is still ruled by King Sith-Thunder. People believe that following orders is the best way to live prosperously and peacefully in the Sith Thunder Kingdom, but that's only true for the 99% at the bottom. You are part of the top 1%, and you have to show that you won't allow anyone to push you around. If the Inquisitor requests a mind read after the interrogation, remember this. Become angry, refuse, and don't budge under any circumstance. Show your power and make everyone around you realize that they are not the ones in control. You are. After that, Duke Whirlwind talked about the details of what Shang should do. At the moment, Shang only scratched his cheek. I was supposed to shout at the Inquisitor and refuse until the Chief Inquisitor was forced to come. I mean, that's what happened. However, I think Duke Whirlwind had something else in mind. But it worked, right? Chapter 399, Reynos. Shang waited a couple of kilometers away from the base for another 6 hours. And after these 6 hours, his escort to the Storm Eagle Zone finally arrived. When Shang saw the group, he raised an eyebrow. That's quite a strong escort. In front of Shang stood 6 people. 5 of them were true mages, with 4 of them being at the mid-true mage realm and the leader being at the late true mage realm. The last person wasn't a mage, but someone Shang knew very well. In front of Shang stood a red-haired man who looked to be in his early 30s. He wore powerful red armor, and his eyes were cold. Shang only smiled a bit. Seems like reaching the true path stage made Bastien Reynos younger. Yes, it was Bastien Reynos. Bastien Reynos and Shang's spirit senses had already sensed each other earlier. Shang wasn't exactly surprised when he felt Bastien Reynos' spirit sense, but Reynos was very surprised. According to his estimates, Shang was in his early 30s, but he had already made progress on establishing his true path. Additionally, when Bastien Reynos felt Shang's power, he could barely believe his senses. Right now, Shang felt like an incredible threat to Bastien Reynos. He felt so dangerous that Reynos wasn't even sure if he could beat Shang. Lastly, Shang felt very different from the young boy he used to know. Shang felt much older. The two of them only looked at each other for a while. Congratulations on reaching the true path stage, Shang said. Vaseem Reynolds' eyebrows furrowed. I'm not sure if I should congratulate you or pity you, he said. The other mages were also shocked when they felt Shang's pressure. How could a warrior at the mid-commander stage feel so incredibly powerful? After the short exchange, silence returned. Instead of talking like old times, Shang and Reynolds only looked at each other with evaluating gazes. Let's go, Reynolds said as he turned around to leave. You don't want to know what happened? Shang asked. You are you? I am I, Reynolds answered before leaving. Fun, Shang said. Then, the group traveled southward towards the Storm Eagle Zone. On the way, some of the mages asked Shang some questions, but Shang only gave them quick and curt answers. They realized that Shang wasn't a big fan of talking, and they focused on telling Shang about what had changed in the last 10 years. Shang already knew all the changes, but he still acted like he hadn't heard of these things before. Are the warriors that underwent the bloodline infusion still being hunted down? Shang asked after a mage told him that some warriors were vanishing. Yes, the head of a circle of mages said. Nearly all the general stage warriors that underwent the bloodline infusion don't dare to exit the Storm Eagle Zone or even the academy. The mage narrowed his eyes. Recently, even some of the warriors in the Storm Eagle Zone started vanishing. It's not as bad as in the other zones, but it's worrisome. Shang slightly narrowed his right eye. Sounds like I should investigate. You don't need to investigate, Vaseem Reynolds chimed in. We basically know who's doing these things. And why are you not attacking them? Shang asked. We can only defend ourselves, Vaseem Reynolds explained. If we take up the initiative and kill them without them directly threatening us, the council will accuse us of treason. They will make it look like we attacked an innocent group of mages that were just minding their own business. Shang looked at the back of Vaseem Reynolds' head, who was currently running in front of Shang. Who gave that order? This is a joint decision between Vaseem Saran and me, he answered. Thought so, Shang thought. Duke Whirlwind told me that I can't accept being pushed around, but this sounds exactly like being pushed around. Does Duke Whirlwind know? Shang asked. For a while, Vaseem Reynolds didn't answer. Most of it, he said. However, at the same time, Vaseem Reynolds' voice appeared inside Shang's head. Obviously, he didn't want the mages around him to know. Duke Whirlwind might be an ally, but he is still a mage, he said by voice transmission. Right now, he is helping us, but if we warriors actually become strong enough to threaten the mage's supremacy, he will stand with his kind. In his eyes, we are illegal mercenaries to him. He will keep helping us, but as soon as things actually become serious, he will abandon us. If we attack the mages, he will wash his hands off the matter and throw us in front of the council with a smile, he explained. Shang looked at Vaseem Reynolds with a curious gleam in his eyes. How did you come to that conclusion? He's a mage, Vaseem Reynolds answered by voice transmission. That's what mages do. That seems like an overgeneralization. At that point, Vaseem Reynolds glanced at Shang with a cold light. You might be powerful, but you are still young, boy, Vaseem Reynolds transmitted. When you live as long as me, you will see that the mages are all of a piece. Interesting, Shang thought without answering Reynolds. So, it's not only the mages that view the warriors in an unfavorable light, but the warriors also see the mages in this way. I'm convinced that Duke Whirlwind is not like Vaseem Reynolds makes him out to be. I gave him a suggestion to frame Vaseem Reynolds for something that happened, but he was adamantly against it. Duke Whirlwind would throw the warriors in front of the council. I doubt it. At that point, Shang also remembered that Vaseem Reynolds' entire existence was built around killing mages. What led him to choose such a path? He must have been betrayed and attacked by mages more than once. His negative experiences with mages clouded his judgment until he believed that every mage is a selfish monster. At that point, Shang had a funny thought. In Earth terms, he could be compared to some form of bigot or racist, right? Chapter 400, the Dean's Sacrifice. Shang and Reynolds stopped talking after that. Reynolds thought that Shang was angry at being called a young boy, but he actually wasn't. In Shang's eyes, Reynolds seemed to be someone that was stuck in their way and wasn't willing to look at the mages as individuals instead of as a group. Because of that, Reynolds' opinion of Shang was not very important to him. After a couple of hours, they reached the Ice Wyvern Zone. While they were traveling through it, Shang didn't feel any suspicious mages with his pseudo-spirit sense, which probably meant that they knew that a powerful group of Duke Whirlwind's people would be traveling through here. Some minutes later, they reached the Storm Eagle Zone. Shang had been here for several months, but now, he could officially walk amongst people again. As Shang ran through the farm lawn, he fell into nostalgia. He still remembered the first time he had come here. Everything here had been more powerful than him by a lot. Shang and the group reached Warrior's Paradise in the middle of the night, after which they split apart. The mages returned to whatever they were doing previously while Reynolds and Shang entered Warrior's Paradise. As Shang entered, more of his memories awakened. The first time he had come here, it had also been at night. You're back. Shang looked in front of him and saw a familiar face. The Dean. His teacher. I'm back, teacher, Shang said as he looked at him. The two of them only looked at each other for a while. Vaseem Reynolds had vanished as soon as the Dean appeared in front of Shang. As Shang looked at his teacher for the first time in 10 years, he was surprised. His teacher felt very similar to him, but there were still some differences. The Dean felt cold to Shang, but there was a certain honor and righteousness to his coldness. These were qualities Shang couldn't identify with. To Shang, his power was the most important thing, and he would do anything to become more powerful. That included lying, deceit, and plotting. In the past, Shang had seen himself as a very honest person, but that image had vanished as soon as he began talking to Duke Whirlwind again. He had become accustomed to lying and hiding in the last 10 years. Shang wasn't sure, but he guessed that this change had appeared inside of him after he had killed Lash. But in a way, Shang was also glad about the Dean's aura. He knew that he didn't need to worry about the Dean as long as he didn't betray him. Tell me what happened, the Dean said as he started walking towards the academy. I can tell you some things, but I can't tell you everything, Shang said as he followed him. That is your decision, but might I ask for the reason? Because I don't want to involve you in politics, Shang answered. The Dean threw a cold look at Shang. For a while, he didn't say anything, but he understood what Shang meant. After some seconds, he sighed. This was why I didn't want you to accept this mission back then, the Dean said. Shang knew what the Dean was referring to. Back when Shang wanted the entropy ore, Duke Whirlwind had offered it at a high price. Shang could have purchased it with his contributions, but he chose the alternative. Work for Duke Whirlwind on a mission. He hadn't thought much of it back then, but after the Dean spoke these words, Shang realized the far-reaching effects this choice had had on his life. Shang had officially always been under the Dean's neutral faction, but as soon as Shang had returned to the Sith Thunder Kingdom, he had searched for Duke Whirlwind first. However, that had been the logical choice in Shang's mind. Duke Whirlwind had given Shang the ore, his emblem, had done his best to protect him from the Thunder Horse, had given him his armor, and had protected him. Additionally, Duke Whirlwind was very charismatic and honest. Without noticing, Shang had left the Dean's camp and had joined Duke Whirlwind. Do you think he manipulates me? Shang asked. No, the Dean answered with a shake of his head. I am good friends with Gerald, and I know how he thinks and what he wants. I know that he knows that manipulating powerful allies will only drive him away with time. He helps them honestly, and he knows that they will help him back. But he is still involved in the politics, and he wants to become a king. This is why I like to keep a certain distance from him. Becoming king means becoming enemies with every other powerful person in the kingdom. Following him will most likely end in my death, the Dean explained. Shang nodded. But with great risk come great rewards. That's true, but the rewards are not what I need right now, he answered. What do you need? Shang asked. Peace, quiet, and time. Shang furrowed his brows. Did you give up on becoming more powerful? If this had been in the past, the Dean might have become irritated at Shang's question, but he could feel Shang's power. Shang felt like a genuine threat to the Dean, which meant he was incredibly powerful. This question coming from Shang was justified. No, the Dean said. You have already made progress on your true path, and you should be able to judge my power accurately. Shang nodded. What do you think of it? The Dean asked. Shang looked at the Dean. Fragile and hasty, he said. The Dean nodded. Don't make the same mistake I made. I won't, Shang said. Then, he used his pseudo-spirit sense to check if anyone was listening. After that, his pseudo-spirit sense came into contact with the Dean, and Shang used the voice transmission. In the latest trial, Teacher Mervin was one of my enemies, he said by voice transmission. The Dean stopped walking for about a second before he continued. What happened? He asked. He trained me for 5 full years inside the trial, Shang answered. The Dean looked at the academy, which was only a couple hundred meters away from him at the moment, with nostalgic eyes. If I had the luxury of having such a good teacher, I might not have made the very mistakes I still regret to this day, he answered. Shang could hear deep respect emanate from the Dean when he talked about Teacher Mervin. But without you, Teacher Mervin would have committed your mistake, Shang answered. He saw what you have done, learned from it, and is still in the commander stage because of it. Someone had to be the first to make this mistake so that others wouldn't. The Dean didn't answer for a while. Yeah, it is my mistake to bear, he answered, but at that moment, some fire appeared in his eyes. But I will rectify it. Is that what you meant earlier? Shang asked. The way you are working on your power right now. The team nodded. I am focusing on establishing a new true path. Then, I will destroy my old one, fall to the commander stage again, and rejoin the true path stage as a new warrior. That's possible. Shang asked. The team nodded. This was the second thing I focused my studies on. It is very costly, time-consuming, risky, and hasn't been tested yet, but it should work. Does it have negative consequences? Shang asked. Yes, the dean answered. Everything that has led up to my current path will vanish from my mind. Additionally, creating a new path is very difficult for me since I can't fight any beasts or mages on my level. I have to theorize everything without any practical testing. Shang raised an eyebrow. But if you were to fall to the commander stage right now, that problem would be solved to some degree. It would, but I can't, the dean answered. Right now, it would take a peak true mage to threaten me, which makes it very difficult to assassinate me. If I fall to the commander stage, I could be killed by a mid-true mage since I would have forgotten my previous path. I am the core of the powerful warriors of the world, and if I fall, the warriors will receive a heavy hit. For the warriors, I have to keep myself safe and powerful, even if it makes it difficult for me to become more powerful in the future. Shang didn't say anything for a while. What about Bastien Renos? Couldn't he take up that role? He asked. He could, but his hardline stance against mages would damage the warriors as a whole. I wouldn't like to give him full authority over warriors. Shang could only agree. What if it is Teacher Mervin? Shang asked. If he were at the true path stage, I would gladly hand him control, the dean answered, but that might take a couple of decades more. Creating a true path consumes a lot of time. When Shang heard that, a smirk appeared on his face. Teacher, don't you want to know how many points I've gotten in the trial? He asked. At that moment, a light appeared in the dean's eyes, and he turned to Shang. Did you get a good reward? He asked. Shang only grinned. I've gotten 30 points. What do you think? The dean's eyes widened in shock. 30 points was ridiculous. He knew that Shang was way more powerful thanks to the procedure, but the dean would have expected 20 points, at the most. 30. How did he even do that? My reward is something that allows you to view your progress on creating your true path. You should remember the concept of a video game from Earth. You could look at it like a talent tree. And its help in creating a true path can't be overstated. Who knows? With it, Teacher Mervin might reach the true path stage in just a couple of years, leaving you to focus on your own true path again. Chapter 401. Too good. The dean was immediately interested, but he told Shang that they should talk about it when they arrived in his office. The two of them currently walked towards the gate of the academy, and Shang saw another familiar face. Teacher Lauren was still guarding the gate at night. When Teacher Lauren heard them approach, he stood up from his chair and bowed politely to the dean. Then, he looked at Shang. You returned, he said with eyes that spoke of shock and nostalgia. The weird boy he had met that day had grown up. Sadly, the changes were not to Teacher Lauren's liking. Shang felt too much like the dean. When Shang saw Teacher Lauren, he also had a look of nostalgia in his eye. Back then, Teacher Lauren had been an impossibly powerful monster to Shang. And now, Teacher Lauren was at the late commander stage, and his battle strength was on the weaker side. He wouldn't be categorized as a weak late commander stage warrior in the trial, but he would also not be categorized as an average one. As soon as Shang felt his power, he realized that Teacher Lauren had long since given up on becoming more powerful. He probably only wanted to teach students and live the rest of his life in peace. I'm back, Shang said as he looked at Teacher Lauren with a complicated gaze. Are you disappointed? Teacher Lauren asked. Shang slowly shook his head. No, you helped me and many others become stronger. Without you, I wouldn't be where I am today. Teacher Lauren looked at Shang with a strange gaze. Is that a good or a bad thing? He asked. By the tone of his voice, Shang could tell that the question was more directed at himself. It seemed like he felt that he had failed Shang. When Shang heard Teacher Lauren's voice, he felt a tinge of guilt. I am who I am, Shang said. Teacher Lauren only looked at Shang with pity. Then, he wordlessly opened the gate. Go inside, he said. You are still one of us, even if you have changed. Thank you, Shang said. The dean and Shang entered, and Teacher Lauren closed the gate. He only sighed. Sorry, I couldn't become who you wanted me to become, Shang thought. Sadly, my goal requires me to sacrifice everything that's important to me. As Shang walked through the quiet academy, one memory after the other assaulted him. This was his home. This was where he had learned to fight. The dean led Shang to the fifth floor of the main building, and the two of them entered his office. Tell me more about the reward, the dean asked. Shang nodded and handed the dean the second book. Whenever Shang got a reward from the trial, he received 2 books, one for himself and one for the warriors. The dean read through the book for several minutes, and the further he got, the more his eyebrows furrowed. After only 5 minutes, the dean put the book down and looked at Shang. Surprisingly, he hadn't read all of it. Tell me what effects the star map has. What happens when you use it? He asked. Shang told the dean in detail what he saw and what he could do with it. There were a lot of uses, and Shang needed several minutes to explain all of the intricate uses. The dean's expression became more serious as Shang told him more about the star map. Truly, the star map is worthy of being rewarded for such a ridiculous number of points, he said. The dean took the book into his hand and looked at Shang. The knowledge and principle inside his book are so advanced that it is ridiculous. In order to create it, you would need to know all the goals of what you want to achieve. It maps out all possible knowledge that any physical fighter could possibly know and accumulate before the true path stage. Shang knew that the star map was incredible, but only after he had heard the dean put it into words did he truly realize how incredible it really was. This is a technique that is hundreds if not thousands of years in the future of a flourishing path for a physical fighter. It requires hundreds of years of research by someone far beyond my power, and they would even have to have mastery over magic and have unprecedented knowledge about all weapons and affinities. The complexity and principles of this technique are beyond reasonable for all physical fighters at the moment. The dean put the book down and continued looking at Shang. Tell me, how am I supposed to rationalize where that technique comes from? He asked. Nobody will believe that I was the one that created it. When he heard that, Shang took a deep breath. Right, how could the dean rationalize the origin of this technique? We do know that there have been exceptionally powerful warriors in the past, the dean continued, but the world doesn't know. In over 30 years of being the dean of this academy and accumulating all possible knowledge I could find, I have not found information on the past stage of warriors even once. Everyone believes that the mages have been supreme since the beginning. Thus, nobody will believe us when we say we found it in some ruin. So, how can we publicize this technique? The dean asked. Shang didn't know the answer to that. He's right, Shang thought. This technique is far beyond the current level of physical fighters. The god has probably set up the rewards in such a way that they would help warriors step by step. As the average power of the warriors continues to grow, the average power of the people he sends in here from Earth will also increase. This will result in them gaining more and more points. The first reward, the range technique, was appropriate for the current warriors. It had some exotic concepts, but a talented warrior could come up with them with enough creativity. But the complexity of this technique is far beyond anything currently possible to achieve. The range technique was worth 22 points, but this one is worth 30. It might not sound like a huge difference, but 8 points represent nearly an entire level of battle strength against all 3 kinds of opponents. It's the difference between an initial commander stage warrior killing an early true mage and killing a mid true mage. These 2 levels can't be compared. But there must be a way to publicize it without backfiring, Shang said. He wants us to succeed, and he didn't give me any hints on how to bring this technique to the warriors. This means that he doesn't think that we need his help. The dean only looked at Shang with an even look. Or he just wants to throw us in a problematic situation and see what we do. We are his entertainment. Don't forget that. Shang frowned. Yes, that could also be it. The dean and Shang both tried to think of a solution for several minutes. They couldn't say they created it. They couldn't say they found it. They obviously couldn't say that they got it from some kind of god. Sadly, no matter how long they thought, they couldn't find a solution. I can't think of a solution, Shang said. Me neither, the dean answered as he looked at the book longingly. We could keep it a secret between the 2 of us, but I'm pretty sure that we will anger him if we do that. I don't think it's a good idea to get on his bad side. Shang frowned. He couldn't disagree with that. Chapter 402, Decision. Eventually, Shang came up with an idea, but it wasn't a very good one. We could just make copies of the book and dump them all over the kingdom, he said. Nobody would be able to link it back to us. That's wrong, the dean said. The spell to copy the books leaves traces of someone's aura behind. Whoever copies the book will be found by the dukes, and they will undergo a mind read. In the end, it will be linked back to one of us. Even if we send a proxy and kill the proxy after making the request, the mages aren't stupid. They know what will happen if they copy this book. As soon as they get their hands on the book, they will immediately report it to their superiors. Additionally, it requires a lot of resources to make copies of books. We would need a true mage, and they would never accept the request. The bloodline infusion is one thing, but this technique is something else. This technique is so advanced and useful to warriors that it puts the bloodline infusion to shame. The bloodline infusion might increase the power of the warriors, but that doesn't become relevant as long as they don't reach the true path stage. This technique might create hundreds of true path stage warriors within the next century. That would be akin to 100 new dukes. The warriors would literally advance faster than the mages. When Shang heard that, he furrowed his brows. That doesn't seem right. Why would this technique make warriors advance faster than mages? Don't the mages still have all their inheritances? They do, Badin said. However, I don't think they are present in this place. Shang raised an eyebrow. With place, you mean the five kingdoms? Badin nodded. You're not stupid. You should have realized that there is a wider world. Just the fact that we got to ask 9 questions tells us as much. The powerful mage that threw the storm eagle away is additional proof. I think the mages on the outside have something similar or even better in the outer world, but that thing is not present in this place. While the bloodline infusion looks like a problem to the mages, this technique will look like a genuine threat. I fear that the council will immediately get rid of it with whatever means necessary. At that moment, Shang got another idea. What about King Sea Thunder? What about him? Badin asked. Couldn't he stop them? He asked. He could, but why would he? This is something that might involve the outer world, and I'm sure that King Sea Thunder knows that. He might entertain us by allowing us to have the bloodline infusion, but I doubt that he would want to risk his life for us. Also, we wouldn't even be able to get a hold of him. Getting an audience with King Sea Thunder is beyond difficult. Everything Badin said made sense to Shang. Copying the things inside the book was impossible without King Sea Thunder's explicit permission. The council would immediately kill them and everyone involved in the matter. What if we only taught this technique verbally and only to a select few warriors? Shang asked. Too dangerous and too inefficient, Badin answered. If only a single warrior with that knowledge receives a mind read, everything will be over. What about the mind barriers? The traitors always have those, Shang said. That spell is too advanced, Badin said. Sarin is the best mage among us warriors, but he doesn't even know nearly enough to perform that spell. Additionally, the spell is top secret and only gets taught to inquisitors and high mages. Shang could only sigh. No matter what he came up with, it wouldn't work. There were problems upon problems. Shang tried his best to split up the problems into individual chunks. The end goal was to have King Sea Thunder approve of the spell. To get his approval, they needed a good argument and a clear origin for the technique. But all of that didn't matter if they couldn't even meet him. At that moment, Shang thought of an idea. However, it was very risky. What about Duke Whirlwind? Shang asked. Gerald, Badin asked with a bit of surprise. Then, he furrowed his brows and scratched his chin in thought. Gerald is someone that also values honesty. He knows that he is risking his life by getting involved, and the bare minimum he would ask for would be the origin of this technique, which we can't explain. If we showed the technique to him, he probably wouldn't betray us, but he also wouldn't help us. This matter would be too dangerous for him. He would simply ask us never to speak of this matter again. Shang looked at the table with furrowed brows. And if we had a good explanation? Shang asked. Badin thought about that for a bit. Not sure. He would either decline or help us. This is a high risk, high reward situation for him. He would be risking his life, but the potential rewards are tremendous. He wants to become king, and he essentially counts as the ruler of us warriors. He would gain a group of loyal followers that might be able to fight high mages. The reward is tremendous, but the burden of convincing King Sea Thunder would fall on his shoulders. It is possible, but the origin of the technique is the very problem that stops us from even asking him for help. Shang didn't answer Badin and only looked at the table in contemplation. Just like teacher, Duke Whirlwind is someone that highly values honesty. There might be a way to get him to our side if we are honest. Additionally, even if we can't come up with a good origin for the technique, he might be able to. It seems like it is impossible to publicize this technique without Duke Whirlwind's help. Shang closed his eye and took a deep breath. Then, he looked at the ceiling for a bit. He was weighing his options. After a couple of seconds, Shang took another deep breath. Okay, Shang said with conviction as he opened his eye. Badin looked with a raised eyebrow at Shang. I've decided. I'm going to ask Duke Whirlwind for help. Badin only looked at Shang with a skeptical expression. And how do you plan to explain the origin of the technique to him? Shang looked at Badin. With honesty. Both of Badin's eyebrows rose. I'm going to tell him, Shang said. About the trial, about Earth, and about the god. Chapter 403, George. Badin narrowed his eyes. Obviously, he was not a fan of that suggestion. You will do no such thing, he said with a threatening voice. Why not? Shang asked. What speaks against it? This is about our origin and source of our power. He will also realize how we can remotely control our weapons. If the information gets out, we will attract the attention of the truly powerful mages of this world. This goes beyond this little place where we are in. This pertains to the dark past and the fate of a mage emperor. If they believe us, we will be branded as followers of the person that killed the person they view as a god. If they don't believe us, they will kill us for disrespecting the mage emperor's image. Gerald doesn't even need to betray us for that to happen. A powerful mage might come from the outside and simply read his mind. What then? You can't possibly think about doing that. You are putting our lives on the line, Badin shouted with anger. Shang had never seen Badin get angry, but this time, he was genuinely angry. However, Shang only narrowed his eyes as he looked at Badin. We are constantly putting our lives on the line. We are constantly fighting against powerful enemies, and we can die whenever. What makes this so different from all the other times? The difference, Shang, Badin said with a threatening tone, is that our power will increase. You and I can use the technique just fine. When we find a solution in the future, we can still disperse it amongst the crowd, but for now, only us two can use it. And how is that good in any way? Shang asked. You are getting older, and at some point, you won't have the time to create a new path anymore. You will die with your current power. Is that what you want? At that moment, the room became colder. My power is not for you to judge, boy, Badin said with a dark tone. I know my power the best, and even though you are powerful, you are still a child in front of me. I'm over 150 years old, while you are barely 30. Do you think your bit of hard training can overcome 120 years of battle experience? Surprisingly, Shang only sneered. 120 years of battle experience, excluding that sparring match against King Sea Thunder and your traveling by the mountain exploding turtle, who have you actually fought ever since you reached the true path stage? Bang. Badin stood up with an explosive sound, his spear appearing inside his right hand. He looked at Shang with a gaze that spoke of coldness and rage. Shang also stood up, but in comparison to Badin, he slowly stood up and summoned his sword leisurely. At that moment, the pressure of the two warriors clouded the room. If a third person were in here, they would think that the end of the world had arrived. As they continued looking at each other, the air seemed to warp slightly under their pressure. Badin's presence and Shang's presence had an invisible fight in the atmosphere between them. This was a battle of willpower and determination. Suddenly, Shang's arm moved just a little bit and his right eye widened. Shang. Badin put his spear in front of him in a blocking motion. At that moment, Badin's breathing slightly increased, but it wasn't very visible from the outside. Shang only looked deep into Badin's eyes. They only looked at each other for several seconds. Then, Badin slowly put his spear down and looked at the floor. A look of bitter realization could be seen on his face. Have I become complacent? He asked quietly. You have become complacent, Shang answered calmly as he also put his sword away. You've been the dean of this academy for decades. Due to the weakness of your path and body, you have avoided fighting anyone else for too long. You see the overwhelming power of your enemies and think that fighting back is futile, which is why you avoid fighting. You say there's nothing to gain for you. As I see it, there is nothing to gain for you as things stand right now. If there were other true path stage warriors, you would count as below average, even if their paths are just as weak and fragile as yours. You've lost your edge. You've lost your will to fight. You've lost your courage to put your life on the line. Silence. Earlier, when their presences had clashed, they had been equal. However, the longer the clash continued, the more uncertain Badin felt. Badin had realized what he had been feeling. It was fear. It wasn't fear for his life or fear of Shang. No, it was fear of fighting. He didn't want to fight. Why? Because he felt like he would lose, and he couldn't take another loss. The room remained silent for several seconds. What about him? Badin asked absent-mindedly. If he didn't want us to tell others, he would have told us, Shang answered. What if he doesn't want it, and he simply didn't tell us to lay a trap for us for entertainment? I doubt it, Shang answered. I can imagine the trap part, but I don't think that he would kill us. We are his toys, and he knows that if he destroys his toys, he can't play with them anymore. Additionally, I think he really doesn't care about if the world knows about him or not. He represents the absolute peak of the world. He is to the world what King Sea Thunder is to the Sea Thunder Kingdom. Everything the people below him do has no effect on him. It makes no difference if people know of him or not. They can't change anything regardless. Shang sighed. And lastly, I don't think that anyone of significance would even believe us. In this world, both of us are nothing but children in a separate playground while all our parents are watching. There are mages that have lived for thousands if not tens of thousands of years. What could such weak and isolated people from the world actually know of the greater cosmos? If I were to shout the truth to the entire kingdom, everyone would simply think of me as an insane person, especially the powerful mages. They would think that I couldn't handle that warriors are so inferior to mages. So, I made up some god in some distant past that didn't exist where warriors were actually powerful. In the end, telling him won't put us into danger, and it gives us an opportunity to bring the technique to the warriors. Don't forget, he wants us to increase the power of the warriors, and the rewards are this power we have to bring to them. Keeping it for only us two might be fine for us, but he might view it as breaking our agreement. I don't know about you, but I'd rather take the risk than maybe anger him, Shang said. The team thought about Shang's words for a while. Then, he sighed. Fun, he said. When Gerald arrives to welcome you back, we will tell him. Shang nodded. Thanks, teacher. Don't call me that, the dean said. Shang raised an eyebrow. You are stronger than me, and even if you are not, in a decade, you will be. Call me George. Shang smiled a bit. Okay, George. Chapter 404, George's Past. After this issue was resolved, Shang told George about the last decade. He remained mostly truthful throughout his retelling, even telling him about the Black Shadow Kingdom and the Spirit Spring Kingdom. Of course, George realized that things weren't adding up. After all, Shang had just returned from the Grand Mountain Kingdom. The Spirit Spring Kingdom was on the other side of the world. However, he also knew that this was probably related to the political thing Shang had referred to earlier. So, he didn't ask. Naturally, Shang didn't tell George about his control over the abominations. This was a secret Shang couldn't tell anyone in the world, lest he was viewed as the enemy of the entire world, which he kind of was. After hearing everything about the last decade from Shang's mouth, George could see how Shang had changed so much. He definitely hadn't had it easy. George had a look of nostalgia in his eyes while listening to Shang. Hearing of Shang's problems, he was reminded of the time he had been hunted. He hadn't always had Duke Whirlwind as his backer, and there had been no warrior academy back then. The mages realized that George was very talented and powerful, which made them fear him. George had been on the run from an angry noble of mages more than once. That was until the young Duke Whirlwind saw his potential and recruited him. All of this happened around 80 years ago. George also told Shang a bit about his past. Shang was no longer the young boy that didn't know how important some secrets were. Additionally, it felt good to tell someone else about the things he had gone through. After listening to George, Shang also finally learned what happened to the person that came from Earth that had come before George. That's when I killed him, George said after telling Shang about his teacher. Shang nodded. Understandable. George's predecessor was someone that acted kind and acted like he wanted to help everyone, but he had actually used George as a guinea pig for his experiments. In a way, George's predecessor was similar to that researcher in the Grand Mountain Kingdom that had experimented on Shang for a couple of months. George knew that his predecessor would get rid of him if he ever managed to become a threat to him, which was why he had fled one day. And when he gained the power to kill him, he did just that. Several years later, George found a young boy that had been banished into the wilderness by his village due to something his parents had done. George saw the willpower in his eyes and accepted him as his disciple. That was Sarin. A couple more years later, Sarin and George were traveling somewhere when they saw a young girl cowering in front of a beast that had just killed her family. George sent Sarin to fight the beast since it was just the right power for Sarin, and he won. The girl looked with shiny eyes at Sarin and swore that she wanted to follow them. George and Sarin declined and left. However, the girl kept following them, thinking keeping up with them was some sort of examination she had to pass. George just wanted to keep going, but Sarin kept holding him back since he felt bad for the girl. When she collapsed in the middle of the road, Sarin pleaded with George to accept her, and he eventually relented. That was when Viera, George's second disciple, joined the group. Viera kept clinging to Sarin all the time, and Sarin quickly learned to regret his decision to accept her. Several more years later, Sarin convinced George to start an academy. He had unjustly lost his home in the past, and he didn't want the same thing to happen to others. He wanted to create a place for the people that wanted to become powerful but couldn't become mages. George was not a fan of it. Sadly, Sarin went to Duke Whirlwind and told him about the idea. After all, Sarin wanted to create the academy. This was his thing, not his teacher's. And after that day, Duke Whirlwind kept pestering George with that idea. One had to say that Duke Whirlwind was far better at convincing George than Sarin. And with that, the Warrior Academy was born. About 20 years later, George reached the true path stage, and the Warrior Academy reached global fame. About 40 years have passed since that day. Shang was quite interested in George's past. He also definitely had it quite rough. After George told his story, he remained silent for some time. It seemed like he was contemplating something. Shang noticed it and didn't say anything. Tell me the truth of what happened, George suddenly said. Shang raised an eyebrow. That's something of political interest, and it would be better if you didn't know about it. George could only sigh. We are about to tell Gerald the truth about our existence. We are in this together now. Remaining neutral while we are asking him for such a gigantic favor would be unfair to him. Shang's eyebrows rose in surprise. Does that mean I might as well join Gerald's camp? George said with a bit of defeat in his voice. However, I can't speak for the Academy or the Warriors. With the Star Map published, Mervin will soon advance to the true path stage, and I want everything as it is right now for him. I've become too old, and my perspective is skewed by years of laziness and comfort. If he wants the Warrior Academy to remain neutral, fine. If he wants it to join Gerald, fine. In the end, it's his choice. But I, as an individual, will join Gerald's camp. Shang nodded, and Ring knows. Forget it, George answered directly. Duke Whirlwind is a mage. In Ringo's eyes, Duke Whirlwind is just like the council, the enemy. What do you think Mervin will decide? Shang asked. I don't know, George answered. Mervin is very wise. He says things and makes choices that seem naive or stupid when you hear them but always work out perfectly in the long run. I've long since given up predicting what he thinks. Shang had to laugh a bit at George's helplessness. George had always seemed like a cold and unfeeling colossus in Shang's eyes, but as soon as he got to know him a bit more, Shang realized that he was actually a bit sentimental. George was also just a human. So, tell me, what really happened? George asked. Shang only smiled. Well, everything was true. I only kept out the last part. Then, Shang told George everything he had told Duke Whirlwind and how he had a deterring effect on the abominations. So, you've actually been back for over 6 months, George said. Honestly, I should have known. I couldn't think of another person that could have done that to Gerald or his son. At that point, Shang and George heard the voices of people coming from outside. Morning had arrived. And just a bit later, George took out his communication crystal. Duke Whirlwind was calling. After talking with Duke Whirlwind for a bit, George put the communication crystal away. He will be here within 30 minutes, he said. Shang nodded. And we're going to tell him, he said. George nodded. We will. Chapter 405, George joins Duke Whirlwind. After around 20 minutes, Duke Whirlwind appeared in front of the academy. During the day, there were no guards in front of the gate since there were plenty of powerful teachers walking around. They would notice if someone entered that shouldn't have entered. Shang looked out a window of George's office and looked at the packed training grounds. Shang couldn't help remembering the time when he had been one of those students. Duke Whirlwind walked alongside the road towards the main building, being greeted by several students and teachers. He greeted them back with a smile and entered the building. Duke Whirlwind didn't need to ask where George and Shang were currently. After all, he had a spirit sense. After getting to the 5th floor, Duke Whirlwind entered the office without knocking. Why would he? The two occupants already knew that he was there. When he entered, he looked at Shang, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Shang, so good to see you after so many years. He knows, Shang said. This took Duke Whirlwind by surprise, and he looked at George. George only nodded. I know that he's been back for a while. At that point, Duke Whirlwind's smile became a bit awkward, but Shang and George could feel the hidden frustration and anger inside it. Duke Whirlwind had trusted Shang and had treated him as one of his closest people, but he had told someone else about their collaboration without asking him first. This might not be a betrayal, but it was a sign of untrustworthiness. Don't immediately assume bad things, Gerald, George said. He told me that he couldn't tell me anything because I took on a politically neutral stance. Duke Whirlwind raised an eyebrow as he sat down in one of the chairs. And that means, he asked. George only sighed. It means that I have stayed neutral for long enough. Duke Whirlwind's eyebrows rose in surprise. Yes, Gerald, George continued. I'm willing to be part of your camp. However, I can only speak for myself, not the academy. Duke Whirlwind was quite surprised when he heard that, and he looked at Shang for confirmation. Shang nodded. Yes, George is willing to help us against the council and the other dukes. Duke Whirlwind almost couldn't believe it. He had tried to get George to be a true ally for several decades, but after only a single conversation with Shang, he had actually joined him. Are you sure? Duke Whirlwind asked. You were always so against it. George nodded. That was because I had become complacent without realizing it. I valued my safety and ego above my power. George looked at Chang. Seeing him reach my power in only 15 years opened my eyes to my stagnating life. The time to stay on the sidelines has passed. If I want to progress further on the path to power, I need to be willing to risk my life again. Duke Orlin could only sigh when he heard that. He had been with George the longest, and he felt pity when he saw that George had essentially stopped growing. However, he never commented on it. He didn't want to hurt George's feelings. That's good to hear, Duke Orlin said. This also makes it easier for me. To be frank, I really don't enjoy lying to you, George, but you know why I'm doing it. George nodded. I know. If you tell me everything, I will inevitably be drawn into the conflict. You were only respecting my choice. It's good that you know, Duke Orlin said. Then, he looked at Chang. So, what have you already told him? Everything you know, Chang said. Then, he looked at Duke Orlin. And more. This made Duke Orlin raise an eyebrow. Sure, he was pretty certain that Chang hadn't told him everything about what had happened to him, but that was normal. Everyone had some secrets they wanted to keep hidden. However, acknowledging it openly was weird and a bit hurtful. It was like talking to a friend and telling them that they were not their best friend and that they had a much better friend. That's understandable, Duke Orlin said without the atmosphere becoming awkward. He is your teacher, after all. Chang only sighed, and Duke Orlin noticed that the atmosphere shifted suddenly. And now, I, or more precisely we, will be telling you these things as well, Chang said. Duke Orlin raised an eyebrow and looked at the two of them. Okay, and what's the occasion? We need your help, George said. I'm taking it that this help will not be of easy and simple kind, yes? Duke Orlin asked. You might lose your life, George said. Duke Orlin's eyes narrowed a bit. He was constantly under the threat of losing his life, but he knew George. If George phrased it like that, it meant that this would be far more dangerous than Duke Orlin's current situation. Is that why you decided to join me? To repay me for the favor? Gerald asked. No, George said. I genuinely realized what's wrong with me, and I realize now that I need a true ally, not just a friend. Duke Orlin looked at George closely to make sure that he wasn't lying or obfuscating the truth. All right, what is this favor? As soon as Duke Orlin asked, George pushed over the book of the star map. Read it, he said. Duke Orlin looked at the book with furrowed brows. Then, he opened it and read it. Due to his powerful mind, Duke Orlin read it far faster than George. The more Duke Orlin read, the wider his eyes got. This was ridiculous. The concepts in here were so ethereal, massive, and advanced that Duke Orlin would refuse to believe that such a technique existed if he wasn't reading and understanding it at this very moment. After Duke Orlin had read it, he put the book down. It was like his world had undergone upheaval. How could something this advanced exist? And, even more, how could something that advanced be specifically for physical fighters? Weren't mages supposed to be the strongest and most advanced kinds of people? But then, Duke Orlin remembered that powerful mage that had thrown the stormy glow like it had been a child. Right, even though I've never seen anything like it, there could be far stronger and more advanced techniques outside this place, Duke Orlin thought. Is this a technique from the outside? Duke Orlin asked, trying to find the right word. Kind of, Chang answered. It comes from a very distant past when physical fighters were just as powerful as the mages. If anyone else had said this to Duke Orlin, he wouldn't believe them. However, he knew Chang and George. Additionally, he had seen the star map with his own eyes. And how did you come by this technique from the past? Duke Orlin asked. Chang and George shared a look. Then, Chang looked back at Duke Orlin. What we are going to tell you now is the truth, and it will sound ridiculous. However, I can assure you that we are not lying. It will also answer many open questions you have about us but don't want to ask. Duke Orlin wasn't sure how he should feel about Chang's warning. Additionally, Duke Orlin noticed that Chang had said we instead of I. This meant that the two of them were potentially connected on an even deeper level than just teacher and student. Let me finish everything before you ask any questions, okay? Chang said. Duke Orlin furrowed his brows. All right. Then, Chang began. I received the star map from the god of this world. Chapter 406, The Truth. The things Duke Orlin heard Chang talk about were unbelievable. They almost sounded like ramblings or fever dreams of religious zealot. However, Chang wasn't talking about this so-called god with respect, which gave this entire conversation a more realistic feel to it. It took a long time for Chang to finish retelling his story and all the details he hadn't told Duke Orlin yet. Of course, Chang kept his true connection with the abomination still a secret from both of them. After Chang was done, Duke Orlin only looked at the two of them with a complex expression. If he didn't know them very well, he would believe that they were crazy. Several seconds of silence passed. Do you have any additional proof, aside from the star map? He asked. Our weapons, Chang said. At that moment, the gigantic sword began to hover in the air. As I said, they are alive, Chang said. You can check if we are using any form of mod to remotely make them do that. We don't know enough about magic to fool your senses. Duke Orlin kept looking at the hovering sword and tried his very best to feel any kind of mod to leave Chang's body to manipulate the weapon. Weapons weren't alive. They couldn't just do things of their own accord. However, no matter how much Duke Orlin looked, he simply saw no indication of Chang manipulating his weapon. Duke Orlin had seen Gerald's spear levitate a couple of times, but he had simply assumed that this was something warriors could do at the true path stage. He hadn't even thought about his weapon being alive. I can also show you proof of my inner world, Chang said. Chang took off one of his space rings and showed it to Duke Orlin. Focus on it, he said. Duke Orlin looked at the space ring. Chang. And suddenly, the space ring was gone. Duke Orlin's eyes opened widely. He was certain that these two didn't have the magical knowledge to just make a space ring disappear right in front of him without any sign. And putting a space ring into another space ring was impossible. Even more, Chang and George didn't even have any other space rings on them. What's the limit of your inner world? Duke Orlin asked. There is no limit, Chang said. The only two requirements are that I can only store dead things and things that I can lift. Duke Orlin rubbed his chin and thought. Chang. Then, a massive piece of ore appeared in front of him. It was nearly 2 cubic meters big. You can lift that, right? He asked. Chang. The piece of ore vanished without a problem. Duke Orlin had felt no mana or force interact with the ore, but it still vanished. Even more, he had put a small tracking magic circle on it. Even if it were inside a space ring, he would still be able to feel its whereabouts. But it had just vanished. It was like it no longer existed. By now, it became very difficult for Duke Orlin to deny the truth. There was too much evidence. Duke Orlin looked at the ceiling for a while, unsure of what this meant for the world. There had been powerful physical fighters in the past. This entire world is just entertainment for some god. It was difficult to take in. After a minute of silence, Duke Orlin sighed. You can keep the ore, he said. It was the special commander stage ore you asked for. There's currently a tracking magic circle on it, but as soon as you melt it down, it will vanish. Then, Duke Orlin looked at sword. Although, it probably won't be molten down but consumed. I mean, your weapon is alive, apparently. Chang was happy to hear that this was the entropy ore he desperately needed. He quickly summoned the ore and put it beside him. Then, Duke Orlin saw sword hover over the ore and stab into it. It was like the ore didn't exist for it. And then, Duke Orlin saw the ore shrink. By now, he had accepted that Chang and George were telling the truth, but it was still weird to see a living weapon that absorbed metal. I always wondered which smith could make a weapon for the true path stage, George, Duke Orlin said as he looked at the spear behind George. Now, you know, George said. Duke Orlin nodded, and his gaze went to the book on the table. And this is the reason why you're telling me all of this, right? He asked. It was his idea, George said, glancing at Chang. I didn't want to share all of this, but he made me realize that it's better this way. Duke Orlin wordlessly took the book into his hands again and leafed through it. We need King Thunder's permission, Duke Orlin said neutrally. Yes, George said. And you couldn't find a way to get hold of him, which was why you came to me, Duke Orlin added. Yes, Chang said, and we couldn't find a reasonable explanation for the technique's origins. At that point, Duke Orlin's right eyebrow rose, and he looked at Chang. Really? Chang and George were a bit surprised by Duke Orlin's surprise. Yes, Chang answered. Duke Orlin only looked with skepticism at Chang and George. What do you think I thought when I first looked at the technique? Chang and George remained silent for about a second. Then, George frowned as Chang put his right hand to his face in embarrassment. How hadn't they thought of that? Duke Orlin only chuckled when he saw their reactions. Well, you two are not used to lying, Duke Orlin said. From the outside, Chang said with a voice that showed that he thought of himself as an idiot. I got this technique from a powerful mage from the outside, Chang repeated. Duke Orlin chuckled again. There's your origin, he said with a smile. Duke Orlin closed the book and held it in his right hand. This technique will cause a major upheaval in the entire Sith Thunder kingdom. Basically, no one knows about the outside world. Everyone believes that the abyss at the edges of the outer zones is the end of the world. Introducing this technique will reveal the outer world to everyone, and things will change. Even more, we know that the truly powerful mages know about us. After all, one of them literally threw his own beast away 10 years ago. A lot of questions will be asked. Questions like, where are we? Why are we here? Why are the kings the most powerful mages when there are so many stronger ones outside? I can tell you for a fact that the council will do their absolute best to stop us. This is not like the bloodline infusion in the least. This is far greater. The members of the council might come personally to kill us when no one is around. Shang and George had anticipated something like that, but they hadn't fully realized that even the council might appear personally. One had to remember that every member of the council was a late high mage, at least. Do you have a solution? Shang asked. Duke Whirlwind leaned back and rubbed his chin in thought. I can see why you said that this might be very dangerous to me, he said. But then, Duke Whirlwind smirked. But I think I got this. Chapter 407, Asking King Sith Thunder. What brings you before us today, Gerald? Duke Whirlwind performed a short envelope bow in front of King Sith Thunder, who currently sat on his throne with an interested gleam in his eyes. On the left side of the room was the council, while the Archduke was on the right side. Duke Whirlwind stood in front of the throne together with Shang and George. King Sith Thunder, Council, Archduke, Duke Whirlwind said as he summoned several books. Please look at these books. After that, the three books floated over to the present people, who looked at the books with furrowed brows. For a while, silence fell over the palace as everyone was entranced in reading. Ha ha ha. King Sith Thunder was the first to finish reading due to his powerful mind, and he burst out laughing. Meanwhile, the council's eyes widened more and more as rage, fear, and frustration became visible in them. Outrageous. Blasphemy. This must be a trick by the Magic Purity Kingdom. This would destroy millennia of hard fought peace. Obviously, the council very quickly protested. Gerald, the Archduke suddenly said with a relatively calm voice. You did well bringing us this dangerous weapon. I assume you already took care of all the people that have come into contact with this. Duke Whirlwind didn't answer. The Archduke looked at Duke Whirlwind with furrowed brows. She had just given him the possibility to correct the course of his action. As long as he said that he was handing it over, he didn't need to die. The council kept shouting, and some of them even destroyed the books in anger. This was blasphemy. This would overturn the natural order of things. Mages were chosen by the world to be the most powerful existences. It had always been like this, and it will always be like this. Gerald. The hall fell into silence as King Sith Thunder spoke. What do you plan on doing with this star map? He asked with a smirk. Duke Whirlwind only smiled politely. That, of course, depends on your judgment, my king. I bring this technique before you today so that you may decide what we all should do with it. King Sith Thunder leaned back on his throne. Then, he looked to his right at the council. Any opinions, council? Destroy it, the head of the council answered coldly. The four others beside her nodded in agreement. Destroy it and get rid of everyone who knows about it, she said. King Sith Thunder only smirked. You want me to kill you? He asked. A shiver ran down the council head's back. Excuse me, my king, she quickly said. I have phrased my statement incorrectly. What I meant to say is that every trace of this blasphemous technique ought to be eradicated. Naturally, this does not include the people present in this hall. Everyone in here is loyal to our king. What are the reasons for this decision? King Sith Thunder asked. Instability, the head of the council said. Our internal conflict makes the Sith Thunder kingdom more resilient, but having too much conflict will make it unstable. Introducing this technique to the public will allow the warriors to close the gap between them and us, and after years of being on the weaker side, they will get lost in what it means to be responsible for your power. A war between the warriors and mages will occur, and this war will only occur inside the Sith Thunder kingdom, allowing our true enemies to attack us. For the safety of the Sith Thunder kingdom, we can't allow this technique to be released to the public. King Sith Thunder's expression didn't change, and he looked to his left at the Archduke. What do you think, Miriam? The Archduke seemed calm. I think this is a trick of the Magic Purity Kingdom's king, she said. The existence of this technique makes no sense. Mages have ruled supreme over these lands for thousands upon thousands of years, and we mages have not managed to create something this advanced while being the strongest and most intelligent. I believe the Magic Purity Kingdom has created this star map to corrupt our warriors. Practicing it might change the warriors' perception and see the mages as their enemies, creating a civil war within the kingdom. I also believe that this technique can't accomplish what it promises to accomplish. There are only two true half-stage warriors in the world, and it's impossible to create something like this without looking at thousands of them. There is simply no way to create something this advanced. King Sith Thunder only rubbed his chin with a smirk. Obviously, he found the current situation very interesting and amusing. Gerald, King Sith Thunder said as he looked at Duke Whirlwind. What are the origins of the star map? Duke Whirlwind smiled politely and looked over at Shang. He was the one that brought it to me. It might be better if he tells you where he got it from. Everyone's gaze focused on Shang, and he felt quite a bit of pressure. It wasn't as bad as the last time he was here, but it was still a lot of pressure. King Sith Thunder looked at Shang with interest. He remembered his warrior. Tell us, Shang, King Sith Thunder commanded. Shang stepped forward and performed a short envelope bow. In order to tell you of the origins of the technique, I have to tell you about my 10 years stay in the Grand Mountain Kingdom. When they heard that, the council furrowed their brows. Obviously, they didn't know the whereabouts of some random warrior, but the fact that Shang had been in an enemy kingdom for over 10 years was concerning. The possibility of the star map being a trap by the enemy increased. Tell us, King Sith Thunder said as he leaned back on his throne again. Shang nodded and began narrating his tale. When the Storm Eagle attacked the Black Building, Shang fell into it and entered a portal. After that, he met a truly powerful mage that forcefully teleported him away. He's lying, the head of the council said. Mages can't teleport others. The other members agreed. However, there was an interested gleam in King Sith Thunder's eyes. Describe the mage's appearance. Shang did just that, and after he was finished, King Sith Thunder grinned. Did she wear some special ornaments or armor? Shang shook his head. No, she was dressed in plain purple robes. King Sith Thunder nodded. Shang. Suddenly, an image appeared in front of King Sith Thunder. Even though King Sith Thunder didn't have a lot of affinity, controlling the light mana enough to create an image wasn't difficult for him. Even adepts could do that as long as they had a lot of affinity. One had to remember that one could technically control all kinds of mana. An affinity was just that, an affinity. Of course, controlling the kind of mana one had no affinity for took maybe hundreds if not thousands of times more practice. The image depicted a woman with silver hair and silver armor. There were wings made of lightning on her back, and she carried a spear. Is that her? King Sith Thunder asked. As soon as Shang saw the image, his right eye widened in shock. Yes, that's her, Shang said in surprise. How did King Sith Thunder know her? Chapter 408, Deliberation. King Sith Thunder only continued smirking. You've been quite lucky to catch a glimpse of her in real life. I still didn't have the pleasure, he said. The council, the Archduke, Duke Whirlwind, and George were all shocked. The first two were shocked since King Sith Thunder had basically confirmed that Shang wasn't lying, while the second two were shocked that King Sith Thunder actually knew this powerful mage. She's the Starlight Queen, King Sith Thunder said. The council furrowed their brows. They hadn't heard of such a queen before. But when Shang heard the word queen, he realized the deeper meaning. The meaning of king and queen in the outside world was different from here. Here, being a king meant having a kingdom. But on the outside, it represented a realm. For a short moment, Shang wrung with himself. Should he ask or not? In the end, he decided to ask. Queen, as in like the Ice King, he asked. The council grew more confused. They also didn't know of an Ice King. A look of interest and surprise entered King Sith Thunder's eyes. Can you describe this Ice King to me? He asked. Shang nodded and described the appearance of the Ice King, the powerful lion he had fought. Interesting, King Sith Thunder said after listening to Shang. You seem to have come in contact with quite some high-ranking existences. Yes, Queen, as in similar to the Ice King. Shang knew what that meant. This meant that the Starlight Queen was one of the most powerful mages in the entire world. Continue, King Sith Thunder said. I'm interested in your story now. Shang didn't dare to ask how King Sith Thunder knew of the Starlight Queen and the Ice King. Over the next couple of minutes, Shang told him about what he had experienced in the Grand Mountain Kingdom. Naturally, he didn't go into detail on the unimportant parts. It was a shortened version of what Shang had told the Inquisitor. But there was one addition. One day, Shang was visited by an extremely powerful and mysterious man who took an interest in him due to his battle strength as a mere physique. King Sith Thunder asked for a description of the man, and Shang described the god. Shang never spoke of the truth regarding the god's existence and only called him a mysterious but powerful man. He doesn't sound familiar, King Sith Thunder said. Shang nodded. He had already expected that. There was probably not a single person alive aside from Shang, George, and Duke Whirlwind who knew of the god. Oh, and that one mage in the Magic Purity Kingdom. Shang told King Sith Thunder how that man had put him through a trial. He had to fight several beasts to prove his power. At one point, after Shang had defeated a blue lioness, the powerful man told Shang that the species was made of the Ice King. Sadly, he couldn't get one of the Ice King's children to fight Shang. And after I defeated the lioness, he handed me the star map, Shang said. He said he is interested in seeing the warriors become more powerful. He called the current state of affairs boring. I've been using this technique for a couple of years now, and it has helped me immensely in my progress. I don't think it is fake, Shang said. Right now, the council was frustrated and confused. They had never heard of these kinds of existences. Interesting, King Thunder said as he looked at the book in his hands. It seems like someone that shouldn't have gotten involved got involved. King Thunder remained quiet for a couple of seconds while contemplating something. I can tell you all that this technique is genuine, he said. When the council heard that, it was like their world had broken down. It was actually real. But how? At that moment, King Thunder's smirk returned. After all, this isn't the only star map. At that moment, Shang, George, and Duke Whirlwind also looked at King Thunder in shock. It isn't. Duke Whirlwind asked. King Thunder nodded. Yes, but I can't elaborate on it right now. The book in King Thunder's hand vanished as he looked at the people in his hall. The meeting ends now, he said. I can't make a decision on this matter at this very moment. Let's just say it needs further deliberation. None of the people present were happy about hearing this. The council wanted to ban that technique and kill everyone that knew about it, while the three visitors wanted to know if they could survive or not. After all, if the technique was regarded as forbidden or something similar, Shang and George might very well lose their lives. However, none of them dared to object. Until I say otherwise, Shang, George, and Gerald are not to be attacked, King Thunder said as he looked at the council. The council politely bowed to the king. Then, King Thunder looked at the three visitors. You may leave. I will let Gerald know about my decision. Thank you, King Thunder, the three of them said with a respectful bow. The group dispersed, leaving King Thunder alone inside his halls. For several minutes, King Thunder only continued sitting on his throne. Eventually, he left his castle and walked over to a nearby hill. He sat down and looked at his kingdom for a while. Then, he took out a communication crystal that looked very different from the normal ones. It was purple, and there was a lightning bolt in the middle of it. You might want to come here for a second, he said. I found something very interesting. King Thunder put the crystal away again and looked at the Thunder Zone. A couple of minutes later, someone landed a couple of meters away from him. Is there anything you need? The supervisor asked with a bored tone. He wasn't a big fan of going somewhere just because one of his employees wanted him to come. However, King Thunder never contacted him, which meant that this had to be something important. King Thunder didn't look at him and only summoned a book. Then, he threw it over. Look what I found floating around in my kingdom, he said. The supervisor looked at the book with furrowed brows and read it. After just a short moment, his eyebrows rose in surprise. Someone adapted the star map for physics. Chapter 409, Going up the ranks. The supervisor looked at the star map for a while longer, trying to understand who had adapted it to physics and why. This isn't something that could be created by someone from this area, the supervisor said. Even I would need thousands of true half-stage warriors and hundreds if not thousands of years of research. I doubt that a high mage or even an archmage could create something like that. King Thunder didn't look at the supervisor. I also can't find out who made this copy. Apparently, it's the original. The supervisor analyzed the book and realized that he also couldn't tell anything about the creator. Every book must have been written by someone, and they must have left a piece of their unique aura behind. One could find out a bit about their temperament, their power, their affinity, and a couple of other things just by analyzing the book. Of course, the amount of information one could find out depended on the powers of the writer and the analyzer. Same for me, the supervisor said with a frown. I can't tell anything about the person that made the copy. Where did you get it from? One of the warriors in my kingdom said that they got it from a powerful mage that made him go through several trials. Only when he proved that he could win against an Icelandic one level above him did he get the book, King Thunder answered. Oh, the supervisor uttered. That's very impressive prophecy. It seems the area has done its duty, even if it is in a direction that might not be too desirable. He wants to publish this technique to every warrior, King Thunder said. The supervisor frowned as he looked at the star map for a while longer. Well, the normal star map isn't available in this area for a reason. Logically, this one also shouldn't be allowed to spread in here according to the rules, the supervisor answered. However, not even I know of this particular star map. Additionally, I don't know who created it. A couple of seconds of silence and deliberation passed. I have to ask the manager for advice, the supervisor said. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. King Thunder didn't answer. After the supervisor realized that King Thunder didn't answer him, he left with the book without saying anything. King Thunder only continued sitting on the hill, looking at his kingdom. A small grin could be seen on his face. Meanwhile, the supervisor flew over to his home in the Magic Purity Kingdom and took out a communication crystal that looked just like King Thunder's. Yes, what do you need? Said a voice coming out from the communication crystal. Sir, a star map adapted to physics has appeared in Area 23, the supervisor said. A star map adapted to physics, the voice asked with a bit of surprise. Correct, sir, the supervisor said. For a while, nothing came out of the communication crystal. Do you have the original? The manager asked. Yes, the supervisor answered. I'll be there in 2 hours. Thank you, sir, the supervisor said. The connection of the communication crystal was cut, and the supervisor only waited in silence. Bang. About 2 hours later, a golden lightning bolt hit the ground in front of the supervisor, and a man in pure golden armor appeared. He had silver hair and seemed to only be about 20 years old. The supervisor handed over the book to the manager, who read and fully understood it in barely 20 seconds. Then, the manager frowned just like the supervisor when he had read through the star map. I can't tell anything about the creator of this book, the manager said. The supervisor looked with shock at the manager. Even the manager couldn't. But the manager was an illustrious mage lord, and he was a fully fledged member of the Lightning Manor. Sir, what do we do with the technique? The supervisor asked. Tell me how this technique appeared in Area 23 first, the manager ordered. The supervisor quickly recounted everything King Thunder had told him. That mage doesn't sound familiar, the manager said. This technique must have been created by a mage lord, at the least, and I know a lot of them. However, I've never heard of someone that has such an eccentric appearance. A mage lord, the supervisor asked with a bit of surprise. He had thought that some special technique had been used to hide who had written that book. He hadn't expected that a mage lord would be part of this. Most mage lords followed one of the emperors, and only a select few were unaffiliated. If this specific mage lord were unaffiliated, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, if one of the affiliated mage lords interfered with the areas under the Lightning Manor's jurisdiction, this could become an international incident. The manager nodded. I can't make a judgment on the technique until we know where it comes from and who created it, he said. I'll have to ask the reconnaissance general. The Starlight Queen, the supervisor asked in shock. When he had gotten a hold of the technique, he would have never expected it to even reach the Starlight Queen's size. This was only some technique for commander stage warriors. I'll contact you when I know more, the manager said. Bang. And with an explosion of golden lightning, he vanished. The supervisor only looked with surprise at the place where the manager had just been. The only thing he could do now was to do it. This was now in the hands of people far outside his realm. Meanwhile, a golden lightning bolt shot with unimaginable speed past the sky. With this speed, it would barely take a minute to travel from the southern edge of the Thunder Kingdom to the northern edge of the Black Shadow Kingdom. It was ridiculously fast. About 2 hours later, the lightning bolt shot further up into the sky. It had already been flying far above a layer of clouds, but a second layer of clouds appeared above it. The clouds were far darker, and they were filled with lightning. Luckily, the manager knew this area very well, and he got past the dangerous bolts in just a couple of minutes. Eventually, the manager appeared above a layer of clouds and landed in front of an unimaginably big castle. He walked past the entrance, greeting the guards that were on duty, and directly walked along the biggest hallway. Just before the biggest door, the manager took a turn and walked to the left into a smaller hallway. A couple of kilometers further, he entered another hallway to his right, which led into yet another hallway. Some more kilometers further, he went to the left again and then stopped at a door to the left. He waited in front of the door for a couple of seconds without doing anything. Then, the door opened on its own, and he stepped inside. The manager entered an area that looked a bit like an office from Earth. There were plenty of desks, and the manager could even see a couple of mage lords going through several documents. Mage lords were the lowest ranking people in the Lightning Manor, barely good enough to handle some documents. Luckily, as the manager of the development areas of the Lightning Manor, the manager was of a higher ranking than these mere document processors. The manager entered and walked past all the working mage lords until he arrived in front of a desk at the end of the room. It looked just like any other desk, but the person sitting and working there couldn't be compared to everyone else in the room. Is there something to report? The Starlight Queen asked in a professional tone that hid her boredom. Yes, my lady, the manager said with the highest respect. The Starlight Queen was one of the most powerful people in the entire world. She was the general of the Lightning Manor's reconnaissance division, essentially ruling over a quarter of all its forces. She was responsible for managing all developing areas and all the information gathering for the Lightning Manor. The manager took out the star map and respectfully handed it over. This arrived in Area 23, and I can't discern any information about the creator of the technique or the writer of the book. This piqued the Starlight Queen's interest, and she looked at the book. The book opened and immediately closed again. She had read and understood the entire thing just by doing that. Then, she looked at the book with furrowed brows, just like the supervisor and the manager had done. Me neither, she commented. The manager nearly hit the floor. Chapter 410, Good Times. The manager couldn't believe what he was hearing. He had already been surprised that he couldn't glean any information from the book, but it was something completely different if not even the Starlight Queen could do so. What should we do, my lady? The manager asked. The Starlight Queen looked at the book for a while longer. Tell me where that technique comes from. The manager quickly told her everything he had heard from the supervisor. The Starlight Queen muttered after hearing everything. Getting a nice lioness from the Ice King's domain is not an easy feat. It had either been captured by a very weak force that didn't enter the Ice King's eyes or someone above his power. Additionally, I believe that the person had disguised themselves, which is why they don't feel familiar, she added. My lady, what if the small warrior that got that book was lying? The manager asked. No, he wasn't, the Starlight Queen said with confidence. This confused the manager a bit. When the Starlight Queen saw the manager's confusion, she explained. Mage Kings have a deeper connection to the world and reality itself. What you have spoken about resonates with reality. There are some obfuscations, but the retelling of a mage's identity rings true with reality. That's how I know that the warrior didn't lie about the identity of a mage. Thank you for explaining, my lady, the manager said respectfully. The Starlight Queen looked at the book for a bit longer. What should we do now? The manager asked nervously. After looking at the book some more, the Starlight Queen sighed. I have to ask the custodian, she said. The manager's heart shook. The custodian. He was a mysterious yet very friendly man. Not much was known about him. However, he was one of the absolutely most powerful mage kings in the entire world. The legends even said that he could become an emperor if he chose to. The custodian was the second highest ranking member in the entire Lightning Manor, a power that ruled over about 10% of the entire world. You can leave, the Starlight Queen said. I will inform you on how to proceed. Yes, thank you, my lady, the manager said before walking out of the office. The Starlight Queen continued looking at the book for a while, but she just couldn't glean any additional information from it. That frustrated her quite a bit. Did one of the other emperors personally interfere? She thought with doubt. I don't think so. There was basically no attempt to conceal the star map. Additionally, why would an emperor be interested in creating some orifices in the fourth realm? That would have no impact on anything. After a while, the Starlight Queen stood up and left the office as well. She walked past the small corridor and entered a gigantic door. Now, she was inside a humongous and grand hall with no people inside. She walked through the hall until she arrived in front of two small doors. She went to the door on the right and pressed a button. A small bell rang inside the room behind the small door. A couple of seconds later, a meticulously dressed man opened the door and looked at the Starlight Queen with a polite smile. Good evening, Sarah. How has the year been treating you? Wester, the butler and custodian, asked. Thank you for asking, sir. This year has been very smooth, the Starlight Queen said. Good to hear, Wester said. Now, what brings you here this evening? The Starlight Queen summoned the book and respectfully handed it over. This appeared in Area 23, and I can't glean any information about who wrote it from it, she said. Wester uttered with a bit of amusement. That's quite rare. You're normally so astute and knowledgeable. I'm sorry, sir, the Starlight Queen said. Wester chuckled a bit. I'm only joking, Sarah. Don't take it too hard. You're doing an amazing job. Thank you, sir, the Starlight Queen said with utter respect. Wester slowly leafed through the book. It was almost like he was reading it like a common person from a village. After a while, a small smirk appeared on his face. Ah, that explains it, he said. The aura faded with time. The Starlight Queen's eyes opened widely. It faded. How old is this book? At least 300,000 years old, Wester said. 300,000 years, the Starlight Queen repeated in shock. Wester nodded. At least, Wester repeated. It might have even come from before the Mage God's time. The Mage God. The Mage God was just an ancient legend. It was said that, in the past, every path was equal in power. That was, until the Mage God appeared. The Mage God was the reason why the mages were as powerful as they were today. Most mages that heard the story would only believe it to be some fairy tale. After all, how could physicists, summoners, or whatever have ever reached the power of the mages? They were all just too weak. However, the Starlight Queen knew that it was real. Your mastery over time is still something that needs some work, Sarah, Wester said. By using some of the powers of time, we can recover the lost aura from the book. Grey light appeared around the book, but nothing seemed to happen for a while. But a couple of seconds later, the Starlight Queen noticed that something had appeared on the book. It was an aura. After it appeared, she could immediately tell who had created it. There was a certain tranquility to the aura, but it also hid deep violence. There was arrogance, but also a drive to be peaceful and humble. They were very contradicting traits. The person's affinity was definitely fire, but they also had some mastery over earth and water. She could also tell that the person was at the level of a mage lord when they created that technique, far below her current power. However, there was something very weird about the aura. It somehow felt very different from all the other auras the Starlight Queen had ever felt. It felt very alien. Wester uttered with a bit of positive surprise. It's a weapon master's aura. A weapon master, the Starlight Queen asked with confusion. Wester nodded. They were one of the most powerful people before the Mage God's time. They focused on fighting with weapons, and they relied heavily on their body's power. The Starlight Queen's eyes widened in surprise again. But the power I can feel from the aura on the book rivals the aura of a mage lord. Does that mean that? Wester nodded. Correct, he said as he closed the book. It comes from a time before the Mage God. That means it's, at least, 500,000 years old, right? She asked in surprise. Wester nodded. At least. Could be more. It was hard for the Starlight Queen to come to grips with that. 500,000 years. This book was over 500,000 years old. How did it even stay in one piece for so long? What should we do with it? The Starlight Queen asked. You mean regarding Area 23? Wester asked. The Starlight Queen nodded. I don't think it's a big problem if we release it to the public, Wester said. I wouldn't have an issue with it spreading. However, Wester added as a small smile appeared on his face. The master might be interested in looking at this book. He likes to revisit old memories. I might as well ask him what to do while I give it to him as a pleasant surprise. The Starlight Queen couldn't become more shocked. The old master. This book that appeared in one of her areas would even reach the Lightning Emperor. Please give me a couple of minutes, Wester said politely. I'll tell you how we will proceed soon. Yes, sir, thank you, sir, the Starlight Queen said politely. Wester nodded, left his room, and went through the small door beside the one that led to his room. He walked through a very long corridor for quite a while until he reached a small wooden door. He knocked politely but entered quickly after. The Lightning Emperor always told him that he shouldn't knock, but Wester, as the custodian and butler, felt it to be appropriate, which was why he was doing so regardless. When Wester entered, he saw an old man slowly reading through an old book. Wester, what brings you here? The Lightning Emperor asked with a peaceful smile. Wester slowly took out the book and held it in his right hand. The Lightning Emperor looked over, and when he saw the book, his eyes widened a bit in pleasant surprise. That's a weapon master's star map, he said. Then, his eyebrows rose a bit further. Is that the original copy? The book floated over to the Lightning Emperor, and he looked at it. Sure enough, that's the Tranquil Hammer Lord's aura, he said. He was the one that made the technique back then. A bit later, one of the books flew down from the gigantic bookshelf. It was identical to the book that Wester had brought with him. The Lightning Emperor's eyes grew distant as old memories resurfaced. I met him once, you know, he said. Then, he released a humorous chuckle. I still remember why he created this technique. He was always someone that acted very peaceful, but if you angered him in any way, he would never forget it and retaliate. But the funny thing is that he wouldn't attack you. After all, he was doing his best to keep his wildly prideful personality away from others. One of his rivals once taunted him about his disciples. He said that the Tranquil Hammer Lord was powerful but that he couldn't teach any of his disciples. The Tranquil Hammer Lord took it personally and went on to create this technique. And sure enough, after he made it, every other weapon lord, including the one that taunted him, came to him to ask for it. The Tranquil Hammer Lord gave everyone a copy, but he specifically created it so that the one lord that taunted him couldn't properly use it. It was quite a spectacle back then. The Lightning Emperor looked at the ceiling with a smile on his face. Good times. Chapter 411, Lucius. The Lightning Emperor told Wester a bit more about the old times. Wester wasn't particularly interested, but he still listened intently. By the way, where did you get this book from? The Lightning Emperor asked. Not even I have an original. Someone handed this book to a talented warrior in Area 23, Wester said. Oh, I wonder where they got it from, the Lightning Emperor said. Who gave the warrior this book? Wester told everything he had heard from the Starlight Queen to the Lightning Emperor. The Lightning Emperor knew that the description of that person fit with reality. With his power, it wasn't very hard to discern truth from falsehood. Interesting, he said. Then, the Lightning Emperor closed his eyes for a couple of seconds. There are about 2 mages that fit the description, but they haven't been to Area 23 in the recent 100 years, the Lightning Emperor said. In just a mere couple of seconds, the Lightning Emperor had looked through his entire territory and had read everyone's aura. Additionally, he had read the past of the 2 mages. Sadly, this didn't work for finding the Child of Calamity. Maybe if they became more powerful and unleashed their calamity affinity, this could become a possibility. But as it stood now, there were simply too many people to look through. Yes, he managed to look through everyone, but he only looked at the ancestral mages and more powerful, and he only looked at their general auras. If he wanted to find the Child of Calamity like this, he would need to look through everyone and deeply analyze their affinities. The affinity of the Child of Calamity looked like fire, ice, darkness, or light affinity at a cursory glance. Only when a powerful mage looked very closely or administered a bloodline test would he be able to identify the Child of Calamity. Do you want me to investigate? Wester asked. No, it's fine, the Lightning Emperor said with a smile. It's been a long time since the purge, and I was never a great fan of it. In actuality, I feel quite a bit of regret. Wasn't it the mage god's degree? Wester asked. Well, the Lightning Emperor said slowly. Kind of, but not really. Wester raised an eyebrow in suspicion. The Lightning Emperor laughed a bit in embarrassment and rubbed the back of his neck. Well, you see, when Lucius defeated the Grand Master of Weapons, he got really angry. He went into the fight with absolute confidence, but his overconfidence nearly cost him his life. He had severely underestimated the Grand Master of Weapons. And after winning, he ordered us in anger to never allow another emperor from any other path to rise again. After overcoming his last opponent, he quickly focused on achieving his goal and left our world. You know, he wanted to fix the issue with the abominations, which was his very reason for going this far in the first place. The plague of the abominations was far worse back then. We even saw some king abominations from time to time. But after Lucius left, the threat of the abominations diminished to a pitiful annoyance it is today. As for his last degree, I think everyone went a bit overboard, the Lightning Emperor said with an embarrassed smile. Wester thought about the ridiculous weak other paths and called the Lightning Emperor's words an understatement. That was not a bit overboard. You never told me, Wester said. The Lightning Emperor laughed with embarrassment again. I mean, it's kind of embarrassing. Lucius only told us to stop other emperors from rising, but things turned out this way. Back then, we feared that some hidden king might become an emperor, so we killed all the kings and their inheritances. After that, things basically happened on their own. The mage kings were interested in the other kings and lords' possessions, and the mage lords were interested in the possessions of the ancestrals. That continued until only the weakest people of every path were left, and since everyone heard Lucius agree, they burned all the inheritances they found to show their loyalty. I feel a bit bad about the other paths losing all their inheritances, so why not allow a small resurgence, the Lightning Emperor said. And a degree, Wester asked. Wouldn't the current situation suit the mage god? After all, he ordered that no other emperors are allowed to exist. The Lightning Emperor chuckled a bit. Lucius was a very heated fellow. I can't count the times he shouted or ordered something in anger just to apologize to us a couple of days later and rescind the orders. I'm pretty sure this would have gone the same way if he remained in this world for longer. He probably would have said that we didn't need to be this brutal and that we should only be careful that they don't take their revenge on us. When Lucius was angry, he could go on a killing spree, but after he calmed down, he was always embarrassed about his actions. He was a weird guy. The Lightning Emperor's eyes grew distant as a content smile appeared on his face. But he was our leader, and we would have followed him everywhere. A couple of seconds of silence passed. What about the star map? Wester asked. It appeared in a development area, and its appearance might break the equilibrium. Oh, right, the Lightning Emperor said. I totally forgot the reason why you even came here. Just introduce our star map to them as well. Of course, we only give them access to the one for true mages. We don't want to go overboard, the Lightning Emperor said. The star map floated over to Wester, who looked at it with furrowed brows. You don't want to keep it, even though it's an original. No, the Lightning Emperor said. Somehow, this ancient book found its way to a young warrior. I think he should keep the original. Then, the Lightning Emperor grinned a bit. Also, I only need to wait a bit until he dies. Someone in the fourth realm can live for barely a millennium. I can wait that long. Wester pocketed the book and nodded. Where do you think the book came from, sir? It's probably Ron's copy, the Lightning Emperor said. She lost quite a few books in her lifetime. This one probably got sold somewhere as an oddity, and some mage got it. And what about the mage? Wester asked. You couldn't find him. So, the Lightning Emperor said with a chuckle. New spells get invented all the time. It's quite refreshing to get surprised like this. Additionally, they didn't exactly do anything wrong. They just gave someone a technique they thought the person could use. There's no reason to hunt someone down just because they entered one of our development areas and gave someone a technique. We don't need to be that cruel. Wester nodded. Then, I wish you a pleasant evening, sir. Thanks, you too, Wester, the Lightning Emperor said as the book he was reading before Wester's arrival returned to him. Wester left the Lightning Emperor's study and walked back to the Grand Hall. The Starlight Queen was still waiting in front of the 2 small doors when Wester returned. As soon as Wester returned, he summoned 2 books. One of them was Shane's book, while the other one was a modified star map for mages. The new star map will be introduced to Area 23. Do not break the equilibrium. A modified star map for mages will also be introduced, Wester said. The Starlight Queen pocketed the 2 books. And its origin, she asked. Not important, Wester said. The Lightning Emperor didn't deign to pursue the matter. The Starlight Queen bowed politely. She understood the subtle nudge Wester had given her. He had told her not to ask about such things. When the Lightning Emperor spoke, she only needed to know the necessary information. Oh, and make sure that the original copy enters the hands of that one warrior that got it. This is Master's order, Wester said. I will, sir, the Starlight Queen said. Wester nodded. Then, I wish you a pleasant evening, Sarah. Thank you. You too, sir, the Starlight Queen answered. Wester walked back into his room while the Starlight Queen went back to her office. After arriving, she called the manager over, handed him the 2 books, and gave him the instructions Wester had given her. The manager returned to Area 23, handed the books over to the supervisor, and gave him the same instructions. But the supervisor was the first person to do something other than just forwarding the books and instructions. As soon as the 2 books arrived in his hands, he started to produce copies on a massive scale. His superiors wanted these books to be introduced to Area 23. It was his job to do just that. Chapter 412, Distribution. The supervisor created thousands of copies of both books in a matter of minutes. After he was done, he took all the copies and the originals with him and left. A couple of minutes later, he arrived on the hill beside King Sithunder's castle. King Sithunder was still looking at his kingdom. So, King Sithunder asked without looking at the supervisor. The supervisor summoned hundreds of copies of both books and dumped them beside King Sithunder. The star map for warriors will be introduced into the entirety of Area 23. Do not upset the balance. A modified version of the regular star map will also be introduced, the supervisor said. These are the copies for your designated area. I will hand the other copies over to the other 4. The original copy of the star map must go back into the hands of the warrior that received it. That's an order from above, he said. How far above? King Sithunder asked. That's not your concern, the supervisor said. Distribute these copies over your area and give the original copy back to the warrior that brought it. Those are the orders. King Sithunder slowly stood up. Fun. Bang. The supervisor left in an explosion of lightning without saying another word. King Sithunder slowly turned his head to all the books, and a grin appeared on his face. Things are about to become more interesting. It's been getting a bit boring lately. This should shake things up. A couple of days passed. Eventually, the fateful day arrived. King Sithunder was back on his throne, and he looked at the people gathered in front of him. The council was to his right, the Archduke to his left, and all 12 dukes of his kingdom in front of him. He had gathered all of them for this day. A couple of days ago, I received a peculiar technique that allows commander stage warriors to look at and plan their future true path. I'm sure most of you have already heard about it, King Sithunder said. The dukes didn't deny it. Something like this quickly made its rounds through the ranks of powerful mages. I've made my decision, King Sithunder said. Bang. Hundreds of books appeared in the middle of the room, and the dukes felt like their world had broken down. They knew what this meant. Only one duke was happy about the development. The technique will be distributed over the entire kingdom, King Sithunder said. The expressions of the mages looked horrified, frustrated, and even angry. Usually, they would never dare to be angry in front of their king, but they couldn't resist showing their true feelings this time. King Sith Thunder only smirked when he saw their helpless anger. However, there are two more things. You won't like one of them, but the other one will be to your liking. The gathered people looked at King Sith Thunder with hopeful eyes. They hoped that these two things would change the future as it looked right now. Because, as things stood currently, the true half-stage warriors would probably outnumber the high mages 10 to 1 in only a century. Sure, they wouldn't be very threatening, but the sheer number of them was still intimidating. First, the technique will also be distributed over the other 4 kingdoms. The deep shock went through the gathered crowd. What? That would make the other kingdoms even more powerful. Even if they didn't have warriors right now, they would very quickly put a tremendous number of resources into developing warriors. This star map was simply too good to pass up. They would be strengthening all the other kingdoms with this move. Why would King Sith Thunder decide something like this? What? One Duke asked in shock. He knew that asking such a question was a very bad idea, but he just couldn't help himself. What? King Sith Thunder repeated with a smirk. Because I want to. The Duke that had asked the question quickly looked at the ground with a horrified expression. My deepest apologies, my king. I was not in a position to ask such a question. King Sith Thunder could feel the terror that went through all the gathered dukes. The second thing, he said with a smirk. Bang. Another stack of books appeared. This is the same technique but adapted to mages. Silence. Overwhelming silence. All the gathered people were shocked beyond belief. The same technique but for mages. They had already feared the warriors after they received this technique, but if the mages had access to a technique of the same level, they didn't need to fear anything. In fact, the current prosperity of the mage path meant that there would be even more high mages than true path stage warriors. After all, there were far more mages, and everything regarding them was much more advanced. 100 true path warriors in 100 years. They would get over 500 high mages in 100 years. This will also be distributed over all the other kingdoms, King Sith Thunder said. And just like that, their good mood was gone again. From nervousness to fear to happiness to fear again. King Sith Thunder watched everyone's emotions flip again with a smirk. Do you not wish for powerful enemies? He asked. Everyone looked at King Sith Thunder, but no one dared to speak. If there is no one to push you, your power will stagnate, King Sith Thunder said. If there is no danger, there is no motivation to become more powerful. We only grow stronger by having something dangerous chase us. We can get this motivating danger from inside our home or from outside, but I believe that everyone here would rather choose danger from the outside. After all, when the danger is in your home, you have to be careful that you don't destroy it, but if it is outside, you don't need to hold back. Everyone knew what King Sith Thunder meant. He was talking about the hidden and subtle scheming between the different dukes. It was troublesome to all the other dukes with all the rules in place. But when it came to the Magic Purity Kingdom or the Grand Mountain Kingdom, they didn't need to care about these things. I want these two techniques distributed over all cities and towns, King Sith Thunder ordered, and I don't want to see the star map for warriors accidentally vanish. If it isn't distributed to my liking, the responsible duke will be held accountable. Even if it was one of their servants that went against the order. Understood. Yes, my king, everyone echoed. After that, every duke pocketed a portion of the books. Even the council and the archduke took some for themselves. When all the books were stashed away, King Sith Thunder summoned one additional one, which flew over to Duke Whirlwind. Make sure this one enters the hands of Shang, King Sith Thunder transmitted. Apparently, he didn't want to make too much trouble for Shang by telling everyone about it. Yes, my king, Duke Whirlwind answered by voice transmission. You may all leave, King Sith Thunder said. The dukes politely bowed in front of King Sith Thunder one last time and left. Today had been a bittersweet day. The warriors would rise, but so would the mages. Right now, they were not sure of the future. But they were sure of one thing. The future would not be as calm and peaceful as the present. Chapter 413, Side Effects. King Sith Thunder gave his permission to distribute the star map. Duke Whirlwind proclaimed with a victorious smile to George and Shang. He told them all about what had happened and what changes would occur in the next couple of days. However, Shang and George only felt relieved. This made things so much easier. That's good to hear, Duke Whirlwind, Shang said. When Duke Whirlwind heard that, he did a double take. Duke Whirlwind, he asked. Shang raised an eyebrow. Shang, I thought we were closer than that, Duke Whirlwind said. Just call me Gerald. Oh, Shang said. I wasn't sure if that was appropriate. You are no longer subservient to me, Shang, Gerald said. We are on equal footing, and we are working towards the same goal. Our powers might still be quite far away from each other, but it will only be a matter of time. I've seen how determined you are, Shang, and I know that you might become a very warrior to completely close the gap and maybe go even further. Shang wasn't sure what he should say to that. Yes, that was his goal, but it felt a bit weird hearing it come from someone else. It sounded unreal. Gerald, George, and Shang talked for a while longer. They had to plan how to properly distribute the star map and how they should teach the warriors. Thanks to the god, Shang had comprehended the star map in an instant, but for everyone else, learning the star map was definitely not an easy undertaking. Gerald learned it, and it took him about 3 days to master it. That wasn't a lot of time, but one had to remember that Gerald was a late high mage. His mind was beyond powerful. George still hadn't mastered the star map, and according to his estimates, he would need another 3 weeks or so to learn it. They guessed that an average mid-commander stage warrior would probably take several months to a year to learn the star map. They had to create a proper schedule to teach this technique to warriors. Having someone teach someone in person expedited training several fold. In the end, it was decided that George would be the one teaching the warriors after he comprehended the star map himself. Of course, Shang had also been a possibility, but all 3 of them voted against it. Shang was growing very quickly, and forcing him to teach someone else would break his momentum. At such a high level, one didn't count training in hours but in days. People on this level didn't train a couple of hours at a time but several days at a time. Additionally, motivation, inspiration, and creativity came and went at seemingly random times. If one felt particularly motivated to work on one's power, one should take advantage of it. Having Shang focus on something else might break the flow of his training, which would be bad. In comparison to him, George was basically standing still. He was only waiting for Mervin to finally reach the true path stage so that he could create his new and improved path. It wouldn't be a loss if George sacrificed some of his time to teach others. Obviously, Gerald didn't have any time to spare due to his pack schedule, and on top of that, he was a mage. The warriors definitely wouldn't be big fans of having a mage teach them a technique specifically for warriors. After I master the technique, I will teach it to Reynos and Sarin. They will then teach it to the most talented commander stage warriors while I teach it to the other teachers, George said. After that, the teachers can teach the technique to everyone else. Gerald and Shang nodded. Reynos and Sarin would learn the technique very quickly, which made them perfect for passing on the knowledge. The teachers would probably also learn the technique in quite a short amount of time. Everything would go very smoothly. It was almost like running an academy was quite effective at teaching things. I also know the strengthening techniques that the barbarians use, Shang said. We can also teach that. We already know of the technique, George said. Over the years, many barbarians fled to the Sith Thunder Kingdom. We already know the entire thing. Shang raised an eyebrow. And why did we never teach that? Before the invention of the bloodline infusion, George answered, the strengthening technique only worked for the soldier stage, which is basically worthless. After all, we didn't have access to the so-called extension of the Grand Mountain Kingdom. Over the past couple of years, I was also focusing on adapting the barbarian strengthening technique to the bloodline infusion. This was my second big project, the first one being the path reverting. Shang still wasn't quite sure what the problem was. You don't need to adapt it. I've been using it for a decade now, and it works just fine. George and Gerald looked at Shang. Then, George gestured to Gerald to explain things since the issue was more related to the mages. Lack of information, fear, and politics, Shang, Gerald said with a sigh. Shang raised an eyebrow. We only have access to the few barbarians that flee to our kingdom, and we can only listen to their first-hand accounts. We can't actually look into the Grand Mountain Kingdom and see how things really are, making the information foggy and unreliable. So, Shang asked, I've been there for a long time, and I can give you all these things. We know, Gerald said, and your recounting of the events definitely helps. After all, your recounting will be from the viewpoint of a warrior and not from a barbarian. However, that only solves one of the issues, Gerald continued. Another problem is that the council and the other dukes are making problems. They don't want warriors to eat the hearts of beasts. It seemed, and mind upon, very barbaric to them. Okay, Shang said, but the council is already our enemy, just like the other dukes. Gerald nodded. Yes, now they are, and that problem has basically resolved itself. I can introduce a technique immediately, and it wouldn't change. How the council acts towards us. They know that if they try anything, I can just go to King Sith Thunder, and he will side with me on the issue. Their threats were more implied and more subtle than actual threats. They wouldn't directly disallow the usage of the technique, but they would ramp up the pressure on my territory. But now, that's no longer an issue. Shang nodded. So, can we introduce it? Gerald and George looked at each other. I have been running tests for the past decade on a select few warriors that have undergone the bloodline infusion, George said. In about a decade, when they reach the commander stage, we can introduce the technique. In a decade, Shang asked in shock. How is this such a problem? Side effects, George said. Side effects, Shang asked. It has side effects. We don't know yet, which is the problem, George said. Usually, I would just go ahead with the introduction, but there are signs that things could go bad. In what way? Shang asked. Shang, you have interacted with several barbarians in the past, right? George asked. Shang nodded. Then you should understand our concern. It might be possible that the strengthening technique has a degenerating effect on the mind. Every barbarian we met was dumb as a pile of rocks. There might be a possibility that the barbarian strengthening technique is responsible for that. Shang looked with a surprised gaze at George. Chapter 414, everything is finally done. Shang thought that assumption to be stupid, but he could see where they were coming from. Yes, the barbarians were very simple-minded, almost like beasts. They even lived in tribes and just followed the strongest one blindly. So, you think that the barbarians' minds become more similar to beasts, Shang said. Correct, George said. We don't know it yet, which is why we are running the tests. Some tests where some heightened aggression would be acceptable, in my opinion, but decreasing the warrior's intelligence would not make them stronger but weaker. They wouldn't even be able to create any sort of true path, which would force them to follow the barbarian path to the end, which means they will just become beasts. That's not our goal. We want warriors. I see where you're coming from, Shang said, but I really thought that side effect actually exists. I've been using that technique for 10 years, and I haven't changed. George and Gerald raised an eyebrow each. Okay, bad choice of words, Shang said. What I meant is that I didn't become dumber. We know, Gerald said, but the things we saw in those barbarians' minds are very worrisome. We saw their lives and how horribly they performed in school. They were being taught the most basic things, but they still dash. Wow, wait a second, Shang said as he interrupted Gerald. What did you just say? Schools. Gerald furrowed his eyebrows. Yes, schools. We've seen the schools in their minds. What schools? Shang asked in shock. There are no schools for barbarians. Shang, we read their minds. We saw the schools. There are schools, Gerald said. No, there are not, Shang shouted. I've been at the northern border where all the elite and talented barbarians go, and not even one of them talked about any sort of school. How would schools even be possible? Everyone lives in a stupid fucking tribe with the most backward ideologies. I let over 10 of the most talented barbarians for months, and I've taught them basically everything they know. They didn't even know about the most basic concepts, and I had to teach them all of these concepts. Even more, they learned the concepts pretty quickly as soon as they actually listened to me. They are definitely not dumb. They are just extremely uneducated since there are literally no schools anywhere. I've never heard anyone mention any schools in several months, and I was surrounded by the most talented barbarians. Gerald and George furrowed their brows. That didn't seem right. Gerald's inquisitors had inspected the minds of several barbarians, and the inquisitors' loyalty couldn't be questioned. This meant that whatever the inquisitors reported had to be true, and the barbarians' minds also hadn't been altered in any way. For a while, there was only silence. Then, Shang got an idea. Have there been barbarians that didn't see any schools? He asked. Yes, Gerald answered, and they are even dumber than the rest. So, Shang said, what if the schools are only a front? A front, George asked. Yes, a front, Shang said. As I've already stated, I've been with the most powerful barbarians, and I know how they live. They didn't go to any school, and I would assume that, if there were schools, the most talented barbarians would go to them. I severely doubt that the trash barbarians on the southern border got something like an education while the talented barbarians in the north got nothing like that. However, what the inquisitors have witnessed in the minds of the barbarians probably isn't fake, which means that there are some schools for the trash barbarians. But then, why would these barbarians with an education get sent to die on the southern front? That seems like a stupid waste of resources. Unless the school they went to somehow managed to weaken the enemy, right? Shang said. Gerald scratched his chin as his brows furrowed. So, you're saying that the weak barbarians in the south go to school so that the Thunder Kingdom thinks that the barbarian strengthening technique makes them dumber, dissuading them from using the technique ourselves? Shang nodded. George and Gerald looked at each other for a while. I mean, it could be possible, Gerald said as he looked back at Shang, but this plan seems too strange to be real. I can tell you that there are no schools, Shang said. I am sure that the talented warriors didn't visit any kind of school, and I can assure you that they learn quite quickly when you teach them. Additionally, I know exactly how the technique works since I've been using it for a decade. I even used it in unintended ways. For example, I've absorbed beasts one level above myself. I've seen how the technique interacts with my body, and I can tell you that my mind can block off all the foreign mana in my body. When the foreign mana starts to reawaken, it tries to take over my mind, but this is not some kind of subtle takeover. No, it directly attacks it, and my willpower has to resist its force. This is not some war over resources where it gains control over some, and I get control back. This is a stalemate. It's one front line. If the wall in my mind breaks, I will turn into a beast. This means that the foreign mana didn't even reach my mind. If it did, I wouldn't be here right now. If it can't even touch my mind, how is it supposed to change it? I can assure you that there is no way that the strengthening technique has some kind of subtle effect on someone's mind, Shang said. Gerald and George looked at each other again. All right, I believe you, Gerald said. I will ask some of my inquisitors to review the things they have seen in the barbarians' minds. I'll tell them to look for any clues that the schools might be fake and designed to fool us. Shang nodded. Thank you. Gerald nodded too. If this actually proves to be true, I'll have to commend the Grand Mountain Kingdom. They actually managed to stop us from making use of this technique for maybe even centuries. I mean, they are mages, just like you, Shang said. They're not dumb. True, Gerald said. Gerald summoned his communication crystal and gave several orders. The three of them talked and planned some more, and Gerald got his answer the next day. Yes, there were a couple of subtle signs that made the school seem a bit fake. For example, the teachers were teaching simple things, but they were explaining them in complex ways. One could say that the teachers were all very bad at teaching. Sure, there might be some bad teachers in a normal school, but they couldn't literally all be bad. After reviewing everything, Gerald decided that the barbarian strengthening technique would also be introduced. And finally, all the matters regarding different techniques and the warrior path were taken care of. From now on, Shang only needed to concentrate on his own power and the threat of the council and other dukes. After talking about everything, Shang left the room and searched for a place to train. From now on, he could fully focus on his own power. He was no longer being hunted. He no longer needed to run from zone to zone. He could walk around openly. He had powerful beasts all around him. After over 10 years, Shang could finally put his entire focus on his power. And he would take advantage of this opportunity. Chapter 415, Changes. Over the next couple of years, everything went as planned. Nearly half of the commander stage warriors had comprehended the star map by now. It had, by all intents and purposes, become standard and normal to train with the star map. Of course, the mages had also received their star map. With both star maps introduced, the political climate completely changed. The war between the kingdoms nearly completely stopped as everyone was busy interacting with the star map. This would change the entire world, and they knew it. The one that could make use of the star map the best would have an overwhelming advantage over all the other kingdoms. It was an arms race. The kingdoms took out their saved up resources and pumped them all into talented true mages. The more high mages they got, the better. One high mage could take down a normal front line on their own. One high mage was worth more than 50 true mages. Originally, the dukes feared that the other kingdoms would now start to focus on creating warriors. After all, the warriors had also received their own star map. However, with the introduction of the mages' star map, the warriors became even less relevant. All the kingdoms fully focused on their mages now, and warriors were mostly ignored. Even the Grand Mountain Kingdom began to ignore their barbarians. What was the point of having 1,000 fighter stage barbarians when they could get more high mages? The only thing the barbarians were useful for was to act as cannon fodder and delay the enemy attacks. But a high mage could win the entire battle. One was fighting not to lose, while the other was fighting to win. The council also didn't have much time to go against Duke Whirlwind. They were too busy with increasing the efficiency of training for the future high mages. Of course, they were still planning on dealing with Duke Whirlwind, but the high mages took priority right now. The warriors were definitely a danger to the mages, but there was a much greater danger. The Magic Purity Kingdom. The Magic Purity Kingdom was the most advanced kingdom when it came to knowledge about the path of magic, and with the star map, they would shine even more. They already had the most high mages, and the number could very well skyrocket even more after the introduction of the star map. Forget the potential future problem with the warriors. Right now, they had to keep up with the number of high mages, or they would be run over. Due to that, the next couple of years were relatively relaxed for the Storm Eagle Zone. The number of vanishing warriors reduced, and with that returned a newfound motivation to undergo the bloodline infusion. Additionally, a new strengthening method that only the people that had undergone the bloodline infusion could use had appeared. It was said that, with the bloodline infusion and this technique, a warrior could have a body equal to a beast. How did the Warrior Academy handle the technique? The Grand Mountain Kingdom changed the technique into a complete set and demanded years of servitude to get it. But the Six Thunder Kingdom and the Warrior Academy were different. As soon as the technique was announced, books were created, and they could then be purchased in any bookstore in the entire kingdom. The price? 25,000 gold. Such a sum was unobtainable for a normal person, but a general stage warrior could get that with some months of work. Back then, Shang had sold the corpse of the initial general stage managing snake for around 2,000 gold. The trash bird was worth around 500 gold each. With the bloodline infusion, the warriors wouldn't need to hunt in teams anymore. Now, they could hunt beasts on their own, which meant that they would also get to keep all the money. 25,000 gold only equated to about 50 trash birds. Hunting 50 trash birds might not be possible in a day, but it was definitely possible within a couple of weeks. One could say that 25,000 gold was even on the cheap side. After all, this technique would follow the warriors for maybe their entire lives. One had to remember that the cheapest focus cost several 100,000 gold. 25,000 gold was nothing in comparison. For the first time in a long while, the Warrior Academy was flooded with requests for the bloodline infusion. Luckily, they had already hired several adepts and warriors to perform the bloodline infusion. Over the past years, the bloodline infusion had transformed from the goring that Shang had gone through to a streamlined and clean process. For example, the warrior no longer needed to stay awake. With some new spells, the mages could not stop the subconscious rejection of foreign material. This meant that the warriors no longer needed to have an insane resistance to pain. Another change was that the back no longer needed to be cut open. Instead, two holes would be created, one near the bottom and one at the neck. The old marrow would be sucked out on one hole while the new one would be siphoned in by the other. The Warrior Academy had also created some medication that made the following process of one's mind basically burning away easier. So, right now, the procedure looked like this. Warrior receives medication. Warrior gets sedated. Two holes are created. Marrow gets sucked out, and a new one gets put in. Holes are closed. Warrior stays unconscious for a couple of hours. Warrior wakes up with a new body. It would be like they had simply gone to sleep for a while. Now, compare this new bloodline infusion to the one Shang had gone through. It had definitely become much easier and quicker. One team could perform about 2 bloodline infusions per hour, which was astonishingly fast. Sadly, all the equipment, time, and medication were still expensive. A warrior would need to pay about 125,000 gold for a bloodline infusion. Of course, something like this was unachievable for a soldier stage warrior to get, which was why the bloodline infusion was sold on a credit basis. The warrior simply had to pay back the cost within the next 10 years. But even at that price, it was definitely worth it. With the council mostly ignoring the warriors for now, the warriors finally received a moment to breathe. The entire world went into silent preparation. The wars halted. The attacks on the warriors halted. The dukes kept to themselves. For just a couple of years, the world was at peace. But that peace wouldn't last long. Chapter 416, George and Mervyn. 5 years had passed, and Shang was 37 now. For the past 5 years, Shang had mostly stayed within the caves, training against the beasts. He had mostly focused on the colossal sword star and the saber star. He had already received the true path light from Gerald, but Shang wouldn't use it yet, even if he had access to all of the ore he needed. The reason was that sword needed to change shape several times, which would consume more. Upgrading it to the true path stage would make this process far more expensive. After 5 years of constant training, Shang's star map had made quite some progress. His shards leading to the other stars were now nearly as wide and impressive as the shards leading to the long sword star. This was astonishing progress. After all, it meant that Shang managed to copy the progress he had made after fighting teacher Mervyn for 5 years, nearly 3 times over in just 5 years. The concept of cross-comprehension turned out to be correct, and Shang noticed that some principles overlapped, allowing him to make tremendous progress on all of them. Sadly, there was still a long way to go. He was probably not even 10% of the way to his goal. The path he was trying to create was simply too wide and powerful, and it demanded an insane amount of training and comprehension. Right now, Shang was at the Lake Commander stage, with his body being around 90% as powerful as the body of a Lake Commander stage beast. Over the past 5 years, Shang had only absorbed a couple of abominations for several reasons. First of all, Shang truly realized how long creating his path would take. Increasing the power of his body was nothing in comparison. He didn't need to constantly absorb beasts and abominations. Second, Shang didn't want to summon too many abominations. His ability to summon them was still his deepest secret, and he couldn't allow anyone to suspect him. Because of that, Shang only absorbed abominations when they were about to appear on their own. In essence, he didn't even summon them. He simply took advantage of their regular appearance. 5 years ago, Shang would have counted as the most powerful warrior in the world with his current power. After all, even George would have been helpless in front of him. However, times changed. Mervyn had reached the true path stage, and with his powerful and light path, his power also easily eclipsed George's. Even without the bloodline infusion, Mervyn could fight the weakest true path stage beasts. Maybe he wouldn't necessarily win, but he could fight and flee from them. And that wasn't even everything. Mervyn could do the same thing to the weakest high mages. His battle strength was evenly divided against all 3 possible opponents he could fight. As for fighting against warriors, Shang had a more powerful body than Mervyn, but Mervyn was also exceptionally good at fighting other warriors. According to Shang's estimates, if he were to fight Mervyn right now, he would estimate that he would lose, but it would still be a long and arduous fight. Teacher Mervyn managed to gain enough power to fight the weakest mages of his level without the bloodline infusion or barbarian strengthening technique. This showed how incredible his power was. But, surprisingly, Mervyn wasn't the only one that reached the true path stage in the past 5 years. The commander of the guards of Warriors Paradise also reached it. His path was also more impressive than George's, but it wasn't as impressive as Mervyn's. Nevertheless, he also counted as a truly powerful warrior now. When Shang had come to this world a bit more than 20 years ago, there had only been one true path stage warrior, and he had been very weak in comparison. Now, there were 4, and 3 of them were definitely not weak. The world was changing. About a year ago, George had handed over the position of dean to Mervyn. Mervyn had already been informed prior, and he had accepted the position. Just a couple of months ago, George had gone through with his plan. After years of research, George had finally done what he had wanted to do for a while. He took some medication while Gerald cast several spells, and eventually, George fell to the peak commander stage and forgot most of his knowledge about combat, which included his path. George had stayed unconscious for several days, and his mind had gone through one shock after the other. Forgetting a path was not something easy to do. After George woke up, he had forgotten many things. Memories were missing. Concepts were missing. General knowledge was missing. However, his personality didn't take a heavy hit, and he mostly remained the same. He had to relearn many things, which took a long time, but a couple of weeks later, he recovered as much as possible. Of course, since George was already about 155 years old and since commander stage warriors could only live for about 250 years, his appearance had changed. A big part of George's hair had turned gray, and several wrinkles appeared on his face. Right now, he looked like he was in his early 60s, in Earth terms. He looked about as old as Teacher Mervyn had looked before reaching the true path stage. In comparison to George, Teacher Mervyn had gotten younger, and he looked like he was in his late 30s. In a way, it was like George and Mervyn had switched places. After George was ready to train again, he surprisingly joined Shang. Shang was quite shocked when George asked for advice and training from Shang. It was a strange feeling for Shang. He had always seen the dean of the Warriors Academy as an incredibly imposing giant, and Shang had always learned from him. But now, he was supposed to be George's teacher. However, it made sense. George had forgotten most of his battle strength, and he needed someone very powerful to teach him again. Shang was the perfect choice. Usually, Shang would have declined. After all, he didn't have time for students. However, George was different. George had taught Shang in the past, and Shang wanted to repay him. So, Shang accepted. First, Shang let George fight against a beast one level below him. This seemed like overkill for someone that was essentially a newbie. However, Shang thought this was just right. After all, George had already gotten the bloodline infusion. Obviously, George would undergo the bloodline infusion as soon as he forgot his path, and yes, the bloodline infusion could now be used on commander stage warriors, but only if their path was not very developed yet. George performed poorly against the beast, but he didn't complain or lose motivation in any way. In fact, his determination only increased as he fought and lost to more beasts. After a while, Shang made a frightening discovery that made him remember the truth. The level at which George was adapting to his enemies was frightening. He adapted so quickly. It was like he never made the same mistake twice. When Shang saw that, he remembered who George actually was. George was someone that had reached the true path stage completely blind. He had nearly no idea how to reach it, and he just worked on himself without end. In a completely unknown environment and without any predecessors to guide him, George had managed to essentially create the true path stage. He had done everything on his own, and such a feat had only taken him a bit more than a century. George's previous path might have been weak, but now I'm thinking, how many randomly scattered shards are actually in his star map? Shang thought. While watching George advance, Shang was inevitably reminded of Lash and the other barbarians. Whenever Shang thought about Lash, a sting of pain appeared inside his chest, but he pushed it away. Nevertheless, Shang couldn't help comparing them. Lash had already learned at an incredible rate, but he was nothing compared to George. George learned several times faster than Lash, and his power grew incredibly quickly. Shang spent a couple of months focusing on George, but he eventually started to fully focus on himself again. George had gotten used to fighting again, and he didn't need Shang's help anymore. Seeing George advance only increased Shang's determination. Fuck, if I don't hurry up, he might actually overtake me, Shang thought as he went back into training. Chapter 417, High Mages. Shang stood in the middle of an encampment. He could see several tall towers and buildings. There were also plenty of true mages and warriors stationed on the walls. The camp blocked a tall but relatively narrow crevice that led towards the northwest. Right now, the people inside the encampment looked at Shang with complex expressions. They had gotten information from Duke Whirlwind about what was about to happen, and they had no idea what they should think about this. Why would this warrior even consider doing something like that? Right now, Shang's colossal sword was on his back, ready to be unleashed. He stretched his legs and arms for a bit and made his bones pop all over his body. A fire of determination could be seen in his right eye, but he was also a bit nervous. This wouldn't be easy. After Shang was done, he looked over his right shoulder at a young man. The two of them shared a knowing look. Then, Shang looked at the northwest again. He took a deep breath and readied himself. He lowered his stance. Bang. And he shot forward with all of his speed. The station people looked with shock at Shang's speed. How was he so fast? In what felt like an instant, Shang had left the encampment behind as he shot towards the northwest. He still remembered his conversation with Gerald. You want to assault the front line all on your own? Gerald had asked with shock. Shang only nodded. I've had enough practice against beasts, but I haven't fought a mage in over 5 years. If I want to keep the efficiency of my training at the peak, I need more combat experience against them. Gerald knew what Shang meant, but that still sounded way too reckless and suicidal. Assaulting a front line alone was only something a high mage could do. Even more, there was a high chance that the enemy also had a high mage guarding the front line. If Shang met a high mage, he would definitely die. Shang also knew that, but he wanted to do it anyways. One had to remember that a very powerful peak mage was weaker than nearly all the weakest high mages. The reason for that was the difficulty of becoming a high mage. A very powerful peak mage would be close to comprehending their own path, although it was all different for them. In comparison to warriors, mages needed to comprehend a deeper meaning regarding their affinity. They needed to perfectly comprehend one small aspect regarding their affinity, which gave them a powerful boost in battle. For example, most fire mages concentrated on the concept of kindling. This represented the birth of fire, and they needed to know this aspect if they wanted to understand more about fire. A high mage that had comprehended kindling could transform their surroundings into a hellscape by summoning fire everywhere. They could even set other people and beasts on fire. The only way to resist this influence was to have a spirit sense. With a spirit sense, one could block the influence of the opponent's will if it got too close. Without a spirit sense, one would just burn to ashes without being able to resist or evade. These kinds of fire mages were walking weapons of mass destruction. They could set hundreds of meters of land ablaze by only using their mana and without even casting a spell. A very powerful peak mage could harness part of that power, but not fully. This meant that even the most talented peak mage would have immense trouble fighting against the weakest high mage. Jumping levels was possible before, but the gap between the peak of the third realm and the start of the fourth realm was basically uncrossable. Every single high mage had once been an extremely talented peak mage before. Even the weakest high mage was a genius. So, if Shang met a high mage, things would get very troublesome. Shang was certain that he didn't have the ability to kill a high mage. He could only evade their attacks and run, and even just that might kill him. And if he met a wind high mage, he wouldn't even be able to do that. For example, Gerald comprehended movement. Gerald's offensive power was only average for his level, but his speed was unreal. Gerald had also used the concept of movement to create his own flying spell. Usually, only archmages could fly, but Gerald managed to fly by incorporating movement into a complicated spell. This was also the reason why there were so few people that could fly in the Five Kingdoms. Not only did one need to comprehend wind's movement, but one also needed to create and use a very complex spell. The more powerful the mages grew, the more diverse their fighting styles became. While a fire high mage would be a walking calamity, a wind mage would be a very quick ranged attacker. Earth high mages were waves of destruction, while lightning high mages were concentrated but very explosive cannons. When it came to Shang's survival, it fully depended on what kind of high mage he would need. He wouldn't be able to kill any high mage, but he could survive being near some of them. A fire high mage was on the less dangerous side for him. Yes, the fire high mage was very destructive, but Shang's pseudo spirit sense could block off their influence. The only thing he needed to do after that was to evade their bombardment of explosions, which still wouldn't be easy but doable. An earth high mage would be annoying, but they would be even less dangerous than a fire high mage. They would transform the terrain and create waves of stone and earth to block and bury Shang. With Shang's mobility, he could survive for a while, but he would need to flee very quickly. A wind high mage would just kill Shang. They were simply too fast. A lightning high mage would be just as bad. While the lightning high mage wasn't as fast, their attacks were insanely fast. Surprisingly, a water high mage would also be troublesome. Water high mages generally comprehended the concept of raindrop, and they could shoot these extremely dense raindrops like bullets from a machine gun. An ice high mage could create waves of sharp and powerful icicles, which would also be troublesome for Shang. He could evade some of them, but not 10 at once. A metal high mage would be in the middle. They generally comprehended the concept of sharpness, which would allow them to split the atmosphere apart. It was a bit similar to the wind blade spell, but cleaner and faster. A lead high mage would be annoying but not a problem. Lead high mages focused on taking away an opponent's ability to see things while slowly burning them from the outside. With Shang's affinity, he could regulate his body's temperature. Darkness high mages were very similar. They distorted the surroundings and would slowly freeze their opponent. Right now, Shang couldn't even kill a lead high mage, but he could flee for a while from some of them. And because of that, he decided to go through with this reckless mission. He wanted to push himself further, and it was impossible to push oneself without genuine danger. After a while of running, Shang entered a foreign spirit sense. Just as the intel he had received from the Sixth Thunder Kingdom had said, an initial high mage was watching over this front line. Enter affinity. Metal. Chapter 418, Charge. Shang charged with all of his speed toward the northwest. The high mage had already spotted him, and Shang readied himself for an assault. Identify yourself. Shang received a voice transmission from the high mage of the Grand Mountain Kingdom. Creators from the Sixth Thunder Kingdom were very rare, but they existed. Seeing Shang charge at them could also be interpreted as fleeing from the Sixth Thunder Kingdom. Because of that, the high mage asked before shooting. My name's Shang, and I'm here to destroy your front line. Shang answered. No more answer came. At least, not a vocal one. Instead, Shang got a different kind of answer. All the different mage towers came online and focused on the rapidly approaching warrior. There were 8 mage towers in total that could get a clear shot on Shang. Obviously, the high mage didn't think that they needed to take care of Shang personally. After all, he was only a warrior. What could a mere warrior possibly do against several mage towers? Additionally, the high mage was preoccupied with watching out for any other forces. A singular warrior charging at them. That smelled of a scheme. The Sixth Thunder Kingdom was probably planning something, and this warrior was obviously a distraction. The high mage had to remain ready to act when the Sixth Thunder Kingdom's other forces inevitably got involved. Just a second later, one of the mage towers fired at Shang. They didn't need to use all their mana to deal with a single warrior. A huge fireball appeared above the mage tower, and it quickly shot at Shang's current location. Shang took out his colossal sword and struck the ground with its blunt side. Boom. Shang used his sword similar to a vaulting pole but for a horizontal adjustment of his trajectory. Instead of jumping up, he threw himself to his left, evading the fireball. Shang had trained a lot with his colossal sword in the past 5 years, and this was one of the unique uses that a colossal sword brought with it. The mages were quite surprised that Shang managed to evade, but they weren't perturbed. Another 2 towers came online, and they all launched a barrage of fireballs at Shang. Bang. Shang hit the ground again, but this time, he threw himself into the air. The 3 fireballs exploded beneath him. TCH, idiot, one of the mages in the towers commented. Didn't that fool know that it was basically impossible to evade while being in the air? He had essentially transformed himself into a stationary target. The 3 towers readied another 3 fireballs and shot at him. When Shang saw the fireballs, a gleam appeared in his eyes. Let's see if it works. Instead of blasting to the side, Shang remained in the air. The fireballs had been shot at him in a spray pattern, just in case. After all, what if he managed to evade? One of the fireballs was coming right at him. Shang readied his sword and angled it so that its flat side pointed at the fireball at an angle. The fireball arrived. Just before the fireball hit Sword, Sword released a small coating of fire. The fireball hit Sword. Clink. A tiny explosion occurred at the place where Sword and the fireball met. Yet, surprisingly, the fireball didn't explode. Instead, it was redirected to Shang's left and past him. It was like a ricocheting bullet. The other two fireballs passed Shang harmlessly, and a grin appeared on Shang's face. It worked. In the last 5 years, Shang had also gotten more familiar with his affinity, granting him even finer control over it. With the knowledge Shang had accrued in the last 5 years, he had come up with that idea. Why not try to deflect the spell? Sadly, just with the sword, this was basically impossible. After all, if the enemy spell hit anything foreign, it would detonate. But what if it got deflected by something similar? Shang had worked long and hard on that trick, but it had paid off. As long as Shang could create a small coating on his sword that fit the element of the spell that shot at him, and as long as he managed to very finely control his movements, he could deflect the spell. This was one of the reasons why Shang wanted to fight some mages. He had to see if his ideas actually worked. The fireball passed by him and hit one of the walls of the crevice. Boom. 3 explosions appeared around Shang, but none of them hit him directly. With his physical power, this bit of destruction didn't bother him. His skin only got singed a little bit. When the mages saw that, their eyes widened. Did that warrior just redirect an attack from a mage tower? One had to remember that the fireballs of the mage tower shot had the power of a general spell like true mage would unleash. Even a peak commander stage warrior couldn't take such a spell directly and survive. There was simply too much power in such a fireball. Yet, this warrior just blocked it. It took a while for them to process what they had just seen. Stop wasting time and attack him with all towers, a late true mage ordered the mages in the towers. Yes, sir, the mages answered. After that, all 8 mage towers readied spells. By now, Shang was only about a kilometer away from the first mage towers. He had closed the distance by quite a bit. Use area denial spells, the late true mage ordered. The spells of mage towers had already changed element. At this moment, waves of icicles and concentrated areas of wind blades replaced them. Area denial spells didn't have as much power as the fireballs, but if there were 8 of them, that wouldn't make a difference. A concentrated wave of pure destruction would travel across the entire crevice. Evading such a powerful wave was impossible. Fire. Boom. All 8 towers fired at once, creating a destructive wave of wind blades and icicles. Everything the wave touched, including the hard stone at the walls of the crevice, was cut into dust. It was like a gigantic meat grinder. Shang landed just before the wave arrived. He lifted his colossal sword and hid his body behind it while he kept running forward. Then, the wave arrived. Crying. A high-pitched and grating sound echoed throughout the crevice. It was like a circular saw that wasn't meant to cut metal was trying to cut metal. Inside the wave, powerful forces of destruction traveled past Shang. The sound came from Sword blocking the wave. Sword heated up a lot, and several small cuts even appeared on it. Sword had been made with peak commander stage materials, but it couldn't resist such a wave without any damage. Shang had to do his best not to get pushed back by the wave, but the power of his body allowed him to do just that. A second later, the wave fully passed by Shang, and he was revealed. The eyes of the mages opened widely in pure shock. Sword had turned orange due to the heat, and some remnants of the destructive forces slowly went past it. Shang pulled Sword to the side, the sword leaving behind black steam. This was another usage of such a colossal sword. It could hide Shang's entire body like a tower shield. The mages still couldn't believe what they were seeing. How did a random warrior survive such a barrage of spells? Shang held his sword low to the ground while it pointed backward. Bang. Then, Shang unleashed a fire blast, and his speed became even faster than before. At that moment, the first signs of nervousness appeared among the mages. Boom. But just at that moment, the area around Shang seemed to transform. Everything seemed to warp, and it looked like reality was being cut apart. The High Mage got involved. Chapter 419, 6. The world around Shang transformed into splendid reality. Of course, a High Mage didn't have the power to achieve something like that, but the shower of clean cuts in the atmosphere made it look like it. Shang narrowed his right eye, and he focused his pseudo-spirit sense on the area around him. As Shang continued running, everything seemed to be cut apart, but he never got touched by the cuts. It was like he was not part of the reality that was cut apart. When the High Mage saw that, they narrowed their eyes. They knew what that meant. By now, Shang had nearly reached the first mage tower. His muscles bulged as he readied himself for his attack. The mages had thought that the High Mage would take care of Shang, which was why they hadn't readied another spell. Sadly, they had been mistaken. Shang reached the mana shield of the first mage tower and struck. Boom. Sword was suddenly surrounded by black flames as it used its power of entropy. The shields of these towers were as powerful as the shields of peak true mages. If Shang wanted to destroy it in one hit, he needed to use the entropy ability of Sword. And then, Sword hit. Bang. The eyes of all the mages widened in shock as the mana shield of the tower broke into pieces immediately. What? How? Did that mean that this warrior could destroy the mana shield of a peak true mage just like that? Boom. The tower immediately broke into pieces as Shang charged through its wall and reached its inside. The mages on the top felt the ground collapse, and they tried to escape. However, Mana's step was only usable on the ground. They couldn't use it due to the tower collapsing beneath them. Bang. Shang's body punched through the upper layer of the tower and appeared between the two mages. For a moment, time seemingly froze. The mages hadn't expected Shang to reach the inside of the tower this quickly, which was why they hadn't even activated their mana shield. Bang. Bang. Both mages exploded into pieces just a moment later as a large sword cut through them. Due to using entropy, Sword had transformed from its colossal sword state into its great sword state. A moment later, Shang lightly landed on a piece of falling debris. Bang. And he shot out of the falling tower, punching through part of the collapsing ceiling. He was shooting right at the second mage tower. But at that moment, Shang's instinct screamed at him. Something terrifying was coming his way. Shang looked to his right and saw a young woman with long gray hair and black robes unleashing a spell. This was the High Mage. Right now, a terrifying cut in the shape of a crescent was flying toward Shang. The destructive power of the spell couldn't be compared to the spells the mage towers had unleashed. As soon as Shang saw the spell, he slashed toward it. A wave of hard ice left Shang's sword. Clink. The hard ice was split apart in an instant, barely weakening the spell. After finishing the slash, Shang had already readied his left arm and pointed it at the approaching slash. Clink. An icicle left Shang's left hand, which was also cut apart by the cutting wave. Lastly, Shang barely managed to put the edge of his sword between him and the wave. In its earlier form, Sword would have been too cumbersome and heavy to perform such a maneuver, but it was no longer in its earlier form. This was the Great Sword State, not the Colossal Sword State. The Colossal Sword State was mainly used for defense and rare but heavy counterattacks. But the Great Sword State was mainly used for explosive offense with still a bit of defense. Crack. As the wave hit, a several centimeter deep cut was left on Sword's edge. It didn't quite reach its middle, but it was definitely a brutal cut. Shang could feel the pain Sword was under, but it could handle it. But despite all that, Shang managed to survive the cut with only some deep cuts at the sides of his upper arms. The wave had been broken, but its scattered power still managed to graze him. When the High Mage saw that, her eyebrows rose in shock. Did a mere warrior just survive one of her spells? Bang. Shang exploded forward again, but he wasn't shooting at the High Mage but at the second tower. The mages inside the tower quickly activated their mana shields and tried to jump out of the tower. However, without their mana step, they were just too slow. More black flames appeared around Sword. Bang. The mana shield was broken apart just like the first one, and Shang directly shot at the two mages at the highest level of the tower, completely ignoring the walls. The walls were nothing but air to him. Shang reached the first one instantaneously, and some black mist appeared on Sword as Shang's left arm withered by a bit. Shang's attack was very fast, even faster than before. After all, Sword had transitioned from its Great Sword state into its Silver state. In the Silver stage, Sword was fully focused on pure offense and speed. Bang. Black lightning exploded off Sword and traveled across the mana shield. Crack. The mana shield was broken apart in a single attack. This was only a mid-true mage, and by using darkness, Shang could destroy their mana shield in one attack. The two of them were still in the air as the mage looked with shock and horror at their broken mana shield. An instant later, they could only see Shang's right hand, which was holding his sword, come closer to their face. Bang. With the backhand, Shang punched the head off the mage's body. Then, he put his feet on the body. Bang. And exploded towards the second mage. Help. The second mage shouted, but Shang had already reached him. Bang. Another explosion of black lightning occurred. Bang. Then, Shang kicked the mage, turning them into several pieces that shot into the distance. Boom. At that moment, Shang felt another terrifying threat approach. Several gigantic spears of metal were shooting toward him. It was almost like it was raining spears. Shang could try blocking some of the spears, but the others would still skewer him. He was also too slow to evade, and Mana Step couldn't be used in the air. A moment later, a shower of spears blanketed the collapsing tower with Shang still inside it. For just a moment, it seemed like the invading warrior was dead. Bang. That was until Shang shot out of a dusty cloud of former stone. At the moment, some magic runes were swirling around Shang, and he was uninjured. Gerald had long since given Shang his present, and it was definitely very powerful. The new black armor he wore could even protect him from a high mage's spell. Even better, it only activated if Shang was about to receive a severe injury. That was why it hadn't activated when he had been cut by the first wave of cutting metal from the high mage. In basically an instant, Shang reached the third mage tower. But at the same time, the next spell of the high mage had already appeared. The high mage was no longer warming up, and she was even using her focus now. Two metallic cuts shot right at Shang. Earlier, Shang had barely managed to block one of them. Now, there were two. From now on, this mission wouldn't be as easy as before. Chapter 420, Getting Too Close. Bang. Shang exploded diagonally to his left, but he wouldn't be fast enough to evade the two cuts since they were very wide. Crack. That was, if the mana shield of the mage tower weren't between him and the cuts now. Yes, instead of attacking the mana shield, Shang had charged around it, using it as a shield. The mana shield cracked apart, and the remaining force of the two cuts was no longer dangerous to sword. Shang easily blocked the remainder. When the high mage saw that, her eyes widened in horror, and she gnashed her teeth. She had just destroyed her own mana shields. The next moment, the other mages only saw Shang explode into the tower. Boom. The tower blew apart. Bang. A moment later, blood and chunks of flesh shot out of one side like they had been shot out of a cannon. Bang. In the next instant, a head shot out of the collapsing tower. Both mages inside the tower had obviously died. Bang. Then, everyone saw Shang shoot at the fourth tower. The high mage grew infuriated. Some mere warrior had managed to kill 6 mages and destroy 3 mage towers under her watch. She had never received such a disgrace. She narrowed her eyes. Shang. And vanished. She had had enough of fighting Shang from several hundred meters of distance. This distance gave him a chance to react to her spells, and she couldn't allow more of her mages to die. As Shang was close to reaching the fourth tower, the high mage appeared just about 20 meters away from him on the ground. From such a distance, Shang would barely be able to react to her spells. At the same time, she and her focus had already readied another 2 cutting waves. Then, from just 20 meters away from Shang, she unleashed both spells. When Shang saw her, a fire appeared inside his right eye. The 2 cutting waves were unleashed. And they hit Shang. Bang, bang. But then, more magic runes appeared around Shang. Shang was no longer wearing the cheat shed. This was an extremely expensive set of armor that Gerald had specifically prepared for Shang. It could block more than one spell. This was the advantage of being a member of a kingdom. Such an amazing set of armor would have been impossible for Shang to get his hands on anywhere else. When the high mage saw that, she furrowed her brows, but she also saw how the magic runes had acted. They had just unleashed their last bit of power. Shang's armor wouldn't be able to block another attack for, at least, several more minutes, which might as well be days in such a high-speed battle. He would die to her next set of spells. Bang. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock. Shang hadn't attacked the tower. No, he had charged at her. It would have been impossible for Shang to reach the high mage earlier, but it became possible if there were only 20 meters between them. This might as well be within arm's reach for Shang. The high mage had just unleashed all her prepared spells, and she hadn't expected Shang to reach her this quickly. At the last moment, she aborted the chanting of her offensive spell and switched to mana shield. A high mage could create their mana shield at terrifying speeds, and it activated just as Shang reached her. Shang's saber immediately hit her mana shield, an explosion of black lightning going across it. The high mage noticed with shock that this attack had exhausted 10% of her mana. Bang. And a second explosion of black lightning appeared just a moment later. Sword Saber state was far faster than its great sword or colossal sword states. For a moment, the high mage was shocked that Shang could hit her again. Usually, if a beast or a warrior hit a mage's mana shield, they would be thrown into the distance by the force. But then, she realized that Shang was attacking her from above. This meant that her mana shield wasn't being thrown away but knelt into the ground. Nevertheless, she didn't lose her entire composure. She would be able to cast 4 or more spells before Shang could get through her mana shield. So, she quickly readied her next spell. When Shang saw her prepare her next spell, a small glimmer appeared in his right eye. He unleashed his next attack, but this time, there was no black lightning. No, this time, there was black fire. Boom. The black fire hit the high mage's mana shield, and her eyes widened in shock. She just lost 30% of her mana in one strike. In less than a second, this warrior had exhausted over 50% of her total mana. She quickly looked at Shang, and she saw a smirk. Sword had returned to its original state, the long sword state. And, right now, there was more black fire around it. The high mage realized that this was the attack that consumed so much of her mana. She would probably be able to finish and unleash her spell before the next attack hit. But what if this warrior had something else up his sleeve? What if he had more surprises? Even more, she felt a terrifying feeling of death coming from Shang. Shang swung down. Shang. But the high mage had vanished. Shang easily stopped his strike as the black fire vanished, and his smirk widened. Obviously, Shang couldn't use Sword's entropy again. It would essentially kill Sword. This had been a bluff. Shang knew that he couldn't kill the high mage. If she actually went through with unleashing her spell, there was a 90% chance of Shang dying immediately. However, he was sure that he could bluff his way out of this predicament. He knew that there were too many unknowns about his power in the eyes of others. Fear of the unknown was a terrifying thing, and Shang knew that he could use it to his advantage. An instant later, the high mage appeared nearly an entire kilometer away from Shang. Her mana was already recovering at a rapid rate. In fact, she regenerated about 5% of her mana per second. When Shang saw that the high mage had appeared far away, he knew that this was his best chance. Some of the mage towers readied more spells, but due to the Shang basically being inside the encampment and their disorganized state, they were essentially no threat to Shang. Bang. Shang evaded a couple of spells as he shot into the sky. This time, he was not charging at a mage tower. Shang quickly reached about a height of 100 meters and looked at the encampment. There were probably around 200 barbarians and maybe 15 more true mages just scattered around. They had all been watching with helpless shock as Shang had essentially torn through nearly half of their mage towers. At this moment, time seemingly froze. Shang was looking down as the people of the Grand Mountain Kingdom looked up at him. Shang, 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 Shang. An instant later, around 50 black balls appeared above Shang. Shang. Then, something strange appeared in Shang's left hand. It was a gigantic shovel. It was over 3 meters long and nearly 2 meters wide, making it look more like a spatula. Shang pulled the gigantic shovel back. And at that moment, the mages realized what was about to happen. The barbarians had no idea. With terror, the mages immediately used Mana Step to flee. And then, Shang swung the gigantic shovel downward toward the black balls. The mages knew these balls. These were firebombs. They were used to destroy large waves of beasts. An instant later, the shovel hit the firebombs with its backside, its round shape shooting the firebombs in different directions. The people in the encampment looked with horror at the shower of firebombs. The mages in the towers looked with horror at the firebombs. And the high mage looked with horror at the firebombs. And then, the firebombs hit the encampment. Boom. 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 Chapter 421, Fleeing. Hell. Inferno. Destruction. Pure destruction. Everywhere Shang looked, something exploded. It was like a huge bomber from Earth was carpet bombing a military encampment. People died. Many people died. Probably around 150 of the about 200 barbarians and around 4 true mages died during that attack. And Shang didn't feel any guilt or regret. These were not innocent people. These were soldiers who were at war with his home, the Sith Thunder Kingdom. Every person that remained alive could very well represent a future dead warrior. This was nothing like the time Shang had made the adamantite behemoth flip over to Minerals Town. No, everyone in here was a soldier, and they would fight the Sith Thunder Kingdom. The Sith Thunder Kingdom was the only home Shang had in this world, and he wanted to keep it strong and prosperous. Shang saw scattered and burned pieces of flesh everywhere, and he saw the horrified and terrified faces of the injured survivors. This is war, Shang told himself. In the distance, the high mage looked with horror at the blackened craters that had once been their encampment. This couldn't be real. This must be a dream. One single warrior had done all of this. Bang. While the high mage was distracted, Shang blasted towards the fourth tower from above and readied his sword. Bang 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 bang. Shang unleashed a flurry of attacks. The longsword state was by far the fastest one, and Shang had realized that he had never truly made use of sword speed in this state. Shang had always tried to unleash maximum power with each strike, but this was wrong for such a thin and nimble sword. By training with the other kinds of swords, Shang had realized that it was way better to essentially turn the longsword state into something that was essentially a blender. Each strike was accompanied by black lightning, and in just 5 swings, the shield broke. However, Shang's entire body had withered a lot. In the longsword state, Shang could unleash way more elemental attacks, but this increased defense also took a heavy burden on his health. Shang used the last of his mana to regenerate his body, but that was it. He no longer had any mana inside his body. Any future injury would stay for a while. Bang. Shang unleashed another blast and broke through the roof of the tower. Shang, Shang, Shang. In less than a second, several slashes could be seen coming out of the walls of the tower, and it collapsed into pieces. Of course, there was also flesh amongst those pieces. By now, the high mage had recovered from her shock, and a fire of absolute hatred appeared in her eyes. She wanted that warrior dead. She quickly readied several spells and waited for Shang to charge toward the next tower. But then, her eyes widened in shock. Shang hadn't left the collapsing tower. She quickly concentrated on her spirit sense, and she finally found him. He was fleeing. Shang was on the ground in front of the towers outside the encampment, running towards the Sith Thunder Kingdom. After all of this, he was running just like that. The high mage gnashed her teeth in hatred. No, you don't. Shang. And she used Mana Step. She appeared close to the walls of her encampment. Bang. She unleashed her concept of cutting and blasted the walls in front of her apart. She needed a clear path for her Mana Step to work, and she didn't have time or the nerves to jump over the walls. Then, she saw Shang just a kilometer away from her, and she unleashed over 30 metallic spears in his direction. It was like a gigantic shotgun headshot at Shang. Shang's pseudo-spirit sense quickly calculated the trajectory of all the spears. There was no safe place for him at the current distance from the high mage. He shot. Shang. Shang appeared over 500 meters further away and went a bit to the left. Shang, 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 Shang. Several spears shot past Shang. Not a single one hit him. And he had never stopped running. When the high mage saw that Shang managed to evade her spell by using Mana Step, her anger exploded even more. Shang. She also used Mana Step, and she appeared just 500 meters behind Shang. An instant later, she had readied another 30 spears. Boom. And she unleashed them at Shang again. This time, Shang was out of options. Sword was too small to block. He was not fast enough to evade. He couldn't use Mana Step since one use of Mana Step used up all the mana inside his mind. His armor was still regenerating its mana. He would be hit. Shang quickly blasted into a place where the least spears were and readied himself. He jumped forward and kicked toward one of the approaching spears. Bang. The spear pierced Shang's shoes. Then, it pierced Shang's foot. It pierced his leg. It pierced his abdomen. And, finally, it came out of his shoulder. Just when the spear came out of his shoulder, Shang grabbed it with both of his hands. It took a lot of power, but Shang managed to hold onto that spear. If it hadn't gone through his entire body and if it hadn't been grabbed by Shang's hands, it would have simply shot through him. But, like this, Shang managed to borrow the power of the spear, and he was thrown into the distance along with it. The high mage's eyes widened. Such a method to resist her attack hadn't even entered her mind. Even more, Shang didn't only resist her attack, but it was even helping him escape. All the spears around Shang started to fall to the ground as he traveled for nearly 2 kilometers like this. Then, Shang pulled out the spear, threw it to the side, and unleashed another blast to keep his speed up. Bang, bang, bang. Shang was unleashing one blast after the other, his body bleeding in several places. He was burning up his vitality like a meteor. The high mage used another 3 Mana Steps and was now only 300 meters away from Shang. She was ready to unleash her next spell. Shang looked back, and he only smirked. The high mage was just about to unleash her spell when she suddenly felt a terrifying attack come her way. Shang. Boom. She used Mana Step to retreat to the place where she had just been was buried by a shower of humongous rocks. Her spirit sense quickly noticed the person that had unleashed that attack, and she gritted her teeth in frustration. The Duke of the Stone of the Sith Thunder Kingdom had arrived, and he was rapidly charging after her with Mana Step as his focus readied more spells. The high mage threw one hateful glance at Shang. She knew that she couldn't kill him today. She unleashed one Mana Step after the other to retreat back to the Grand Mountain Kingdom as the Duke charged after her. The high mage of the Grand Mountain Kingdom had already used quite a bit of her mana, and the Duke knew it. This was the best opportunity to get rid of her. The Duke shot past Shang in less than an instant. Finally, Shang could stop and look back. He was bleeding all over his body, but his passive regeneration would take care of these issues. A couple of seconds later, Shang saw several true mages shoot past him with Mana Step, and some more seconds later, Commander Stage warriors followed. The Sith Thunder Kingdom knew what Shang had planned. When they saw the terrifying number of distant explosions, they knew that Shang had succeeded, and they had prepared themselves for an all-out assault. Today, the Sith Thunder Kingdom would take another zone from the Grand Mountain Kingdom. Chapter 422, not necessary. Shang slowly walked back to the Sith Thunder Kingdom as one soldier after the other charged past him toward the Grand Mountain Kingdom. I've got quite some good gains from this excursion, Shang thought as he continued walking. I know how powerful the weakest high mages are now, and I could test several of my new techniques. I even managed to severely damage the high mage's shield, although that was luck. She just so happened to arrive in front of me of her own volition, and I just so happened to be above her. In a normal fight, she would just keep her distance with Mana Step and slowly kill me from afar. Right now, my speed isn't fast enough to truly keep up with the high mage. I guess I need to reach the peak commander stage first before I can try. Shang glanced at Sword, who was much smaller than before the attack. Luckily, I have a lot of money. With all the beasts and foci I gathered, I don't need to care about this bit of war. How's the entropy looking? Shang asked Sword with a voice transmission. No problem, Sword answered. I don't need more right now. Shang nodded. How was the pain? He still remembered that Sword had also been injured quite a bit. I don't like it, but I have to get used to it, Sword answered. Sorry about that, Shang said. There is nothing to be sorry about, Sword answered. Power requires pain. Shang smiled a bit. He could empathize with Sword a lot. They were very similar. After a couple of minutes, Shang reached the outpost of the Sith Thunder Kingdom. There were definitely far fewer people here than before. Shang walked through the gates without being stopped, while many eyes looked at him with shock. This madman actually survived. They had all seen the distant black clouds. Such black clouds couldn't be created by a mage tower, and they represented a vast burning area. This meant that something really big and flammable was burning, which could only be the enemy front line. Additionally, their Duke had already told them to get ready for battle, basically confirming that Shang had severely weakened the enemy. All of this was basically unbelievable to everyone present. Only a high mage could pull something like that off. Not even a peak true mage could do that. And there had never been a warrior that had managed to do something like that. It was very hard to believe, but this could only mean that Shang was more powerful than a peak mage. And he wasn't even at the true path stage yet. The present people felt like the world was changing. Just 30 or so years ago, the first true path stage warrior had appeared. Then came the bloodline infusion. Then came the star map and the barbarian strengthening technique. And now, just 5 years after that, the first warrior that could actually resist a high mage had made his debut. What were those black clouds? Shang looked over and saw a mid-commander stage warrior ask him that question. About 50 firebombs, Shang answered. Everyone's eyes widened again. That was a lot of firebombs. No wonder the clouds had been that thick and black. How did you manage to detonate the firebombs with the high mage there? The same warrior asked. Couldn't they just stop all the projectiles with their mind? Well, Shang said. The high mage was a bit far away when I used them, and she hadn't been prepared for them. It was a she. How did she look? The same warrior asked. Shang furrowed his brows. Come on, man. She's a high mage of the Grand Mountain Kingdom, Shang answered. The warrior went a bit red in the face and looked away in embarrassment. After that short exchange, most of the people lost their trepidation and also asked their questions. Shang answered most of the questions vaguely since he wanted to keep his powers a secret. The Sith Thunder Kingdom might be his home, but there were also a lot of enemies here. The less his enemies knew about him, the better. Funnily enough, Shang was more comfortable with revealing his powers to the Grand Mountain Kingdom than the Sith Thunder Kingdom. One reason was that Shang didn't need to live there. Another reason was that, since he didn't live there, the Grand Mountain Kingdom couldn't create an ambush for him. An additional reason was that Shang didn't need to interact with them. Lastly, the Grand Mountain Kingdom couldn't just send an incredibly powerful high mage after Shang to kill him. Such a high mage would be personally attacked by the council and die. But if Shang unveiled some of his more sensitive powers to the dukes and council, it was possible that a member of the council might assassinate him in the wild. The Grand Mountain Kingdom was no immediate threat to Shang, but the council and dukes were. That was why he didn't go into detail regarding how he had fought. The present people only knew that Shang managed to evade the spells of the mage towers, somehow destroy 4 of them, somehow managed to launch the firebombs, and somehow managed to retreat. They didn't know how Shang had achieved any of these feats. Several of them even doubted Shang's words due to lack of descriptions. They could accept the firebombs, but how did he manage to break through the mana shield of 4 mage towers while a high mage was attacking him? Breaking such a strong mana shield definitely wasn't easy. A couple of minutes later, several warriors and mages returned from the Grand Mountain Kingdom to man their positions again. Apparently, the fight had ended. The other soldiers immediately asked the people what had happened, and they told them. The enemy had lost half their mage towers, and the entire encampment had been reduced to basically something that amounted to a burned crater. Destroying the last 4 mage towers hadn't been very difficult, especially since 2 of them hadn't even been manned. The mages that were supposed to be there had probably fled. The army of the Sith Thunder Kingdom didn't even need to really fight. They only launched a couple of spells and created some defensive spells to take down the mage towers. Now, if there were 8 mage towers firing at them, many mages and warriors would have died under the avalanche, but with only 2 of them firing, all the earth mages could focus on defending from only those 2 towers, making the fight very easy and straightforward. After that, they cleaned up the place without much trouble. This could barely be counted as a battle. As all the soldiers heard the retellings of how the battle had gone, they looked at Shang with shock once again. The soldiers had confirmed everything Shang had said. He really had taken down the front line all on his own. A short moment later, a peaked true mage, wearing some shiny armor that looked more like it should belong to a warrior, walked up to Shang. Shang, correct? He asked. Shang nodded. You performed a valuable service today. Duke Quake wishes to meet you at the conquered front line later to thank you personally. The enemy high mage fell to Duke Quake thanks to your already weakened state, the peaked mage said with a lot of respect. The peaked true mage waited for an answer, but none came. In fact, Shang wasn't even looking at him. Right now, Shang was looking with shock behind the peaked true mage. The peaked true mage furrowed his brows and turned around. Then, his heart stopped. Standing alone in the crevice was one man. White lightning crackled around his body as his long, white hair stood up straight due to the electricity all around him. He wore the robes of the Grand Mountain Kingdom's governor, and in his right hand was the head of Duke Quake. When Shang saw that high mage, he knew he had no power to flee. This was not an initial high mage. Shang estimated that he was a mid high mage. He couldn't be compared to the earlier high mage Shang had fought. At that moment, the conversation Shang had with Gerald went through his mind. Shang, do you want me to accompany you? What? What if the governor or another more powerful high mage is near the front line? Assuming you manage to destroy the front line, the Sith Thunder Kingdom will attack, but it will also be open for a counterattack. That would be stupid, Shang answered. Sure, we would be open to a counterattack, but if such a powerful high mage were to enter the Sith Thunder Kingdom, the council and surrounding dukes would immediately be alarmed. Entering the Sith Thunder Kingdom would be akin to throwing their life away. Shang, I know what you are trying to say, and what you say makes a lot of logical sense. However, sometimes, even very powerful people do very stupid things in the heat of a moment. You think so? Shang asked with skepticism. I'm not sure. I would believe that such a powerful mage would know better. Shang, even powerful mages are just humans, and humans lose control over their emotions sometimes. I can accompany you if you want, Shang, just to be safe. Shang only looked at Gerald with furrowed brows. No, that's not necessary. Chapter 423, Illogical. Shang only looked with shock and horror at the powerful governor of the Grand Mountain Kingdom. Gerald was right. I've lost control over my own rage more than once. Why did I think that other people have perfect control over their emotions just because they are more powerful? They are also just human. After making sure that there was not the slightest risk of revealing my power so many times, I did the very thing I was trying to avoid. I took an unnecessary risk. Shang, you're such a fucking idiot. Not everything has to be logical. Humans don't always act according to logic. You should know that. Not necessary. Shang remembered Gerald say. You're probably right. The chances of some powerful high mage losing control over their emotions are rather small. For a second, the governor looked at the outpost with pure hatred. Meanwhile, Shang felt like he had just looked death in the eyes. Suddenly, the governor's gaze shot to the sky. But I don't like taking chances. Shang also looked up, and he could see someone with long green hair and green robes hovering in the air. I'm still coming with you, Shang, just to be safe. The governor felt an incredible threat coming from this figure, and when he saw the focus with 4 amplifiers, all his rage vanished. His eyes immediately widened in shock and terror. And, hey, if it turns out that I'm incorrect, you can laugh at me for being too paranoid. Shang released a deep breath. Luckily, there was someone smarter than me around me. This time, I've actually overestimated the enemy, which can be just as bad as underestimating them. I thought that they were smart enough not to do something so stupid, but I was wrong. And I would have been forced to use entropy again. Shang looked at Gerald, who was flying in the sky. I'm sorry for being so stupid and stubborn, Gerald. You were right, Shang transmitted. Gerald only smirked. And then, his focus shone with green light. Shang. The governor vanished as he used modest step to retreat. Bang. Yet, in the middle of his modest step, he suddenly hit something solid and was thrown back. A violently shaking green wall of wind had appeared in front of him. It looked almost like a gigantic welding torch was spewing green fire. The mana shield took a heavy hit, and the governor's concentration was broken as his rapid, unprepared stop shook his organs and brain around. Gerald lifted his right hand and pointed upward with his index and middle fingers. Some peaceful green wind appeared above him. Then, he pointed at the governor. CRRRRRR. In an instant, a gigantic, rotating drill of wind appeared above the governor's mana shield. The sheer force of the green drill echoed for kilometers, blowing the eardrums out of any general stage or weaker beings. Sparks of pure mana flew everywhere, illuminating the entire crevice. And then, the mana shield and the drill vanished. The governor fell to his knees in a cold sweat. All his mana was gone. He knew that Gerald had been more powerful than him from the beginning, but he hadn't thought that the distance between them was that great. Then, the governor's head shot up as he looked at Gerald again. His focus was shining with another prepared spell. I surrender. I will follow Dash. Bang. The green streak of wind passed, and his head vanished. Gerald only smirked. Oops. It was nothing unusual for a defeated high mage to surrender and join another kingdom, especially when they were someone of status. A high mage was very valuable, and even though they acted like they were loyal to their kingdom, their loyalty wasn't actually as strong. When faced with death, many high mages would gladly abandon their kingdom and join the enemy. High mages were rare, and every kingdom needed them. They would always be accepted with open arms. Of course, they would need to give reparations for their past actions, which meant a lot of work for them for a couple of decades. But after that, they could fully join the kingdom. What were a couple of decades of work in exchange for survival and another shot at becoming more powerful? Shang looked at the headless corpse and wasn't surprised in the least that Gerald had killed the governor. If this governor joined the Sith Thunder Kingdom, the council would get another powerful pawn to use against Gerald. And, even more, this pawn would have a personal vendetta against Gerald. After all, Gerald would be the reason that the governor had to betray his kingdom and work his ass off for several decades. Gerald, obviously, wouldn't overlook something like that. It was better to immediately kill the governor. The other people still couldn't believe that they had survived. When they saw the infuriated governor, they believed that they would die today. Such a powerful high mage could use their comprehended concept to kill all of them within seconds. They genuinely hadn't known that the Duke of the Storm Eagle Zone was here. Some of them fell onto their butts in shock. This day was just too much for them. Gerald slowly landed beside Shang with a smile. I told you, he said. Shang only looked to the side in shame. Yes, you did. Powerful mages are also just people, Gerald said. They feel anger, happiness, and sadness just like you and me. When you can lose control over your emotions, others can as well. Shang only nodded without saying anything. Shang wasn't perfect. He couldn't predict everything. Logically, it had made no sense for the governor to appear here, but things didn't always go according to logic. Sometimes, people did dumb things. Even the powerful and old ones. Shang. The air around Gerald and Shang shook as someone new arrived. This was the very reason why it had been stupid. Every kingdom was surrounded by a gigantic and powerful magic circle that reacted to powerful presences and communication signals. This magic circle had been how the mages of the Grand Mountain Kingdom had found Shang after he had used his communication crystal to contact George. And it also alerted the leaders of the kingdoms about any high mage that crossed their border. So, when the governor came here, the council had immediately been informed. A mid-high mage was someone with the power of an average duke, and they knew that Duke Quake was the weakest and newest duke. They knew that he wouldn't be able to resist such an enemy. Shang and Gerald looked over and saw an older woman with black hair and gold eyes. It was the head of the council, a peak high mage. 4 of the 5 members of the council usually lived in the northern half of the kingdom since they had to react very quickly to any powerful high mage that arrived, and the head of the council lived at the southern border of the zone. It had barely taken her a minute to arrive here. In that minute, the governor could have decimated the entire camp several times over and retreat, but their location would have already been revealed to the head of the council. A mid-high mage couldn't run for very long while being chased by a peak high mage. This was why it had been a very stupid idea for the governor to arrive. How nice of you to join us, council head, Gerald said with a polite smile. As soon as she had felt the presence of Gerald, she had known that the enemy was most likely already dead. She was enemies with him, but she also knew how powerful he was. The head of the council looked at the headless body and the corpse of Duke Quake just a couple hundred meters away from it. She wasn't surprised that the enemy was already dead. Then, she looked at Gerald with an emotionless expression. What happened here? Chapter 424, A Talk. Gerald told the head of the council what had happened with the governor except for one small detail. In Gerald's retelling of the story, the governor just died too quickly. Gerald simply hadn't anticipated for him to die with only one spell. Obviously, the head of the council knew that this was bullshit, but the only other person that had witnessed what had happened was Shang, and she knew that Shang would have Gerald's back. The other people had been blinded by the light of the spells, and they could barely tell what had happened since everything had happened so quickly. Even more, the governor had used the voice transmission to render since it was faster. So, there was nothing the head of the council could do about this incident. She simply had to accept that the governor was now dead. But that was still a good thing. It was rare for a high mage to die in the war, but it was even rarer for an actual governor or duke to die. Governors and dukes were usually at the mid-high mage realm, while the weaker ones led the offense and defense in the war. The Duke of Visaria had been the newest member of the duke since he had been exceptionally talented. He had been able to fight early high mages while still being an initial high mage. Additionally, there weren't enough mid-high mages for all the zones, which was why he had gotten the position. The head of the council looked at the corpse of Duke Quake with furrowed brows. Sadly, the shining light had now vanished. What led to this incident? The head of the council asked. I wasn't present for the entire thing. You should ask Shang, Gerald said, gesturing to Shang. The head of the council threw a cold glance at Shang. Then, she looked toward the peak crew mage that had just talked to Shang a minute ago. Commander, report. Gerald only bitterly smiled while Shang's expression didn't change. He wasn't surprised in the least. The peak crew mage ran to the head of the council and bowed deeply in respect. After that, he recounted everything that had happened. When the head of the council heard of Shang's deeds, she threw an evaluating glance toward him. What she had heard sounded unreal. A late commander stage warrior managed to destroy an entire front line that was started by a high mage. After listening to everything, she turned to Gerald with a strict gaze. Duke Whirlwind, what explanation do you have for the death of Duke Quake? She demanded. My explanation, Gerald asked with a polite smile. My explanation is that one of our initial high mages died in exchange for the life of an initial high mage of the Grand Mountain Kingdom, a mid-high mage, and an entire zone. The council head's eyes narrowed. Are you suggesting that the life of one of our dukes is worth less than the life of a governor from a dying kingdom? With time, the Grand Mountain Kingdom will fall. Your actions today have cost the Sith Thunder Kingdom unnecessary losses. Shang had to try his best not to snort in disgust right now. Duke Quake and the governor couldn't be compared in value. That's right. The governor had killed Duke Quake probably just as quickly as Duke Whirlwind had killed the governor. Obviously, the governor's life was far more valuable than Duke Quake's. Yeah, she was making it seem like Gerald had cost the Sith Thunder Kingdom immense losses. Gerald only smiled politely, but his smile definitely didn't reach his eyes. Are you trying to force things, Susan? He asked in a friendly but threatening voice. As soon as Gerald spoke these words, the entire atmosphere turned cold. The head of the council narrowed her eyes as her surroundings turned darker. I have no problem with playing the game, Gerald said, but we have to act according to the rules. The surroundings of Gerald also seemed to warp with energy. Otherwise, we can't play the game, Susan, Gerald said, his polite smile giving off a very threatening vibe. For a couple of seconds, the two of them only stared at each other. Suddenly, Shang heard someone groan and looked over. The peak crew mage had just lost consciousness. And then, Shang's surroundings vanished into darkness. Two humongous and cold eyes appeared in front of him, and he felt like he was staring into the abyss. In what seemed like an instant later, Shang slowly opened his eyes and shook his head. His head felt foggy and scattered. Finally awake, Shang heard Gerald say with a chuckle. That was when Shang realized that he was lying on the ground. What happened? He asked as he slowly sat up and looked around. He could see the peak mage drop his head as he slowly walked back to the encampment. The head of the council was gone. Susan and I had a talk, and she doesn't like listeners, Gerald said. At that moment, Shang remembered the eyes. That was her, he asked. Gerald knew what Shang was referring to and nodded. That's her signature spell, Soul Abyss. She's a peak darkness high mage, and she mainly fights with spells that attack your mind. She's a terrifying opponent. Sorry for not intervening, but I believe that it was better to talk to her alone. Her actions today went beyond the usual political game, and I wanted to have a real talk with her. I can flip the table, but we both don't want that. Shang slowly stood up. He had a droning headache, but he could deal with it. What did her spell do to me? He asked. Her spell can do many things, but I made sure that she didn't do anything invasive. She knows that she can't just do as she pleases with my friends. She simply put you to sleep. Shang looked around the area. What happens now? Nothing, really, Gerald answered. We had a talk, and the issue got resolved. We can return home now. That's it, Shang asked. Gerald nodded. At that moment, Shang realized that the two corpses were also gone. She took them with her, Gerald said when he noticed Shang's case. Shang nodded. That made sense. Shang was still a bit confused due to the spell, and he slowly walked toward the southeast. Oh, by the way, you will get a medal and a title of Count. Shang stopped, blinked twice, and looked at Gerald. Chapter 425, Count Sword. Bang. Shang exploded forward with a blast, his sword in its saber stayed slashing downward. Click. A longsword parried the attack and tried to push the saber to the side. However, Shang's attack had only been a feint, and his power was actually focused on pushing his opponent away. The opponent's sword didn't have enough power behind it to push Shang's saber away, which resulted in the person holding it being flung backward. Shang immediately exploded after them. His opponent was open. This was the perfect opportunity to strike. Black flames appeared around sword, and it struck the enemy's sword. Crack. The sword broke into pieces, and Shang's sword continued slashing forward. But he missed. Where his opponent had just been was now a hole in the ground. Shang. Suddenly, a sword shot out of the hole, right toward Shang's head. Bang. Shang slashed the sword away. Shang. And then, Shang's eyes widened. Right now, a second sword had come out of the ground beneath him, and it had stabbed him in the butt. The entire sword was inside Shang's body right now, and he knew that his opponent could kill him now if he so chose to. The ground below Shang moved to the side to reveal the head of a smiling man. My dear Count Sword, your creativity is still lacking, Mervin said with a smile. Then, Mervin pulled his sword out of Shang's butt and stepped out of the ground. Shang quickly healed his body inside helplessly. I still can't win, huh? He asked. This is our first fight, Shang, Mervin said. I don't think the word still is appropriate here. Right, Shang said, turning to face Mervin. A moment later, a thundering applause echoed throughout the courtyard. This had been an exhibition match between Shang and the new team of the Warriors Academy, Mervin. Shang had asked Mervin for a sparring match to see how far he had come and to learn some new things. Mervin had no problem with the match, but he also wanted to show the students of the academy how strong a warrior could become. Don't be too hard on yourself, Shang, Mervin said. You nearly had me a couple of times, and I actually had to resort to such an unorthodox technique. I don't usually use my earth affinity in such a way, but I just couldn't help it. I needed all of my power to win against you. Sure enough, Mervin hadn't exaggerated. His armor and clothing were cut in several places, and some blood was still flowing from some open wounds. The fight definitely hadn't been easy. Of course, Shang couldn't use all his powers. For example, he didn't use his darkness affinity, although it also wouldn't have helped much. He also hadn't worn Gerald's armor since Mervin didn't have a comparable set. Give it a couple of years, Mervin said. My path is set while yours is still developing. In a couple of years, you will overtake me. It seems like your path is far grander than even mine. Shang didn't disagree. He wanted to tell Mervin that the stability of his path was all thanks to him, but he just couldn't tell another person about his secrets. Shang knew Gerald, and he had known that he could trust him. Mervin, on the surface, appeared even more trustworthy, but Shang couldn't really look through his personality. Additionally, there was actually no need to tell Mervin where he had come from. Thank you for the fight, Teacher Mervin, Shang said with a short and polite bow. Mervin reciprocated the bow. The pleasure is all mine, Count Sword. You really don't need to call me that, Shang said. Why not? It's your title, Mervin said with a smile. Shang only sighed. Now that Shang was no longer part of the Warriors Academy, Mervin stopped acting like a serious teacher. He joked around more now, and this was one of his jokes. A couple of weeks ago, Shang had been given his title. The ceremony had been held in Gerald's castle, and all the mage nobles living in the Storm Eagle Zone had watched, even if there weren't many. Every noble with the rank of Count or higher received a unique title. This was also how Gerald had received the title of Whirlwind. Shang's title was Sword. During the ceremony, Shang also received his own territory to manage. In the beginning, Shang had not been even the slightest fan of that. He wanted to focus on his power, not manage some town or something. It would only distract him. But when Shang saw his territory, all his worries vanished. It was just a random part of the wild forest. There was literally nothing to manage as long as Shang didn't make it so. Usually, the dukes gave the counts the goals they wanted them to achieve, and it was the job of accounts to make it happen. Procuring gold, warriors, and mages were the most common goals. And Gerald's goal for Shang's territory was that it shouldn't bring in less than it does now, which was basically zero. If Shang wanted, he could create a castle or even a small town in his territory since it was quite big. He could theoretically manage everything in there and demand taxes, which definitely wouldn't be little. Or he could just do nothing. And, obviously, Shang chose the latter. The main reason why Gerald had granted Shang the title was to take the first step towards making the warriors equal to mages in terms of status. If there was one warrior count, there could be more in the future. Naturally, having a 30 peasant warrior amongst their ranks made the other counts in the other zones protest. They immediately complained to the council, who saw this as a prime opportunity to throw more dirt onto Gerald's image. However, the head of the council surprisingly shot that idea down. Count Sword has the power and the achievements to be a count, she had said. The council was horrified that their head had said something like that, but they couldn't get a reason as to why she had said these things out of her. Of course, the protests didn't let up, and the other noble mages only grew angrier. They just couldn't accept that a warrior was now a count. They could accept a warrior baron but not a count. That was too high for mere warriors. After all, a count was in practice just one step below a duke. There was also the liaison rank, which would give someone temporary authority on the level of the duke of the territory, but it wasn't a permanent rank. Shang and Mervin exchanged a couple more words, and Mervin held a grand speech for all the students, complimenting Count Sword for his power and naming him the second strongest warrior in the world. Shang didn't feel comfortable hearing all these praises come from Mervin. He was a rather proud person, and he agreed with everything Mervin said, but it felt so strange and weird hearing these things come out of someone else's mouth. It didn't feel real. While Shang was the target of contempt from the other noble mages, for the students in the Warriors Academy, he was their hero. He was a young warrior that managed to become the first warrior count in history. In the students' minds, Shang had reached the same level of mystery as the original teen. After talking with some people, Shang left the academy again. Another long period of isolated training was about to begin for him. Chapter 426, 10 years. In the next 10 years, the effects of the Star Map started to show results. The Sith Thunder Kingdom had received over 30 new high mages, which was more than they had anticipated. There had been so many late and peak mages that had been stuck at comprehending the unique concept they needed to advance, and when the Star Map appeared, many of these people finally managed to do the jump. At this moment, the Sith Thunder Kingdom had around 60 high mages, which was a shocking number. Every single encampment near the front lines was now defended by a high mage, which had been nearly a dream just 10 years ago. Of course, the Grand Mountain Kingdom and the Magic Purity Kingdom also had received a burst of new high mages. As time passed, the importance of true mages and commander stage warriors only shrunk, but they were still important. While the high mages fought, the soldiers fought each other, and if one side won, they could assist their high mage in the battle. One true mage wasn't an issue for a high mage, but if 20 true mages suddenly started throwing spells at the high mage while they were still dealing with another high mage, things could turn bad very quickly. If they evaded with modest step, they couldn't create another offensive spell to deal with the high mage, and if they didn't evade, the spells would consume their mana since they would hit the mana shield. Attacking the forces would also require concentration, time, and mana, which could prove fatal when another high mage was attacking them. One could say that having the support of an army increased the high mage's power by about 30%. Of course, if one of the high mages was clearly stronger than the other, even these 30% wouldn't make a difference, which was why the importance of the true mages had fallen. They could only help, not win. But there weren't only new high mages. In the last 10 years, about 15 new true path stage warriors also appeared. Just like with the high mages, these true path stage warriors had been commander stage warriors that had been stuck at the later levels of the commander stage. The impact a true path stage warrior brought to the battlefield wasn't as great as a high mage, but it was definitely not little. If a true path stage warrior managed to slip past the enemy's front lines, they would create a bloodbath. The enemy either needed to dedicate several mage towers to dealing with the true path stage warrior, significantly reducing the pressure on the enemy's army, or look at the true path stage warrior cutting through every mage that wasn't located in a mage tower right now. And if a true path stage warrior could go and support their high mage, things would go bad. A high mage was definitely more powerful than a true path stage warrior, but it wasn't to such a degree that they could kill them with a flip of their hand. A simple spell thrown their way wouldn't be enough to kill them due to their resilience and speed, which meant that the high mage needed to dedicate around 3 serious spells to deal with them. That were 3 spells that wouldn't attack the other high mage, which was devastating. Sadly, all the new true path stage warriors hadn't undergone the bloodline infusion. They had already created simplified versions of their paths when the bloodline infusion was invented, making it impossible to find a fitting beast for the procedure. So, while the true path stage warriors were still helplessly inferior to the high mages, they definitely weren't useless. If one thought of high mages as a soldier, true path stage warriors would be their dogs. Having a dog helping them was definitely better than not having one, but it was not worth as much as another soldier. In the past 10 years, the Grand Mountain Kingdom lost another 4 zones while it had only gained 2 more zones from the Black Shadow Kingdom, which meant that the Grand Mountain Kingdom was shrinking. The Sith Thunder Kingdom was no longer in the shape of a circle at the southern end of the world. Instead, it had transformed into an oval. Due to the new zones, the Sith Thunder Kingdom even had to create 3 new dukes, raising the number of dukes to 15. The war was reaching a new level of intensity after years of peace. Especially the Magic Purity Kingdom had started to assault the Sith Thunder Kingdom with more power while still keeping the pressure on the Black Shadow Kingdom. While the war with the Grand Mountain Kingdom went great, the news coming from the north was worrisome. There were a lot of new high mages in the Magic Purity Kingdom, and the Sith Thunder Kingdom was now under more pressure than ever before. The world was rapidly changing. But Shang saw none of that. For the past 10 years, Shang had only been training in seclusion, deep in the caves. Every couple of weeks, he heard some new developments from George and Gerald, but none of these things actually concerned him. Gerald always told Shang that he should concentrate on training and that he shouldn't think about the outside world, but Shang knew that Gerald was under a lot of pressure. The council demanded more and more powerful warriors to be sent to the front lines, and nearly half of all the true path stage warriors came from the little Storm Eagle zone. Yet, they still demanded more. Their goal was obvious. They wanted Gerald to send Shang, George, and Mervin to the front lines. They wanted to deal with Gerald's closest allies since that would weaken Gerald's hold over the warriors. Yet, Gerald always managed to keep those 3 away from the front lines. Shang knew that Gerald was under a lot of pressure, which only strengthened his resolve in training. It's been so long, Shang thought as he descended further into the caves. He was still wearing Gerald's armor, but it looked old and right after over 10 years. Shang still looked to be in his early 20s, even though he was 47 years old now. I've been in this world for around 33 years now, and Earth seems so distant and unimportant. I've trained for so long in the caves. Shang continued descending more. But after 33 years, it's finally time. I'm now at the peak commander stage, and my body is just as powerful as the body of a peak commander stage beast. My path has been around 30% completed. And now, it's time. Shang descended more and more until the caves became bigger and bigger. Shang still remembered the exploding mountain turtle from the day of chaos. After 33 years, I'm finally there. Shang remembered how helpless he had been. George had fought the exploding mountain turtle several kilometers away, and Shang had only been able to watch. Today, I will fight my first true path stage beast. Chapter 427, Shadow. Shang slowly walked down the caves with a narrowed eye. His focus was at his peak, and he kept watch over his surroundings with all of his concentration. This was no longer the safe area where only commander stage beasts lived. No, this was the place where the true path stage beasts lived. Shang's body had already reached the most powerful state possible for a commander stage warrior, which meant that he wouldn't be able to become more powerful without working on his path. Theoretically, Shang could break through the true path stage without a path by relying on the barbarian strengthening technique, but that would lock him out of the warrior path. At that point, he would be like King Sith Thunder, someone with a powerful body but no advanced techniques. This was not what Shang wanted. He wanted to push himself further and further. He wanted to create the ultimate path for anyone using a sword. Shang had already been working on his path for over 20 years by now, and he wasn't even halfway done. There was so much more to learn and so much more power to gain. As Shang slowly stepped down the caves, he felt like he was alone. There were no beasts anywhere. The caves were dark, but Shang could rely on his pseudo-spirit sense to make sense of his surroundings. Yet, there was just nothing there. Only walls. Shang continued walking forward. By now, the tunnels had reached a width and height of over 100 meters, which was far bigger than the upper caves. Being alone in such a grand structure had a certain feel to it. Suddenly, Shang focused on his right and furrowed his brows. He could feel something charging at him. Since Shang wasn't at the true path stage yet, his spirit sense also wasn't as big and accurate as it was supposed to be, which meant that the beast would most likely find him first. And, sure enough, the first beast had already found Shang and was charging at him with a lot of speed. Shang couldn't see it yet, but the closer it got, the clearer the image his pseudo-spirit sense sent him became. The beast was really long but not very wide. Of course, Shang was talking in terms of average size for a true path stage beast. Even though the beast wasn't very big for a true path stage beast, it was still a good 20 meters wide. But its length was definitely impressive. Shang estimated that it was nearly 200 meters long. Obviously, it had already seen him. Shang readied himself mentally and took out sword. He had never fought a true path stage beast before, and he also hadn't fought such a big beast before. The beast reached Shang's cave in just a couple of seconds due to its incredible speed, but Shang had felt the vibrations already earlier. By now, Shang also knew what it was. It was a gigantic centipede. Its entire body was black, and there were 3 rocky spikes on every segment of its body. Its head had 2 gigantic pincers, and its eyes had already focused on Shang. Right now, it was charging toward Shang from the ceiling. Shang only watched it. Usually, he would have already charged forward, but he could tell that this would be a bad idea. Bang. Sure enough, Shang was right. As soon as the centipede could see Shang, the rocky spikes on its back exploded off and flew right toward him. Shang easily evaded the first spike. It was fast, but not super fast. Additionally, it didn't have that much power. Shang could probably block it with his sword. However, that was not the problem. If it were only one spike, this would be easy. But the centipede shot over 30 spikes per second. It was almost like a gigantic machine gun was shooting at Shang with huge spikes. Bang, bang. Shang blasted to the side and then blasted away once again, but the avalanche of spikes just didn't end. There came more and more, and the centipede kept charging toward Shang as he retreated. In just a single second, Shang had needed to evade over 10 of the 30 fired spikes, which forced him to use several blasts already. This definitely isn't a weak beast, and it definitely isn't at the initial true path stage. It's most likely an average or above average early true path stage beast. Shang smirked. Just right as my first opponent. Shang stopped evading towards the back and began to charge directly at the centipede. The centipede didn't stop and kept running at him. Bang, bang, bang. Shang parried most of the spikes shooting at him and got closer to the centipede. That was when the centipede reached him and readied its pincers. As soon as Shang saw the centipede ready its pincers, his insides shook. His instincts were telling him that these pincers were far deadlier than he had anticipated. A moment later, a small light appeared in Shang's right eye, and his body withered to a considerable degree. Then, he charged forward. Just when Shang was about to reach the domain of the pincers, he used a powerful ice blast to change his trajectory. He was now trying to pass below the centipede's head. But at that moment, the pincers angled downward. Shang had expected the centipede to commit to the attack and miss him, but it had waited with its attack. And then, the pincers struck. They were incredibly fast, far faster than the centipede's body and its spikes. Crack. The pincers crushed Shang's entire body, turning him into dust. Or, at least, they would have. As soon as the pincers crushed Shang, he transformed into darkness mana and vanished into the surroundings. An instant later, Shang appeared below the centipede's head. It was almost like an even deeper darkness than the darkness around him had hidden him. 10 years was a lot of time, and Shang learned a couple of new tricks. This was one of them. Shang called it Shadow Image. By sacrificing quite a bit of his life energy, Shang could create an image with his own aura and could control it for a short time. At the same time, Shang would use another new trick, which he simply called Vanish. By sacrificing even more of his life energy, he could hide his aura to a certain degree. Now, since Shang wasn't a mage, these two abilities were not very powerful. If Shang only created a Shadow Image but didn't use Vanish, the enemy would immediately be able to tell where he was. If Shang only used Vanish but not Shadow Image, the enemy would still be able to feel the slight traces of his aura. But with both tricks at once, Shang could fool the centipede. Sadly, in order to fool something this powerful, Shang needed a darkness-rich environment. Additionally, beasts weren't the smartest beings. A high mage would very likely not fall for that trick. These two abilities had tons of weaknesses, but on the right occasion, these weaknesses didn't matter a lot. At this moment, Shang was below the head of the centipede. And then, he readied his sword. An instant later, the air around sword began to vibrate and warp. Chapter 428, No Normal Beast. Shang slashed upward. Crack. Sword easily cut through the thick armor of the centipede. Obviously, Shang wouldn't attempt to kill a true path stage beast with a commander stage weapon. In the last 10 years, Shang had also gotten the darkness sword from Gerald, and Shang had openly bought the fire and ice sword himself. He had basically gone public with the temperature affinity, making his purchases reasonable. After that, Gerald had given Shang the ore he needed to upgrade sword to the early true path stage. However, Shang's funds had essentially dried up. These kinds of materials couldn't be bought with gold, but Gerald sold them for gold anyway. Shang had paid over $1 billion gold for all the ore, which was an unreasonable amount for a commander stage warrior. Decades of Shang gathering fossile materials and gold had vanished in just an instant. However, it allowed him to upgrade sword, and he wasn't worried about the future. With such a weapon, he could now hunt true path stage beasts, which he could trade for even more ore. As Shang's sword cut into the armor, it suddenly shone brightly. It was the range attack Shang had introduced to the world, but it was slightly different this time. There was no element in the slash. Additionally, the power of the slash didn't exactly leave the domain of his sword. How had the warriors of the past managed to fell such gigantic beasts with their comparatively tiny weapons? This was the answer. As long as there was living matter, the ranged attack could be used as an extension for the actual slash. It was like Shang's sword had transformed to be over 20 meters long, but only while being inside an enemy's body. Sadly, the actual power or weight of the strike didn't change. It simply extended the attack's reach. After cutting through half the body, Shang felt his sword slow down. The centipede's body was thick and massive, making it very difficult for him to cut through the entire thing. Bang. A fire blast came out of Shang's left leg, shooting it upward. Bang. With a powerful kick, his left leg hit the back of his colossal sword, pushing it forward. CRRRK. The sword continued going. Bang. Bang. Shang kept hold of his sword and released 2 more blasts, shooting himself past the centipede. Crack. Crack. The centipede's sharp, hook-like legs were torn out of the walls as his body was pulled away from the wall. Shang's arms bulged as he continued slashing forward. His sword was making more progress through the centipede's body, and the continued power of Shang's blasts gave him more strength than the centipede could muster from its current position. And then, crack. Shang's sword cut through the centipede's entire body, and its head started to fall to the ground. Blood exploded out of the body, bathing Shang and his surroundings in a crimson red. Such a feat would have been impossible if Shang's body hadn't already reached the absolute peak of the commander stage. This beast was 2 levels above him, and his body had immense powers. For just a moment, time had seemingly stopped, and Shang took a deep breath. Bang. Shang's right eye shot open in terror. His armor had just activated. This meant that he would have died without it just now. Shang quickly focused on his surroundings again, and he realized what was going on. The spikes were still firing. Bang. Blood exploded out of Shang's body as he used another blast to evade the following spikes. The temperature all over his body had been thrown all over the place by the continued uses of the blasts, and Shang had gone past his usual limit, injuring him. At the same time, the half of the centipede that had been wrestled out of the wall was pulled back by the other half, and the feet dug into the wall again. Shang almost couldn't believe what he was seeing. He had cut off that thing's head. How could it still attack and move? The former neck of the centipede retreated from Shang as the centipede's back turned to face him. A second head. Or was this its actual head? Shang looked at the falling head he had cut off. That definitely was a head. He knew the centipedes often had a tail that mimicked their head, but Shang wasn't stupid. He could tell a tail from a head, and this definitely was a head. Shang had never heard of a beast that had 2 heads. I shouldn't be surprised, he thought with a narrowed eye. Not much is known about true path stage beasts. Bang. Bang. Shang kept exploding left and right to dodge the continuing assault of the spikes. At that moment, Shang used all his mana to heal his body. The blast, Shadow Image, and Vanish had used up a huge amount of his life energy, and he needed to refill it. However, Shang was now out of mana. Any new injury would stay with him for the duration of the fight. The fight had proven to be more difficult than he had thought. Shang prepared himself mentally again while dodging the spikes and then shot toward the centipede again. Boom. But at that moment, Shang felt a powerful pulse of mana come from behind him, and he felt an immense feeling of danger. At the same time, the centipede stopped shooting its spikes at Shang and stopped moving. Shang turned around and saw something horrifying. The head he had cut off had landed on the ground, and blood was scattering over the entire floor. This was not the normal speed at which blood spread, and this also wasn't the normal amount. It was like all the blood in the centipede's body had gathered inside the head, and it had exploded forth. Even more, the blood didn't flow in natural pathways. Right now, Shang was in the air in the middle of the cave, and he could see all the blood. It had transformed into a complex diagram. Even more, all the spikes the centipede had shot earlier had perfectly been placed at the important places inside the diagram. This meant that it had planned all of this from the very beginning. The spikes weren't there to kill him, but to set up this kind of ritual. An instant later, the entire cave turned to bloody red, and there was even red light inside the cave now. The head dissolved instantly, and at that moment, it was like a switch had been flipped. The walls of the entire cave turned red, and then they turned into a lustrous black. When Shang saw that, his eyes widened. That's metal. But hadn't the centipede been a beast with earth affinity? And then Shang felt a terrifying amount of mana gather around the centipede. CRK, CRK. Its exoskeleton began to crack in multiple places until there were several holes. And then long metallic arms came out of the holes. The first 5 segments of the centipede now had 2 gigantic arms coming out of them each. Bang. The centipede fell to the ground. In this form, it was easier to fight while on the ground. The first 5 segments righted themselves like it was the head of a gigantic cobra. Then the arms extended towards the walls and ground of the cave. Several spikes the centipede had shot earlier that hadn't landed in the diagram were now being grabbed by the arms. And then the arms pulled back. The fingers and claws of the arms melded with the spikes until it was just one continuous mass. And when the spikes came out of the walls, more than just the spikes was pulled out. Ridiculously long scissor-like sides were pulled out. It was like one had taken the pincers of the centipede and had transformed them into long sides. Shang was immediately reminded of a mantis. The sides all stopped above the centipede, all ready to strike. Bang, bang. At the same time, the metallic cave closed around the 2 exits. The blood on the ground rose by a level until it was 2 meters deep and stopped. Shang could feel corrosive powers come from the blood. A couple of spikes were still sticking out of the walls, representing tiny spots of safety. Shang. Then the centipede pulled its sides to the side, cutting through the air. This is not an average beast. Shang thought with shock. And then the centipede exploded towards Shang. Chapter 429, Weakening Strike. The centipede charged at Shang with incredible speed, throwing the corrosive blood to the side. Its sides shone in the red light of the metallic cave. For a moment, Shang was overwhelmed by the possible angles he could be attacked from. Usually, beasts only had 1 to 3 different attacks they could launch, making their offense rather predictable. But there was so much going on right now. There were 10 sides, 2 gigantic mandibles, several spiky legs, and even more spikes that could be launched at Shang at any moment. Right now, the centipede was facing Shang with its raised underside, pointing the spikes away from him, but he knew that if he managed to get past all the other weapons, the spikes would continue raining on him. Shang glanced backward and saw that only around 100 meters were left to the end of the cave. For just a moment, Shang felt like he was about to die. But then, his right eye narrowed. This wasn't the first time he was fighting something so powerful in relation to his own power. Shang knew that he had to go all out and that he couldn't die now. However, he also knew that the offense was just too massive and impenetrable. How was he supposed to get through so many sides? I immediately have to get rid of some of its weapons. As long as it gets one chance to attack, I will die. This thing was an absolute killing machine. Even a single side was already something Shang had to use all his power to block, and it had 10. I have to use all my power to weaken it immediately. Shang glanced at the blood pool beneath him. Jumping into it would definitely injure him. Shang gritted his teeth. Then, he jumped into the pool. As soon as Shang's feet touched the pool, it started to vanish. The air and blood around Shang started to turn into pure mana. Right now, Shang's right eye shone in a black light. Domain of entropy. Shang landed on the corroded metal beneath him and pulled his sword back. CRRR. Then, sword began to burn with black fire. Shang stance lowered as the centipede was close to reaching him. The domain of entropy intensified. He shot. Bang. Shang shot to the other end of the cave in an instant, leaving behind an empty trail devoid of blood. Crack, crack, crack. A moment later, all the legs on the centipede's left side broke off, followed by 2 sides. Shang had used his one use of mana step together with sword's entropy at a colossal price for his domain of entropy. The centipede fell to the side, creating waves with its blood as Shang jumped out of the pool, deactivating his domain of entropy. Shang's body hadn't been injured in any place, even though he had just turned so much blood into mana. That was because Shang had sacrificed something else. The black armor Shang had worn was turning into dust and scattering across the cave as more mana. Shang had sacrificed the armor Gerald had given him. However, he hadn't had any other choice. Turning so much blood into mana would have killed him, and he couldn't sacrifice sword. Sword. Shang shouted immediately as he threw it at the centipede. Sword had transformed into its great sword state, and it shot right at one of the sides that had been cut off. As soon as sword touched it, the side turned into liquid metal, which wrapped around sword. At that point, sword changed its angle and shot toward the second side, absorbing it as well. With impressive speed, it suddenly turned around and shot toward Shang again, but it looked more like a throw than actual flight. Sword was now at the true path stage, which meant that it could fly with quite some speed. At the same time, the centipede was slowly righting itself. Half its legs were gone, which meant that it had to use around 3 sides to keep its body in balance. Even more, that was only useful for the front of its body. The legs weight at its back still only had 1 pair. That was the problem with being so long and still using legs. If one lost their legs, their back would become nearly immobile. Right now, the centipede was like a human without their legs. They needed to pull themselves forward with their arms. Even more, it had to use the 3 remaining sides from the very side it needed them the most. Right now, only the 5 sides on its right side could be used as weapons, but that was still terrifying enough. However, the centipede's power couldn't be compared to its peak state anymore. Earlier, Shang would have been helpless in front of it, but now, he had a chance. Sword landed in Shang's hands. Boom. Sword hit the ground hard as Shang's arms trembled with strain. Sword had already become quite a bit heavier by being at the early true path stage, but now, it had also absorbed 2 of the sides. From its great sword state, Sword had grown to a state even more ridiculous than the colossal sword state. At this moment, Sword was over 5 meters long and nearly a meter wide. It became nearly unwieldable to Shang. I will help you, Sword told Shang. Then, Sword became lighter, and Shang could actually lift it. Sword had only managed to reach Shang with all its weight by using the momentum of Shang's throw, and the weight hadn't truly settled until it landed. Right now, Sword couldn't fly anymore. All this additional weight and mass that wasn't part of its usual body was weighing it down. However, it could still use its power of flight to reduce its weight in Shang's hands. Shang slowly lifted up Sword, barely able to keep it in balance. Shang gritted his teeth under the strain. CRK, CRK, CRK. Shang saw the centipede pull itself forward with its sides as it readied all its other weapons. Sword shone in the red cave with a metallic luster. Shang lowered his stance and readied himself to strike. Then, the centipede jumped forward. And Shang struck forward. Chapter 430, Black Fire. Sword swung forward very slowly. Shang had to swing very early. Otherwise, his swing wouldn't be able to hit the centipede before it reached him. Of course, that also meant that the centipede had already been prepared for the slow attack. The gigantic sword swung towards the centipede, and it quickly tried to swat it away with one of its sides. Crack. However, the side immediately broke into 2 pieces under the swing. Sword, absorb. Shang immediately shouted. Sword thought that was a bad idea since Shang could barely swing it now, but it trusted Shang. The cut off side was absorbed, and Sword grew even heavier and bigger. The centipede was shocked that its side had been broken by the attack, and when it saw the sword continuing to swing, it jumped back by using all its sides. The swing was just too slow to hit it, and it completely missed. Boom. The floor of the cave exploded as Sword hit it. Sword easily cut through it until it was halfway stuck in a diagonal angle. Shang looked forward with a narrowed eye. He saw the centipede's frontal body high in the air while its tail was still on the ground. Right now, the centipede's head reached the ceiling, which was nearly 100 meters above the ground. It looked incredibly imposing. It was like it was ready to strike. Shang pulled at Sword with all of his power, and together with Sword's help, he barely managed to pull it out of the ground. However, lifting it would be impossible. Shang used all his power to lift the handle over himself while the tip of Sword still remained on the ground. The centipede angled its body backward when it saw the dangerous weapon move. Its sides dug into the ceiling and moved its body back. With one swing, it threw itself around 300 meters away from Shang, right to the other end of the cave. It slowly curled its body on the closed entrance and showed its back to Shang. It was intimidated by the powerful weapon and decided to use ranged attacks. When Shang saw that, hope appeared in his right eye. This was what he had hoped for. If the centipede attacked with its size again, Shang would most likely die. This was why he had tried to intimidate his opponent into retreating, which worked. This would never work on a mage, but beasts weren't as smart as mages. And then, the centipede began to fire. Bang. Shang let go of sword and exploded to the right with a fire blast. But instead of taking to the air, Shang just kept running. When he reached the round wall, he kept running as the spikes shot past him. When Shang reached the ceiling, he only continued running. He knew he had enough speed to run along the walls like a cart going through a loop. Several of the spikes reached him, but Shang batted them away with his free arms. This was a very risky maneuver. If he messed up the timing even once, he would be impaled and nailed to the back of the cave. Shang reached the wall again and ran down. His speed became even faster. Then, Shang extended his arms and grabbed sword's handle as he passed by it. Crack. Shang's arms broke, and his muscles tore as his momentum kept pushing him forward. Shang used a little bit of mana he had recovered during the last couple of seconds to keep his arms in working shape. Bang, bang. Then, he unleashed two more blasts to strengthen his momentum. Luckily, the centipede had anticipated for Shang to continue, which was why the spikes hit the place in front of Shang, giving him a free moment. As Shang kept pulling and repairing his arms, sword began to move under the force of Shang's momentum. Bang, bang. Shang released another two blasts, his legs exploding with blood. Shang managed to barely pull sword to the wall when he felt his grip on the wall slip. He wasn't fast enough to run up the wall with sword. So, Shang let sword go. It was still moving upward at this moment, but it would begin falling soon. After Shang let go, he used another blast to accelerate again. He ran up the wall, ran over the ceiling, ran down the wall, jumped over the blood, and reached sword again, which still had some of its upward momentum remaining. Shang was running with so much speed that he had completed a loop before sword had even lost all its momentum. As Shang grabbed it again, he kept pulling more and eventually managed to get it halfway to the ceiling before he had to drop it again. Shang exploded forward again, blocking more spikes. And when Shang reached the ceiling next, he grabbed sword again and pulled. He managed to awkwardly pull it to the other side of the cave, and this time, he didn't let go. He pulled more, and thanks to sword's weight, Shang's speed increased even more. Shang jumped over the pool while holding the gigantic sword, the sword being pulled through the corrosive pool of blood. Entropy. Shang shouted. Sword immediately produced black fire, and the blood around it was turned into nothingness. Shang kept pulling and ran up the wall again, leaving behind a black streak. In one loop, a black ring of fire was created, but Shang didn't run in a perfect circle but slightly angled towards the centipede. So, the black ring wasn't actually a ring but the beginning of a spiral. As soon as the momentum had been established, it became incredibly easy to keep sword's momentum. Absorb just as much metal from the walls as you are using up, Shang shouted. Sword did just that, balancing its entropy with the metal it absorbed. By now, it had become very difficult for the centipede to actually target Shang. The black fire all around the end of the cave was messing with its spirit sense, which it relied on to target Shang. Shang kept running across the cave in what felt like a straight line. More of the blood vanished as the black fire stretched across the end of the cave. The spikes stuck in the walls and ground were completely decimated by the gigantic sword. More and more of the black fire accumulated, and Shang reached the halfway point to the centipede. Crack. At that point, sword cut through something that felt different, and Shang's right eye shone. The next moment, all the corrosive blood turned into normal blood. I knew it. The diagram Shang had seen earlier was probably the reason for the corrosiveness of the blood, and this had been one of Shang's targets. As soon as the blood lost its corrosive properties, Shang stopped jumping over it and just ran through it. This made the building and keeping up the momentum much easier. Shang sped up even more, and the black flames kept getting closer and closer to the centipede. And then, Shang's angle changed. He turned more towards the centipede, making the loop bigger. Sword, release 80% of your mass in one burst. Boom. The black fire behind Shang exploded in intensity and size, completely throwing the centipede's perception off. Its aim decreased even more, and it kept missing Shang. When Shang was only 100 meters away from the centipede, he ran down the wall, gaining one last burst of momentum. Then, he directly charged at the centipede. The centipede noticed that Shang was now charging at it, and it immediately targeted him again. Shang jumped. The spikes passed under him. Bang. Shang used the blast to completely stop his momentum in the air, but he let sword continue swinging. At this moment, a blood-covered and heavily injured figure was holding a gigantic sword covered in black flames in the middle of the air. Then, he pulled it upward with all of his power. Sword began to shine, and the black fire on it focused on its tip. Finally, Shang completed his swing. And it was a ranged attack. A humongous wave of black fire left sword as it turned back into its great sword state. The wave of black fire was absolutely gigantic, and the centipede immediately attacked it with its sides. However, its sides only turned into dust. It tried to move to the side, but the wave was just too big. Its body also began to turn into nothingness. An early troop half-stage beast couldn't resist the force of entropy. Eventually, the wave hit the back of the cave. And it exploded. Boom. Chapter 431, Hunting. Everything in front of Shang exploded, and he was thrown back into the black fire. Luckily, entropy couldn't hurt him. The explosion shook the entire cave, and if everything around Shang weren't made of metal, he would fear a cave-in. After a couple of seconds, the rumbling finally calmed down. Splash. Shang peeked his head out of a sea of blood and looked forward. The gigantic crater had appeared at the previously closed entrance. It was over 100 meters wide and perfectly circular. For all intents and purposes, it was like someone had detonated several tons of TNT in this place. There was nothing left of the centipede. The explosion had eaten up its entire body, leaving nothing behind. Shang slowly stood up. Are you okay? He asked. It's fine, Sword answered. Shang was worried that this much stress on Sword would have taken a toll on it, but everything seemed to be okay. Good, Shang said. What do you think this thing was? He asked. I don't know. I'm a weapon, Sword answered. Shang only sighed. Sword was always like this when he wanted to talk. Shang thought back to what the centipede had done. This kind of ritual it performed with its second head was definitely not normal. I doubt that a true half-stage beast can learn something like this naturally. The diagram that appeared on the ground was far too detailed and advanced for a mere beast to come up with. In fact, it looked like a complex magic circle. However, it definitely was a beast. Shang tried to come up with a plausible origin or explanation for the beast's abilities, but this time, he just couldn't find an answer. He had been able to find out how Vice Commander Wilbury had found Shang, but this time, there was simply too little information. One thing is for certain. It's definitely not a normal beast, and it's definitely not a weak or average one. In fact, in a certain sense, the centipede felt even more powerful than the Ice King, but that isn't necessarily due to its power. The Ice King had mastery over everything, and it was dangerous to every kind of opponent. Meanwhile, the centipede was only powerful in a melee matchup, and its speed also wasn't ridiculous. While fighting it in close quarters, it's probably more dangerous than the Ice King, but a mage could definitely keep it at bay and fight from range. The spikes shouldn't be that big of a deal for a mage to handle. It's like the centipede was specifically designed to deal with warriors. That would also explain where it got its abilities from. Shang sighed. However, I refuse to believe that an archmage can design something like this, which means, if it was designed by a human, it must have been designed by someone more powerful, and those people don't appear in this place. And if those people wanted to deal with me, they would just come themselves and kill me. It seems like, for the time being, the origin of this thing remains a secret. Shang used a little bit of his domain of entropy to get rid of the blood on his body. By now, his body was well on its way to recovery, and it would only take a couple more seconds to fully heal. Sadly, the attack destroyed the entire thing. I think that thing would have been worth a lot of money, but I guess that's gone now. But the fight wasn't for nothing. I can feel that I've gained several new shards on the way to the Colossal Sword Star. Shang walked forward and felt strangely naked. Then, Shang remembered that he had sacrificed his armor to deal with the thing. I can't ask Gerald for another set without paying. I should hunt some weaker troop half-stage beasts and store their corpses to pay him. Shang looked at the cave and noticed that the metal was slowly turning into stone again. He wasn't surprised by that. Metal summoned by mana would quickly turn back into metal mana after a while. Shang also saw that the place behind him had huge crevices going through it in a spiral shape. The crevices were also severely burned. It looked strange and unnatural. Well, whoever comes through here in the future will be confused by the spiral. Shang summoned some spear clothes and put them on. After that, he took hold of sword again and walked deeper into the caves, but he avoided going further down. He didn't want to meet beasts that were too powerful. Over the next couple of minutes, Shang searched for his next opponent, and eventually, he found him. It was a humongous toad that nearly filled out the entire tunnel. Initial true path stage, Shang thought. Without waiting, Shang immediately charged at it, and killed it in a couple of seconds. Now, the gigantic corpse of the toad lay before him, its head split. There had been no fancy surprises during the fight. The toad had only summoned some huge boulders and shot them at him, and when Shang got close, the toad tried to kill him with its tongue. Sure, the tongue had been surprisingly fast, but that was about it. There was nothing too fancy. After that, Shang tried to put the corpse away, but it was simply too heavy. The tedious and disgusting process of cutting the corpse into variable pieces commenced, and Shang finally managed to put it away. He did his best to keep the organs in one piece. In the end, only a pool of blood remained. That was easy, Shang thought. Sure, the toad's body had been a level above Shang, but Shang's affinity, speed, technique, creativity, offensive power, and explosiveness more than made up for the difference. After the fight, Shang continued. He had fought two true path stage beasts now, and he was confident that he now had a good feeling for his enemy's power. The next beast was another early true path stage beast, and Shang fought without holding back. However, the fight also ended in just a couple of seconds. The next one was another initial true path stage beast, and Shang could feel that it was above average. Starting with this opponent, Shang decided to get back to actually training. Instead of making use of all of his advantages, he concentrated on only winning with his body and swordsmanship. This entire process repeated itself a couple more times until Shang was finally done. Nearly an entire day of hunting and fighting had given Shang 13 corpses of beasts at the true path stage. That should be more than enough for more and another set of armor. Then, Shang exited the deeper caves again. Chapter 432, Walking Through Memories. Shang left the caves for the first time in a long while. He jumped out of a hole in the ground and appeared in the wasteland. At the moment, it was in the middle of the day, and plenty of warriors and mages were running around, earning money. In comparison to 30 years ago, the number of beasts Shang could see had been drastically reduced. With the increased power of the average warrior, they didn't need to form teams anymore, essentially multiplying the number of hunters. However, in order to stop the hunters from eradicating the entire beast population, several new rules had to be put into place. For example, hunting in the caves now required a hefty entrance fee. Additionally, more beasts in the wild forest had been put on the blacklist so that they could grow up and be hunted in the wasteland. The Day of Chaos had also become much more manageable due to the reduced number of beasts. But when Shang looked at Warrior's Paradise, it looked just like always. It was still as imposing as back then. In fact, it had even grown a bit in the past decades. The earth mages slowly widened the plateau Warrior's Paradise was on, allowing it to expand. In the past 3 decades, it had probably gotten wider by around 200 meters. Shang traveled towards the street that led to Warrior's Paradise and jumped. With a bit of finesse and control, Shang could essentially run up the 2-kilometer high road and easily land on it. He didn't even need to use his blast sword talisman. As soon as Shang landed on the road, he looked at the wasteland again. Memories entered his mind, and he remembered the first time he had seen this view. Back then, he had seen how the warriors and mages managed to jump up to Warrior's Paradise with their talismans, and he also remembered how intimidated he had been when he had seen the mages blast the beasts apart with ease. Shang had been around 15 years old at that point. Now, he was 47. 32 years had passed. Back then, he had still struggled with his persona from Earth, and this world had been new and magical to him. Now, it was just normal. Shang could also see the occasional student pass him. Not everyone visited all the classes. When he saw them, he felt like he had been one of them not too long ago. But now. Greetings, Counselor, one of the students said with a polite bow. Greetings, Counselor, the other one echoed. Shang only nodded toward them in acknowledgement. Back then, he had been one of them, and he had even received quite some ridicule from the other students. After all, Shang had been a weakling when it came to fighting other warriors. Shang slowly walked to the gates of Warrior's Paradise. During the mornings and evenings, the gate was always packed, but during the middle of the day, the traffic was fun. Shang simply walked past everyone. Greetings, Counselor, the guards shouted with respectful salutes. Shang nodded at them and simply entered the city. As a count, he didn't need to be subject to searches and could just enter. As Shang walked along the streets, nearly everyone politely walked out of his way and greeted him. Shang was sort of an attraction to these people. After all, they saw their dude much more often than the mysterious Counselor. When Shang reached the marketplace, his eyes fell on a building. This was the place where I sold the general stage vanishing snake. Back then, the adept that had run the shop had been unfathomably more powerful than Shang. Thinking about the shop also reminded Shang of someone. I haven't seen teacher Nerita, Aster, Sarah, and Matthew in over 20 years. I wonder what happened to them. As Shang turned to leave, he noticed another building. He had never been inside the building, but the sign woke more memories. German National Resource Trading Firm. The first time Shang had openly walked through the academy, some youngster from exactly this trading firm had sent his goodies at him. Stars German was his name, right? Shang looked at the building for a couple of seconds before continuing toward the academy. As he thought about the trading firm, he also remembered all the merchants that had sold all kinds of things in the academy. He still remembered how Shang had purchased the fire from one of them. The merchant had told Shang that the ore had come from the distant volcano WRM zone, which was why it had been so expensive. Storm Eagle zone, Empress Cobra zone, Adamantite Behemoth zone, Thunderhorse zone, volcano WRM zone. That was the path to get to the volcano WRM zone. It definitely was quite far away, but for the current Shang, this little bit of distance seemed irrelevant. Shang walked through the gates of the academy and saw many students training on the fields. Shang was supposed to meet Gerald in the basement of the academy to inspect all the beast corpses, which was why he was there. As soon as Shang entered the academy, most of the students noticed him and stared. Some of the teachers had complicated expressions on their faces. They remembered Shang, but they were scared of greeting him. He simply seemed too distant right now. The loud academy became quieter as everyone started looking at Shang with different expressions. Most of the students looked at him with shock and humongous respect. Some of the teachers smiled, some looked respectful, and some others had uncertain expressions on their faces. Shang stopped after everyone started staring at him. Then, his gaze wandered around the students on the fields. I have once been a student here, he slowly said, his voice echoing throughout the courtyard. Listen to your teachers. They have a lot of experience, and to gain such experience, plenty of errors must be made. When they say that something might result in something bad happening, listen to them. Instead of repeating the errors of the past, listen so that these errors stay in the past. I wish you all a bright future in this academy. Shang wasn't usually one for speeches, but he felt like this was the right time to give one. A bit after Shang was done with his speech, a couple of students started clapping politely. Most of them felt thankful to hear Counselor speak publicly, and they engraved his words deep into their minds. Shang wanted to continue walking forward, but his eyes fell on one person. Instead of walking towards the building, Shang entered one of the training fields and stopped in front of a teacher. This teacher was very tall, and his stature was wide and powerful. He had a gigantic sword on his back, which was about as big as sword when it was in its great sword state. Right now, the teacher was looking at Shang with a complex expression and a bit of fear. Shang looked at the teacher for a bit. Then, a small smile appeared on his face. Long time no see, Aster. Chapter 433, Distance. Yes, the teacher in front of Shang was Aster. Right now, he was at the early commander stage, and his battle strength felt above average to Shang. So, you're a teacher now, huh? Shang asked with a friendly smile. Aster looked around and saw that everyone was looking at them. Greetings, Counselor, Aster said, taking a step back and bowing politely. Shang raised an eyebrow. Is this really necessary, Aster? We're friends. When Aster heard these words, a surprised expression appeared on his face. But then, his expression transformed into an uncomfortable one. I'm sorry, Counselor, but I have to get back to teaching. When Shang heard that, a small tinge of sadness appeared inside his chest, but he quickly got used to it. Yes, what have I even been expecting? I understand, Shang said. Then, he turned to the students of Aster's class. Your teacher taught me many things when I was young. He is very knowledgeable and very experienced. You can count yourself lucky for having such a teacher. The eyes with which the students looked at their teacher became more respectful, and there was even a bit of wonder and shock in their eyes. Shang nodded once more at Aster and turned around. What did I even think when I said that? Shang thought as he walked towards the main building. Aster has probably heard that I returned 20 years ago. Maybe he even searched for me or waited for me to look for him. Yet, instead of doing that, I completely vanished. I never looked for him to talk or anything like that. I've been in the same class as Aster for 2 years, but 30 years have passed since then. Friends. At most, we are old acquaintances. Shang released a silent sigh. It feels like not much time has passed for me, but that's due to the long isolation of training. When there is no external stimulus, time passes at a rapid rate. But for others, it must feel like I have been gone for their entire life. Obviously, they wouldn't view me as someone close to them. I doubt that Sarah would react any differently. She would probably just greet me respectfully but with a cold voice and tell her, and I have never been close. It probably wouldn't be difficult to talk to Matthew, but that's because Gerald is raising him to become a politician. He should be very good at expanding his social circle. However, when Shang thought about Matthew, he felt very distant from him. Matthew felt more like a youngster than someone of Shang's age, even though Matthew was even older than Shang. Power. Shang thought as he looked at the sky. Power changes my entire outlook. The friends I had back then don't feel like my friends anymore, and the colossal giants I looked up to have transformed into people I can easily talk to. At that moment, Shang remembered his last trial. After Mervyn had killed himself in the trial, Shang realized what his future would turn into, and his future was now real. People he once knew had no connection with him anymore. Shang would continue training in isolation as they slowly progressed in life. Maybe Esther was already a father. Maybe Sarah had already begun learning to smith. They were no longer the same people, and to the same extent, Shang also wasn't the same person anymore. Right now, there's only George, Gerald, and Mervyn left. I can count those three as my friends, but that's because we are all of similar power and follow a similar goal. As time progresses, these friendships will probably also deteriorate. After all, I'm planning on reaching further than anyone else. Shang stepped into the building and walked into a hallway to his right. But all of that is necessary. There are so many talented people in this world, and I'm certain that there are many people much more talented than me. Shang put his hand on a wall. A moment later, the wall opened, and a staircase that led down appeared. Yeah, all these unimaginable geniuses didn't manage to become the most powerful person in the world. Is it because they didn't try hard enough? Is everyone else just lazy? Of course not. Shang walked down the stairs into the basement. If I want to keep up with them and even surpass them, I have to sacrifice more than anyone else. I can't waste my time with friendships, outings, family, romance, or similar things. If I want to become the most powerful, I must dedicate my entire life to my goal. At that moment, an image appeared in Shang's mind. It was a scene where Shang and George were much older, and they were looking at each other like strangers. It was a sad and heavy feeling. However, this is a pain I have to bear if I want to reach the top. Shang slowly walked through the basement and opened one of the doors. Behind the door was a long and high room. Shang remembered that he had fought the general stage warriors and adepts in this very room. Once a month, a secret marketplace appeared here for sensitive wares and even wares for the true path stage. Right now, the room was empty. Shang slowly walked to one of the walls and leaned on it. CRK. Shang quickly stood up again as a crack appeared on the wall. I should remember that I'm quite heavy now. Shang had to chuckle a bit at the sudden change in mood. Shang seemed chippier than usual today, but that actually wasn't the case. He wasn't the biggest fan of his current feelings and his current situation. However, one shouldn't forget that Shang was 47 years old now. He was no longer a young adult, and he had come to terms with his life over the past few decades. As Shang waited for Gerald, he thought about his star map. I'm a bit over 33% done thanks to that brutal fight against the centipede, but it's still just 33%. My progress will probably accelerate as I learn more, but I still think that it will take another 20 years at least. I have a star map, and I train every day, all day. Yeah, it would still take me about 50 years in total to comprehend my path. Honestly, without the star map, I probably wouldn't be able to finish this path in my lifetime. But it will all be worth it. Without a solid foundation, I can't reach the top. At that moment, one of the doors opened, and Shang looked over. Gerald had arrived. Chapter 434, Invasive Species. As Gerald entered the room, he looked at Shang with a smile. You're not wearing your armor, he asked. Yeah, about that, Shang said. Gerald raised an eyebrow. I need a new one. Gerald's eyebrows rose in surprise. I take it you had a very tough fight. Shang nodded. Then, he began to recount everything about the centipede and his fight with it. Gerald knew everything about Shang except for his control over abominations, which was why Shang didn't need to keep anything a secret. After Shang recounted everything, Gerald's brows furrowed. Shang, I fought maybe hundreds of true path stage beasts in my life, and I can tell you that not even one of them had any sort of power even similar to that centipede. I'm not exaggerating, Shang said. This is exactly what happened. Gerald nodded. I know. If this came from anyone else's mouth, I wouldn't believe them, but I know you. Gerald rubbed his chin and thought. This doesn't sound like a beast at all. You said you saw a huge diagram. Do you still remember how it looked? Shang nodded. Even though Shang's mind was far below the power of his body, it still was vastly more powerful than a normal person's mind. Because of that, he remembered about 60% to 80% of a complex diagram. Gerald summoned some paper and handed it to Shang along with a pencil. He knew that Shang probably didn't carry such stuff with him. Shang reconstructed the diagram as best as he could and handed the paper back to Gerald. When Gerald looked at it, his eyebrows shot up in shock. That definitely didn't come from a beast, he said. You see how these circles are positioned in relation to each other? That follows the common Marner nomenclature for clean and dispersed creation for magic circles. When beasts use magic, they don't use it in such a methodical and clean manner. These runes also follow the classical magic library placement. The position dash. Gerald, Shang interrupted. You know that I don't understand anything you say. Oh, right, Gerald said with a short chuckle. In short, this is a magic circle that follows all the common conventions for smart spellcasting. This is 100% a magic circle that has been designed by a mage. And even if a lot of it is missing, I can tell you that the design of this magic circle is far beyond my level. The runes interact in very unusual, unknown, and strange ways. It's like there are concepts in these runes that us high mages don't know about. Shang raised an eyebrow. High mages, as in all of them or only the ones in the five kingdoms? Gerald looked at Shang with a quick and surprised glance. You think this comes from outside the five kingdoms? After what you told me, yes, Shang answered. You are basically already at the highest level in the five kingdoms, and I think you can even estimate the power of the kings. If this magic circle shows concepts that not even you know about, it can only come from the outside world. Gerald looked at the ceiling as he hummed. That might actually be the case. So, what do you think about the centipede? Shang asked. From where it came from? Gerald asked. Shang nodded. Gerald looked at the diagram for a bit longer. There has been scientific research into the potential creation of beasts. You know, man-made beasts. The Sith Thunder Kingdom was once thinking about replacing the warriors with beasts that followed orders and were specifically designed to do one task. However, the more the Sith Thunder Kingdom learned about how to make something like that, the more they realized how incredibly complex and monumental this task would be. In fact, not even the king we had at the time could wrap his mind around all the concepts. Because of that, the project was cancelled. Shang looked at Gerald. So, you think this was one of these man-made beasts? Most likely, Gerald said with a nod. Then, how did it get here, and why was it here? Shang asked. Gerald hummed some more as he continued looking at the diagram. Then, his eyebrows rose as he got an idea. Invasive species, he said. Shang's eyebrows also rose. So, you don't think it was put here deliberately but simply entered this place on accident? Gerald nodded. Probably. If someone that could design or control such a creature wanted you dead, they wouldn't need to use the creature. They could just snuff you out like a candle. Because of that, I don't think that you were deliberately targeted. I think this thing simply came to this place on accident and lived inside the deep caves. Maybe, in the outside world, these creatures are common and fulfill a certain purpose. Gerald mused. A purpose? Shang repeated as he thought back to the fight. He could think of one purpose. To deal with physics, he asked. Gerald furrowed his brows. From what you told me, it sounds very likely. It traps a warrior in a very small area, taking away their flexibility. Its wall of size is nearly impenetrable by anyone fighting in close range. It seems like a perfect counter to a physical fighter. However, I don't see a reason to create something like that, Gerald said. From what you told me, all the other paths have deteriorated into what they are now. You said the god said that the mages in the outside world reign supreme. I don't see why anyone would want to design a creature to kill physicists when physicists can't even deal with an archmage, Gerald said. Shang scratched his chin and thought. What about the past? He asked. The past. Gerald repeated. Shang nodded. What if these beasts had been designed many years ago when the other paths were still in their prime? That would make sense, right? A small light appeared in Gerald's eyes. You mean they are like wild dogs? Dogs that once fulfilled an essential service but became obsolete due to changes in the world? Yes, I can see that being true, Gerald said. Maybe the centipedes were once used to kill physicists, but after all the physicists vanished, there was no use for the centipedes anymore. The mages at the time might have simply thrown them to the wild, and they became a wild species. That explanation seemed logically sound. That would explain how the centipede could use such a complex magic circle. That complex magic circle had probably been integrated into its DNA if this world had something like DNA. Anyway, we went a bit off topic there, Gerald said. You said you hunted some fruit path stage beasts and want to sell them. Shane nodded. I want more for the fruit path stage to continue with my training, and I also need a new set of armor. Gerald nodded. The ore is not a problem, but the armor is quite expensive. I'm sorry, but I can't pay that out of my pocket. Shane nodded. I wouldn't want you to. How much do you need? Gerald grimaced a bit. It's quite expensive. If I want to break even, I would need the bodies of 4 initial fruit path stage beasts. Shane didn't immediately answer. That's it, he asked after a couple of seconds. Gerald raised an eyebrow. Yes, that's it. Oh, then we don't have a problem. Gerald looked at Shane with surprise. How many beasts did you hunt? A few. Chapter 435, 4. As Shane summoned one beast after the other, Gerald's eyes widened. Shane had hunted way more than he had thought. Gerald knew that this was the first time Shane had hunted fruit path stage beasts, and he hadn't expected him to kill so many on his first trip. Shane sure didn't take it easy. Ancestral boulder turtle, Gerald said as he saw the corpse of a gigantic turtle. I was the one to find that species and name it. Dark sky spectre, they usually live in the Everest Covert zone, but I guess this one found its way into the cave somehow. A mineral badger, what's a metal affinity beast doing in the caves? Blizzard spider, they are usually deep in the mountains of the ice wyvern zone. Shane, you have quite an assortment of beasts with different affinities here. Are you sure you hunted all of them in the caves? Gerald asked. Shane nodded. Does that mean that the caves actually spread further than just the storm eagle zone? Gerald mused. It's possible. If there are no connections above a certain depth, we wouldn't be able to find the weaker ones. It's possible that there are some tunnels leading to other zones, but they only connect to our caves on a very deep level. Shane continued pulling out more beasts, and eventually, Gerald had pocketed all of them. But honestly, Shane, you need to use a transport ring. The corpses are worth far more when they are in one piece. Transport ring, Shane asked with a raised eyebrow. If you mean my space ring, it's not nearly big enough to hold such a huge corpse. Additionally, I can't even lift them, making it impossible for me to put them into the space ring anyway. Gerald chuckled a bit. Shane, do you honestly think that we may just have never faced this problem? Do you really think that we didn't already find a solution to that? Shane rubbed the back of his head. Sounds reasonable. The solution to this problem is a transport ring, Gerald said as he took off one of his rings. They are similar to space rings but different. They have a much larger capacity, and they are more resilient. Additionally, they have more magic circles, which make it possible to store very heavy things. The downside is that they are not easily accessible. You need to gather a digital external mana and draw an additional magic circle on the ground if you want to store something or take something up. That makes it impossible to use the transport rings during a battle or while traveling, but it gives you the option to store an entire corpse. The ring Duke Whirlwind had on his finger flew over to Shang. You can take mine in exchange for 2 of the weaker corpses. I will also design some kind of gadget that allows you to access the ring without needing to draw a magic circle. Is that okay? Shang nodded. Thanks. Gerald also nodded. How many corpses do you want to exchange for ore, and what kind of ore do you need? I want everything converted into element neutral mid-true path stage ore, Shang said. All of it. Gerald asked. That's a lot of ore, you know. I don't have any other use for the corpses for now. If I need anything else, I will just hunt some more beasts. Gerald snorted. Hunt some more, he repeated. Killing a true path stage beast is not something that a high mage does because they are bored. They might be able to deal with the beast, but they can't lose their concentration, and they need to be mindful of being ambushed by other beasts. Yeah, you talk about it like you are simply walking into your garden to pluck an apple. Shang didn't think that hunting some true path stage beasts was anything special. In fact, killing them had been far easier than he had expected. Well, except for the centipede, of course. I don't see a problem with hunting more of them. I'm planning on using them as my standard sparring partner for now anyway. I will probably spend the foreseeable future fighting true path stage beasts to train my swordsmanship. Gerald chuckled once again. Quite some grand words coming out of the mouth of someone at the peak commander stage. Shang furrowed his brows. I'm joking, Shang, Gerald said. I'm praising your power. After that, Shang and Gerald talked about some general things. Shang asked if there was news from the council or the other dukes. He wanted to know if they tried to deal with Gerald. Gerald said that they didn't have the time right now. The Magic Purity Kingdom was putting more and more pressure on the Sith Thunder Kingdom, eating up all the focus of the leaders. However, the pressure the Black Shadow Kingdom was under had also dropped. The Grand Mountain Kingdom was still attacking them relentlessly, but the Magic Purity Kingdom had lessened its defense on them. Right now, the Magic Purity Kingdom saw the Sith Thunder Kingdom as an even bigger threat than before. The addition of the true path stage warriors had made it harder for the Magic Purity Kingdom to attack the Sith Thunder Kingdom. Shang was glad to hear that there were currently no issues facing the Storm Eagle Zone, except for the normal ones. After they talked for a while, Shang left for the caves to continue his training. However, just 3 days later, Gerald contacted Shang to tell him that Aldi had arrived. Shang met Gerald behind his castle. Gerald only smirked. Shang. Boom. A gigantic boulder of ore appeared in front of Shang. Shang could only look at it with a shot eye. This boulder was probably 5 meters wide and 5 meters high. That was a lot of ore. That's all for me, he asked. Gerald nodded. Shang went forward and tried to lift the boulder, but it was simply too heavy. So, Shang used sword to cut through the boulder and store the pieces in his inner world. Shang. Boom. Another boulder appeared on the ground in front of Shang, and it was just as big as the previous one. Shang could only look with shock at the boulder. Then, he looked at Gerald, who was only smirking. That one too. Gerald only laughed. As Shang cut through that one too, a third boulder appeared. Shang only looked at Gerald in surprise. How many boulders did you bring? Gerald only smirked. A few. Chapter 436, Rise of Warriors. Gerald dumped 6 additional boulders beside Shang, shocking him quite a bit. When Gerald had asked if Shang knew how much ore he would get for the corpses, his concerns hadn't been for nothing. That was a lot of ore. Shang put all the ore into his inner world and talked a bit longer with Gerald. Then, he left for the caves. His armor would need another 2 weeks to be completed. The next 2 weeks, nothing of note happened, and Shang got his armor. It looked just like the last one and was even a bit better. Now, it could block 2 spells of an early high mage, which was better than being able to block 3 spells from an initial high mage. Thus, another long period of isolated training commenced. About 4 years later, some piece of interesting news came to Shang. George had advanced to the true path stage again, and this time, his path was very good. It was about as good as Mervin's, which was incredible. Additionally, George had undergone the bloodline infusion compared to Mervin. By now, a couple of warriors had already managed to reach the early true path stage, and Mervin had also already reached that level. However, with George being back at the true path stage, his powerful path, and his powerful body, he had regained the title of most powerful warrior in the world. Obviously, George had also used the barbarian strengthening technique, which meant that his body was as powerful as it could get. With George's incredible talent and experience, he was certain that he was more powerful than the average initial high mage. George also tried hunting true path stage beasts, and his power proved to be incredible. It wasn't very hard for him to kill a true path stage beast. Compared to the time George had been helpless against the exploding mountain turtle, George was now much more powerful. Even though he was 1 level lower than he had been back then, George was now vastly more powerful than back then. George even fought an early true path stage beast, and even though he didn't manage to kill it, he forced it to run away. At the early true path stage, Mervin only managed to equally fight an initial true path stage beast due to the weakness of his body, which demonstrated the difference between him and George now. After George tested his power for a couple more months, he went to Shang. And he challenged him to a duel. The 2 of them fought. Who won? Shang. And it wasn't even close. The very reason why Shang hadn't been able to win against Mervin back in the trial was now the reason why he won against George. Shang could unleash so many strange attacks, and he could even transform his weapon in the middle of the fight, completely transforming his fighting style and rhythm. Whenever Shang changed weapons, George felt like he was fighting a completely new person. They had been about equal when Shang fought with his colossal sword, but as soon as he changed to his great sword, he took George by surprise more than once, winning the fight. Shang hadn't even used sword's entropy on George since he feared that he would accidentally kill him. Even Shang had been surprised by how easily he had won. George's path was impressive, but while he was fighting him, Shang felt like George's path was about equally as powerful as his own. If he only counted one of his 4 weapons. So, now it was official. George had regained his title as the strongest warrior in the world, but he lost it to Shang afterward. Just 14 years ago, Shang had lost against Mervin, but now, Mervin also wouldn't be able to win. Shang had officially become the strongest warrior in the world. George didn't seem to be surprised. He had expected losing. However, that was still far better than not fighting at all. Back then, George didn't even dare fight Shang, but now, he had tried it. George had returned to his younger self, someone that was willing to risk their life for power. The two of them talked for a long while and talked about the past. They shared their perspective and experiences when they met each other. None of them were surprised about what the other person had thought back. Then, after a while, George left again, and Shang's training resumed. Another year passed. By now, there were over 25 true path stage warriors and over 80 high mages. When Shang arrived in this world, there had only been one. Now, there were 25. Many things could change in over 30 years. Even the first warriors that had undergone the bloodline infusion managed to advance to the true path stage, and their appearance immediately made everyone realize that warriors were no joke. The very moment when the Thunder Kingdom realized this was when George killed the High Mage of the Magic Purity Kingdom. Initially, the other soldiers were only fighting to gain time for a High Mage to arrive. After all, the enemy had taken them by surprise. But then, George had managed to kill the High Mage on his own. At that moment, the entire world had seemingly come to a halt. A High Mage had died to a warrior. It was beyond shocking. As soon as the news got out, many warriors in the world started training with new fervor. They could become as powerful as mages. It was possible. The people that wanted to join the Warriors Academy and undergo the bloodline infusion skyrocketed. Luckily, the bloodline infusion had become so simple that it could be performed by a commander stage warrior on their own, which meant that it could be performed basically anywhere. The Warriors Academy was no longer the only place that offered to do the bloodline infusion. After another 2 years, it had become normal and expected of warriors to undergo the bloodline infusion. At the same time, due to the addition of the true path stage warriors, the front line stabilized again, even though the Magic Purity Kingdom had increased their pressure even more. The help of the true path stage warriors had become integral and invaluable. While the Thunder Kingdom's front lines rejoiced at the warriors' arrival, the council and dukes didn't like it. They started to feel threatened. They had secretly and even openly gone against the warriors in the past, and they feared retaliation. What about when the warriors became powerful enough to threaten the council? What would they do then? Additionally, they still felt that warriors were beneath them. Warriors had always only done the peasant work at the front lines. They had only been cannon fodder so that the mages could do their work. Warriors were dogs. They were there to serve the mages. And with that, the focus of the council and dukes went from the front lines back to the warriors. They had to deal with this threat. And they knew where they would start. One more year passed. Shang was currently training in the caves again. Right now, he was 55 years old, and he had been in this world for over 40 years. From a young boy, he had transformed into a stalwart man that looked to be in their late 20s. Shang was in the prime of his life. But today, something happened. In fact, he got an unannounced visitor. Shang's pseudo-spirit sense had picked up something that moved towards him. It was not a human. It was not a beast. When Shang saw it approach, he felt like his heart had stopped. He hoped that his guess didn't prove to be true. The thing approached and stopped in front of Shang. Sword left Shang's hands and floated over to the thing, touching it. What was the thing? It was George's spear. And it was alone. And then, the word Shang feared the most entered his mind. George was killed by an early high mage, so it transmitted. Chapter 437, Progenitor of all warriors. Gerald, I need you to come here right now, Shang said to his communication crystal. Did something happen? Gerald asked with a serious voice. Yes, something serious has happened. Come to the caves, Shang answered. Are you in danger? Gerald asked. No. I will be there in 5 minutes, Gerald said before cutting the connection. For the next 5 minutes, Shang only waited in the middle of the cave. The spear had already told Sword about everything that happened, and Sword had told Shang. The day Shang had feared for many reasons had finally arrived. He had lost one of his friends, and he knew that there was nothing he could do about it right now. When Shang had fought Mervin in the trial, he had come to the realization that one day, one of his friends would die, and he would be forced to stand by and only watch. Shang had put his power before everything else, and this was the sacrifice he had chosen to make. The council very likely already had preparations in place in case news got out, and someone came to take revenge. Either an even more powerful mage would wait near the killer, or the council had prepared some kind of surveillance magic circle to record Shang's act of killing a high mage of their kingdom. In both cases, Shang would die. As Shang waited in the darkness, his memories of George played in his mind. He remembered when George had invited him to his office. Back then, Shang hated George. George seemed so cold and brutal in his eyes. Yet, as more time passed, Shang realized that George had actually sacrificed a lot for the warriors. Without him, the warriors would still be the mage's dogs. There would be no bloodline infusion. There would be no true path stage warriors. There would be no basic training techniques for the caterpillar class. And without George, Shang would have never achieved that many points in his trials, effectively making the reward Shang had already given the world also one of George's accomplishments. He had blazed a trail for the warrior's path. Even when George had already reached 160 years of age, he had still been willing to start anew. He had gone through the terrible shattering of his path and had managed to create an even better one. He had also been the first warrior to kill a high mage. George had been a legend. He had been the progenitor of all warriors. And the way he had died had been pitiful. The poison early high mage had staged an ambush in Everest Covert Zone. From time to time, George had left the Storm Eagle Zone to fight against different beasts in the Everest Covert Zone, and that was where the high mage had prepared everything. As soon as George arrived near the high mage, she activated a huge magic circle that isolated the surroundings, essentially trapping George in a gigantic cage. Then, she used millions of poison mana crystals to fill the entire area with poison. George had aggressively attacked the barrier, destroying an insane amount of mana crystals that were used to power it. However, there had been just too much mana. The amount of money expended by using these mana crystals probably came to around 10 true path stage beast corpses. In the end, the poison consumed all of George's life energy and turned him into a desecrated corpse. According to the spear, George looked very similar to Kila Ortis' corpse after Shang had drowned him in poison. After that, George's corpse was stored in a space ring, and the high mage left. That was when the spear made its escape. Before George died, he transmitted his last words to the spear, and the spear buried itself into the ground as George died. The spear continued digging through the ground until it entered the caves. As it flew through the caves, the beasts completely ignored it. To them, the spear was only a flying stone. And that was how the spear came to Shang. There were 3 parts to George's last message. The first part was for his spear. He had thanked it for being his companion through these many years. The second part was for Shang and Gerald. Thank you for being my friends in this hostile world. I always missed Earth and wanted to return, but thanks to you two, I managed to find a home in this place. Today, I will die not to power but to wealth. As my last wish, I want you to kill every single member of the council and all the dukes. He didn't have much time for his last words, which was why he had left this brief and simple message. George hadn't wanted to die. George died angry and aggrieved, and his last message showed that very well. Instead of wishing only the best for his friends, his entire mind was focused on revenge. He could only think about revenge in the last moments of his life. Understandable, considering the circumstances of his death. The third and last part of George's last message was a technique for warriors. It was something that he had been developing for a while, and it was nearly done. It only needed a bit more work. It was actually ironic. If the technique had been completed already, George might not have died. The technique would allow someone to remotely control their weapon with the force of their path. The power wouldn't be very strong, and it wouldn't be very fast. However, by using some clever tricks, the technique could put more lift on the weapon than a warrior and the weapon would. George had created a technique to allow someone to fly by standing on their weapon, but they had to be at the true path stage first. The only drawback was that the warrior couldn't fly while in the air since all their power was focused on keeping their weapon in the air. If George had had the complete version of the technique, the high mage probably wouldn't have noticed him. After all, he wouldn't have walked to the Everest Covert Zone but fly there. Sadly, there were no ifs in the world. George was dead, and there was nothing Shang or Gerald could do. Shang could only clench his fist in frustration and rage. He couldn't do anything right now. The council would be prepared if he tried to do anything, and Shang would die. If Shang had decided to take an easier path, he would already be at the true path stage and would be powerful enough to make a difference. However, Shang had chosen his path. He knew that he would spend untold amounts of time in his stages since he wanted to always reach the peak of his foundation. Shang wanted to do nothing more but charge right at the killer, kill them, kill the dukes, and kill the council. But there was nothing he could do right now. Shang felt Gerald's spirit sense. Shang didn't answer. A couple of seconds later, Gerald arrived, and he saw the lonely spear. Gerald took a deep breath. Is he? Shang nodded. Gerald closed his eyes for several seconds. Who did it? Shang could feel Gerald's suppressed rage and hatred in his voice. Chapter 438, Future Plans. Shang told Gerald everything that had happened, and he could see Gerald's rage and hatred in his eyes. The council, Gerald said with a venomous voice. Shang had never heard Gerald become this emotional before. He had always been very polite, friendly, and jovial, but now he looked absolutely enraged. Shang didn't say anything. Are you going to take revenge? Gerald asked with dark voice and narrowed eyes. Shang slowly shook his head. Not yet. Not yet. Gerald shouted in outrage. George died, and you're not going to do anything about it. Shang furrowed his brows and looked at Gerald. I've told you of the path I have chosen. Going now would be suicide. Gerald clenched his fist until blood poured out, but then he took a deep breath. I'm sorry, Gerald said. I've lost control over myself. Me asking you to take revenge was stupid and hypocritical of me. I could do it just as well with my power. I'm genuinely sorry, Shang, Gerald said. I don't follow you, Shang answered. We all say horrible things in horrible situations. You were the one that told me that even high mages lose control over their emotions and do stupid things sometimes. Gerald released a chuckle, but it sounded very unnatural and forced. Obviously, he was not in the mood to laugh or joke around. Do you have any plans? Shang asked. Gerald looked to the side. I've made several plans over the past decades, but it isn't time yet to put them into motion. Then, Gerald looked at Shang. All of them require you to reach the true path stage first. I need someone that can kill a mid-high mage. Shang nodded. What plans? Gerald took another deep breath. I was stuck between three of them, not sure which one I should choose. Then, an aggressive light appeared in Gerald's eyes. But now, I'm sure which one I will choose. He looked deeply into Shang's eye with a severe gaze. This is the most dangerous plan, and you will have to fight many high mages one after the other. You will be the one in the most danger during all of this, and the entire plan's success lies on your shoulders. If you mess up, everyone will die, including me. No problem, Shang answered immediately. Gerald was a bit surprised by Shang's quick acceptance. You are not afraid. I'm not afraid of fighting, Shang said. I'm afraid of not being able to fight at all, which perfectly reflects my current situation. At that moment, Shang's voice began to quiver a bit. You don't know how much I want to just run out there and kill all the dukes in the council. I want to kill them so badly. Shang closed his eye and took a deep breath to compose himself. Yeah, I am stuck here due to the path I have chosen. Right now, I don't have the power to make a difference, and I won't get that kind of power in the foreseeable future. My friend just died, but I can only watch and do nothing. I can only train. That's it. Gerald could feel Shang's frustration. He was in a similar situation right now. His plan wasn't ready to be put into motion yet, which meant that he could also only sit by and watch. For the next while, no one spoke a word. What does it want to do now? Gerald asked, referring to the spear. Revenge, Shang said. George is dying, which is its purpose. It doesn't matter what it needs to do. It only wants to kill everyone that George wished dead. Gerald only looked at the spear. Can I talk to it? He asked. These kinds of weapons can only communicate with their owner and other weapons, Shang said. Not even I can talk to it. Sword has to tell me what it says. Gerald only nodded. Then, nothing changes for the foreseeable future, he said. Nothing changes, Shang confirmed, at least, until it is time. Until it is time, Gerald said with a nod. Do you want to make George's death public? Shang asked. Gerald slowly shook his head. No, it's not the right time. For now, the council doesn't know that their secret has been exposed. They will probably leave some trails in the Emberscope zone that make it seem like a huge fight between the beast and George has taken place. Additionally, they will probably throw George's corpse to a random true path stage beast to get eaten. It is the safest way to keep the love illegal. George has shown himself only a bit more than you in the last couple of years, and his disappearance won't raise any eyebrows. In a couple of months, I will act like I am searching for him, and I will probably find some traces that lead to a beast. I will kill the beast as revenge in return. Over the following years, I will act suspicious towards the council. After all, acting like I completely bought the lie would be unbelievable. They already expect me to suspect them, but without solid evidence, I would be helpless. For the next couple of years, the deaths of the warriors will increase while more and more of them will be sent to the front lines. For now, there's nothing I can do about that. I have to eat all of this up until we reach the true path stage. But then, we will take our revenge. Shang nodded. Then, that's the plan. Gerald also nodded. Shang, I don't want you to rush things for the sake of revenge. If you are not fully prepared, everything will be for naught. I need you as powerful as you possibly can be. Don't worry, Shang answered. I know. I only hope that you are not also gone when the time arrives. You don't have to worry about that, Gerald said with narrowed eyes. As long as several members of the council or King's Thunder don't attack me, I won't die. I can promise you that. Shang nodded. Then, that's good to hear. Gerald also nodded, and after that, Gerald left. They had to wait for Shang to reach the true path stage first. After Gerald left, the spear hovered over to the walls of the cave and leaned against it. It looked just like a normal weapon. For a while, Shang looked at the spear. Sword, if I were to die, would you also want to take revenge? He asked. My goal is to become the strongest weapon, Sword answered. With enough power, I can take revenge. Shang only nodded. Sword was different from the spear. The spear just wanted to take revenge, while Sword only wanted power. After asking Sword that question, Shang continued training. He had to become more powerful. Chapter 439, for weapons, for affinities. Shang continued training inside the caves. For multiple years, Shang had seemingly vanished from the face of the world. People knew about the mysterious Count Sword, but nearly all of them had never seen him. Some of the people even doubted that Count Sword actually existed. After all, someone must have seen him somewhere, right? However, deep in the caves, Shang was training hard every single day. He only focused on his own power, nothing else. And his progress was astounding. When Shang had just reached the peak commander stage, he would have had a shot at killing an average initial high mage. But now, Shang could even fight an early high mage, probably. Shang's physical power had not increased in any way. His increase in power was all due to his diligent training in his path. As Shang continued training, George's spear kept following him. It didn't help or come close, but it stayed in the same general vicinity of Shang. Shang guessed that he and Sword were the closest people to George's spear, which was why it was following them. A couple of months passed. One day, George's spear approached Shang of its own volition. Shang was a bit surprised since the spear had never initiated a conversation before. Sword left Shang's hands and floated over to the spear, touching it. It is asking why you are not making use of your affinities, Sword told Shang. Because I want to train in my swordsmanship, Shang answered, looking at the spear. Right now, I am forging my path, and I only use my affinities in a genuine fight. If I used all my abilities the entire time, my opponents wouldn't be able to live for long. George's spear didn't move. It says that this was not what it meant, Sword said. Shang raised an eyebrow. It says that splitting your affinities and swordsmanship into separate categories is stupid, Sword said. Shang furrowed his brows. Can you explain what you mean? It says that you should take the range technique you learned as an example. Using it without an affinity makes it far weaker. It is definitely a technique designed for weapons, but its power gets elevated by using an affinity, something George didn't have access to. If you can combine the ranged attack with an affinity, you should also be able to combine other attacks with your affinity. It has seen us fight multiple times before, but we only use our affinity like this with the range technique, not with everything else. Shang rubbed his chin with furrowed brows as he fell into thought. It says that you are pursuing George's path, the path of someone that didn't have access to an affinity. Warriors like Mervin take advantage of their affinities and increase the power of their techniques in this way. They never strike with only their weapons. In some form, their affinity is always part of their attacks and defenses. Shang thought back to his fight with Mervin about 18 years ago. Sure enough, Mervin had used his metal affinity in nearly every attack. It had made his sword move faster and release more power. Shang also remembered the different warriors he had fought in the trial. Even the average late commander stage warrior used their affinity in combination with their techniques. How can I integrate my affinities into my techniques? Even more, how can I integrate them in a way that doesn't constantly sap my life energy? Shang thought about his weapons and about his affinities. His colossal sword was very defensive and with a heavy focus on a counterattack. His great sword was focused on unleashing few but very devastating and explosive attacks. His saber was focused on a good number of attacks with a good amount of power. His long sword was focused on rapid attacks that relied heavily on using Shang's life energy and affinity. His fire affinity was mostly used with ranged attacks. His ice affinity wasn't really used in any of his attacks. His light affinity wasn't used at all. His darkness affinity was mostly used with Shang's long sword. There definitely is a lot of untapped potential there, Shang thought. Then, Shang got an idea. 4 affinities. 4 weapons. Maybe I can further distinguish the different weapons by also creating attacks that follow one of the affinities. Not all affinities are suitable for all weapons. For example, my darkness affinity is not very useful with my colossal or greatsword. The additional damage it provides is more of a hit thing than a multiplier on existing damage. At the same time, my eyes affinity can increase the power of my weapon, making it the opposite, but I rarely use it in such a way since it wouldn't be worth the life energy. I don't need to use everything with everything. Sure, I can still use ice and fire to move around, but when it comes to attacks, it should be fine if I design my techniques around a certain weapon and affinity. How would I assign them? The easiest would be my longsword. My longsword and my darkness affinity perfectly go hand in hand. The next one is a bit more difficult. For my saber, I could imagine fire and ice. With ice, I would increase the power of my weapon attacks, while fire would do the same thing but in a different way. I could also use fire with the range technique while using my saber. My greatsword seems similar, but it's actually easier to assign a partner to it. My greatsword doesn't release many attacks, but they are all backed by its powerful weight and power. Fire is just like my darkness affinity, a pretty thing. Ice increases the existing power of my attacks. So, greatsword should go with ice. That would pierce saber with fire. And my colossal sword with light. At that moment, Shang only looked forward with uncertainty. I've never really used my light affinity. It basically just exists. I mean, a light affinity isn't very useful enough due to my warrior's body. If I didn't have that, I could use it to heal myself, but using my warrior's body is just way better. Shang looked to the side. However, everything I know about the light affinity is stuff I learned as a soldier stage student. I can imagine light being useless enough at such a level, but is that still the case at higher levels? I mean, Earth had lasers. I don't think I have the power to create something like a laser, but maybe there is something I can do. But that might not even be the right approach. My colossal sword is focused mostly on defense, and my light affinity is also mostly focused on defense. Is there a way to use light in a defensive manner without just healing? Shang mulled over that thought for a while. There might be, but I don't know. This is essentially new territory to me, which means I would need to start from ground zero. But then, Shang's eyebrows rose. No, I don't have to start from zero. Thank you, Shang said to the spear. You have given me a lot to think about. It says that it only helped because it couldn't look at the talent you were wasting, so it told Shang. Shang only smiled a bit. Thank you anyway. After that, the spear went back to the wall. And Shang took out his communication crystal. While the warrior path would mostly be unknown from now on, the mage path was very clear for everyone to see. Why not ask a mage? Shang contacted Gerald and asked about uses for a light affinity that were not related to healing. And Shang finally got his answer. Yes, that would work. He could finally make use of his light affinity. Chapter 440, Changing World. A couple of minutes later, Shang left the caves and went to where Gerald was currently. Gerald simply handed Shang several large books, and Shang left for the caves again. As soon as he came back, Shang read through all the books. These books were spell compendiums, and they basically listed every standard true mage spell known to the Sith Thunder Kingdom. Something like that would go for an extraordinary price, but Gerald just gave them to Shang. Sure, these spell compendiums were extremely valuable, but their value was still perceived in gold. Shang could hunt true path stage beasts. If he wanted to repay Gerald, he would only need to hand over a single corpse, and he would never pay far more than he would. Naturally, Shang wasn't interested in learning magic. He only looked at the spells and how they worked to gain inspiration for his techniques. Shang was no longer on a level where he needed to learn other people's techniques. No, he needed to create his own techniques. Additionally, with Shang's powerful path, he was more than qualified to create such techniques. Over the next 2 years, Shang's path didn't make much progress. He was fully focused on coming up with new techniques and trying to manipulate his mana and affinities well enough to actually use them. He created a couple of duds, but he also found a couple of useful ones. After coming up with a good framework for his future fighting style, Shang went on to make his new fighting style an actual reality. The beginning was hard since this was a new field for Shang. 3 years later, Shang had only made marginal progress. At least, that was how it felt. When Shang actually looked at the star map, he noticed something. The charts that had symbolized Shang's different affinities were starting to connect to Shang's paths. This didn't increase the actual progress of his path but made it wider and more powerful. By now, all 4 paths were even wider than Mervin's path, showing their ridiculous power. Shang realized that he was onto something big, and his determination to continue pursuing this path only increased. 5 years later, Shang managed to fully integrate his affinities with his paths. In the last 10 or so years, Shang's path hadn't advanced upward but had gotten far wider. Right now, Shang's path was still stuck at a bit more than 50%, but it couldn't be compared to its earlier version. From this point onward, Shang focused on progressing his path again with its new width. Over the past couple of years, even more true path stage warriors and high mages appeared. Sadly, the number of deaths amongst the true path stage warriors rose. They started to be sent on reckless missions or just mysteriously vanished. Most of all, the warriors that died were all warriors that were not too happy with the mages. By now, the warriors started to realize that the council was behind all of this. Sadly, they simply didn't have the power to go against the council. But there was something they could do. Fewer warriors appeared on the critical front lines, even when great rewards were promised. More warriors only did the necessary things that were expected of them but didn't go beyond. They simply did the bare minimum and tried to stay alive. Additionally, many powerful warriors didn't even announce their new power or show themselves in public. When nobody knew that they existed, they couldn't be forced to fight on the front lines. In short, they had given up on the Sith Thunder Kingdom. If the leaders didn't respect them, they also wouldn't show respect. Because of these slow changes, the front lines between the Sith Thunder Kingdom and the Magic Purity Kingdom became bloody again. The pressure on the Sith Thunder Kingdom increased, and the council was forced to lower the pressure they put on the warriors. Sadly, there was no way to announce such a thing. Everything they had done previously had been done in the shadows. If they announced now that they were no longer doing these things, it would be like telling everyone that they had been responsible for most of the warriors' deaths. Many things were changing in the world over the years, but for Shang, nothing changed. He was still deep in the caves, working on his power. By now, Count Sword had been completely forgotten. The general lectures on politics still included him, but he was basically only a footnote, and nobody really cared. Even if Count Sword actually existed, he had been only a very powerful and talented peak commander stage warrior. By now, there were many early true path stage warriors and even a couple of mid true path stage warriors. There were even a couple of warriors that reached Mervin's level of power. The entire world was changing, and even if Count Sword actually existed, he would only be a relic of the past. He might have been outstanding back then, but would he still be outstanding today? Also, if that guy actually were so powerful, why wasn't he at the true path stage yet? Wouldn't he have shown himself? True path stage warriors needed resources and experience. Wouldn't he want to fight mages? How could he fight mages if he didn't show himself? However, even if Shang knew about all of this, he didn't care. He was working on something important. His power was increasing day by day, and Shang could see the sheer power his path symbolized. Shang remained deep in the underground, and more time passed. 2 years later, some bad news reached Shang. Ringo's had died. He had most likely been killed by the council. Shang could only take a deep breath and continue working on his power. This was the future he had chosen. He knew that more and more of the few people he knew would leave him. The only thing he could do was train. Power was the most important thing to him. 1 year later, Sarin died. He had also most likely been killed by the council. Shang still remembered Devicene. Sarin had never truly been Shang's biggest fan, but it was still sad to see one of George's students go. George's other student, the woman Vera, had been sent to the front lines as punishment. She had gone overboard while hunting beasts and had endangered the ecosystem. Shang guessed that she also wouldn't stay alive for much longer. It looked like the council was systematically getting rid of all the important people in the old Warriors Academy. 1 year later, teacher Maria died. She had been the one that gave Shang the quota for the Day of Chaos, and she had also been the one that gave him the Darkness War. He hadn't seen her in 50 years. Then, 1 year later, Matthew died. This had hit Gerald very hard. Matthew had been his sole heir, and he had a bright future ahead of him. He had been a powerful peak commander stage warrior and a powerful peak true mage at the same time. He had probably been the most powerful person in the commander stage aside from Shang. And exactly that had been the problem. He was too powerful, and he was Gerald's son. He was the biggest threat to the council. Yet, even though Gerald's son died, he had never urged Shang to hurry up. He knew that Shang needed a lot of time. One friend after the other left Gerald's life, and it was very difficult for him. As more and more deaths happened, the warriors became more and more unruly, which forced the mages to assume a more authoritative stance. The warriors were not happy, and more than one of them fought the mages that came to bring them to the front lines, to the death. The Sith Thunder Kingdom's power was rising, but with the new developments, it was not rising nearly as quickly as it could. As Shang heard about these developments, he realized that the Sith Thunder Kingdom was becoming more and more like the Grand Mountain Kingdom. Shang could only continue training. 2 years later, a major development in the war happened. The Black Shadow Kingdom had been reduced to only 30% of its size, and in its desperation, it attacked the Spirit Spring Kingdom. The Grand Mountain Kingdom had gained a lot of land, but it had lost even more. By now, nearly all of its original lands were occupied by the Sith Thunder Kingdom. The Sith Thunder Kingdom had doubled in size, and the Grand Mountain Kingdom and Black Shadow Kingdom shared the lands of the original Black Shadow Kingdom. Right now, the Sith Thunder Kingdom took up the southern, southeastern, southwestern, western, and northwestern parts of the world. It had become even bigger than the Magic Purity Kingdom. They even had to create a subsidiary council made up of former dukes to control the western lands. However, the Black Shadow Kingdom's sudden betrayal changed the entire war. The Magic Purity Kingdom completely stopped putting pressure on the Black Shadow Kingdom, focusing all its power on the Sith Thunder Kingdom. The Grand Mountain Kingdom kept attacking the Black Shadow Kingdom to force them to attack the Spirit Spring Kingdom with more aggression. Meanwhile, the Sith Thunder Kingdom had to resist the Magic Purity Kingdom and also had to help the Spirit Spring Kingdom against the Black Shadow Kingdom. The intense brutality on the Sith Thunder Kingdom's front lines forced them to conscript nearly all the warriors into battle, but the warriors were not happy at all. It was only a matter of time before civil war broke out, and everyone knew it. The five kingdoms 50 years ago had been peaceful in comparison to the ones today. The Grand Mountain Kingdom was dying. The Black Shadow Kingdom was dying. The Spirit Spring Kingdom was dying. The Sith Thunder Kingdom was on the verge of collapsing. Only the Magic Purity Kingdom was somewhat stable, but they also didn't have it easy. The entire world had gone to shit. Shang was 73 years old now, and he looked like someone in their late 30s. He had been in the caves for so long. Right now, his path was around 80% done. Only 20% more. However, these 20% represented another decade of training. Shang guessed that he would only reach his goal when he was about 85. What would the world look like in another decade? Chapter 441, Gerald's Troubles. The world continued to change as more years passed. Shang kept being isolated from the world, only hearing some news from Gerald. Gerald's jovial and polite demeanor had vanished to a large degree after even his son had died. Around 60 years ago, Gerald had been friends with basically all the different dukes, had been on good terms with the council, had George as a close friend, and had a son. He had been at the prime of his life, and he had even owned quite a lot of zones. Everything had been going great. And then, over the next 60 years, everything he owned began to vanish slowly. He still had his personal power and wealth, but that was about it. He only had one zone now. He was enemies with the council. He was enemies with all the dukes. George was dead. Matthew was dead. Some of his close subordinates were dead. And, worst of all, he knew who was responsible, but just like Shang, there was nothing he could do at the moment. He could only swallow it until it was time. Gerald's goal of becoming king had shifted. Now, vengeance was above his goal of becoming king. He wanted to kill all the people that had taken everything from him. And the key to all of that was a weak little boy he had found inside one of his gardens around 60 years ago. As more years passed, it became harder and harder for Gerald to keep up the mask. At some point, he even started to completely ignore all the orders the council sent to him. This was already a grave violation of his position, and it was enough reason for the council to take the Storm Eagle Zone away from him. Yet, the war and impending civil war were the primary focus of the council's mind. They couldn't afford to anger another late mage with incredible power. In fact, the situation was so bad that even two of the members of the council had died on the front lines. They had been the victims of extremely elaborate traps with several exceedingly powerful high mages attacking them at the same time. 5 years later, the council did something that no one could have seen coming. They offered Duke Roland a seat on the council. The Sith Thunder Kingdom was rich with high mages but poor with truly powerful high mages. There were plenty of candidates for being a duke, but only very few for being a member of the council. With this move, they extended an olive branch to Gerald. This essentially meant that Gerald's past conduct would be swept under the rug, and he could join the council as a full member. He would gain a vast amount of authority over the entire kingdom. However, this would also represent the stagnation of warriors. Gerald was the only reason why there were even so many powerful warriors in the first place, and the Storm Eagle Zone still acted as a safe haven for all the warriors that didn't want to join the war. There were several circles traveling across the entire kingdom, searching for warriors that hadn't been on the front lines yet, and if they found one of the warriors, they would be forced to fight for the kingdom. They were everywhere except for the Storm Eagle Zone. But if Gerald accepted the invitation, that safe haven would vanish. What did Gerald do when the invitation arrived? He didn't answer. The council sent 3 more invitations, but Gerald always blew them off, telling them that he needed more time to think. Because of that, the council was stuck in limbo. However, they would never forget this insult. When the war calmed down, they would take care of Gerald. By now, the relationship between the council and Gerald had become unfixable. As more time passed, the council even sent out a decree that people should avoid the Storm Eagle Zone. On the surface, it was phrased like an embargo because Gerald wasn't running his zone like they wanted him to, but most people had already seen the truth. Duke Roland was one of the oldest and most powerful dukes, and he could probably even look eye to eye with the council. Officially, Gerald was below the council, but unofficially, he had assumed the position opposing them at the same height. 2 years later, the guard station at the borders of the Storm Eagle Zone had quintupled in size. There were even 2 true half-stage warriors and a high mage standing guard. Whenever anyone under orders of the council or another duke tried to enter the Storm Eagle Zone, they would be dissuaded in a very rough manner. One time, a messenger tried to pass the border anyway since he was delivering orders from the council personally. The messenger was executed on the spot. Quickly after that, public outrage occurred, fueled by the council. They called Duke Roland a deserter and traitor. Traveling to the Storm Eagle Zone was made illegal, and powerful guards were stationed at its borders. However, the council still didn't dare to attack. If they actually attacked, they would lose many high mages, and they couldn't afford these losses during this intense war. Everything had to wait until after the war was over. Nevertheless, the council sent several people to demand Duke Roland to give the land he illegally occupied back to the Sith Thunder Kingdom, but the messengers were always turned away at the border. The council used these incidents as proof that they were the reasonable ones and that it was Duke Roland that refused to let things end peacefully. During such a dangerous time, Duke Roland was not helping the kingdom but putting its citizens in even more danger. He was power-hungry, selfish, and had no concept of loyalty. Gerald didn't react to these accusations. Sadly, many people believed the council, and over 50% of the people living in the Storm Eagle Zone left it. Even more, most of these people were mages. If one only looked at the mages, one would see that over 90% of them had left the Storm Eagle Zone. In terms of true mages, the Storm Eagle Zone now had only around 15 left. Adepts and apprentices had nearly vanished. Essentially, only adepts and apprentices directly related to the 15 true mages were left. Adepts and apprentices were not powerful enough to make a difference in the war, which was why they couldn't stand up for what they believed in. Some of them wanted to remain, but when faced with the council's overwhelming power, they could only flee. At least there were 3 high mages left in the Storm Eagle Zone, including Gerald. The other 2 high mages had worked for Gerald for a very long time, and they trusted him with their lives. Sadly, they were only at the initial and early levels. However, when something bad happened, something good could come along with it. The Storm Eagle Zone had become a safe haven of all the warriors, and as the tension between the council and Duke Roland increased, most of them chose Gerald's side. At this moment, the Storm Eagle Zone had over 2,000 commander stage warriors, which was an insane number. And it even had over 100 true half-stage warriors. 100 true half-stage warriors. This was a ridiculous number for only one zone. Sure, the Sith Thunder Kingdom had over 400 high mages by now, but that was for over 50 zones. 100 true half-stage warriors in one zone was simply insane. This was exactly why the council didn't want to invade the Storm Eagle Zone yet. Killing over 100 true half-stage warriors in Gerald would result in catastrophic losses. With so many warriors now refusing to fight on the front lines, the casualties amongst the mages skyrocketed. By now, the council didn't reside in their homes anymore but personally manned spots at the front lines. It had gotten that bad. And while all this was going on, Shang was training. The world was undergoing a revolution. But in the caves, there was only silence. Seemingly no time passed for Shang. There was only himself and sword. Training day in and day out. Fighting so many beasts. Coming up with so many techniques. The caves were quiet since Shang had chosen a place where only very few true half-stage warriors came to. What was that place? Where the mid-true half-stage beasts lived. Shang was already training against them daily. He wasn't even at the true half-stage yet. Chapter 442, perfect. Shang kept training. This was the only thing he could do. He had chosen his future, and his future was now here. Basically everyone he knew had left in some way or another, except for Gerald and Mervyn, and he hadn't seen or talked to Mervyn in a very long time. Everyone else was gone. The only thing Shang could do was accept it. He had chosen his goal, and he had decided to put his goal above everything else. If he wanted to achieve his goal, he had to be willing to sacrifice everything else. And he knew that. It still hurt whenever he heard of a death, but Shang knew that this was the choice he had made. And, even though it hurt, he didn't regret his choice. This was his life. Power was his life. There was only power. Shang didn't even know why he wanted power so much. It was just what he wanted. Maybe it was a fear of betrayal. After all, power and training could never betray him. Maybe it was a fear of future loss. What was the point of having a friend if they would die one day? Maybe it was just to spite and kill the god. He only saw Shang as a plaything, and Shang hated this feeling. Maybe it was just his competitive mindset from Earth. After all, he enjoyed fighting and winning more than anything else. Maybe it was all of that. Nevertheless, everything culminated in Shang's dedicated pursuit of power. He wanted to achieve something that had never been done before. He wanted to reach places where no one had been before. This was all that was on his mind. Over the many years, Shang's mindset had solidified even more. During these years, he realized that his outbursts of anger had been irrelevant most of the time. He realized that his anger had only appeared due to his own pain and weakness. Now, he was calm. Shang's temper was no longer explosive but calm and collected. The very thing Shang had feared when he was just a kid had become reality. Shang had become the version of George he had seen when he met for the first time. However, Shang couldn't be any happier about that transformation. George had represented immortal dedication to a goal. George had represented a perfect mindset for becoming powerful. And now, Shang was the representation. In a quiet moment when Shang actually got time to think, he realized that he had finally become who he had always wanted to be. Someone had actually had a shot at becoming truly powerful. Never-ending dedication. Unbreakable discipline. Goal focus. Calm. Calculating. Creative. Experience. Visionary. For the first time, he could look up at the proverbial mountain that represented the peak of power and not be intimidated. For the first time, he thought that he could do it. He had a shot. He was finally prepared. Shang continued training like an inexhaustible machine. There were no breaks. His entire mind focused on nothing but battle and power. 50 years of isolation had solidified Shang's personality. And 2 years later, it was finally time. The world had changed into something unrecognizable, and Shang did so as well. Shang was now 82 years old. And Shang had finished his path. He was done. As Shang looked at his star map, he could see the unbreakable diamond he had envisioned back then. It had seemed like an insurmountable hurdle. It had seemed like an impossible task. But now, Shang was here. The lines of the diamond were thick and pronounced, and Shang had even connected the different stars at the top. Shang's mastery over his affinities gave the diamond beautiful accents, and the shards inside were all clear and clean. His path had become reality. The ultimate path he had dreamed of. It was finally complete. After Shang's path had been completed, he could only stare at it for several hours. Over 50 years of work. 50 years of unending, dedicated, hard work. It was the work of his life. It was his greatest achievement. It was perfect. It was beautiful. It represented his future. And it represented his past. Shang closed his right eye, and he could feel his path. It was so powerful. It was so grand. It was perfect. A moment later, Shang gathered all his insights into one gargantuan concept. His path had become complete, and it was now becoming a reality. Shang felt his mind become clearer. The images in his surroundings became clearer. Every detail became clearer. His perception stretched further. In the past, Shang had only been able to feel about 2 to 3 kilometers of his surroundings. Now, it stretched to 5 kilometers, and every single detail in these 5 kilometers was clear. His pseudo-spirit sense had become real spirit sense. And he hadn't even reached the true path stage yet. He had only solidified his path, and the actual advancement to the true path stage would commence soon. With his new spirit sense, Shang could also feel other kinds of mana. He could finally feel the thick earth mana in his surroundings, and he could also feel the bit of wind mana in the air. He could probably even use them, but his usage would be on PAR with someone in the apprentice realm, weak beyond comparison. But he could still feel the mana. And, finally, he could also feel the Thunder Horse's mark on his body. Over the many years, the mark had become incredibly weak, and it had probably even lost most of its power. Shang guessed that only some beasts could feel it if they really concentrated on him. It didn't have the power to send a signal anymore. It had essentially transformed into an empty battery, a remnant of the past. For a while, Shang only concentrated on all the different kinds of mana he could feel. He could even feel some mana that felt completely unfamiliar to him. He didn't even know what they represented, but he could feel their presence. A couple of hours later, Shang slowly stood up. Then, he put sword to the side. As Shang slowly opened his right eye, a calm light appeared in it. It's time. Chapter 443, True Path Stage. After looking at his surroundings with his new spirit sense for a while, Shang sat down again and closed his right eye. It was time to reach the true path stage. It had been so long. He had worked so much. 50 years of training tirelessly with unending discipline and enthusiasm. How long would a normal talented person have taken, someone that didn't dedicate 100% of their life to their own power? Probably over 150 years. Maybe even over 200. The danger of dying of old age would have been a real possibility. But now, it was time. Shang concentrated on his path and willed it to become reality. It took several hours, but eventually, his path began to manifest. Shang felt a certain feeling of order enter his body, and he felt how it strengthened him. It enveloped his entire being, and Shang felt how his connection with the world deepened. Shang pulled this certain feeling deep into his chest and gathered it in one place. This was how the warriors reached the true path stage. All the mana in the surroundings entered Shang's body. Even the unknown kinds of mana. When someone elevated in power at this level, they absorbed all kinds of mana of the surroundings to strengthen their being. The mana in the surrounding kilometers began to gather at Shang's place, but new mana simply flooded the empty spaces again. Mana was unending, and it filled the entire world. As Shang absorbed more and more mana, the connections of mana he had established when he reached the commander stage began to strengthen even more. The circulation of mana inside Shang's body intensified several-fold, and he felt like he was ascending. It was such a mysterious but empowering feeling. It was like he was leaving his old body behind and inhabiting a new one. As the connection strengthened even more, the different strands of mana started to connect with each other. They didn't connect the different parts of Shang's body with each other anymore, but directly connected with each other. Shang willed them to become even more powerful, and at that moment, a change happened. Shang felt the strands of mana dissipate at the same level as they were being built. It was like there wasn't enough power to tie them together. It was like someone needed to hold so many things that they would need 3 arms. Shang simply couldn't concentrate on everything at once. However, Shang had already expected that. This issue was the very reason why a warrior needed to have created their path. Every warrior without a path could have also reached that step, but this would be the very step that made them fail. Shang visualized his path and willed it to take control of his entire being. As soon as that happened, the different strands of mana slowed down, but they also stopped dissipating. The streams of mana began to move and extend to different locations than before, and this time, they stayed stable. They crisscrossed over his entire body and slowly created something that looked like a network. It took several minutes for all the strands to completely connect to each other, and when they were done, something changed again. Even more mana entered Shang's body. The strands of mana pulled at the surrounding mana like they were a bottomless hole. More and more mana entered Shang's body for several more minutes. As more time passed, Shang's body began to shine in a blue light. To Shang, the mana inside his body felt like a steady wind. It was circulating inside in a rapid stream, strengthening his entire body. At some point, Shang felt like he was at his limit, but he had already learned how to advance to the true path stage. He suppressed the feeling and began to absorb more mana. This was necessary since the body didn't naturally absorb enough mana to make the breakthrough. It was like Shang was forcing himself to eat more and more, even though he felt full. The instinct of spitting out the mana screamed at Shang. However, Shang's expression didn't even change. He had gone through so much pain in his life that this little bit of discomfort barely counted as a mere annoyance. Shang shoved more and more mana inside his body until he felt that it became impossible to absorb more. His body had reached mana saturation. Then, Shang took a deep breath, and willed all of the springs of mana inside his body to compress. They had become far wider in the past minutes, and Shang would need to compress them. If he didn't do that, he basically wouldn't be able to move the mana around. It was simply far too pressurized and massive. Shang remained sitting on the floor for several minutes, his eyes closed. He felt like his soul and body were cramping, but this was an expected effect that every warrior had to go through. If a warrior couldn't even deal with this bit of discomfort, they didn't deserve to reach the true path stage anyway. All the strands of mana became thinner and more compressed. Shang felt the pressure inside his body climb to new heights. It was like he was compressing air between his 2 hands. Yet, Shang only continued in a methodical manner. In the next hour, the mana compressed to only half of its initial volume. Another hour later, it had its volume again. At that point, Shang felt like he had hit a limit. It was like he couldn't compress it anymore. This is the moment, he thought with a bit of excitement. Who wouldn't be excited after finally achieving their goal after 50 years of hard work? Shang gathered all his power and willpower. and unleashed everything in one final compression. It was difficult, and Shang only made tiny progress. However, just 5 seconds later, something happened. Shang felt like he had suddenly lost his grip on his mana. He felt like the air he was trying to compress with so much force had suddenly vanished. Shang knew what that meant. Shang looked at the strands of mana inside his body and saw that they had reduced their volume by another 90%. This was it. Earlier, Shang had felt like the mana inside his body was a wind blowing through his body in a loop. Now, it was like it was a river. Yes, the mana had transformed from gaseous to liquid. He had done it. There was now a network of veins filled with liquid mana inside his veins, and the mana was moving rapidly through his body. And the very engine that made something this condensed and powerful move was Shang's comprehension of his path. Every network of veins was unique, and no human had the same network. Their path and concepts decided what kind of network their mana would build. The networks didn't have different strengths or weaknesses. They looked different, but they were all equally good. They were only aligned differently to make it easier to interact with one's path. After looking at his body for several minutes, Shang finally opened his right eye and activated his spirit sense. When he saw what he could see with his spirit sense, a smile appeared on his face. He could see the surrounding 20 kilometers. High mages could only see the surrounding 5 kilometers. At that moment, Shang was certain that he had created something incredible. Chapter 444, fourth question. Shang could see so incredibly far. He could see hundreds of true path stage beasts and even some beasts in the fifth realm. It had been unknown if such powerful beasts were in the caves, but now he knew. Shang could feel free, and he could also see the bottom of the caves. Shang was already around 20 kilometers deep in the cave, and the actual end of the caves was another 15 kilometers down. At the lowest part, Shang could see a gigantic open space several kilometers wide and high. Right now, the space was occupied by the most terrifying beasts in the caves. However, as soon as Shang looked at the beasts, he felt like they were looking back. When Shang felt that, he immediately looked away. For about a second more, Shang felt the spirit senses of these terrifying beasts, but they retreated after that. They didn't inspect Shang closely enough, which was why they hadn't realized that he essentially felt like an abomination. They only gave him a cursory glance, and when they felt that a measly true path stage being had looked at them, they lost all interest. To them, it was like an ant would randomly face their direction while walking around outside. It was irrelevant and unimportant. Shang took a deep breath when he felt their spirit senses retreat. He felt like he had just dodged a bullet. I've become powerful, but I need to remember that there are many more powerful beings in this world. I can't just randomly look at everyone. Luckily, I'm so much weaker than them that they didn't even deign to take a closer look at me. After Shang had seen these beasts, he came to a realization. Yes, the most powerful beings in the 5 kingdoms were the zone beasts, followed by the kings. However, that wasn't entirely correct. While the zone beasts and kings gathered all the attention to them, one could easily overlook the terror that was the beast in the 5th realm. There were around 3 of these beasts in each zone, and every single one of them represented the power of a king. This meant that the 600 kingdom had over 100 beings with the power of a king inside of it, while there was only a single human with that power. The difference was absolutely astonishing and massive. After looking away from the beasts, Shang turned his perception to the caves above and around him. He could see 4 true path stage warriors fighting against initial and early true path stage beasts right now. 4 at once, Shang thought. That's quite a lot. However, it does make sense. Gerald said that there are now very many true path stage warriors in the Storm Eagle zone. Shang looked at the warriors, and what he felt made him happy. They felt so incredibly weak. Even the early true path stage warriors felt so very weak to him. My training didn't betray me. I spent over 50 years in here while everyone else in the world advanced several levels. Yet, after all this time, I finally took my step forward, and my step is far bigger than anyone else's several steps. True to the proverb, sharpening the axe doesn't take time away from cutting wood. At this moment, Shang felt very powerful, and he was happy. He had taken the biggest step in his journey to power, and making progress felt magical. This was why Shang loved training. He loved seeing the results. This was why he had decided to forsake everything else in his life. And, for the first time, he thoroughly felt that it had been the right choice. After looking at everything for a while, Shang decided to get to the next point on the agenda. He searched through his memories and found that something new had appeared. In Shang's memory, he stood in front of the god inside his hall. For my 4th question, the blonde Shang with 2 eyes said, at this point in my journey, I must have already reached the 4th realm, which means that I would want to reach the 5th realm. So, how can I reach the 5th realm? The god in Shang's memory only smirked. You think I'll make it this simple? He asked. The blonde Shang looked worried. I don't want old stuff. I want new stuff, the god said. I don't want everything to go back to how it once was. I want to see new paths. I want to see what the humans can come up with in a completely changed environment from back then. Was this your plan from now on, asking me how to progress to the next stage? The god asked with his typical smirk. The blonde Shang only looked at him with an uncertain expression. Yes, that had been his plan. Then, go and change your plan because I'm not going to answer these kinds of questions, the god said as he leaned back on his throne. The blonde Shang furrowed his brows and scratched his chin in thought. Several seconds passed. Okay, then, what about an optimally defined my way forward in the future? You know, not something specific but just a general guideline, something that helps me in spurring on my own creativity, the blonde Shang said. The god looked at the side and evaluated the question. Sure, I can answer that, but this answer will be applicable to all realms. I don't want to hear that question another 5 times or so. The blonde Shang nodded. At that moment in Shang's memories, a second god appeared, and it looked like he had stepped past the scene as he was addressing him directly. Editor's note, answer has been changed due to your unplanned affinity, he said. Then, everything returned to normal, and the god gave his answer. The most important thing is creativity and the willpower to transform that creativity from your ideas into something applicable in reality. Look at all the different powers you have and try to combine them with each other in all kinds of manners. Even if you think that something shouldn't work, you might find yourself surprised when it actually works. Trial and error is the best way to find new possibilities, and as these new possibilities become more and more numerous, you will gain more knowledge and experience. Eventually, you can combine some of them into something that you couldn't have thought of earlier. As for a specific guide to reaching the next realm without any sort of person guiding you towards it, you should always try to find a way to elevate yourself. For example, true mages needed to comprehend a concept to advance to the high mage realm. However, in comparison to the true path stage that your predecessor created, it isn't unchangeable. After becoming a high mage, the person in question can comprehend more concepts from different elements. To reach the archmage realm, they need to comprehend one concept, which is on a higher level than the other concepts they know. However, if they truly want to stand out, they can comprehend several other concepts before making the breakthrough and incorporate them in their main concept. For example, the duke in the place where you will be sent soon has the concept of wind movement as his main concept, but he also knows the concept of water drop and the concept of lightning spark. If he gets serious, he can create wind spells that include the strengths of these concepts from different affinities, essentially making him far more powerful than average high mages. You can see this as 2 different kinds of elevation, and you could theoretically create a method to advance with both of them. Right now, the mages all use the higher level concepts as their basis for becoming an archmage, but with a bit of creativity, effort, and research, they could also find a way to become an archmage by combining several lower level concepts. However, nobody has currently found that open path yet. The current path just works too well. If you want to find a way to the next level, you have to find something similar. You have to find something that elevates what you have created. I can think of over 20 different ways a true path stage warrior could advance to the next level, and all the different 5th realms would be unique and different from each other. Experiment, try things out, work on yourself, work on your weapon, work on the surroundings, and try to find that spark of inspiration that makes several or all of these things click together in one cohesive picture. Just creating another path or making the path longer isn't enough. It needs to transform into something new. That's the answer to your question. Chapter 445, Changes. Shang's new memory swept through his mind in an instant, and he opened his right eye again. Once again, I'm glad that I didn't ask a stupid question, even though I was so young back then. It's a nice feeling to have a younger version of yourself help you far in the future. I just hope the questions stay relevant. I should keep that habit alive. Right now, many things feel impossible. For example, I still don't know how I can combine all the different kinds of attacks into one cohesive battle style. I do have all the attacks, but they are distributed over 4 different weapons, and I can only use one of them at a time. I simply trust in my future self to make these things possible. Right now, I have the opportunity to create a foundation for my future self. In the future, I will be grateful for my mindfulness in the past, which is currently the present. Try out new things and find a way to elevate my being. Shang scratched his chin as he mulled over these words for a while. I have some ideas, but I have no way of knowing if they are actually realistic or not. However, I shouldn't be too worried about these things right now. I just reached the true path stage, and I need to get used to this level first. Finding a way forward at this point would be inefficient since I lack the necessary experience right now. For now, I need to keep my battle strength high. To keep my battle strength high, I need to know a lot of things, and knowing a lot of things means gaining experience, which will help me to advance in the future. My future progression will be built on what I decide to do in the true path stage. Never tire. Never stop trying. Always go forward. My future self will thank me for it. Shang nodded once and stood up. It was time to test his power. Finally done. Shang immediately became startled and jumped to the side. He had grown used to his spirit sense, and his spirit sense could see basically everything. So, when someone suddenly asked him something from right beside him, he was taken off guard. Shang hadn't felt anyone near him just now. Shang looked at the place with shocked eyes, and his eyes only widened even further. The Gister. It was here. This was the first time that the god had actually shown himself in the real world. What? You think I can't enter my own world? The Gister asked with a mechanical smirk. This is my world, and I can appear wherever I please. Shang slowly calmed down and took a deep breath. I was simply surprised because I didn't see you with my spirit sense. Spirit sense? Huh? The Gister asked with a smirk. So, how does it feel? When you just came to this place, you couldn't even imagine how it feels to perfectly see kilometers of your surroundings with just your mind. Quite different from Earth, right? Shang had already thought about these things many times, and he had come to the realization that it was impossible for him to emulate the feeling of being on Earth. He had simply been in this world for too long, and all the magical things had become reality. Right now, Earth felt more like a fantasy world than this place to Shang. Well, that's what time can do to someone, the Gister said, reading Shang's mind. Why are you here? Shang asked. The Gister waddled around the cave with his short and mechanical legs. Maybe the god intended it to be funny, but with his terrifying presence, perceiving the situation to be humorous was an impossibility. Three things, actually, the Gister said as he looked at the walls of the cave. I thought that appearing myself to tell you of these things would be the best way. What things? Shang asked. Two major changes and a small gift, the Gister said. Okay, I'm listening, Shang said. The Gister lifted his right arm and extended one finger. First, congratulations. You've been promoted, he said with a smirk. Shang blinked a couple of times. Promoted? What do you mean? You are no longer the medium to create future entertainment. You are now the entertainment yourself, the Gister said with a wide grin. Shang only looked at the Gister. He thought that he didn't need to ask since the Gister read his mind anyway. I want to hear you ask, the Gister said. Shang took a deep breath. What does that change entail? He asked. It means that you are currently bringing me more entertainment than the potential entertainment you can create by making every other warrior stronger. You see, you managed to reach a level of power that I have not foreseen. Your battle strength currently rivals the greatest geniuses in the entire world, and seeing such a talented person create a path for themselves is far more interesting than simply making them make other warriors stronger. I don't want to see you theorize a way to reach the fifth realm. No, I want to see how far you can go. I want to see how many realms you can advance before you run out of steam. So, congratulations, I don't need you to give techniques to the warriors anymore. You can now fully concentrate only on yourself. Also, the Gister said, a bit of his work vanishing, in the next trial, you will probably get so many points that the rewards you would get are so advanced that the other warriors can't even make use of them. It's like you show them a way to create a microchip when they haven't even learned how to make plastic. They just can't use that stuff because they are missing the basic requirements that allow them to reach the level of power required to make use of the rewards, essentially making them useless to 99% of warriors. You know, I was expecting the warriors to slowly progress over time. The foundation grows wider and wider until one person breaks the record. Then, the record gets broken again and again and again. But, right now, you are at like the 8th again. You basically skipped the entire process. Shang could see where the god was coming from. Just the star map was already so advanced that the mages in the world refused to believe that some warrior created it. The previous rewards, like the basic techniques or the ranged attack, had elicited no suspicion. Sure, a warrior could come up with that. And if the most powerful warriors were maybe at the 5th, 6th, or 7th realm already, no one would have doubted that the star map had been created by a warrior. This showed how advanced the technique was in comparison to the current level of warriors. So, I don't need to care about other warriors anymore, right? Shang asked. Correct, the Gister said. Do whatever you want. As long as you don't purposely decide to eradicate all warriors or suppress their progress, I don't care. Shang nodded. And the other change. The Gister smiled. With you getting promoted, someone else has to take your job. Shang knew what that meant. A new person from Earth will be introduced to the Storm Eagle Zone soon. If you find him, help him get started on the journey. You don't have to look after him, but I don't want this guy to perform horribly just because you keep relevant information from him. Chapter 446, Small Gift. Shang didn't know how he felt right now. Someone else from Earth was now coming to this world, and they would be far younger. Time sure passed quickly. It was already time for the next generation to take over. However, this time, it wasn't because the older generation had reached its limit. Shang had been sent to this world because George had stopped advancing and was only working on making the warriors more powerful. For the god, George's personal power had stopped being useful, requiring someone else to take over. In a way, George had been transformed from a main character into a supporting character when Shang arrived. But this time, it was different. Shang's usefulness to the god had advanced to such a stage that using him to strengthen warriors would be a waste. As Shang thought about the new person, he also realized something. He realized that he felt hopeful for the rewards they could bring. The first two trials still had a lot of unclaimed rewards, and some of these rewards could be very useful to the current Shang, even if they were only useful for inspiration. They would represent something new that was currently unknown to the warriors. At the same time, Shang was also reminded of his first couple of years in this world. The world had been alien and magical to him back then. The new person would go through a similar experience. For just a split second, Shang thought that it would be interesting to relive these experiences, but when he thought about all the power he would have to give up, he immediately stopped wanting that. He had worked so hard for his power, and he wanted to advance even further. Right now, he felt as great as never before. Being powerful felt so incredibly good, and he wanted more of that feeling. All right, Shang said. Gerald already knows about you anyway. I will just tell him to keep a lookout for the new person. Good, the god said. Now, for the last thing. Shang remembered that the god said that there would also be a small gift, and he grew interested. Don't get too excited, the Gister said with a smirk. This is only something that will help you in the short term. After that, my little gift will lose all its value. Shang was still interested. You see, the Gister said, you are my prime entertainment right now, and I want to give you the best possible start. I want to truly see how far you can go. Because of that, I will temporarily give you the power to summon a true path stage abomination alone and without anyone noticing. I want your body to be at its peak when you take the trial, and this is the best way to ensure that. You have 3 years to reach the optimal state for your body in the initial true path stage. I don't want you to advance. I don't want you to abuse this little gift. I don't want you to waste time. You get 3 years, and 3 years should be just enough to get your body to its optimal condition if you follow the schedule. Do I make myself clear? The Gister asked. Shang nodded. This was an incredible gift. Shang had already feared how he could strengthen himself to his peak before the trial started. Logically, Shang needed to summon true path stage abominations, but these true path stage abominations would cause a gigantic uproar, and they would come with a little army of weaker abominations. Initially, Shang had been stuck between two decisions. First, with his increased power, the average power of the abominations across the world should also increase. Right now, the appearance of a true path stage abomination would be something monumental, and all the mages from the outside would look through this place with a fine comb. However, in a decade or two, the appearances of true path stage abominations would have become so normal that no one would suspect that Shang had specifically summoned one of them. The other possibility would have been very risky and very greedy. It was essentially just summoning them and hoping for the best. The rewards in the trials were just too valuable to give up. However, this would also come with incredible danger to Shang. But now, this problem had been solved, and Shang could have both. He would get his optimal body without any risk, and after that, he could simply wait for a couple of decades to continue advancing without raising any suspicions. This only counts until the trial starts, right? Shang asked. Correct, the Gister answered. Shang nodded. I'm fine with that. The Gister also nodded. I don't want you to abuse this in any way. I understand, Shang said. He knew that making the god angry would result in a terrible fate for him. Then, the Gister grinned widely. Good, then, I'm looking forward to your performance in 3 years. Shang nodded. I will do my best. Shang didn't say it, but it was very clear that he wasn't doing it for the god but for his own power. Obviously, the god knew that, but he didn't care. It didn't matter why his playthings followed his orders. As long as they followed them, he didn't care. An instant later, the Gister just vanished. It was like he had never existed. After the Gister vanished, Shang took a deep breath. Then, he prepared himself. Might as well start now. Shang used his domain of entropy to connect with the abominations. Sure enough, he could feel 20 true path stage abominations and their armies. When Shang extended his perception to one of them, he began to pull. The line that connected them to the other abominations was suddenly cut, isolating them. As Shang pulled, the smaller abominations didn't get pulled along with the big one. It proved to be quite easy to summon the abomination, and just 2 minutes later, Shang. The abomination appeared right in front of Shang. In comparison to commander stage abominations, this one had 4 muscular arms, and it stood in a slumped upright position. It also had hands that reminded Shang a bit of human hands, but they weren't even nearly developed enough to grab anything. However, the abomination's face was still filled with black tentacles that extended toward the ground. All in all, it looked terrifying, but Shang had gotten used to the way the abominations looked. Additionally, Shang always felt a deep connection with them. It was like they were one and the same thing. The abomination extended one of its arms, and Shang touched it. A moment later, the abomination got absorbed into his body, and Shang felt his power increase. This was nothing new to Shang. It was the same as always, just with a more powerful abomination. After absorbing the abomination, Shang checked his surroundings with his spirit sense. Not a single beast had reacted. Usually, the beast would go while the abomination appeared in their vicinity, but this time, it was like absolutely nothing had happened. Sure enough, the god's isolation had worked. Shang closed and extended his fingers again and felt the raw power in them. I can't wait for the trial. Chapter 447, Assurance. After absorbing the abomination, Shang took out his communication crystal. Yes, came the neutral voice of Gerald. I've advanced. Silence. Really? Gerald said with a much brighter and shocked voice. Yes, I've reached the true path stage. I've created my true path, Shang answered. Finally, Gerald said with exhaustion. Finally, it's time. Not entirely, Shang said. I want to undergo the trial before we do anything. This can increase my power even more. Oh, right, Gerald said, some of his good moved on. Yes, as discussed, it would be better if we do everything after the trial. Do you know when you will take it? There have been some changes, Shang said. Changes? Gerald asked with skepticism. For just a moment, he thought that Shang would go back on what they had agreed on. Not from my side, but from his side. You know who I'm talking about, Shang said. Gerald didn't know who Shang meant. The god, Shang said after a while. Wait, he contacted you. He can just do that. Gerald asked in surprise. Yes, he can, Shang said. I was also a bit surprised, but it shouldn't actually be surprising when you think about it. This is his world. He can do whatever he wants. I guess so, Gerald answered. What changes? Shang told Gerald that he was now responsible for his own power, not the warrior's power, and that there would also be a new person coming soon. So, he's sending another one to take over your job. Gerald asked. Correct, Shang answered. He said that it would be a man since he kept referring to him as he. I can imagine that he would have received similar instructions to me, which means that he will probably only appear sometime in the next 3 years and not immediately. I have been tasked with helping him a bit by explaining several things to him. I would ask you to pay attention to people that are similar to how I was when you found me. Of course, as long as he doesn't actively show signs, it will be difficult to find him. It might even be possible that he doesn't even know about me. After all, I also didn't know about George being someone like me back then. However, he will almost certainly appear somewhere in the Storm Eagle Zone, and he will most likely try to enter the Warriors Academy. It might take several months to 3 years until he gains the power and experience to get through the Warrior Academy's exam. Could you keep me informed about new students that might possibly be him? Shang asked. No problem, Gerald answered. Thank you, Shang said. Then, I will continue training until it is time for the trial. I will contact you when it's time. Wait a second, Gerald said. Yes. I want to see how powerful you have become. Is it fine if I come over right now? Gerald asked. Shang could understand why Gerald wanted to check Shang's power. After all, Gerald's plans hinged on Shang being powerful enough to fight mid-high mages. An initial true path stage warrior that could fight such a powerful mage should be an impossibility. However, when it came to Shang, Gerald estimated that it was possible. But that was still only an estimation. He wanted to see how powerful Shang had truly become. Sure, Shang said. All right, Gerald said before cutting the connection. Shang put his communication crystal away and waited. A couple of minutes later, Shang felt Gerald enter the caves. Shang watched him for a couple of seconds. His entire perspective had changed. Gerald was no longer a humongous giant whose power was inestimable by Shang. This time, Shang was powerful enough to actually estimate Gerald's power. And what he felt was beyond impressive. Gerald was still a late high mage, but he definitely didn't feel like one. No, he was far more imposing and powerful. Shang estimated that he could fight a mid-high mage without any issues, and he even hoped that he might have a tiny chance against a late high mage. However, when he saw Gerald's power, Shang felt minuscule. He had the same kind of power and aura as all these powerful geniuses in the trials, and he was a late high mage. One had to remember that a powerful genius true mage would become average when he became a high mage. However, Gerald had this genius aura as a late high mage. This was beyond impressive. Shang even estimated that Gerald might be the most powerful late high mage in all 5 kingdoms. If someone can become an archmage, it will be him, Shang thought. I can understand why the council fears pushing him to the edge. At least, they feared him in the past, Shang thought with a sigh as he remembered that Gerald's son, Matthew, had already died. The world had changed too much in the last decades, and nothing was how it had been in the past. I'm already thinking like an old man, Shang thought with slight amusement. I mean, I'm already 82. I can sense you, Gerald, Shang transmitted to him. Gerald's eyebrows shot up as he tried to find Shang with his spirit sense. How are you doing that? Gerald asked after he realized that he couldn't find Shang. The range of my spirit sense is bigger. I'm where I always am, Shang answered. Gerald's jaw nearly dropped when he heard that. There were nearly 20 kilometers between them right now. Gerald stopped advancing, and a solemn expression appeared on his face. You have to keep that a secret, Shang, Gerald said. I know, Shang said. Then why did you tell me? Gerald asked. Because I trust you, Shang answered. Gerald could only sigh. Fun. Shang understood why he should keep his spirit sense a secret. In the 5 kingdoms, there hadn't been a single high mage with such a far-reaching spirit sense. If, suddenly, a warrior could achieve something not even any high mage in the known past could have achieved, the panic and fear of the 5 kingdoms would explode. Maybe even the kings would directly try to eliminate Shang. No one wanted someone they didn't know that had lived in their lands to become more powerful than them. After all, what if that person had a horrible life in their kingdom, and they blamed the king? What if the king had already offended that person but simply didn't remember the incident because the person had been so weak that it didn't even stay in the king's memory? This was something very dangerous. Because of that, Shang had to keep it a secret. His ability to flee from a high mage as a late commander stage warrior was definitely impressive, but there had been mages that could do something similar. Additionally, the details were not clear to the public. However, creating such a spirit sense signified that Shang had gone further than any mage had ever gone in the 5 kingdoms. It was unprecedented and potentially dangerous for the mages. After a couple of minutes of traveling through the complicated layout of the caves, Gerald could finally see Shang with his spirit sense. And he stopped advancing. His eyes widened in shock. For several seconds, he remained silent. Then, a relieved smile appeared on his face as a couple of tears appeared in his eyes. Matthew, George, I can finally take revenge, he quietly said to himself. Thank you, Shang, Gerald said. I'm relieved now. Shang nodded, and a small smile also appeared on his face. We waited for long enough. We did. After feeling your power, I can rest assured about our plan. Shang nodded. Gerald wanted to turn around, but he suddenly got an idea. Say, Shang. Gerald asked. Yes. You haven't fought a mage in several decades, right? Yes, sadly, Shang answered. I have a lot of things I want to try out, and I need to properly optimize my techniques further. At that moment, a small grin appeared on Gerald's face. I think you're strong enough that you might benefit from training with me, Gerald said. Shang's eyebrows rose when he heard that. Train with Gerald. He hadn't even thought of that. How about we spar for a couple of weeks so that you can properly test your techniques? Gerald asked. Shang thought about that for a bit and quickly nodded. That would be great. Thank you. No problem, Gerald answered. I'll arrange everything. I will be back in, at most, 3 hours. Shang nodded, and Gerald left. And 2 hours later, he returned. Once again, Shang would be training with someone he couldn't possibly beat. Chapter 448, Last Preparations. Gerald took it easy on Shang. After all, Gerald was far more powerful than him. For now, Gerald decided to emulate a normal mid-high mage. He simply slowed his movements and used less mana for his spells. Sure enough, Shang had shown incredible power. In fact, Gerald had to do his best not to increase his power by more since Shang kept pushing him back at frightening speeds. The new techniques Shang had come up with in the last 50 years were especially terrifying. Just the fact that Shang had created such an effective technique against mages in his colossal sword state was impressive. Gerald also felt the power of Shang's attacks on his mana shield. Initially, it wasn't anything too special, but as Shang entered his great sword state, the power ramped up significantly. And when Shang entered his saber state, the fight had completely changed yet again. But the most terrifying state was the long sword state. At least for mages. Shang had dealt significant damage to Gerald's mana shield in that state, and he even had to stop Shang before he completely ran out of mana. Shang had managed to break the mana shield of a late high mage, although Gerald had been fighting with the strength of a normal mid-high mage. At that point, there was no more doubt. Shang had definitely reached a level where he could kill an average mid-high mage. That was a jump of 2 levels. Against a mage. Back when Shang had been in the second trial, he had come to a draw with the powerful early true mage. Fighting against an average mid-true mage should have been about as difficult, maybe a bit easier. But this time, Shang had been on the offensive several times, and he could have probably progressed even faster if he wasn't testing out several of his new techniques. Additionally, his body wasn't even at its peak for his level. It was only a bit more than 80% as powerful as an initial true path stage piece. After a while, Gerald decided to fight with his full mana, but without using any special spells or tactics. In essence, Shang was now fighting an average late high mage. And it was rough. Gerald essentially played with Shang, and Shang's offensive had been weakened significantly. From this moment on, he only really managed to deal more damage to the mana shield than Gerald recovered mana, and the terrifying thing was that Gerald would just recover more mana after the short defense. In short, Shang didn't manage to win. Over the next couple of weeks, Shang's techniques became more efficient and flowed into each other. Near the end, Gerald wasn't sure if Shang could win against an average late high mage or not. It looked about even. Gerald also couldn't be sure if he hadn't overdone it with weakening himself. After all, if this were a game, he would essentially be using only 5 of his over 30 buttons. Because of that, he couldn't be sure if Shang could win. A late high mage, when pushed to the brink, could unleash significant power. After all, they would die otherwise. However, Shang could probably do the same if he faced death. For Gerald, it was all up in the air, and he couldn't be sure if Shang could win or not. Nevertheless, Shang's power was higher than Gerald had hoped before he reached the true path stage. With this power, his plan could definitely work. Gerald had to take some breaks to manage his zone every couple of days, but he always returned relatively quickly. After around 3 months of training, Shang's power stopped increasing, which meant that he had gotten used to fighting mages again and that he had solidified his theories into practical applications. From now on, Shang's progression of power would return to normal, and it would take a long time for him to make any major leaps. At that point, the two of them stopped their practice. There was no more point in continuing. At that point, Gerald shared his plan with Shang, and Shang finally realized why Gerald had said that his power would be the key to success. He definitely hadn't exaggerated. If Shang messed up, Gerald might very likely die. Gerald was truly trusting Shang with his life. This had never truly happened before. Sure, there had been the barbarians, but it had been ingrained in their traditions to trust their leaders with their lives. But when it came to someone as powerful and talented as Gerald, this was something completely different. At the same time, Shang also felt guilty that he didn't tell Gerald the truth about his connection with the abominations. Gerald trusted Shang with his life, but Shang couldn't do the same thing in return. Shang was simply too afraid of what might happen. Shang knew that his very existence would bring calamity to the entire world. The more powerful he became, the more powerful the abominations across the entire world became. It might already be possible that Shang had indirectly killed millions of people just by becoming more powerful, and it would only get more extreme as more time passed. Assuming Gerald knew of Shang's secret in the far future, what would happen when Shang vastly overtook him in power? At some point, Gerald's home or kingdom might be assaulted by abominations that were far too powerful to resist. Gerald might lose everything. And if he somehow managed to survive, what would he think? He knew that it would only get worse. At some point, he would die to the abominations. Shang couldn't always be around and protect him then. Even more, the catastrophic effects of the abominations would only strengthen. One life in exchange for saving the entire world. Shang didn't want to force Gerald into making such a decision. If Shang were in Gerald's shoes, he knew what he would do. He couldn't allow himself to die. He couldn't allow someone that would be responsible for his death in the future to continue living. These thoughts made it impossible for Shang to share his deepest secrets. After the two of them talked about the plan some more, Gerald left. He also had to prepare himself for the plan. After all, it wasn't only Shang that needed to do something. Shang stayed in the caves. For the next 3 years, he mostly focused on working on his affinities and his control over mana. Creating more techniques would take too long at his current level. Shang managed to push his body to the peak just a couple of weeks before the deadline arrived. And then, it was finally time for the trial. Chapter 449, Transformation. Shang entered his inner world together with Sword. It was finally time. Right now, Sword was in its colossal sword state, making it over 2 meters long and half a meter wide. Shang was wearing a black suit of armor that covered his entire body, and his hair had been shortened so that it only went a bit over his shoulders. Wrapped around his left eye socket was a black band made of cloth. In the past 50 years, Shang had aged quite a bit, but after he reached the true path stage, his perceived age receded. Right now, Shang looked like he was in his early 20s again, which was understandable considering his longevity. If a true path stage warrior could live as long as a high mage, Shang could live to be up to 500 years old. This meant that not even 20% of his life had passed. In a way, he looked very similar to the time he had returned to the Thunder Kingdom. The only difference was the size of his weapon and his armor. We can begin, Shang said. The big steel in the middle of his world vanished, and the old familiar will return. Just like always, the Jester sat on the wheel with a smirk. What did you decide regarding the warrior category? Shang asked without looking at the Jester. Well, the Jester answered, I gave it some thought, and I decided that I will get rid of that category. Shang furrowed his brows. Any special reason? He asked. You created something interesting, Shang, the Jester said. Connecting 4 stars is not something unprecedented, but it is very rare, even in the grand scheme of things. And I'm very interested in what someone like you can come up with. If I were to give you the opportunity to fight against ancient warriors, you would take inspiration from their fighting style, which might very likely make you emulate these old fighting styles. However, that's boring, and I want something new. That's why I got rid of the warrior category. I want to see what you can come up with without anyone to guide you. Shang nodded expressionlessly. Naturally, he wasn't a big fan of that. Not being able to see others that were similar to him made it only harder to progress. Being able to fight ancient warriors would give Shang some insight into what they were aiming for with their power, giving him an inkling as to where he should focus his attention and time. But without it, things would become difficult. Of course, the rewards have been rescaled, the Jester said. Since you can't gain as many points as previously with one category missing, I've scrapped some of the more useless rewards and increased the overall quality. Additionally, I also got rid of rewards that are useless to you but useful to other warriors. This is your trial now, not a trial to see how far the warriors have come. Shang didn't answer. After some seconds, the Jester's smirk widened into a grin. Beast category, the mechanical female voice reappeared. Level 1, weak true path stage beast. The wheel began to spin, and Shang felt like there were far more options on the wheel now. There were so many options that it nearly became impossible for Shang to make them out, even with his spirit sense. There were probably over 1 million, which was insane. That was when Shang realized that the god was probably including every single beast in the world. Over 1 million different kinds of true path stage beasts. That meant that there were probably over 1 billion beasts in the world that had already reached the true path stage. Thinking about such a number made Shang feel unimportant and minuscule. He had expected that the world would be big, but he hadn't expected it to be that big. If there were that many true path stage beasts already, how many commander stage, general stage, and soldier stage beasts would be there? 100 billion? A trillion? 10 trillion? Earth had already been overfilled with humans, and they had only been about 7 to 8 billion. How many humans were in this world that so many beasts could also live here? How big was this world? 100,000 kilometers wide. A million? 10 million? Shang had no idea, but he was sure that it had to be absolutely gigantic. No wonder the god called this world his main world. Earth couldn't even begin to compare in size. After a couple of seconds, the wheel stopped on something Shang couldn't make out. The field reserved for this beast was just too narrow for Shang to make out the picture. But then, the picture became bigger and overtook the wheel. It was a stork wearing a stupid fish costume. Shang. At that moment, Shang's opponent appeared, and he looked over. It was a 30-meter tall stork with scales for feathers, which looked very unusual. Its beak looked very violent, and its scales were oceanic blue. Shang slowly took out his sword and lit it. The Jester lifted his hammer with a grin. Ding. And hit the bell. The stork opened its eyes and looked at its opponent. just to see a gigantic wave of fire come toward it. Boom. The sword screeched as a huge part of its body exploded into the surroundings. A couple of seconds later, it died. Shang put his sword on the ground and returned to waiting. At that moment, the jester whistled with positive surprise. Isn't that one of your techniques for your saber? It is, Shang answered. That's why it was quite a bit slower and didn't have as much power. Yes, this was one of Shang's new techniques. This was no longer the typical ranged attack but something far more advanced. After Shang had created that technique, his body always cooled down a lot whenever he used it. The technique could, at most, be used 3 times in a row before Shang had to heat up his entire body again. However, its power had been beyond impressive. In comparison to the normal ranged attack, this one gathered all the destructive energies into a small point, releasing them when it hit something solid. Sadly, while using his colossal sword, Shang couldn't concentrate the energies properly, creating this massive wave, which essentially reduced the attack's power. Yeah, one had to keep in mind that Shang could only use it 3 times in a row before he had to slowly warm his body again. At least, that was how it was when he had still been at the commander stage. This technique was part of Shang's path, and his path also included his 4 affinities. When Shang reached the true path stage, his body had adapted to his path, making it far easier to use it. After releasing that attack, Shang's body only cooled down by a little bit. The mana inside Shang's body made use of the cold backlash created by the technique, distributed it over the entire body, and even absorbed some of the ice mana that had been created back into Shang's body. While Shang had only been able to use that attack 3 times in a row back at the commander stage. Now, he could use it probably over 20 times in a row. His new battle strength couldn't be compared to the weak and frail Shang that had just returned to the Thunder Kingdom. Now, Shang could kill a beast on his level from about 3 kilometers away by swinging his sword just a bit. Shang's battle strength had advanced to a level where a casual ranged attack had the same power as an offensive spell of a mage on his level. Chapter 450, Shooting Star, Hidden Sun. The second beast only did marginally better. It nearly died with the first attack, but Shang had to unleash a second one to finish it off. When Shang thought about his next opponent, he got a bit annoyed. Boom, Shang. Black fire gathered on the sword and was thrown into the distance, transforming it into a saber. Shang didn't want to use several attacks to get rid of the next beast since it would be a powerful one, which was why he had transformed sword into a saber state. Shang didn't really care about the ore he had just now essentially thrown out of the window. He had so much ore that this was no issue at all. Some seconds later, Shang's third opponent appeared. It was some wolf with metal armor. Its appearance and power weren't really important since it would die very quickly anyway. Shang pointed his saber downward, its tip touching the ground just a bit behind Shang. The jester lifted his hammer and hit the bell. Ding. A moment later, Shang's saber rapidly moved forward on the ground. As it moved forward, it left a straight line of burning red on the ground. As the line reached a length of a bit more than a meter, a spiky and sharp tip appeared at its front. It looked just like a primitive spear. At that instant, the muscles on Shang's right arm bulged, and he slashed forward like he was trying to throw something that was lying on the ground forward with his saber. Shang. The fire spear immediately shot forward with incredible speed just as the wolf opened its eyes. The wolf very quickly noticed the attack with its terrifying instincts, but its body was just too slow to evade. The tip of the fire spear touched its torso. Boom. A gigantic explosion occurred, releasing a destructive wave of fire in a cone. Shang calmly inspected the area of destruction with his spirit sense. The wolf was still alive but severely injured. Shang lifted his saber and slashed forward. Another fire spear was created above Shang, and it shot forward just like the first one. Boom. And the wolf was dead. A powerful initial true path stage beast died just like that. This was one of Shang's new techniques. Due to the fiery and bright streak the spear left behind as it traveled through the air, Shang decided to call it Shooting Star. Shooting Star was the epitome of a warrior's range technique, and it perfectly symbolized Shang's fighting style in the saber state. Explosive domination from range. The corpse vanished, and the applause appeared. The wheel returned, and Shang waited for his next opponent. The next one was another bird, and from the looks of it, it didn't have a lot of defensive powers. One Shooting Star, and it was dead. The next opponent was some bug, and its defense looked rather solid. One Shooting Star wouldn't be enough. However, that wasn't an issue. One had to remember that Shang's saber was also focused on speed. His attacks weren't intended to kill an enemy in one hit. No, they were supposed to be unleashed in a barge. The tip of Shang's saber traveled forward on the ground, releasing a Shooting Star. As the first Shooting Star was already on its way to its opponent, Shang's saber continued swinging, creating a bright half moon. As soon as the tip of Shang's saber arrived above him, the fiery half moon also shot forward. At the same time as the half moon shot forward, Shang's saber also stopped above him. Then, he turned it around, and slashed forward again, creating another Shooting Star. All 3 attacks had been launched before the first one had even reached its target. Boom. CRRKKSSH. Boom. The Shooting Star exploded on the target, destroying a huge part of its armor. The half moon didn't explode when it hit the target but burned itself into the enemy's body. The last Shooting Star hit the crevice that the half moon had left behind and exploded inside the target's body, blowing it into pieces. The opponent was dead. Shang put his saber to the side again, his body having only gotten a bit paler. Its temperature had lowered by just a couple of degrees. This short barge was a taste of Shang's true fighting style while being in a saber state. The half moon was called Hidden Sun. Shang called it that due to 3 reasons. First, it was a fire attack. Second, a half moon couldn't easily be seen while the sun was shining. Third, Hidden Sun would catch the opponents by surprise since they would be distracted by the first Shooting Star, likely making them miss the second attack. This was Shang's standard attack pattern in the saber state. Swing upward, Shooting Star, Hidden Sun, swing downward, Shooting Star, Hidden Sun, swing upward, and so on. This assault was relentless, powerful, and it also alternated the kinds of attacks, strengthening them both. Shooting Star was better at dealing with armor, while Hidden Sun could deal more penetrating damage to weaker parts. Shooting Star destroyed the armor, Hidden Sun cut through the exposed body, and another Shooting Star exploded inside the body. And this pattern could be repeated for up to 20 attacks in a row before Shang had to deal with the temperature of his body. At least, if he were standing still. Now, if he kept charging around with his ice blast. Yes, this barge could be kept up indefinitely. The tiny swings in temperature could be easily handled. If a body's temperature suddenly fell by 20 degrees and then increased by 20 degrees, the body would rupture and break in many places. However, if it was only a change of 1 degree, it wouldn't be a problem. The ice blasts would repay the cost of Shang's attacks, and the attacks would repay the cost of the ice blasts. In his saber state, Shang had managed to create a perfect equilibrium with his temperature without needing to injure himself or needing to take a break. Shang could release infinite ice blasts and infinite Shooting Stars and Hidden Suns. His speed was ridiculous. His offensive power was ridiculous. His sustain was ridiculous. And this was only one of his 4 weapons. Chapter 451, Inferno, Star Shatter. The corpse of the bug quickly vanished, and the cheering returned. An average beast, a level above him, wasn't very difficult for Shang to kill. He only needed to release 3 attacks and didn't even need to move from his spot. Shang's offensive power in his saber state was insanely powerful. He could essentially release over 10 attacks equivalent to basic spells of high mages in just a single second. The wheel returned and began to spin again. Level 6, powerful early true path stage beast. Shang looked at the wheel with a bit of subdued interest. When it stopped, the picture it landed on enlarged, and Shang could see the image of an old tortoise with a cartoony castle on its back. Shang's opponent appeared, and he looked over. It was big. Like, really big. Shang guessed that it was probably around as big as the exploding mountain turtle he had seen back then at around 500 meters high. It was a gigantic, black tortoise completely surrounded by a thick layer of black metal. Even its eyes, ears, and mouth were surrounded by the metal. In a way, it looked like a humongous statue made of metal. However, the exploding mountain turtle was obviously not on the level of its imposing armored fortress. Shang could already guess why the tortoise counted as a powerful beast. There were 2 ways to become truly powerful in general. The traditional and most used way was to eradicate all weaknesses and become good at everything. Good speed. Good attacking power. Good defense. Good tactics. However, there was a second, rarer way. It was to push one aspect so incredibly high that the others didn't matter anymore. If one got access to insane speeds, defense didn't matter. The opponent wouldn't even be able to unleash an attack before they died. Offensive power also wouldn't matter as much since the combatant could make up for their lack of offense by simply attacking an insane number of times in a short moment. This tortoise had obviously pushed its defensive powers to the absolute limit. If it was impossible to injure it, it wouldn't die. It could just slowly suppress its opponent into nothingness. Sure, its offensive power and speed were probably not very great, but it had all the time in the world to win. It probably wouldn't mind slowly exhausting its opponent to death over several hours. At some point, its opponent was bound to make a mistake. High defense is the weakness of my saber state. I wonder if the god chose this opponent on purpose, Shang thought. Yes, Shang's saber state had an insane offensive power, but it was released in the number of attacks he released, not the attack's individual power. One turret from Earth could kill thousands of people in one continuous charge, but it couldn't punch through a tank with the same ammunition. The tank could just drive forward and drive over the turret. Did that mean that the turret didn't have a lot of destructive potential? Of course not. After all, it had killed thousands of humans already. It simply lacked the necessary power to penetrate the tank's armor. Shang's saber state was essentially such a turret. Shang considered changing his saber into a greatsword. He would need to wait for a couple of seconds to let sword absorb the ore, though. Actually, this tortoise is just perfect for testing my other attack. In the end, Shang decided to leave the sword in its saber state. The jester slowly lifted his mechanical arm and hit the bell with his hammer. Ding. Shang immediately launched several shooting stars and hidden suns. Bang, 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 bang. All of them hit the tortoise's head, but it only heated up. However, he could also kill a beast, and Shang could see that the tortoise was already in a bit of pain. Shang, Shang, Shang. At that moment, over 30 metallic spears appeared around the tortoise. Bang, bang, bang. The metallic spears intercepted Shang's attacks and made them detonate early as his head cooled down again. Shang continued unleashing his attacks, and he even started to use ice blast to keep his body at a good temperature while running around the area. After around 10 seconds, Shang had already unleashed over 100 attacks, and he didn't need to stop anytime soon. He could continue his march until tomorrow. After these 10 seconds, some of his attacks began to connect with the tortoise's head, but it wasn't because of Shang's overwhelming offense. The tortoise simply let some of them through so that it didn't waste too much mana. Just like Shang, the tortoise could probably continue keeping up its defense indefinitely. Its entire power was based on long and drawn-out battles. Sure enough, shooting star and hidden sun won't get me far against this tortoise, Shang thought. Bang. Suddenly, Shang changed his trajectory and kept using ice blasts to advance toward the tortoise. During the advance, he still kept shooting attacks at the tortoise. His attacks might not have the power to injure the tortoise, but they stopped it from using its spears to target Shang. As Shang approached the tortoise, he had a thought. Is this how mages fight each other? He thought. Is this the kind of battle powerful mages have with each other? Shang imagined several hours of only this happening until one of the opponents made a mistake. Sure, a couple of seconds and maybe even minutes were interesting, but several hours. The two opponents were probably the only two that wouldn't get bored by such a fight. Shang could understand why the god was bored. Right, the jester suddenly shouted from his wheel. It's boring. Shang didn't answer. After a while, Shang reached the tortoise's gigantic leg. By now, the spears no longer appeared above the tortoise but beside its body. It could summon the spears wherever it wanted. Shang just kept unleashing his assault. But then, his attack suddenly changed. Shang's saber touched the ground and swung forward like he was releasing another shooting star, but this time, he wasn't using shooting star. A fiery red line appeared on the ground, and it traveled forward until it was below the tortoise. CRRRRR. As soon as the line arrived below the middle of the tortoise's gigantic body, a gigantic pillar of flame shot upwards. It was like a gigantic welding torch had appeared below the tortoise. The tortoise was used to using its spears to stop the attacks, but this time, the attack was not explosive, which meant that its spears didn't work. The violent flame simply went around the spears. When the tortoise saw that, it changed its tactics. All the spears pointed towards Shang, and it fired. Bang. Shang kept using his ice blast to move around at incredible speeds. His speed was far faster than the tortoise, and it was even a bit faster than its spears. He had to be careful not to get hit by the spears, but that wouldn't be a problem in the short run. Sure, if he did that for multiple hours, he might slip up, but not in just a couple of seconds. While bursting around the tortoise, Shang kept releasing more and more pillars, and the violent flame below the tortoise never stopped burning. Just 2 seconds later, the tortoise's belly started to turn red with flames, and Shang could tell that the tortoise was in quite a lot of pain. At that moment, the tortoise's attack stopped, and the next moment, its belly began to grow. It was like the tortoise's belly was trying to grow until it reached the ground. Clink. But then, the metal of its belly suddenly fell off and hit the ground. Its belly wasn't growing. It had simply created another wall of armor beneath its outer wall and dropped the old one. The new layer was still a bit hot, but not nearly hot enough to injure the tortoise. Additionally, the new layer of metal on the ground severely weakened Shang's flames. It seemed like Inferno didn't work. Yes, Inferno was the name of this attack. Shang had specifically created it to deal with enemies with a lot of defensive powers while he was using his saber. It was meant to burn the opponent alive by adding more and more heat to their bodies. Sadly, as a very powerful beast completely focused on defense, this didn't work. The tortoise had used quite a smart way to deal with Inferno. Well, seems like Inferno doesn't really work, Shang thought. The only thing he was feeling right now was a bit of disappointment and annoyance. I don't really want to dodge his attacks while sword absorbs some more. I'll just end it now. Shang changed direction and charged away from the tortoise again while switching back to shooting star and hidden sun. The tortoise also changed back to its spears to intercept Shang's attacks. After Shang swung his saber upwards, he didn't release another shooting star. Instead, he pulled his saber even further back. His left leg rose to compensate for Shang bending backward by so much. And then, he slashed forward with all his power. And threw his saber at the tortoise's head. The saber flew with even more speed than shooting star. Boom. At that moment, black fire appeared around the saber, and it transformed into a shining black bullet. And it hit the tortoise's head. Crack. It immediately broke past the armor. Crack. And shot out of the other side of the tortoise's head. The tortoise's assault stopped, and a muffled moan thundered throughout the surroundings. If Shang had to describe it, he would say it sounded like a crying mountain. A moment later, black fire came out of the holes in the tortoise's head. At the same time, Shang caught sword. At this level, sword could fly with a lot of speed, and it had already returned to Shang. However, no, sword was in its long sword state. Boom. And then, the tortoise collapsed. It was dead. This was Shang's last new attack for his saber state, and he used it as a hidden trump card that either killed his opponent or severely injured them. If Shang were forced to use this attack, it would mean that his opponent could deal with his barrage of attacks, and they would have already gotten used to Shang's rhythm. However, the one-up of this attack was nearly identical to how Shang released a shooting star, and the increased speed would also take the opponent by surprise. And if the opponent was still alive after that, Shang would surprise him by transitioning into his long sword state. It was an incredibly deadly attack in amongst a flurry of normal attacks. Shang called this attack Star Shatter. Chapter 452, Close Combat. The corpse vanished, and the applause returned. The wheel began to spin. Level 7, weak mid-troop half stage piece. At that moment, Shang took out some more and allowed sword to return to its saber state while he waited for his opponent. His long sword state was not very good against beasts but devastating to mages. His long sword state wouldn't be very useful in the beast category. Sword returned to its saber state just when a new picture appeared, but Shang didn't even look at it. Shang. When Shang saw his next opponent, he raised an eyebrow. A hippo. That's a new one. It was a massive hippo, nearly 200 meters long and 50 meters high. Aren't hippos usually pretty powerful? But as he looked closer at the hippo with his spirit sense, he realized why. Shang felt a lot of water mana come from it. Shang had gained the ability to feel all kinds of mana after he reached the troop half stage, which was how he was able to tell that the hippo had a water affinity. Water wasn't very good in one-on-one fights. Ding. The bell rang, and Shang unleashed more shooting stars and hidden suns. The hippo was dead within 5 attacks. It didn't even take a second. Level 8, average mid-troop half stage beast. Shang just waited. Shang. Eventually, a huge brown pangolin appeared in front of Shang. Why do I only get beasts with a lot of defense this time? He thought. Ding. The bell rang, and the pangolin immediately had to deal with the barrage of attacks coming at it. It turned into a ball and summoned boulders, which it threw at the attacks while rolling around the area. A couple of Shang's attacks hit, but its defense was powerful enough to shrug those couple of attacks off. It was similar to the tortoise from before when it came to its defense. However, it was an average beast, not a powerful one. Shang changed tactics and burst after it while releasing more attacks. As Shang ran beside its body, he changed his attacks to Inferno. One hot pillar of fire after the other appeared around the pangolin's rolling body. The pangolin focused on evading the pillars while assaulting Shang with stones. Its offensive powers were about as powerful as the tortoise's as well. However, avoiding the flames proved impossible. Shang was very good at aiming Inferno. Sure, the rolling motion did a lot to distribute the heat over the entire body, but that only meant that Shang needed to spend some extra seconds. After around 15 seconds, the pangolin started to spasm and returned to its normal form. Its entire body was burning violently, and it even started melting in some places. It was dying, and 3 seconds later, it was over. Sure enough, the pangolin might have the same offensive and defensive powers as the tortoise, but that was because it was an entire level stronger than it. Additionally, it didn't have the ingenious method that the tortoise had used to defend itself from Inferno. The corpse vanished, and the cheering returned. Level 9, powerful mid-troop half-stage piece. This time, Shang looked over at the wheel. The next fight definitely wouldn't be easy, but it also wouldn't be hard. When the wheel stopped, Shang could see a smiling spider sitting on a throne of ice. Shang. The beast that actually appeared surprised Shang by a bit. It was small. Shang had been fighting beasts that were hundreds of meters long, but this spider was barely 5 meters wide. Quite small for a troop half-stage piece. However, that wasn't completely unusual. Most of the smaller troop half-stage beasts were this small to take advantage of their speed and flexibility. After all, hitting a smaller target was harder than hitting a big one. Ice affinity, a lot of speed, obviously a lot of offensive power, and probably also quite good defense, Shang thought. This powerful beast was good at everything. The spider had very long and thin legs with a comparatively smaller abdomen. The jester lifted his hammer and hit the bell. Ding. Shang already began releasing his attacks, and the spider looked over. Shang could feel that it wasn't too worried. Shang. With no sound, the spider shot forward, directly at the attacks. Two of its legs turned icy blue and attacked Shang's attacks. Ding, ding, ding. Surprisingly, Shang's attacks didn't explode, and the spider even managed to divert them. It kind of reminded Shang of himself when he was charging at an enemy mage. It seemed like Shang's defense was useless against the agile spider. However, when Shang saw how it dealt with his attacks, he only smirked a bit. As if he hadn't considered such an opponent while creating his battle style. After releasing another shooting star, Shang's saber went to the side and released a horizontal slash. The hidden sun he released was now angled completely differently. Boom. Due to the new angle, the hidden sun connected with Shang's opponent, but the spider's body only heated up by a bit. Sure enough, it also had a lot of defense. After swinging his saber to his left, Shang slightly changed the angle at which he was holding his saber and swung to his right again. However, what the spider didn't see was how Shang's saber slightly paused at a certain spot before continuing. Another hidden sun shot at the spider, and it used one of its legs to deflect. Whoosh. However, its leg missed. The crescent-shaped hidden sun had suddenly collapsed into itself. It folded at a certain place, and the two parts of the crescent turned into one line. One could easily imagine this picture by taking a thread of wool and folding it. It would still be in the shape of a line, but the line would point forward instead of from side to side. The hidden sun had transformed into a shooting star mid-flight. Yes, Shang could do that, but it would slow his offense by a bit. But a bit of variation was deadly against opponents that dealt with his attacks by anticipating their trajectory. From this moment onward, Shang kept releasing hidden suns that collapsed into shooting stars at different places, making it nearly impossible to foresee where the attack came from. The spider was slowly accumulating damage, but it would still take a while to kill it. And just a second later, it arrived in front of Shang. Obviously, it was a beast that loved fighting in close quarters, which was also why it hadn't released a single ranged attack. I guess this is how a mage feels while fighting me, Shang thought as he looked at the spider. Four of the spider's legs turned blue, and it lifted its body to stab Shang with them. Bang, bang. Shang very quickly released two ice blasts to change its trajectory, evading two of the legs. Then, his body spun until his feet pointed to his right, evading the third leg. The last leg pointed right at Shang. Then, he swung his saber. Crack. Shang parried the blade, cracking its icy armor. Bang. As soon as the saber cracked the armor, it released an explosion, breaking the leg off the spider's body. Then, Shang simply blasted away with another ice blast. But I'm not a mage. One couldn't fault someone fighting Shang for thinking that he was bad at close combat after he released such an intense barrage of ranged attacks. However, Shang was a warrior. Warriors thrived in close combat. The spider also jumped back when it realized that it had lost one of its legs. Boom. Suddenly, the ground below it exploded with fire. Shang had used Inferno. The spider felt the heat building up and jumped to the side. Bang. That was when Shang arrived in front of it with a burning saber. Crack. Bang. Another leg was destroyed. At that moment, a terrifying amount of blue and spiky silk shot out of the spider's mouth. This was a powerful beast, and it obviously had trump cards. Bang. Bang. Shang retreated with two ice blasts and released a couple of hidden suns at the net, destroying it before it reached him. Then, Shang went back to his basic attacking pattern and alternatingly used shooting star and hidden sun. With two fewer legs, the spider couldn't even muster up proper defense, and it slowly died over the next 3 seconds. This was the first opponent of the trial that forced Shang into fighting at close range. The ninth opponent was the first one that managed to reach Shang. This, more than anything, showed how far Shang's battle strength had progressed. Chapter 453, Distortion. The wheel slowly returned. Level 10, weak late troop half-stage piece. The wheel spun, and Shang looked over. This would be the last fight where he could take it easy. After that, he would need to get serious. Some seconds later, the wheel stopped, and an image appeared. It was a green ant with wings soaring through the sky. It also had cartoony eyes and a smile. Shang. Shang's opponent appeared, and he looked over. It was just a green ant, which was about 50 meters long, not very big for a troop half-stage piece. Understandable. Ants are weak on their own but powerful in a group. Funny that I get to fight another one. Didn't I fight an ant for the 10th level last time as well, or was that in the 7th? Not sure. The jester slowly lifted his hammer and struck the bell. Ding. Shang immediately began to unleash his shooting stars and hidden suns, but sure enough, the opponent's defense was just too powerful. The spider from before had quite a good defense, but it hadn't been ridiculous. However, the ant mostly focused on defense and was a level higher. Of course, the trade-off was that it was probably very slow, straightforward, and weak. As soon as Shang saw that shooting star and hidden sun didn't work, he changed his approach. He charged towards it. Bang. At that moment, a spear made of wind shot at Shang from the ant's mouth, and Shang's eyes widened. Fast. Shang barely managed to evade. This beast was 3 levels above him, and the difference in speed was quite big. If Shang weren't so good at dodging spells, he would have been hit just now. Shang quickly readied himself to evade again, but he realized that the ant was still preparing its next attack. Sure enough, its offensive capabilities were not that great. This wind spear was probably the only offensive attack it knew. However, if one imagined an entire colony of ants using that attack, that sure would be terrifying. The pest cats are already a big problem in the 5 kingdoms. What kind of menace would a hive filled with these ants be? The ant mindlessly ran towards Shang as it released its next spear. Even troop half-stage ants weren't very smart. After evading the first attack, Shang had it easier to avoid the second. The ant released 2 more attacks, and Shang finally arrived close to it. Bang. A fiery pillar came out of the ground below the ant. Shang would need to use Inferno to kill the ant. The ant seemingly ignored the fiery pillar and homed in on Shang with its attacks while charging toward him. It was like it wasn't even alive. Shang released one Inferno after the other, but it only caused a bit of damage over the next couple of seconds. However, with the ant attacking like a primitive machine, it wasn't really a problem for Shang to continue attacking. It was exceptionally easy to hit Inferno on a target that moved in obvious ways. Sadly, it still took Shang far too long. In fact, he needed to bombard the ant with Inferno for nearly 30 seconds, which was an insane amount of time for 2 combatants fighting at the troop half stage. Eventually, the ant fell over and stopped moving after unleashing one last spear. Shang made sure that the ant was dead by using a couple more Infernos. Just 2 seconds later, Shang heard the cheering return, and he stopped. He took a deep breath and closed his right eye. This was annoying. Obviously, my saber state doesn't cut it when it comes to opponents with such a strong defense. Well, time to change weapons. As the wheel slowly appeared again, Shang summoned a sizable chunk of ore and stabbed sword into it. Level 11, average late troop half stage piece. As the wheel began to spin and sword absorbed some more, Shang remembered something. Oh, right. I didn't fight anything for level 10 the last time. The ice king gave me 2 points, and I stopped after that. It should have been at the 7th level then. I think I didn't even attempt level 11 back then since it was basically pointless. Sword wasn't powerful enough back then, and I didn't have that much ore to spare. But this time, things are different. Shang looked at the wheel, and the image of his next opponent appeared. It was a blue hedgehog wearing running shoes and giving a thumbs up. Just like all the other images, this one didn't seem familiar to Shang. Shang's opponent appeared. Sure enough, it was an over 200-meter long blue hedgehog, and Shang could feel a ton of ice moss circulating inside its needles and feet. An ice hedgehog. Icicles are spiky, and a hedgehog is spiky. By now, Sword had finished absorbing the ore, and it returned to its colossal sword state. Shang slowly lifted his gigantic sword and held it in front of him. Sword was at the late troop half stage, and its weight was not negligible for Shang. His speed would suffer quite a bit with such a heavy sword. The jester slowly lifted his hammer and hit the bell. Ding. Shang's body expanded a bit as his muscles seemed to be on the verge of bursting. At the same time, the hedgehog noticed its opponent. In response to seeing its next meal, it stood up on its two hind legs, making Shang lift an eyebrow. Shang. Then, 10 insanely long claws made of ice shot out of the hedgehog, nearly reaching the ground. With those claws, that thing looks more like a sloth now. But I get it. I can't attack it from the backward sides due to the needles, and if I attack it from the front, I have to get through the ice claws. Definitely stronger than a weak piece. However, it still doesn't count as a powerful one. Bang. The next moment, light exploded out of Shang's body, making him resemble the sun during noon. The light was bright, blinding, and completely hid Shang's body behind it. The hedgehog squinted its eyes, but it wasn't really relying on its eyes anyway. Just like everyone at the true half stage, it relied on its spirit sense, and it could feel Shang. Bang. Then, Shang shot forward, leaving a bright streak of light behind. Even though Shang was completely hidden by the light, the hedgehog could still see him with its spirit sense. And then, it roared. CRK, CRK, CRK. In an instant, the surrounding kilometer was covered by ice, and Shang had to be careful not to slip accidentally. Some icy blue ice mod appeared on the hedgehog's hind legs, and it also shot forward. When Shang saw the hedgehog slide forwards without even really using its legs, he was quite impressed. It was really fast for such a huge beast. Shang charged toward the hedgehog, and the hedgehog charged toward him. Right before the two of them reached each other, the light around Shang seemed to move. The blinding light slowly pulled together, and it nearly stopped shining completely. However, when the hedgehog saw what had just happened, it became confused. The hedgehog now saw several Shangs. Well, not exactly. It saw many illusory images of Shang. It was like everything around Shang had become distorted, making him appear in several places at once. Additionally, the hedgehog couldn't see where the real Shang was, even with its spirit sense. This was the first new technique of Shang's colossal sword state. He called it distortion. Chapter 454, Last Glimmer of Light. The hedgehog didn't know what to attack. Its claws reached the ground, but they weren't long enough that it could sweep them over the entire area without lowering its body, which was something it didn't like to do. Lowering its body would result in its behind rising, giving the opponent an opening. As it stood right now, the opponent would only find needles at the hedgehog's back. In the end, the hedgehog decided to use one of its two sets of claws to strike Shang. It struck towards the middle of all the Shangs. After all, it would hit most of them by striking there. CRRRK. The claw slightly dug into the ground and moved to the side, dispersing many of Shang's copies. However, it didn't hit anything solid. It had missed. At that moment, distortion ended, and the real Shang was revealed. He was at the very front. Shang jumped and charged toward the hedgehog's head. At that moment, the hedgehog swung its second set of claws right at Shang. The claws reached Shang, and they were about to hit. At that moment, Shang's body atrophied quite a bit, symbolizing that he had used a considerable portion of his life energy just now. He lifted his colossal sword. Oh. Just before the icy claws hit Shang, a bright burst of light came out of Shang's body. At that moment, the hedgehog became blind. Even its spirit sense had been blinded somehow. It was like this bright light had gotten rid of the surrounding area. At the same time, the hedgehog felt its claws hit something big and soft. It was almost like it had hit a huge hand. Bang. Then, its claws were thrown to the side. The soft thing the hedgehog's claws had just hit had become hard and rubbery, and it bounced back with a lot of power. It was almost like the gigantic hand had pushed its claws away. This was another one of Shang's new techniques in his colossal sword state. It created a disorienting light and pushed an attack to the side just by using the powers of light. However, even with Shang's powerful body that was adapted to his techniques, it still cost him a lot of life energy. In fact, it consumed over 50%, which would need to be replenished by 50% of Shang's mana. But it was worth it. The attack was powerful enough to throw such a powerful attack to the side, which was not an easy feat. Shang called it brilliance. The hedgehog's equilibrium had been thrown off, and its mind became disoriented. For a beast, such a state was very difficult to recover from in less than a second. Unleashing this attack only had defensive and preparatory purposes, and it cost a lot of Shang's resources. However, he was willing to make the sacrifice. After all, this attack was not meant to be used on its own. It was used to prepare Shang's next attack. Shang arrived at the hedgehog's head, his colossal sword still lifted above him. At that moment, the bright light in the surroundings created by brilliance was sucked into his sword, and the world returned to normal. The hedgehog was still a bit disoriented, but it would recover very soon. At that moment, Shang's arms bulged. His sword had gotten several times heavier. When Shang had theorized about the connection of his four elements to the concept of entropy, he realized that light symbolized an increase in energy while darkness represented a decrease. And after years of experimenting, Shang finally managed to make use of that concept. He could now use his light affinity to increase the weight of his sword even more, even if only for just a moment. The substantial increase in weight was also the reason why Shang always slashed upward while using brilliance. He had to have his colossal sword above him if he wanted to make full use of its new weight and power. As Shang slashed forward, something else happened as well. Boom. Black fire burst out of sword. The colossal sword had the most weight, even in its base form, and with the added weight of the light, it became even more ridiculous. Sword's entropy also released power based on the mass of matter and energy it was burning. Lastly, the difference in mass between Sword's colossal sword state and Great Sword state was by far the biggest. Yes, Shang's colossal sword state was fully focused on defense. It hit his body. It blocked attacks. It disoriented its opponents. However, Shang had created his entire colossal sword state around this very moment. The goal of the colossal sword state was to get close to the opponent and open them up for a devastating attack. And this was Shang's most devastating attack. Yes, this attack was the strongest attack Shang could release in all of his states. The sheer power of everything was just ridiculous. Shang's colossal sword struck. And it hit the hedgehog's head. Boom. The hedgehog's head exploded. Its flesh, bones, and brain were scattered across the area hundreds of meters behind it. It was like a cannonball that hit a human's head. Shang's most powerful attack. If this one failed to do any serious damage to an opponent while he didn't evade, Shang might as well give up. If this attack didn't manage to break through the opponent's defense, nothing else could. Shang and the corpse fell to the ground. Obviously, the hedgehog was dead. This was Shang's colossal sword state. He would start with distortion to get close. While coming closer, Shang had two other techniques he could also use, but they hadn't been relevant against the hedgehog since it hadn't launched any ranged attacks. Then, Shang would shine like the sun in a brilliant explosion of light. And everything would culminate in the last attack. The light representing the life-giving sun would vanish, giving way to the icy assault of the Great Sword state. The warm and bright day would vanish, and the cold and deadly night would arrive. After the last brilliant ray of light, dusk would arrive. And dusk was the name Shang had given to it. Chapter 455, 12th level. Shang landed beside the corpse and quickly put his hand to it before it vanished. The corpse barely shriveled up, but Shang managed to refill his entire mana and life energy beyond its normal maximum. Then, the cheering returned, and the corpse started to vanish. Shang quickly took out more and stabbed sword into it, returning it to its colossal sword state. The colossal sword state was simply the best state when it came to killing beasts and closing in on opponents. It was a perfect starter for any kind of fight. Level 12, powerful late troop half stage beast. Shang took a deep breath as the will returned. The next fight is not going to be easy. No matter what I will fight, I doubt that I will be able to end it by only closing in and using dusk. That might work against normal beasts, but powerful ones have terrifying instincts and hidden weapons. Additionally, the speed gap is only going to get bigger, and I might even need to use more power with brilliance to actually create an opening. Shang glanced at the wheel. I will probably have to use more than one state during this fight. Luckily, my great sword state is the ultimate counter to beasts. All in all, every state Shang had created was good for something. The colossal sword state was great for starting the fight against any kind of opponent. The great sword state was great for killing beasts. The saber state was a good all-rounder, useful for basically everything. The long sword state was great for killing mages. The best part was that Shang could transition into any kind of state from his colossal sword state. If necessary, he could burn more to immediately get to the long sword state, for example. The colossal sword state would always be a starter, but after that, he could choose which state he wanted to use. The only drawback was that Shang couldn't go back to higher states during the fight, but that wasn't really an issue. The great sword state wasn't very useful for fast and flexible opponents anyway. Might as well use more of sword's mass to strengthen the attack and immediately go to the saber state. Nimble opponents wouldn't have it easy evading the barrage of shooting stars and hidden suns. But if the opponent wasn't as fast, Shang could directly enter the great sword state and unleash devastating attacks. Sword finished absorbing the ore just when the wheel stopped, and Shang looked over. The image of his opponent grew, and he finally saw what kind of opponent he would be fighting. It was a cartoony lightning bolt with a devious smirk. Shang raised an eyebrow. He wasn't quite sure what this image represented. Shang. Then, Shang's opponent appeared, but this time, it didn't appear a kilometer away from Shang. No, this time, the god apparently had something else on his mind. The opponent appeared in the sky, about 3 kilometers away from Shang. It was a serpent. It had white scales, 4 small feet with sharp claws, and an imposing head. The scales on its head were sharp, jagged, and made the serpent look similar to a viper. And the beast was absolutely massive. Shang guessed that it was probably over 500 meters long and nearly 30 meters wide. It looked like a snake that could swallow the world. Right now, it was just hovering in the air with closed eyes, curled into a ball. Sure enough, this won't be easy. Serpents were always problematic for 2 reasons. First of all, a lot of them could inherently fly, making it very difficult for anyone to reach them. The second problem was that they were essentially the mages of the beast world. They could release terrifying spells while still having very powerful bodies. However, even a powerful serpent was weaker than an average mage of its level. There were 2 reasons for that. First, even though the serpents had terrifying spells, their spells were not as varied as the mage's spells. They also didn't have access to a focus. Second, and most important of all, serpents didn't have access to element neutral spells. That meant no mana shield and no mana step. Due to these 2 reasons, even an average mage could kill a powerful serpent on their level. The fight wouldn't be completely effortless, but it also wouldn't pose a real danger to the mage. The jester slowly lifted his hammer and struck the bell. Ding. Shang prepared himself, and the serpent opened its eyes. Bang. Shang shot forward as he activated distortion. He was also using fire and his blasts to fly upward. With his new body, Shang could stay in the air for a very long time with his blasts. He couldn't stay there indefinitely, but he could stay long enough that it wouldn't be a big concern during a fight. When the serpent saw Shang, it extended its body and released a world-shattering hiss. The air around Shang seemed to vibrate by the sheer power of the hiss. Bang. Bang. Several bolts of lightning appeared in the air and shot to a place behind the serpent. There were hundreds. The air around the serpent became filled with electricity and friction as a humongous ball of lightning formed behind it. Shang could feel that the lightning mod inside the serpent had dropped drastically. It had probably wasted over 70% of its reserves for that move. Shang decided to slow his approach. After all, if the serpent decided to throw this humongous ball at him, he would die. That was simply too much power. However, instead of immediately launching an attack, the serpent began to coil around the ball. At that moment, Shang looked at a gigantic serpent that calmly circled a humongous ball of lightning like it were its egg. Random lightning bolts shot out of the ball. Eventually, the serpent faced Shang again. Then, a brief flash of lightning appeared in its eyes. And Shang immediately had to dodge. Chapter 456, Refraction. Shang's instincts shouted at him to dodge to the side, and he did just that. Bang. Just an instant later, a terrifyingly fast bolt of lightning shot past the place where Shang had just been, even touching his body. Shang's armor became seared on the side, but it was powerful enough to somewhat resist the terrifying lightning bolt. However, if Shang had been hit by that, the magic circles on his armor would have been activated, which meant that he would never receive a life-threatening injury. These lightning bolts were no joke. Shang's right eye quickly focused on the serpent, and he prepared himself. He now knew what he had to look out for. Bang. Shang continued charging toward the gigantic serpent in the sky. And then, a second lightning bolt shot at Shang. At that moment, Shang didn't evade. He had just extended his colossal sword and quickly angled it so that its tip pointed right at the lightning bolt. Then, the tip of his sword began to shine with bright light. The lightning bolt hit the tip of the sword. Ding. As soon as it hit, the lightning bolt didn't explode. Rather, it got its first light tidal wave hitting a boulder. The lightning blasted past Shang with its incredible power, but none of the bolts hit him. This was one of Shang's new techniques for the colossal sword state that was designed to counter mages. Like light hitting a crystal, the enemy's attack would be split and scattered over the surroundings. Shang called it refraction. Of course, in order for the attack to work, Shang had to sacrifice some of his life energy and hit the attack at the perfect spot. If he were just slightly off, the majority of the attack's power would still hit him. Luckily, he had enough practice with Gerald to get the timing down. Otherwise, things would have been troublesome since the lightning bolts were so insanely fast. Shang closed in on the serpent, now only a couple hundred meters away from it. When the serpent saw how Shang had dealt with its attack, more lightning gathered in its eyes. Bang, bang, bang. Shang's right eye widened in horror. 3 lightning bolts had just been shot at him. This attacking speed was something he would have expected of an average late high mage with a focus, not a serpent. Even more, Shang had been prepared to use refraction again, which was why he hadn't been prepared to dodge. The attacks would hit. Ding, bang, bang. Shang managed to get rid of one of the lightning bolts, but the other 2 perfectly hit him in the chest. At that moment, the magic circles on his armor activated, and they blocked the 2 attacks. But just a second later, the magic circles collapsed. This meant that the armor had used up all its stored mana. Due to the power and frequency of the lightning bolts, their power was only at the upper level of a mid-high mage's spell, and that was exactly what the armor was designed to block. However, all its mana had been used up. Yet, if Shang hadn't had the armor, he would be dead right now. Ironically, this time, Shang would have nearly become a victim of his own fighting philosophy. Kill a powerful enemy so quickly that they couldn't even unleash their power, making it irrelevant. The serpent had just tried to do that, but Shang's armor had saved him. Shang narrowed his right eye. I didn't expect such a rapid barrage of attacks. It seems like refraction won't be enough. Due to the power of the lightning bolts, Shang had been thrown back quite a bit, making the distance between the combatants larger. Bang, bang. Shang quickly unleashed 2 blasts and shot at the serpent again. Bang. The serpent unleashed another 2 lightning bolts. But they missed. Just before the lightning bolts had been fired, the light in Shang's surroundings warped again. He had already used distortion earlier, but he hadn't spread it over a great distance since he wanted to preserve his life energy. He wasn't sure if it had been a coincidence or not, but the serpent had still hit him through distortion back then. But this time, Shang used far more life energy for distortion and spread it over a larger area. And, sure enough, the serpent missed its attacks. By now, the surrounding 10 meters were filled with blurry images of Shang, and the serpent couldn't tell which one was the real one. Not even with its spirit sense. Then, more lightning appeared in the serpent's eyes. Boom. Suddenly, a gigantic wave of lightning came out of the lightning ball and swallowed all of Shang's images. SSSSSS. At one spot in Shang's area of distortion, the wave of lightning dispersed across the surroundings. However, Shang hadn't been able to use refraction due to the sheer size of the attack. Instead, he had simply put his sword in front of him and hid behind it. The colossal sword was big enough to completely hide his body. Shang remained uninjured, but he was pushed back again by the power. Shang's spirit sense concentrated on the serpent with frustration. My saber state won't be able to unleash enough offensive power to injure the serpent, which means I have to get close somehow. Yet, no matter what I do, I get pushed back. If I use distortion, it just uses this huge wave. Sure, I won't get injured, but I will be thrown back. If I don't use distortion, I will be killed by the lightning bolts. I can deal with 1 of them. Maybe I can even deal with 2, but I can't possibly deal with 3. Shang tried to find a way to get closer. Modest step was no option since he was currently in the sky. His colossal sword state was already the strongest state when it came to closing distance. The other states wouldn't help. At that moment, the gigantic ball of lightning began to shrink by quite a bit. After unleashing so many attacks, it had already shrunken by quite a bit. Shang had already realized that it was a ball that released the lightning bolts, and there was only a limited amount of mana inside it. But now, it suddenly shrank even more. Then, Shang saw a blindingly bright light. Boom. With a huge explosion, a brightly white shining beam of concentrated lightning shot right at him. His distortion had just been broken, and the serpent could finally see the real Shang. You can deal with my small lightning bolts. How about a big one, then? Refraction wouldn't work on a bolt with such immense power. The sheer explosive power would be so great that the streaks of dispersed lightning would still hit him. Additionally, lightning had the terrifying property of traveling across the body to deal more damage. Refraction was useless right now. Chapter 457, New Moon. Yet, when Shang saw the insanely powerful lightning beam, he wasn't worried in any way. Seems like I won't be able to use this against the serpent. At that moment, Shang's colossal sword was already in a blocking position, and that position was just perfect. He only angled it a bit more. But I didn't expect to use this anyway. Luckily, I thought of this possibility. Boom. At that moment, a terrifying amount of light gathered around the colossal sword, and it all went to the same point. Shang's body atrophied tremendously. He had just used up basically all of his life energy, and he quickly converted about 80% of his mana into more life energy, making his body instantly healthy again. With the overcharged life energy from absorbing the hedgehog, Shang had essentially used 150% of his maximum life energy just now, which was an insane amount. However, that meant that Shang wouldn't be able to use brilliance again as long as he didn't want to fight as a nearly leveled husk for the rest of the battle. That essentially meant that he couldn't use Dusk. Without brilliance, Dusk could easily be evaded. Then, the pure beam of lightning hit the colossal sword at the exact point where all the light had gathered. Ding. At that moment, a humongous wave of light exploded out of the colossal sword. For just an instant, the beam of lightning seemed to pause in front of the sword. And then, Shang pushed forward. Bang. The lightning beam shot at the serpent. The serpent hadn't been prepared for such a fast and powerful attack right after it had unleashed its own. It could barely move part of its body to the side. Boom. The beam of lightning tore through half the width of the serpent, leaving a humongous burned hole behind. If the serpent hadn't moved to the side by a bit, it would have been blasted into 2 pieces. And then, the lightning traveled across its body, severely burning it in several places before it finally used up its power. However, even worse was the fact that the serpent's body had seized, making it unable to act for a while. This was Shang's alternative to Dusk. If an enemy used a truly powerful energy-based attack, Shang could use this technique to severely injure or even kill them. Of course, depending on the power of the attack, this technique could possibly become even more costly than brilliance. With the light-themed names for all the techniques in the colossal sword state, the name of this attack came naturally. Reflection. That was the name. Refraction and Reflection were the 2 attacks Shang had developed to close the distance between him and enemy mages. Refraction was cheap to use and could disperse energy-based attacks. Reflection was very expensive and could reflect energy-based attacks. Sadly, these 2 attacks were only useful against fire, lightning, light, darkness, and some wind affinity spells. Earth, water, ice, and metal spells weren't affected by these attacks. But that also wasn't an issue. Shang could just parry those attacks and redirect them. After all, they were simply a massive matter that was thrown at him. Shang continued charging at the serpent, who was still unable to act due to its lightning. But before Shang even reached the serpent, he had already swung his sword. Boom. Black fire gathered around the sword, and he slashed forward. Then, a wave of black fire shot directly at the injured part of the serpent's body. This attack wasn't nearly as strong as Dusk or even Star Shatter, but it would, at least, make use of sword's entropy. At that moment, the serpent regained a bit of its control. Boom. A humongous wave of lightning shot right at the wave of black flames. In the serpent's current state, it couldn't rely on its ability to aim. So, it decided to use a huge attack to block Shang's attack. In just an instant, the wave of black fire cut through the wave of lightning, but it had shrunk by quite a bit. The serpent barely managed to move part of its body to the side. Boom. And the attack hit. Sadly, the attack didn't manage to hit the already injured part of the serpent, but a healthy part just beside it. A humongous cut appeared on that part, several meters deep. Blood exploded out of it, but the serpent was still in fighting condition. It was injured heavily, but it could still fight and survive. And, finally, Shang reached it. He had closed the distance. At that moment, Shang was no longer carrying his colossal sword but his great sword. Then, Shang did something that no one would have expected. His entire body exploded with a humongous amount of fire. The explosion of fire was so powerful that even half of the serpent's body was pushed away, right into a humongous ball of lightning. Yeah, the serpent was the controller of this ball of lightning, which meant that it didn't receive any injuries, but the fact that such a massive beast was thrown back by an explosion of fire already showed how powerful that explosion was. Sadly, the power was dispersed, and the scales facing Shang only became slightly seared. The serpent didn't get injured. However, that hadn't been the point. After the fire vanished, Shang's body was revealed. It was a deep blue, and he looked almost like an icy statue. But his right eye shone with the fire of determination. And then, Shang swung his great sword from one side to the other. Boom. A terrifying amount of ice mana was released. Yet, surprisingly, it didn't interact with the ball of lightning or the serpent in any way. It was almost like the ice mana was released into the surroundings. At the same time, Shang's body exploded with blood, and he had to use the remainder of his mana to fix it. He had no more mana, which meant that any injury he would receive now would stay for the remainder of the battle. But all of this was worth it. The ice mana surrounded the surrounding 2 kilometers, with Shang and the serpent being in the middle. A terrifyingly cold wind picked up, and the serpent felt its body temperature drop rapidly. All the light inside the domain of ice vanished, leaving only a cold, dead, and dark wasteland of icy death. The serpent had prepared its ball of lightning to unleash attacks faster. It had transformed its internal storage of mana into an external one to get rid of one step to conjure an attack. And now, Shang had done the same. His body temperature was also dropping rapidly, and this was just what he wanted. In this land of icy death, he could release all of his accumulated power without needing to worry about where to blast with his fire blast. Shang had prepared the battlefield, and he had transformed it into an advantageous one for him. The cold temperatures benefited him and hindered his opponent. Shang only used this specific technique against beasts since they couldn't use mana step. Mages could just release a couple of mana steps and escape the domain, but beasts couldn't. That meant that the beast would be stuck in its domain. This was the technique that prepared Shang for an unending assault in his great sword state. Everything around him would transform into a dark wasteland of icy death. He called it New Moon. Chapter 458, 2 days. The serpent was now in Shang's domain. As soon as it realized that its body temperature was dropping, the humongous ball of lightning expanded to envelop the serpent. It absorbed parts of its own lightning to keep itself warm while also making it more difficult for the opponent to hit it through all the lightning. Shang quickly saw his opportunity. A terrifyingly cold wind gathered on his great sword. And then, he slashed forward. It looked like Shang would miss, but at the last moment, the length of his sword grew by several times. A humongous icy edge formed in front of Shang's sword. The icy edge entered the ball of lightning. Whoosh. However, the attack missed. The ball of lightning had cancelled out the ice mana inside the icy edge, dispersing it. But the ball of lightning also shrank. At that moment, part of the serpent's body was revealed again. More ice mana gathered on the great sword, and Shang slashed forward again. Crack. The icy edge hit the scales and exploded. However, the strength of the icy edge wasn't its hardness but its unreasonable sharpness. Even though it shattered immediately, it still left behind a terrifying cut. And that wasn't even everything. The splinters of ice exploded in all directions, but nearly half of them exploded right into the cut the icy edge had just made. The splinters were just as sharp as the icy edge and lodged themselves inside the serpent's flesh. But just moments later, they all dispersed into seemingly nothing. Of course, mana didn't just vanish without using entropy. All the splinters transformed into ice mana and entered the serpent's body, freezing it. A sizable chunk of the serpent's body was now completely frozen. This was another one of Shang's new techniques in his great sword state. Its goal was to leave a superficial injury on a target with terrifying defense. Then, the hit part would cool down significantly and freeze. Shang called this attack frostbite. At that moment, the serpent realized that it was in a truly life-threatening situation, and it acted. Boom. A huge portion of the ball of lightning exploded, bathing the surroundings in a terrifying wave of lightning. However, an equally terrifying mass of ice mana gathered in front of Shang, cancelling out the lightning. This was his domain, and he could use all the ice mana in here. Yet, the serpent's attack still showed some effect. The area of New Moon around the 2 of them shrunk by a lot. Previously, it had been 2 kilometers wide. Now, it was only 1 kilometer wide. If Shang hadn't controlled New Moon to slightly expand to let the lightning disperse into the surroundings, it would have been broken completely. Of course, after the expansion, Shang contracted New Moon again to restore the previous density. A moment later, Shang could see that the lightning ball had shrunk even more. Even if the serpent tried its best, it couldn't hide its full body inside of it anymore. The serpent's goal had to be to throw the opponent away and to get rid of the icy domain, but it had accomplished none of that. When it realized that even this attack had been useless, it decided on the next best thing. It would escape the domain. The serpent and the lightning ball moved away from Shang in an effort to escape. Shang quickly shot after them. And New Moon followed. Shang was the core of New Moon, and it would be wherever he was. At that moment, Shang saw his opportunity. Shang willed New Moon to use a lot of his power to slow down the serpent. A terrifying cold wind picked up in front of the serpent, and it felt its head beginning to freeze. On top of that, it was pushed back. The ball of lightning quickly went in front of the serpent's head, blocking the cold wind and dispersing it. However, the ball of lightning was also shrinking. In that instant, Shang arrived at the frozen part of the serpent's body. More ice mana had already gathered on his great sword, and it had changed its shape once again. It had become longer again, but this time, there was no emphasis on the edge. There was only an icy and sharp pillar that ended in a terrifyingly thin and long point. And then, Shang stabbed forward, right at the frozen part. Crack. The thin point hit the frozen part of the serpent's body and completely buried itself inside it. Frostbite used extremely sharp but brittle eyes, but this technique did exactly the opposite. There was not much sharpness to the ice, but it was very tough. As soon as the needle-like sword punched through the icy exterior, all the ice modded gathered onto its tip. And then, it exploded. Crack. The frozen part of the serpent exploded off, and the splinters scattered everywhere. Blood exploded out of the serpent's body as nearly half the width of that portion of its body had now also vanished. The hole was just as big as the one the wave of black fire had left behind. This was another one of Shang's new techniques. Frostbite was responsible for breaking the opponent's defense, freezing part of its body, and creating a weak point. Then, this attack would follow next and completely destroy that part. Shang called this attack Piercing Cold. Frostbite and Piercing Cold had been designed to be used in alternating order to deal with beasts that had powerful defensive powers. The Great Sword State had been designed to deal with the powerful defenses of the beasts. As the parts of the serpent's frozen body scattered across the surroundings, they suddenly started to vanish. At the same time, New Moon grew bigger. It had converted the frozen parts into ice mod. New Moon made Frostbite more powerful. Frostbite made Piercing Cold more powerful. And Piercing Cold made New Moon more powerful. It was a positive feedback loop. The only drawback was that Shang couldn't absorb these parts for more life energy with darkness absorbed. At that moment, the serpent grew desperate, and it decided to sacrifice the entire ball of lightning. Boom. The entire ball contracted for an instant and exploded into the surroundings, consuming everything. However, Shang had already seen that move coming, and he had prepared himself. Just when the ball of lightning had contracted, Shang had will for all of New Moon together around him. A terrifying nova of lightning scattered across the horizon, growing weaker and weaker the further it traveled. Yet, the power was very dispersed, and there was actually nothing that stopped it. The ice mod had already vanished. The spot where Shang was standing was surrounded by all the gathered power of New Moon, easily resisting the dispersed power of the lightning. As the wave of lightning passed, Shang saw the serpent fleeing. If he didn't attack now, it would escape and prepare another ball of lightning. But Shang could also feel that the serpent was in a panic, and he knew that now was his best shot at dealing a devastating blow. All the ice mod gathered inside the great sword in an instant, and it grew to a terrifying size in an instant. The sword was now hundreds of meters long. Yet, it was still somewhat easy for Shang to swing it. The ice he had used to create this edge was brittle, weak, and light. Shang had already lowered his great sword earlier, and now he was prepared to slash upward. And he did just that. It seemed like a normal attack, but nothing could be further from the truth. All the power of New Moon had been gathered to create this gigantic sword, and all of it was for one purpose: to deliver destruction. The serpent used its spirit sense and saw that a weak but humongous edge was slashing toward it. It knew that it wouldn't be able to evade since the tip of the sword was moving at insane speeds. At that moment, the serpent realized that its life was over. Even though the attack looked weak, its instincts were screaming at it to evade. Then, the attack hit the middle of the serpent's body. The tip of the sword shattered. Boom. A black sun appeared on that spot and exploded, consuming the surrounding 50 meters in black fire. Beneath the ice, sword had released entropy and had pushed it into the icy edge. Sword could control entropy to some degree, and it could keep its explosive power docile while inside the icy edge. But as soon as the icy edge broke, all the accumulated and pressurized power of entropy would explode forward. Wherever the icy edge broke would be the place where entropy would also explode. The black sun raged about 200 meters away from Shang for over 2 seconds, illuminating the surroundings in a weird, black light. This was Shang's last new technique in his great sword state, and it symbolized the transition to the saber state. New Moon vanished. The cold receded. And dawn arrived. But after a night of terrifying cold, the following day wouldn't be warm and pleasant. What would follow would be a barrage of cosmic destruction. There would be shooting stars, hidden suns, and inferno. And it would all culminate in the destruction of the very thing that gave everything light and life. The star would shatter. And darkness would arrive. These were 3 of the 4 states of Shang's sword. The day would begin with bright and illusory light, and it would culminate in dusk. The night would arrive with a cold moon and an avalanche of icy death, and it would culminate in dawn. The new day would begin with a barrage of cosmic destruction, and it would culminate in the star shattering. And then, only darkness would remain. Chapter 459, Shrimp. As dawn vanished, Shang could finally see the serpent again. It had been broken into 2 pieces, and it was falling towards the ground. Just because someone was very powerful didn't mean that they didn't need their organs. In fact, starting at the general stage, the organs inside someone's body had already stopped their old functions and assumed new ones. They were responsible for moving mana around and generating life energy. Without organs, someone's life energy would very quickly deteriorate until they died. Even getting rid of just one organ already put a major dent in someone's ability to generate life energy. With most of the serpent's organs gone, it was already basically dead. Beasts didn't have the luxury of quickly being able to recover parts of their bodies. They needed a bit of time to recover everything. As the serpent fell to the ground, Shang charged forward and put his arm on one of the halves, quickly regaining all his lost mana and life energy. A couple of seconds later, the cheering returned, and the corpse vanished. Shang took a deep breath. The fight definitely hadn't been easy, but I won. The start was rough, but as soon as I managed to unleash New Moon, I gained control over the fight. Sure enough, the great sword state is best for dealing with beasts. As Shang looked at the vanishing corpse, he thought about something he didn't like. Any random late high mage could have defeated the serpent. I'm honestly not sure if I can win against an average late high mage at this point. Additionally, a very talented mid high mage will very likely also win against the serpent. But my power has already made a great jump compared to the last trial. Last time, level 6 in the mage category had already ended my trial, but this time, I'm certain that I can reach level 9. With luck, I might even beat level 11, but I'm honestly not sure. As the will returned, Shang fed more over to sword. Level 13, weak peak troop half stage beast. Level 13 in the beast category. Last time, I only barely beat level 9, but I got 10 points due to the ice king's sheer power. This time, I'm already at level 13, and I doubt that I will lose against my next opponent. Level 15 will be a complete impossibility. I'm certain that I can't even beat a single one of the beasts that can appear there. Level 14 will be dependent on luck. If I get an all-around average beast, I will most likely win. If I get one that focuses on defense, I will probably also win. However, if I get one that specializes in speed, I will be helpless. Due to dust and the great sword state, Shang's preferred opponents were now beasts that focused on defense. In the past, these exact opponents had been his bane since he hadn't been powerful enough to even injure them. Funny how things change. As the will finished spinning, Shang pulled his colossal sword up and readied himself for battle. He always started in the colossal sword state unless the opponent wasn't in the least bit dangerous. Shang's opponent was chosen, and he looked at the wheel. The image made him raise an eyebrow. It was a bowl of seared shrimp. Shang. At that moment, Shang's opponent appeared, and he wasn't really surprised. It was a shrimp. It was just a shrimp. Sure, it was about 50 meters long, but it was still just a normal shrimp. There was nothing special about it except for its size. I guess these kinds of beasts are bottom feeders in gigantic oceans, which is surprising considering that they are at the peak troop half stage. The jester lifted his hammer and hit the bell. Ding. The shrimp's antennae moved around and pointed at Shang. Then, the shrimp turned to him. Boom. And it exploded forward with terrifying speed. Shang had already been prepared, but the shrimp's speed was still far higher than Shang's. Sadly, Shang knew that the shrimp only counted as a slow beast within its level. This was a peak troop half stage beast. Its body was 4 levels above Shang's body, making the difference in speed absolutely ridiculous. With his blasts, Shang could move as fast as an average mid troop half stage beast, but a peak troop half stage beast, even a comparatively slow one, would be faster than Shang by multiple times. Speed hadn't been a big factor in Shang's fight against the serpent since it had barely moved, mostly standing its ground. If Shang hadn't been prepared for such an explosion of speed, he would have been unable to react. The shrimp reached Shang in what felt like an instant. To the current Shang, the shrimp's speed and the mage's modest step felt equally fast. Obviously, modest step was many times faster, but Shang couldn't think fast enough to feel the difference between the two. It was like when someone spoke to someone else face to face. One person would see the other one move their mouth and hear their voice at the same time, even though the speed of sound and the speed of light couldn't be compared. But to the person, both things were so fast that they couldn't even feel the difference. The same thing was true for Shang now. As soon as Shang had seen even the slightest bit of movement coming from the shrimp, he had swung his colossal sword upwards, not knowing if it would connect or not. But that didn't actually matter. One of the shrimp's shears immediately went past Shang's colossal sword and went for his body. Boom. Then, the shear stopped, and Shang's body atrophied tremendously. At the same time, a blinding light exploded out of his body, throwing the shrimp into absolute confusion. Brilliance. Shang had used up all of his life energy to stop the attack, including the additional life energy he had absorbed from the serpent's corpse. He couldn't be certain how powerful the enemy's attack or defenses would be, which was why he had simply unleashed everything at once to be sure. As the shrimp's spear bounced to the side, all the life vanished and entered Shang's colossal sword, increasing its weight tremendously. Then, the colossal sword swung down. The shrimp counted as a weak beast, which meant that its battle instincts were terrible. A smarter beast might have jumped back. Black fire appeared on Shang's colossal sword, and it connected with the shrimp's head. Dusk. Crack. The shrimp's head didn't explode. Obviously, its shell increased the shrimp's defenses to the point that it was probably about 3 times as durable as the hedgehog from earlier. However, a fully loaded dusk still had terrifying power, and it broke past the shell. The sword entered the shrimp's head, but it was stopped after cutting through half of it. Even with a fully powered dusk, Shang couldn't bisect the enemy's head. But it was enough. Black fire exploded out of it that sword had left behind. It looked similar to a crack on a highly pressurized pot. Just like how the water would violently shoot out of the crack, the black fire shot out of the shrimp's head. Naturally, the black fire had turned the insides of the shrimp's head into nothing but mud. Boom. And the shrimp collapsed. Chapter 460, long ways ago. The cheering returned, and Shang refilled his life energy with the shrimp's corpse. Then, the will returned. Wait a second, Shang said. The will stopped descending and just paused. Yes, the jester asked. If my armor breaks and becomes useless, will it be repaired? Shang asked. Depends on if you lose or win, the jester answered. If you win, no, your armor is the price you pay to win. If you lose, it will be repaired. Shang nodded. His armor was extremely important. Without it, he would have died to the serpent, and he was sure that it would also save him in the mage category. Then, I won't fight, he said. Smart move, the jester said. There were 3 possible ways the next fight could have gone. First, Shang died, and his armor broke. Second, Shang won, and his armor broke. Third, Shang won, and his armor survived. If the first case happened, Shang would lose out. If the second case happened, Shang would also lose out. After all, Shang wouldn't be able to rely on his armor during the mage category since he couldn't just reforge it like his sword. His armor would have been traded for exactly 1 point since level 15 would be absolutely impossible for Shang to beat. However, if Shang had access to his armor, it would very likely pay out with more than 1 point in the mage category. Shang's armor had already paid 2 points in the beast category by helping him win against the serpent. His next opponent also wasn't a big problem, but Shang would have never reached that opponent without his armor. In the mage category, Shang was most worried about the powerful mid-high mage. The mages before that opponent shouldn't be that difficult, but just like the serpent, the powerful mid-high mage represented more than 1 point. If Shang beat the powerful mid-high mage, he would definitely beat the weak late high mage that followed. But without access to his armor, Shang wasn't confident in beating the powerful mid-high mage. So, as long as the first 2 options happened, Shang would sacrifice more than he would gain, even if he won. The only possible way to go forward without a loss was the third option. But what were the chances of his armor surviving? Not very high. Shang would be fighting a beast that was so powerful that the magic circles on his armor wouldn't even be able to stop their attack. If Shang got hit, he would die, and Shang believed that he very likely wouldn't be able to win without being hit. The speed of his opponent would just be ridiculously fast. Lastly, sword was only at the late true path stage. If Shang had to block a physical attack with it, it would very likely break into pieces, killing it. Because of all these factors, Shang found it to be a bad idea to fight an average peak true path stage beast. Let's see what kind of opponent you would have fought, the jester said with a smirk as the will spun. Shang was also interested in what his opponent would have been. Eventually, the will stopped, and the image of his opponent grew bigger. When he saw the image, Shang sighed. It was a smirking G running through the air. Oh wow, that would have been bad for you, the jester said with a chuckle. A very fast beast with a wind affinity, Shang commented. Yep, the jester said. Shang could imagine how that fight would go. He would prepare himself. The cheetah would run at him. The cheetah would move its claws past Shang's sword, and it would cut him into pieces. On the off chance that Shang managed to get brilliance off, he would survive the attack, but he doubted that his follow-up attack would connect. That opponent symbolized the worst luck possible. And with that, the beast category is over, the jester said as he jumped off the wheel, which quickly vanished. 13 points. Very impressive. But you are only at the true path stage for now. Reaching such a high battle strength in this level is commendable, but it will become useless if you can't create an equally outstanding fifth realm. Exceptionalism turns too strong, turns to above average, turns to average, turns to below average, turns to trash, the jester said with a smirk. Shang didn't answer, but he agreed. Creating such a powerful path had opened up the way to the very top, but every additional step had to be just as outstanding as the first one. Only a road paved with exceptionally powerful rocks could hold until it led to the very end. How good is my path right now? Shang suddenly asked. At the moment, you have the potential to reach my level, the jester said with a smirk. However, the jester added with a malicious chuckle, that might not be as special as you think. At the moment, there are more than 1,000 high mages with an equally powerful path, but that number drops to 200 for archmages and then again to 30 for ancestral mages. Then, it drops to merely 4 mage lords and to only a single mage king. The jester smirked one. And there's not a single mage emperor that has the potential to reach my level. As you can see, being outstanding at your current level is definitely noteworthy, but it doesn't say much. There are about 1,000 people on your level that are just as hardworking and powerful as you, but that number becomes 0 the further we go up the ladder. Shang took a deep breath when he heard that there were 1,000 people just as powerful as him in the world in terms of battle strength. That was more than he had expected. However, it still proved that Shang's current method of training was effective. Shang already knew that there were billions of true path stage beasts in the world. Just how many humans were in the world? How many high mages were there? Maybe there were also billions of high mages. And Shang was in the top 1,000. As long as he kept going. As long as he kept training without pause. As long as he kept working hard. He would break into the top 200. Then, into the top 30. And eventually, he would reach the very top. Shang took another deep breath. We can start. Chapter 461, Affinities. Shang had transformed sword into its colossal sword state again, but due to the god's answer, he had decided to stop with the beast category. Shang quickly transformed sword into its saber state for the mage category. He didn't really mind all the ore he had wasted by doing that. He had more than enough ore. The wheel began to spin, and just like last time, there were now affinities on the wheel instead of pictures. Shang didn't really care about what affinities his first few opponents had, and he simply waited for his opponent. The first mage appeared, and Shang simply looked at them without any changes to his expression. The bell rang, and the mage opened their eyes. They were immediately greeted by a shooting star. Bang. Surprisingly, even the weak high mage managed to get their mana shield off before shooting star hit, surprising Shang by a little. However, Shang just continued unleashing shooting stars and hidden suns one after the other, and before the mage had even readied their first spell, their mana shield already broke. It took 3 attacks to break the mana shield. The mage couldn't even comprehend what had happened before the next attack blew them apart. And that was level 1. Level 2 literally wasn't any different. Level 3, on the other hand, saw some slight changes. The mage managed to get mana shield plus mana step off very quickly, and their focus was already condensing a spell. However, Shang only needed to angle his new attacks to the mage's new spot. The mage used mana step once again, and Shang continued shooting at their new location. Obviously, the mage was trying to exhaust Shang's mana. After all, such an insanely powerful offense had to cost a ridiculous amount of mana, right? With every mana step, the mage managed to evade about 5 attacks. In the mage's mind, the cost of mana step had to be lower than what the opponent was using with these 5 attacks. But eventually, Shang's attacks began to connect again as the mage grew more worried with the increasing expenditure of mana. The mage's focus even managed to shoot 2 spells at Shang, but with the distance between the two of them and Shang's speed, those weren't exactly hard for Shang to evade. And then, the mage died. While the first 2 fights couldn't even be called fights, the third one at least gave the opponent an opportunity to summon resist Shang to solve. That showed the sheer difference between an average mage and a powerful one. With level 4, the fight returned to its previous state. The mage couldn't even get 1 spell off except mana shield, and they died within 10 attacks. The difference in terms of mana became apparent at this point. Shang had needed 3 attacks to destroy the mana shield of an initial high mage, but he needed 9 attacks for the mana shield of an early high mage. Things would only become even more terrifying as the levels of Shang's opponents increased. Luckily, a mage's defense was fundamentally different from a beast's defense. One could look at a beast's defense as a threshold one had to break. If a beast theoretically had a defensive rating of 100 and one unleashed an attack with 100 power, the beast wouldn't receive any damage, no matter how many attacks of that power were unleashed. If the attack had a power of 101, the beast would take damage with every attack. This meant that a beast had a defense that needed a minimum amount of power to be pierced. With mages, that wasn't the case. Everything that hit a mage's mana shield would consume the mage's mana. If the mana shield had a defensive rating of 100 and one attacked it with an attack with 1 power, the shield's defensive rating would drop to 99. However, a mage also regenerated mana at a terrifying rate, which meant that the mana shield would also regain its power very quickly. This difference in the kind of defense made the saber and longsword states so terrifying against mages. They unleashed comparatively weak attacks but with insane attack speed. Speaking more of hypothetical numbers, it would take an insane amount of concentration, preparation, and power for Shang to unleash an attack with 200 power, and that attack would probably also be very slow and a one-time thing. Shang definitely couldn't use such an attack in rapid succession. However, it would be incredibly easy for Shang to simply unleash 20 attacks with 20 power, creating a collective offensive of 400 power. It would take less time. It would be faster. It would deal more damage. It would be easier. With such an offensive, a mage with 400 defense would crumble in only one wave, while a beast with only 30 defense wouldn't even receive a scratch. This was a very difference in defense between mages and beasts. Level 5 wasn't very difficult for Shang. The mage managed to release a spell and perform Modest Step, but the fight only took something like 3 seconds. As the corpse vanished, Shang furrowed his brows. He knew that he would reach the 9th level, but the 6th level would still not be easy. Shang was sure that he would win, but the next fight would require Shang to at least pay attention. The wheel returned, and Shang looked over. This time, his opponent's affinity might be relevant to how the fight progressed. The wheel began to spin, and Shang watched it. In comparison to the beast wheel, the pictures on the affinity wheel were easy for Shang to discern. And as Shang looked at it, he also realized that he could discern some of the smaller fields now that he hadn't been able to discern before. There were a couple of rare, mixed affinities that Shang didn't know about. For example, there was a blizzard affinity and even a twilight affinity. However, the most interesting things were the 3 nuclear affinities. Shang already knew about space, but there was now also time and gravity. So, there are also time and gravity affinities. However, that wasn't even everything. There was one spot on the wheel. The spot was so insanely small that it looked like a slightly bigger black line, even with Shang's powerful spirit sense. If Shang hadn't focused on the wheel that much, he would have missed it. The collective size of the space, time, and gravity affinities was already so small that Shang needed to be at the true path stage to even see them. The wheel was several meters wide, but the collective width of these 3 affinities was probably in the range of single or double-digit micrometers. And that slightly bigger black line? Probably nanometers. These affinities were ridiculously rare. It was so rare that it was impossible to visualize. Getting one of the 3 rare pure affinities was probably 1 in several million. But getting whatever was in that black line was probably 1 in several billion if not trillion. At that point, the wheel stopped spinning, and Shang finally saw what kind of opponent he would be facing now. The affinity of his new opponent was Earth. Chapter 462, Earth Mage. Shang didn't remember the last time he had fought an enemy mage with an Earth affinity that wasn't a complete pushover. A powerful early high mage with an Earth affinity. I wonder how they fought. Shang's opponent appeared. It was a tall man with brown hair and a rough, long beard. He looked a bit like a barbarian. Shang didn't enter his colossal sword state. For now, the saber state should be enough, and the colossal sword state was not as great when it came to dealing with Earth mages. The reason was that refraction and reflection didn't work that well against Earth mages. Additionally, Shang didn't think that it was necessary to enter his colossal sword state yet. The saber state should still be enough. The jester slowly lifted his hammer and hit the bell. Ding. Shang immediately unleashed his shooting stars and hidden suns at the mage. When the mage noticed the assault, his eyes narrowed. In an instant, he had already created his Modest Shield. Shang. He also used a Modest Step immediately to gain some distance from Shang. When Shang saw that, he blasted forward with an ice blast while continuing his assault. CRK. At that moment, 2 huge claws shot out of the earth around the mage, and they grabbed the Modest Shield. Then, they moved the Modest Shield to the side, making Shang's attacks miss. The claws could move through the earth, and they pulled the mage with them. Shang got reminded of the first talented mage he had ever fought back in the first trial. That mage had been a lightning mage, and he had surrounded his Modest Shield with lightning to achieve a similar effect. Shang didn't know how much mana it cost to move the Modest Shield around with the claws, but he assumed that it was probably cheaper than Modest Shield. Additionally, moving the claws probably didn't count as using a spell. The mage could probably just move them as long as they existed. The mage wasn't moving particularly fast with the earth claws, but he was very good at moving them, just barely enough to avoid Shang's attacks. Interesting. An earth mage with a lot of mobility. That's usually a weakness of earth mages. Shang continued blasting toward the earth mage while he continued unleashing his barrage of attacks. The mage had to move from side to side to avoid the attacks, but he also had to move away from Shang. The mage wasn't stupid, and he knew that it would be a bad idea to let such a powerful warrior come close to him. However, that made it more difficult to avoid Shang's attacks. Whenever the Modest Shield was moved to the side, its retreating speed from Shang slowed down, allowing him to catch up. When there was only a kilometer left between them, the mage used his first offensive spell. Boom. A huge wave of earth suddenly appeared between the two, and it was moving right toward Shang. When Shang saw the wave, a bit of surprise appeared inside his right eye. His wave is cutting off my spirit sense. I can't see anything behind the wave. Shang continued releasing his attacks, but this time, they hit the wave between him and his opponent. After 3 attacks, a hole opened up inside the wave, and Shang's spirit sense could finally see what was behind it. And he immediately blasted to the side. Shang. An earthen spear, cloaked in green mana, shot past Shang at speeds that should be absolutely impossible for an earth affinity mage to achieve at this level. If Shang hadn't already expected that attack, he would have been hit. The mage narrowed his eyes when he saw that Shang had evaded his attack. If Shang had been in the mage's place, he would have done the same thing. Make the opponent expect one attack with a certain speed, but then release an even faster one behind the first one. Shang knew that the mage had been judged to be powerful, and Shang had immediately assumed that the mage would choose the best course of action based on what he would do. That was how Shang had known that this attack would come. He hadn't known how the mage would manage to release such a fast attack, but he assumed that the mage had a way to achieve that. But after seeing the attack, Shang realized what the earth mage had done. Sure enough, this is a genius. The green mana around the earthen spear had been wind mana, and the way the wind mana behaved was very, very familiar to Shang. This was the concept of wind movement. Gerald knew the same concept. The earth mage's main concept is probably some kind of connection to the ground. The wave is humongous, and moving the claws that quickly through the earth also can't be easy. But as a powerful early high mage, he already comprehended a second concept from a different affinity and incorporated it into his main concept. If I remember Gerald's words correctly, most earth mages go for the concept of base, a concept that allows them to control the earth around them with incredible skill as long as they have physical contact with it. The claws around his Modest Shield keep him mobile, but they also keep the connection with the ground. By using the earth claws, he has essentially entered a continuously based state. Shang had analyzed everything in the blink of an eye, and he had already continued his assault. The secondary plan of a mage had also failed since Shang had already seen it coming. If the opponent somehow managed to avoid the attack, they would have moved to a place where there was no hole inside the earth wall. At that point, the earth wall would hit them. But Shang only evaded to the side and then evaded back again, the wave harmlessly passing by him. Shang's speed increased as he released more blasts, and the mage had to use another Modest Step to gain distance. Every usage of Modest Step was expensive and would exhaust the mage's mana by a lot. When Shang saw that his opponent had used Modest Step, a fire appeared in his right eye. Bang. Instead of releasing another shooting star, Shang threw his saber forward. The speed of the saber was far higher than the speed of shooting star, and Shang was betting on the fact that the mage wouldn't be ready to use another Modest Step immediately after using the first one. He would feel safe with the additional distance, and he would be planning his next offense. The mage's eyes widened as he saw the ridiculously fast black beam shooting at him. Boom. The black fire around sword exploded as it hit the Modest Shield, and the mage realized in terror that he had just lost 50% of his mana. How powerful was this attack? Boom. In the next instant, the area around the mage turned pitch black, and not even his spirit sense could properly make sense of his surroundings. Then, he saw an eye in the darkness, and his hair stood up. How had his opponent already arrived in front of him? There had been nearly 2 kilometers between them. Bang, 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 bang. In just an instant, 4 black bolts of lightning hit the mage's Modest Shield in different places. The attacks had been so fast that the mage hadn't even been able to react with Modest Step. The mage finally used Modest Step, but he had no more mana. He didn't have enough mana to use Modest Step. The black edge grew bigger in the mage's vision. Shang's body passed the mage, and the mage fell into multiple pieces. Chapter 463, Longsword. As the mage died and the cheering returned, Shang took a deep breath. His body had become smaller by a bit. His longsword state could be likened to a meteorite. It had incomprehensible offensive power, but every single action sapped Shang of his mana and life energy. If the offensive power in the state weren't enough, Shang would vanish. The opponent wouldn't even need to kill him since his own powers would do that for them. Shang recovered the lost life energy by absorbing the corpse. Luckily, the mage's meteor life energy was just enough to recover the bit of life energy Shang had used. Shang summoned some more and returned sword to its saber state before the will appeared. Level 7, weak mid-high mage. This is the first time I've reached level 7 against the mages. On my first time, I used entropy on level 6, and during my second time, divide on level 6 ended in a draw. This represented a major step in Shang's growth. He could now defeat nearly every single mage that was one level above him, except for the very select few that had created a similarly impressive path as Shang. Finally, Shang had reached the power necessary to jump 2 levels against mages. Shang wasn't certain if he could win against a powerful mid-high mage, but he was confident in fighting an average one. The wheel stopped, but Shang didn't look at it. The affinity of his opponent wouldn't matter. Shang's opponent appeared, and the bell rang. Shang immediately unleashed shooting stars and hidden suns, and his opponent summoned Mana Shield and retreated with Mana Step. Then, Shang's opponent unleashed an illusory hand that swatted some of Shang's attacks to the side, but some of them still got through. Every mage had access to this kind of spell, but only the prideful and arrogant ones actually used it. They believed that they were good enough to block all the spells with this spell, but that very often wasn't the case. When the mage realized that they couldn't block all of Shang's attacks, they stopped and looked at him with venom in their eyes. Shang. And they used a Mana Step to arrive directly in front of him. At the same time, they used the same spell again to attack Shang. This spell created some kind of force field that mimicked the shape of a gigantic, illusory hand. The mage probably wanted to slap Shang away for his disrespect of hitting him. When Shang saw the mage getting close to him, his expression didn't change. Boom. Star Shatter. The mage was thrown back with incredible force and lost nearly 20% of their mana. While they were still being thrown back by their opponent's attack, Shang had already arrived in front of them. Bang, 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 bang. An incomprehensibly fast barrage of attacks hit their mana shield, and their mana dropped at astonishing speeds. For a second, the mage fell into a panic, and they didn't know how they should react to such an assault. They had never fought a physical fighter before. What were they supposed to do? Then, they decided to use Mana Step. In an instant, they appeared a kilometer away from Shang. Boom. But Shang had also appeared there. It was like the two of them hadn't moved. Bang, 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 bang. Crack. The mage's mana shield cracked, and an instant later, the mage was cut into pieces. Shang took a deep breath and refilled his exhausted life energy with his mana. Then, he absorbed the corpse and regained some of it. This time, there wasn't enough to refill all his wasted resources, but the waiting time between levels would give Shang enough time to return to his peak. As the will returned, a long black streak in Shang's inner world started to dissipate. The black streak had led from Shang's original spot to his current one. This was one of Shang's new techniques for his long sword state. Shang had used Mana Step quite often in the past, and it had saved his life many times. However, from this point on, Shang wouldn't use Mana Step anymore unless there was some kind of fringe case where it would actually be useful. Just like Shang had found new ways to incorporate his light affinity into his spots, he had found new ways to use his darkness affinity. This technique was created by supplementing Mana Step's significant mana cost with life energy. The effect of this technique was nearly identical to Mana Step, but instead of consuming 100% of the mana inside his mind, Shang now only used 20% of the mana in his mind and about 5% of his life energy. Mana Step left no traces, but this technique left a black trail behind due to the life energy that had been turned into darkness mana. Shang called this new technique Shock. Shock's purpose was to get close to his opponents, and it could be used up to 5 times in a single fight. Shock was the main reason why Shang's long sword state was so fast. The barrage of attacks that had killed his last two opponents used a similar principle. To create this never-ending assault of attacks, Shang was continuously consuming his life energy to increase the speed of his sword. At the same time, Shang would load his sword with a significant amount of darkness mana with every attack, consuming his life energy even more. This created a rapid explosion of powerful attacks in a tiny time frame. Shang called this technique Anger. Shock and Anger were Shang's two main techniques inside his long sword state, but he had a couple more. The Earth Mage had been buried in darkness nearing the end of their battle, clouding his sight and spirit sense. The technique Shang used to accomplish that was similar to New Moon, the icy domain during his great sword state. However, the domain was a lot smaller than New Moon, and it didn't grant Shang any additional offensive power. It simply clouded his opponent's senses, making it more difficult to foresee what Shang would do next. The darkness mage Shang had fought in the last trial had used something similar but on a much grander scale. If Shang were to do that, he would need to kill himself to get enough life energy. That was obviously not a very good idea. However, he could keep a little domain of darkness around him without using much of his life energy. Shang called this domain of darkness isolation. There were two more techniques for Shang's long sword state, but they hadn't been necessary yet. As Shang was recovering, he looked at the wheel. Level 8, average mid-high mage. Chapter 464, level 8. Shang watched the wheel while sword recovered to its silver state. The wheel stopped, and the affinity of his opponent was metal. Shang's opponent appeared, and Shang looked over. It was a woman with silver hair and sharp eyebrows. In a way, she looked a bit like Sarah. The mage also had his aura around her that pushed people away from her. The jester slowly lifted his hammer and hit the bell. Ding. As always, Shang started his assault of shooting stars and hidden suns. The mage activated Mana Shield and used Mana Step, as always. Shang's attacks continued as he blasted toward his enemy. At that moment, the mage narrowed her eyes and moved her fingers to the side. Shang. Bang. A small needle made of metal left her hand and hit a shooting star, making it explode prematurely. Bang. 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 The same thing happened for all of Shang's other attacks. Seems like my basic assault won't get me very far against this opponent. Shang switched his offensive style and only unleashed Hidden Suns. The mage used another needle to stop Hidden Sun. Whoosh. Yeah, the needle missed. Hidden Sun had suddenly collapsed into a shooting star at a random spot. This was the same thing Shang had used against that one spider on level 9 in the beast category. It was a vein of people that could block his attacks with precise strikes. Bang. The new shooting star hit her mana shield, and she lost about 4% of her mana. She tried to parry the next two attacks again, but they just collapsed at random places, making it impossible for her to foresee where she had to throw her needles. After getting hit by 3 attacks, she decided to change her approach. Instead of only shooting one needle at a time, she shot a bunch of needles at once. That did the trick, but it also required her to use more mana. Although she was still recovering more mana than she was using, she wasn't recovering much. Then, her focus lit up. Shang. Space in front of her seemed to warp as a nearly imperceivable cut traveled across reality toward Shang. This was the same attack that one high mage had used while Shang was assaulting one of the camps of the Grand Mountain Kingdom. Bang. Shang used an S blast to jump over the attack, but a second slice quickly shot at Shang's new location. Bang. Shang blasted toward the ground again, avoiding the second one. A powerful high mage would have probably timed that attack better, but a powerful high mage also had the ability to foresee their opponent's attacks to a certain degree. As an average mage, Shang's opponent didn't have that ability. She had to act according to what Shang did, giving him more space to avoid her attacks. Then, Shang started to alternate his attacks. Sometimes, he was using normal Hidden Suns. Sometimes, he was using normal shooting stars. Sometimes, he was using collapsing Hidden Suns. This increased Shang's attack rate while still being very difficult to foresee. Instead of risking getting hit, Shang's opponent decided to use the needle ray to block every spell. Now, she was using just as much mana as she was recovering. Shang had a pretty good grip on his opponent's fighting style by now. She can use these needles whenever she wants, and even though they don't take much mana, getting hit by one will still be troublesome enough to force my armor to use its magic circles. If this mage were on Shang's level, he could probably just walk through these needles. The most they would do would be to draw a bit of blood from Shang. These needles used very little mana, but for a mid-high mage, very little mana was still enough to threaten Shang. Seems like I have to enter my longsword state again. Shang came closer to the high mage until only 800 meters were between them. Then, just when Shang was about to unleash a normal shooting star, he threw his saber instead. The mage's eyes widened, and she shot a needle ray at Shang's saber. Click, click, click. The needles harmlessly bounced off sword, and it reached her mana shield. Boom. Star Shatter. She lost a lot of her mana, and she was thrown into the distance. Shang. But Shang was already in front of her. Shock. Then, the world around her turned black. Isolation. But in comparison to the last mage Shang fought, this one knew what to do. A needle ray appeared in her hands. But then, her eyes widened. 4 other Shangs had appeared around her, and all of them looked real. They all lifted their swords with impressive speed. At that moment, the mage narrowed her eyes. She would let the attack hit. She knew that 4 of the 5 Shangs had to be illusions, and she knew that she would only get hit by one of them. At that point, she would know who the real one was. All 5 Shangs struck forward. At that moment, she realized that they wouldn't strike her at the same time. There was a tiny gap between whenever a strike would hit. Bang, 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 bang. The mage took a deep breath in terror. All 5 attacks had sapped her mana. and she still didn't know who the real one was. This was another new technique for Shang's long sword state. In the commander stage, Shang had created shadow image and vanish, and this technique was a more refined fusion of these two. Isolation already made it easy for Shang to use vanish due to all the darkness mana around him, and creating a couple of shadow images was also easy inside isolation. When Shang used this technique, he would quickly move around in an invisible state and hit wherever one of the shadow images would hit their opponent. This meant that Shang's opponent wasn't surrounded by 4 illusions but 5. This technique was designed to throw the enemy into a panic. They would be unsure what they should attack, and they were more likely to make mistakes due to the high pressure this technique put on their mind. They would believe that they would be attacked by everyone around them. Shang decided to call this technique paranoia. And paranoia did its work. The mage fell into a panic, and she decided to attack all 5 Shangs with a needle array. But the needle shot through all the Shangs without injuring them. Bang, 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 bang. Another 5 attacks hit. Then, the mage's terror exploded. A humongous amount of metal gathered around her, and an instant later, it exploded outward. It seemed like the reality around her was cut apart by hundreds of cuts spreading out from her location. She would destroy everything around her. Sure enough, the darkness around her vanished, just like the 5 Shangs. Shang. And then, the darkness returned, just like the 5 Shangs. When Shang had seen her prepare her attack, he had used shot to retreat into the distance. Then, he had used another shot to come close again. Shang's attacks were too fast to react for her in her current state. Bang, bang, crack, Shang, Shang. And she was dead. The third attack broke her mana shield, and the last 2 split her into pieces. Shang's body had shriveled up by quite a bit, but he could probably recover before the next fight started. He knew that the next opponent would not be easy. Chapter 465, Light. The corpse vanished, and the tearing returned as Shang took a deep breath. Additionally, Shang summoned some more to make sword return to its colossal sword state. The next fight would be very difficult, and Shang had to be in his strongest form if he wanted to have a chance. Shang looked at the wheel, which had just returned. Level 9, powerful mid-high mage. The wheel began to spin, and Shang lit it. Eventually, it settled on one of the rarer affinities. It was light. A powerful light mage. Shang thought with furrowed brows. Shang hadn't fought a light mage before. The light affinity was rare, and mages that had it generally weren't the biggest fans of directly fighting against their opponents. However, Shang was no longer fighting new or average mages. No, he was fighting a genius high mage with a light affinity. If Shang managed to make light usable in a somewhat offensive manner, a high mage could accomplish the same thing. Shang also remembered the Archduke. The Archduke also had a light affinity. If she didn't have a lot of power, she wouldn't be the Archduke. Shang knew how light mages could fight. After all, he had received many expensive spell compendiums from Gerald back then. Not much was known about how light high mages fought since the affinity was so rare, but Gerald had also told Shang about how the Archduke actually fought. The Archduke's main concept was illumination. Based on the name, the concept felt weak and unusable during a battle, but nothing could be further from the truth. Shang's brilliance and distortion were related to the illumination concept. Shang. Shang's opponent appeared, and he looked over. It was a young woman with white hair, a peaceful smile on her face. Shang readied himself. The jester lifted his hammer and struck the bell. Ding. Shang immediately exploded forward in his colossal sword state. He also activated distortion, but he wasn't very confident if it would work against a light mage or not. The woman opened her eyes, and she looked in Shang's direction with an interest gleaming in her eyes. She was surprised that there was actually a physical fighter in the world that could fight her. On top of that, the physical fighter actually used light. This definitely interested her, but she didn't lose her cool. She had been in many strange battles, and she could very quickly adapt to a new situation. In an instant, her first spell was already finished, and it actually wasn't mana shield. She smiled a bit at Shang before everything around Shang vanished into a domain of pure light. This was very similar to isolation, but instead of darkness, Shang's enemy was using light to achieve a similar effect. While isolation used the principle of nothingness and solitude in darkness to get rid of the world around the person, the mage achieved the same result but with the polar opposite. Instead of making the world around Shang feel empty, it felt too full. It was like there was so much stuff around Shang that he couldn't see past any of it. His right eye didn't help, and his spirit sense was obviously also completely useless. Even more, Shang didn't know how this spell worked exactly. Did she cast a spell on his mind? After all, it was possible that this domain of light actually didn't exist in reality. Maybe it only existed in Shang's perception. Did she cast everything in her surroundings in this domain of light? Did she only create a small area of light around Shang and move it along with him? Shang furrowed his brows and deactivated his spirit sense. Then, he focused on something he hadn't used in a long time. Mana vision. His spirit sense was strictly superior to mana vision, and Shang hadn't used mana vision in a very long time due to that. Shang still couldn't see his opponent, but he saw something else. He could finally tell how the mage had used the spell. Even though Shang couldn't see out of the domain, he could tell how big it was due to the density of light mana around him. Right now, the domain was about 10 meters wide, and it surrounded Shang as he kept running forward. Shang tried to absorb the light mana around him, but there was actually a will on it, making it impossible. Bang. Shang suddenly blasted to the side. The domain perfectly followed him. There wasn't even an instant of hesitation. This told Shang something else. There is a will on the mana, and it perfectly keeps following me. Controlling this domain to such a degree makes it impossible for it to have been passively cast on me. If it were passively cast on me, it would either grow weaker as I move, or there wouldn't be a will on it. That means she is actively channeling the ability, making it impossible for her to personally cast any other spells. Additionally, the mana usage of such a spell has to be high. Boom. Shang was thrown back, and the magic circles on his armor activated. Just now, Shang had only seen one side of his surroundings suddenly turn dark, and the next moment, he had been hit by something massive, fast, and heavy. If Shang's armor hadn't activated, he would have transformed into a blood splatter. Even though the mage herself couldn't cast any other spells, the same thing wasn't true for her focus. While she kept the domain of light alive, her focus would create one offensive spell after the other. The spells of a mid-high mage were already insanely fast and quite hard for Shang to dodge. Without being able to see the spell, dodging became completely impossible for Shang. He couldn't even block this fast. The magic circles on Shang's armor deactivated again, but the armor could still block one more attack. Shang's spinning body quickly righted itself, but Shang had lost all sense of orientation already. Shang knew that he had been hit by a humongous boulder. If it had been a fireball or a lightning bolt, Shang would know where he would need to run to find the mage. However, the humongous boulder had thrown Shang away and had made him spin wildly, making it completely impossible to judge from where the attack had actually come. Not surprised that she's a powerful mid-high mage. The ability to isolate an enemy from a distance is terrifying. I need to do something before she fires another boulder. Shang's right eye narrowed. His hair stood up, and parts of his body began to vanish. There was only one thing that could get rid of the spell. Domain of entropy. Chapter 466, Silence. As Shang activated his domain of entropy, the light around him began to vanish. At that moment, Shang managed to get a glimpse of the outside world, and he could finally see where his enemy was. The mage was about to fire another boulder, but she stopped as she realized that part of her spell had been broken. She furrowed her brows and intensified her chanting. Boom. More light mana buried Shang, cutting him off from the outside world again. Right now, Shang was using up the mana inside his body to keep the domain of entropy going, but the added amount of light mana was consuming Shang's mana like crazy. Bang. Shang exploded forward and lifted his colossal sword. Then, he swung. Boom. A gigantic wave of black fire came out of the colossal sword, and it charged directly at Shang's opponent. The young woman furrowed her brows. She wouldn't be able to evade this attack while keeping her domain active. Her domain of light had to be channeled by her, and if she wanted to use Mana Step, she would need to stop her channeling. A focus couldn't channel Mana Step for a mage. In the end, she continued channeling. Bang. The gigantic black wave hit the mage's mana shield, consuming a lot of her mana. However, she was a mid-high mage, and this wasn't nearly enough to break her mana shield. Then, she unleashed the boulder she had just prepared and threw it at Shang. Shang. A black streak appeared, and her domain of light moved nearly a kilometer to the side. The boulder missed the target by a lot. Shang. With closed eyes, Shang immediately used shock again to get to the mage. With the previous glimpse of the world, Shang had remembered where he was and where his opponent was. As long as his opponent didn't move, he knew exactly where she was. Shang released anger as soon as he arrived. Bang, 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 bang. 5 quick and powerful attacks hit the mage's mana shield, and Shang's body atrophied by a bit. When the light mage realized that Shang had arrived in front of her, she grew a bit panicked. He had just destroyed a lot of her mana. A moment later, the dense light around Shang vanished, and he could finally see the world again. His opponent had just used Mana Step, and she was around a kilometer away. Shang. Shang used another shot. But his opponent used Mana Step again. Shang's brows furrowed, and he blasted forward with his ice and fire blasts. He only had a limited number of shots available, and if his opponent kept using Mana Step, Shang would lose access to his movement skill. A light appeared in the mage's eyes. Just as she had thought, her opponent was enjoying themselves with these powerful techniques. The mage knew a bit about the darkness element, and she knew that some darkness mages could sacrifice their life energy to explode with terrifying power. When she saw that Shang didn't use shock anymore, she stopped using Mana Step. An instant later, the light domain around Shang appeared again, cutting him off from the outside world. However, he still knew where his opponent was. Boom. At that moment, Shang was hit by another gigantic boulder, and his armor activated again to block the attack. Shang had thought that he had more time, but he had been mistaken. Shang activated his domain of entropy again to gain a glimpse of his surroundings. But as soon as he activated it, a terrifying torrent of mana assaulted him. Shang felt over 50% of his body's mana drain in the blink of an eye. She's trying to exchange her mana for mine since she knows that she has more mana. Shang still couldn't see the surroundings, and his mana was vanishing at rapid rates. Sure enough, I can't win against her without sacrificing everything. Shang took a covered, deep breath. I only hope that I can still beat the weak High Mage after that. I won't be recovered from a battle with the average late High Mage. Shang clenched his fingers around Sword's hilt. Sword knew what Shang had planned. I'm ready, it told Shang. I'm sorry, Shang transmitted. Then, Shang used up all of his body's mana and life energy in one explosion. Boom. Domain of entropy enlarged and consumed the entire domain of light. Time seemed to stop. At that moment, the eyes of Shang and the mage met. At that moment, Shang's body and hair seemed to slowly vanish and turn into nothing. For some reason, the mage felt like she was looking into the face of death. However, everything happened too quickly. She couldn't properly react to the changing circumstances. Bang. Shang released shock to get to his opponent, but this time, no darkness mana was left behind. Shang kept his domain of entropy active, and it consumed the earth, air, and darkness around him as he arrived directly in front of his opponent. Some slight black flames appeared around Shang's body, and even sword burned with them. And then, Shang struck forward. Bang, 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 bang. 5 very fast attacks were unleashed, and the mage's eyes opened wide in absolute terror. Her opponent had just consumed over 50% of her mana. In comparison, the earlier barge of anger had only consumed 15% of her mana in total. This attack was on a completely different level. However, Shang had paid an equally heavy price to unleash the technique. Sword had transformed from its iconic, long shape into the shape of a slightly bigger short sword. Additionally, Shang's skin had vanished, and his muscles looked incredibly atrophied. In her terror, she released another mana step. Yet, she didn't move. She had used her mana step, but her body didn't move. At the same time, Shang's body atrophied even more. He now looked like an undead husk. Shang had used his domain of entropy to destroy the mana step spell in the atmosphere. However, that had cost Shang a lot of his body. Bang, 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 bang. Crack. Shang quickly attacked 5 more times, and the 5th attack destroyed his opponent's mana shield. Yet, Shang had lost his legs and looked like a person drawing their last breath. Additionally, Sword's shape had changed into nothing more than a dagger. Time seemingly stood still again. Shang didn't move. He couldn't move. He was so weak that he couldn't even extend his arms to kill his opponent. If he forced it, his arm would fall off before he could even reach her. He was slowly turning to dust. At that moment, the dagger in Shang's hands left his grasp, and it flew directly at the mage. Shang. The dagger pierced through her skull. She died with a shocked and terrified expression on her face. The dagger quickly left her head again, flew behind her, and pushed her toward Shang. Shang collided with the corpse, and some of his bones broke. However, he now had physical contact with the corpse, and he could absorb its life energy. Luckily, this mage had a mid-commander stage body, which meant that it could, at least, refill Shang's life energy by about 20%. That was more than enough to survive. Shang had won. This had been Shang's last resort. His last technique. If everything else failed, Shang would use this technique. Shang would use his domain of entropy to cancel out any kind of spell. At the same time, he would consume his body, life energy, and mana to increase the power of his attacks. Sword would do the same thing, sacrificing small pieces of itself to strengthen the attack. As long as Sword was still the size of a dagger or beater, it could recover. Of course, being reduced to such a degree was also incredibly painful and terrifying to Sword, which was why Shang had apologized earlier. This technique represented the last exchange. After this technique, one or both combatants would be dead. There was no other outcome. This technique was on the border between darkness and entropy. Shang called it silence. Chapter 467, Mage category finished. Shang slowly absorbed all the life energy out of the corpse. His flesh recovered, but there wasn't enough for his skin. When the corpse turned into a husk, it started to vanish, and the cheering returned. Shang slowly sat back up and closed his right eye. He summoned some more and stabbed the little dagger into it. This time, Sword was absorbing the ore much slower than previously. Just like Shang, it was in an incredibly weakened state. Meanwhile, Shang focused on the mana in the surroundings and did his best to absorb it as quickly as possible. Some skin already appeared again as the will returned. Level 10, Weak Late High Mage. The will began to spin, but Shang only kept focusing on the surroundings. If he wanted to beat the next level, he had to recover as much as possible. Just before the will stopped, Shang had recovered his skin, but he was still missing a lot of life energy and mana. He had managed to heal his body, but he would need to rely on his passive regeneration for the next minute or so. Shang's opponent appeared, and Shang opened his right eye. It was an older man with fiery red hair. Shang slowly stood up and lit it. The jester lifted his hammer and struck the bell. Ding. Shang pulled out Sword from the heap of ore. By now, it had recovered to its safer state. That was sadly everything it managed to recover in this short amount of time. However, that was already enough. The mage opened his eyes and cast his mana shield. Shang readied his saber and started his barrage of ranged attacks. Ding, ding, ding. The mage summoned an illusory hand and threw all of Shang's ranged attacks to the side. There were 3 levels between them, and Shang's attacks were simply too slow. However, Shang only continued unleashing his attacks. He even made use of the transforming hidden suns. But the mage just kept parrying all of them. Shang only continued. 5 seconds passed. 5 seconds was a lot of time in a fight of such a level. Most of Shang's fights ended within 5 seconds, after all. The mage only continued parrying the attacks with a smirk. Another 5 seconds passed. How long can you keep this up? The mage suddenly asked with a smug voice. Shang didn't answer. 5 more seconds passed. Quite impressive, actually, the mage said. Seems like you have a lot of mana for a fizzy. After 5 more seconds, the mage's eyebrows furrowed. That fizzy should have long since run out of mana. How could he still keep up this advance? One had to know that using this illusory hand to such a fine degree cost the mage a lot of mana. In fact, he had already used up nearly 30% of his total mana. His plan had been to simply outlast the fizzy. But he grew less and less confident in his plan as time dragged on. Bang. Suddenly, Shang charged forward, slowing his advance. When the mage saw that, his smirk returned. Finally out of mana, huh? The mage only looked at Shang with a smirk. His focus had already prepared his offensive spell. He could kill this fizzy whenever he wanted, but he wanted to see what else the fizzy would do. The mage enjoyed toying with his opponents. As soon as Shang reached about a distance of 100 meters from the mage, he changed his attacks. Suddenly, one fire pillar after the other appeared below the mage as Shang switched to Inferno. The mage only laughed. Is that your plan now? You're low on mana, and you want to use this technique to force me to use mana step so that I waste my mana, too, huh? Well, too bad for you. I know what you're planning, and I'm not moving from this spot. Let's see your time gasp. Shang kept unleashing infernos as the mage just kept standing on the spot, surrounded by fire. After the 5th inferno, the mage was still confident. After the 10th, he grew suspicious. And after the 15th inferno, he grew worried. Shang. He used mana step and retreated. When Shang saw that, a gleam appeared in his eyes. His saber burst into black flames, and Shang threw it forward. Out of reflex, the mage used his invisible hand to slap the saber to the side, but the invisible hand was destroyed. And Star shattered the mage's shield. Bang. Nearly 20% of the mage's mana vanished with that attack. But then, Shang appeared right in front of the mage, his right eye shining in the newly created darkness. The mage immediately used the fireball that the focus had prepared. Shang. Shang used shock to evade to the side. Shang. Then, he used shock to return to the mage. Bang, 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 bang. Crack. Anger. The fifth attack already broke the mana shield since the mage had taken so much damage already. The mage's face transformed into a grenade of fear as sword stabbed through his head. The fight was over. Shang pulled sword out and absorbed the meter life energy and mana from the mage's corpse. He was at around 50% of his max now. The corpse slowly vanished, and the cheering returned. The wheel returned, but it didn't immediately start spinning. So, want to try level 11? The jester asked. Shang took a deep breath. Shang. Then, he summoned some spare clothes and put them on. Wait, what about his armor? Obviously, he had sacrificed it to entropy. Otherwise, he would have died in the last fight. He had been fighting the last battle naked. No, Shang answered. With my armor, I would have a shot, but I don't anymore. The jester only smirked. You know, you should get used to that. Shang glanced at the jester. You know, you've already reached levels where every set of armor has to be custom made by your friend. There are no major advancements in terms of these kinds of armor. There are plenty of mage robes, but the kind of armor you need doesn't really exist. Who will forge your armor in the future? Who knows how to forge it? Who will develop the specific magic circles you need? Shang's brows furrowed as the jester only grinned. You should get used to fighting in normal clothes again. Shang only wordlessly nodded without looking at the jester. He knew that the god was right. The jester jumped off the wheel, and the wheel vanished. And that concludes the trial, he said. Time for the rewards. Chapter 468, Rewards. Shang released a long sigh. Going through the trial was always filled with stress. Even though his life wasn't technically on the line here, the continuous fights against stronger and stronger opponents sapped his strength by a lot. You got 13 points in the beast category and 10 points in the mage category, the jester said. That's a total of 23 points without a warrior category. It was definitely the right decision to promote you. Shang didn't answer. He knew that his power had grown tremendously, but that didn't just occur naturally. Shang was 85 years old, and he had spent over 50 years in complete isolation. About 70% of his life had been nothing but training day in and day out in isolation. Was it easy to do something like that? Of course not. Shang also wanted to take breaks. He also wanted to do something else. However, he couldn't allow himself to relax. His goal was too important to him, and any moment that wasn't spent on getting him to his goal was a waste of time. What are the rewards? Shang asked. The jester smirked. Shang. 3 small things appeared above his right hand, and Shang looked at them. One was a small set of armor. One was a small book. One was a big question mark. I have 3 things to choose from. You may only take one, the jester said. At that moment, the little armor floated forward and grew to its normal size. It looked just like Shang's previous armor. The first option, an armor just like your weapon. Shang took a deep breath as he heard that. An armor just like sword. So, it regenerates, adapts to my needs, and it grows stronger by giving it war. Shang asked. The jester nodded. Exactly. With this armor, you will never have issues with your armor again, just like with your weapon. Shang closed his right eye and thought. That reward was more than useful. In fact, it was terrifyingly useful. The god had already confirmed that getting better armor was basically impossible in this world, and Shang couldn't possibly focus on also creating armor. Something like that required decades of research, and Shang couldn't spare any time for that. But with this set of armor, he would never have to worry about such things again. Without the armor, any attack that hit Shang would severely injure or kill him. With the armor, he would get at least 2 additional lives per battle. Maybe even more. This armor would also allow Shang to get further in future trials, assuming he managed to advance to the 5th realm eventually. Shang was definitely tempted. What's the next reward? Shang asked. However, he wanted to listen to all the rewards first. The first reward was already far more than Shang had expected, and he wanted to know if the other 2 rewards were just as outstanding. The armor shrunk and returned to the jester's hand as the book grew and floated forward. An element neutral technique that's adaptable to every kind of weapon and element, the jester said. You can use it as a baseline for all your future techniques. You don't need to study magic anymore, and its power is greater in nearly all aspects than your current techniques. Shang had to take another deep breath again. He knew how terrifying something like that was. An adaptive technique was essentially only a blueprint. It had certain principles inside it that could be filled with all kinds of weapons or elements. This could completely transform Shang's fighting style again and elevate it to new heights. Even more, the technique might even give Shang the inspiration he needed to theorize a way to reach the 5th realm. It would save him decades of time in his training. Reaching the 5th stage was a monumental task. Shang had to create a path forward without knowing where he had to go. It was very possible that Shang wouldn't even reach the 5th realm in his life, and he knew that. Maybe, in the future, he would find a way, but he had already taken several incorrect steps before that moment, forever making it impossible to reach it. Even more, the technique might even be useful in the 5th realm. While the first reward would increase Shang's chance of survival several fold in the future, the second reward would increase Shang's chances of actually realizing that future several fold. However, the armor was useful forever, while the technique might lose its effects later on. But the technique might have given Shang enough inspiration to create something even better, which he wouldn't have been able to create without it. Both rewards were terrifyingly useful for Shang's journey. Shang didn't want to give up either of them since both were so incredibly useful. And the third, Shang asked. The book returned to the jester's hand, and the question mark moved forward. I'm not telling you what it is, the jester said. Then how am I able to make a decision? Shang asked. Why are you even offering it? You know me. I would much rather take something that will certainly benefit me than take a risk. The jester only grinned. I'm offering it because of fate. Shang raised an eyebrow. Fate. The jester looked at the question mark. Long ago, someone created this thing. Then, they sacrificed a lot of mana to influence fate. They used everything so that, one day, this thing would find its way to its rightful owner. They were certain that they have succeeded and that this thing would eventually find its rightful owner. Shang glanced at the jester. Does fate even exist? The jester chuckled. In a way, it does, he said as he looked at Shang. Fate is my will. So, did they influence your will? Shang asked. Of course not, the jester said with a laugh. There is no one that can influence my will. This thing is in my hands, and I may do with it what I want. Shang remained silent for a while. Am I the rightful owner? Maybe, the jester said with a grin. Did that person know me? Shang asked. No. Would it be useful for me? Of course, the jester said. I may enjoy joking around, but I still believe in fair rewards. It will definitely be useful to you. However, the question is it more useful than the other 2 rewards? The question mark floated back to the jester's hand. I'm only offering it because I like to tempt fate, which is essentially my will. Was fate on that person's side? Was fate not on their side? I want to find that out right now. As Shang heard that, his right eye focused on the jester. Was that on purpose? Shang asked. The jester knew what Shang was thinking, and he grinned widely. How very interesting, he said. I do what I want, but what I want is exactly what that person thought and hoped would happen. Was it truly a coincidence that I said these things? It is what I wanted to say. Did they foresee what would happen, or was this just luck? Can your belief change things that far in the future? The jester rubbed his chin as he smirked. How very interesting, he repeated again. The armor and the technique vanished as the question mark floated over to Shang. Yes, Shang had decided to take the question mark because of the god's words. The jester had mused about if fate was on the person's side or not after Shang asked if he was the right person for this reward. The fact that this was even a question showed that Shang was indeed the right person for this thing. And Shang already had a good guess what this was about. He assumed it had something to do with his affinity. This was basically the only thing that could distinguish him over such vast stretches of time from everyone else in the world. Shang might be able to find a way to create useful armor for himself in the future. Shang might be able to create techniques even more powerful than the second reward. However, the third reward might be something that was unachievable by Shang. Shang's goal was the very end, and to get to the very end, he needed everything. If he could get the first 2 on his own, and he needed the last thing to realize his goal, the choice became obvious to Shang. Even though he didn't know what the reward was, he knew that he had to take it. Fate. How very interesting, the jester said one last time before he vanished from Shang's inner world. A second later, the question mark vanished, and something else appeared in its place. A book and a letter. Shang looked at the book. He couldn't distinguish anything from the cover. Then, Shang looked at the letter and read it. And the more he read, the more his heart and mind shook. Chapter 469, Lucius Falstad. Shang took a deep breath after he finished the letter. The contents of this letter were beyond shocking. Then, Shang read the letter again to make sure that he hadn't missed anything crucial. If you are reading this, it means I am dead. That was how the letter started. My name is Lucius Falstad, and I am the Mage God, formerly known as the Mage Emperor. Shang remembered the corpse the god had kicked around the room. This was a letter from this person. This was a letter from a person that was on the same level as the god of this world. If you can read this, it means that you are the successor to my legacy. Just like you, I have been cursed with this affinity that binds me to the abominations. I have control over fire, ice, light, and darkness. You and I are known as the children of calamity in this world. The more powerful we become, the more powerful the abominations become. Our rise to power is their rise to power. If we are weak, only abominations up to the realm appear, but if we are powerful, even abominations of the ninth realm can appear. If a child of calamity in the ninth realm doesn't help the people of this world, an abomination emperor will destroy the world. As you probably already know, the abominations are also our source of power, and we need them just as much as they need us. In the eyes of the world, we are the enemy. We are the very thing that threatens the existence of the very world we live in. The solution the world has come to is to keep the children of calamity as weak as possible for their entire lives. If a child of calamity is found, they will be given a home, plenty of wealth, freedom, longevity, and status. However, they are not allowed to become more powerful, for if they become more powerful, the world suffers. If a child of calamity dies, a new one will be born after a few seconds. The children of calamity can't be eradicated, or the world would have already done so. The only solution the world can come up with is to simply keep them alive and weak. However, that is not the solution I have in mind. The solution of the world will only delay the inevitable, while I want to stop the inevitable altogether. I believe that, if one of us were to reach godhood, we would find a solution to the problem. There has to be a solution to this problem. I refuse to watch the world and love crumble around me. Sadly, since you are reading this letter now, it means that I have failed and that I am most likely dead. Since I am dead now, I am asking you to realize my dream. I want you to reach godhood and achieve what I couldn't. I ask you to get rid of the debilitating disease this world is suffering from, the abominations. I know it is a lot to ask, but I hope you love this world just as much as I do. And if you don't, that is also understandable. Being cursed with this affinity forces us to sacrifice millions of innocent lives just to realize our own power. You might feel that your very existence makes you the enemy to the world. Shang felt a little sting when he read that passage again. But that is not the case. I have a large group of close friends, and we have all worked and became powerful together. They would risk their lives for me, and I would risk my life for them. Sadly, they do not know of my secret. To them, I am only a very talented mage. Again, I implore you to save the world. Please, become powerful and stop this rotting disease. Shang could tell that Lucius, the Mage Emperor, was basically pleading at this point. Such a proud and powerful person was begging a true path stage warrior to do something they couldn't. Shang could tell that Lucius loved the world a lot if he was even willing to beg an unfamiliar person. Someone of such level had to have a lot of pride in their body, but he was willing to throw it away. I don't know if you will accept my wish or not, but I will assume you have accepted. I will now tell you how to achieve godhood. Shang took another deep breath. When he read that sentence for the first time, his entire body shuddered. The world believes that achieving godhood is impossible. They believe that it is simply impossible for a normal human to reach the legendary and elusive 10th realm. But the people at the very top, the kings and emperors, know the truth. There is a way to achieve godhood, but it requires two things. The first thing is a perfect foundation and path. Your foundation and path have to be so powerful that not even a single person in the entire world can win against you in a one-on-one duel as long as they are on your level, and this trend has to continue for your entire journey. You can't allow yourself to fall from a peak even once. The very thing that will break your path will leave an eternal stain on it unless you scrap the entire thing and begin anew. As of the time I am writing this letter, I am the only one alive with such a powerful path. But there have been people before me with an equal path, and I am certain that there will also be people after me with such a powerful path. Yet, even though there have been people with such powerful paths, not even one of them managed to achieve godhood, and that's because of a second requirement. Fulfilling the second requirement is less a test of power, but a test of willpower. And it is the very thing that forced me to commit this atrocious war and genocide of the other paths. Please know that I never wanted to kill all the other paths. I never wanted that. But I had to. The reason will become clear very soon. The second requirement is mana. As of the moment of writing this letter, the world barely has enough mana to support a single person achieving godhood, and over 90% of that mana is stored in the form of living things. To achieve godhood, you have to kill nearly every other ninth realm person and beast in the world. Only with this will you have enough mana to achieve godhood. Shang took a deep breath. It made a lot more sense now why the Mage Emperor had destroyed all the other paths. He didn't do it because he wanted to, but because he had to. 90% of all people at the ninth realm. Shang didn't know how many there were, but he guessed that there were maybe 10. That would leave only one person in the ninth realm alive besides Lucius. And that had probably been the only other mage at the ninth realm. And all the ninth realm experts from the other paths. Lucius had killed him. Chapter 470, Humanity. Shang had already suspected that the god hadn't told Shang the entire truth at the beginning, and this confirmed it. Shang continued reading. Several of my friends have probably reached the Mage Emperor realm after my death. Since I am dead, it means that the mana stored in my body has been freed up and returned to the world. It pains me to write this, but for the good of the world, they must be sacrificed when the time is right. The world can only support one god and one emperor at any given moment. And that might not even be true for you, successor. I don't know how much time has passed before you got hold of this letter, but the abominations keep producing the mana in the entire world. It might be possible that the world can't even support that single additional emperor anymore. You might need to kill everyone. It might even be impossible to gather enough mana to reach godhood, even if you kill everyone. I don't know, and that thought scares me. It would mean that the abominations have won. I can just hope that it isn't too late yet. For the good of the world, we have to become sinners. I don't know what will kill me in the future, but it must be something of incredible power. I can only hope that you will find a way to overcome this hurdle and free the world of this disease. Shang knew that hurdle very well. The god. By now, Shang could guess what happened back then. Lucius became a god and tried to find a solution to the abomination problem. Then, the god and Lucius fought for some reason. Maybe Lucius wanted to free up more mana for the world by killing the god. But he lost against him and died. Shang could empathize with Lucius. Lucius wasn't a bad person. He was simply someone that had to commit horrible actions for the good of the world. I can only hope that you can do what I couldn't. To help you in fulfilling our wish, I have added a spell to this letter. I have felt the hands of fate, and I am certain that the spell will come into your hands at the same time as the letter. Shang looked over at the book. Sure enough, Lucius was right. The spell was here. I don't know which path you tread, which is why I designed this spell to be usable by every path. This spell was the very spell that allowed me to become powerful and build friendships. I call it humanity. I designed the base version of this spell when I became a high mage, but I refined it over the next couple of millennia to its current state. Humanity allows you to choose up to 2 elements, and when you use it, while the spell is active, no one in the entire world can see your true affinity. Not even emperors. As long as the spell is active, beasts, humans, and everything else will perceive you to be a normal human with your chosen affinity. Beasts will no longer be overly aggressive towards you, and humans won't feel this feeling of alienation coming from you. With this spell, your status as the child of calamity will remain hidden. However, take care, successor. Just because people can't see your true affinity doesn't mean that they can't know that you are the child of calamity. If abominations keep randomly appearing around you, other people might suspect you, and they might end your life just to be cautious. You can't allow anyone to connect you to the abominations. After telling you all of these things, I can only hope that you share my ideals. I can only hope that you wish for the world to survive and not see it destroyed. I wish for this letter never to appear in the world since it means that I have failed in my duty, but if it does, remember the following words. The world is not cold. The world is not your enemy. Treat the world how you want to be treated. I am Lucius Falstad, the Mage God, and I hope you will become more powerful than me in the future. And then, the letter ended. Shang took another deep breath. Everything about this letter was shocking. This letter represented the last words of one of the most powerful people that had ever lived. Shang put the letter to the side and opened the book. As Shang read through it, he was surprised. The spell was so easy. However, the book was absolutely gigantic. It probably had thousands of pages only dedicated to a single spell. That was when Shang realized that the spell wasn't actually easy, but that Lucius had managed to simplify the insanely complex principles in the spell to a ridiculous degree. Creating such a spell could only be done by an unimaginably powerful mage, but the application of it was very simple and direct. Shang took a bit over an hour to read the entire thing, and he had already understood it after reading it. The god had put no comprehension spell on this book. But Shang, a warrior, still understood it completely after reading it once. Lucius was just that good at explaining the principles. Shang closed his right eye and drew a complex diagram in his mind. He followed the simple instructions to create the diagram and spoke some complex and ethereal words. After around 5 minutes, Shang had created a diagram in his mind that was so huge and complex that no normal human could possibly remember it. When Shang put the last line on the diagram, he also stopped the chant. At that moment, the diagram in his mind showed for an instant before vanishing. It had worked. Shang felt a very subtle drain of mana from his mind, but the drain of mana was completely negligible. As long as his mind wasn't fully drained of mana, the spell would remain active. Shang didn't even need to focus on the spell since it worked autonomously. Additionally, Shang regenerated his mana several times faster than the spell was using it. Shang didn't feel any different, but he knew that the spell was taking effect. From this day forth, Shang no longer needed to hide from the powerful beasts. From now on, they would view him as a normal human. If Shang could choose his reward again, he would definitely choose the same reward. It was just that good. After a while of thinking about the new possibilities the spell opened up, Shang stood up. The trial was over, and he had received his reward. Now, it was time to return to the world and deal with the council. Chapter 471, Tired Times. Before Shang left his inner world, he thought about Lucius' words again. I'm not sure how to feel about what I read, Shang thought as he furrowed his brows. The world is not bad. Maybe, but I don't know. I felt the effects of the persecution of the other paths personally. I've seen how the council and the Duke suppress the warriors just because they fear their power. The Sith Thunder Kingdom would be the most powerful kingdom as long as the council supports the warriors. The warriors didn't even want to rise up initially, but everything the council had done over the past decades has pushed them away from them. Everyone is only interested in their own power, and I'm not any better. To achieve my goal, I'm even willing to push the world into a calamity. Shang was not someone that loved the world as much as Lucius. Someone of Lucius' power didn't need to fear anyone, and he could appreciate the beauty of the world. But Shang was in the middle of a huge war just because he was not a mage. A moment later, a different thought entered Shang's mind. Although Gerald is not like the other mages. Mages, as well as warriors, are willing to follow him. The only reason why we have so few mages is that they are afraid of fighting against the council. No one wants to join the side that is most likely to lose in a war unless their very lives are on the line. King Sith Thunder also doesn't seem to care a lot about warriors and mages, but that's understandable. From what I know, he has once been a barbarian before he became a mage. He has a different outlook. At that point, Shang thought about the world he had seen around 70 years ago. The farmers in the farmland had peaceful lives, and the students of the Warrior Academy had been in high spirits. They were young children that looked at the future with bright and glowing eyes. The hunters and mages had no big conflicts back then, and Warrior's Paradise had been bustling with activity and life. As Shang thought about the time he had been a teenager, he could imagine finding the world beautiful. For a while, Shang only evaluated his own thoughts. I don't know if I find the world beautiful or not, he thought. Lucius' words don't change a thing. However, if I actually have a chance to get rid of the abominations without jeopardizing my own growth, I will do it. Even though Shang felt a deep connection with the abominations, there was still a fundamental difference between them. The abominations wanted the world to stop existing. Shang didn't want that. Being in a lonesome void of nothingness as the only living being was not something Shang wanted. If he wanted to live, the vast majority of things around him also had to live. So, despite the deep connection, the abominations still counted as enemies to Shang. Nothing changes. After making up his mind, Shang left his inner world. Inside a humongous cave deep underground, Shang opened his right eye. Welcome back. Shang looked over and saw Gerald beside him. Gerald had been keeping watch over Shang's body while he was undergoing the trial. Additionally, Gerald wanted to know how everything went. Shang nodded and stood up. Gerald began to evaluate Shang with furrowed eyes and hummed a bit. You feel different, he said. I presume this has to do with your reward. Shang nodded. Nobody in the world can see through my real affinity anymore. That means that I also won't be immediately hunted down by the first beast that sees me. Gerald scratched his chin a little. That is great to hear, but it doesn't sound like your power has increased. It hasn't, Shang answered. To be honest, I could have chosen two other rewards that would have increased my power, but I value my future above my current power. Gerald sighed. That's not a problem. Making the plan succeed is definitely important, but it is only of momentary importance, and it only functions as an intermediary goal. The true goals we have chosen for ourselves always take priority. Sorry, Shang said. No, it's fine, Gerald said. I would have done the same thing. One of the reasons why they had waited for the trial was for the reward. If Shang got something that increased his power even more, the plan had a higher likelihood of succeeding. Sadly, it seemed like the wait had been pointless. The reward hadn't increased Shang's power, but at least it had given him a more secure future. Of course, Gerald wished for Shang to have chosen a reward that increased his power immediately. After all, the purpose of the plan was to take revenge for Gerald's fallen territory, his fallen friends, and his dead son. But Gerald also knew that he couldn't force his own priorities and wishes on Shang. Shang was already trusting Gerald with his life, and Gerald didn't want to betray that belief. Shang told Gerald about the trial, and he also mentioned some of the stuff he had learned from Lucius' letter. Naturally, he didn't tell Gerald about the children of calamity and their status in the world. After hearing everything that happened in the trial from Shang, Gerald released a sigh. It seems my worries were unfounded, he said. Your power should be enough for the plan. However, you will still be in danger. I know, Shang answered with a nod, but I don't care. I might seem cold most of the time, but I cared for George and the entire Storm Eagle Zone. The prosperous and lively land from back then no longer exists, and I'm not a big fan of that. Gerald smiled a little bit. That's good to hear. Shang hadn't left the cave, and he could only imagine how the atmosphere in the Storm Eagle Zone was, but Gerald was there every day. There were so many guards stationed across the entire territory, and every person was meticulously investigated all the time. The oppressive power and authority of the station's soldiers intimidated all the normal citizens to the point where they only left their houses when it was absolutely necessary. Hustle and bustle had completely vanished from Warrior's Paradise, and a cloud of grey uncertainty and fear hung over the entire zone. While the dead air in Warrior's Paradise had been an oddity in the past, now it was a suffocating pressure. The Warriors Academy had more students than ever, but there was no youthful happiness there. The increased sizes of classes and urgency eradicated joyful training and replaced it with authoritarian drills. The students no longer viewed their future with colorful and bright eyes, but with cynical, gray eyes filled with uncertainty. They felt like they were no longer working for a bright future, but working towards a gruesome death on the battlefield. Due to the insane number of powerful warriors living here, even the wasteland had basically been cleaned of all beasts. It even reached a state where hunting had been strictly prohibited for everyone until the environment recovered. The same thing was true for the canyon and the wild forest. Entering the wild forest to fight beasts required explicit permission, and it was mostly reserved for the students to gain practical experience. The farm dogs were no longer useful due to the presence of so many powerful warriors, and they simply sat around the farms in a monotone state of boredom. They no longer had a purpose. The farmers were overworked. They were earning more than ever before, but they didn't want to work anymore. Life was simply too stressful. In the past, Gerald had been proud of his territory, but now he felt pain whenever he looked at it. He didn't want to put everyone under so much pressure, but it was necessary. He couldn't allow the council to infiltrate his territory and destroy it from within. After Shang and Gerald talked about the trial, Gerald went to the next topic. Are you ready to see him now? Gerald asked. Shang nodded. I think now is the best time. I might not know him, but I can guess how he feels since we came from the same place. They were talking about the new person that God had sent to this world. Gerald had already found him a couple of months ago, but Shang was too busy readying himself for the trial. So, you will now officially return to the world, huh? Gerald asked with a slight smile. Shang nodded again. I've been gone from the world for nearly 50 years, and I've lived in isolation for all of it. Returning to be amongst people feels strange, but it is only natural. Gerald chuckled a bit, and Shang raised an eyebrow. I have something prepared for your return, Gerald said. For a second, Shang wasn't sure what Gerald meant, but then he remembered. Right, I asked you to prepare an armor since mine probably won't survive the trial, he said. Gerald nodded. Yes, but this time, I decided to take some liberties regarding its design. You will be my second in command from now on, and you represent my strongest military power. I need you to look the part. Chapter 472, Black Titan. The door on the 5th floor of the Warrior Academy's main building opened. Two people stood in front of the door. One was a tall man with blue hair and a gigantic sword strapped to his back. The other person was a teenager with black hair, carrying a black spear on his back. Enter, the teacher said. The student hesitated a bit. Am I in trouble, Teacher Esther? He asked with a voice that betrayed his nervousness. No, Teacher Esther said with a calm voice. Someone important wants to meet you, and I'm only here to escort you. What? The student asked. I don't know, Teacher Esther answered. That didn't help in alleviating the student's worries. Eventually, he just entered the room, and Teacher Esther closed the door before leaving. The student looked around with anxiety, and he eventually sat down in a chair beside a big desk in the middle of the room. The student slowly caressed the handle of his spear to give himself comfort. As long as his weapon was beside him, he didn't need to feel so scared. Have I done anything wrong? The student thought in worry. Did someone find out that I sneaked into a wild forest to find some beasts? But I didn't kill any of them. I didn't damage the ecosystem. The student waited inside the room for several minutes, his anxiety only becoming stronger. Calm down, Oliver. Teacher Esther said that you are not in trouble. It's only that someone important wants to meet you. Someone so important that even Teacher Esther seemed uncertain. Oliver, the student, just couldn't calm himself down. He knew Teacher Esther very well, and he was always friendly, helpful, and forthcoming. He was also a very good teacher. But, just now, Teacher Esther seemed conflicted, nervous, and uncertain. That meant that someone of even greater status than a teacher or vice dean of the academy would want to meet him. What would such a person even want from me? I'm barely average in my class. I can't imagine that some powerful warrior suddenly saw my talent and decided to take me in as their disciple. But then, what would such a person want from me? As Oliver continued swinging his thoughts, his eyes darted toward the door of the room. For some reason, he felt like something or someone was approaching. The atmosphere in the room seemed to become more oppressive and darker the more Oliver looked at the door. Clank. Then, Oliver heard the sound of a heavily armored boot stepping on the ground outside. Oliver's heartbeat sped up, and he felt like the pressure in the room only increased. Clank, clank, clank. The footsteps grew louder, and Oliver already started to sweat. He had only felt this afraid while fighting powerful beasts. But he was only hearing footsteps right now. When did he suddenly turn into such a scaredy cat? When Oliver heard the footsteps stop in front of the door, his body froze as his fight or flight instincts got triggered. He felt like he was about to die. Then, the door opened. The door opening felt like an eternity to Oliver, but it actually opened at normal speeds. Oliver didn't dare to move and only sat stiffly on his chair as he looked at the black figure that had stepped through the door. It looked like a black titan or black demon. The figure was entirely clothed in extremely dense, pitch black plate armor. Not even a single bit of its actual body showed through the armor. Additionally, several black spikes came out from the armor, making it appear like the Demon King was wearing it. Oliver immediately connected the armor he was seeing with how many main antagonists in fantasy games looked. It looked imposing, evil, and powerful. After a bit, Oliver dared to look up, and his eyes fixated on a single, cold, black eye. Only then did Oliver realize that this was a person. The person in front of Oliver only had one eye, and the other eye was hidden behind a big, armored, metal eye patch with the symbol of a flying sword on it. The metallic eye patch connected to a metallic ring going around the person's head, and Oliver could see short and spiky black hair above the metallic eye patch. As soon as the black titan entered the room, time had seemingly frozen for Oliver. He didn't dare to move. His instincts didn't allow him to move. He could only look in fear at the one eye looking back into his. Several seconds passed. Then, Oliver finally took a deep breath. Who was that? He thought in panic. He had seen true path stage warriors before, but none of them had such a sinister presence and overwhelming pressure. Stand up. The commanding voice came from the figure, and Oliver slowly complied with the order. The figure in front of Oliver glanced at the chair beside him. The chairs in here can't bear my weight, and I don't want to talk down to you. It's better when we talk face to face, the figure explained. As the figure spoke more, Oliver's tense nerves began to calm down. The pressure in the room also seemed to lessen for him. Several seconds of silence passed. Don't you have any questions? The figure asked emotionlessly. Oliver's nervousness returned, and he took a deep breath. Who are you? Oliver asked, trying to sound unintimidated but failing. I am Count Sword, the figure answered. At that moment, Oliver's eyes widened in shock. He had heard about Count Sword in history class. He was the first warrior that had ever gotten a noble title, and it was even said that he managed to take down an entire outpost of the Grand Mountain Kingdom on his own while still being at the commander stage. Oliver could scarcely believe that he stood in front of such a legend. But you may call me Shang, the figure said. At that moment, Oliver became nervous again. What? How? Why would Count Sword tell him, a normal student in the Warrior Academy, to call him by his first name? A couple of seconds of silence returned. Don't you want to let your spear go? The figure asked. Oliver grew more nervous. The truth about his weapon was one of his biggest secrets, and he knew that he couldn't let anyone realize what kind of weapon he was using. Otherwise, every powerful warrior would covet him. But at that moment, something shocking happened. The great sword on the figure's back began to levitate on its own, and it approached Oliver. Oliver felt his spear shake. But he knew that there was nothing he could do. He was simply too weak. As the sword approached Oliver, his spear began to levitate on its own and join the sword. The two weapons touched each other in the air and simply floated there. In the beginning, Oliver was scared for his weapon. What if Count Sword's weapon could absorb his weapon? But as he saw nothing happen, he felt his nerves calm down. What is going on? Oliver asked. The figure looked at the two weapons with a complex expression. It was almost like he was getting reminded of old memories. Inheritance, the figure said. Now, tell me, did something new happen on Earth? Chapter 473, Oliver and Shang. Shang saw a bit of his young self in Oliver. Sure, Shang had already been different from Oliver back then, but there certainly were similarities. Earth? Oliver asked with a shocked expression. What do you mean? Oliver tried to seem oblivious, but Shang could easily tell that Oliver knew what Shang was talking about. You are not the first person sent from Earth to this place, and you won't be the last. These words have been said to me by my predecessor, and now I'm speaking them to you, Shang said evenly. Just like you, I have come from Earth. I was sent here when I was in my early 20s, and I was a retired professional MMA fighter back then. Oliver still looked shocked. There was someone else from Earth here. He had thought he had been the only one. So, you also came from Earth? Oliver asked. That's what I said, Shang said coldly. Oliver flinched a bit at Shang's cold voice. Oliver couldn't imagine someone like Shang being from Earth. What was your job on Earth? Shang asked. Oliver looked a bit uncertain. Well, I was researching semiconductors. What's that? Shang asked. I basically designed microchips. Shang furrowed his brows. That doesn't seem very fitting to this world. Why did the gods send you here? Oliver scratched the back of his head with an embarrassed and nervous smile. Well, I also love playing RPGs, and a dash. The missile? Shang asked with raised eyebrows. No, not the missile. You know, role-playing games, Oliver quickly corrected. Shang's brows furrowed. Please keep your sex life out of this discussion. Oliver looked even more shocked and appalled. No, that's not dash. Why did the gods send you here? Shang asked again. Oliver wanted to correct Shang regarding the RPG thing, but he couldn't bring himself to say anything. The pressure Shang exerted compelled him to follow his commands. I was also an amateur strongman. I never really made it to the professional circuit due to my studies, but I enjoyed it. Shang nodded. I think I was chosen because I have been working in research, but also because I had some regrets. My job was paying very well, but it also filled my life with great boredom. Makes sense, Shang answered. Tell me what happened after you came here. After that, Oliver began to tell Shang about his life here. He had been in this world for a little less than 3 years. In the beginning, he had lived in the middle of the Emperor's Cobra Zone. Living there had been incredibly dangerous, and he had nearly died several times. However, he learned how to survive by staying in the territory of a very powerful beast. The beast was so powerful that it completely ignored Oliver, while the other beasts didn't dare to come close. Oliver had no idea where he should go or what he should do. He traveled around, but he only found more swamp wherever he went. Eventually, about a year later, he came across a mage that was hunting in his area. Oliver went to the mage, and the mage told him where to go with an annoyed and disgusted voice. Oliver reached a small village in the Emperor's Cobra Zone, and he lived there for a couple of weeks. After living there for a bit, Oliver heard of Duke Whirlwind and the Storm Eagle Zone. He had heard from the god that the strongest warriors in the world lived there and that it would be a good place for him to start. No one paid a weak soldier stage warrior any attention, and he was led through to the Storm Eagle Zone with only a small inspection. Oliver waited a couple of months for the next tryouts for the Warrior Academy and joined. He had only barely passed. Only barely, Shang asked with a raised eyebrow. You lived in the wilds for a full year. How did you only barely pass? Oliver looked with shock at Shang. I had to defeat a pest cat. I think a year is a very short amount of time. I was only a normal guy on Earth. A year prior to that, I could have never imagined felling such a mighty beast. Shang furrowed his brows. Then, he looked at the power of Oliver's body. You've been in this world for 3 years, he asked. Oliver nodded. Why are you only at the mid-soldier stage? What do you mean with only? Oliver asked. My current body is barely 17. Considering that I managed to reach the level of my current classmates without having any foundation before I arrived here, I would say I've done well for myself. Shang's brows furrowed. At that moment, Oliver no longer reminded Shang of his past self. How do you train? Shang asked. Oliver told Shang how he trained. It was essentially a high-intensity workout from Earth. It was about as intense as the training routine of a professional athlete. You do know that you are no longer on Earth, Shang commented. Of course, Oliver answered with a bit of annoyance. By now, most of his fear had vanished, and he definitely wasn't the biggest fan of Shang's arrogant and cold demeanor. It was like nothing Oliver did was good enough for Shang. Then why are you training like you are still on Earth? Shang asked. Have you not realized the power that Mata has? I don't have time for more training, Oliver said. What could be more important than training? Shang asked. Seeing the world, having a social life, learning more about magic, learning more about the surroundings. Oliver answered with an annoyed expression. Shang looked evenly into Oliver's eyes for several seconds. He's not like George Orme, Shang thought. From my perspective, he only has the determination and willpower to become an average commander stage warrior at the very most. I don't see any value in training someone like this. However, my perception can't compare to the gods. There must be something special about him that I can't see. Fine, you live your life however you want. It's not up to me, Shang said. You're right. It's not, Oliver said with a venomous voice. Shang didn't get angry. I will now tell you everything you need to know. The god told me to inform you about all the relevant things, and I will do that now. He told you. Oliver asked with shock. He hadn't expected that the god could talk to them when they were already here. Shang nodded. First, regarding the trial dash. Wait a second, Oliver said as he rubbed the bridge of his nose. So, you're only here because he ordered you? Oliver asked. Yes, Shang answered. Oliver's brows furrowed. And if he didn't order you, would you have come here? I have more important things to do, Shang answered immediately in a neutral voice. Oliver slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. After some seconds, he released his deep breath. Do you need anything from me? No, Shang said. I only need to tell you about the relevant things. Not interested, Oliver said with a curt voice. Shang raised an eyebrow. Not interested? Yes, I'm not interested. You can keep your information to yourself. Shang frowned. Are you throwing a tantrum because I'm not helping you out of the goodness of my heart? Shang asked with a deadpan voice. I have morals and standards, Oliver said. I'm not interested in receiving ingenuine help. If you want to help me, good. If you don't, then don't. Are you seriously jeopardizing your future because of some pointless ideology? Shang asked. Oliver's eyes narrowed, and his spear floated back to his back. Do you need anything else from me, or can I leave? He asked with cold politeness. Shang looked at Oliver for a couple of seconds. You can leave. Oliver nodded once, said a cold goodbye, and left the room. Shang remained in the room for a while longer and scratched his chin. Then, he also left the room. As he said earlier, he had more important things to do than to pacify some soldier stage warriors' hurt feelings. Chapter 474, Storm. As Shang left the room, he put on his helmet. Count Sword couldn't appear in public yet. The armor and the helmet isolated Shang from all eyes and even spirit senses. They could see the black armor, but they couldn't see behind it. Naturally, Shang had worn the helmet on his way to the academy as well and had only taken it off in front of the room. As Shang stepped out of the building, the drills in the academy became quieter. When Shang appeared, the atmosphere turned oppressive for everyone around him. Funnily enough, this wasn't the effect of Shang's connection to the abominations. After all, that had been hidden by Lucius' spell. The reason for this change in atmosphere was Shang's decades of living in isolation amongst beasts. When Shang had left Gerald's garden back then, one of the guards had told him that he felt very dangerous to him and that other people would feel the same. After living amongst humans, Shang's aura had retreated. But now, it had come out again, and he no longer cared about suppressing it. It didn't matter what others thought of him. Shang slowly walked through the fields of the academy as many students and teachers looked at him apprehensively. When Shang left the academy, most students released the breaths they had been holding. The same thing happened when Shang passed through Warrior's Paradise. When he reached the gates, he saw some nervous and scared guards. They had to investigate every suspicious individual, and Shang was more than suspicious. However, they also felt terrified. Sir, one of the guards shouted nervously. Shang. Something appeared in Shang's hand, and he pointed it at the guard. The guard looked at it, and his eyes widened. Then, nearly all of his fear and nervousness vanished. You may pass, sir. He was relieved that he didn't need to search Shang. Shang had just shown Gerald's personal emblem to the guard. This emblem was different from the emblem Shang had received many years ago. The emblem from back then showed that Shang was Gerald's friend. The new emblem, on the other hand, gave Shang Gerald's full authority. Everything Shang said and ordered would be like if Gerald said or ordered these things. Shang represented Gerald personally. Not even George had that luxury back then. Shang stepped past the gates and walked down the road. As he continued walking, his speed increased, although it still looked like he was merely walking. In a matter of seconds, Shang reached a speed of over 200 kilometers per hour without even exerting himself. After a while, Shang reached Gerald's castle and entered through the front gate. The guards didn't even stop Shang since they had already been informed by Gerald about his arrival. The inside of Gerald's castle was quite simple compared to its outside. It had a very homey feel to it. Shang could even see several happy paintings of Gerald with a woman and a young Matthew. Shang had already heard about Gerald's wife. She had died a couple of years after giving birth to Matthew. Gerald had lost his family, but he still enjoyed looking at the paintings and remembering them. Shang walked up the steps and walked to a closed door. Shang opened it without knocking and entered. Several humongous magic circles filled with piles of valuable materials filled the room, and in the middle of these circles sat Gerald. Gerald's eyes were closed, and he didn't greet Shang. Shang went to the side of the room and sat down. He closed his eyes and focused on his spirit sense. This was a sensitive time for Gerald, and Shang was here to make sure that nothing went wrong. For many hours, Shang only sat there, keeping watch over the surroundings. For once, his mind was not focused on training. Sword remained at Shang's side and also stayed silent. They didn't need to talk. Eventually, night arrived. Nothing had changed inside the room. Then, day arrived. Night arrived. Day arrived. Shang remained in the room for 7 days, and he didn't move even once. His mind had also never been distracted during that time. Then, finally, the mana in the room emptied as more mana was pulled in from the outside. All the materials in the magic circles had also turned into pure mana already. A powerful wind picked up inside the room. Luckily, there was nothing there for the wind to destroy. Shang simply remained sitting at the room's wall. A couple of seconds later, Gerald opened his eyes, and Shang could see a powerful storm inside them. Shang could also see terrifying rain clouds and lightning being accompanied by the wind. The storm in Gerald's eyes was truly powerful and intimidating. As Shang saw them, he felt like these were not three different concepts but one singular concept. It was a true storm. A second later, Gerald closed his eyes again and took a deep breath. The wind and mana inside the room calmed down, and it returned to its prior state. Shang slowly stood up and cranked his neck. Gerald's body slowly floated upward, and he extended his legs to stand up. Thanks, he said to Shang in an even voice without even looking at him. This was unlike Gerald, but Shang knew why Gerald was like this. Gerald had kept his emotions and urges suppressed for decades. For decades, he had acted like nothing was wrong and let his falling territory. But now, everything was ready. His mind was no longer focused on being nice but on taking revenge. He had kept himself in check for too long. Finally, he could let go and do the very thing he had wanted to do for so long. I presume it was a success, Shang asked. Gerald slowly nodded. I managed to combine the concepts of wind movement, water drop, and lightning spark into a single concept. I don't know the name of this concept, but I'm going to call it storm. If I so chose to, I could become an archmage in a couple of years. At that moment, Gerald's eyes narrowed. But, just like you, I'm not willing to jeopardize my future. Even though I can become an archmage, I know that I would be wasting a huge part of my potential if I were to do so. I've made great strides in the concept of breeze as well, and I will not advance to the archmage realm as long as I don't understand it. Gerald took a deep breath. But I am also finally at the peak high mage realm. With my current power, I can rival the combined might of the council on my own. Everything is prepared. Shang nodded. When will we start? I'm going to inform King Thunder. I believe it won't take more than a couple of days. Shang nodded. Gerald then looked at Shang. I want you to stay ready. I will inform you about how things will continue when I'm back. Shang nodded again. If it's only a couple of days, I might as well stay here, he said as he sat down at the side of the room again. That's fine, Gerald said as he walked over to the door. Just wait for me. I will, Shang said. Then, Gerald left. It was finally time. Chapter 475, No Games. There were 7 people inside a humongous hall that looked like a cave. This was King Thunder's throne room. At the moment, the 5 members of the main council, the Archduke and King Thunder, were waiting for the meeting to begin. The 5 members of the council were not happy to be there. They had a war to fight, and every second they were away from the front line was endangering the Thunder Kingdom. Yet, King Thunder had still called them all together here today. It wasn't possible to refuse an order given by King Thunder. Even more, the 5 members of the council didn't even know why they had been called. They only knew that this was a meeting. They waited in this place for several minutes. No one dared to speak up or ask. Eventually, the 5 members of the council looked toward the south simultaneously. Their eyes narrowed, and their brows furrowed. Someone they didn't want to see at all had just entered their spirit senses. King Thunder only remained sitting on his throne, a small smirk on his face. About a minute later, the door to the hall opened, and Gerald stepped in. As soon as they saw Gerald, the council realized that his aura had changed significantly. Not only was he far more powerful, but the friendly and polite aura around him had turned into cold apathy. The only thing that confirmed to them that this was indeed Duke Whirlwind was his appearance and his incredible power. When they felt his sheer power, they had to take deep breaths. In the past, Gerald had been about equal to the council, but that was because he was more powerful than 4 of the 5 members. But now, Gerald's power was truly equal to the entire council. If all 5 of the council members combined their powers and attacked Gerald at the same time, the outcome would be uncertain. Gerald could fight the entire council on his own, and this thought terrified them. However, when they shot a glance at King Thunder and the Archduke, their emotions calmed down. Yes, Gerald could rival the council, but the Archduke was just as powerful. Just like Gerald, she could rival the entire council on her own. And then there was King Thunder. In front of King Thunder, Gerald didn't count for anything. Gerald slowly stepped into the middle of the hall and stopped. Are you here to negotiate a peaceful resolution after everything you have done to us? One of the council members asked with a cold voice. Gerald didn't even acknowledge the council member. Instead, he looked at the king and bowed politely. My king, may I start? He asked. King Thunder smirked widened a bit. Everyone, he said as he looked at the council and the Archduke. I called you all today because Gerald has something to tell us. Gerald, you may begin. Gerald nodded once, and his eyes traveled over the eyes of the council members until they landed on the council head. Gerald looked at the dark-haired council head for a couple of seconds. I've had enough, Gerald said. The council didn't react. I've had enough of this stupid and idiotic political game. One of the council members snorted. You call this a game? We are running a kingdom here, and we are doing our best to keep it prosperous and alive. This is not a game, Whirlwind. Gerald looked at the council member that had just spoken up. Yes, this is a game. You either refuse to acknowledge it because you like playing it so much, or you truly have lost your connection to reality. Get your head out of your ass. After Gerald said that, the entire room fell silent. 4 of the council members were shocked when they heard that, while the council had narrowed her eyes. The Archduke only smiled in embarrassment as she scratched the side of her head with her right index finger. No one had ever spoken like that in these halls. Insulting people like this and using such crass language was not becoming of a leader of this kingdom. Yet, Gerald had insulted him like this with some mere pub. Whirlwind, do you realize how heavy the punishment is for disrespecting the leaders of this kingdom? Another council member shouted with an accusatory voice. Gerald snorted in disgust. You are delusional. You are so used to everyone playing your little game that you believe everyone has to follow it, if they like it or not. You want to punish me? Fun. Go ahead. Try it. Gerald said with narrowed eyes. At that moment, Gerald's cold aura expanded until it enveloped the entire throne room. This was even more disrespectful than the words he had said before. By expanding his aura like this, Gerald was essentially telling everyone that he was the one in charge. He was doing that in front of King Thunder. Heresy. Blasphemy. Another member of the council shouted as he pointed at Gerald. You are disrespecting our king. For this offense, you will be put to death. Gerald's eyes focused on the person. Do it. The council member's eyes narrowed, but his nervousness grew as he kept looking into Gerald's eyes. He looked at the other members, and they were just as nervous. Come on. Gerald shouted. Do it. I'm standing right here. At that moment, a terrifying storm cloud appeared in Gerald's right hand. It was small, but the mana inside of it was terrifying. The council activated their mana shields, but they didn't step forward. They only looked at Gerald with narrowed eyes. Several seconds of silence passed. Then, Gerald dismissed the storm cloud. Look at you, he said with disdain. You shout orders and judge everyone, but you don't realize that there isn't anyone here to carry out your orders. If not even you dare to carry out your own orders, who can? Gerald asked. The members of the council were enraged and frustrated as never before. They wanted to do nothing but just attack and kill him. But they couldn't. They could die. My king, one of the council members said as he bowed in front of King Thunder. We fear that we are not powerful enough to handle this rebellion. If you don't do something, the Thunder Kingdom might be doomed. The council had furrowed her brows, but the other members also bowed politely to King Thunder. King Thunder only cleaned the underside of his nails with a smirk. Then what's the point of having you? The emotions of the council underwent another upheaval. But, my king, he had disrespected you by enveloping the entire throne room with his aura. One of them argued. King Thunder stopped cleaning his nails and looked at the person that had just spoken without any amusement. Do you think I'm blind? He asked. The council member went white in the face. No, I would never. Then, do you think I'm stupid? No, never. The council member shouted in absolute horror. Then why are you telling me about things that happened mere seconds ago directly in front of me? He asked with an uncaring voice. I must apologize, my king, the council member shouted. I should have never questioned your judgment. King Thunder looked at the council member for a couple of seconds more before he went back to focusing on his nails. The council member released a deep sigh. Gerald, King Thunder said. I don't like waiting. Tell us what you want to tell us. Gerald nodded. Then, he looked at the head of the council with a cold gaze. The Storm Eagle Zone is officially declaring war on the Thunder Kingdom. Chapter 476, Declaration. Silence. The council and even the Archduke were absolutely shocked by what Gerald had just said. He had declared war on the Thunder Kingdom while literally standing in front of King Thunder. That was crazy. That was suicidal. You dare dash. Ha ha ha. One of the council members wanted to shout, but King Thunder's loud laughter interrupted him. Everyone looked over, and they saw King Thunder laughing loudly. So that's what you meant when you said something very interesting was going to happen today. King Thunder said after he stopped laughing. His smirk vanished, and a malicious grin replaced it. I expected many things, but I didn't expect this. You do realize that you are literally declaring war on my kingdom while standing in front of me. I am, Gerald said calmly. And what gave you the balls to do something like that directly in front of me? King Thunder asked as his aura intensified, and Gerald's aura was pushed back like it was a little kid. Yeah, Gerald only looked with an even expression at King Thunder. Because you don't care, Gerald said. The council became even more shocked. Did Gerald actually come here with a death wish? King Thunder narrowed his eyes as he looked at Gerald. And what makes you believe that? Because your shift will be over soon, Gerald said. Silence. The council was unsure what Gerald meant, but at the same time, a small glimmer appeared in King Thunder's eyes. Elaborate, he ordered. I know about the Lightning Emperor and the Lightning Manor, Gerald said. The council furrowed their brows while the Archduke was surprised. King Thunder continued looking at Gerald for a couple of seconds. Interesting. How truly interesting. How did you come by this knowledge? Shang, Gerald answered. Shang met the Starlight Queen, and she said that the Black Building belonged to the Lightning Emperor. I read about the Lightning Manor in one of the records my late son has recovered from the old king's trial. At that point, Gerald's aura grew even colder as he focused on the council. Before you murdered him, just like my best friend. Baseless accusations, one of the council members shouted. Who are you trying to fool? Gerald asked with a cold voice. I know you did it. You know you did it. The Archduke knows you did it. Everyone in here knows you did it. You are putting up an empty front while everyone knows the truth. We did no such thing, another member of the council shouted. Gerald only looked with disgust at the council. Look at you, he said slowly. You are so lost in this little game of yours that you believe everything in the world belongs to you. Have you not realized that there is a far bigger and wider world out there? We have heard of powerful mages appearing more than once, and we have confirmation of their existence. Yet, here you stand, complacent in your little bubble that you can rule over. You have been looking down on everyone in this bubble for so long that you have been blinded to the powers that exist above you. You have forgotten the most important thing in the world. And that is, ask the council head. For the first time today, she had actually spoken up. It's not status that rules the world, but power. Gerald shouted as he created the powerful storm cloud again. The council prepared themselves for a fight, but they were nervous. Gerald was very powerful. I am willing to fight right now. Gerald shouted aggressively. I am willing to risk my life just to kill all of you. What use is your political power and your status when I just kill you at this instant? Gerald's fury was so great that the entire hall shook. His voice even broke a bit near the end. This was the fury of someone that had his best friend and his son killed. This was the fury of someone that had been suppressed for decades. And, finally, he no longer needed to hold it back. He hated the council. The breathing of the council members quickened, and even the head of the council grew nervous. The council looked at King Thunder with hopeful eyes, but King Thunder only looked at Gerald with a pondering expression. What are you proposing? King Thunder asked. I don't believe you are here to kill my council right in front of me. You know that would be too much. When the council heard that, their world fell apart. If King Thunder wanted to kill Gerald, he would have simply killed him by now. But instead, he was asking about what Gerald was proposing. Gerald dispersed the storm cloud again and looked at King Thunder. The Thunder Kingdom is no longer what it used to be. In the past, you always interfered when things got too out of hand. King Thunder didn't react. But that stopped happening as soon as the star map appeared. I believe I know what your duty is and why you are here now, but I think you would prefer if I didn't speak about it publicly. King Thunder only nodded lightly with an interested expression. Everything here doesn't matter anymore to you. You have spent nearly 150 years here, and your merits must have grown to an astounding degree. I know you, and I know that you are not someone that decides to retire in this little place amongst people that are all weaker than you. You are not here to live out your life in peace and luxury. No, you are here to earn something that you need to become more powerful. And I believe you have already earned it, which is why you no longer care about the Thunder Kingdom. After all, you will be gone soon. King Thunder only chuckled a bit. That's all well and nice, but what is your actual proposal? The council grew even more confused and concerned. Instead of talking to King Thunder with respect, Gerald was talking to him like they were equals. Even more, Gerald wasn't calling him by king anymore and simply said you. At that moment, Gerald's gaze went to the council again. My proposal consists of only 2 sentences. I will not join the war. If a member of the council joins the war, I will join the war. That's it. The council grew enraged again, but right now, King Thunder was speaking for them, and they had no right to speak up. What about me? The Archduke asked with a grin. Gerald looked over. I believe you and our king have known each other even before he has become king. The council wasn't sure what Gerald meant, but the Archduke only chuckled a little. Impressive, was the only comment she gave. While the council didn't know what Gerald meant, the Archduke knew it. Gerald had essentially told her that he knew that she was also working for the Lightning Matter, which meant that she wouldn't interfere as long as King Thunder didn't. The Archduke had been impressively impartial for the past decades. She never involved herself in anything, and she never joined any sides. She was only doing her job at the bare minimum without helping anyone. During the meetings, she was also very often overlooked since she never said anything. She was essentially just there. While this could be considered normal during peaceful times, these times were anything but peaceful. The entire Thunder Kingdom was collapsing, but the Archduke acted like it had nothing to do with her, just like King Thunder. These are the terms of the war, Gerald said as he looked at the council again. I don't care if you accept them or not. If you are not happy with them, try and stop me. I would be happy to kill you right here and now. You dare dash. One of the council members shouted, but Gerald simply turned to King Thunder again. That was everything. I will be leaving now. Then, Gerald turned around and walked towards the exit of the throne room. King Thunder leaned on his left fist as he watched Gerald leave with an interested grin. He was not going to stop him. When the council saw that, the pressure on their shoulders multiplied. They were now at war with a zone that had over 100 true half-stage warriors. But, in the end, they realized that it actually wasn't so bad. They just needed to send a strong striking squad. The warriors might be strong, but they couldn't possibly resist an assault of 5 mid-high mages, right? After Gerald left the castle, he turned around and looked at it with narrowed eyes. George, Matthew, I will make all of them pay. Chapter 477, The Last Days. Rain poured down on the border between the Empress Cobra Zone and the Storm Eagle Zone. Several true half-stage warriors were stationed at this border. Usually, they were joking around, but today, they were not in the mood for jokes. 2 days ago, Gerald had made it public that they had declared war on the Thunder Kingdom. The reactions to these words were very mixed. Some of the people were happy that they could finally fight for their freedom, while others were scared and thought Duke Whirlwind to be a suicidal maniac. However, Gerald's following words had calmed down most of them. He had promised that King Thunder wouldn't get involved and that he had given his permission for the war. Additionally, neither the council nor he would get involved. The reason for this decision was their united love for the Thunder Kingdom. Both parties wanted the Thunder Kingdom to prosper, but they severely disagreed on the manner in which it should be run. To not destroy the entire Thunder Kingdom, it was decided to wage war in such a way. Sadly, this only transformed the certain doom into a highly likely one. What were they supposed to do against the Thunder Kingdom? They had over 300 high mages. Meanwhile, half of their true half-stage warriors didn't even undergo the procedure and couldn't even strengthen their bodies with peace hearts. While half of the warriors could fight mages on their level, the other half couldn't. This meant that they essentially only had 50 true half-stage warriors. 50 against 300. Today, an emissary of the Thunder Kingdom arrived at the border. It was an initial true mage cloth in the robes that symbolized that the person wearing them was a diplomat. The diplomat stopped a kilometer away from the border and took out a luxurious scroll with many seals. The traitor Duke Whirlwind has robbed the Thunder Kingdom of one of its territories and claimed it as his own. 2 days ago, the traitor Duke declared war on the very kingdom that he had called home for nearly 200 years. Every man, woman, or child that decides to support the unjustified revolution of Duke Whirlwind will be viewed as a traitor and will be put to death under the laws of the kingdom. The council orders the warriors to leave their stations and enter the Empress Cobra Zone. You will be subject to a mind read, and if you are found to be innocent, you will join the Thunder Kingdom without any punishment. In 2 days, the Thunder Kingdom will assault Duke Whirlwind's claimed territory with its full force. Anyone that has been found to support Duke Whirlwind will be seen as an enemy and put to death. You have 2 days to decide. The diplomat closed the scroll, put it away, and walked away again. His words had hit the warriors hard. It was one thing to know that they were going to war, but it was completely different when the kingdom they had once called home threatened them with execution. If anyone had still refused to believe that this was now their reality, the words of the diplomat now woke them up. The words of the diplomat had been augmented by magic, and they had been carried many kilometers into the distance. Thousands of normal citizens had heard the words, and it would be impossible to keep them hidden from the general public. The citizens fell into terror, while the warriors grew nervous. Citizens of the Storm Eagle Zone. Suddenly, Gerald's voice echoed throughout the Storm Eagle Zone. Anyone below the 4th realm is allowed to leave without being stopped. This is not your war, and I don't want you to suffer in this war. While the council believes that it is just to kill every man, woman, or child that merely lives in an enemy border, I am not of that belief. When we inevitably conquer the lands of the Thunder Kingdom, we will not raise everything to the ground. When we enter your new home, you are allowed to join us again. The Thunder Kingdom believes that we are weak, but they have not realized our true power. If I were not confident in winning, I wouldn't have declared this war. That was the last sentence Gerald said. In the following hours, the populace was split into. Many of them trusted their duke. The old people remembered how everything had been back in the good old days, and many younger people had seen how the world became worse and worse over time. However, the fear of losing one's life was terrifyingly powerful, and the other part of the populace wanted to run away immediately. There was no point in gambling with their lives. Fleeing to the Thunder Kingdom was the only correct choice because this was the only choice without a risk to their lives. A couple of hours later, the exodus happened. Thousands of citizens left the Storm Eagle Zone in panic and fear. The guards watched them leave with worried expressions. The very few mages that had been in the Storm Eagle Zone weren't amongst the people that left. They had already made up their mind to be here, and they would stay here. Surprisingly enough, there were also very few Commander Stage warriors that left. The reason for that was the power of the Commander Stage warriors. They were already powerful enough to wield the authoritarian claw of the council, and if they hadn't been protected by Duke Whirlwind, they would have probably already died on the front lines. They knew how their life in the Thunder Kingdom would look like if they decided to leave, and they were not interested in leading such a life. The number of general stage warriors that left was higher. They could still make a living in the Thunder Kingdom, and they didn't need to risk their lives on the front lines. As long as they didn't advance to the Commander Stage, everything would be fine, and they knew that. The amount of soldier stage warriors that left was terrifying. They were so new on their path to power that they could still convert to the mage path if they wanted. Not everyone had the talent to become a mage, but even if they couldn't, they could survive as stronger commoners at least. So many people dreamed of becoming powerful, but as soon as their actual life was on the line, living in mediocrity didn't seem so awful anymore. Only when morning arrived did the tide of immigrants stop. The Storm Eagle Zone had lost nearly 40% of its citizens. Shops were empty. The farmland was mostly empty. The Storm Eagle Zone looked even deader than previously. Several hours of silence and anxious calm passed. And then, a group of 5 true half-stage warriors fled. While the citizens were allowed to flee without repercussions, the same thing wasn't true for the true half-stage warriors. These 5 true half-stage warriors were now official enemies of the Storm Eagle Zone. In the evening, another group of 5 warriors fled. And early on the next morning, another 5 left. The Storm Eagle Zone was now only left with about 85 true half-stage warriors. And then, it was time. The Sith Thunder Kingdom striking squad had arrived. Chapter 478, Project Blackside. The warriors took a deep breath out of fear when they saw the force slowly approaching them. 5 mid-high mages and 10 early high mages. Nearly 40 of the 85 true half-stage warriors were at the initial true half-stage, essentially making them useless against this force. Another 40 were at the early true half-stage, but only about 10 of them had undergone the procedure. That left only 5 mid-true half-stage warriors, and only one of them had undergone the procedure. 15 people against 85 people. Yeah, this force of merely 15 people severely outclassed the 85 people. The mid-high mages would very quickly deal with the mid-true half-stage warriors, and then they would decimate the early true half-stage warriors. The 15 mages stopped around 2 kilometers away from the border. This is your last chance to join the winning side in this 5-minute war, one of the mid-high mages spoke. The warriors on the border felt terrified. If they didn't do anything now, they would all die. Many of the warriors looked at each other. They had decided to remain part of the Storm Eagle Zone, but when they saw Sith Thunder Kingdom's forces with their own eyes, their beliefs wavered. Silence. And then, one warrior began to flee. He was a single mid-true half-stage warrior that had undergone the procedure. He was the third strongest warrior in the world due to the procedure. Sadly, he couldn't enter the top 2 due to his mediocre path. The 2 strongest warriors were the Dean of the Warrior Academy, Mervin, and Duke Whirlwind's General. Both of them were at the mid-true half stage. Even though both of them hadn't undergone the procedure, their experience and powerful paths allowed them to triumph over the fleeing warrior. When the warriors saw such a powerful warrior leave without being stopped, they felt hope. Maybe they could flee too. And then, one warrior after the other fled. As soon as they arrived at the mages' side, their space rings were confiscated, and they were put into powerful handcuffs that blocked the usage of mana of any kind. The mages didn't take any chances when it came to these warriors. It was very possible that this was a blow to take the mages by surprise, and they wouldn't allow something like that to happen. Over the next couple of minutes, nearly 20 true half-stage warriors fled to the enemy side. The Storm Eagle Zone had only around 65 true half-stage warriors left. The Sith Thunder Kingdom had managed to reduce the Storm Eagle Zone's power by a third without even launching a single attack. When 10 minutes passed without someone leaving, it became clear that this was the point where the fleeing of the warriors ended. Everyone left in the Storm Eagle Zone was loyal and would fight with their lives on the line. Meanwhile, in an isolated building near the front line, 5 people were watching everything that happened with their spirit sense. This should be everyone, Gerald said with a dark expression. I wouldn't have expected for so many true half-stage warriors to leave. It doesn't matter, Shang said, wearing his helmet and armor. We've talked about this. The warriors that aren't willing to fight for their own future are worthless. If you want to live a good life, you have to fight for it. The council is trying to suppress the warriors, and the 35 warriors that have left are not willing to fight for their freedom. They have the power to fight but are too afraid to use it. At that moment, Shang's aura grew darker. And if they are not willing to fight for their futures are forfeit. Gerald sighed. It pains me to say it, but you're right. Then, he turned around and looked at the other 3 people in the room. Are you ready to go? Right now, Shang stood in the middle of the room, and he was surrounded by several magic circles. Vast quantities of mana surrounded him, and his armor was shining in multicolored light. 3 other people stood around him, and they were casting several spells on Shang. About 5 seconds later, all the light emanating from Shang's armor vanished, but it was replaced by something else. Red, gray, and black lines traveled across his armor and his helmet. It was almost like his armor had transformed into a volcano with several streams of magma flowing down from the top. We're ready to go, one of the mages said as he stepped away from Shang. Shang felt the heavy pressure suppressing him, but it wasn't nearly enough to slow him down in any way. Gerald looked at Shang's armor, and he felt the incredible complexity of the magic circles and the heavy pressure of the mana emanating from it. The sight was amazing and terrifying. After so many years, the information Shang had brought back from the Grand Mountain Kingdom was finally put to use. Shang had been the victim of months of experimentation, and the knowledge he had gained from that experience was now increasing his power. Project Primal Assault was what the Grand Mountain Kingdom had called it. They had put several augmenting spells on Shang's body back then to push his power far beyond its usual limitations. However, this project had still been in its early stages, and it had been developed by a couple of true mages. After having access to this information for decades, the 3 high mages of the Storm Eagle Zone and Gerald had transformed it into something far more advanced. Instead of putting the spells directly onto Shang's body, Gerald had designed an armor that could do it for him. This was not a duel. This was a war. And in war, no one fought alone. If Shang were alone, the force of the Sith Thunder Kingdom could be enough to kill him. But he wasn't alone. He had 4 powerful high mages and decades worth of research on his side. All 4 of these high mages had put thousands of hours of their time into increasing Shang's power as much as possible for this very day. This was the power of having strong allies. Good, Gerald said with a malicious grin. His revenge was finally here. George. Matthew. It was finally time to take revenge. Then let them see the power of Project Blackside. Chapter 479, Executioner. The atmosphere at the border tense. The warriors looked with determined but worried eyes at the enemy, while the mages looked with calm and cold eyes at the warriors. The pressure in the surroundings was intense. Suddenly, everyone looked over at the wall. Gerald slowly landed on the wall with a cold expression. At that moment, the warriors grew hopeful as the mages grew worried. Duke Whirlwind, according to the proposal you have given, you are not allowed to interfere in the war, the leading mid-high mage said. The mid-high mage was more than worried when he saw Duke Whirlwind. He knew that Gerald could tear their entire force to pieces on his own. Gerald calmly looked at the mages. Then, he started hovering again and stopped in front of the wall. Lastly, he turned to the warriors. Warriors of the Storm Eagle Zone, he proclaimed. Today, you have shown that you are willing to fight for a brighter future for yourselves. In front of a seemingly overpowering force, you have not capitulated, and you have held steadfast. You are willing to risk your lives so that you and your descendants might live in greener lands with a brighter tomorrow. For that, you have my eternal gratitude and my respect. Gerald bowed politely to the true half-stage warriors on the walls. After that speech, the true half-stage warriors grew more confident. Their leader didn't seem worried, and that gave them hope. Your willingness to fight for a brighter tomorrow is everything I need. I don't need you to actually fight this battle. Today, none of you will die. When the warriors heard that, their jaws nearly hit the floor. They didn't need to fight. But how? What? Duke Whirlwind, the leading mid-high mage said with a threatening tone as he summoned a communication crystal. The main council and the secondary council are ready to work together to kill you if you join this war. Gerald scoffed as he turned to the mages. I don't need to join this war to win, he said with confidence. The mages only furrowed their brows, but they also grew worried. The council's obsession with protecting the prosperity of the mage path has blinded them to the strengths of other paths. Is a mage more powerful than a warrior? Possibly. Is a warrior more powerful than a mage? Could be, but not on the average yet. Can I conquer the Sith Thunder Kingdom with 100 true half-stage warriors? No. Can I conquer the Sith Thunder Kingdom with 100 high mages? Maybe. Then, Gerald smirked in disdain. Can I conquer the Sith Thunder Kingdom with a single warrior and 3 high mages? Easily. Everyone was shocked when they heard Gerald's words. What was he talking about? How could 4 people compare to 100? The council is blind to the true potential of the warriors. A warrior isn't at their strongest when they fight a mage. No, they are at their strongest when they fight with a mage. Counsword, it is time. Counsword. All of these warriors were over 80 years old, and they had heard of Counsword. Counsword was still alive. The mages furrowed their brows. They had heard of Counsword in the past, but that was decades ago. Ever since then, this elusive warrior had never shown themselves again. From what they remembered, Counsword was also one of the reasons why the warriors' star map even existed. A couple of seconds of silence passed. Krieg. Then, the gigantic gates of the castle opened, and everyone looked over. And when they saw him open the gates, their eyes widened. How had they not felt this person with their spirit senses? They could see him with their eyes, but they couldn't see him with their spirit senses. It was almost like this person wasn't real. Shang's heavy and metallic footsteps echoed throughout the surroundings as he slowly walked through the gate. But when the warriors and mages saw him, they were surprised. Initial true path stage. However, for some reason, they also felt that he was dangerous. But he was only at the initial true path stage. Shang's appearance was completely hidden behind his heavy set of black armor, making him appear like he wasn't even human. It was like he was a walking piece of metal. It was like he was a demon. Eventually, Shang stopped in front of the wall as the gates closed behind him. Gerald landed back on the wall and only watched with a malicious smirk. It was time for revenge. Shang slowly looked at the leader of the mages, and he slowly drew his sword. Right now, he was in his longsword state since Project Blackside was designed to be used in this state. Of course, Shang was going to use his darkness element, but that didn't matter. He knew that he would need to be careful in the outside world, but in the Five Kingdoms, it didn't matter what kind of affinity he presented himself with. Today, he would show them what it meant for a mage to find someone that specialized in killing mages. Shang slowly lowered his sword. It seemed like time was at a standstill. The mages went into formation and prepared themselves for a battle. And then, it began. Shang. Shang vanished. The black streak was left behind. Several explosions echoed throughout the surroundings in such quick succession that it almost sounded like a singular explosion. The eyes of the mages opened in shock and horror. They slowly turned around. The black figure of Consort stood behind their leader. And he held their leader's head in his left hand. But what about his mana shield? He had activated his mana shield. He couldn't have destroyed the mana shield in so little time. Everything fell into a terrified and shocked silence. Gerald gritted his teeth as fury appeared in his eyes. He could finally vent all his hatred. Gerald was not here to fight his enemies to the death. No, he was here to execute them. And Shang was his executioner. It was finally time. This was not going to be a war. This was going to be a one-sided slaughter. Chapter 480, Terror. An instant after Shang had killed the leader, he extended his arms to the side. The surrounding kilometer was consumed by darkness. Inside his armor, Shang's body had already shriveled to a terrifying degree, but a mere instant later, blood blue water came out of his armor, and it immediately got absorbed by his body. Shang's body regenerated in an instant. At the same time, a great cloud of pure mana came out of his helmet and drilled itself into Shang's head, forcefully refilling the mana he had wasted by using shock. In the isolated building a couple of kilometers away, two mages furrowed their brows. One of them was channeling healing water into a magic circle, while another one was channeling grey mana. Consort had just used up a terrifying amount of life energy. If they hadn't been informed by Gerald prior to this, they would have been shocked. Shang. Several mages used modest steps as they escaped from the pitch black domain. In the next instant, they saw the black domain vibrate as streaks of aggressive black shot out of it and flew in random directions. The mages were in horror, and they readied all their spells. Then, they immediately unleashed them at the black domain. The black domain was immediately destroyed, and the darkness vanished. But what they saw only left a cold feeling of terror in their hearts. Where the black domain had once been were now the scattered body pieces of 3 additional mages. Inside the building, the mages were pouring in healing water and mana like crazy. Bang, 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 crack. A cacophony of rapid explosions echoed through the surroundings again, and the mages looked over to see another one of their squad getting cut into pieces. Shang. The black streak appeared again. Bang. Another mage died. At that moment, the mages' terror reached new heights. 5 of them dropped everything and used mana deceptively. The other 5 launched spells in panic at the horrifying black figure. Yeah, the figure was just too fast. Even worse, they couldn't even follow it with their spirit sense. Another black streak appeared, but this one led away from the mages. Silence. An instant later, the mages that were still willing to put up a fight felt one of their fleeing colleagues' life vanish, replaced by scattered body pieces. Then, another one. One more. The last 2 managed to leave the area of the remaining mages' spirit senses. Silence. Horrifying, terrible silence. In the isolated building, the 3 mages furrowed their brows. He left our area of effect, one of them said. 2 seconds of worried silence passed. Then, the magic circles revealed the connection to Shang, and the 2 mages immediately put more mana and healing water into the circle. Shang had lost quite a bit of life energy and mana, but it was still manageable. At that moment, the mages on the front lines felt more black streaks being left behind in their spirit sense, and they were rapidly advancing towards them. I surrender, one of the mages shouted in terror as he threw his focus to the side and fell to his knees. One of the other mages exploded in anger when she saw that and unleashed her prepared spells directly at the mage that had surrendered. The surrendering mage had deactivated his mana shield as proof of his surrender, and if the spells hit him, he would die. Suddenly, all the spells the mage had unleashed vanished as the black figure appeared between her and the other mage. At the same time, the mages in the isolated building had to pour even more healing water into the magic circle. The area around Consort had transformed into a land of death. Earth, air, water, light, darkness, everything around him vanished. Then, another black streak appeared. The mage that had just unleashed her spells died in an instant. I surrender, another mage shouted in terror as she fell back in tremendous fear. I surrender, a third one shouted as he fell to the ground and cradled his head in his arms. A dash. Bang. The mage that hadn't surrendered was killed by Shang before she could. Silence. There were only 3 cowering mages left. The 12 other mages had died. The battle hadn't even taken 10 seconds. The warriors looked with shock at the area in front of them. They couldn't believe that this was reality. This was a force that would have killed all of them. Yeah, only a single warrior had killed them faster than even Duke Whirlwind probably could have. This hadn't even been a battle. This had been a one-sided execution. At this moment, only a single thought went through all the warriors' minds. This was true power. This was the true power of a warrior. Right now, Consort had stopped near the 3 cowering mages. He had stopped his assault, and he only stood there motionlessly. It was almost like he had turned into a statue. Then, he slowly turned his head and looked at Duke Whirlwind, who was still up on the wall. Everyone else also looked over. They knew what this meant. Consort was asking for orders on how to deal with the 3 mages that had surrendered. Only a cold and apathetic light was visible in Gerald's eyes. If we hadn't had the power to protect ourselves, you 3 would have been more than happy to slaughter thousands of my people, he spoke coldly. Only when you witnessed true power did you decide to turn back. Remember this for your next lives. At that moment, the 3 mages' eyes showed pure terror. When you live by the sword, you die by the sword. Shang turned to the 3 mages. Their eyes opened in horror, and they fell back. They were in such a panic that they couldn't even formulate any spells. Shang readied his sword. The mages screamed and screeched in absolute terror. No, please dash. I'm SOR dash. I didn't dash. And their screams stopped abruptly one by one. The warriors on the walls and the cuffed warriors in front of the walls took in deep and terrifying breaths. Consort stood in front of the corpses, his armor and sword covered in blood. Then, he turned to the cuffed warriors that had fled the battle before it began. The warriors' faces widened in terror. He wouldn't kill them, right? They were warriors. They were part of the Storm Eagle Zone. They were Duke Whirlwind's people. The warriors looked with horror at Duke Whirlwind, but Duke Whirlwind only looked at them with disgust and apathy. Powerful people that are not willing to risk their lives for a brighter future are a disease to my kingdom. If you are not willing to risk your lives for a brighter future, you do not deserve a future. The cuffed warriors froze in terror. Then, they looked at Consort. Consort slowly lifted his sword. Screams. Terrified screams. Yeah, they all ended abruptly. 3 seconds later, Consort stopped in front of the wall again. Gerald was watching the corpses with a burning fury visible in his eyes. He gritted his teeth as his entire face tensed into a grimace of absolute fury and hatred. I will kill everyone that is responsible for your deaths, George, Matthew. I'll kill them all. Chapter 481, Reign of Arrows. Silence. The reactions of the warriors were mixed. On one hand, they were happy that they had such a powerful warrior on their side. But on the other hand, they felt a cold shiver when Gerald had ordered the execution of not only the surrendering mages but even the warriors. These warriors had been their comrades just 1 hour ago. Nearly everyone knew each other, and now, these warriors had died. Yes, they had fled to the enemy, but their lives had been on the line. Staying here would have seemed like a death sentence. But a good portion of the warriors also felt vindicated. These traitorous warriors had been willing to leave their former companions to fight for themselves. They deserved death. Up on the walls, Mervyn glanced at Shang with a smile, but when he looked at Gerald, his expression turned to concern. He had never seen Gerald this angry and cold before. The enemy's forces have been eradicated, Gerald proclaimed as he turned to the warriors again. Now that they have been weakened, it is time to claim what is ours. Today, we will take back the Emperor's Covert Zone, Gerald shouted with a heroic voice. And to achieve victory, I have something for each and every one of you. At that point, 65 books appeared above Gerald, and each book hovered over to one of the warriors. The warriors looked with surprise at the books, and they opened them. A couple of seconds of silence passed, after which the warriors exclaimed in shock. This was possible. This was the last present of the first team of the Warrior Academy, my dear friend George, Gerald announced. He has created this technique, but it hadn't been completely finished. I have finished it in the last decades, and now, it's time to take revenge for him. At that moment, something appeared beside Gerald, and he grabbed it. It was George's spear. Some of the warriors recognized the spear. After all, George had been a legend to all of them. 60 years ago, there had been only a single true half-stage warrior, and every warrior knew about him. All of the true past stage warriors standing in front of Gerald were over 100 years old, and they all remembered George's legend. For too long have I needed to keep the true cause of his death a secret, but now I can finally tell you all. After that, Gerald recounted George's last moments inside the Emperor's Cobra Zone, and he didn't hide the truth. He told all of them about the ugly reality that was George's death. The warriors grew furious when they heard that, and their eyes narrowed. They could accept that George had lost to a high mage in a fight, but they couldn't accept the despicable manner in which he actually died. Learn the weapon flying technique. You have an hour, Gerald ordered. The warriors immediately opened the books again and read through them. The concepts weren't easy to grasp, but all of the present warriors were experienced true past stage warriors. Comprehending the technique in an hour was possible for them. Gerald had kept the weapon flying technique hidden until now, specifically because he knew that some warriors would flee to the enemy. If the Thunder Kingdom performed mind reads on the warriors, they would know about the technique. In fact, none of the warriors had known anything about their battle plan until now for exactly this reason. While the warriors were comprehending the technique in silence, Gerald assigned new positions. After all, many powerful warriors with illustrious positions had left. The two most powerful warriors, Mervin and the general of Gerald's army, would command half of the army each. Originally, Mervin was not in a leadership position since he wasn't interested, but since the most powerful warrior had left, he now had to step up. The general of Gerald's army was the very officer that had protected Shang during his first day of chaos. His name was Brove. Below Brove and Mervin were all 63 true past stage warriors, and there was no squad leader or something like that. They would all directly follow the commands of Brove and Mervin. If necessary, the two of them could name temporary squad leaders for missions. Shang received a separate role. His authority would be on the same level as Gerald's, but he wouldn't control the army under normal circumstances. He would leave everything for Mervin and Brove, but he could take control if he wanted to. The three high mages also left their isolated building and joined Shang. Without the magic circles, they couldn't refill Shang's life energy and mana, but they could still keep the augmenting spells on him active. The three mages received authority above the normal true past stage warriors but below Mervin and Brove, but that also wasn't really important. The three mages would follow Shang most of the time. About an hour later, all the warriors had comprehended the weapon flying technique, and they were ready to go. Gerald handed out additional communication crystals to everyone, which would replace their old ones. The soldiers could contact Mervin and Brove, while Mervin and Brove could contact the soldiers, Gerald, and Shang. Shang could contact everyone. Mervin and Brove left 15 of the weaker but more experienced warriors in the Stormveil zone in case something happened. The others would join the assault. At that moment, Shang left towards the northeast with the three mages following him. He was traveling at barely 100 kilometers per hour, which was slow enough for the mages to follow him without needing to use mana step. They kept the augmenting spells on Shang active all the time in case there was an emergency somewhere. If Shang left their location, his augmenting spells would be able to keep running on their own for a bit more than 5 minutes. That would give him enough time to reach any place inside the Emperor's Cobra Zone. Of course, Shang wasn't planning on attacking anything right now. He was only here in case something went wrong. While Shang and the mages traveled toward the northeast, the warriors all jumped on their weapons. Due to their terrifying fighting instincts, they very quickly got used to keeping their balance while their weapons were flying around below them. Flying like this cost some mana, but they could keep flying for several hours without any issues. Mervin and Brove flew in front of their respective units. Then, they gave the order to charge. Shang, Shang, Shang. 50 warriors shot into the sky, past a layer of clouds above the Emperor's Cobra Zone. Everything in the Emperor's Cobra Zone seemed as peaceful as always. Yet, no one had any idea that a proverbial rain of arrows had just been launched at the Emperor's Cobra Zone. Chapter 482, Swamp Lake City. Swamp Lake City was the biggest city in the Emperor's Cobra Zone. There was already a heavy cloud of fear above the city since the war between the Sith Thunder Kingdom and the Stormveil Zone started today. But the citizens were somewhat confident that the forces of the Sith Thunder Kingdom would stop the traitors Duke Whirlwind. There were 3 high mages inside the city today just to make sure that no leftover warriors from the Stormveil Zone damaged the city. Of course, the high mages weren't very powerful. There was one early high mage and 2 initial high mages. One had to remember that the force that had attacked the Stormveil Zone represented some of the most powerful high mages in the entire kingdom. A mere defensive force of a random city couldn't compare, even if the force had been strengthened. The high mages were talking to each other by their spirit senses, and they were making bets on how long the Stormveil Zone could hold out. These mages were used to dangerous situations, and this bit of danger today wasn't something that faced them. Suddenly, all the mages looked at the sky, and their eyes widened in terror. Just now, they had felt over 20 true past stage warriors falling toward the city at incredible speeds. They almost couldn't believe what they saw with their spirit senses. The mages immediately communicated with each other. What were they supposed to do? They could deal with some warriors, but not with over 20. In just an instant, there were 3 different opinions from 3 different mages. Flee. Surrender. Fight to the death. The mages immediately fell into a heated argument. Luckily, communication by spirit sense was several times faster than communicating with words. I don't care what you decide. I'm out of here. And then, the only early high mage fled towards the north. Since the mages could see the warriors could also see the mages, and they saw that one of them had fled. Over 10 of the warriors stepped on their weapons again. Until now, they had been in a free fall. Their weapons used the force of the fall and redirected it towards the side, making them shoot after the mage. The other 2 mages watched the strongest of them leave with horror. The early high mage had a chance to flee, but they didn't. As soon as they saw him flee, they agreed. Surrender. They jumped down from the walls, deactivated their mana shields, and fell to their knees, their hands held up in a surrendering fashion. The few true mages that were in the city watched all of this with confusion. What was going on? And then, the warriors arrived. Boom. 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 Their heavy bodies landed outside the city, leaving humongous craters behind. A true past stage warrior could survive such an insanely fast fall without any issues. The true mages and citizens looked with horror at the warriors that had transformed the outside beyond the walls into craters. Their fighting spirit immediately left them. Several warriors landed around the high mages, but they didn't attack them. Instead, they pointed their weapons at them in a threatening manner. The high mages didn't dare to move. The other warriors entered the city, killed everyone that resisted, calmed down the populace, and assumed control. Obviously, the citizens were in a panic, but the warriors kept shouting that everyone that stayed where they were without attacking anyone would be fine. Of course, a couple of citizens still fled in panic, but the warriors killed them. Orders had to be followed. It didn't matter who fled. If someone fled, they were put to death. Eventually, the city fell into a terrified silence. Over 100 people died when they tried to flee, scaring the remaining citizens into compliance. It seemed cruel, but this decisiveness and cruelty actually saved more people than it cost. One had to remember that this was the Emperor's Cobra Zone. If everyone that tried to flee were allowed to flee, the remaining people would realize that they could also flee and would follow. Eventually, probably over 50% of people would have fled. Right into the deadly swamps of the Emperor's Cobra Zone. Just a random pest cat could kill hundreds of normal citizens. The Emperor's Cobra Zone was deadly for normal people, and they could only live inside the settlements. A couple of minutes later, an additional group of 10 warriors returned to the city. This was the group that had gone after the early high mage, and they had returned after killing him. A high mage could move at incredible speeds in short bursts, but that consumed a crazy amount of mana. In a long chase, the high mage would be fought by a warrior. If necessary, warriors could move at their full speed for hours on end. During these minutes, the mage had reached the border of the adamantine behemoth zone, but he was very quickly killed after that. There were no guards between these zones since they all belonged to the same duke. Most of the warriors in the second group joined the warriors in the city, while Mervin, who had been in the group, went over to the high mages. The high mages realized that this warrior was more powerful than them, and they knew that he had to be the leader of this terrifying force of true past stage warriors. One of the warriors reported everything that had happened to Mervin, and he nodded with a smile, giving his thanks. He walked over to the mages. You can stand up, he said with a polite voice. The 2 mages looked at each other with nervous eyes and complied. Mervin smiled and nodded. Good. Our policy for every high mage of the Sith Thunder Kingdom that didn't resist our advance will now take effect. Both of you will undergo a mind read performed by Duke Whirlwind personally. He will then decide what to do with you. The 2 mages looked nervously at Mervin. Obviously, they were scared of having all their dirty secrets brought to light. You will do no such thing. At that moment, everyone turned to a seemingly empty spot when they heard the voice of a woman echo throughout their minds. An instant later, the space on the spot warped, and someone stepped out. It was a younger woman with long blue hair and blue robes. Beside her was a focus with 4 amplifiers, representing a truly powerful high mage. When the warriors felt the power of this new mage, they had to take in a deep, terrified breath. They immediately knew who that was. Just now, the warriors had taken control over the entire city, but with the appearance of only one person, the control had been completely taken away from them again. I am willing to talk with Gerald about joining this kingdom with every mage serving me, but I will not allow the minds of my people to be read, she said with a strict voice. Her aura engulfed the entire city. If she willed it, all the warriors would be turned to corpses in less than 30 seconds. She had that power. After all, she was a late high mage. While the warriors looked with terror at the high mage, Mervyn only held his full-edged smile. Duke Torrent, we've been expecting you, Mervyn spoke politely. Chapter 483, Offer. Duke Torrent wasn't surprised when Mervyn said that they had expected her. She was the ruler over these surrounding zones, and it would be foolish not to expect her to appear in one of them. But Duke Torrent wasn't very worried about their preparations. After all, she hadn't come here to fight but to negotiate. I want to speak with Gerald, Duke Torrent demanded. I am willing to sign a contract that binds me to his side, but I am not willing to undergo a mind read. Mervyn only continued smiling politely. Please wait a moment. Mervyn took out a communication crystal and activated it. In comparison to the normal communication crystals, this one directly connected to someone's spirit sense, making it impossible for anyone in the vicinity to overhear the conversation. Mervyn contacted Gerald and reported everything to him. A couple of seconds later, Mervyn put the communication crystal away again. I'm sorry, but Duke Whirlwind will not be directly negotiating with you. Duke Torrent's eyes narrowed. She was a late high mage, and if she so chose to, she could lay waste to every single person here. This was obviously a sign of disrespect from Gerald. I will, the dark voice spoke from behind Duke Torrent. Duke Torrent's eyes opened widely, and she blinked away with a modest step. Then, she looked back and noticed that a black figure was standing at the spot where she had just been. Right now, the black figure was looking at Duke Torrent, but she couldn't actually see the person behind the armor. This made her feel like she wasn't actually meeting cases with a human but with some sort of otherworldly machine. She took a deep breath as she looked at the black figure. I presume your word equals Gerald's word, Counsword, she asked. Shang wasn't surprised that she already knew about him. The council obviously had some sort of inkling what had happened during the battle. They probably already knew about Shang's power and his identity. It is, Shang answered slowly, and I assume you are here under orders of the council. Partially, Duke Torrent said. Originally, my orders were supposed to be to gauge your power, give feedback to the council, and then assault you with a force powerful enough to kill you. However, I'm not as blind as the council. I know Gerald, and I know that he wouldn't have declared this war if he wasn't confident in claiming victory. I've known him for a long time. If Gerald is confident in his chances with the mere forces he has right now, his chances will skyrocket even more if he has my assistance. I don't know if he can win against the council in a direct battle, but I am powerful enough to distract one of them during the battle, giving him an edge. There is no reason for me to stay at the council's side. I know who is going to win this war, and it isn't the council. Duke Torrent spoke emotionlessly. I have 24 high mages loyal to me, and I will bring them with me. Shang looked at Duke Torrent for a while longer. And what are your demands for such grand help? Duke Torrent wasn't sure if Shang was sarcastic or not. I am willing to sign a magical contract with Gerald with our lives on the line. I will follow all of Gerald's orders without question as long as they are not obviously meant to severely injure or kill me for the next 50 years. I will also hand over all the command of my forces to him and anyone he deems fit to command them. If I break the contract, I will die. In return, neither I nor any of my high mages will undergo mind read, torture, or interrogation by the orders of Gerald, you, or whoever commands your armies. If Gerald breaks this contract, his life will also be forfeit. Of course, he is free to read through the contract to verify what I just said. These are my demands. These terms were actually pretty good. Gerald would gain a late high mage and 24 additional high mages for basically nothing. He simply wasn't allowed to dig into their pasts. A proper magical contract couldn't just be messed with or broken. This was something created and enforced by two willing parties, and both parties had enough experience to write solid contracts without loopholes. What Duke Torrent had said only counted as the basics of the contract. Obviously, there would be clauses regarding confidentiality of information and similar things. At that point, it wouldn't even be necessary to read anyone's mind to ascertain their loyalty. After all, they would be bound by the contract. If winning the war was the main goal, this offer would have zero downsides and many upsides. It was purely beneficial. So, you don't want to be persecuted for anything you have done or ordered in the past, is that correct? Shang asked. This is how war works, Counsword, Duke Torrent said. I know that my offer is more than acceptable, and I know what I can ask for. And if I refuse? Shang asked. Duke Torrent wasn't faced by the question. Even if you somehow got the power to kill me, you wouldn't be able to stop me from leaving or killing several of your warriors. You might be powerful, but I am confident in my speed. I will be able to flee after taking a good chunk of your warriors with me, and then we'll see what happens from there. What will it be? By now, the nervousness of the warriors had returned again. Counsword might be able to rival the Duke, but they couldn't. Any stray spell from such a powerful high mage would kill them in one hit. In a way, Duke Torrent currently had about 20 true half-stage warriors American civil hostages while negotiating with Shang. Additionally, her offer was amazing. They would gain so much power by simply not investigating the past of all the mages and the Duke. Depending on the power of the high mages, this could result in doubling the effective power of the Storm Eagle Zone, and that didn't even include Duke Torrent herself. Counsword acted as a representative of Duke Whirlwind. Therefore, he had to act according to Duke Whirlwind's priorities. Duke Whirlwind would never refuse such an offer. Right. Chapter 484, Counteroffer. Shang only looked at the distant Duke Torrent. For winning the war, it would be stupid not to accept your offer. However, accepting your offer would nullify half of the reason why this war even started in the first place. Duke Torrent narrowed her eyes. She definitely didn't like what she was hearing. We want the warriors to finally have a place where they can thrive, but that is only half of the reason. Duke Whirlwind is a human just like all of us, and as a human, he has his own desires. Shang slowly took out his sword. And his greatest desire right now is revenge. Duke Torrent immediately started to cast several spells. She had never expected that they would refuse her offer, but she was still ready to act. The warriors felt like their end had arrived. They would die to Duke Torrent today. However, Shang wasn't worried. He couldn't receive any healing or mana right now, but all his augmenting spells were still active. His speed, power, defense, thinking speed, perception, regeneration rate, life energy storage, and mana storage were still boosted. Fighting against an average late high mage would very likely result in Shang's death normally, but this was not the case with the current Shang. As soon as Shang readied his sword, his surroundings started to distort and transform. The air, water, and earth around him started to fall into pieces and transform into pure mana. All of this took a while to describe, but Shang had actually already shot forward as soon as all of this happened. Shang released shock, but this time, there was no black streak. Shang had activated his domain of entropy, and he generally only used that during one situation. In an instant, Shang arrived in front of Duke Torrent. His speed was far faster than Duke Torrent had anticipated. Nevertheless, she had already readied one of her personal spells. Water drops gathered around her body, and an instant later, green wind surrounded them. Bang. The water droplets exploded outward at speeds that could only be achieved by using a concept from the wind element. SSHH. Yeah, the droplets between Shang and Duke Torrent vanished as soon as they reached Shang. Below Shang's armor, his body began to deteriorate. Then, Shang slashed forward. Sword was already burning with black fire. Shang was using silence from the get-go. Shang couldn't allow Duke Torrent to kill any of the warriors here, which meant that Shang had to kill her in an instant. Duke Torrent's eyes widened when she saw that her spell had failed. How? Bang, 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 bang. 5 rapid explosions occurred around her, and her mind briefly stopped as she felt over 40% of her entire mana vanish. How was it possible for an initial true half-stage warrior to unleash such devastating power? She immediately activated Mana Step, but the mana that left her body to create the spell also vanished in an instant. She couldn't comprehend what was happening right now. Shang unleashed another 5 attacks, and Duke Torrent fell into a panic. She used several Mana Steps in quick succession. Whatever was stopping her from unleashing Mana Step must have some sort of limit or cost associated with it. Bang. At that moment, Duke Torrent left with an explosion. By using so many Mana Steps, she had created a humongous Mana Step that took her over 5 kilometers away. Shang had not interfered this time. Shang's body had already atrophied to a horrifying degree, and his skin had already vanished below the armor. If he stopped this many Mana Steps, he might not be able to continue fighting. Duke Torrent had moved so far away that she couldn't feel Shang anymore, but Shang could still feel her due to his gigantic spirit sense. Shang readied his sword, which had turned into a short sword by now. Shang. Shock. Shang released 3 shocks and arrived in front of Duke Torrent in less than a second. Duke Torrent had been prepared to flee, and her focus had already readied another spell. A powerful beam of concentrated water supported by the sharpness and speed of wind shot directly at Shang. Shang released his last shot to arrive behind Duke Torrent, making her spell miss. Bang, 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 bang. Then, Shang released anger as he deactivated his domain of entropy. Crack. The 6th attack destroyed Duke Torrent's mana shield, and Shang immediately slashed her focus to the side, turning it into fragments. Duke Torrent could only look with horrified eyes at Shang. She couldn't accept reality at this moment. Shang dropped his sword and lunged forward. His body barreled over Duke Torrent, throwing both of them to the ground. Shang was above her, and his right arm was gripping her throat tightly. At that moment, Duke Torrent felt a powerful force come from Shang's right hand, and she felt her body atrophy as her life energy was siphoned out of her. She tried to screech in terror, but Shang's grip on her throat made it impossible. She could only look with terrified eyes at the image in front of her eyes. Since Shang's domain of entropy had destroyed his skin, blood was now seeping out from all the little holes and crevices of his armor. Even the eyeballs of his armor were leaking blood onto Duke Torrent's body below him. Duke Torrent had never been this terrified before. To her, it felt like an eternity had passed. She felt herself vanishing. She felt like she was being eaten by some kind of demon. Her death was so close. And then, the absorbing force receded and vanished. Yet, the grip on Duke Torrent's throat was still tight, stopping her from saying anything else. For several agonizing seconds, the terrified Duke Torrent only looked at the bleeding eyeballs of the black armor above her. Then, more seconds passed. This moment so close to death but not actually dying was agonizing for Duke Torrent. The uncertainty. If Count Sword wanted to kill her, he could have killed her already. But he hadn't killed her. Your death is certain, the black armor above Duke Torrent spoke in a cold and raspy voice. She couldn't react to these words. She was just in too much horror. But the manner in which you die in the fate of your loved ones is not certain. By now, Duke Torrent could process some of these words, and these words terrified her. At that moment, two light footsteps echoed throughout the swamp around them. Duke Torrent's spirit sense was still working, and she saw what had just happened. Duke Whirlwind had just landed beside the two of them, and he was looking at her with the coldest eyes she had ever seen in her life. For several seconds, he only looked apathetically into Duke Torrent's terrified eyes. Sophia, Brisson, Carrington, Lucia. Duke Torrent's terror reached even greater heights. Duke Whirlwind had just recited all the names of her family and friends. Will you let your crimes be their crimes? Gerald slowly asked. Will you accept death for your punishment, or will you force yourself and all your loved ones into a fate worse than death? Will you let me read your mind and die with dignity, or do you want to doom your family and friends into an eternity of torture and suffering? Gerald only looked with unending apathy at Duke Torrent. Which will it be? I'm not above killing innocent people anymore. That mindset died together with my son. Chapter 485, Valuable Information. Gerald waited for half a minute before putting his hand on Duke Torrent's head. He attempted to read her mind, and he succeeded. For the next 5 minutes, Gerald only remained silent with his hand on Duke Torrent's head. Then, he pulled it back. You offered me valuable information, Gerald said coldly. Then, something appeared in his hands. It was George's spear. Gerald put the spear to Duke Torrent's head while tears rolled down the sides of her head. She knew that she would die. She didn't want to die. But, at least. You don't need to worry, Gerald said. Your loved ones will soon join you. At that moment, Duke Torrent's eyes widened in horror. Crack. The spear pierced through her head, killing her instantly. Shang let go of the corpse's neck, and his head turned to Gerald. A lie, Gerald said with a sigh. I don't plan on doing anything to her loved ones. I just wanted her last thoughts to be as horrible as possible. Shang nodded and slowly stood up. What did you find out? I know now who is responsible for George's and Matthew's deaths, Gerald said. Shang's eyes shone below the bloody armor. The council made the decision for both, just as expected. They ordered Duke Torrent to get rid of both of them. I'm not surprised that you refused to mind read this fervently. Duke Torrent gave the specific orders to two different high mages. The one that killed George is called Raleigh, and the one that killed Matthew is called Ogma. Both of them are part of Duke Torrent's people. Raleigh is currently guarding the main city of the Deepwater Shark Zone, and Ogma is in the Northern Ice Wyvern Zone. With Duke Torrent's death, we killed the middleman. Now, we only need to kill the two agents and the council. After that, our revenge will be complete. Shang nodded. He could finally put a name to the person that killed George. Should I deal with them right now? Shang asked. Gerald nodded. When they hear of Duke Torrent's death, they will immediately flee. We can't waste any time. At that moment, Gerald threw George's spear to Shang, who caught it. George deserves his revenge. You should take out Raleigh as quickly as possible. After that, Gerald transmitted a description of Raleigh to Shang. Before you leave, I have something else, Gerald said. Is it about the thing we feared? Shang asked. Gerald nodded. It is as we thought, but we were already prepared for that eventuality, Gerald said. Susan has already heard about your power, and she realized that she can't muster enough power to kill you without the council interfering. Most of the dukes are at crucial positions on the front line, and if she moves even one of them, the Magic Fury Kingdom will launch a devastating offensive. She is fighting a war on 3 fronts, and losing one of them means her death. Because of that, she decided to forsake her bright future and become an archmage immediately. Shang nodded. They had expected such a development. How long? He asked. It will take her 3 months, which is shorter than expected, Gerald said. I expected 6 to 12 months, but 3 months should also be enough. We have to achieve victory within 3 months, or we will have to face an archmage, and we both know that I'm not powerful enough to fight against Susan while she is an archmage. Gerald looked deeply at Shang. Surprisingly, even in Gerald's current state of mind, Shang could still see genuine concern in his eyes. This is your last chance to back out, Gerald said. I can directly assault the council personally, and I have a chance at victory. The only reason why. You are part of the plan is to save me from that danger. However, if Susan reaches the archmage realm, you know what you would need to do. If you were to flee the 5 kingdoms right now, she wouldn't be able to find you, and I would assault the council. But if you stay here, we have to win within 3 months, and if we can't win in that time frame, you have to sacrifice something. Shang took a deep breath. If Susan reached the archmage realm, Shang would need to unleash entropy and sacrifice something. It was a risk. Shang could directly flee without any risk, or he could risk part of himself to help Gerald. 3 months. That was all the time they had. I'll remain, Shang said. It's not only you that wants revenge, but me as well. Not only because of what happened to all the people I know, but also because of myself. The council has suppressed me as well, and I don't like being suppressed. Gerald managed a weak smile. Then, we are in this together. Shang nodded. We are. For several seconds, none of the two said anything. Then, I will proceed with the next step, Gerald said. Shang nodded. I hope it works. It will, Gerald said with cold confidence. I've been in this political game for far too long, and I know how everyone acts. Not everyone is like the council, and not everyone supports what they do. There are still a few powerful high mages out there that don't want to see the warriors being suppressed. Right now, they are afraid of joining since they believe that we will lose. But things will change very quickly when we are in a favorable position. Sometimes, when someone's life is on the line, they don't decide to fight back but decide to fall in front of you with their belly up. Shang nodded again. I hope so. Gerald nodded back and took to the skies. Shang cleaned up his bloody armor and ran back to the city. By now, his spells had worn off, and he needed them renewed. Shang carried George's spear in his hand as he traveled to the 3 high mages. At that moment, Shang looked towards the northeast with a shining eye. You will get another portion of your revenge in just a couple of minutes. George's spear didn't answer. Chapter 486, Raleigh and Ogma. Shang and the mages traveled to the northeast for several minutes. The Deepwater Shark Zone was adjacent to the Empress Cobra Zone, and it was also the place where Duke Torrent's mansion was. Of course, most of her belongings were in her space ring, which Gerald had taken. There wasn't a lot of stuff in her mansion. When they arrived at the Deepwater Shark Zone, they saw gigantically, nearly 100 kilometers wide. The city Shang was looking for was in the north of that zone. Shang got his spells renewed once again and took to the sky. For today, he would use George's spear to fly. Shang traveled high into the sky and stopped above the city. From such a height, no one would be able to see Shang, and he was also outside Raleigh's spirit sense. However, Shang's spirit sense was much bigger, and he could see everyone. Raleigh and 2 additional initial high mages. Raleigh herself was an early high mage. For a while, Shang looked at the city and created a plan to attack. Eventually, he took out some more, and Sword entered its saber state. Then, Shang took a deep breath and focused. Up in the sky, he stood silently on George's spear. Then, he angled George's spear so that he faced diagonally downward. He pulled his saber back and closed his eye. He had to rely on his spirit sense for this one. Shang, Shang. Shang released 2 rapid shooting stars at different angles. Bang, bang, bang. Then, Shang accelerated downward by releasing several blasts. The shooting stars were still faster than him by quite a bit. Mere moments later, the 3 high mages in the city looked upward. The eyes of the 2 initial high mages opened wide in shock. Bang, bang. However, shooting star was just too fast for them to react, and both shooting stars punched through their bodies and exploded. Luckily, no people were beside them. They hadn't even been able to use a modest step or mod shield. By using Shooting Star from such a great distance, its power was several times weaker than normal. It wouldn't even be enough to endure an initial true path stage piece. However, mages had fragile bodies, and it was still far more than enough to kill an initial high mage. Both mages died instantly. Raleigh looked with horror as two of her friends died, and she immediately activated Mana Shield. That was when Shang entered her spirit sense, and she looked over. When she saw the black armor, her face turned to terror. Duke Torrent had informed her of Count Sword, and she knew that she couldn't win a fight against him. Shang. She immediately used Mana deceptively, but Shang shot after her. He used several blasts to make him shoot toward her. That was far faster than using the weapon flying technique. Raleigh used over 8 Mana steps in rapid succession before using another 6 to shoot in a different direction. The first 8 had taken her 8 kilometers away, while the other 6 took her another 6 kilometers in another direction. Her opponent would believe that she would continue running toward the north, but she was actually running toward the east now. This maneuver cost her nearly 80% of her mana reserves, but she had escaped. Of course, she didn't know about the size of Shang's spirit sense. With Shang's current speed, it only took him 5 seconds to enter her spirit sense again. Raleigh used more mana steps. Thankfully, 5 seconds had been enough to recover a lot of her mana. By now, she had entered the zone northeast of the deep water shark zone, the Cloud Serpent zone. Sadly, Shang reached her even faster this time. Instead of continuing to run, she decided to fight. She didn't have enough mana to escape Shang's spirit sense anymore. By now, Shang was blasting forward on the ground, and he was a bit slower than before, but not by much. When he was within a kilometer of Raleigh, he pulled his saber back. Then, he threw it. Bang. Star Shatter. Star Shatter immediately destroyed her mana shield, and Shang used Shock to arrive beside her in an instant. Raleigh released a poison bolt that had been prepared by her focus, but Shang easily sidestepped it. CRKSH. An instant later, a spear pierced through her chest, with Shang holding its shaft. Look at the weapon, Shang slowly said. He actually didn't need to order her. She already looked with horror at the weapon that had pierced her body. She recognized it. Then, Shang moved the spear upward with enough force to bisect her vertically. She was dead. For some seconds, Shang only looked at the corpse. Only the council is left now, he told the spear. Of course, he also had to deal with Vecna, who had killed Matthew, but the spear probably didn't care about that. The spear didn't answer. Shang grabbed Raleigh's face ring and destroyed the corpse. Then, Shang turned around and ran back to the border of the Emperor's Covert Zone. There were more people he had to kill. After returning to the Emperor's Covert Zone, Shang and the 3 mages traveled toward the northwest. A couple of minutes later, they arrived at the 3-way border between the Emperor's Covert Zone, the Adamantite Behemoth Zone, and the Ice Wyvern Zone. There were still no guards near the border. Shang got his spells renewed and took to the sky again. He flew towards the northern Ice Wyvern Zone and arrived at his destination 3 minutes later. This was a newly built city, and Vecna was defending this place on his own. The Sith Thunder Kingdom didn't have many high mages to spare. Shang made sword return to its saber state again. Then, he shot Star Shatter at Vecna from 7 kilometers away and blasted after it. Mana Shield, he transmitted to Vecna with an urgent voice. Vecna grew confused, but when he felt an impossible power come towards him at insane speeds, he followed the command and activated Mana Shield. Crack. Star Shatter broke through the Mana Shield, and sword pierced through the ground beside Vecna. Vecna only looked with terror at the attack that had just consumed all his mana. Then, the sword began to hover and suddenly shot toward his torso. CRKSH. Vecna looked in terror at the longsword piercing his body. Suddenly, he felt a powerful pull, and the longsword pulled him toward the sky. Whenever he tried to use mana, the longsword released some darkness mana that completely broke his concentration. 2 seconds later, he suddenly felt a powerful hand grab his throat, and he looked at the black figure in front of him. Far easier to make them waste all their mana instead of chasing after them, Shang thought. Shang pulled sword out of him and used darkness of sword to keep him weak and helpless while taking away the space ring. Then, he pulled him towards the Emperor's Covert Zone. Vecna couldn't even say anything due to all the terror and pain he felt. Eventually, they landed in a seemingly random place. However, they weren't alone. Gerald was here as well, and he looked at Vecna with rage-filled eyes. This was the person that had killed his son. This was why Shang hadn't directly killed Vecna. Shang threw Vecna forward, who landed weakly in front of Gerald. The eyes of the two of them met. One was filled with rage. One was filled with terror. Chapter 487, Judgment. After a couple of minutes, the horrifying screams of the high mage stopped. Gerald stood up and stepped away from the desecrated corpse. He cleaned his robes of the blood and looked at Shang. The next phase of the plan needs another 2 hours of preparation. For now, I only need you to stay with the 3 high mages. If we need you, someone will call you. Shang nodded. He knew the plan, and he knew that the next step was crucial. Shang walked away and entered Swamp Lake City. As he walked through the streets, he saw many uncertain and terrified commoners. The assault had only happened 2 hours ago, and they were still uncertain about what would happen to them. Yet, they were not the ones that had to be afraid. Gerald didn't care about them. The ones that had to be afraid were the true mages. The true mage already counted as someone quite powerful in the 5 kingdoms, and many of them were already decision makers. Right now, all of the true mages in this town were put into magical restraints that made it impossible for them to cast any spells or use their focus. They were all waiting in terror. Over 100 true mages were currently waiting in front of one building with fear. All the true mages in the entire Emperor's Covert Zone had been gathered in this spot. Inside the building were 5 of Gerald's Inquisitors, and they would read the minds of all the true mages. Of the true mages that entered, only about 60% came out. The other 40% had been killed. The Inquisitors judged the true mages' past actions and gave one of 4 different judgments. If a mage had actively been going against the warriors without only following orders, they were put to death. If a mage had only followed the orders and carried them out dutifully, they would be put to work for 50 years, after which they would be free. If a mage did their best to screw up the orders to kill the warriors, declined a couple of them, or just showed kindness to the warriors they were sent to kill, they would be allowed to join as a citizen, which meant that they were completely free. Gerald and the Inquisitors knew that they couldn't expect everyone to put the lives of the warriors above their own. Sometimes, refusing an order could result in a mage going to prison, the front lines, or directly being executed. The crux of the matter was if they supported the war against the warriors or not. On very rare occasions, a mage might have even helped the warriors secretly. Maybe they helped one of them flee. Maybe they purposely acted like they didn't find the warrior. Maybe they warned them beforehand. These kinds of mages were allowed to join Gerald's army, of course only if they wanted to. They would also receive payment, referrals, and maybe even a title. Of the 100 mages, around 40 were directly killed, around 35 were put to work, around 22 became citizens, and only 3 of them received rewards and status. Was it wrong to punish someone for only following orders? That was debatable. On Earth, that is. In this world, power ruled. If there were 2 powerful beasts in a fight and a hunter had to attack one of them, they could only hope that they attacked the beast that would lose the fight. Because if they didn't, the hunter would die. I don't care about your reason. You went against me, and for that, you deserve death. That was the general ideology of this world. In comparison to the true mages, the adepts and apprentices were ignored. Even if they harbored hatred for the warriors, it wouldn't matter. They couldn't have done too much harm with their power, and by only leaving the pure leaders alive, the pack would eventually have to reflect the same mentality. And if they didn't, the leaders would be the ones cleansing them. What about the warriors that hated mages and tried their best to kill every mage they could find? After all, it wasn't only the mages that hated the warriors. If there were mages that hated warriors to such a degree that they would kill every warrior they saw, there were also bound to be warriors that did the same but against the mages. What happened to them? Nothing. Was this hypocritical? Yes. So. It didn't matter. The warriors were Gerald's people, and he wouldn't persecute them as long as the mages they killed didn't belong to Gerald. Of course, now that some mages were part of Gerald's territory, these warriors were not allowed to touch them without a very good reason. In short, the mages were not allowed to vent their hatred on warriors, but the warriors were allowed to vent their hatred on mages, as long as these mages didn't belong to Gerald. Naturally, the warriors that were mentioned here weren't at the true path stage. The commanders knew what was important. They wouldn't allow their most powerful warriors to act like bloodthirsty savages. Shang stepped past the building and stopped at a random place in the city. No one dared to interact with him. For the next 2 hours, Shang only waited while talking to the 3 high mages beside him. And then, it was finally time. Everything had been prepared. The war had only started around 5 hours ago, but over 20 high mages of the Sith Thunder Kingdom had already been killed. And now, the next part of the offensive would take place. But this part was not a physical attack but a mental one. 20 true path stage warriors gathered in front of Gerald, and he handed each one a space ring. After that, he gave his orders. The warriors quickly went into formation, jumped on their weapons, and flew away. Shang watched them fly away with an interested gaze. I wonder how effective this will be. Shang knew a lot about fighting, but he wasn't involved in politics or planning an entire war. The only thing he could rely on was his personal power, and this part of the plan didn't need Shang's power. Chapter 488, Letters. After the warriors took to the sky, they split up into 4 groups. One group went to the northeast, one to the north, one to the northwest, and one to the west. They reached the height of 8 kilometers and continued flying for a couple of minutes. The groups were entering the Deepwater Shark Zone, Adamantite Behemoth Zone, Northern Ice Wyvern Zone, and Ice Wyvern Zone. As soon as the groups entered their respective zones, they took out the space rings they had received from Gerald. Shang. A huge stack of papers floated around them. Even though warriors weren't mages, their minds were still powerful enough to levitate some letters. And then, the warriors scattered the letters across all 4 zones. Every warrior had received 5,000 letters, and they would distribute all of them. That was 25,000 letters per zone. With such a vast amount of letters, it would become impossible to bury their contents. The high mages in the zones didn't even feel the warriors pass over them since they were outside the range of their spirit senses. They only saw several letters slowly floating down. Of course, the mages immediately inspected the letters from afar to make sure that there wasn't a malicious enchantment on them. There wasn't. With their spirit senses, the high mages could read the letters while they were still several kilometers above the ground. All the high mages read them, and the reactions were mixed. Some of the high mages became white in the face with horror and immediately destroyed all the letters they saw. Some high mages only looked at the ground in uncertainty and fear. Some high mages became shocked and looked at their colleagues. Some of them looked at their colleagues with fear. Some of them looked at their colleagues with cold gazes. Even though many high mages tried to get rid of all the letters, they had been scattered across the entire zone. Many commoners would read the letter they found in front of their door, in their fields, on the streets, or just anywhere. It was impossible to bury its contents. Its contents would spread across the zones and even across the entire kingdom. The letters were all identical, and they had multiple parts. The first part spoke about the Storm Eagle Zone's tribes. They had killed 5 mid-high mages, 14 early high mages, and 8 initial high mages without losing a single person in the 4th realm. This already terrified many mages, and some of them even refused that this could be real. Then, the next bombshell dropped. Duke Torrent had died, and Duke Whirlwind had read her mind. The next part spoke in detail about what Duke Whirlwind had learned, including the council's plan of making their head reach the Archmage realm. But the next part was even more shocking. It was a plan that was solved with dates and times. Tomorrow at 12 p.m., the Storm Eagle Zone would attack the Deepwater Shark Zone. The day after, at the same time of day, they would attack the Ice Wyvern Zone. The day after, the Northern Ice Wyvern Zone. Then, the Adamantite Behemoth Zone. Every day, Gerald would conquer one more zone. Many mages thought that this was some kind of scheme. No one would tell their opponent what they were going to do beforehand, right? However, the letter wasn't over yet. The next part spoke about what would happen to the inhabitants of the conquered zones. Everyone beneath the realm was allowed to join Gerald's territory as a citizen without being inspected or questioned. Everyone in the realm would need to have their mind read by an inquisitor. The letter detailed what criteria someone was judged by and what the punishments were. The next part of the letter was also its last part. It spoke about the high mages. Gerald had read Duke Torrent's mind, and he knew the names of all the high mages that belonged to her and what they had done. Every name was individually listed with an added comment. Julian may join as a citizen without undergoing a mind read. Harold will undergo a mind read, and if nothing surprising comes to light, will be put to work for 100 years. Sander will undergo a mind read but will very likely receive the title of Baron and a voluntary job as an officer in Duke Whirlwind's army. Carmen will be put to death. It named all the high mages in this manner. Then, the letter ended. Even though the letter was supposed to alleviate the citizens' fears, they were still afraid of the war. What if they died in the crossfire? But that actually didn't matter. The targets of these letters were the high mages. The high mages that had been judged to be executed grew terrified, angry, and distanced themselves from their comrades. They were afraid that their comrades would leave and betray them. They grew incredibly suspicious of their previous comrades and became hostile. The ones that had been judged to be put to work had lost expressions on their faces. They, obviously, didn't want to be put to work for such a long time and lose all their wealth and status. Most of those high mages decided to fight against Duke Whirlwind's forces, but the previous group still suspected them with hostility. The ones that had to undergo mind reads but were most likely safe felt either terrified or felt a complex mix of emotions. The ones that were terrified knew that Gerald would find their secrets, and they would most likely die. The ones that felt a complex mix of emotions felt this wound due to the decision they had to make. If they decided to resist and join their comrades, they would most likely die. If they decided to go to Gerald's territory, they would be able to survive and continue living their current life, but they would be leaving their comrades behind. Yet, most of them didn't trust the contents of the letter. What if Duke Whirlwind only did this to split their forces and make them fight against each other? They wouldn't trust these letters and would stay with their comrades. At least, that was the initial plan. Over the next couple of hours, all their previous comrades looked at them with hatred, suspicion, and accusations. They called them traitors. In a big city in the Ice Wyvern Zone, it even went so far that 3 high mages killed 2 other high mages. These 3 high mages had been judged to be executed, and the other 2 could join Gerald's camp without any issues. The 2 mages had still decided to help their colleagues, but the paranoia of their colleagues was so great that they were killed. In other cities, the angry and suspicious high mages basically did their best to drive the other high mages away. Of course, that wasn't their intention. They were simply so stressed, panicked, and angry that they had to vent their emotions somewhere. In the next 12 hours, another 2 high mages died, and 2 high mages managed to flee to the Empress Cobra Zone. Of the 18 high mages left in Duke Torrent's former group, 4 had been killed, and 2 joined Duke Whirlwind. Now, there were only 12 left. The letters had shown their effect. This part of the plan had proven to be a great success. Chapter 489, Connie Deep Sea. A full day passed, and it was finally time to assault the Deepwater Shark Zone. The letters hadn't lied about Gerald's plans for attack. He would attack the zones as described at the described time. Shortly before 12 p.m., Shang took to the skies by flying on sword. After some minutes, Shang scanned the entire Deepwater Shark Zone, except for the deep depths of the lake. After all, the Six Thunder Kingdom was their enemy, not the beasts. Shang also doubted that the Six Thunder Kingdom would have some kind of ambush plan while being at the bottom of the lake. The risk of accidentally having to fight a powerful beast at the bottom was too high. Even if the beasts were killed, everyone outside the lake would notice the battle most likely. After scanning the entire Deepwater Shark Zone, Shang only saw a single initial high mage, and the mage was just standing in front of the biggest city of the Deepwater Shark Zone with a worried expression. High up in the air, Shang summoned a communication crystal. Mervin, Prove, there is only a single initial high mage stationed in the entire zone, and she's just waiting in front of the city. I'm unsure of her intentions. Affirmative, Prove answered. My unit will take it from here. Shang put the communication crystal away and simply stayed in the air. By now, his augmenting spells had already faded, but he didn't need them right now. After a while, Shang saw several warriors enter his spirit sense. They were charging towards the biggest city while the other warriors swept through the surroundings of a huge lake. Eventually, the group of warriors and the mage entered each other's spirit sense. Then, Shang saw the warriors suddenly halt, and he furrowed his brows. The warriors only stood there and waited. Obviously, the mage and the warriors were talking, but Shang couldn't think of any words that would halt the assault of his group of warriors. After some seconds, Shang saw one of the warriors take out a communication crystal. The warrior looked at the communication crystal for a couple of seconds before putting it away again. Then, everyone continued waiting. The mage continued standing in front of the city while the warriors continued standing a couple of kilometers away from her. Shang had no idea what was going on. 2 minutes passed. Then, Gerald arrived, and Shang's eyes narrowed. What could possibly bring Gerald to this place? Just showing up to a battle could create suspicions that he secretly interfered in the battle. It was very dangerous for Gerald to be here. While the other warriors waited in the distance, Gerald stepped closer as he took out some form of shining golden crystal. Shang recognized the crystal since he had used a similar one in the past. It was a magic device that allowed mages to record the surroundings, similar to a camera. Shang had used the crystal back then before he made the Adamantite Behemoth and allied Duke Mineral's home. I am Duke Whirlwind, Gerald said to the crystal with a severe tone. As you can see, I am currently standing between my army and the enemy. Gerald moved the crystal around to show the current state of affairs. I have not gotten involved, but I have been summoned here by the sole defender of Startrade City. Gerald showed the distant mage to the crystal. It is currently 12:02 p.m., and we have not yet launched our attack due to a concerning matter. The council created a diabolic scheme to frame me for an atrocity. Shang raised an eyebrow when he heard that. Gerald stepped forward and closed in on the enemy mage. The mage only looked at the crystal with enraged and pained eyes. She had definitely made a decision that was not easy to make, based on her expression. Please introduce yourself. This will be proof of the council's horrible and horrifying plan, Gerald said. Countess Connie Deep Sea, the high mage said with a stressed voice as even some tears gathered in her eyes. Gerald nodded. You were the one that summoned me, correct? Correct, she answered. Why have you summoned me? Because I can't take it anymore, she whimpered. I've worked so long for the council. I have been loyal, and I have performed my duties with all of my will and loyalty. Yet, they have chosen me for this horrible mission. Gerald nodded. And what is your mission? Connie took a deep breath. To blow up Startrade City and blame it on you. Shang took a deep breath as he looked at the city. This was a major trading hub, and there were over 20,000 people living there. How was the plan supposed to go down? Gerald asked. I have received a very powerful magic circle, and I have planted it below the city. It is hidden by many cloaking spells, and it is impossible to find it without very closely examining the entire city. It will explode as soon as I leave from the vicinity of the city, when I die, when my mind is red, or when I manually trigger it. Gerald nodded. And what did they do to convince you to do this? After all, you would not survive this mission. They have my husband and my 2 children. They are willing to foster them into powerful members of the Six Thunder Kingdom if I go through with this mission. They didn't mention what would happen to them if I were to decline the mission, but I know what they were implying. If I were to refuse, all of us would die. Gerald kept holding the golden crystal. And why did you decide to inform me about this? Because I don't trust the council anymore. Connie shouted with a desperate and furious voice. I have neither supported nor hated the warriors. I don't care what happens to them. However, I can acknowledge that they have helped us in the past, and without their support, we might have already become the Magic Purity Kingdom. But as soon as the warriors gained the potential to threaten them, they immediately treated them like enemies. It didn't even matter if the warriors wanted to rebel or not. Just because they had the power, they became the targets of the council's suppression and hate. I don't care for warriors, but after seeing what the council has done to an integral ally, I can't trust them anymore. Would they really leave my family alive? What if my family found out the secret of my death and searched for revenge? As soon as the warriors became a threat, the council attacked them, and I fear that the same might happen to my family. I fear that they will just kill my family regardless of if I complete the mission or not. That is why I have called for you. I don't care which side wins. I don't care if you kill the council or if you get killed by the council. I just want my family back, and you're the only option I have left. Connie fully burst out crying at this point. I only want my family, she whispered. Gerald continued standing in front of Connie with the golden crystal. Where is the magic circle located? He asked. Connie gave the precise location to Gerald. It will be difficult to deactivate it since it's surrounded by a magic circle that notices other presences. If anyone at the fourth realm gets within 15 meters of it, it will explode. That won't be a problem. We have a way to deal with it, Gerald said. A second later, Shang landed in front of the city. Shang had his domain of entropy, and he could deactivate the magic circle surrounding the explosive magic circle with it. The mage continued crying. Shang turned to Gerald and the mage and approached him. He stopped in front of him. Gerald looked at the mage. You have done a great service to humankind as a whole today, he told the mage. I will publicize this recording. I don't think that the council has killed your family yet, and if your family suddenly disappeared, it would prove what you have said to be true. What are the names of your husband and 2 children? Joran, Letitia, Mare, she said through tears. Gerald nodded and looked at the crystal. Joran, Letitia, and Mare Deepsea. Let's all hope that the council hasn't yet killed them. The mage continued crying. Today, Connie Deepsea has saved 20,000 people. I will accept her as a citizen in my new kingdom due to her contributions, but she still has to pay someone for her actions in the past. Because of that, she will have to work in the Storm Eagle Zone, but only for 10 years. After that, she will join us as a fully fledged citizen. Are you glad that the 20,000 citizens are now safe, Connie? Gerald asked. Connie only nodded without looking up. Gerald smiled and looked at the crystal again. To all the people in the Six Thunder Kingdom, you now know the true face of the council. Decide if you truly want to join them or not. The crystal pointed at Shang again. We can call ourselves lucky that Consort was here with his unique power to stop magic circles. With the magic circle diffused, the citizens managed to survive. At that moment, Connie noticed that something wasn't right. Earlier, it had sounded like Duke Whirlwind was confident in Consort's power, but now, Duke Whirlwind was talking like they had already diffused the magic circle. Then, the golden crystal was deactivated. Bang. Shang exploded forward and wrapped his hands around Connie's neck. Her eyes opened wide in terror. The mana and life energy inside her were vanishing. She couldn't do anything. Chapter 490, Abyss cometh. After a couple of seconds, Connie lost consciousness. However, Shang didn't kill her. Good work, Gerald said. Shang looked at Gerald. Are you sure she was lying? He said. I've been in this political game for long enough, and I can feel when someone is being deceptive. 90% of what she said was probably the truth, and there probably is a magic circle in there with a lot of power. However, I think that she uttered 2 lies. Detonating an entire city would be too risky and unbelievable. It would be very difficult to frame us for destruction. After all, we would have no reason to. The common people might believe it, but the experienced mages wouldn't believe it. They would know that all of this seems suspicious. Because of that, I'm certain she lied about what manner of magic circle is in there. I don't think it's a large-scale explosion, but a focused release of destructive energy. The council has many ways to gather information, and they probably also know that you have some sort of power that helps you in dealing with magic. And exactly that is what they bet on. They want you to enter since you would seem to be the best person for the job. Their plan wasn't to frame us but to kill you. They know that you are the most important piece in this war. If you die, we have no chance of winning the normal way. The second point where she lied is probably her trust in the council. I'm certain that what she said about her family is true, but I think she didn't bet on us. Instead, she trusts the council to let her family live after she accomplished her mission. You would enter the city, go to the magic circle, and she would detonate it remotely. Her family would be safe, and she would have accomplished her mission. Shang took a deep breath. This plan was truly devious. Even he had fallen for it. He would have entered the city to deactivate the magic circle, but he would have died during the process. Luckily, Gerald was very experienced in these sorts of things. Of course, I could also be wrong, but I doubt it, Gerald said. A second later, Gerald cast a spell, and some natural mana entered Connie's head. This will ensure that she stays unconscious during all of this. Then, Gerald took out the golden crystal again. Shang, please enter the city. Shang knew what Gerald was planning, and he slowly walked to the city. The golden crystal activated again and recorded Shang entering the city. After that, Gerald deactivated the crystal again. Then, he smirked as he put the scene he had just recorded between when Shang had landed and when he approached them. Like this, it would look like Shang landed, entered the city, came out, and approached them. Gerald entered the city together with Shang. He wasn't supposed to get involved, but if the council decided to intervene softly by creating a powerful magic circle, he would also softly intervene by accompanying Shang. The 2 of them reached the house under which the magic circle was located and got rid of the house. A couple of seconds later, several magic circles were revealed, and when Gerald saw them, he smirked. Abyss cometh, Gerald said. That's a spell that has been stored here. It's one of Susan's most powerful offensive spells. Even I would lose nearly 70% of my mana if it hit me. This meant that Shang would die without a doubt. His armor didn't matter against such a powerful spell. But it seems like I was right, Gerald said. Abyss cometh is a very powerful spell, but it only encompasses a very small area. Want me to deactivate it? Shang asked. Gerald looked back at the distant warriors. A couple of seconds later, the warriors left until they were outside Gerald's spirit sense. I told them that the specifics of your power need to remain confidential, Gerald said. I'm 80% sure that you can deal with the magic circle, but 80% is lower than 100%, right? Gerald said with a smirk. Then, Gerald activated Mana Shield. Just wait here. Gerald slowly floated towards the magic circle that Shang watched, and when he was just 10 meters away from it. An intense, black flame shot out of the ground and encompassed the surrounding 15 meters. It sounded shrill and ethereal. In a way, it sounded like the ghost of a huge circular saw cutting through metal. After just half a second, the black fire vanished, and Gerald was revealed. Very powerful, he said. It actually managed to consume 80% of my mana. Seems like Susan has been working on her darkness concepts. The surrounding 15 meters had vanished, but the house on top of the magic circle had been light enough that no other house had been affected by it. Gerald floated back and landed beside Shang. You got rid of the magic circle, he said. Shang nodded. After that, the 2 of them turned around and exited the city again. They stopped beside the unconscious Connie, and Gerald woke her up. Connie slowly regained consciousness, and her eyes opened in shock and horror. She immediately jumped up, looked at her surroundings, and activated Mana Shield. Then, she noticed that her connection to the magic circle had been broken, and her eyes opened in horror. She immediately noticed that Shang was beside her, and pure terror and sorrow entered her eyes. She had failed. Her family. No. Consort dealt with the magic array, Gerald said with a smirk. Aren't you happy? Connie only looked with shock and horror at Gerald. She could tell by his smirk that he knew exactly what her real plan was. It seems like you have no other choice but to trust me now, Gerald said. After all, we have the recording, and the tragic retelling of your story will be distributed over the entire kingdom. Even the council will believe that you have betrayed them. Connie couldn't formulate a proper thought. For the record, I do believe the thing about your family, Gerald said, and I do believe that you have accepted this mission for their sake. But the recording will do the trick. The council can't afford to kill your family like this, even if they believe that you have betrayed them. Even more, if you were to run to the council and tell them about the truth, they would just kill you and frame it on me. But I don't need to kill you. After all, I am the only person that can reunite you with your family. You're stuck with me now if you like it or not, Gerald said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Chapter 491, Golden Crystals. It was difficult for Connie to accept her new circumstances. She had been on the council and had lied to Duke Whirlwind to achieve her goal. Yet, the lies she had told had been transformed into reality. The words she had spoken had been intended to become reality. Count Sword was supposed to die in the city, and she was about to die. But now, everyone was alive, and the entire world would believe that she had completely betrayed the council, even though that had never been her intention. Sadly, she had to accept her new circumstances now. Her family truly was in danger, and she wanted to save them. Now, the only way to save them was to work for Duke Whirlwind. She hadn't wanted to betray the council, but now, she didn't have any other choice. She had to work for Duke Whirlwind now if she ever wanted to see her family again. Gerald contacted the warriors and informed them about how to proceed. Several of the warriors approached Connie, and she looked at them with an apathetic expression. She only cared about her family. She didn't really care about what would happen to her. According to the words I've spoken, Gerald said with a light smile, you are going to be put to work for a couple of years. Your intentions do not matter. The fact is that you have helped us. Connie remained silent. When you are done working, the internal war of the Sith Thunder Kingdom should already be over, and if everything goes according to plan, you will see your family again. Connie looked at Gerald with hopeful eyes when she heard that. From what I have gathered from Duke Torrent's memories, you are not one of the people that went against the warriors in a zealous manner. It's not too bad to have someone like you amongst my people. Just look at it like an annoying vacation. After Gerald said that, Connie was taken away by the warriors. She didn't even think about resisting. The fate of her family was now deeply connected to Duke Whirlwind's success. The warriors entered the city and took control of it. Just like with the Empress Covert Zone, the normal citizens were mostly ignored while the true mages were to be investigated by the Inquisitors. Another big group of true mages would die today. As the warriors took control of the Deepwater Shark Zone, Gerald met up with some of the new high mages he had gained in the past couple of days. It was time to duplicate the Golden Crystal. Of course, duplicating something like that was way more costly than just duplicating a simple letter, but it would all be worth it. The high mages listened to Gerald's orders and forwarded them to the army of true mages below them. In an hour, over 200 true mages were busy duplicating the Golden Crystal. After around 6 hours, the mages finished duplicating the Golden Crystals, and they brought them over to the true half-stage warriors. The true half-stage warriors put the Golden Crystals into their stage rings and took to the skies. This time, they would disperse the Golden Crystals over far more than just the surrounding zones. They scattered and flew in different directions. 50 of the 65 true half-stage warriors were dispersing their wares this time, and every warrior would go to a different zone. Yes, these crystals would be dispersed over 50 different zones. That encompassed nearly the entire Sith Thunder Kingdom, including the relatively new Western Sith Thunder Kingdom, the place where the Grand Mountain Kingdom had once been. Over the next hours, 200 crystals per zone were distributed amongst the villages, cities, and even amongst some crossroads in case the guards in the cities decided to confiscate everything. Just duplicating these crystals had cost Gerald over 500 million gold, which was an insane amount of money. But Gerald was certain that it would be worth it. The citizens and guards in the different cities looked at the crystals and watched them. This time, the reactions were far more intense than when Gerald had distributed the letters. This was indisputable evidence that the council had threatened one of their own high mages with her family. If the council dared to do something like this to their most powerful people, what would they be ready to do to people that weren't as important? Even very loyal mages started to look at the council with anger and disgust. Many of them knew of Connie. After all, there weren't that many high mages, and they knew that she had been very loyal. Yet, they still dared to threaten her with her family. The heartbroken display Connie had put on gave the entire situation more emotional weight than it would normally have. Of course, many of the mages hated the warriors and Gerald, and they certainly wouldn't do anything drastic. However, they also started to dislike the council. Some of the more neutral mages started to look at their families with more concern. It didn't feel real that the council would start to threaten them with their families, especially after everything that had come out today. Yet, their feelings still told them that they should be careful. Because of that, many of the mages decided to relocate their families to be closer to them. For a high mage, lifting a castle out of the ground and placing it down in a new location was not something difficult. Especially the newer high mages and the ones not stationed near the front lines were worried. The ones near the front lines wouldn't get pulled into this gigantic political war, and their families would be safe. But what about them? They hadn't been called to stop Duke Whirlwind yet, but how long would that persist? How long until the council decided to simply throw everything they had at Duke Whirlwind in an effort to weaken him? When that happened, all these mages would die. Were they powerful enough to take care of Duke Whirlwind's army and Count Sword if they all attacked at once? Probably. After all, the combined offensive power of 100 high mages was terrifyingly powerful. But what about Duke Whirlwind himself? Everyone knew that the agreement between Duke Whirlwind and the council was not set in stone. At the moment, Duke Whirlwind didn't get involved so that his army could gain more power. Like this, Duke Whirlwind would manage to weaken the council's forces without directly attacking them. But if all the high mages in the territories attacked Duke Whirlwind's army, Duke Whirlwind would certainly get involved himself, and everyone knew that Duke Whirlwind would kill all of them. After that, it would be Duke Whirlwind, his army, and the council. The council wouldn't have any more forces to pull from without compromising their borders. Duke Whirlwind would win the war. All the high mages were afraid of this eventual battle. Would they want to battle Duke Whirlwind's forces? Of course not. Nobody wanted to fight in a war. Did the council know that no high mage would want to fight? Of course. So, what would the council do to convince these high mages to enter a suicidal battle? These were the thoughts of most of the high mages. In the Golden Crystal, they had already seen one possible answer to that question. Meanwhile, the warriors were not fighting because they were forced to, but because they wanted to. They wanted to fight for a brighter tomorrow for themselves. Duke Whirlwind didn't need to threaten them with anything. They followed out of their own free will. As the mages started to worry about their future, another bombshell arrived. The warriors were distributing the next set of letters. Chapter 492, Answer. The next letter that arrived detailed everything that had happened today, giving further information about what everyone had seen in the Golden Crystals. And just like yesterday, the losses of Duke Whirlwind's forces were still at zero. Even though everyone had expected it, seeing that Duke Whirlwind had taken over 2 zones without fighting personally and without losing a single person was shocking. On top of that, Duke Whirlwind also publicized the names of the high mages that joined him. Not counting Duke Whirlwind himself, Duke Whirlwind now had 6 high mages. That wasn't a powerful army, but it was still more than he had started with. 2 days of war had passed, Duke Whirlwind had conquered 2 zones, and instead of his army becoming weaker, it was becoming stronger. Usually, during a war, both sides would lose soldiers and would become weaker, but Duke Whirlwind was becoming stronger instead of weaker during the war. And the Sith Thunder Kingdom. They had lost around 30 high mages already. That was nearly 10% of all the high mages in the entire kingdom, and there had even been 5 mid-high mages amongst them. One of the mid-high mages had even been a duke. Not only that, but they had also killed a late high mage, Duke Torrent. A late high mage was someone that could be in the council if they so chose to. The entire Sith Thunder Kingdom only had a bit over 10 late high mages, and that included both councils. By now, the true mages and high mages started to believe that Duke Whirlwind actually had a shot at winning. They hadn't believed it up to now. After all, the council had been their rulers for an eternity, and they had always been the symbols of power. How could anyone fight against that? But now, they had to accept reality. The council might actually lose. An hour after the letters arrived, the council gave its answer to everything that had happened today. The first thing they did was to show that the Golden Crystals had been tampered with. They explained in detail how one could see the faults in the recordings on their own, and sure enough, the people noticed the faults. They could verify that one scene had been swapped in. The council immediately denounced Duke Whirlwind for using such despicable means to ruin the image of the council and said that they would never threaten anyone with their family. They publicized the names and locations of Connie's family, and everyone was free to check up on them. They were all free, and they were all healthy. Then, the council said that the only reason why Duke Whirlwind hadn't lost anyone yet was due to the council having to focus on the borders. The Magic Purity Kingdom and the Grand Mountain Kingdom were still problems. If the Sith Thunder Kingdom weren't threatened by 2 other kingdoms, they would have crushed Duke Whirlwind long ago. That had been the answer of the council. But it failed miserably. Yes, everyone could see that a scene had been swapped. Okay. But that wasn't the issue. That was not why everyone was mad. So what if that scene was swapped? The actually important scene hadn't been doctored. In a way, the council had proven the authenticity of the important scene while trying to invalidate the entire recording by focusing on an error in an unimportant scene. Also, what would the health of Connie's family even prove? That only proved that Duke Whirlwind's plan had worked. He had publicized this recording specifically to protect Connie's family. Most of the high mages had voted for the council's answer, but the council's answer had not been to their satisfaction. Instead of bringing up actual proof that they hadn't threatened anyone else's family before, they tried to invalidate everything the recording showed by highlighting a fault in an unimportant part. This could be likened to two people having a discussion, and one of them started to criticize the grammar and method of speech of their opponent instead of addressing the actual argument. It was sneaky, shady, and cheap. True mages were not stupid, and nearly all of them noticed this. Of course, breaking the loyalty built over decades for so many people was immensely difficult. But it still worked on many of them. So many high mages had been on the fence before. The only thing that had stopped them from jumping to Duke Whirlwind's side was that they had to undergo a mind read. A mind read would unveil all the secrets a mage had. It would show how they trained, what sort of techniques they used, what spells they had created, what shady things they had done, how they managed everything, how much wealth they owned, where they stored their valuables, and so on. It showed everything. Would the high mages trust Gerald to keep all these sensitive secrets safe? Of course not. That was one that many people had switched. But now, the option was way more enticing. After all, they might actually die if they didn't convert to Duke Whirlwind's camp. The high mages that had gone against the warriors in the past put a lot of pressure on everyone out of fear. They proclaimed that they would never betray their kingdom, but deep inside, they were just angry that they didn't have the option to do so. Slowly, the high mages started to gather their things and families. The council noticed. What did the council do against that? Well, what could they do? They had used the mages to suppress the warriors in the past, but now these very mages were leading them. A rich person could command their service staff to throw a guest out, but if the service staff rebelled, who would be left to throw them out? Only the owner. And the council certainly didn't have the manpower to stop all these high mages from leaving. After all, most of them were stationed near the front lines and couldn't leave easily. That was until one of them volunteered to do something drastic. The council gathered and listened to that person's plan, and in the end, they all agreed. The council might not be allowed to get directly involved in the war, but they were still allowed to police their own people. Even more, the plan also included a surefire way to deal with their biggest problem, Count Sword. As one high mage after the other was leaving, the council was preparing their counterattack. And tomorrow, they would put it into motion. Chapter 493, Sylvia Eternal Frost. 3 true half-stage warriors were stationed at the northern border of the Emperor's Covert Zone. The next assault would happen in 4 hours, and while they waited, they had to secure the borders in case the council decided to launch a sudden attack. Usually, nothing special would happen. Some citizens and some true mages would pass the border, but that was about it. But today, something would happen. As the warriors waited for the next assault, somebody slowly entered their spirit sense from the north. Just like normal, the warriors checked the new person, but this time, they did a double take. Their eyes opened in shock, and they immediately contacted their commanders. About 5 kilometers away, a smiling young woman with icy blue hair slowly walked towards the border. She seemed relaxed, and it looked like she was only out here on a casual stroll. But when the warriors saw her, they felt the incredibly powerful mana inside her. Everything around her turned into ice mana as she slowly strolled along. She had to be a late high mage, at the least. Identify yourself, an early true half-stage warrior demanded. Deep inside, the warrior was nervous and terrified, but he still had to do his duty. The smiling woman stopped walking and looked at the distant warrior with a calm smile. Hello, I am Council Member Sylvia Eternal Frost, and I am here to negotiate with Duke Whirlwind. The warriors took a deep breath. Sure enough, she was a member of the council. This was not someone they should or could deal with. About 10 kilometers away, Shang watched the council member with furrowed brows as the 3 high mages behind him kept renewing his augmenting spells. Shang knew all the council members. After all, Gerald knew all of them very well, and he knew that Sylvia Eternal Frost was one of the more powerful members. She was definitely more powerful than Duke Torrent. But, even more, it was suspicious that she was here. Did the council not care about Gerald getting involved anymore? But then, why did she come alone? 2 minutes later, Gerald landed in front of Sylvia with furrowed brows. You are here to negotiate, he asked. Sylvia nodded with a smile, but the words she was about to say were shocking. Yes, I'm here to distract you so that my 7 mid high mages can assassinate Count Sword, she said with a smile. Gerald's eyes shone for an instant, and he scanned his surroundings. Shang also scanned his surroundings. Sylvia Eternal Frost hadn't used her spirit sense to communicate but had directly said these words. Yet, neither Gerald nor Shang could find anyone else. A second later, Gerald's eyes narrowed as he looked at Sylvia. Is it darkness veil? He asked. Sylvia chuckled a bit and nodded. Yes, she said as she lifted her right hand. Several black runes appeared in her hand, floating around each other in some form of pattern or dance. It seems like Susan really bet all her cards on this move of hers, he said with disdain. Sylvia chuckled some more and crushed the runes in her hand. Shang. Suddenly, 7 mid high mages appeared a kilometer behind Gerald. Gerald quickly inspected them, but he noticed that they hadn't readied any spells. They hadn't even summoned their foci. Susan's spell is as impressive as ever, isn't it? Sylvia asked as she looked at the mages. You can't see these mages approach at all. They can even ready their spells. Gerald could only agree. These 7 mid high mages could have walked into the Emperor's Covert Zone without being noticed. Then, they would have simply searched for Shang and would have prepared a combined spell. Shang had been the target of such a spell before, back when he had attacked the stronghold of the Black Shadow Kingdom back when he was still in the Grand Mountain Kingdom. Such a spell would take a lot of mana and time to set up, but the combined power of so many mages was terrifying. The combined power of 7 mid high mages would have created a spell with the power and speed of a spell from a peak high mage. Even more, they would have probably been able to unleash it toward Shang from only a couple of 100 meters away. Shang's chances of survival would have been slim. Of course, since Susan would have indirectly helped the mages, she would have broken the agreement. However, the chances of success were high enough to risk it. As long as Count Sword died, the council could gather and then assault Gerald with all 10 members at once. Of course, Sylvia would have already left by the time the mages showed themselves. Like that, Gerald's army would be decimated in the next battle as long as he didn't personally join the fight. The council knew exactly that Count Sword was the most important piece in this war. The warriors also took deep breaths when they noticed the mages. It was like they had just talked with someone, and the person they were talking to was suddenly showing them that they had been aiming a gun at them the entire time. Gerald looked back at Sylvia. And what do you have to gain by unveiling this weapon in front of me? Proof, Sylvia said. Proof of my intentions. Gerald's eyes shone. And your intentions are? To join you. Silence. Gerald narrowed his eyes and looked deeply into Sylvia's smiling eyes. You do know that the existence of the council is the very reason why we are even at war, right? Sylvia nodded like a happy little girl. Yes, but putting everyone into one category just based on what path they chose is not the smartest thing to do. If everyone were to do that, you would be hunted by the warriors just like all of us since you are a mage, right? Sylvia asked. Gerald continued looking into Sylvia's eyes. So, you realize that the council is about to lose, and you seek to gain something out of it. After all, you joining me could spell the end for the council, and you believe that I wouldn't pass up on such an opportunity. Kind of, Sylvia answered. Gerald only kept looking at Sylvia with narrowed eyes. Duke Torrent tried the same thing, and now, she's dead. I know, Sylvia said like she wasn't worried at all. Gerald looked at Sylvia in silence for several seconds. Alright, let's hear it. What are your demands? He asked. Sylvia smiled one. Nothing. Chapter 494, The True Plan. Silence. Nothing. Did they all hear that correctly? Nothing. Gerald asked with a deadpan voice, showing that he didn't fully believe her. Well, we would like to survive, but that's about it, Sylvia said with a chuckle. More silence. Shang furrowed his brows. This couldn't be that simple. You do realize that I will have to read your mind? Gerald asked. Sylvia nodded. Yes, I know. Even more silence. And you are fine with that? Gerald asked. Yep. And if I find out that you have done something horrible in the past, I might directly kill you. You know that, right? Gerald asked. MHM, Sylvia said with a nod. Everyone kept inspecting Sylvia and the 7 mid high mages. Even the mages didn't show any reaction. It was like they had accepted everything that would happen. Gerald looked at the mages. Yes, I know, Sylvia said. You can read their minds too. They've already agreed. Gerald furrowed his brows. This situation was more than suspicious. For some seconds, Gerald evaluated his options. After a while, Shang arrived beside Gerald, the 3 high mages behind him. As soon as the mages arrived, they started to create several magic circles. If your intentions are as you claim, you surely won't mind if Count Sword enters his strongest state, right? Gerald commented. Go ahead, Sylvia said. The surroundings fell into silence again as the mages created their magic circles behind Gerald. If anyone tried to attack them, Gerald would be between them and the attackers. Some seconds later, the magic circles were ready. If necessary, the mages could supplement Shang with mana and life energy. In this state, he could even win against someone from the council. All right, Gerald said as he lifted his right hand. I will read your mind now. Gerald had already activated his mana shield, just to be safe. Additionally, he was ready to use mana step in an instant. Sylvia lowered her head with a smile. The atmosphere was even tenser than if this were a battlefield. Shang used all his concentration to check the surroundings. The mages still didn't move. They just waited. Then, Gerald's hand touched Sylvia's head, and he began to read her mind. She didn't resist. All of Sylvia's life shot through Gerald's mind. This was the mind of a council member, which meant that Gerald now got information about every single meeting the council had ever since Sylvia had become a member. As he continued reading, he also saw their reactions to the war and what they had planned. Sylvia hadn't lied. She was supposed to come here to distract Gerald while the other 7 Mid-High Mages were supposed to kill Shang. But Gerald saw all of this from Sylvia's angle. She had intended to betray the council even before she had come up with that plan. She had created this entire plan just to screw the council as much as possible. By proposing this plan, she managed to leave the Thunder Kingdom without any suspicion with her 7 most powerful High Mages. Even more, by having Susan cast Darkness Veil, Gerald could even claim that the council had broken the agreement. Lastly, by taking so many mages from the front lines with her, Sylvia had forced the council to send even more of their forces to the front lines. After a couple of minutes of nothing happening, Gerald retracted his arm. Shang released a deep breath. The last couple of minutes had been tense for him. Sylvia opened her eyes and smiled at Gerald. When Shang saw Gerald's expression, he raised an eyebrow. Gerald looked uncomfortable. Take this as a confession, Sylvia said with a chuckle. Then, her cheeks turned red. Gerald took a deep breath. A mind read couldn't be faked, at least not by someone in the Sith Thunder Kingdom. Maybe King Sith Thunder could do something like that, but he wouldn't get involved. This meant that everything Gerald had seen was the truth. Sylvia had honestly only come here to survive. She had been unhappy with the council for several years now. In her mind, suppressing the warriors was doing more damage than good. Sylvia wasn't against it due to some moral issue, but due to her concern for the kingdom as a whole. The warriors were on the rise, and everyone knew that Gerald was on the warrior's side. She had still been uncertain about how things would turn out until just recently. After all, the council was extremely powerful. But as soon as she heard of Count Sword, she knew that the council was already doomed. Additionally, she knew that the man she idolized wouldn't make such a childish mistake. Yes, Sylvia had a crush on Gerald. Sadly, due to her position, she had never been able to spend any time with him or confess her feelings. After all, her job and responsibility were more important than some crush. She had also always tried her best to stop the council from making all of these stupid mistakes, but she had been alone against 4 other members. But now, she realized that her only chance at survival was by joining Gerald's camp, and she actually didn't feel that bad about this development. Sure, it felt a bit bad to be beaten by Gerald in warfare and politics, but he had won fair and square, in her opinion. She could accept the loss. After some seconds of silence, Gerald released a sigh. We will talk about this later. I don't have the time or resources to think about such stuff at the moment, he said with an exhausted voice. I know what you mean, Sylvia said. Sylvia continued smiling, but she also twiddled her thumbs now. This was a sign of nervousness. Earlier, Sylvia hadn't been nervous, but as soon as her feelings were out in the open, she became nervous. Jeremy, Gerald said as he looked at one of the High Mages. He had learned all their names by going through Sylvia's memories. You're next. The mage stepped forward and lowered his head. Gerald went through one mind after the other until he had read every mage's mind. They were not all completely clean, but they also hadn't truly supported the council's decision to suppress the warriors. In a way, they had all resisted these decisions in their own ways. But that was already better than most mages. After everything was over, Gerald looked at the 8 mages. Welcome to my kingdom. Today, Gerald had gained a powerful late High Mage and 7 mid-High Mages. Chapter 495, News. The announcement of Sylvia Eternal Frost joining Gerald's side raised several eyebrows and evoked skepticism from all the warriors. Hadn't Duke Whirlwind promised that he would get rid of the council? Had their trust been misplaced in him? Luckily, Gerald's next words cleared up a big part of the issue. He said that Sylvia had allowed him to read her mind, and he had seen with his own eyes how every other council member had supported the suppression of the warriors. He promised everyone that Sylvia would be the only member of the council that would stay alive. He would kill everyone else. Obviously, another important part was that Sylvia had voted against assassinating George and Matthew when the council had voted on it. She truly hadn't supported these decisions. Sadly, one person only represented 20% of the main council, and she was outvoted 4 to 1. After talking with all the warriors, Gerald went back to Shang to talk to him. I have learned some interesting things by going through Sylvia's memories, Gerald said. I'm listening, Shang answered. The fact that Susan wants to reach the Archmage realm has been a lie, which has been transformed into the truth, and then transformed back into a lie again. Shang raised an eyebrow. The council is far worse off than we expected, Gerald said with a small smirk. The council might have made some dumb decisions in the past, but they are not actually stupid. Their power had simply gone to their head. But when you slaughtered their force, they woke up from their delusions. What do you think? What was their decision as soon as they heard of your power? Gerald asked. I would guess that they would pool their forces and strike us down immediately before we had any chance to gain a foothold, Shang said. That wouldn't be that dumb, Gerald said. In a way, this would have been a safe bet. However, they had something completely different planned, and that plan would have been even safer. Like I said, they're not stupid. Shang asked. What was their plan? Gerald smirked one. They wanted to flee. Flee? To where? Shang asked with furrowed brows. The Magic Purity Kingdom, Gerald said. After they saw your power, they immediately realized that their chances of victory were small without personally getting involved and attacking me. However, the council has lived in comfortable safety for too long, and they don't want to risk their lives. Shang looked at the ground for a bit as he was thinking about that. Can they actually flee, though? They cost the Magic Purity Kingdom so many lives and resources. Wouldn't the Magic Purity Kingdom just kill them? Shang, this is politics, and personal emotions and agendas have no place in politics, Gerald said. Only numbers matter. It doesn't matter that the council has cost the Magic Purity Kingdom so many resources. If the Magic Purity Kingdom killed the fleeing council, they would have gotten their revenge, but several of their most powerful mages would also die. For what? Only for some personal belief, nothing material. But if they accepted the council, they would have gained several very powerful High Mages, making the Magic Purity Kingdom even more powerful. If they accepted the council, their chances of overtaking our entire world would skyrocket. Shang scratched his chin. Then why did Susan say that she was planning on reaching the Archmage realm to do torrent and everyone else? A present for the Magic Purity Kingdom, Gerald answered. By giving the losing side of the Infernal War hope, they would keep the war going. Instead of fleeing as well, the mages would continue fighting us, weakening both sides. The only party that would benefit from that would be the Magic Purity Kingdom, and this had been their plan. Shang looked to the side for a moment. But you said that the lie turned into truth and then into a lie again. This means that something has changed, right? Gerald nodded. Indeed. Gerald smirked even more. King Sith Thunder got wind of it. Shang's eyebrows rose. That wasn't good for the council. And what did he do? He asked. King Sith Thunder told them that they were the most powerful mages in the Sith Thunder Kingdom and that they had decades to shape the Sith Thunder Kingdom into whatever they wanted. Yet, even with nearly omnipotent power and authority, they managed to screw up everything to the point that the very kingdom they had ruled for an eternity started to turn against them. Everything that was happening was their own fault, and he wouldn't allow anyone to escape. Gerald chuckled a bit. If he found any member of the council outside the kingdom, he would comfort them personally, and he also said that no mage in the 5 kingdoms, including the kings, would be able to stop him. At that moment, Shang snorted with amusement. He was happy that the council had gotten the shaft. Because of that, Gerald continued, they were forced to continue the war. If I win, they will die. The only way to survive is to kill me. Their backs are against the wall. With their new situation, they quickly tried to find a way to win against us. Of course, Susan's ascent to the Archmage realm quickly became a possibility again. But, it turns out, Susan wouldn't need 3 months, but 6 months. Shang was quite surprised. 6 months was a lot of time. Did it truly take that long for mages to reach the next realm, even though they already knew the concepts necessary to advance? Then, he remembered that Gerald had said that he would also need several years to advance if he completely ignored comprehending any additional concept. That was their second plan after the first one failed, Gerald said. However, that plan got changed yet again when we distributed all the letters. They expected the war to take much longer. They thought that we would slowly consolidate every zone we conquered before advancing. Ironically enough, their initial lie was one of the factors that made me decide to assault the Sith Thunder Kingdom at such a rapid rate. If we had more time, I would also slow my advance to consolidate the new zones. Their very lie made it impossible for their next plan to succeed. And then, Shang asked. Well, then everything returned to how you know it. They tried to kill you in the deep water shark zone, and when that failed, Sylvia proposed the next plan. The council should still be in the dark, and they don't know of Sylvia's betrayal yet. Right now, they should just be waiting for news. Then, Gerald looked towards the west with a sneer. How about we give them the news they are so desperately waiting for with the next set of letters? Shang also smirked.